The 36 Lessons, Sermon 1, by Vivek. Sermon 1. He was born in the ash among the Velothi Anon Chimer, before the war with the northern men. Ayam came first to the village of the Nechiman, and her shadow was that of Boethia, who was the prince of plots, and things unknown and known would fold themselves around her, until they were like stars, or the messages of stars. Ayam took a Nechiman's wife and said, I am the face-snaked queen of the three in one. In you is an image and a 7-syllable spell. Ayam I sehti I vek, which you will repeat to it until mystery comes. Then Ayam threw the Nechiman's wife into the ocean water, where Drux took her into castles of glass and coral. They gifted the Nechiman's wife with gills and milk fingers, changing her sex, so that she might give birth to the image as an egg. There she stayed for 7 or 8 months. Then Seat came to the Nechiman's wife and said, I am the clockwork king of the three in one. In you is an egg of my brother's sister, who possesses invisible knowledge of words and swords, which you shall nurture until the hortator comes. And Seat then extended his hands, and multitudes of homunculi came forth, each like a glimmering rope through the water. And they raised the Nechiman's wife back to the surface world, and set her down on the shoals of Azura's coast. There she lay for 7 or 8 more months, caring for the egg knowledge by whispering to it the codes of Mephala and the prophecies of Veloth, and even the forbidden teachings of Trinamak. 7 Daedra came to her one night, and each one gave to the egg new motions that could be achieved by certain movements of the bones. These are called the barons of move like this. Then an 8th Daedroth came, and he was a demi-prince called Fanuit Hen, or the multiplier of motions known, and Fanuit Hen said, Whom do you wait for? To which the Nechiman's wife said, The Hortator. Go to the land of the Indoril in 3 months' time, for that is when war comes. I return now to haunt the warriors who fell, and still wonder why. But first I show you this. Then the barons and the demi-prince joined together into a pillar of fighting styles terrible to behold, and they danced before the egg and its learning image. Look, little Vec, and find the face behind the splendor of my bladed carriage, for in it is delivered the unmixed conflict path, perfect in every way. What is its number? It is said the number is the number of birds that can nest in an ancient Tybral tree, less 3 grams of honest work. But Vivek in his later years found a better one, and so gave this secret to his people. For I have crushed a world with my left hand, he will say, but in my right hand is how it could have won against me. Love is under my will only. The ending of the words is Elm CV. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 2, by Vivek. Sermon 2. The Nechiman's wife who carried the egg of Vivek within her went looking for the lands of the Indoril. Along the journey, many spirits came to see her and offer instructions to her son-daughter, the future glorious invisible warrior poet of Vardenfell, Vivek. The first spirit threw his arms about her and hugged his knowledge in tight. The Nechiman's wife became soaked in the incalculable effort. The egg was delighted and did somersaults inside her, bowing to the 5 corners of the world and saying, Thus whoever performs this holy act shall be proud and mighty among the rest. The second spirit was too aloof, and acted above his station so much that he was driven off by a headache spell. The third spirit, Adhatur, came down to the Nechiman's wife, while she relaxed for a while under an emperor parasol. His garments were made from implications of meaning, and the egg looked at them 3 times. The first time Vivek said, It means nothing. After looking a second time, he said, There might be something there after all. Finally, giving Adhatur's garments a sidelong glance, he said, Amazing, the ability to infer significance in something devoid of detail. There is a proverb, Adhatur said, and then he left. The 4th spirit came with the 5th, for they were cousins. They could ghost touch and probed inside the egg to find its core. Some say Vivek at this point was shaped like a star with its penumbra broken off. Others, that it looked like a revival of vanished forms. From my side of the family, the first cousin said, I bring you a series of calamities that will bring about the end of the universe. And from my side, the second cousin said, I bring you all the primordial marriages that must happen within them, each one. At this, the egg laughed. I am given too much to bear so young. I must have been born before. And then the sixth spirit appeared, the Black Hands Mephala, who taught the Velothi at the beginning of days all the arts of sex and murder. Its burning heart melted the eyes of the Netchaman's wife and took the egg from her belly with 6 cutting strokes. The egg image, however, could see into what it had been before in ancient times, when the earth still cooled, and was not blinded. It joined with the Daedroth and took its former secrets, leaving a few behind to keep the web of the world from disentangling. Then the Black Hands Mephala put the egg back into the Netchaman's wife, and blew on her with magic breath until the hole closed up. But the Daedroth did not give her back her eyes, saying, God hath 3 keys, of birth, of machines, and of the words between. Within this sermon, the wise may find 1/2 of these keys. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons. Sermon 3 by Vivek. Sermon 3. Being blind, the Netchaman's wife wandered into a cave on her way to the domains of House Indoril. It so happened that this cave was a Dwemer stronghold. The Dwemer spied the egg and captured the Netchaman's wife. They bound her head to foot and brought her deep within the earth. She heard one say, Go and make a simulacrum of her and place it back on the surface, for she has something akin to what we have, and so the Velothi will covet it and notice if she is too long away. In the darkness, the Netchaman's wife felt great knives try to cut her open. When the knives did not work, the Dwemer used solid sounds. When those did not work, great heat was brought to bear. Nothing was of any use, and the egg of Vivek remained safe within her. A Dwemer said, Nothing is of any use. We must go and misinterpret this. Vivek felt that his mother was afraid and so consoled her. The fire is mine. Let it consume thee, and make a secret door at the altar of Padome, in the house of Boeti-Ah, where we become safe and looked after. This old prayer made the Netchaman's wife smile and begin such a deep sleep that when Dwemery Atronax returned with cornered spheres and cut her apart, she did not awake and died peacefully. Vivek was removed from her womb and placed within a magical glass for further study. To confound his captors, he channeled his essence into love, an emotion the Dwemer knew nothing about. The egg said, Love is used not only as a constituent in moods and affairs, but also as the raw material from which relationships produce hour-later exasperations, regrettably fashioned restrictions, riddles laced with affections, known only to the loving couple, and looks that linger too long. Love is also an often used ingredient in some transparent verbal and non-verbal transactions, where eventually it can sometimes be converted to a variety of true devotions, some of which yield tough, insoluble, and infusible unions. In its basic form, love supplies approximately 13 drafts of all energy that is derived from relationships. Its role and value in society at large are controversial. The Dwemer were vexed at these words and tried to hide behind their power symbols. They sent their Atronax to remove the egg image from their cave and place it within the simulacrum they had made of Vivek's mother. A Dwemer said, We Dwemer are only aspirants to this that the Velothi have. They shall be our doom in this and the 8 known worlds, Nirn, Elhkan, Arket, Vendar, Keenert, Akat, Mahara, and Junal. The secret to doom is within this sermon. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons. Sermon 4 by Vivek. Sermon 4. The simulacrum of the Nechiman's wife, who carried the egg of Vivek within it, went back to looking for the lands of the Indaril. Along the journey, many more spirits came to see it and offer instructions to its son-daughter, the future glorious invisible warrior poet of Vardenfell, Vivek. A troop of spirits called the Lobbyists for the Coincidence Guild appeared. Vivek understood the challenge immediately and said, "The popular notion of God kills happenstance." The head of the Lobbyists, whose name is forgotten, tried to defend the concept's existence. He said, "Saying something at the same time can be magical." Vivek knew that to retain his divinity, that he must make a strong argument against luck. He said, "Is not the sudden revelation of corresponding conditions and disparate elements that gel at the moment of the coincidence one of the prerequisites to being, in fact, coincidental? Synchronicity comes out of repeated coincidences at the lowest level. Further examination shows it is the utter power of the sheer number of coincidences that leads one to the idea that synchronicity is guided by something more than chance. Therefore, synchronicity ends up invalidating the concept of the coincidental, even though they are the symptomatic signs that bring it to the surface. Thus was coincidence destroyed in the land of the Velothi. Then an old bone of the earth rose up before the simulacrum of the Nechiman's wife and said, "If you are to be born a ruling king of the world, you must confuse it with new words. Set me into pondering." "Very well," Vivek said. "Let me talk to you of the world, which I share with mystery and love. Who is her capital? Have you taken the scenic route of her cameo? I have, lightly, in secret, missing candles, because they're on the untrue side, and run my hand along the edge of a shadow made from 103 divisions of warmth, and left no proof." At this the old bone folded unto itself 20 times until it became akin to milk, which Vivek drank, becoming a ruling king of the world. Finally, the Chancellor of Exactitude appeared, and he was perfect to look upon from every angle. Vivek understood the challenge immediately and said, "Certitude is for the puzzle box logicians and girls of white glamour who harbor it on their own time. I am a letter written in uncertainty." The Chancellor bowed his head and smiled 50 different and perfect ways all at once. He pulled the astrolabe of the universe from his robe and broke it in half, handing both halves to the egg image of Vivek. Vivek laughed and said, "Yes, I know. The slave labor of the senses is as selfish as polar ice, and worsens when energies are spent on a life others regard as fortunate. To be a ruling king, I will have to suffer much that cannot be suffered, and to weigh matters that no astrolabe or compass can measure." The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 5 by Vivek. Sermon 5. Finally, the simulacrum of the Nechiman's wife became unstable. The Dwemer in their haste had built it shoddily, and the ashes of Red Mountain slowed its golden tendons. Before long, it fell on its knees beside the road to the lands of the Indaril and pitched over, to be discovered 80 days later by a merchant caravan on its way to the capital of Veloth, Anon Almalexia. Vivek had not been among his people all the days of his pre-life, so he stayed silent and let the chimera in the caravan think that the simulacrum was broken and empty. A Chimeri warrior who was protecting the caravan said, "Look here how the Dwemer try to fool us as ever, crafting our likenesses out of their flesh metals. We should take this to the capital and show our mother Ayem. She will want to see this new strategy of our enemies." But the merchant captain said, "I doubt that we shall be paid well for the effort. We can make more money if we stop at Normok and sell it to the Red Wives of Dagon, who pay well for the wonders made by the deep folk." But another Chimer, who was wise in the ways of prophecy, looked on the simulacrum with disquietude. "Was I not hired on to help you seek the best of fortunes? I say you should listen to your warrior then, and take this thing to Ayem, for though manufactured by our enemies, there is something in it that will become sacred, or has been already." The merchant captain took pause then and looked on the simulacrum of the Nechiman's wife, and, though he heeded always the advice of his seers, could do no more than think of the profits to be made at Normoch. He thought mainly of the Red Wive's form of recompense, which was four-cornered and good-wounded, a belly magic known nowhere else under the moons. His lust made him deny Ayem his mother. He gave order to change course for Normoch. Before the caravan could get underway again, the Chimeri warrior who had counseled a passage to the capital threw his money to the merchant captain and said, "I will pay you thus for the simulacrum and warn you. War is coming with the shaggy men of the north, and I will not have my mother Ayem at uneven odds with one enemy while tending to another." "Nerevar," the merchant captain said, "this is not enough. I am triune in my own way, but I follow the road of my body and demand more." Then Vivek could not remain silent anymore and said into Nerevar's head these words, "You can hear the words, so run away. Come, Hortator, unfold into a clear unknown. Stay quiet until you've slept in the yesterday, and say no elegies for the melting stone." So Nerevar slew the merchant captain and took the caravan for his own. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 6 by Vivek. Sermon 6. You have discovered the 6th sermon of Vivek, which was hidden in the words that came next to the Hortator. There is an eon within itself that when unraveled becomes the first sentence of the world. Mephala and Azura are the twin gates of tradition, and Boethia is the secret flame. The sun shall be eaten by lions, which cannot be found yet in Veloth. 6 are the vests and garments worn by the suppositions of men. Proceed only with the simplest terms, for all others are enemies and will confuse you. 6 are the formulas to heaven by violence, one that you have learned by studying these words. The Father is a machine and the mouth of a machine. His only mystery is an invitation to elaborate further. The Mother is active and clawed like a nixhound, yet she is the holiest of those that reclaim their days. The Son is myself, Vek, and I am unto 3, 6, 9, and the rest that come after, glorious and sympathetic, without borders, utmost in the perfections of this world and the others, sword and symbol, pale like gold. There is a 4th kind of philosophy that uses nothing but disbelief. For by the sword I mean the sensible, for by the word I mean the dead. I am Vek, your protector, and the protector of Red Mountain until the end of days, which are numbered 3,333. Below me is the savage, which we needed to remove ourselves from the Altmer. Above me is a challenge, which bathes itself in fire and the essence of a god. Through me you are desired, unlike the prophets that have borne your name before. 6 are the walking ways, from enigma to enemy to teacher. Boethia and Azura are the principles of the universal plot, which is begetting, which is creation, and Mephala makes of it an art form. For by the sword I mean the first night, for by the word I mean the dead. There will be a splendor in your name when it is said to be true. 6 are the guardians of Veloth, 3 before and they are born again, and they will test you until you have the proper tendencies of the hero. There is a world that is sleeping, and you must guard against it. For by the sword I mean the dual nature. For by the word I mean animal life. For by the sword I mean preceded by a sigh. For by the word I mean preceded by a wolf. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons. Sermon 7 by Vivek. Sermon 7. As the caravan of Nerevar now made for the capital of Veloth, anon Almalexia, there came great rumblings from the oblivion. A duke among scamps wandered into the house of troubles, pausing before each scripture door to pay his respects, until finally he was met by the major domo of Mehrunes Dagon. The Duke of Scamps said, "I was summoned by Lord Dagon, master of the foul waters and fire, and I have brought the penance of my 7 legions." The major domo, whose head was a bubble of foul water and fire, bowed low so that the head of the Duke of Scamps became enclosed in his own. He saw the first pennant, which commanded a legion of grim warriors who could die at least twice. He saw the second pennant, which commanded a legion of winged bulls and the Emperor of Color that rode upon each. He saw the third pennant, which commanded a legion of inverted gorgons, great snakes whose scales were the faces of men. He saw the fourth pennant, which commanded a legion of double-crossed lovers. He saw the fifth pennant, which commanded a legion of jumping wounds looking to hop onto a victim. He saw the sixth pennant, which commanded a legion of abridged planets. He saw the seventh pennant, which commanded a legion of armored winning moves. To which the major domo said, "Duke Kauta, your legions, while mighty, are not enough to destroy Nerevar or the Triune Way. Look upon the Hortator, and see the wisdom he takes to wife." And they looked into the middle world and saw, evaporating in a throng of thunder, of red war and chitin men, where destines take him further from our ways, the heat that we have wanted, and pray they still remember, where destines clothe the distance, glad in the golden east that we saw it now, instead of the war and repair, of the oblivious fracture, a curse on the Hortator, and two more on his hands. And the Duke of Scamp saw the palms of the Hortator, upon which the egg had written these words of power, Gartok Padome, Gartok Padome. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons. Sermon 8 by Vivek. Sermon 8. And presently Nerevar and Vivek were within sight of the capital, and the four corners of the House of Troubles knew that it was not time to contest them. The caravan musicians made a great song of entrance, and the 11 gates of the morning hold were thrown wide. Ayam was accompanied by her husband's state, a flickering image that was channeled to her ever-changing female need. Around her were the shouts, a guild now forgotten, who carried with them the whims of the people. For the Velothi then were still mostly good at heart. The shouts were the counselors of Ayam and the country, though they sometimes quarreled and needed Sate to wring them into usefulness. Ayam approached Nerevar, who was by now adorned in the flags of House Indoril. He gifted her with the simulacrum of the Nechaman's wife, and the egg of Vivek inside. Ayam said to Nerevar, "Sate, who is Azura, has revealed that war is come, and that the Hortator that shall deliver us will approach with a solution walking at his side." Nerevar said, "I have traveled out of my way to warn you of the deceit of our enemies, the Dwemer, but I have learned much on the journey, and have changed my mind. This Nechaman's wife you see at my side is a sword and a symbol, and there is prophecy inside. It tells me that, like it, we must for a while be like he is, and as a people, cloaked in our former enemies, and to use their machines without shame." At which Vivek spoke aloud, "Boethia, who as you wore the skin of Trinimac to cleanse the faults of Veloth, my queen, and so it should be again. This is the walking way of the glorious." Sate appeared out of a cloud of iron vapor, and his minions made of their blood a chair. He sat beside Ayam and looked on the rebirth of mastery. Vivek said to them, his triune, "My rituals and ordeals and all the rhymes within use no other motive than the revelation of my skin." Ayam said, "Ayam Isedi Ivek, we are delivered and made whole. The diamond of the black hands is uncovered." Sate said, "Wherever so he treads, there is invisible scripture." To which the shouts were silent in sudden reading. Vivek then reached out from the egg, all his limbs and features, merging with the simulacrum of his mother, gilled and blended in all the arts of the star-wounded East, under water and in fire and in metal and in ash, 6 times the wise, and he became the union of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite, the martial axiom, the sex-death of language and unique in all the middle world. He said, "Let us now guide the hands of the Hortator in war and its aftermath, for we go different, and in thunder, this is our destiny. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi, The 36 Lessons, Sermon 9 by Vivek. Then came the war with the northern men, where Vivek did guide the Hortator into swift and tricky union with the Dwemer. The greatest demon chieftains of the frigid west were those listed below, 5 in unholy number. Haga, the mouth of mud, who appeared as a great bearded king, had the powers of marshalling and breathing the earth. On the battlefields, this demon would often be seen on the sidelines, eating the soil voraciously. When his men fell, Haga would fill their bodies back with it, whereupon they would rise again and fight, albeit slower. He had a secret name, Fenja, and destroyed 17 Chimeri villages and 2 Dwemer strongholds before being turned away. Kemua, the running hunger, who appeared as a mounted soldier with full helm, had the powers of heart roaring and of sky sickening. He ate the Chimeri hero, Dres Kizumeti, sending the spirit back to the Hortator as an assassin. Sometimes called First Blighter, Kemua could give Cloud stomach aches and turn the rain of Veloth into bile. He destroyed 6 Chimeri villages before he was slain by Vivek and the Hortator. Bahag, the two-tongued, who appeared as a great bearded king, had the powers of surety and form change. His raiders were small in number, but ran amok in the west hinterlands, killing many Velothi trappers and scouts. He fell in a great debate with Vivek, for the warrior poet alone could understand the northern man's 2-layered speech, though Alm Sivi had to remain invisible during the argument. Barfok, maid of plains, who appeared as a winged human with lick-encrusted spear, had the powers of event denouement. Battles fought against her would always end in victory for Barfok, because she could shape outcomes by singing. 4 Chimeri villages and 2 more Dwemer strongholds were destroyed by her decision enforcement. Vivek had to stuff her mouth with his milk finger to keep her from singing Veloth into ruin. Ysmir, the dragon of the north, who always appears as a great bearded king, had powers innumerable and echoing. He was grim and dark, and the most silent of the invading chieftains, though when he spoke villages were uplifted and thrown into the sea. The Hortator fought him unarmed, grabbing the dragon's roars by hand until Ysmir's power throat bled. These roars were given to Vivek to bind into an ebony listening frame, which the warrior poet placed on Ysmir's face and ears to drive him mad and drive him away. The coming forth and the driving away brings all things around. What I shall say next is unpleasant to record. Herma Mora Altadun, Ei Altadun. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 10 by Vivek. Sermon 10. You have discovered the 10th sermon of Vivek, which was hidden in the words that came in the aftermath to the Hortator. The evoker shall raise his left hand empty and open, to indicate he needs no weapons of his own. The coming forth is always hidden, so the evoker is always invisible, or better, in the skin of his enemies. The eyelid of the kingdom shall fill 36 folios, but the eye shall read the world. By this, the Hortator needs me to understand. The sword is an impatient signature. Write no contracts on the dead. Vivek says unto the Horta to remember the words of Boetia. We pledge ourselves to you, the frame-maker, the scarab, a world for us to love you in, a cloak of dirt to cherish, betrayed by your ancestors when you were not even looking. Hoary Magnus and his ventured opinions cannot sway the understated, a trick worthy of the always satisfied, a short season of towers, a run-down absolution, and what is this but fire under your eyelid? Shift ye in your skin, I say to the Trinomac eaters. Pitch your voices into the color of bruise. Divide ye like your enemies, in houses, and lay your laws in set sequence from the center, again, like the enemy corners of the house of troubles, and see yourself thence as timber, or mud slats, or sheets of resin. Then do not divide, For yet is the stride of Sithisit quicker than the rush of enemies, and he will sunder the whole for the sake of a shingle. For we go different, and in thunder. Sithisit is the start of all true houses, built against stasis and lazy slaves. Turn from your predilections, broken like false maps, move and move like this. Quicken against false fathers, mothers left in corners weeping for glass and rain. Stasis asks merely for nothing, for itself, which is nothing, as you were in the 8 everlasting imperfections. Vivek says unto the hortator, remember the words of Vivek. Understand that Sithisit still travels. Vivek says unto the hortator, remember the words of Vivek. In a phosphorescent mirror of the sky. Vivek says unto the hortator, remember the words of Vivek. Drowned and smiling. Vivek says unto the hortator, remember the words of Vivek. Intermittent hopes enough. Vivek says unto the hortator, remember the words of Vivek. To answer all the things. Vivek says unto the hortator, remember the words of Vivek. Not yet queried. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 11 by Vivek, Sermon 11. These were the days of Resdainia, when Chimir and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almsivi and their champion the Hortator. When the gods of Veloth would retreat unto their own, to mold the cosmos and other matters, the Hortator would at times become confused. Vivek would always be there to advise him, and this is the first of the 3 lessons of ruling kings. The waking world is the amnesia of dream. All motifs can be mortally wounded. Once slain, themes turn into the structure of future nostalgia. Do not abuse your powers or they will lead you astray. They will leave you like rebellious daughters. They will lose their virtue. They will become lost and resentful, and finally become pregnant with the seed of folly. Soon you will be the grandparent of a broken state. You will be mocked. It will fall apart like a stone that recalls that it is really water. Keep nothing in your house that is neither needed or beautiful. Ordeals you should face unimpeded by the world of restriction. The splendor of stars is Iam's domain. The selfishness of the sea is Sate's. I rule the middle air. All else is earth and under your temporal command. There is no bone that cannot be broken except for the heart bone. You will see it twice in your lifetimes. Take what you can the first time, and let us do the rest. There is no true symbolism of the center. The Sharmat will believe there is. He will feel that he can cause years of exuberance from sitting in the sacred, when really no one can leave that state and cause anything more but strife. There is once more the case of the symbolic and barren. The true prince that is cursed and demonized will be adored at last with full hearts. According to the codes of Mephala, there can be no official art, only fixation points of complexity that will erase from the awe of the people given enough time. This is a secret that hides another. An impersonal survival is not the way of the ruling king. Embrace the art of the people and marry it, and by that I mean secretly have it murdered. The ruling king that sees in another his equivalent rules nothing. The secret of weapons is this: they are the mercy seat. The secret of language is this: it is immobile. The ruling king is armored head to toe in brilliant flame. He is redeemed by each act he undertakes. His death is only a diagram back to the waking world. He sleeps the second way. The Sharmat is his double, and therefore you wonder if you rule nothing. Hortator and Sharmat, 1 and 1, 11, an inelegant number. Which of the ones is the more important? Could you ever tell if they switched places? I can, and that is why you will need me. According to the codes of Mephala, there is no difference between the theorist and the terrorist. Even the most cherished desire disappears in their hands. This is why Mephala has black hands. Bring both of yours to every argument. The one-handed king finds no remedy. When you approach God, however, cut both of them off. God has no need of theory, and he is armored head to toe in terror. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 12 by Vivek. Sermon 12. As the hortator pondered the first lesson of ruling kings, Vivek wandered into the morning hold and found that Ayam was with a pair of lovers. Sate had divided himself again. Vivek then leapt through into their likenesses to observe, but he gained no secrets that he did not already know. He left a few of his own behind to make the journey worthwhile. Then Vivek left the capital of Veloth and wandered far into the ash. He found a span of badlands to practice his giant form. He made of his feet a less dense material than the divine to keep from falling waist deep into the earth. At this point, the first corner of the House of Troubles, the Prince Molag Bal, made his presence known. Vivek looked on the King of Rape and said, "How very beautiful you are, that you do not join us." And Molag Bal crushed the warrior poet's feet, which were not invulnerable, and had legions cleave them off. Mighty fires from the beginning place were brought like nets to hold Vivek, and he let them. "I would prefer," he said, "some kind of ceremony if we are to be married." And the legions that took the feet were summoned again and ordered to begin a banquet. Pomegranates sprang from the badlands and tents were raised. A throng of Velothi mystics came, reading the passages of the severed feet on the ground and weeping until the scriptures were wet. "We must love each other briefly," Vivek said, "if at all. I am needed to counsel the hortator in more important matters because the Dwemery high priests stir up trouble. You may have my head for an hour." Molag Bal rose up and extended 6 arms to show his worth. They were decorated in runes of seduction and its reverse. They were decorated in the annotated calendars of longer worlds. When he spoke, mating monsters fell out. "Where must it go?" he said. "I told you," Vivek said. "I am meant to be the teacher of the King of the Earth. A.E. Altadun Gartok Padame." With these magic words, the King of Rape added another, Chim, which is the secret syllable of royalty. Vivek had what he needed from the Daedroth and so married him that day. In the hour that Bal had his head, the King of Rape asked for proof of love. Vivek spoke 2 poems to show him such, but only the first is known. I'm not sure just how much glass it took to make your hair. Twice as much, I am sure, as the oceans have to share. Hell, my sweet, is a fiction written by those who tell the truth. My mouth is skilled at lying, and its alibi a tooth. The sons and daughters of Vivek and Molag Bal number in the thousands. The name of the mightiest is a string of power. Gulga Mor Jil Hyayet A Hum. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 13, by Vivek. Sermon 13. These were the days of Resdania, when Chimere and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almsivi and their champion, the Hortator. When the gods of Veloth would retreat unto their own, to mold the cosmos and other matters, the Hortator would at times become confused. Vivek would always be there to advise him, and this is the second of the 3 lessons of ruling kings. The secret syllable of royalty is this: you must learn this elsewhere. The temporal myth is man. The magical cross is an integration of the worth of mortals at the expense of their spirits. Surround it with the triangle, and you begin to see the triune house. It becomes divided into corners, which are ruled by our brethren, the 4 corners, Baal, Dagon, Malak, Sheog. Rotate the triangle, and you pierce the heart of the beginning place, the foul lie, the testament of the irrefutable for a span. Above them all is the horizon, where only one stands, though no one stands there yet. It is proof of the new. It is the promise of the wise. Unfold the whole, and what you have is a star, which is not my domain, but not entirely outside my judgment. The grand design takes flight. It is transformed not only into a star, but a hornet. The center cannot hold. It becomes devoid of lines and points. It becomes devoid of anything, and so becomes a receptacle. This is its usefulness at the end. This is its promise. The sword is the cross, and Almsivi is the triune house around it. If there is to be an end, I must be removed. The ruling king must know this, and I will test him. I will murder him time and again until he knows this. I am the defender of the last and the last. To remove me is to refill the heart that lay dormant at the center that cannot hold. I am the sword, I am the star. Set the mechanism that allows the transformation of the world. Ours is the duty to keep the compromise from being filled with Black Sea. The Sharmet sleeps at the center. He cannot bear to see it removed, the world of reference. This is the folly of the false dreamer. This is the amnesia of dream, or its power, or its circumvention. This is the weaker magic, and it is barbed in venom. This is why I say, the secret to swords is the mercy seat. It is my throne. I am become the voice of Almsevi. The world will know me more than my sister and brother. I am the psychopomp. I am the killer of the weeds of Veloth. Veloth is the center that cannot hold. I am is the plot. Sate is the ending. I am the enigma that must be removed. These are why my words are armed to the teeth. The ruling king is to stand against me and then before me. He is to learn from my punishment. I will mark him to know. He is to come as male or female. I am the form he must acquire. Because a ruling king that sees in another, his equivalent rules nothing. This is what was said to the hortator when Vivek was not whole. The ending of the words is Almsevi. The 36 Lessons. Sermon 14 by Vivek. Sermon 14. Vivek lay with Molag Bal for 80 days and ate, though headless. In that time, the prince placed the warrior poet's feet back and filled them with the blood of Daedra. In this way, Vivek's giant form remained forever harmless to good earth. The pomegranate banquet brought many spirits back from the dead, so that the sons and daughters of the union had much to eat besides fruit. The Duke of Scamps came while the banquet was still underway, and Molag Bal looked on the 7 penance with anger. The king of rape had become necessary, and therefore troubled for the rest of time. His legions and Kautas fell into open war, but the children of Molag Bal and Vivek were too elaborate in power and form. The Duke of Scamps therefore became a lesser thing, as did all his own children. Molag Bal said to them, "You are the sons of liars, dogs, and wolf-headed women. They have been useless to summon ever since. The Holy One returned at last, Vek, golden with wisdom. His head found its body had been tenderly used. He mentioned this to Molag Bal, who told him that he should thank the barons of Muv like this. For I have yet to learn how to refine my rapture. My love is accidentally shaped like a spear." So Vivek, who had a grain of Ayam's mercy, set about to teach Molag Bal in the ways of belly magic. They took their spears out and compared them. Vivek bit new words onto the king of rapes, so that it might give more than ruin to the uninitiated. This has since become a forbidden ritual, though people still practice it in secret. Here is why. The Velothi and demons and monsters that were watching all took out their own spears. There was much biting, and the earth became wet. And this was the last laugh of Molag Bal. Watch as the earth shall crack, heavy with so much power that should have been forever unalike. Then that stretch of badlands that had been the site of the marriage fragmented, and threw fire. And a race that is no more but that was terrible at the time to behold, came forth. Born of the biters, that is all they did. And they ran amok across the lands of Veloth, and even to the shores of Red Mountain. But Vivek made of his spear a more terrible thing, from a secret he had bitten off from the king of rape. And so he sent Molag Bal tumbling into the crack of the biters, and swore forever that he would not deem the king beautiful ever again. Vivek wept as he slew all those around him with his terrible new spear. He named it Muatra, which is milk taker, and even the Chimeri mystics knew his fury. Anyone struck by Vivek at this time turned barren and withered into bone shapes. The path of bones became a sentence for the stars to read, and the heavens have never known children since. Vivek hunted down the biters one by one, and all their progeny, and he killed them all by means of the 9 apertures, and the wise still hide theirs from Muatra. The ending of the words is Amsivi. The 36 Lessons. Sermon 15 by Vivek. Sermon 15. These were the days of Resdania, when Khymer and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almsivi, and their champion, the Hortator. When the gods of Veloth would retreat unto their own, to mold the cosmos and other matters, the Hortator would at times become confused. Vivek would always be there to advise him, and this is the third of the 3 lessons of ruling kings. The ruling king will remove me, his maker. This is the way of all children. His greatest enemy is the Sharmat, who is the false dreamer. You or he is the shingle Hortator. Beware the wrong walking path. Beware the crime of benevolence. Behold him by his words. I am the Sharmat. I am older than music. What I bring is light. What I bring is a star. What I bring is an ancient sea. When you sleep you see me, dancing at the core. It is not a blight, it is my house. I put a star into the world's mouth to murder it, tear down the pylons, my blind fish, swim in the new, phlogiston, tear down the pylons, my deaf moons, sing and burn and orbit me. I am older than music. What I bring is light. What I bring is a star. What I bring is an ancient sea. You alone, though you come again and again, can unmake him. Whether I allow it is within my wisdom. Go unarmed into his den with these words of power. I Gartok Padome, Chim, I Altadun, or do not. The temporal myth is man. Reach heaven by violence. This magic I give to you. The world you will rule is only an intermittent hope, and you must be the letter written in uncertainty. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons. Sermon 16 by Vivek. Sermon 16. The Hortator wandered through the morning hold, wrestling with the lessons he had learned. They were slippery in his mind. He could not always keep the words straight and knew that this was a danger. He wandered to find Vivek, his lord and master, the glory of the image of Veloth, and found him of all places in the temple of false thinking. There, clockwork shears were taking off Vivek's hair. A beggar king had brought his loom and was making of the hair an incomplete map of adulthood and death. Naravar said, "Why are you doing this, my lord?" Vivek said, "To make room for the fire." And the Hortator could see that Vivek was out of sorts, though not because of the impending new power to come. The Golden Warrior poet had been exercising his water face as well, learned from the Droofs before he was born. Naravar said, "Is this to keep you from the fire?" Vivek said, "It is so that I may see with truth. It, and my place here at the altar of Padome, in the house of false thinking, serve so that I may see beyond my own secrets. The water face cannot lie. It comes from the ocean, which is too busy to think, much less lie. Moving water resembles truth by its trembling." Naravar said, "I am afraid to become slipshod in my thinking." Vivek said, "Reach heaven by violence then." So to quiet his mind, the Hortator chose from the fight racks an axe. He named it, and moved on to the first moon. There, Naravar was greeted by the Parliament of Craters, who knew him by title and resented his presence, for he was to be a ruling king of Earth, and this was the lunar realm. They shifted around him in a pattern of entrapment. "The moon does not recognize crowns or scepters," they said, "nor the representatives of kingdoms below, lion or serpent or mathematician. We are the graves of those that have migrated and become ancient countries. We seek no queens or thrones. Your appearance is decidedly solar, which is to say a library of stolen ideas. We are neither tear nor sorrow. Our revolution succeeded in the manner that was written. You are the hortator and unwelcome here. And so Nerevar carved at the grave ghosts until he was out of breath, and their parliament could make no new laws. He said, I am not of the slaves that perish. Of the members of parliament, only a few survived the hortator's attack. A surviving crater said, appropriation is nothing new. Everything happens of itself. This motif is by no means unassociated with hero myths. You have not acted with the creative impulse. You fall below the weight of destiny. We are graves but not coffins. Know the difference. You have only dug more and supplied no ghosts to reside within. Central to your claim is the predominance of frail events. To be judged by the earth is to sit on a throne of wonder. Why? Damage us more, and you will find naught but the absence of our dead. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 17, by Vivek, Sermon 17. I am an atlas of smoke. With this, Vivek become greater than he had been. These were the days of Resdania, when Khymer and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almsivi and their champion, the Hortator. Seek me without effort, for I take many shapes. The Hortator was still trying to subdue the heavens with an axe. He was thrown out of the library of the sun by the power of Magnus. Vivek found him in a grub field outside of the swamps of the Dishan plain. They walked for a span in silence, for Nerevar had been humbled, and Vivek still had mercy in his hand. Soon they were walking across the eastern sea to the land of snakes and snow demons. Vivek wanted to show the Hortator the fighting styles of foreign tongues. They learned the idiom stroke from the pillow book of the Tsaishi king. It is shaped like the inside of this page. The Tsaishi serpents vowed to have their vengeance on the west at least 3 times. They walked farther and saw the spiked waters at the edge of the map. Here the spirit of limitation gifted them with a spoke and bade them find the rest of the wheel. The Hortator said, the edge of the world is made of swords. Vivek corrected him. They are the bottom row of the world's teeth. They walked to the north to the elder wood and found nothing but frozen bearded kings. They came to the west where the black men dwelt. For a year they studied under their sword saints, and then for another, Vivek taught them the virtue of the little reward. Vivek chose a king for a wife and made another race of monsters which ended up destroying the West completely. To a warrior chief, Vivek said, we must not act and speak as if asleep. Nerevar wondered if there was anything to learn in the south, but Vivek remained silent and only led them back to Red Mountain. Here, Vivek said, is the last of the last. Within it, the Sharmat waits. But they both knew that the time was not ready to contest the Sharmat, and so they engaged in combat with each other. Vivek marked the Hortator in this way for all of the Velothi to see. He sealed the wound with the blessing of Ayam Azura. At the end of the battle, the Hortator found that he had gathered 7 more spokes. He attempted to attach them and form a staff, but Vivek would not let him, saying, it is not the time for that. Nerevar said, where did I find these? Vivek said that they had collected them from around the world, though some had come invisibly. I am the wheel, he said, and took that shape. Before the emptiness at the center could live too long, Nerevar put in the spokes. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 18, by Vivek, Sermon 18. Now Vivek felt that he had taught the Hortator as much as he could before the war with the Dwemer came. The warrior poet decided he had to begin his Book of Hours at that point because the world was about to bend with its age. Vivek entered the morning hold and announced to Ayem that he was going to fight 9 monsters that had escaped the Muatra. I will return, he said, to deal the last blow to the grand architect of the Dwemer. Ayem said, out of 9, you will find only 8, though they be mighty. The last is already destroyed by your decision to create the Book of Hours. Vivek understood that Ayem meant himself. "Why?" she asked. "Are you in doubt?" Vivek knew that his doubt made him the sword of the Triune, and so he did not feel shame or fear. Instead, he explained, and these are the words: "Can a member of the Invisible Gate become so archaic that its successor is not so much an improvement of the exact model, but rather a related model that is just needed more because of the currency of the world's condition? As the mother, you do not have to worry unless things in the future are so strange that even Sate cannot understand. Neither does the executioner or the fool, but I am neither." These ideals are not going to change in nature, even though they may change in representation. But even in the West, the Rainmaker vanishes. No one needs him anymore. Can one oust the model, not because the model is set according to an ideal, but because it is tied to an ever-changing unconscious mortal agenda? This is what was said to Ayem when Vivek was whole. The wise shall not mistake this. Ayem said, "This is why you were born of a Nechiman's wife, and destined to merge with the simulacrum of your mother, gilled and blended in all the arts of the star-wounded East, under water and in fire and in metal and in ash, 6 times the wise, to become the union of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite, the martial axiom, the sex death of language and unique in all the middle world." Vivek knew then why he would record his Book of Hours. This sermon is forbidden. In this world and others, 18 less 1, the victor, is the magical disc, hurled to reach heaven by violence. This sermon is untrue. The ending of the world is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 19, by Vivek, Sermon 19. Vivek put on his armor and stepped into a non-spatial space filling to capacity with mortal interaction and information, a canvasless cartography of every single mind it has ever known, an event that had developed some semblance of a divine spark. He said, "Well, from here I shall launch my attack on the 8 monsters." Vivek then saw the moths that would come from the starry heart, bringing with them dust more horrible than the ash of Red Mountain. He saw the twin head of a ruling king who had no equivalent, and 8 imperfections, rubbed into precious stones, set into a crown that looked like shackles, which he understood to be the twin crowns of the 2-headed king, and a river that fed into the mouth of the 2-headed king because he contained multitudes. Vivek then built the provisional house at the center of the secret door. From here he could watch the age to come. Of the house is written, "Cornerstone 1 has a finger, buried under, pointing through. Dirt, slow low in the ground. North cannot be guessed, and yet it is spirit-free. Cornerstone 2 has a tongue, and even dust can be talkative. Listen, and you will see the love the ancient libraries need. Cornerstone 3 has a bit of string, shaped like your favorite color. A girl remembers who left it there, but she is afraid to dig it out and see what it is attached to. Cornerstone 4 has 9 bones, removed carefully from a black cat, arranged in the fashion of this word, protecting us from our enemies. Your house is safe now. So why is it? Your house is safe now. So why is it? The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 20, by Vivek, Sermon 20. The first monster was actually 2, having been born twice like his mother-father, Vivek. He was not the mightiest of the 8 to escape Muatra, but his actions were the most worrisome. He was known as Moon Axle, and he harvested the leftovers foibles of nature. This he did twice, as was said, and the second harvest always brought ruin or unwritten law. His aspect was faceted like a polyhedron. No perils are mentioned in the finding of Moon Axle, but it was known that he was immune to spears, so Vivek had to use the sword not held against him. Before he took issue with the monster, the warrior poet asked, "How came you to be immune to spears?" To which Moon Axle replied, "Mine is a dual nature. and protean. I am in fact made of many straight lines, though none last too long. In this way, I have learned to ignore all true segments. Luckily, the sword not held was curved, and therefore could cut into Moon Axle, and before the sun was up, he was bleeding from many wounds. Vivek did not slay him outright, for to do so would keep the foibles of nature within him, and not back where they belonged. Soon Vivek had traced geography right again, and Moon Axle was ready to be slain. Vivek rose up in his giant form, to be terrible to look upon. He reached into the west and pulled out a canyon, holding it like a horn. He reached east and ate a handful of Nyx hounds. Blowing their spirits through the canyon made a terrible wail, not unlike an unsolved woman. He said, "Let this overtake you." And Moon Axle was overtaken by the curvatures of stolen souls. They wrapped about the monster like resin, until finally he could not move, nor could his dual nature. Vivek said, "Now you are solved," and pierced his child with Muatra. Moon Axle had been reduced to something static, and therefore shattered. The lines of Moon Axle were collected by Velothi philosophers and taken into caves. There, and for a year, Vivek taught the philosophers how to turn the lines of his son into the spokes of mystery wheels. This was the birth of the first whirling school. Before, there had only been the surface thought of fire. Vivek looked at his first wheeling students and observed, "Alike, the egg-layered universe is this morbid possession of three distant coverage, soul-wrecked and alive, like my name is alive. In this cloister, you have discovered one walking path, hilled like a sword, but more coursant. So edged it is that it has to be whispered, to keep the tongue from bleeding, where its signs evacuate their former meanings, like empires that tarry too long. The sword is estrangement from statesmanship. Look on the estimable lines of my son, now crafted starwise, his every limb equidistant from the center. Is he solved because I will it so? There cannot be a second stage. Think on the theory that my existence promulgates the five elements, and alike the egg-layered universe I am cause for great density. Here is a thought that can break the wagon's axle. Here is another that can soar." The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 21. By Vivek, Sermon 21. The Scripture of the Wheel, first. The spokes are the 8 components of chaos, as yet solidified by the law of time, static change, if you will, something the lizard gods refer to as the striking. That is the reptile wheel, coiled potential, ever preamble to the never action. Second, they are the lent bones of the Aedra, the 8 gift limbs to Sithicet, the wet earth of the new star our home. Outside them is the Orbis, and not within. Like most things inexplicable, it is a circle. Circles are confused serpents, striking and never given leave to bite. The Aedra would have you believe different, but they were givers before liars. Lies have turned them into biters. Their teeth are the proselytizers. To convert is to place oneself in the mouth of falsehood. Even to propitiate is to be swallowed. Third, the enlightened are those uneaten by the world. Fourth, the spaces between the gift limbs number 16, the signal shapes of the demon princedoms. It is the key and the lock, Ceres and Manticore. Fifth, look at the majesty sideways, and all you see is the tower, which our ancestors made idols from. Look at its center, and all you see is the begotten whole, second serpent, womb ready for the right reaching, exact and without enchantment. Sixth, the heart of the second serpent holds the secret triangular gate. Seventh, look at the secret triangular gate sideways, and you see the secret tower. Eighth, the secret tower within the tower is the shape of the only name of God, I. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 22, by Vivek, Sermon 22. Then Vivek left the first whirling school and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house, he looked into the middle world to find the second monster, which was called the Treasurewood Sword. Within years of the pomegranate banquet, it had become a lessening tune to the lower Velothi houses. They preached of its power. The Treasurewood Sword, splinter scintilla of the high and glorious, he who wields it becomes self-known. The warrior poet appeared as a visitation in the ancestor alcove of House Mora, whose rose-worn Prince of Garlands was a hero against the northern demons. Vivek congregated with the bones. He said, "A scavenger cannot acquire a silk sash and expect to discover the greater systems of its predecessor. Perfect happiness is embraced only by the weeping. Give me back, and do so freely, what is barren of my marriage, and I will not erase you from the thought realm of God. Your line has a notable enchantress that my sister Ayem is fond of, and from her murky wisdom alone do I condescend to ask." A bone walker emerged from a wall. It had 3 precious stones set in its lower jaw, a magical practice of old. One was opal, the color of opal. The bone walker bowed to the Prince of the Middle Air and said, "The Treasurewood Sword will not leave our house. Bargains were made with the Black Hands Mafala, the greater shade." Vivek kissed the first precious stone and said, "Animal picture, rude walker. Go back to the lamp that stays lit in water and store no more messages of useless noise. Down." He kissed the second precious stone and said, "Proud residue soon dispersed. Serve no guarantees made in my foreimage and demand nothing of its underskin. I am master evermore. Down." He kissed the opal and said, "Down I take thee." And then Vivek withdrew into the hidden places and found the darkest mothers of the Morag Tong, taking them all to wife and filling them with undusted loyalty that tasted of summer salt. They became as black queens, screaming live with 100 murderous sons, 1,000 murderous arms, and 100,000 murderous hands, one vast moving event of thrusting kill laughter in alleys, palaces, workshops, cities, and secret halls. Their movements among the holdings of the Ra'athim were as rippled endings, heaving between times, with all fates leading to swallowed knives, murder as moaning, God's holy rape erasure of wet death. The King of Assassins presented to Vivek the Treasurewood Sword. "My lord," the King of Assassins said, "the Prince of House Mora is now fond of you as well." I placed him in the corner of Dagon. His eyes I set into a fire prayer for the wicked. His mouth I stuffed with birds. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 23. By Vivek, Sermon 23. The Scripture of the Sword, first. The sword, treated as a delicate meal, is the symbolic collage. It serves you well in the first half of life. Name one dynasty that knows this not. Second, the unity of my approach is understood by the immobile warrior. True eyes are acquired. Rejoice as my own subjects and realms. I build for you a city of swords, by which I mean laws that cut the people who live there into better shapes. Third, girls burn their dresses on my arrival if I am armored. They crawl to me as bled pilgrims. Minor spirits die without trace. Follow me of all the Alm Sivi if you are to mark your days with killing. A.E. Altadun, the third law of weaponry. Fourth, the immobile warrior is never fatigued. He cuts sleep holes in the middle of a battle to regain his strength. Fifth, instinct is not reflex action, but many miracles held in reserve. I am the welfare that decides which warrior will emerge. Beg not for luck. Serve me to win. Sixth, the span of the apparently inactivated is your love of the absolute. The birth of God from the Nechaman's wife is the abortion of kindness from love. Seventh, the true sword is able to cut chains of generations, which is to say, the creation myths of your enemies. Look on me as the exiled garden. All else is uncut weed. 8th, I give you an ancient road tempered by the second walking way. Your hands must be huge to wield any sword the size of an ancient road, and yet he who is of right stature may irritate the sun with only a stick. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 24, by Vivek, Sermon 24. Then Vivek left the house of assassins and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house, he looked into the middle world to find the third monster, called Horde Mountain. It was made of modular warriors running free but spaced according to pattern, and from the highest warrior who could cut clouds, they spread out beneath him like a tree, a skirt whose bottom circle was an army that ran through the ash. Vivek admired the cone shape of his child, and remembered with joy the whirlwind of fighting styles that instructed him during the days before life. Vivek moved into Veloth saying, "Onus." But before he could even get within sword span of the monster, a trio of lower houses had trapped Horde Mountain in a net of doubtful doctrine. When they saw their lord, the Velothi cheered. "We are happy to serve you and win," they said. Vivek smiled at those brave souls around him, and summoned celebration demons to cleave unto the victors. There was a great display of love and duty around the netted monster, and Vivek was at the center with a headdress made of mating bones. He laughed and told mystical jokes and made the heads of the three houses merry and become a new order. "You shall forever be now my buoyant armigers," he said. Then Vivek pierced Horde Mountain with Muatra, and made of it all a big bag of bones. At the touch of his right hand, the net became right scripture, and he threw it all northeasterly. The contents spread out like sugar glows, and Vivek and the buoyant armigers ran under it laughing. Finally, the bones of Horde Mountain landed and became the foundation stones for the City of Swords, which Vivek named after his own sigil, and the net fell across it all in between, or became as bridges between bones. And since its segments had been touched by his holy wisdom, they became the most perfect of all city streets in the known worlds. Throngs of Velothi came to the new city, and Ayam and Sate gave it their blessing. The streets were filled with laughter and love, and the strength of tree-shaped enemy children. Ayam said, "To my sister-brother's city, I give the holy protection of House Indaril, whose powers and thrones know no equal under heaven. Wherefrom came the Hortator?" Sate said, "To my sister-brother's city I give safe passage through the dark corners still left of Molag Bal, and I give it this spell as well, Sotaha Sil, which is my name to the mighty. It will protect the lost unless their flight is on purpose, and fill all the roads and alleys with the mystery paths of civilization, and give the city a mind and make of it a conduit to the full concentrate of the Almsivi." Thus was founded the city of Vivek in the days of Resdania. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 25, by Vivek, Sermon 25. The scripture of the city. All cities are born of solid light. Such is my city, his city. But then the light subsides, revealing the bright and terrible angel of Veloth. He is in his pre-chimerical form, demonic Vehk, gaunt and pale and beautiful, skin stretched painfully thin on birds' bones, feathered serpents encircling his arms. His wings are spread out behind him, their red and yellow ends like razors in the sun. The wispy mass of his fire hair floats as if underwater, milky in the nimbus of light that crowns his head. His presence is undeniable, the awe too much to bear. This is God's city, different from others. Cities from foreign countries put their denizens to sleep and walk to the star-wounded east to pay homage to me. The capital of the northern men, crusty with eon's ice, bows before Vivek the city. Me it together. Self-thought streets rush through tunnel blood. I have rebuilt myself, hyper-eyed signposts along my traffic arm, soon to be an inner sea. My body is crawling with all gathered to see me rising up like a monolithic instrument of pleasure. My spine is the main road to the city that I am. Countless transactions are taking place in veins and catwalks in the roaming, roaming, as they roam over and through and add to me. There are temples erected along the hollow of my skull, and I will ever wear them as a crown. Walk across the lips of God. They add new doors to me, and I become effortlessly trans-immortal with the comings and goings and the stride heat of the market where I am traded for. Yell of the children hear them play, scoffed at, amused, desired, paid for in native coin, new minted with my face on one side and my city body on the other. I stare with each new window. Soon I am a million-eyed insect dreaming. Red sparking war trumpets sound like cattle in the ribcage of shuffling transit. The heretics are destroyed on the plaza knees. I flood over into the hills, houses rising like a rash, and I never scratch. Cities are the antidotes to hunting. I raise lanterns to light my hollows, lend wax to the thousands the candlesticks that bear my name again and again. The name innumerable, shutting in, mantra and priest, God's city, filling every corner with a naming name, wheeled, circling, running river language, giggling with footfalls mating, selling, stealing, searching, and worry not ye who walk with me. This is the flowering scheme of the Orbis. This is the promise of the PSJ, JJ, egg, image, man, God, city, state. I serve and am served. I am made of wire and string and mortar, and I exceed my own precedent, world without am. The ending of the words is Alm CV. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 26, by Vivek. Sermon 26. Then Vivek left his architectural rapture and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house, he looked into the middle world to find the fourth monster, called the Pocket Cabal. The monster hid itself in the spell lists of the great Chimeri wizards of the extreme east, where the emperor parasols grow wild. Vivek disguised himself as a simple traveler, but radiated a tenuous sense fabric so that the wizards would seek him out. Of Muatra, he made a simple walking dwarf. Before long, the Invisible One was among the libraries of the East, feeding the essential words of the Pocket Cabal to his walking dwarf, and then running when the magic would fail. After a year or two of this thievery, Muatra was sick to its stomach, and the walking dwarf exploded near the slave pens of a wizard's tower. The Pocket Cabal then slipped itself into the mouths of the slaves and hid again. Vivek then watched as the slaves erupted into babble and breaking magic. They rattled their cages and sung out half hymns that formed into forbidden and arcane knowledge. Litany fiends appeared and drank from the excess. Grabbers from the adjacent place came into the world sideways, the slave talking having disrupted the normal, non-cardinal points. So of course a giant bug appeared, with the greatest Eastern wizard inside it. He could see past Vivek's disguise and knew of the warrior poet's divinity, but he thought himself so powerful that he talked harshly. See what you have wrought, silly triune. Columns of nonsense and litany fiends. I cannot believe how reason or temperance can be made whole again due to your eating. Consort with more demons, why don't you? Vivek stabbed the wizard through his soul. The giant bug harness fell on the slave cages, and the slaves ran about free and reckless, too reckless more with pregnant words. Colors bent into the earth. Vivek created a dome-head demon to contain it all. The Pocket Cabal is therefore interred here forever. Let this be a cursed land where sorcery is broken and maligned. Then he picked up Muatra by the beard and left the ghostly hemisphere of the dome-head demon. On its boundaries, Vivek placed a warning and a song of entrance that contained errors in it. With mock bones of half-dead Matra, he created the tent poles of a fortress theory, and fatal languages were imprisoned for all time. Sate appeared and looked on what his brother-sister had created. The Clockwork King said, "Of the 8 monsters, this is the most confusing. May I treasure it?" Vivek gave Sate leave to do so, but told him never to release the Pocket Cabal into the middle world. He said, "I have hidden secrets in my travels here, and made a likeness of Muatra to ward against the unwise. Under this dome, The temporal myth is no longer man. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 27, by Vivek, Sermon 27. The scripture of the word: first, all language is based on meat. Do not let the sophists fool you. Second, the third walking path explores hysteria without fear. The efforts of madmen are a society of itself, but only if they are written. The wise may substitute one law for another, even into incoherence, and still say he is working within a method. This is true of speech and extends to all scripture. Third, do not go to the realm of apology for absolution. Beyond articulation, there is no fault. The adjacent place, where the grabbers live, is the illusion of the vocal, or the middle realms of thought, by which I mean the constructed. This is how I stole the certainty of the Chancellor of Exactitude, perfect to look upon from every angle. When you come out of the vocal, you can never be certain. Fourth, the truest body of work is made up of silence, as in the silence that results from no reference. By the word I mean the dead. Fifth, the first meaning is always hidden. Sixth, the realm of apology is perfection and impossible to attack. Thus, the wise avoid it. Trinity in unity is the world and word of action, the third walking path. Seventh, the sage who suppresses his best aphorism, cut off his hands, for he is a thief. Eighth, the clothes of the broken map are worn only by fools and heretics. The map is an exit for laziness. It is the dusty tongue, which is to say the given chart that most take as a story that is complete. No word is true until it is eaten. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 28, by Vivek, Sermon 28. Then Vivek left Sate to look after the dome-head demon and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house, he looked into the middle world to find the fifth monster, called the Ruddy Man. When the Druffs ruled the world, the Daedroth prince Molag Bal had been their chief. He took a different shape then, spiny and armored, and made for the sea. Vivek, in giving birth to the many spawn of his marriage, had dropped an old image of Molag Bal into the world, a dead carapace of memory. It would not have been a monster if a Velothi child had not wanted to impress his village by wearing it. The Ruddy Man, of the 8 monsters, was the least complicated. He made those who wore him into mighty killers, and nothing more. He existed in the physical. Only geography makes him special. When Vivek found him near the boys' village, Anan Gnesis, there was a violent clash of arms and an upheaval of the earth. Their battle created the West Gash. Wanderers that still go there hear still the sounds of it, soared across the crust, the grunt of God, the snapping of his monster child's splintered legs. After his victory, Vivek took the shell of the Ruddy Man to the Druchs that had modified his mother. The Queen of Druchs, whose name is not easy to spell, was in a period of self-incubation. Her wardens took the gift from Vivek and promised to guard it from the surface world. This is the first account of Druchs being liars. In 10 years, the Ruddy Man appeared again, this time near Tyr, worn by a wayward shaman who followed the House of Troubles. Instead of guarding it, the Druffs had imbued the living armor with mythic inflexibility. It molted soon after skill-draping the shaman, and stretched his bones to the 5 corners. When Vivek met the monster in battle again, he saw the remains of 3 villages dripping from its feet. He took on his giant form and slew the Ruddy Man by way of the symbolic collage. Since he no longer trusted the Altmer of the Sea, Vivek gave the carapace of the monster to the devout and loyal mystics of the Number Room. He told them, "You may make of the Ruddy Man a philosopher's armor." The mystics began by wrapping one of their sages in the shells, a series of flourishes by 2 supernumerates, one hormonally tall and the other just under his arms. They ran around the carapace and through each other, applying holy resin drawn from the carcasses of the now useless numbers between 12 and 13. Golden straws were quickly stuck through the mythic epidermal, so the sage could breathe. After the ceremonial etchings were drawn into hardening resin, long lists of dead names and equations, whose solutions were to be found in the mouth of the chimer inside, there came the illuminations, inscribed by the bright, terrible fingernail of Vivek. From the nail's tip flowed a searing liquid, filling the grooves of the ceremonial etchings. They bled out to form veined patterns about the sage shell that theologians would decipher forever after. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 29, by Vivek. Sermon 29. The Scripture of the Numbers, the Dragon Break or the Tower. 1. The Enantiomorph, 68. The Invisible Gate, Almsivi, 112. The Corners of House of Troubles, 242. The Corners of the World, 100. The Walking Ways, 266. The Sword at the Center, 39. The Wheel or the Eight Givers, 484. The Missing, 11th. The Tribes of the Altmer, 140. The Number of the Master, Nutrirandavade. The Heavens, 379. The Serpent, 36. The King's Cough, 32. The Redeeming Force, 110th. The Acceptable Blasphemes, 12th. The Hurling Disc, 283. The Egg, or 6 times the Wise. The Provisional House, 258. The Lunar Lattice, 425. The Womb, 13. Unknown, 453. The Hollow Prophet, 54. The Star Wound, 44th. The Emperor, 239. The Rogue Plane, 81. The Secret Fire, 120th. The Drowned Lamp, 8. The Captive Sage, 217. The Scarab, 10. The Listening Frame, 473. The False Call, 7. The Anticipations, 234. The Lawless Grammar, 2. The Prison Shirt, 191. The Hours, 364. The Presence of Deaf Witness. This is what the numbers are. They hang on to the orbis as the last nostalgia of their godhood. The effigies of numbers are their current applications. This is folly, as above. To be affixed to a symbol is too certain. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 30, by Vivek. Sermon 30. Then Vivek left the mystics of the number room and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house he looked into the middle world to find the 6th monster, called City Face. He was vexed when he could not find it and went back to the morning hold in secret anger, killing a mystic that asked about higher order. Hortator witnessed this and said, "Why do this, my lord?" The mystics look to you for guidance. They work to make your temple better stoned. Vivek said, "No one knows what I am." The Hortator nodded and went back to his studies. Here is how Cityface hid from his mother-father. It had been born named as Hay Note, a bare urge of power, an esoteric wind nerve tuned to the frequency of huddled masses. It found root in villages and multiplied, finding in the minds of the settled a veiled astrology, the star charts of culture, and this resonance made its head swim. Hanote moved sideways into the adjacent place, growing and unbeknownst. Above the vocal, it trembled with new emotions, immortal ones, absorbing more than the 30 known to exist in the middle world. When Hanote became gravely homesick, the grabbers took it. A grabber said, "New emotions to the lonely occur only of madness. This thing is gone. It is ours now." Grabbers had never made a city of their own, and their glimpse of Vivek's, which shone with holiness through all the spheres, had taken their attention. Under this reason did the issue of Vec slide into our realm, drawn by our coveting, hidden in loss. We shall build our tower hope upon its face. Now many years had passed in Resdinia, and the high priests of the Dwemer were building something alike as Vivek and alike as the new Hanote of the Grabbers. The Hortator was engaged with an army of theirs that had become too brave, talking foolish words, and Nerevar helped destroy them with the help of the orphan legion of Ayam. When he went to give trophy to Vivek, he saw his lord under attack by the city face. The monster was saying this: "Here we are to replace your city, Vek and Vek. We are from the place of the more than known emotions, and our citizenry has died from it. Two things we came for, but can stay for only one. Either we ask you to correct our error of culture, or merely take yours by dint of force. The second is easiest, we think." Vivek sighed. "You would replace my direction," he said. "I weary of this, though I wanted to kill you an age before. Resdania is fallen ill, and I have no time for one more imaginary analogy of an unknown incident. Here, take this." At which he touched the tower hope of the city face and corrected the error of the grabbers. "And this." At which he stabbed the heart of the city face with the ethos knife, which is to say Arkut I Altadun I, the short blade of proper commerce. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 31. By Vivek. Sermon 31. Many more years passed in Resdania, and the high priests of the Dwemer were almost ready to make war on the rulers of Veloth. The Hortator had become the husband of Ayem during this time, and the first saint of the Triune Way. Vivek had tired of fighting his sons and daughters, and so took a respite from trying to find them. The Hortator said to his wife, "Where is Vivek, my teacher? I love him still, though he grows cold. His lamentations, if I may call them that, have changed the skin of the whole country. He is hardly to be found anywhere in Veloth of late. The people grow dark because of it." And Ayem took mercy on her troubled husband and told him that the sword of the Triune had been fighting minor monsters stirred up by the Dwemer as they worked on their brass siege machines. She took the Hortator inside her and showed him where his master was. Alm Sivi, or at least that aspect that chose to be Vivek, sat in the litany hall of the false-thinking temple after his battle with the flute and pipe ogres of the West Gash. He began writing again in his Book of Hours. He had to put on his water face first. That way he could separate the bronze of the old temple from the blue of the new and write with happiness. Second, he had to take another feather from the big moon, further rendering it dead. That way he could write about mortals with truth. Third, he recalled the pomegranate banquet, where he was forced to marry to Molag Bal, with wet scriptures to cement his likeness as Mephala, and write with black hands. He wrote, "The last time I heard his voice, showing the slightest sign of impatience, I learned to control myself and submit to the will of others. Afterwards, I dared to take on the sacred fire and realized there was no equilibrium with the ETADA. They were liars, lost roots, and the most I can do is to be an interpreter into the rationale. Even that fails the needs of the people. I sit on the mercy seat and pass judgment, the waking state, and the phase aspect of the innate urge. Only here can I doubt in this book, written in water, broadened to include evil." Then Vivek threw his ink on this passage to cover it up for the lay reader, and wrote instead, "Find me in the blackened paper, unarmored, in final scenery. Truth is like my husband, instructed to smash, filled with procedure and noise, hammering, weighty, heaviness made schematic, lessons learned only by a mace. Let those that hear me then be buffeted, and let some die in the ash from the striking. Let those that find him murdered by illumination, pummeled like a traitorous house, because if an hour is golden, then immortal I am a secret code. I am the partaker of the doom drum, chosen of all those that dwell in the middle world to wear this crown, which reverberates with truth, and I am the mangling Messiah." The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 32, by Vivek. Sermon 32. The Scripture of the Mace. First, The pleasure of annihilation is the pleasure of disappearing into the unreal. All those that would challenge the sleeping world will seek membership in this movement. I denounce the alienation of the cloven duality with a hammer. Second, take from me the lessons as a punishment for being mortal. To be made of dirt is to be treated as such by your jailers. This is the key and the lock of the Daedra. Why do you think they escaped the compromise? Third, Velothi, your skin has become the pregnant darkness. My brooding has brought this on. Remember that Boethia asked you to become the color of bruise. How else to show yourselves people of the exodus into the vital pain? Fourth, the sage who is not an anvil, a conventional sentence and nothing more. By which I mean dead, the fourth walking way. Fifth, a proper comprehension of the virtues, stage managed and to be murdered. Sixth, in the end, rejoice as a hostage released from drumming torment, but that savors his wound. The drum breaks and you find it to be a nest of hornets, which is to say, your sleep is over. Seventh, the suspicious is spectacle, and the lie is only a theoretical inspiration. Eighth, but then why, you ask, do the Daedra wish to meddle with the Orbis? It is because they are the radical critique, essential as all martyrs, that some are more evil than others in not an illusion, or rather, it is a necessary illusion. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 33, by Vivek, Sermon 33. Then Vivek left the litany hall of the false thinking temple where he had brooded for so long, creating the scripture of the pounding light, and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house he looked into the middle world to find the seventh monster, called Lyrock. Lyrock was born of Vivek's second aperture, and was thrown out of the pomegranate banquet by a member of the Sweeps, another forgotten guild. The Sweep did not take it for the monster that it was, and so he did not expect it to fly from his hand and into the heavens. I am born of golden wisdom and powers that should have forever been unalike. With this nature I am invited into the hidden heaven, by which he meant the scaled blanket, made of knot stars, whose number is 13. Lyrock became full of foolishness, haggling with the void ghost who hides in the religions of all men. The void ghost said, "Stay with me a full 100 years and I will give you a power that no divinity will dare disobey." But before the 100 years was up, Vivek was already looking for Lyrock and found him. "Stupid stone," Vivek said. "To hide in the scaled blanket is to make a mark on nothing. His bargains are only for ruling kings." So Vivek sent the Hortator to the heavens to shave Lyrock asunder by the named axe. Nerevar made peace with the South Pole Star of thieving and the North Pole Star of warriors and the Third Pole Star, which existed only in the ether, which was governed by the apprentice of Magnus the Sun. They gave him leave to wander among their charges and gave him red sight by which to find Lyrock in the hidden heaven. By chance, Nerevar met the Void Ghost first, who told him that he was in the wrong place, to which the Hortator said, "Me or you?" And the Void Ghost said both. This sermon does not tell what else was said between these masters. Lyrock, however, used the confusion to launch his own attack on the city god, Vivek. He was hastened by all three of the Black Guardians, who wanted him swiftly gone, though they meant no hostility to the Lord of the Middle Air. The citizenry of Vivek screamed as they saw a shooting star come down out of the sky hole like a toll road of hell, but Vivek merely raised his hand and froze Lyrock just above the city, and then he pierced the monster with Muatra. The practice of piercing the second aperture is now forbidden. When Nerevar returned, he saw the frozen comet above his lord's city. He asked whether or not Vivek wanted it removed. "I would have done so myself if I wanted, silly Hortator. I shall keep it there with its last intention intact, so that if the love of the people of this city for me ever disappear, so shall the power that holds back their destruction." Nerevar said, "Love is under your will only." Vivek smiled and told the hortator that he had become a minister of truth. The ending of the words is Almsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 34, by Vivek, Sermon 34. Then Vivek left the ministry of truth and went back to the space that was not a space. From the provisional house he looked into the middle world to find the eighth and final and mightiest monster, called Gulga, Mor, Jil, and Mor. The wise must look elsewhere for this string of power. Vivek called to his side the hortator, and this was the first time that Naravar had ever been to the provisional house. He had the same vision that Vivek had so many years ago, that of the two-headed ruling king. Who is that? He wondered. Vivek said, the red jewel of conquest. Naravar, perhaps because he was frightened, became vexed at his lord's answer. Why are you always so evasive? Vivek told the hortator that to be otherwise was to betray his nature. Together they moved into the middle world, to a village near where Vivek had been found by Ayem and Set. The eighth monster was there, but he did not act much like a monster. He sat with his legs in the ocean and with a troubled look on his face. When he saw his mother-father, he asked why he should have to die and returned to oblivion. Vivek told the eighth monster that to be otherwise was to betray his nature. Since this did not seem to satisfy the monster, and Vivek still had a touch of Ayem's mercy, he said, the fire is mine. Let it consume thee, and make a secret door, at the altar of Padhom, in the house of Boadhia, where we become safe and looked after. The monster accepted Muatra with a peaceful look, and his bones became the foundation for the city of the dead, Anon Narcissus, sick. Naravar put away his axe, which he had at the ready, and frowned. Why, he said, did you ask me to come if you knew the eighth monster would give in so easily? Vivek looked at the hortator for a long time. Naravar understood. Do not betray your nature. Answer as you will. Vivek said, I brought you here because I knew the mightiest of my issue would succumb to Muatra without argument, if only I gave him consolation first. Naravar looked at Vivek for a long time. Vivek understood. Say the words, hortator. Naravar said, now I am the mightiest of your children. Let this sermon be consolation to those who read it that are destined to die. The ending of the words is Alm Sivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 35, by Vivek, Sermon 35. The Scripture of Love. The formulas of proper Velethi magic continue in ancient tradition, but that virility is dead, by which I mean at least replaced. Truth owes its medicinal nature to the establishment of the myth of justice. Its curative properties it likewise owes to the concept of sacrifice. Princes, chiefs, and angels all subscribe to the same notion. This is a view primarily based on a prolific abolition of an implied profanity seen in ceremonies, knife fighting, hunting, and the exploration of the poetic. On the ritual of occasions which comes to us from the days of the cave glow, I can say nothing more than to loosen your equation of moods to lunar currency. Later, and by that I mean much, much later, my reign will be seen as an act of the highest love, which is a return from the astral destiny and the marriages between. By that I mean the catastrophes, which will come from all five corners. Subsequent are the revisions, differentiated between hope and the distraught, situations that are only required by the periodic death of the immutable. Cosmic time is repeated. I wrote of this in an earlier life. An imitation of submersion is love's premonition, its folly into the underworld, by which I mean the day you will read about outside of yourself in an age of gold. For on that day, which is a shadow of the sacrificial concept, all history is obliged to see me for what you are, in love with evil. To keep one's powers intact at such a stage is to allow for the existence of what can only be called a continual spirit. Make of your love a defense against the horizon. Pure existence is only granted to the holy which comes in a myriad of forms, half of them frightening, and the other half divided into equal parts, purposeless and assured. Late is the lover that comes to this by any other walking way than the fifth, which is the number of the limit of this world. The lover is the highest country and a series of beliefs. He is the sacred city bereft of a double. The uncultivated land of monsters is the rule. This is clearly attested by Anu and his double, which love knows never really happened. Similarly, all the other symbols of absolute reality are ancient ideas ready for their graves, or at least the essence of such. This scripture is directly ordered by the codes of Mephilah, the origin of sex and murder, defeated only by those who take up those ideas without my intervention. The religious elite is not a tendency or a correlation. They are dogma, complemented by the influence of the untrustworthy sea and the governance of the stars, dominated at the center by the sword, which is nothing without a victim to cleave unto. This is the love of God, and he would show you more. Predatory, but at the same time instrumental to the will of critical harvest, a scenario by which one becomes as he is, of male and female, the magic hermaphrodite. Mark the norms of violence, and it barely registers, suspended as it is by treaties written between the original spirits. This should be seen as an opportunity, and in no way tedious, though some will give up, for it is easier to kiss the lover than become one. The lower regions crawl with these souls, caves of shallow treasures, meeting in places to testify by way of extension, when love is only satisfied by a considerable, incalculable effort. The ending of the words is Alamsivi. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 36, by Vivek, Sermon 36. For these were the days of Resdainia, when Chimere and Dwemer lived under the wise and benevolent rule of the Almsivi and their champion the Hortator, though the Dwemer had become foolish and challenged their masters. Out of their fortresses they came with golden ballistae that walked, and mighty atronachs and things that spat flame, and things that made killing songs. Their king was Dumak dwarf Orc, but their high priest was Kagranek the Blighter. Under mountains and over them, the war with the Dwemer was raged, and then came the northern men to help Kagranek, and they brought Izmir again. Leading the armies of the Chimere was the slave that would not perish, the Hortator Nerevar, who had traded his axe for the ethos knife. He slew Dumak at Red Mountain, and saw the Heartbone for the first time. Men of brass destroyed the 11 gates of the Morning Hold, and behind them came the Dwemeri architects of Tone. Ayem threw down her cloak and became the face-snaked queen of the 3-in-1. Those that looked upon her were overcome by the meanings of the stars. Under the sea, Sate stirred and brought the army he had been working on in the castles of glass and coral. Clockwork Droghs, mockeries of the Dwemeri war machines, rose up from the seas and took their counterparts back beneath, where they were swallowed forever by the sea. Red Mountain exploded as the Hortator went too far inside, seeking the Sharmat. Dwemeri High Priest Kagranak then revealed that which he had built in the image of Vivek. It was a walking star, which burnt the armies of the Triune and destroyed the heartland of Veloth, creating the inner sea. Each of the aspects of the Almsivi then rose up together, combining as one, and showed the world the sixth path. Ayem took from the star its fire, Sate took from it its mystery, and Veg took from it its feet, which had been constructed before the gift of Molag Bal and destroyed in the manner of truth, by a great hammering. When the soul of the Dwemer could walk no more, they were removed from this world. Resdainia was no more. It had been redeemed of all the iniquities of the foolish. The Almsivi drew nets from the beginning place and captured the ash of Red Mountain, which they knew was the blight of the Dwemer, and that would serve only to infect the whole of the middle world, and ate it. Alta Dun Mary. The beginning of the words is Almsivi. I give you this as Vivek. The 36 Lessons, Sermon 37, by Vivek, Sermon 37. You have discovered the 37th sermon of Vivek, which is a bending of the light, long past the chronicles of the hortator who wore inconstant faces and ruled however they would, until apocalypse. Vivek was born by ribbons of water, which wrote their starward couplings in red. This was a new place of speed. His eyes broke on the spikes above the tower, where the void ghost squatted over a drake-scaled drum, imbecile in its rhythm, and he asked of it, "Who are you that need no signature at all?" Three in sum, the robes of Ayem stretched towards the bright black rim of memory, roping an arc of purchase. This was a new sprinting task, and Set held his swollen belly to its name, Clockmaker's daughter, swimming the dead confession along a century of thread, naming her, uneaten, a golden cache of Veloth and Velothi. For where else would they know to go? "Go here, world without wheel, charting 0 deaths and echoes singing," Sate said, until all of it was done, and in the center was anything whatever. And the red moment became a great howling unchecked, for the provisional house was in ruin, and Vivek became as glass, a lamp, for the dragon's mane had broke, and the red moon bade him come. "The sign of royalty is not this," a signal blue shift female told him. "There is no right lesson, learned alone." He refused the twine on her catching net, spiteful that an uncontinued people would not become fuller by their searching, and yet were racked in their spirits for flight. But the male signals were offended, and Vivek took a fighting form. He undid his eastern light, saying to the Elm-Sivi that through war they had become brides in glass, which no power could observe. The light bent, and Vivek donned a cuirass made of red plates of jewel, and a mask that marked him born in the lands of man. Wheeling, he spread into an insect salve, worn on the neck of hist bulbs when at challenge. He roared up and fed his fingers to mammoth ghosts. The signal fires wondered if they mistook this for surrender, for Vivek had told the void that he could learn to undo it all. The light bent, and somewhere a history was finally undone. Of it, Vivek remembered the laughing of the Nechamin of his village when the hunts were good. He marched with his father in the ash, growing strong in the hooks and sail, able to run a junk through silt. At 11, he sung to an ashkan. He became sick after Red Mountain, with the Nix blood and fever, and was infirm 100 years. His mother survived him and laid his body at the altar of Padhome. She gave him her skin to wear into the underworld. The light bent, and Vivek awoke, and grew fangs, unwilling to make of herself a folding thing. This was a new and lunar promise, and in her biting, she tunneled up and then downward, while her brother and sister smeared across heaven thin ruptures of descent, food for scarabs and the worm. She took her people and made them safe, and sat with Azura drawing her own husband's likeness in the dirt. "For I have removed my left hand and my right," he will say, she said, "for that is how I shall win against them. Love alone, and you shall know only mistakes of salt." The worlding of the words is amaranth. A dubious tale of the Crystal Tower. This story was first told to me when I was a neonate, newly studying in the Crystal Tower of Somerset. I was admiring the famous animal pens of the tower when I was approached by an older student. The fellow who told me this tale seemed very trustworthy at first, but as the reader will soon discover, the tale is very dubious indeed. Of course, I have told it since to other neonates of the tower in the same spirit. I offer the following for your august consideration, gentle reader. Many, many years back, a talented but poor bard was passing through Somerset, looking for work. He could sing, he could dance, he could act, but no one had any use for his performances. The poor bard was lugubrious, but he still visited the taverns and palaces, day after day, begging for a chance to showcase his talents. One day, dejected from more bad luck, he was approached by a tall elf in a long robe, a magister of the Crystal Tower, in charge of the animal pens. The elf tells the bard of the white ape they made a cell for at the tower, how it had died en route. There was a royal party from Firsthold visiting who had been promised a glimpse at the rare white ape. The magister had a costume for the bard if he would deign to act out the part of the ape for the visitors. The bard had promised himself to take the first part that came his way, no matter how minor, so he agreed. The elf promised that the charade would last no longer than a fortnight when the visitors left. For the first several days of the masquerade, the bard did nothing more than sit in the back of the pen. He was afraid to move and show the possible imperfections of the ape costume. In time, he became bored and began walking around. He suddenly noticed that the royal party was watching, fascinated. Happy that the ruse was working, he decided to enliven the act. Soon he had both a performance and a crowd. Instead of dancing a traditional elven jig, he would swing around the cell with every acrobatic trick he knew. Instead of singing a ballad, he would roar a roar he imagined a rare white ape might roar. The crowd loved it. The party outside his cell grew larger and larger every day. One day, he was performing for the crowd, his finest work to date. He swung himself round and round, roaring and bleeding. His hand slipped and he went flying through the bar and into the cell next door, where a snow wolf was in residence. Hackling its back and growling, the snow wolf began to inch toward the bard. Seeing no other way out, the bard screamed, "Help! Help!" The snow wolf whispered, "Shut up, or you'll get us all fired." A Tale of Kieran, Part 1. He was on the road from Wren to Fairtree when he grew weary from the midday sun. His boots were tight and he thought to remove them for a bit, in the shade of a nearby oak, oaks being a favorite of bards. This particular oak was venerable and gnarled, with sturdy branches that dipped and swooped, nearly touching the ground in spots. From its shade, Kieran watched the forest creatures playing in the warm sun. But for the rustling of leaves high above, the only sounds were of butterfly wings and bird song. What a peaceful day, Kieran thought as he watched a butterfly drift by. What a beautiful day. In truth, since bards first told tales, has there ever been a day more peaceful and beautiful than this? He drank from his water skin and, taking his lute from its sack, cleared his throat and began to sing. Oh, the maidens of Wren are passing fair, with breasts like melons and flaxen hair. He had just taken a deep breath to bellow the lusty chorus when a small feminine voice said, "Kind sir." He leaped to his stockinged feet, his face flaming red. "Who's there?" he cried. The small voice repeated, "Please sir, if you will be so kind." Kieran looked about, but saw no person or creature addressing him. "Pray thee," he cried, "show thyself or have cause to fear my dagger." He tried desperately to remember where he had last seen it. "Whether thee be friend or foe, pray thee show thyself now." The small voice replied from above him, "Kind sir, thou hast no cause to fear me, and I am in need of help. Can thou find it in thy heart to aid me?" He looked up and saw naught but a small robin's nest, 3 branches above him. Climbing swiftly, he found a robin with 3 tiny robinlings, their mouths open wide. "Good Mother Robin," he asked, "can it be thee who addresses me thus?" "Kind sir," she replied, "I have hurt my wing, and it will be at least a day before I might fly. If my children do not eat soon, they will die. Would you be so kind as to bring a fat, juicy meal? Would you find a caterpillar or earthworm or grub for my children?" Now Kieran was kind of heart, and it was not within him to refuse a plea such as this. So off he went into the forest. Searching under some mulberry leaves, he soon found a small green caterpillar. It seemed a perfect meal for young robins. Plucking it from the leaf upon which it fed, he prepared to hurry back to the oak when he heard a tiny voice. He opened his hand, and the caterpillar looked up at him with her big brown eyes wide with fear. "Kind sir," she said, "wouldst thou kill me so thoughtlessly?" Kieran scratched his head in puzzlement, and the caterpillar continued,
when thou cooled thy feet beneath the oak, didst thou not find joy in my parents' beauty as they danced before thee in the sun? I too am soon to change. Wouldst thou deny thy successors the joy of my dancing? And if I do not live to have children, how will thine own children find such joy? Please, sir, would not an earthworm serve the needs of the robinlings just as well? Kieran looked into the eyes of the caterpillar and knew that he could not feed her to the robins. Carefully, he placed her beneath her mulberry bush and continued his search.
Near a rushing brook, Kieran found a flat stone that, when moved, revealed a juicy earthworm enjoying the cool, moist earth. He thought. As nice as the caterpillar may have been, this truly seems a more fitting meal for young robins. He had no sooner plucked the earthworm from its cool abode, where it had been frantically trying to burrow away from him, when he heard a voice so faint he might have imagined it. "Kind sir," he thought he heard, and Kieran looked in his hand. The worm continued, "I am but a lowly creature. It's true, but might I plead such case that I have?" Kieran rolled his eyes skyward as the worm sat up and seized its chance. "I am not a low-born worm like others you might find. No, I am a prince among earthworms. I come from an ancient lineage. My ancestors burrowed the earth when fires belched from black pits throughout these lands. I command millions like myself. Were it not for my loyal followers, you, good sir, would be up to your neck in leaves, tree trunks, and moldy carcasses. I'll make a bargain with you. If you release me and choose, instead, a pathetic grub for the robinlings, I will dispatch an entire clan of earthworms to keep your foreyard clean and sweet-smelling for as long as ye shall live." The earthworm looked hopefully at Kieran, while calculating the distance to the ground. "Good sir, what say ye?" Kieran was beginning to lose his patience, but seeing the value of the earthworm's offer, decided that a grub would, indeed, make a tasty morsel for the young robins. He returned the earthworm to its moist haven and carefully replaced the flat stone above it. And, true to his desire, a short while later, in a forest glade, beneath a wide slab of discarded bark, Kieran chanced upon that which he sought, a fat white grub that would grow the robinlings into beautiful songsters. He plucked it from its hiding place and set forth. It was a beautiful day indeed. A Tale of Kieran, Part 2. Nearby, in stately Trowbridge, King Caladan did live with his lovely daughter, Ainlea. The princess was the apple of the old man's eye and the crown jewel of his small kingdom. He looked upon her with the blind pride of a doting father, and she, for her part, did naught but bask and flourish in his bounty. Trowbridge was quiet now, the chief sounds being the clatter of cartwheels and the cries of street vendors, but it was not always so. 3 years earlier, there had been trouble with Carthan to the west. It was not much, a border dispute, but the king persuaded a wizard named Laziard to come to Trowbridge in his employ, to aid him in the contest. Laziard was unknown by all in Trowbridge and kept to himself within the palace, coming and going as he pleased. When Trowbridge prevailed, with almost no loss of life, there was joyous celebration for days and weeks thereafter. Time passed, yet Laziard remained. The king, not wanting to seem ungrateful, said nothing, but became increasingly discomforted with the wizard's presence and wished for his departure. On Ainlea's 20th birthday, King Caladan called for a celebration and holiday through all his land. Unknown to his subjects, he intended to proclaim his retirement and the transference of his crown to his beautiful daughter. Out of politeness and nothing more, he invited the wizard Laziard to aid him in devising a proper speech. Laziard was furious. He paced his chamber, his black brows knitted with intensity that would have soured any cow's milk. "Why," he cried aloud, "am I treated so unjustly by the old buffoon? Were it not for my skills, the border contest, mayhaps even the kingdom itself might have been lost. I deserve more. I deserve the crown.
To give it to that primping, simpering daughter of his, who thinks naught of more than her own whim, is a slap more stinging than that of gauntlet. I will have justice. I will demonstrate amply for all to see, wherein lies true power.
Thereupon Losiard made his preparations. Princess Ainlea's birthday came on a summer morning. Everyone within the city and from the farms without gathered to the palace for the festival. Banners waved from every rooftop. Fiddlers fiddled and dancers danced. Bakers baked wonderful sweets for the occasion. It was a day long to be remembered. At noon precisely, King Caladan and Princess Ainlea emerged onto the main balcony to the cheers of the kingdom. "Good citizens of Trowbridge," called the king, "we are but a tiny kingdom, but we prosper, do we not?" Loud hails, mostly, erupted from the crowd below. Encouraged, Caladan continued, "But now I am an old man. The day has arrived when younger blood can better attend to the needs and events of the kingdom. My subjects, my loyal subjects and friends, it is with honor and pride and the greatest of expectations that I transfer my kingdom and my crown to my loving daughter. To one and all, I give you." A long pause here. "Ainlea." As cheers filled the air, Caladan made a grand, sweeping gesture with his arm, intending to make the presentation as spectacular as the pride that filled him. His robe went swoosh, and his hand pointed to nobody. What was this? Where had she gone? Where Ainlea had been moments earlier, there now was naught but vacant air. Ainlea, he called uncertainly, but there was no response. Silence fell over park and courtyard. People glanced at each other nervously. Old Losiard clapped his hands in glee. He danced. He hugged himself with uncontained laughter. "How wonderful!" he cried. "What a breathtakingly stunning and talented a wizard I am." For what he had done, of course, was to rid himself of Ainlea for once and for all. With one stroke, crafty and evil, he had removed the vain creature from the palace. Naught else remained between him and that which he desired. Now magic is a tricky thing. Like all forces in the world, it must be kept in balance. As surely as day balances night and summer balances winter, so too must positive magic balance negative. For every hurtful or destructive spell, there must be an act of equal goodness or charity, lest trouble overflow into the world. For every black wizard, there must be a white. For every spell of combat destruction, there must be healing. Know ye this: if all who practice magic cast naught but healing or protective spells, dark, horrible forces would build up until chaos and ruin would burst forth and rain our doom down upon us. Thus may spells of healing be broken by harm, and the worst of spells be broken by charity. Knowing this, Losiard planned well his act of vengeance. To permanently rid himself of Ainlea, short of killing her outright, he must devise a spell so cunning that no act of kindness would ever break it. He was pulling lice out of his long beard late one evening when he burst into laughter. He would make her into something disgusting. "I will make her into a frog." He laughed, then frowned. No, that had been done. People might expect it and go around, like mindless idiots, seeking frogs, hoping to earn a king's ransom. And then a brilliant plan occurred to him. "I will make her into a bug, an insect, a worm." He almost choked on his wine. "Oh, how perfect. I will make her into something so truly loathsome that she will spend the rest of her little bug life in terror of being squashed by the first person who sees her." He squealed, and his rings jangled, and his fat jiggled, and he snorted wine out his nose in laughter. Oh, how absolutely delicious. And that's exactly what he did. While King Caladan and his subjects scratched their heads in puzzlement, nobody saw a small, fat, white tree grub plop to the cobblestones beneath the main balcony, and immediately curl up, glistening and quivering. A Tale of Kirin, Part 3. Ainlea was terrified. What had happened? Well, she had seen enough of Losiard's magic to know what had happened.
But why? Why would he do this to her? She didn't have long to ponder the question. A huge black hound, hundreds of times her size, ran to the cobblestone where she lay and almost gobbled her with one slurp of his tongue. From somewhere, she found the wherewithal to roll out of his way and into the crevice between the stones. His huge slurpy tongue followed her, drooling and panting great hurricanes of hot, awful breath down at her. But just as the tongue was about to lick her into the waiting stomach, the hound's owner yanked his massive chain and pulled the beast toward home. It is true that Ainleia, in her life as a human, was self-indulgent and not inclined to effort or resource. But that was merely because she had no need of either. In the following days, she had cause to discover plenty of both within her. After the incident with the hound, she knew she must go far away from people and dogs, and she knew what kinds of creatures dined on grubs too. She slept out of sight under leaves, in places where grubs would not likely be sought. Even so, Ainleia's days were filled with terror and adventure. There were circling hawks by day and owls by night. A bear, tearing at a rotting tree trunk, gobbled grubs indistinguishable from Ainleia by the hundreds as she watched in horror from behind a nearby rock. The smallest stream was now an enormous, gushing torrent to be crossed in a nutshell under the greatest of peril. Ainleia passed these tests, along with many others, and she passed them well. It was on her 10th such day that a clumsy boot kicked aside the piece of bark under which she had sought shelter from the sun. Blinded by the sudden light, she heard an exclamation from high above. Then, before she could react, 2 fingers dropped from the sky and plucked her up and deposited her firmly inside a huge fist. 10 days ago, Ainleia would have been paralyzed with terror. But that was 10 days ago. Her mind raced. Who is this clumsy idiot anyway? She thought. And what on earth does he want with a tree grub? At least he didn't squash me on the spot. That's encouraging, isn't it? So he must be here to rescue me. She wriggled and squirmed in his fist until she could see his face, high above her, between 2 of his fingers. Ugh, a beard. If I'm going to be rescued, why can't it be by a fine young prince? But it then occurred to her that she was speaking from old habit. I wonder how many of those foppish boys could have survived these past 10 days. She laughed, thinking of them. Not many, I bet. Those who wouldn't have curled up and died immediately would by now be whimpering and crying for their mothers. She looked at Kieran again. Well, maybe he would look better if I wasn't looking straight up his nostrils. Ouch. Why isn't he more careful with me? And then it occurred to Ainleia that if this oaf were truly rescuing her, he probably would have said something to her. Uh-oh. Ainleia's heart raced and she started wriggling furiously, imagining the worst of all possible deaths. He must be going fishing. Ainleia couldn't do much in her current state, but she could spit. And spit she did, in quantities unimaginable for so small a grub. She spit and spit and spit until her tiny grub mouth was too dry to spit another drop. She felt Kieran's hand squirming and thought, it's working. A Tale of Kieran, Part 4. Kieran was fair disgusted. 'Twas bad enough that he had to touch the slimy thing, but now it was oozing something and becoming truly revolting. Finally, just before he reached the robin's oak, he could take it no longer. He stopped and examined the creature in his hand. White and plump and glistening, it was, in truth, a repellent creature. Yet the poor thing was obviously terrified. It gazed up at him with what he imagined to be minuscule grub eyes, pleading. Kieran thought of the caterpillar and the earthworm, and his heart gave in. Heaving a great resigned sigh, he found a nice clean root and placed the grub upon it. And thus was Loziard's spell broken. None could have been more astonished than Ainleia when she unexpectedly grew to her former size, except perhaps for Kieran, who nearly died of fright. He was no more than catching his breath when Ainleia regained her wits. Raising her index finger, Warning Kieran not to say even one word, Ainlea snatched Kieran's coat to cover herself. Then, with fire in her eyes and as much dignity as she could muster, she was off to Trowbridge, leaving Kieran to stare, open-mouthed, at her departing figure. Ainlea knew she could not simply enter the city and confront Laziard. The moment he saw her, he would but cast another enchantment upon her. So, disguising herself as a shepherd, she found an abandoned house on the moors and began to make her plans. What happened next is a tale worth hearing. But it is a tale for another evening. Indeed, it is a tale to be told over many an evening, and many a good pot of ale. And what of the baby robins? Having no alternative, Kieran climbed the tree and took from his pack his last piece of fatty mutton. Tearing it into small shreds, he gave it to the grateful mother robin, who fed it to her family.
Upon returning to the ground, Kieran looked first toward Fairtree, his former destination, then, grinning, set off after the most surprising young lady, for whom he now had many questions. "Who knows?" he called back to the robins. "It may be fate. And besides, I need my coat."
He was heard, late that evening, far down the road, singing, "Oh, the maidens of Trowbridge are passing fair, with breasts like melons, and flaxen hair." Banker's Bet. It was a perfectly ordinary day at the main office of the Bank of Daggerfall. Normal transactions took place. Deposits were deposited, withdrawals were withdrawn, house mortgages were collected, letters of credit were golded. When a teller named Clayton J. Whifflington saw the little old lady approaching him, dragging 2 large sacks, each nearly as large as her, he changed his mind. It was not to be a perfectly ordinary day at the Bank of Daggerfall after all. "I would like you to take the 30 million gold pieces I have in these sacks and open me an account," croaked the little old biddy. "Certainly, madam," Whifflington said eagerly. He counted the gold in the sacks and found that it was 30 million gold exactly. "One moment, sonny," the little old lady chirruped. "Before I open the account, I would like to meet the man I'm trusting it to. I'd like to talk to the president of the bank." Whifflington wanted the president to know that he was the teller who had taken the largest single deposit that year, so eagerly sent word to the president's secretary. As it turned out, the president was equally eager to meet such a wealthy woman, so the old lady was brought to his office that very day. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, milady. I am Jerander P. Bagleton," said the president. Jerander P. Bagleton. "My name," said the little old lady, "is Petuva Smuthworthy." That was, in fact, her real name. "Thank you for seeing me. I like to conduct my business in a more personal way." "I can certainly appreciate that," said Bagleton chucklingly. "It is an appreciable sum of gold. Would it be rude of me to ask how you came by it?" "Not at all," said Mrs. Smuthworthy. "How came you by it?" asked Bagleton. "I'll let you guess," replied Mrs. Smuthworthy, with a trace of unattractive, girlish flirtation. Bagleton was a man of enormous imagination for a banker. He guessed inheritance and long-time thrift, but Mrs. Smuthworthy coyly shook her head. Perhaps she had sold a large old mansion. Number. In a moment of chumminess, Bagleton asked if the gold came as a result of plunder or thievery. Mrs. Smuthworthy took no offense, but said no. Finally, he admitted defeat. "I'm a gambler," she said. "In arena fights?" he asked, interested. No, dearie. Different things. For example, I'd be willing to wager 25,000 gold pieces that at this time tomorrow morning, your testicles will be covered with feathers." Mr. Bagleton was somewhat taken aback by the old woman's words. Could she be mad? Could she be a witch? He eliminated the latter possibility, for he had a sense for such things. If she were mad, she was still a rich madwoman, and he could use 25,000 gold pieces. So he took her wager. For the next 24 hours, Mr. Bagleton obsessed over his testicles. He checked his pants so often that afternoon. His subordinates feared the worst and suggested that he not touch anything and go home for the rest of the afternoon. He spent the night seated, his pants around his ankles, his beady banker's eyes focused on his scrotum. Every time he started to doze off, his vision was filled with images of Mrs. Smuthworthy plucking feathers from his balls, cackling. Mr. Bagleton arrived at the bank late the next day, only moments before Mrs. Smethworthy's arrival. Accompanying her was a lean, bespectacled fellow she introduced as a barrister from the court. Her son, it turned out. Young Mr. Smethworthy always accompanied his mother when there was money involved, she explained.
Enough banter, she crowed. Our bet, dearie? My dear, dear madam, I can tell you that your gold will be quite safe at the Bank of Daggerfall. I hope it will not cause you distress to discover that your gold will be safer here than in your own hands. My family jewels are quite, shall we say, featherless, and you owe me a sum equally, 25,000 gold.
Poor Mrs. Smethworthy's face fell when she heard this. Are you sure? Quite, madam. Not even one feather? Her voice suggested doubt. Mr. Bagleton could tell she thought he might be lying.
Not one, I fear, madam. It's not that I don't trust you, Mr. Bagleton, but it is quite a lot of gold.
Might I... Could I possibly see for myself?
As he knew he was soon to be 25,000 gold pieces richer, and he was still a bit punchy from lack of sleep, Mr. Bagleton merely smiled and dropped his breeches to the floor. Mrs. Smethworthy examined his testicles very carefully, under to the left to the right. At last, she was satisfied that there was not so much as a down feather anywhere in the region. While she was looking under them one last time, Mr. Bagleton heard a thwacking noise across the office. Young Mr. Smethworthy was banging his head against the stone wall. What in the lady's name is wrong with your son, Mrs. Smethworthy? He asked.
Nothing, dear, she said. I merely bet him 100,000 gold pieces that by this time I would have the president of the Bank of Daggerfall by the balls.
Eus, animal god.
The statues one sees throughout Valenwood and parts of Hammerfell and elsewhere that seem to be of a misshapen humanoid carrying a rod are of Eus, the god of animals. The rod he carries has its origin in the tale of the ox and the evil farmer. It seems that one day an evil farmer decided to kill all of his animals and have a big party. As the story unfolds, animal after animal is killed and prepared for a big meal. Lastly, the farmer comes to the ox and prepares to slit its throat. The ox, not wishing to be anybody's dinner, prayed very vocally to Eus. This came out as a loud moo, of course. At that very instant, Eus appeared carrying a rather large set of balance weights. Without explanation, Eus ate the farmer and vanished. Ever since that day, Eus, the extremely agitated, has always been portrayed as carrying a large set of scales with him. The local Eus worshippers have no idea why and do not seem to care. Although this story has been called fanciful at best, I personally know a raccoon who had actually talked to the ox. That is before the ox became filler for the local inn's larder. I do not have any information one way or the other about the validity of this second myth. It is, however, quite traditional. It seems that many, many years ago, before the reign of Uriel Septim VII, before the reign of Sepphoris Septim II, yes, even before the age of Pelagius Septim III, long may his name be praised, there lived a wombat who was the pet of Lady Greelina, daughter of the Lord Prufrock of Rock Creek. Lady Greelina loved her wombat so, and it loved her too with all the passionate intensity a marsupial can muster. Unfortunately, it was a time of great sorrow in Rock Creek. A pestilence had come through the town, destroying all their cash crops, which consisted of raspberries and a few scraggly odd weeds that caused Argonian women to look very attractive to those who partook. Then a plague had come, inflicting nearly every cobbler with chronic hiccoughs. Finally, a witch had cursed the townspeople, so the only words any could utter were, precisely. All the businesses, stores, and guilds
fled from the town faster than an extremely fast thing. Lady Grelina saw her father despairing the loss the town was suffering, so she brought her wombat in and told him, "Father, my wombat can save us all, for it is sacred to the god Eus, god of animals. The only reason I didn't tell you earlier is because I am an early adolescent, going through that period when I don't like to communicate. But please, ask a wish of my wombat, and Aius will fulfill it, for my wombat loves me." The king thought this was fairly flaky, but he had nothing to lose, so he uttered a modest wish to the wombat. "All I want is for one business to come to Rock Creek that will never leave no matter the calamity." I probably should have mentioned before that the king had always been cruel to the wombat. He used to lick it and try to make it stick to walls. So the wombat had Aius create an equipment store in front of the palace gate that would never go away. The royal family ended up going mad and eating one another, and ironically, the wombat was one of the first to go. But that is why there is to this day an equipment store blocking the palace gate in Rock Creek. If you don't believe me, go there and see. King Edward, Part 1. Chapter 1. Departure from Daggerfall. Long, long ago, when the world was in its springtime, before the Red Guards came and the glorious Septim Empire was formed, but after the goblins had driven the dwarves out of Hammerfell, a son, Edward, was born to King Corsair the First of Daggerfall and his queen, Aliera of Wayrest. The young boy lay drowsing in the palace orchard, high on a breezy hill overlooking the deep blue bay of Daggerfall. The constant autumn fog of Daggerfall had blown away for the nonce, and the sky was a deep, endless blue. Moments like this were rare for young Prince Edward. This afternoon was the result of days of scheming, for he craved solitude, as the other nobles he knew craved companionship. Now his tutor believed him engaged in extra arms practice. The master of arms believed him to be chasing deer with the huntmaster, who thought he was studying Elvish. His father had no idea where he was and didn't care, being occupied with his young wife and their sons and other pleasures of noble life. At the plop of an apple barely missing his head, he opened his pale gray eyes. There was a sweet, rotten smell in his nostrils. He sighed and stared up into the blue. Why should things fall down instead of up? If you stared at the sky long enough, you could feel as if you were falling into it. His eyes glazed and the pupils grew huge as the dark-ringed irises dilated. He was weightless. Drifting another apple fell, grazing his ear, and he thudded to earth, crying out as first his rump struck, and then his head. A silvery laugh sounded. Edward sat up abruptly and stared around, jaw hanging slack. Two mounted men stood 10 feet away, still as if they were carved from stone, regarding him intently. Princes are not easily intimidated, not even the gentle-souled kind, but Edward had never seen or imagined anything like this pair. One had golden skin and eyes, was clad in white cloth trimmed with gold and rhoda. Edward blinked. Was still there. A unicorn. Beside the unicorn was a golden dragon, wings neatly folded, and on his back was a man clad in dark chainmail, a long sword at his side. He was bareheaded. His eyes glowed red in his dark face and his pointed ears. "You're elves." "What?" "He's a clever child." The dark elf's voice was sardonic. He spoke perfect Bredic. Edward noticed, his mind still working, although something seemed to have gone wrong with the rest of him. "So it would seem. He did that mostly of himself. Remarkable for an untrained child. I merely helped him to concentrate." The high elf also spoke Bredic, but hesitantly and with a slight singing accent. Edward's tutor said that elves were incapable of human speech. Edward's gaze shifted rapidly over the four beings in front of him, unable to find a comfortable resting place. He hoped briefly, fervently, that he was dreaming. His mind seethed with questions and demands, then quite suddenly his tongue came unstuck. "But I wasn't concentrating at all. My masters all say I'm incapable." Edward clamped his jaw down hard.
suddenly realizing that it might be unwise to argue with beings such as these.
But the golden elf smiled broadly, showing perfect white teeth. Exactly. He radiated such warm approval that Edward felt his skin tingle pleasantly. It was a feeling that he'd only known with his long-gone mother, but the other elf's face was expressionless, the red eyes bored into Edward as if they would pierce his soul. "Morlin! You're Morlin, the Witch King!" He jumped to his feet and faced the dark elf. "You stole my mother. My father will kill you."
I did.
Will he? Shall we call him and find out? The dark elf straightened, and his eyes glowed deeper. A tiny puff of steam escaped the dragon's nostrils. A glowing aura appeared around his companion. Edward knew he wasn't going to call the guard. Why should they be slaughtered? These two looked capable of anything. Quite suddenly, he was no longer afraid. If they were here to hurt him, they'd have done it by now. But a feeling of impotent rage remained. They'd taken his mother. And now... "Why are you here?" he demanded. "Edward, will you come with us?" The high elf spoke. Hearing him was like hearing a harp, cool as a breeze, warm as a fireside. The boy stood very still. He wanted very much to say yes, to his own amazement. He wanted to ask if he would see his mother, but instead, "My father," he croaked, "will miss you, no doubt." The irony was back in Morlin's voice, a voice that made Edward think of icicles sparkling and dripping in winter sun. But there was a sort of hunger in his glowing eyes, a longing. His father wouldn't miss him, and he knew it. Shame ran through the boy, but he looked up at the broad-shouldered elf defiantly. "Are you my father?" Edward had meant the question to match the elf's sarcasm, but his hand crept to his ear, as if of itself. He wasn't anything like his short-tempered, hearty, red-haired father, and Roan often said he had an elfin look. There was a heavy silence, and Edward sensed that Moralen was taking the question at face value, but the truth had nothing to do with what Moralen would say next. He would give the expedient answer. Still, no. It came reluctantly. He might be lying, of course, but Edward felt a deep wave of relief. "Does my mother have other sons?" Suddenly, Edward knew she did not, and that the question would hurt the dark elf, and was glad. "Your mother might be dead for all you know, or care, it seems." The dark elf's narrow nostrils twitched as if Edward stank, and the lines around his mouth deepened. She was not dead. Edward would have known. The bitter injustice of Morlin's contempt stung. "Did she send you to me? Do you take me for an errand boy?" He snapped and spoke to his companion. "Let us take him now and be gone. We may discuss it at leisure." The golden elf held up his hand. "Patience, my cousin." And to Edward, "Well, youngling, will you come?" Dark tales were told of human children kidnapped by elves who hungered for young humans. "I don't know your name," Edward temporized. "Do you love your life here so much?" Edward looked at the palace in the distance, the banners floating lazily above the town below, the sparkling bay, the distant mountains. "I love Daggerfall." "Ah, and you shall return to hold it, Prince Edward. I, Eirik Harad Egan the Archmagister, swear it to you." Morlan swung about, protesting sharply in Elvish. The dragon spat a bit of flame, but the unicorn did not move. Its golden eyes regarded Edward steadily. "Unicorns do not abide any sort of falsity." The words floated through his mind in his mother's voice. "Eirik Harad Egun the Archmagister, I will come with you." "You must ride with Morlan. The Lord Akatosh has consented to this necessity." The elf made a sweeping gesture toward the dragon. "He wasn't fit to touch a unicorn, of course." "Very well then. I don't suppose I could bring my dog?" Where was he? Shag was always with him, asleep in the grass. Shag, the ever alert. Edward knelt to touch him. A heated discussion in Elvish ensued. during which the dragons scorched the grass. Morelin swung down and picked Shag up with distaste. "Very well then, but I warn you that Akatosh is at the limit of his patience. Mount then." "Lord Akatosh, I am most deeply obliged by your indulgence, if ever I may repay it." "You will," Morelin interrupted. He seized Edward by the belt and tossed him up onto the dragon. Edward settled himself between the dragon's neck and wings, and the sleeping Shag was draped limply in front of him. "There isn't room for," Edward began, and jerked in astonishment as the dragon shifted beneath him and grew larger. Much, much, much larger. Morelin vaulted up behind with a prodigious leap for one in armor. The unicorn jumped the 9-foot wall, clearing it neatly. The dragon's great wings stretched. He crouched, then leapt into the air. His riders swayed wildly. The dark elf muttered something Edward couldn't understand in Elvish, and they steadied. The wings beat strongly, and the dragon circled low over the keep, gaining altitude slowly. People were running about now, shouting and pointing. Edward saw his old nurse and waved and shouted, "Goodbye, goodbye. I'll be back sometime." Arrows flew through the air as bowmen shot, while the nurse screamed and clutched at the arms of those nearest. King Corsair ran naked onto the battlements, screaming and waving his fists. "Child of a demon, come back and I'll thrash you within an inch of your worthless life. Morelin, come down and fight, like the man you aren't." Morelin's loud laughter rang clear as temple bells, cascading over the keep. He shouted, "Be glad I don't, little king of the small cock." The dragon circled almost lazily and let out a huge gout of flame. Arrows clinked harmlessly off his golden scales. "I'm off to see my mother," Edward screamed down, noting the upturned faces of his stepmother and her red-haired sons. Roan had a fur-trimmed robe clutched round her, but her long hair floated wildly. 4 pairs of eyes fastened on him, not Morelin, glittering with fury and hatred. Edward stopped waving and clutched Shag tightly with both hands. Morelin's mail-clad arm was securely about his waist. Edward slumped against him, feeling quite safe for the first time in a very long while. The bowmen had stopped shooting. Most of them were looking at the royal family. The king danced with rage. The great dragon's wings beat harder now, and they headed due south out over the water. "Aren't we going to Ebonheart?" The boy twisted round and looked up at Morelin. "Your mother awaits you at First Hold in Somerset, little prince." "Why did you wait so long to fetch me?" "Querulous child, do you think dragons and unicorns do the bidding of elves or men? Your mother came to me full willing, but she could not bring you. You were too closely guarded by your father's men. Would you have had us lay waste your land to take you by force? She thought you would be safe and cared for, and she was desperate. No, this was the dragon's plan." Of all the astonishing events of the afternoon, this was the most surprising. The notion that a dragon should take an interest in him, when not even his own family did. But willing, the elf said. Full willing. "You are the focus of large events, youngling. Your task is to prepare yourself to be a king such as your people have never known. Our task is to aid you. Sleep now." Waves of sleep assaulted Edward's mind one after another. But he meant to ask Morelin about his mother, but the last wave was too big. It crashed right over him and he slipped into dark, fire-shot dreams. King Edward, Part 2. Chapter 2. Reunion at First Hold. Edward woke to a red sky. The sun was just peeking over the western mountains. They were nearing a glittering tower, fire flashing from every facet. The dragon veered to fly nearer and shot a long blast of flame. A light flashed several times from the tower's top as they dropped suddenly. Edward's stomach felt very peculiar. He sighed and stirred and felt Morelin shift so that his right arm now held Edward. He stretched and yawned. "Not much longer now. It's several days by horse from the Crystal Tower to First Hold, but I judge that Akatosh will have us there within the hour." "We're not stopping at the tower?" "Eirik, do not use that name so lightly, not even to me. The Archmagister will not return for days yet."
Unicorns are brothers to the wind and travel as fast, even burdened, but not as fast as dragons fly. You see the elven homeland at dawn from the back of a dragon. Count yourself fortunate among men.
Edward's gaze roamed the deep green woods and rugged hills. There was no sign of habitation. "It's lovely," he said politely, "but not so beautiful as High Rock," he added out of loyalty and truth. "Are there no towns or villages or farms?" "The firstborn live nestled deep in the trees, and they do not tear up the earth and plant anew, but take gladly what Oriel offers and make return. Ah, the green smell of growing things." Indeed, the air was as heady as the wine Edward used to sip from his father's cup before. "I'm hungry." "I expect so." A bit of shifting, and Morland's left hand produced a small leaf-wrapped package. The dusky hand was large and strong, and looked neither human nor animal. Edward stared at it with revulsion, then took the package gingerly so as not to touch the hand. He felt Morland stiffen, and the hand that held Edward relaxed its grasp a bit. Edward felt ashamed of his reaction. It was neither kind nor wise to give offense in the circumstances. Morland could quite easily drop him overboard. "I need to bathe, but so do you," he said stiffly. Morland was deliberately misinterpreting the reaction, Edward knew. "Yes, I'm very dirty." Edward bit into the cake, which proved much better than it looked. "My lady mother's used to seeing me like this. At least she used to be. But perhaps I should bathe first." "I think you will not be offered that choice." "Ah, at last." The dragon spread his wings, sent a huge gout of flame soaring skyward, and dropped to earth in a large clearing. The landing was abrupt and jarring. Elves appeared quite suddenly, and arms reached up to take him and Shag, who woke at last, ran frantically in circles, and then sat panting at Edward's feet. A tall elf with fiery hair like copper greeted them formally. "Greetings, my lord king. Your lady wife awaits you. Prince Edward, I welcome you to the land of the firstborn on behalf of all its people. May your stay here prove pleasant and productive." Morland nodded deferentially. "Thank you, my host. My queen has waited long enough. We will go to her now." Morland's hand on his shoulder steered Edward toward the largest tree he'd ever seen. The trunk was hollow. Steps inside led up. Openings gave out onto more steps and bridges along and among the mighty branches. They proceeded along these until they reached a large canopied platform, furnished with seats and chests as if it were a room. A golden-skinned woman smiled at them and waved them in, then left. A tall, slender, pale-skinned, dark-haired human woman paced toward them, her eyes on Edward. Only Edward. "Why did you leave us?" The cry came from deep inside, ringing through him. It stopped her several paces from him. Now her eyes lifted to Moralen, who said in a harsher tone than Edward had yet heard from him, "Thou wilt address thy mother with respect, cub." A glancing blow made his eyes water. Aliera crossed quickly to Moralen and placed her hands on his chest. "Greeting, my husband. All praise to Natorgo for bringing you and my son safely to me. Thank also the Lord of the Dragons and the Bandit, who could not have lifted the boy more neatly himself. The Archmagister had somewhat to do with it as well." Moraland's dusky hands came up to hold her bare arms lightly and tenderly. He laughed, looking relaxed and happy. But the hands against his chest formed a barrier as much as a caress. "I am blessed indeed, but it has been long since my son and I have spoken. We may find words more easily if we seek them alone together." Moraland's smile vanished instantly. "Are words then a thing which two can find more easily than three? Well, perhaps. At times. Wife." He turned on his heel and left. The bridge swung and creaked, but his feet made no sound at all. Aliera watched after him, but he did not look back. Edward felt again the curious mix of satisfaction and regret that came with giving pain to his enemy. "Edward, my son, come and sit by me."
Edward stood where he was. "Madam Mother, I have waited many years and traveled many leagues to have an answer. I will wait no longer, nor go one step further."
"What have you been told?"
"That you were most treacherously kidnapped by night with the aid of magic, while my father slept, trusting in the honor of his guest."
"Your father told you that?"
"And Morlin said that you came full willing. I would hear what you say."
"Would you hear why I left your father, or why I did not take you with me, having chosen to go?"
Edward paused, thinking. "Madam, I would hear the truth. Therefore I must give the truth. I would hear why you left me behind. The other, I think I know, as much as I can or would know, unless you wish to tell me more or other." "The truth? Truth is not a single thing existing apart from those who apprehend it. But I will tell you my truth, and perhaps then you may arrive at your truth."
Alira walked back to a softly pillowed chair and composed herself. Nearby, a small ruby-colored bird settled on a branch and trilled an accompaniment to her soft voice. "My parents arranged my marriage as is the custom of our homeland. I did not love Corsair, but in the beginning I respected him and tried to be a good wife. He did not care for me, nor did he take care, and so he lost my respect, and I died a little each day, withering like an untended plant. I was happy only with you, but Corsair thought I was making you too soft. Womanish, he said, and so after your 3rd birthday, I was allowed to spend only an hour each day with you. I listened to your cries and sat weeping, without heart for anything. Finally, you ceased crying and asking for me, and my heart was left empty. I formed the habit of walking and riding much of the time, alone save for a guard or two. Then Morlin came. He wanted to mine for ebony in the Rothgarian mountains. The land he wanted to use was part of my dowry. He was willing to train our people in the arts of its use and even to give them weapons of dark elf making. In return, our people were to aid him in keeping the goblins away and allow him to form a colony of his people in High Rock. Corsair had no use for the land and he wanted the weapons very much indeed. There are none better. So he favored the proposal. There were many details to be discussed and arranged, and it fell to me to conduct these negotiations. Corsair despises dark elves, and he was jealous of Morelin, who was already famed as the finest fighter in all Tamriel. But Morelin is more than a skilled fighter. He's well-read and interested in everything under the sun. He sang and played as if taught by Geoffrey and Jim Say both. He was a companion such as I'd only dreamed of. That and no more, I swear. We both loved to be outside, so our discussions took place while riding and walking, but always accompanied by his men and courtiers. When all was arranged, Corsair gave a great feast to celebrate the treaty. All of High Rock nobility came, and many from other provinces. At the end, Corsair was deep in his cups and let fall an insult that could only be washed out in blood. I had long since retired with the other ladies, so I know not what it was, but I'd heard enough in private to know that Corsair had a store of such to choose from. Morelin gave the challenge, and gave Corsair until noon, that he might recover such wits as he had. Then Morelin came to me, alone in my chamber, and told me what had befallen. "Milady, I think he will choose your brother as his champion. In any case, there will be a river of blood between us that may not be crossed in this life or any other. I can live without your love, but I would not have your enmity. Come with me now, as wife or honored guest, as you choose, and you shall serve as blood price instead of your kith or kin." And there, in the moonlight, in my terror, with my ladies sleeping about me, I knew I loved him, doubted that I could live without him, and yet I loved you more. "My son," I whispered, "I can't. Milady, you must choose. I am sorry. You see, don't you, Edward? If I stayed, it meant my brother's death, his innocent young blood, or your father's, or possibly that of the man I loved, though I counted that most unlikely. Morlin's fighting skills alone were supreme,
and in an affair of this sort, he would be entitled to call on magic aid as well. We could take him with us, but Morlin shook his head sadly. That I will not do. It would go against my honor to part father and son. Leaving love alone, I am trained to duty, Aliera said proudly. Should I have robbed you of your father or your loving uncle, and I thought it likely that Corsair, should he survive, would somehow blame me for the affair and use it as an excuse to put me away, I thought that Corsair would be pleased to have me gone. I knew he wanted the weapons very much. I could trade them for time with you, I thought. All this passed through my mind while Morelin stood waiting, not looking at me. Lady Mara, help me to choose wisely, I prayed. You truly want me as wife? I could bring you nothing but trouble. Aliera, I would have you to wife, and I want nothing but yourself. He shed his cloak and wrapped it round my body, pulling the bedclothes away. Morlin, wait, is this right, what I do? Milady, if I thought this wrong, I should not be standing here. Of the choices you are given, this one seems to me most right. He swung me up in his arms and carried me to his horse, and so I left your father's house, clad only in his cloak and riding before him. And wild joy mixed with my sorrow, so that I scarce knew how I felt. That is my truth. Edward said quietly, but he has parted my father and me in the end. With great reluctance, and only because the dragon says that you and your father were in truth already parted in heart. It is only a matter of more leagues, which provide a measure of safety for you. Morelin insisted that you should freely consent to come. You are as free to return any time you wish. Morelin would have just taken me. It was the Archmagister, who insisted that I must consent. He's not a patient man by nature, and he is anxious to do Corsair no harm. Doubtless he felt the discussion could be carried on as well elsewhere. He called him King of the Small Cock, and laughed. Why? Are Daggerfall cockerels smaller than Ebonheart birds? And what does it matter anyway? My father was very angry. I think he would have liked to fight. But it's true he hates me. I knew that, but I didn't want to know, so I pretended not to. I don't suppose Morelin would do that. No. He'd lie, though. He thought about telling me he was my father. I could see it. Aliera threw back her head and laughed her pretty rippling laugh. He remembered it from long ago, and it sent shivers down his back. He must have wanted to claim it very badly indeed if he let you see it. He's usually quicker than that, and he does not lie under oath or to hurt those he loves. He doesn't love me, he doesn't even like me. But I do, my dear son. You... Edward thought she was going to say he'd grown. Adults always remarked on his growth, even if he'd just seen them a week ago. Very strange, since he was small for his age. Instead, she said, "You're just as I thought you'd be," with deep maternal satisfaction. And he loves you, but he said he was no one's errand boy, yet you dismissed him as if he were. Aliera's face and neck burned a deep crimson. Nay, though I am reduced to serving man, it seems. Morlin had entered silently, bearing a huge tray piled high with food. Get me a stool, boy. You can play page if I can play server. You must be famished, and I thought I'd best return before my wife gets around to the rest of my faults. Could take her most of the day listing them. He'd shed the mail, and bathed and dressed in fresh black jerkin and hose, with a silvery sash tied round his narrow waist, but the black sword still swung by his side. Mara, help us. You've enough food for a small army, and I've broken my fast. Aliera's small hand reached for the elf's arm, slid down it caressingly, then clasped his hand and squeezed it, lifting it to her still hot cheek, brushing it with her lips. Edward looked away quickly, discomforted by the sight of his dusky skin against her fairness. This is for me, and a bit for the boy. But pray join us, my dear. You've grown thin, pining for me, no doubt.
He wrapped a lock of her dark, curly hair around a finger and tugged at it, grinning, then fell on the food like a starving wolf, attacking it with small, silvery weapons instead of eating with his fingers, as humans did. The food was wonderful. Edward ate until he could eat no more. Eavesdropping, he murmured thoughtfully. He'd been mulling over a list of Morland's faults while he ate, and realized too late that he'd spoken aloud.
By Zenithar, boy, if you humans will shout your privy conversation all over the treaty, expect me to shut my ears with wool? He tapped one of his large, pointed ears. Edward hurriedly tried to remember what they'd said, what he'd said. Lying. Oh dear. Maybe he hadn't heard. So I'm a liar, am I, boy? Virgil help him. Edward felt he was drowning. Could the elf read minds? He hoped that wasn't the insult his father had used. I meant I thought that you were thinking about it. You did hesitate. Edward gulped. He was making matters worse.
Possibly I was trying to remember. The sardonic tone was back.
You don't even like me, Edward burst out.
That doesn't seem to have stopped your true father from claiming you.
Morland, don't, Aliera interrupted, but the elf held up his hand to quiet her. I'm not so sure, Edward flashed. Why do you say that?
I don't know. Roan says things, and I'm not at all like him. Everyone remarks on it, and then stops talking.
What things? Speak, boy. About how fond Mother was of her brother when they were young, how sad and angry he was when she was carried off. More like a lover, she said, than a brother. She says it very sweetly, but like she means something by it, something too dirty to say. Other times she talks about how elfin I look, and how quickly after marriage I came. Not as quickly as her first son, though. Morland leaped up. By the Avenger, I will go back and wring the vixen's neck. The human. He bit off the insult, but his red eyes flamed rage. His muscles swelled, and his hair stood on end. You do not look half-elven. I never met your mother until 4 years after your conception. Roan, it seems, cannot decide which lie she wishes to use. But incest. Make hell strike her down if I may not. The tall elf paced furiously about the room, lithe as a Khajiit, hand fondling his sword hilt. The platform swayed and dipped. She's ambitious for her sons at Edward's expense. The question is, how many will believe her? Not enough if she was planning to have him killed instead. Aliera's smooth brow wrinkled a bit.
I never disliked her, you know, nor she me. She wanted my place, and I was glad enough to let her have it safe for Edward. You want me to be king, so I'll let you have the Ebon mines. Edward had just worked out the puzzle.
Oh, devil take the Ebon, which he probably will. I've a better chance of getting cooperation from Roan's boys once your father's dead. They'd have reason for gratitude, and the bargain's a good one. Although the chances they could keep a civil tongue long enough to sign a contract seem poor, given their parentage. Then why? You don't even like me.
Mara, help me. Liking a person is a human concept. One day they like you, the next day they don't. On Turdus, they're back to liking you again. My own wife does this to me, but claims to love me even when she doesn't like me. Except, of course, on the days when she doesn't do either, and talks about joining the Order of Rihanna. Fortunately, that only happens once a year or so. I go hunting until she comes to her senses.
You exaggerate. That only happened once, and well, you know it. I remember enjoying the recovery period. Maybe it should happen more often. They grinned at each other.
But why do you want me to be king? Edward persisted.
I told you. It's Akatosh's notion, and the Archmagister's. I just came along for the ride. Ask them.
I shall ask the Archmagister when I see him.
An excellent plan. You'll spend a few weeks at the tower before heading north with us. Only that? Does the prospect of spending the winter with your mother and me displease you so much?
No, sir. But I agreed to go with Eirik, not you. The words hung unsaid between them. You will in time. A few weeks there now will fit you to begin your training in magic. I can teach you spells, but you need hardening. Your body must catch up to your mind. It is the Archmagister's will. Fighting magic? I want to learn other things. How to call beasts. How to heal and float.
You'll learn that, I doubt not. And do you think a fighter can't heal? It's the first spell you'll learn. But a king must know how to fight.
I'm not good at it. Dragon's teeth, boy. Exactly why you must learn.
If I cannot?
You've courage and a clear head and the potential to learn magic. That's more than most people ever have. I can teach you the rest. Edward's head whirled with the unaccustomed praise. I do? I have? You can? Do you think any of your father's fool court would stand naked before a dragon, a unicorn, the Archmagister, and the champion of Tamriel and demand justice of them? Justice. Faced with such, they might have managed to beg for mercy, if they could speak at all, which is doubtful. I did that? I did, didn't I? Edward was astonished. He wanted to add that he hadn't known, hadn't thought about it.
Aye, you did, and it's a deed that shall be sung from here to Morrowind. I'll compose the ballad myself as soon as I have a nap. I don't sleep as sound as some on dragons' backs. You enchanted me and shag asleep.
And the rest of the castle with the help of my friends.
Can you levitate? Will you show me? Not so fast. I kept a holding spell on us all night to keep us on the dragon's back. Until I'm rested, I couldn't light a candle with the aid of a match. Oh, well, I'd still rather be like the Archmagister than be a fighter. It'll be news to the Archmagister that he cannot fight. I hope he'll find time to show you how to wield a staff. No better weapon for early training, and no better trainer. Now, of the four you saw before you, which would you say could best the others? Edward thought carefully for several minutes. Sir, my judgment is poor indeed, but if you would still have my answer, it would seem that the one who claims the title Champion of Tamriel must be the best. Yet must not the Archmagister be your master in magic, and trained to arms as well, it seems. So which should prevail? Could any mortal stand against the dragon's fire and claws and teeth? And I know naught of the unicorn, save that it is fleet, and has a very sharp horn, and hooves as well. So I will guess the unicorn. It had the mildest manner. And since you asked the question, it seems the unlikely answer may be correct.
Well answered, youngling. The unicorn would win easily in any single close combat. No mortal or even dragon can move quickly enough to land a blow, and it cannot be burned or touched by any magic or elemental power. Its hooves are deadly, and a single touch of its horn will kill any enemy, although the horn itself will burn away. The most powerful can regenerate it within moments, however. And of the four, the Champion of Tamriel would probably be the loser against any of the others, although the title is no idle boast. Moralen is not accustomed to being so outclassed. My manners may have suffered in consequence. Milord King, I am most deeply in your debt. You have done me great honor and service, if ever. I can repay you, I will. Forgive my brash words and ill manners. I have dwelt among the rude and boorish, and it seems I have no father, unless I may call you so. The elf held his hands out to the boy, who placed his own in them. Edward's feeling of distaste was quite gone, as if by magic the thought drifted through his mind, and then he released his hands and clasped Moralen about his waist. The elf's hands stroked the dark hair and clasped the thin shoulders. I thank you, my wife. After only 5 years of marriage, you have presented me with a fine son, 9 years of age. Remarkable, in fact, magical. King Edward, Part 3. Chapter 3. Lessons. The golden days passed swiftly. Edward spent most of his time in the company of his parents. He saw few other children. None at all lived in their tree, only their wood elf host, and Moralan's 6 companions, an oddly assorted, cheerful lot.
Disrespectful, Edward thought. None of the Daggerfall court, or servants, would dare have addressed his father as these did Morlin and Aliera with their constant raillery. But these weren't servants or courtiers, just companions. Only one was a dark elf. There were a Khajiit woman, 2 wood elves, brother and sister, a Nordic man, even bigger than Morlin, and a strange-looking lizard-like man who spoke with such a hissing accent that Edward couldn't understand him at all. The Nord man was called Slave of Morlin, or just Slave for short, although Morlin usually called him Mats of My Slave. Mats tended the group's weapons and gathered wood for the evening fires, but it wasn't unusual for the others to bring wood. Morlin himself often borrowed Mats' axe and fetched and split wood if there was need, or if he just felt like it.
They spent much of their time roaming the woods and fields, hunting and gathering produce in 2s and 3s. Usually Morlin, Aliera, and Edward and Shade went off together. They carried bows for hunting. When Edward asked Morlin to teach him to shoot better, he was told to ask his mother, as she was the better shot. And it was Aliera's arrow that brought down a handsome buck, although both arrows had struck, and they quarreled over whose arrow had killed as they ran toward the buck.
"Bah!" Morlin exclaimed as he pulled his black-fletched arrow from the hindquarters. "I don't know how I managed to feed myself before I married you."
"You had the companions." "Aye. Mats, Myth, and I starved together before we met Beech and Willow." Morlin pulled out his black dagger tooth and began to skin the animal's body, calling Edward to come and watch. "You want to learn about animals, don't you?"
"Live ones," Edward said with distaste. His dainty mother was ripping the skin away with enthusiasm. "Such make tough eating," the dark elf said. "Give me your cloak. I'll make a package for you to carry."
"I am a prince, not a pack horse. You'll carry your share or you'll be a hungry prince this night." The elf had lost his good humor.
"I won't. I don't want any. You can't make me." Morlin stood erect and appeared to think this over. "Can't I?" he taunted. "Edward, please." Aliera appealed to him.
"Tell me, Lord Prince, how then does one get the meat to one's table if one may not carry it? If princes may not carry meat, then certainly kings and queens may not. Or do princes grow out of the incapacity when they become kings? They have servants." "Serve ants? What a clever idea. Only a human could think of that. Ants are excellent at carrying, I have noted, although I have not the trick of commanding them. Perhaps you can teach me." "Servants like Mats here," Edward shouted. He hated being teased. Mats and the other companions had come up, having heard their shouts over the kill. "Mats, you think I cannot make you carry deer meat, yet I could command Mats to do so?" Morlin stared up at the blonde giant. "Well, one never knows until one tries. Mats, carry the deer." The blonde scratched his head and jaw thoughtfully. "Highness, nothing would please me more, but it is a large deer, and my old wound is troubling my back. Perhaps if you kill a smaller one." "Well, Prince, what now?" "You beat him." "At what?" "I can outrun him. Mats, if I reach that oak first, will you carry the deer?" Mats shook his head slowly. "You beat him with a stick," Edward yelled. "What promise you show as a healer, my prince. You will forgive me if I refrain from consulting you until you have further training. It is my judgment that beating with a stick will not improve Mats' back. Of course I may be in error. Silk, you carry the deer." "Me, my lord? I am sorry, but I have just remembered that I am 4th cousin to the 5th house of Debella, Queen of Heaven. My dignity forbids that I carry anything at all." Willow and Beech claimed that a mage had forbidden either of them from carrying any part of an animal while the moon Joan was risen. "Prince, are you truly certain about this rule? It seems to make life most inconvenient. We could bring the wood to the deer, which will take many hours and leave us benighted here. We could consume the meat raw on the spot. But I own, my belly is not yet empty enough to make that option attractive. Aliera, can you help us? How do the High Rock folk get meat to table? My lord, when I lived there, it was my firm belief that it appeared by magic. There were servants, but they were an irritating, lazy lot, more trouble than they were worth. Edward, my son, is it possible that this rule applies only in High Rock? I suppose so. Edward carried a share of meat that bent his back, but he did not complain, and so it was settled, and the meal that night was a merry one. But for several days after, if the companions caught him carrying anything at all, they would inquire anxiously as to whether a High Rock prince might do so. If Mats is not a servant, then why do they call him Moraelin's slave? Edward asked one drowsy afternoon. Well, he is my slave. I paid gold for him, all that Myth and I had. We came on a man beating him near Reichparth Keep. He looked near death. When Myth and I tried to stop the beating, the man said Mats was a runaway slave, and he'd do as he liked with him. So I threw down the gold and told him he could take it and leave, else I would kill him out of hand. He chose the latter, so I told Mats to take the gold as his master's heir and go where he would. He chose to come with us, so we buried the gold with his master, and Mats has been with us since. Could he leave if he wanted to? Of course. May I go pick some of those berries over there? Edward asked, and Moraelin nodded. Alier was sleeping curled on her side. Morlin sat next to her, leaning back against a tree, his hand playing with her long dark curls. His eyes and skin were sensitive to the bright sun. Shade slept stretched in the sun nearby, his dark fur glinting with silver in the light. Edward wandered over to the bushes and picked the bright glowberries, so called because they glowed at night, although right now they were a rather dull gray. But they tasted very good. If he ate enough, would he glow at night, he wondered. Or if he smashed them and collected the juice the bushes caught at him, then he found a sort of tunnel through them and trotted along it, wondering where it led. It ended in a small clearing before a pile of rocks. There was a hole, and something in it. Edward stepped back, making a small noise in his throat. The something heaved and presented a tusky, snarling face and hooves that pawed at the earth. The boy backed away slowly. The beast's head went down, the shoulders heaved, and the immense bulk lumbered into a charge. Edward tried to throw himself into the bushes. There was no room. And then, incredibly, Moraelin was in front of him, between him and the beast. There was a flash and a crash, and the elf seemed to leap backwards for several feet, landing crouched just in front of Edward's face. The air whistled as his blade seemed to jump out of the sheath of its own accord. There was a sparkle in the air around him and a burnt smell. Silence. Get out of here, boy, now! Edward fled, yelling for his mother, who was running toward the bushes and calling him. She clasped him to her and began shouting for Moraelin instead. There was no answer. Then, somehow the elf was there, unharmed, his blade sheathed again, but he was breathing hard. Did you kill it? Are you hurt? No and no. I was shielded. Barely. You disturbed a sow in her den with her litter. Fortunately, she thought she'd had enough after the first impact. I dare say she's unaccustomed to finding her enemies still standing afterwards. Why didn't you kill her? Edward demanded, feeling bloodthirsty after his fright. A katana, even the ebony blade, is not the weapon I'd choose against a mother sow. A spear, maybe. The longer the better. Besides, if we leave her be, there'll be 6 pigs here next year, with luck. You made a magic shield, Edward said, wide-eyed. Aye, barring the shield, she'd have left a few marks even on a tough old dark elf. Edward, it would be gracious to thank your rescuer, his mother prompted. Thank you, Edward said automatically, his mind busy with more questions. How had the elf known of his danger? How did he get there so quickly? There is scarcely need to thank me for saving my son's life. Thank Shade, Moraelin said. The cat told me there was trouble. Edward knelt and hugged the smug, purring cat. Good old Shade. I can always count on him. My son, our son. The words rang proudly out at the least excuse. Edward puzzled over this for a while. It wanted an explanation. The one he favored was that Moreland simply didn't know him very well yet, and was prone to give the benefit of the doubt to strangers. Eventually. But in the meantime, he might as well enjoy it. It was nice. Having a father that was proud of you, that liked being with you, took you places, talked to you, listened to you, and most remarkably of all, let you alone when you needed to be. Moreland only really liked being alone when he was composing a ballad. Edward told Beech and Willow about the mother pig. I ran when he told me to. Would you? Because he said to. I couldn't think of any way to help, but Willow and Beech listened carefully, exchanged glances, and said they'd think about the problem. After supper, around the evening fire, Willow took up her small harp and began to sing about the joys of an autumn afternoon and berries, except that Moreland sent the boy off to pick berries. They'd got that part wrong. Moreland sat up sharply and looked around, but the others had slipped away into the darkness, and Willow wasn't looking at him. Myth strolled into the firelight, taking mincing steps, picking pantomime berries and eating them noisily. Moreland put his head down and groaned. Myth pantomimed finding something, then skipped along in delight. Mats's head and shoulders lurched into the firelight. Myth reached a hand to pat him, then leapt back with a squeal as Mats tried to rip him with a tusk. Huge tusks and a pig nose adorned his face. Myth crouched, hands to his face in exaggerated horror, and Silk, clad in black, leaped between Myth and Mats with a shower of sparks, jerking backwards, hose about its knees, shoeless. It reached for its sword, but Mats charged and knocked it flying. It spun out of sight. Mats, scrambling on all fours, missed Myth but tore his hose. Myth scampered around the fire with Mats after him. Silk, sword in one hand, the other tugging at the hose, chased after Mats, beating him with the sword. Another figure appeared, clad in Aliera's blue gown with Beech's head sticking out above, wearing a long dark wig. Myth cowered behind her skirts. She glared at Mats, and he froze. Silk tripped and sprawled behind him. Beech tossed his hair back, patted Myth reassuringly on the head, wet one finger and smoothed an eyebrow, then leisurely picked up his bow, aimed and twanged. Mats leaped backwards, collapsing on top of Silk, with a very realistic death rattle. Beech and Myth embraced, ignoring Silk, still flat beneath Mats. Moreland had begun laughing when Silk first leaped out. Aliera had waited for Beech's appearance. Now tears were running down her cheeks. Moreland was doubled over, pounding his fist against a tree. Ripples and giggles of silvery laughter sounded all around, and showers of gold coins fell into the circle. The companions gathered themselves together and bowed as humans did. Again, do it again. No, Moreland gasped, still laughing. You came nearer killing me than the sow did. I beg mercy. Another night, gentle persons. Our king has had a very long day. We thank you all. Gods had the entire town seen. Edward stared behind him, but they were all melting away into the dark. That's not what happened, he yelled. You were a hero. They made fun of you. Yes, and yes, especially the last. By Geoffrey himself, that was funny. They all saw that, and you're going to let them do it again? Edward was scandalized. They had all looked ridiculous. Let them. It'll be done all over Tamriel for centuries to come, I doubt not. But never again so well. But it didn't happen like that at all. It would have if the sow had charged again. Ariana's bow would have been far more effective than my poor blade, and she'd have seen Moreland leap like a Khajiit. His finger smoothed an eyebrow in a gesture typical of Aliera, and he went off again into a long laugh. She'd have slain the beast with a look if she couldn't find an arrow. Mats, you were more like the sow than she like herself. Bigger too, I swear. Myth, you old rogue. Only you could look so innocent. But it's not true, Edward protested. Boy, you think there's only one truth. Was what you saw today truth? Did you see all the truth, even of what did happen? What you saw here tonight will light up truths unseen. If you allow it, you could spend a lifetime reflecting on it and yet not see it whole. For it goes ever further and deeper, spreading like ripples in a pool, beyond us all, and out into the deep stillness of forever. What happens is only a tiny part of truth, maybe the least part, and what you see is smaller yet. Edward still thought that a king really ought to have more dignity, but he didn't say so. King Edward, Part 4. Chapter 4. Stories. Edward faced his mother defiantly. "I'm not sick and I'm not a baby. I can stay here by myself. I don't need myth." There was a dangerous glint in Morland's eyes. Aliera's lips thinned. "You will mind him, Edward." "Yes, madam," Edward said sulkily. "Come on, wife. Myth knows how to deal with princes who don't want his company." The three adults laughed a bit in their irritating way, at a joke he didn't understand. The weather was drizzly, and Edward had the sniffles. His mother had decided that he shouldn't go out, even though they were only going visiting. Morland had taken his side, but threw out his hands and raised his brows at Edward in a helpless gesture when Aliera insisted that he stay behind. Myth, whom Edward liked the least of the companions, had volunteered to stay with him. Even Sas would have been better. Myth was scruffy looking, like a stable boy, and cheeky, even for a companion. Edward sulked silently for a while longer. Myth had fetched a broom and was sweeping the house out, brushing dirt from the room above into the room Edward was in. What on earth was the use of staying in when there wasn't really any inn to stay in? Edward got tired of sulking, fetched a broom, and went up to help sweep. "Myth," Edward said, "have you ever been to the Crystal Tower?" "I have. It's an unchancy place at first, but you'll grow used to it." Myth was applying his broom with energy and whistling. Sweeping was kind of fun here. There weren't any sides to the platforms, so all you had to do was brush the dirt and leaves over the side. You started at the top and worked your way down. "You're quick with the broom, Myth. I haven't half finished my side yet. Will there be others there like me?" "Oh, some children, I think. Most'll be somewhat older. I should be quick with a broom. My father had me sweeping out the king's stables when I was your age. I used to dream and talk too much like you. He beat me for it, so I learned to be quick." Edward swept faster, stirring up dust. "Not like that, boy. Watch me. Anyway, there's no hurry. It's just habit with me. Morland had served me my head on a platter if I touched you. My father, he was always, well, he was a hard man to please. He was a Nord." "Your father?" Edward stared at Myth, but Myth looked much like the other dark elves he'd seen. Not many. Dark elves didn't come to Daggerfall. Gerald had banned them. But he'd seen some on his rare trips to other courts, and there were some in First Hold besides Morland and Myth. Did he have red hair? Myth's hair was a dark red. Gerald had red hair. He tended the stables for Morland. No wonder Myth looked like a stable boy. But Edward kept his tone polite. Myth had a sharp tongue, and Edward knew that neither of his parents would be sympathetic if he complained that Myth had been impertinent. "He did have red hair. Maybe I got mine from him, but mostly mixed elf and human children come out dark elf. No, Morland wasn't a king then, or expecting to be. Besides, this was in Blacklight, where I was born. Morland's brother was king in Ebonheart in those days. He came up to visit our king and brought Morland along, to keep him out of trouble, he said." Myth grinned. I grinned when I heard him say that, and I saw the boy looking at me out of the tail of his eye, but he wouldn't take notice. Like I was the dirt or something worse. His brother tossed him a pouch and told him to go into town and get his knife mended, jerked his thumb at me and told me to show him the way. Morland said he didn't need an escort to find a store and stalked off like princes do. Myth grinned knowingly at Edward, but the grin wasn't unfriendly. Edward smiled back a bit, and Myth went on. Our king eyeballed me, so I took off after him. Moralen didn't spare me so much as a glance. Went 4 blocks out of his way, down by the wharfs, and when I tried to tell him where the store was, he shoved me right off the pier. I could levitate, of course, but he caught me by surprise, and I went in with a big splash and everyone laughing like jackasses. I got myself out and went straight to the store and waited for him, but not so he could see me. And when he finally showed up, I lifted the pouch right off him. He didn't even know it was gone. So in he goes and tosses the knife on the counter and tells the smith to fix it right off, which he does. Only then Moralen can't pay him. Tells the smith he's the king of Ebonheart's brother. The smith just laughs and says, "And I'm the Archmagister." Then the smith calls the guard and 3 of them show up. Well, Moralen wasn't what he is now. 3 guards wouldn't even warm him up nowadays. But he was even faster then. He was out of there so fast he nearly knocked me over at the door. He lost the guards pretty quick, while that armor slows him down. I found him crouching in one of those hedge mazes in the park. He was doubled over out of breath, but still I stood a good ways off while I asked him real nasty if he needed an escort back to the palace. Not that I was planning to go back. I was going to take the money and run and never look back, I tell you. But I had to have the last word. I wasn't born high, but I was born proud. He glared at me for a minute or so, catching his breath. Then he just rolled over and started to laugh that laugh of his. Prince or no, I started to like him then. When we'd finished laughing, more or less, we started talking. I told him I didn't want to go back, nor dared to. Princes don't get blamed, Prince, I said. Stable boys do. He said that wasn't entirely the case, but he saw my point. Then he said that as I was his escort, then he must obey his brother and come with me. And that his name was Moralen, not Prince. We've been together ever since, more or less. Edward smiled politely. He could see why Myth had run away, but not why Moralen had gone with him. Unless he was afraid to face his brother about the stolen money. Edward tried to imagine Moralen being afraid to face anyone and failed. I wish I was brave, like you and Moralen. Why, you are brave, and your courage will grow with the rest of you. Are there only high elf boys at the tower? There'll be other sorts too, most likely. A few dark elves for sure. Do you miss your own kind? Edward shook his head. Human boys don't like me much anyway. Nor high elf boys. His eyes filled suddenly and he turned his head away. But Myth's voice was unexpectedly gentle. I thought you wanted to go to the tower. I do, but you'll be lonely. Edward nodded. That's a hard thing to face. Did you go there alone, Myth? Number Moralen did, but he was older than you, by a good bit. A grown man, in fact. They didn't take any but high elf students in those days, you know. But Moralen heard of them and said he wanted to go there. We were together already, the 7 of us, save for Aliera, and a handy bunch in a fight. Moralen had already gotten that dragon's blade he wears, and the dragon's tooth to go with it. Remind me to tell you about that sometime. And he was a famous fighter already, and the rest of us aren't slackers. But he thought we could be better at the spell casting, and the tower was the place to learn that. Well, no one goes near the tower without an invitation. No one. No one would even tell you where it was, but they'd tell you where not to go. So he went there, alone. One morning he was gone, and there are notes saying for us to wait for him. So we did, here in First Hold. He was gone 2 weeks. Then he came back one night, rowing across with the tide. He just said they'd accepted him, but he couldn't say anything more about it. But he asked me to come back with him. They want me? Well, they've accepted 1 dark elf, he said. 1 more shouldn't bother them too much. So we go there, and bless me if the Archmagister himself didn't meet us at the door and demand to know the meaning of this. I wanted to turn myself into a rock. I was wishing hard that I was stable dung, and figured I was like to get my wish soon. But Morlin speaks up real polite that this is the friend he'd mentioned, and the Archmagister had expressed an interest in his abilities, and naturally he'd want to see for himself. But the Archmagister was real interested. See, they don't wear armor or carry anything but a staff and a dagger. They think it interferes with their spell casting, all that metal. But Morlin could cast pretty well, even with chain, and with any one-hand weapon at all. And I could cast wearing leather, and as much as a saber, though it's an unwieldy weapon. I like my short sword better. Truth, they didn't think that much of me. But Morlin, he'd camped outside their door. And when they tried to move him, he just sat there. They threw all the spells they had at him, the troll guards, everything. Nothing. He laid the trolls out flat and left him to regenerate. If they tried to beat him with their staffs, he'd ward them off with his blade, and the spells didn't turn him a hair. Edward's mouth gaped open. "How'd he do that?" he said. Well, it was a trick in a way. He picked up something that came natural to Willow. See, Willow is different. I didn't know Willow could cast. Well, she doesn't have any mana ordinarily, but she can absorb it if you cast a spell at her, see? Of course, it wasn't much use to her, since she'd never been able to learn what to do with it once she got it. Couldn't get it back once it was gone, so she couldn't practice. Until Morillon got hold of her and trained her. Well, Morillon had figured out pretty much how Willow did what she did, though it cost Morillon mana to do what came natural to Willow. So Morillon sat there absorbing everything they threw at him, and burning it off into a big shield. Drove him wild. He said the Archmagister could best him, though. Edward suspected that Myth was making up the whole story. Well, so he did when he finally came, but all the rest of them together couldn't do it, and all Morillon wanted was to study with them. We were a sight, the two of us dark elves in our battle gear, among all that white and gold. I felt like a fish out of water, but Morillon was interested in what they had to say, and you can bet they hung on every word he said. Not too many words at first. After a fortnight or so, he told me one night to tell the Archmagister that he'd be back in a couple of days, and he shows up with Silk. Of course, he'd been telling him about the Khajiits, and they'd been asking questions. The Archmagister's no fool. He just stared at Silk, and she purred real loud and rubbed up against him and asked, "How you doing, Archmagister, baby?" The Archmagister kind of pushes Silk away and says in a whisper, "How many more?" "Just two, sir." "What are they?" "Wood elves, sir." "Just wood elves, plain ordinary wood elves, no horns, hooves, or tails." "Yes, sir." One of them has an extraordinary absorbability with some very unusual features. The other's just a bard. "Very well. You may bring the one with the absorb. We don't want a bard. They are not true mages." "Well, that's most generous of you, sir. But the bard's her brother, sir, and I swore to their parents that I wouldn't separate them. So it'll just be the three of us." "Her brother?" "Aye, a pair of twins. You may bring them both." So 3 days later, he's back with the twins, and Sass and Slave. The Archmagister looks at them and sort of bobs up and down, but he speaks real quiet. "Dark Elf, by pair of twins, did you mean 2 sets of twins? Are you going to tell me that these are twins?" Well, I could see that Morillon was kind of sorry he hadn't thought of trying that, but he said, "No, sir. The twins are Beech and Willow. The Argonian and the Nord are not prospective initiates. They are specimens for your collection. You don't have any like them, so I thought." "You thought? I do not have a dragon either. Are you going to think to bring me that next?" "Oh, aye, I could. Would you like one?" "Tell me you are not serious." Well, I couldn't promise. And it would take quite a long time, a year maybe, but Archmagister's eyes rolled up toward heaven. "Thank you, All-Mother. I have at least a year to prepare," he whispered. "I don't think Mats and Sas should have been made specimens. They're people, even if they aren't elves." "Oh, they made Sas an initiate when they found out that he had some interesting heal spells. But Mats? Mats never minds anything. He hasn't a bit of magic. He couldn't be an initiate. Anyway, he'd have hated it. He spent his time gaming with the guards when he wasn't being studied. Seems he has some interesting magic resistances. Anyway, since then, the initiates aren't just high elves, and they don't all follow the mage way. I shall be just like the Archmagister." "Oh, exactly." Morland's voice sounded lightly behind him. "I'll cut the ears off a donkey for thee and dye thy skin with saffron. Bleach thy hair white and stretch thee a foot." Morland swung him high. "Art well, son? I told thee so, Aliera. He's not ill at all. Good, because the Archmagister's returned. We go to the tower tomorrow." We was just Morland and Edward. Aliera had caught Edward's cold, and they took some pleasure in insisting she remain in bed. Morland rowed them across the river in a small boat, and they walked for most of the day, resting a little at midday. It was evening when they reached the tower, and the setting sun was glinting off it. Even the sea, far below, looked red. There was a hush over the countryside. "It's tall, isn't it?" Edward paused to look. "Towers generally are. Did you really—" Edward broke off. Questions starting in that fashion did not draw satisfactory answers from the elf. "Has Myth been telling thee tales? He's had 10 years to polish that one. I doubt not it glistens like the tower." "He told me how you met too. I thought he would. I didn't understand why you went off with him. He was a thief and a stable boy, and you were a prince." "You have just named 3 excellent reasons, Prince. You never give me serious answers." "A serious charge, very well then. I saw myself through Myth's eyes and misliked what I saw. A callous bully and a coward, fit to be neither boy nor man nor prince. Why did you run off, Prince?" Edward hung his head mutely. "Nay, I do not require answers. Come, it grows late." Moralen reached his hand for Edward's, but Edward shook him off. If Moralen was a coward, what did that make Edward? He looked at the tower door, where Moralen had demanded and won entrance, though all would shut him out. Edward could never do anything like that, but at least he could walk in on his own as an invited guest. King Edward, Part 5. Chapter 5. In the Crystal Tower. Inside the tower, Edward's first impression was of whiteness. Floors, walls, ceiling, all were white and radiated light. Their footsteps made soft crunching noises on the rough floor surface. Except for that, it was very still, with occasional soft, unrecognizable far-off sounds. Morland moved confidently through winding halls and long rooms. He seemed very black in all that white. They passed long pools of water with fountains that sparkled in the light. "Where is everyone?" Edward whispered. "At table, I hope. I'm hungry, aren't you?" "No." Abruptly, a big, broad, ugly shape appeared in front of them and roared a challenge. Edward grabbed for Moralen's arm with both hands. Moralen shook him off irritably. "Gods, boy, don't grab my sword arm if ever you do spot a monster. Stay clear." But Moralen didn't reach for his blade. He stood still while the monster wrapped its long arms around him and pounded on his back, still roaring. Moralen roared back and pounded on the monster's chest. Then he introduced Edward to the captain of the Archmagister's guard. "Don't hug him," Moralen warned the troll, who grinned at Edward, showing pointy teeth. "He'll break." "I thought trolls were dangerous," Edward gasped as they ascended a long, winding stairway. "They are. I'll have bruises for a fortnight. I'd have shielded, but I didn't like to hurt his feelings." "He likes you?" "Oh, aye. It can be done, you see." Why does the Archmagister keep troll guards? They keep the rats down. More trolls, but these paid them little heed. Another long stairway. More corridors. A sort of guard room where 3 trolls appeared to be gaming with bones. One of them shambled to his feet and led them down a shadowy passage. A row of cages with huge rats, then some with small, odd creatures that looked rather like elves, seen in a badly distorted mirror, though Edward kept this observation to himself. They gobbled and squeaked as the elfin boy paced quickly by. Goblins, Moreland said with distaste. They turned a corner and went past 2 cages that held only large stone statues. There seemed to be more cages off down other hallways. The troll unlocked a huge black metal door. It clanged shut behind them. A very large green and yellow hooved creature sat manlike in one corner. Its unwinking eyes didn't flicker as they passed quickly and climbed still another stair. More white halls. These were patrolled by huge black dogs that sniffed at them as they passed. Edward stretched a hand to pet one, but it snarled at him. "I wouldn't," Moreland said. "Yes, sir." They came to another massive black metal door. A voice sounded. "What is black and white? Has 1 body, 2 heads, 4 arms, 4 legs, 2 red eyes, and 2 brown." "That's disgusting," Moreland yelled at the door, hands on hips. "You are correct, mortal. You may pass." The door swung slowly open, creaking. There was no one behind it, just a narrow stairway that wound sharply. It seemed dark above. Moreland raced up the stairs, leaving Edward clinging to the bottom rail, shaking. There was not a thing to do but follow. "Welcome, Edward." The Archmagister stood white and gold in the center of a large, dim room. Huge windows looked out on the purple twilit sea below. "Come here, child. Give me your hands." Edward put his hands in the Archmagister's, who smiled down at him. Edward's fatigue and fear vanished instantly. He smiled back at the Archmagister, who said softly, "It is well. You may go." To the furious dark elf who stood glowering to one side. Edward was barely aware of him, his whole attention occupied by the Archmagister. "Goodbye, Edward." "Bye." Edward didn't take his eyes off the Archmagister. From far away he heard the dark elf go down the stairs. "He calls you son," the Archmagister said. "Yes, sir. I asked him if I might call him father." "But you are not entirely comfortable about it." Edward sighed. "No, sir." "That may be as well. You will return to Daggerfall one day, and then you must be Corsair's son. So let the claim be on Moreland's side." The Archmagister moved companionably to the windows with him. The dusk was fast gathering as Edward stared out over the hill through which they journeyed. A dark figure appeared below and strode swiftly off into the night. "That's Moreland. I thought he was going to stay the night. It's dangerous out there alone in the dark. There are evil things out there. Can't you—" "Dangerous for any evil that meets Moreland in his present mood. He will go safely, I promise you." "Oh, but I haven't thanked him. He's been very kind, really. Why was he so angry about the door?" "It was just a silly question. The answer was him and my mother, when they're asleep and I'm not there. How do you make a door talk? Is it an illusion?" "That's 3 questions. Which of them do you want answered? Aren't you hungry? Would you like a bowl of stew?" "Yes, please. I'd like to hear about the door, please." "Ah. You think the talking door may prove more comprehensible than a surly dark elf? More interesting? Or safer?" The Archmagister's large golden eyes regarded the boy thoughtfully. "I don't know if I, like him. Sometimes I think and then other times do you understand about liking?" He said he didn't. "You would be more comfortable if you felt the same way about him at all times, yet you do not." "Yes, that's it exactly. You do understand." "Moreland is not a comfortable man." "Well, I don't mean that exactly. Sometimes he is.
like when we rode the dragon." The Archmagister laughed aloud. His laughter reminded Edward of chimes. "Yes, yes, I find comfort myself in having Morlin near at hand when dragons are about." A young high elf brought in a bowl of stew and set it down on the table. Edward felt a bit disappointed that the stew had come in such an ordinary way, until he remembered that the Archmagister hadn't sent for the stew. The priest at home in Daggerfall said it was a mark of evil things, that they cannot bear the light, Edward said between mouthfuls. "Morlin doesn't like sunlight, and he's black." "I see. Do you know what evil is?" Well, if you do bad things, then you're evil." "I see. If the cook had burnt the stew, would he then be evil?" Edward grinned. "No, just a bad cook. But if he did it on purpose, then I guess he'd have done an evil thing. But maybe he wouldn't be altogether evil. Maybe he was just angry about something. Or perhaps the sort of person who is pleased by spoiling others' pleasure. I guess that'd make my little brothers evil. They sure like to spoil my fun." "And you?" Edward felt his face redden. "I don't take any notice of them," he said quickly. The Archmagister's large golden eyes regarded him steadily. To his own dismay, Edward began to cry. He bawled like a baby. "I don't know what's wrong with me," he gasped. "I never cry, really, I don't. Hardly ever." "Why ever not?" Edward looked up. His tears had blurred his sight, but there seemed to be tears on the Archmagister's face. His hand reached up to feel the wetness. "You have been very alone, have you not?" the Archmagister said. "Yes. Until you brought the unicorn for me, I was all alone. They endure no evil." Edward sighed with satisfaction, feeling relaxed and comfortable. The Archmagister was wonderful. "We summoned the unicorn, Morlin and the dragon and I and others. It's a great magic and one no single man or woman may command. But don't trouble yourself overmuch with judging good and evil. That's a human notion. Life is complex. I know of nothing that is wholly good or wholly evil. Not even the unicorn." Edward's time in the tower passed quickly. There were few other novices, and the youngest of these was several years older than Edward. The boy spent several hours each day with the Archmagister. He learned to cast a few spells and to open his mind, so that he could renew his magicka quickly while he slept. But often they just talked. Sometimes Edward was given a book to read. Other times he was allowed to choose one from the thousands in the library. He usually tired of them quickly. He didn't read Elvish script easily. His tutor had taught him the letters, but their few books were in Bredic. Spellcasting was more fun. Fire spells came easily to him, and he learned to shield himself readily. But to his chagrin, he couldn't heal at all. He invariably made things worse for the unlucky rats he was allowed to practice on. "I don't know what I'm doing wrong," Edward cried out in frustration. He sent a dart of fire at the writhing rat and it turned into a charred corpse. "Edward, it will be well if you let the heal spells wait a while yet." Morlin said light heal is the first spell anybody learns, Edward said sulkily. "Did he? Well, he is a practitioner of magic, not a theorist. Even I would hesitate to say what a Breton might or might not learn, and when he might learn it. You are the first of your people with whom I have worked. Certainly Morlin has had no experience with your race, except for your mother, of course." "My mother can't do magic." "No, but we think the ability lies within her. She has not been able to learn to master it, possibly because she was too old when she first tried. If you want my opinion, it is your thoughts and not your hands which are causing your difficulty. Weeping might help." "I don't feel like crying," Edward said rather sullenly. He felt more like kicking something, although incinerating the rat had helped relieve some of that. "Meditation might help then." King Edward, Part 6, Chapter 6, Training. The day Edward was to leave, the Archmagister summoned him, presented him with a mithril staff, and bade him farewell. Back in his small cell, Edward removed his novitiate robe and donned the gray shirt, black pants, and red sash he'd worn to the tower. He fingered the sash lovingly. His mother had purchased the shirt and pants, saying they looked sturdy and maybe wouldn't show the dirt from the journey. Morelin had given him the silk sash with its embroidery of twined leaves and flowers, birds and butterflies and mithril, dwarven and elven metallic threads, but he'd waited until they were across the channel. Aliera had said it cost too dear. She'd suggested cutting down one of Morelin's old ones to fit, but the elf had adamantly refused to let her have any of them. Edward smiled, remembering, and wrapped the sash twice round his waist, then knotted the ends carefully. He took the staff and ran down to meet his parents. He'd meant to fling himself at them, but Morelin was alone, and Edward stopped still. "Where's my mother? Is she?" "She wanted to stay and choose a horse for you. Didn't trust it to beach."
A horse? For me? Really? Of course, you can't walk all the way to Morrowind.
I thought I'd have to ride behind. Someone. Look, the Archmagister gave me my staff. Isn't it beautiful?
The elf took it and hefted it, trying a few swings and feints. "Good balance and weight for thee, I think. Light for me. Show me how you use it. Suppose I attack you." He used his bare hands, and Edward fell into a defensive position, blocked him, then thrust the staff toward Morelin's ribs. He danced easily aside, but praised the boy. "A mage should have a dagger too. I thought you might like to have Tooth here." Edward's eye popped. Tooth had an ebony blade and a hilt made from a real dragon's tooth. The elf slid it from its sheath and handed it to Edward, who took it carefully. The blade had a wicked point, and the edge was sharp enough to shave with. Mats borrowed it sometimes. He'd carved the hilt too.
"Are you sure Mats doesn't mind?"
"Quite sure."
Morelin unbuckled his belt and slid the sheath off it. There was a new belt for Edward of snakeskin, soft and pliable, and a buckle with the black rose of Morrowind on it, just like Morelin's. "It's from the companions." He knelt to fit the belt and dagger and the sash over it properly, and Edward threw his arms about his neck. "It's wonderful. I do thank thee and them too. And oh, I've missed all of thee so much." "We missed you too, son. Let's go or we'll miss our tide." "I wouldn't want to worry Mother," he said, trying to sound casual about having a mother that would worry about him. "No fear. I told her not to look for us until tomorrow night, just in case. But we'll surprise her."
Good thinking. They made good speed and reached the inlet before the tide was full.
"Shall I show you how to use Tooth, or would you rather rest?"
"Tooth! I can rest in the boat while you work."
Morelin shielded himself and Edward too, saying that Tooth's bite was no joke. "I could have shielded myself," Edward said proudly. "I'm good at that, but my heels go all wrong."
"It'll come. Give it time." Evidently, Tooth wanted time too. Try as he might, he couldn't get near the elf with the blade, even though Morelin kept his feet planted and simply swerved his body, ducking and weaving, and laughing. Frustrated, Edward sheathed Tooth and picked up the staff and whacked at him, swinging it with both hands. It wasn't doing any harm, but it made satisfying sounds as it thwacked against the spell shield. Morelin let him hit, but stopped the staff easily when the spell had been used up. Edward threw it on the ground and turned away. The elf reached for him in consolation. Edward snatched Tooth from the sheath and thrust it straight at the elf's heart. The blade was knocked spinning from his hand. Edward had braced to stop the thrust and hold it, and he felt the shock even through his shield. Then Morelin was kneeling before him, nursing his left hand across his right knee, his face gray with shock and disbelief. Blood was gushing from his wrist like a fountain. "Give me thy sash." I didn't..." Edward's teeth were rattling in his head. He felt sick and dizzy. Bile washed up in his mouth. Didn't mean... So much blood.
Boy, don't faint now. I need thy aid. The sash. Now, Edward, pack it into the wound. Gods, what a mess. The hand was half severed at the wrist. Edward sat down abruptly, shaking all over, but his hands packed the sash into the open wound. Then he wrapped the rest round the hand and wrist. Take my sash and make a sling. Moreland eased the injured limb into the sling and then released his other hand. He took the water bottle from his belt and drank it down. I need more water. Where's thy staff? There's a well 2 miles back. Where's Tooth? Go find it and don't cut yourself on it.
I don't want it. Not many blades have bathed in Moreland's blood. 'Twill bring you luck. Do as I say. The tide's in. I and First Hold could be on Joan for all the good it does us. I can't row one-handed.
I could.
No, you cannot. You haven't the strength. The current's swift here. I prefer to die on land. Edward, we cannot stay here. The blood smell will draw beasts. If I faint, get well away and climb a tree, and pray. He climbed to his feet and leaned on the staff, breathing hard. Stay close, but don't grab at me no matter what happens. He took a small step, then another. I'm sorry. Doubtless. You picked a poor time and place to turn assassin. A good assassin always has an escape planned. Yes, sir. Edward sniffed back his tears. Sir, I cannot heal you, but I can restore some vigor.
Can you? 'Twould be of great help. The spell Edward cast shook the elf. He gasped, but stood straighter and firmer after the shock wore off. I can do it again, Edward offered eagerly.
Nay, you have plenty of power but want finesse, but 'tis much better now. Moreland was walking better. He sounded better too. Edward tried to blot the picture of the injury out of his mind. They moved slowly, Moreland leaning against a tree from time to time to rest. Nothing molested them. After an interminable time of silent traveling, they reached the old well. Moreland drained the first bottle, and Edward refilled it, drank himself, then filled it yet again. We'll spend the night in there. There was a large ramshackle building, apparently deserted. The elf kicked the locked door open. Inside it was pitch dark. Light? Edward offered. Nay, I can see. Save your power and stay by me. There was a skittering noise. Rats. Edward shielded them both without thinking, pulled Tooth out, and placed his back to the elf's. A rat leaped and drove itself onto the blade. Moreland swung the staff and laid out 2 more. Others scurried off. Well done, lad. They found a small windowless room and shut the door behind them. There seemed to be some wood about. Probably it had been some sort of storage room off the kitchen. Moreland sat down against the wall. So, you can use a knife. Was all that pretense? To put me off my guard? Edward was appalled. He burst into tears, protesting that he'd never harm Moreland willingly. I meant it for jest. I thought it'd make you laugh. I was angry at first, but at myself, my clumsiness, not you. It was a sudden thought. I love you, dear. The elf reached out with his good arm and pulled Edward down to him. That's worth a hand, then. Any day. Edward sobbed against his shoulder while Moreland soothed him with pats. You are my real father. Edward, I am not. Nay, thou art. Thee puts my well-being ahead of thine and loves me when I least deserve it. Thee's been kind and generous and never asked anything of me save to my own profit. Thee'd give thy very life for mine. That's what real fathers do. And I've given thee naught but pain. He who sired me despises me and my mother because we are unlike him. We are not like you either, and yet you love us well. I will do better by you, dear father. I gave thee cause enough for offense. I took thy mother from thee. You risked losing her because you would not part me from my father. You did not know me, and my father was your bitter enemy. And yet you took thought for us. You could not know how unnatural he is. It isn't in you. Granted, and yet the offense and your anger at it remain.
I love you, Edward protested, but he heard an angry edge in his voice. And hate me. Moreland's voice was so calm and quiet that they might have been discussing the weather. I can't do both, can I? Can you? I didn't mean to hurt you. I believe you. Am I evil? I was sorry. I'd give anything if it hadn't happened, but I took some measure of satisfaction in it. Edward's throat was choked with sobs. He couldn't speak, but nodded into Moreland's shoulder. The elf's hand stroked him gently. Did Eirik tell you of the Daedra? The demons? Number, is it a demon makes me do such things? I am evil then. No, you are not. But the Daedra feed on actions such as that. They encourage them, and your anger draws them. But they can't make you do anything. And or it's not inside you, but it is connected to you. I don't want it. I want it to go away. How can I make it go away? Why don't you want it? You draw power from it. That's what let you shield us both with the rats attacked. Mana. That doesn't come from demons. No, but the ability to use it can. Look, some of your deeds feed the Daedra, but you draw power from it at the same time. Then the power's yours to use as you choose. Do you have a Daedra? I do, and it's a big one too, but I think everyone has one or more. Some are stronger than others, that's all. But don't go around asking after them. It's not polite. I want mine to go away, Edward wailed. So you say. But pretending it isn't there will not accomplish that. Having a Daedra is a bit like riding a horse. You must keep control. The Daedra do not care for you. It would as lief feed off your pain or injury or death as any other, and find a new host. They do not think or plan as we can, and I do not think they experience time as we do. So acts that feed the Daedra take place in the moment, and while you are caught up in them, past and future cease to exist for you too. It is an intensely pleasurable experience, but it can also be very dangerous and very addictive, so that you begin to think only of feeding your Daedra. You cease to think of the gods and those you love and even yourself. When you have walked too far along that path, you lose the will to choose another. How terrible. What must I do then? It is terrible. The worst that can befall a person. Remember this night. How you felt. Learn to recognize the Daedra's hunger for what it is, and think about what you do. You are young and this is heavy for you, but you are at risk. Ah! The elf's body stiffened and he caught his breath. Edward guessed that the wound was paining him. Moralen said that he must sleep a bit, and could Edward keep watch and wake him in an hour's time. Then he could set a lock on the door, and they could both rest. Aye, sir, and I might do somewhat more. I cannot set a lock, but the door would not latch, nor would it stay open, but would swing nearly shut. Edward felt about near the wall behind it, and found a wedge. He shut the door and drove the wedge home with a chunk of wood. I thought so. 'Tis awkward to pass such a door with both arms full of wood. We have such at-ho in Gerald's palace. Now anything trying to come in will rouse you. You can use your power to cast heal instead of lock. Why, well thought of, indeed. He freed his blade and laid it on the floor beside him. We may as well both sleep then. They slept fitfully. There were often scrabblings at the door and in the walls, but nothing entered their small closet. Morland cast heal several times during the night. By morning he pronounced himself as fit as a one-handed man can be. He unwrapped the sash bandage and inspected the wound. The bleeding was stopped. The hand was still warm to the touch. It no longer hurt him, nor was it swollen or discolored. But the wound was still open and the hand useless. Nerves and muscles had been severed, and some of the small bones broken. Such repair was beyond his skill. Edward, feeling the Daedra feed on the sight, turned quickly away. Moralen grinned. You may as well let it feed. It's a harmless sort of feeding. The damage is done. I mean to starve it, Edward said firmly. You can try to do that, or you can learn to control it instead, and still walk with the gods. I think we'd best go back to the tower.
Aye, they'll be able to heal you there, will they not?
I know not. At the least, they'll be able to attach it more firmly than it is at present. Do not look so downcast. The skill to mend it is somewhere, if not in the tower. Sayas is good with battle injuries, and there are temples which know more of the healing arts than the tower mages. Besides, it's only my left hand. He held up the wadded sash, stiff with his dried blood. The color's more practical than thy mother thought. Let's see if we can wash it out a bit. Never have I come so ill-equipped on a journey. I might have been strolling down the main street in Ebonheart. Thy mother will kill me. Right after she kills me, Edward sighed. At least returning to the tower will delay that. They came out into the bright courtyard. The morning sun was already high in the western sky. Not so. Edward, the companions are coming now. I hear them. Mara, let me think of a real good lie.
Myth trotted into the courtyard. Here they are, he called back to the others. By Torgo, you are injured. Let me see that. We thought to row across to meet you. We saw the blood on the shore and tracked you here. What attacked you?
A demon. A demon? What? In the open like that in daylight? Gods, what was it carrying an ebony dye katana? Myth whistled as he inspected the injury. Aliera and the others ran up. She hugged Edward. Are you all right, darling? I was worried, then paled as she saw her husband's hand. You must be slowing down. How'd you let a demon do that to you? Myth demanded. It was the boy. He grabbed at my arm in fright, and my shield spell failed. It wasn't his fault. It was an accident. Allie, don't look at it. Edward, why don't you take thy mother to see the rat you killed?
I want to watch Sayas. Edward objected, then remembered that it would feed his Daedra. But he might learn something about healing if he watched, which would be a good thing. This was going to be more complicated than he'd thought. Oh, Edward, Aliera said, you must keep clear in a fight. He killed a rat in the old inn there, after. Did right well. Kept his head, put his back to mine, shielded us both. Anyone's apt to panic in his first fight, especially if he isn't expecting it. Sass came up last, as usual, elbowed the others aside and inspected the injury, hissing. I can fix this. It's clean. He looked it over carefully, bending the hand back to open the wound. Then he brought the hand forward, so that the edges of the tissue met. He was very particular about getting it aligned just so. Then he had Mats hold it in place while he cast spells over it. All outer traces of the injury vanished, leaving not even a scar. Morlin swung it with satisfaction, twitching his fingers. Thanks, Sayas. It's stiff, but... Tomorrow I finish. My poor baby, Aliera fussed over Edward. You must have been so frightened. And you spent the whole night in that awful house? I'm not a baby. I wasn't afraid. My father was there. King Edward, Part 7. Chapter 7. Dragon. So you saw a demon? And killed a rat with Tooth? That's a fine ebony dagger, Tooth is. They're rare, so you want to take real good care of it, Myth said. I can't tell you about the blade, except it came from Moraelin's father. It's the one his brother sent him to repair just before we ran away. Would you like to hear about how they got the dragon's tooth that Mats carved the hilt from? Edward nodded, caressing the curved hilt with its lightly carved intertwined roses, thorns and leaves. It was well after supper and everyone but him and Myth had left the fire for one reason or another. Aliera and Morlin had gone for a walk, hand in hand. Aliera holding Morlin's newly healed left hand in both of hers. They'd laughed and shaken their heads when he'd offered to come along. Not tonight, Aliera had said. Go to sleep soon. We'll be leaving before dawn.
Willow had gone to visit a high elf friend. Beach, Saas, Mats, and the Khajiit woman, Silk, had also gone off together, laughing. They'd invited Myth to come along, but Myth had declined.
Khajiits! They're all turning into a bunch of shameless Khajiits, Myth said. The short dark elf sat close to the glowing embers, knees to chest. His hair and eyes glowed in the dim light. If you're going to pair, you should pair, not turn it into an tourney. They'll be selling tickets next, but each to his own. Khajiits think we're weird, because we like eating as a group. Silk says it put her right off her food at first, listening to everybody chew. Well, having a bunch of watchers puts me off. I suppose you're too young for this kind of talk. Edward shrugged. It was a beautiful night, crisply cool, no moon, but the stars were very large and bright. Anyway, it was just a few months after Mats had joined up with us. We were up in Skyrim, traveling from town to town. Just 3 kids seeing the country a bit, picking up odd jobs where we could. Morlin entered tournaments if we heard about them, but he wasn't winning that much, just about enough to cover healing him up afterwards. You can get beat up pretty bad fighting Skyrim style. That's without shielding spells, or any other spells for that matter. No magic allowed, even if it isn't to the death. And he drew a few types that didn't mind seeing a little dark elf. Blood spilled in the sand. Or a lot, and the crowds were against him at first. It can get pretty lonely in the arena, especially if you're beating the hometown favorite. And it's even worse if he's beating you. Mats and me had be the only ones for him, and sometimes we didn't dare cheer too loud. They'd look real funny at a Nord boy cheering a dark elf back then. Of course, Mats was so big, not many wanted to start anything with him. That was a long time ago. Morlin's the favorite now if things get tough. Of course, the crowds will cheer for a good match, but hardly anyone really wants to see him lose now. They like seeing the best, even if it comes wrapped in a dark elf hide. And when he walks into an arena, you know you're seeing the best. Not but what they'd like seeing a Nord that's better. And Mats may get there soon. He doesn't fight his best against Moralen, though. Maybe he doesn't want to. Or maybe Moralen just knows him too well. Oh well, you want to care about the dragon. So, Morlan was gambling with this Nord in a tavern one night, trying to pick up a little easy gold. The pot's pretty big, and the man can't match his bet, so he says he'll put this map on the pile and tap Moralen. Says it's a map to the hiding place of the best blade ever made. Says there's a spell on it so that if you hit your opponent, you get as much heal as he gets hurt. That some mage hit it just before he died, so only someone worthy of it can get to it.
And you think I look worthy? Moralen says, grinning. We were young and dumb, but not all that dumb.
The Nord grins back and says, I saw you fight in Falkreath, kid. You look like you'd take a chance.
Why not? The story alone is worth the gold. You ought to be a bard. So anyway, Morlan wins the pot and tosses the man enough back to keep his throat wet all evening. Just for laughs, we look at the map. It showed the Dragon's Teeth Mountains down in Hammerfell. Real wild country. And there's an X, and some writing saying Fang Lair. Mats gets excited and says he's heard of the place, but he'd never known just where it was. And you still don't, I say. Any fool can draw a map, just as any fool can look at one. I could do as much myself.
Matt says Fanglair is an old dwarf mine, but there's supposed to be a dragon there now, and the dwarves are gone. Moraelin looks real interested at the mention of a mine, and asks what they mined there. Matt says, mithril and gold. Moraelin says, The mithril had him interested. We couldn't afford really good weapons, and mithril's scarce, but it's light to carry for its worth, and easy to mine and work if you know how. And he did. He didn't believe in the magic blade or the dragon, but he thought the mine might be real. Mining's in his blood,
as it is in all the Reathim, the royal kin of Ebonheart. It took us a couple of months to get there. We couldn't afford horses. We never would have found it without the map. It's tricky country, full of canyons and hidden valleys. We sure never expected what we saw when we did get there. You could see the towers from the canyon mouth, way back in there. Dark elves live right in caverns if they mined, but the dwarves had built a hall over the top of their mines. It's a pretty thing on the outside. Narrow towers and arched bridges between them. Delicate looking. You wouldn't expect work like that from dwarves. Merged right into the rocks too. And there was a big stone dragon mounted above the gate. "There's your dragon, Mats," I said. The inside wasn't much to look at, just rock wall. The doorway was enormous, but the doors were gone. There was a balcony running right around a big open pit, probably the start of the mine, turned into a hall. And right in the middle was more treasure than you can imagine, piled up almost like a haystack that had been flattened out. And what had flattened it was a golden dragon curled right over it. We didn't even see him at first, because he blended with the rest of the gold. Well, we just froze in place. We hadn't seen a sign of live dragon outside. The place smelled of brimstone, but most mines do. And there that dragon was, just lying there. And it's got to be 2 miles to any kind of shelter. "I told you there was a dragon," Mats whispers. "Shh," Moreland says. "Look what's in front of his nose." I'd been busy looking at his nose, believe you me. But there was a sword lying right there, naked, sure enough. And the blade was dark metal that looked just like his dagger. "You two start back," Moreland says. "I'm gonna try for that blade anyway. If that's not ebony, I'm a wood elf. Maybe the dragon's dead, or asleep for the winter. Or maybe it's not alive at all. Just something the dwarves made to guard their treasure. Like the scarecrows the Nord farmers put in their grain fields. At worst, I'll distract him long enough for you to get clear." I'd a mind to take him up on it, but Mats just shook his head, and I was kinda ashamed to go back alone. "Let's all just clear out," I said. That thing looked real enough to scare me away. But Moreland casts invisibility and heads on down the stair, not making a sound that even I could hear. I could see Mats hated letting him go down alone, but Mats couldn't sneak past a blind deaf beggar in a fish market. So we strung our bows and figured we could try to get off a couple of shots, and maybe get lucky, and take out the eyes if the dragon woke up and went for Moreland. Mats and I move around to where we can get onto a tower stair fast if we have to, figuring the dragon can't get in there. Then we scrunch down and peer between the railings. Not that there was anything to see, except the dragon line, which really is a lot to see at that. Then those dragon eyes popped open and my heart gave one big jump and then seemed to quit entirely. Dinner comes to me today," the dragon says. "Take a good look at my hoard, Dark Elf. You will not steal it, nor even view it long, but your bones will keep it company. Forever." "I don't want your hoard, dragon, just the sword you guard. I'll trade you mine for it. Mine's bigger." I couldn't see Moreland, but his voice was coming from right near where the sword was, which was practically in the dragon's mouth. "I get a meal in both swords. Why should I settle for just your poor sword? Let me pass, and I'll get you more gold from below. I have gold enough." The dragon yawned, and I thought he was going to swallow Moreland right then, but he turned his head away from us too. Mats was looking to get a shot, but it was really dark in there for Nord eyes and he was scared of hitting Moreland, since he couldn't locate him that well by sound. Of course, Moreland's too smart to get between us and the dragon, but Mats wasn't smart enough then to think that far along. Slavery dulls the wits in some ways, Mats says, and he hadn't been free very long. I could see well enough, and I could tell by sound exactly where Moreland was, but the shot was clean out of my range. The dragon goes on, "But there is something you can do for me, elf, and prolong your life a few more minutes." "A few more minutes sound pretty good just now, dragon. What would you ask of me?" Moreland's voice sounded as calm and easy as if he was asking if there would be rain tomorrow. He can keep his head in a tight spot, I'll give him that. I have a toothache. It's too far back for me to reach it with my claws. Can see it, elf. The dragon gapes his jaws to bare his teeth. Moreland's invisibility spell wore off about then, and I could see him standing there staring up into that cavern of a mouth. Lower your head a bit so I can get a good look. He puts out his hand and pulls the upper lip aside, cool as you please, and examines the inner gum carefully. Damnedest thing I ever saw. It's abscessed. Thy gum wants lancing, and the tooth should come out. I can lance it if you trust me in there with a sword. And why should I trust you, Dark Elf? I hear no good of your kind. You must be spending too much time with Nords, then. I wouldn't be able to kill you before you killed me. Why should I even try? Listen, I have some friends up above. Suppose they hunt you up a nice fat deer. I'll lance your gum, and you can let me go and eat the deer. Else you can just eat me now. Toothache and all. Shh. What makes you think your friends will return once they're away? They're not very smart. I think for them, they'd be lost without me. Good hunting guys. If they can't find a deer, is there anything else you'd like? Pig, maybe? A few rabbits, nuts, berries. Hurry up, will you? But we had hand signals, and his hands said to get out of there and stay out. I'd have been glad to. I mean, I'm fond of Morlin, but I didn't see my dying alongside would bring him any comfort. I'd have been glad to see him clear if it was me that was on the menu, and I figured he felt the same way. But that thick-skulled Nord wouldn't listen to me. Said if dying beside him was all we could do, then that's what we'd do. Nord nonsense. Sounds good in a song, though. So, we took a couple hours getting a deer and headed back with it. I figured Moralen was filling the dragon's belly by now, and the dragon would be happy to add a deer, another dark elf, and a Nord to round out his day's rations. But Morlan was still sitting there, chatting with the dragon. He didn't look that pleased to see us either. Told us to leave the deer and go, and he'd lance the abscess once we're away. But Mats says he's been thinking. Oh, brother, I thought. Mats doesn't think too often, and that's a good thing, really. He's decided he can get a chain round that bad tooth, fasten down the end to the floor, and then the dragon can give it a good yank himself. The dragon likes the idea, so Morlin lances that abscess to take the swelling down to where the dragon can gulp the deer with some comfort, and then they rig up a chain and get that tooth out. Made a hell of a mess, that, blood and pus everywhere, and Moralin's got us casting heal spells on this dragon to stop the bleeding and close up the wound. Good. Very good. All right, Morlin, you've proven yourself. Take the sword and go. Morlin looks at him. You mean this was some kind of test? He says, how long have you had that toothache? Long indeed, as you measure time, mortal, yet not very long at all for dragonkind. Hear my story then. A scraggly young mage came along, hoping to steal my gold. I caught him at it. We had increasingly harsh words, and he attempted a spell aimed at me. His pitiful spell affected me little, and I killed him. But, the dragon looked away briefly, then resumed his tale. The little runt had apparently cast a homemade curse spell upon himself, and when I crunched him... The dragon scowled fiercely, remembering, then continued. Anyway, the ache only came on bad when someone came along to try for the sword. The sharpest pain went away if I ate the intruder. But I usually didn't, though I've singed a few in self-defense. Waft a bit of fire and most of them fled. Deer are plentiful. There is something, unpleasant about eating someone you've talked to. That greasy mage gave me indigestion for days, cramps and runny bowels and too much gas, even for a dragon. So that toothache never did completely go away. and the people who've come along haven't been very pleasant either. All in all, one of the most unpleasant stretches in my life. I couldn't stay away from the vicinity of the sword for very long, of course. Part of the curse. We could stay on for a while if you like. We're good company. I'm Moralen, my red-headed friend is Myth, and the big guy is Mats. I'd still like to look for Mithril below, and I've never had a dragon friend before. I might like that. You have good friends. And even though you have said that you must do the thinking for them, I think that they can do some thinking on their own. And it would appear that they have decided that you are a worthwhile fellow. The dragon hesitated for a second, and actually managed to look shy. You can call me Akatosh. So we stayed for a couple of weeks, hunted with the dragon. Now that's an experience. Searched the mines. Didn't find much down there. But the dragon gave us the jewels from his hoard. Said he only needed the metal. They absorb it into their scales while they lie on it. So we did pretty well out of it after all. Moralen tried to give Mats the sword. Claimed that he'd have sure tried to kill that dragon if we hadn't come back, and would have been toasted. But Mats wouldn't take it. Said the dragon gave it to Moralen, so that was clearly who was supposed to get it. Mats took the tooth, but he made the hilt you've got now and gave Moralen that too. Told me he'd never had anything worth giving before, and it made him feel good. He's real pleased Moralen chose to give it to you. I think Mats should have got the sword, Edward said. He didn't try to steal anything. It was really brave of him to come back, even when he didn't think it'd do any good. Moralen tried to steal, got caught, and then just tried to talk his way out of it. You could all have been killed because of him. That's just what Moralen said. Ah, well, Mats likes that big axe of his better than a blade anyway. Edward sighed. I wish I was brave like Mats. I guess I'm more like you. Aye, Moralen's voice sounded behind him, startling the boy. Tart-tongued like Myth. No matter. I'll be well pleased if you're as brave as Myth. And if once I'm gone they say no more of me than he did what he had to do, my spirit will be at peace. King Edward, Part 8. Chapter 8. Wilderland. The journey through Valenwood was pleasant. The weather held fair for the most part, with sunny days and cool nights. Bright leaves of scarlet, crimson, gold, and green drifted down to form a carpet beneath their horses' feet. Valenwood was very different from the somber, steep forests of High Rock. When they reached the northern border, Edward, looking back, saw that the trees were mostly bare, shorn of their glory. Before them lay a wide green land of rolling hills, with only a few stands of trees. It seemed to spread on forever. This is Wilderland, Edward, Moralen said. Be on your guard. It seems a pleasant land, but no king's writ runs here. Each man's hand is against every other's, and there are worse than men. All the races of Tamriel meet here and clash, save thine perhaps. They journeyed for some days more with small incident, save one for a band of Khajiit raiders that crept up on their camp by night. These were easily repelled. Silk slew one, and the rest ran off yowling. The gentle wood elf girl, Willow, lobbed fireballs after them. There were no roads, just small paths that crisscrossed one another and seemingly led nowhere. After 2 weeks of steady riding, they came to a bowl-shaped place in the hills where the land was tilled. The fields looked fair and were stacked with harvest, but the folk were dispirited, ragged, and unfriendly. Questions about inns got only shrugs and puzzled looks. Armed bands challenged them at times and demanded to know their business. When Moralen said they were bound for Morrowind, they were told to pass through quickly and mind they stole nothing. Passage is all we wish, Moralen said quietly. Someone should teach these folk manners, the usually placid Mats growled. Thou mayest stay and open a school of etiquette if it pleases thee, Moralen said. I fear my life's too short to teach the lessons these villains require. Still,
I like not the look of the sky. It looks even more evil than the folk. I think we'll try our luck in the town."
The town was surrounded by a palisade of wood and had a stout gate. Guards looked them over and refused them entrance. "None but humans enter here, elf. Take thy rabble and begone."
"I see. Ali, Mats, Edward, thou seemst to qualify for the hospitality here. The rest of us will shelter elsewhere." Aliera announced that she would see them all blown back to Firsthold by the storm before she'd step within these gates. So they circled the town, passing a moat with stone walls within and a keep of some sort within that. A track north took them past a small house with a large barn nearby. Both looked in poor repair, but Morlin sent Aliera and Edward to knock at the door and ask if they might sleep in the barn. The rest waited in the road. An elderly woman answered their knock. She looked pleased to see them.
"Stay? Aye, I'd be glad of the company. No need to sleep in the barn though, lady. I've a room to spare. My name's Aura Engelsdottir." Aliera gestured toward the waiting companions. The woman squinted toward them. "Thy man's there, and some friends? Aye, we'll all squeeze together then, 'twill be warmer so. I've a pot of soup on the fire. Made it to last me a week, but you're welcome to it. I can make more."
"My husband's an elf."
"Is he so? He looks to take good care of thee and thy son. Thou's fat as pigs. Bring them in. I wish my granddaughter had such a one to care for her."
Aura refused payment, saying she was not yet at such a pass that her guests must pay for her hospitality. She said tales and song, and an evening's merriment would be payment enough. Pots and dishes were set out to catch the worst of the leaks. She knew them all well. They gathered around the hearth and made very merry while the storm raged, banging the shutters and doors and threatening to blow the roof away altogether.
"Tell me, my lady," Aura whispered apart to Aliera. "He's truly good to thee? He's so big and so black."
"Truly good," Aliera said, keeping her mouth serious while her eyes laughed. "Aye, 'tis well then. He put me a bit in mind of our Baron, who's big and dark. Oh, not so dark as thy elf. He took my granddaughter, Karen, and he does not treat her well. He hurts her, my lady, and she dare not run away. Where would she go?" Tears gathered in Aura's eyes and followed worn familiar tracks down her cheeks. When their hostess had gone to sleep in her own room, Aliera repeated what she had been told. "Let's rescue the girl," Beach said. "We grow stale with inaction." "Aye," said Silk and Willow at once.
Mats growled in agreement. Myth and Sayas looked interested. Moralen looked doubtful. "We cannot right every wrong in Tamriel. This Baron offers his folk shelter of a kind. They could leave if they liked it better outside."
"Aye," Myth said. "He keeps the bandits off so he may rob the folk at leisure." "And we pull him down? There'll be another to take his place. Or else the outside will come in and there'll be nothing left at all." "Nothing would be better than this filthy something," Matt said. "There's that." The storm seemed to have moved away. Aliera went to the door and stared up into the sky where clouds raced past the eastern moon. A single large brilliant blue star hung near the moon. "Zenithar hangs near Tamriel tonight. Moralen?"
"I'd thought to mend her roofs tomorrow if it's fair," he said as she returned to the fireside. "We'll do so much at least. As for the rest, Aliera?" "She asked for my help, in a way, and I think I hear Zenithar's voice in the wind and feel his hand in the rain on this night." "Thy quest, then, wife?" Aliera nodded, unsmiling. She curled up with Moralen in the chimney corner, and they whispered and laughed together for a while. Edward fell asleep. In the morning he was sent up on the roof to help Beach and Willow place new shingles. Moralen wrote a letter which he gave to Mats, telling him to take it to the Baron, to arrive at the castle around dinner time, and to go afoot. "You're going to challenge him for the girl," Edward grinned. "But will he fight? And wouldn't he take her back again once we're gone?"
Since he wouldn't let me in his town, thy mother thought to invite him to our house instead. Morlin stamped the letter with his sealing ring and handed it to Mats. Oh, it's a long way to your house still, isn't it? Edward felt a bit of disappointment that no rescue seemed imminent, but he supposed it really was not reasonable to expect 8 people to take a keep, even if they were Morelin's companions. Probably the songs exaggerated their deeds. Morlin grinned, ruffled Edward's hair, and told him to cease his questions, get up on the roof, and mind his mother. Morlin and Myth set off together on foot. Aliera said they were going hunting. They did not return even at supper time. Aliera told Edward not to worry. They'd meet later. It was well after sundown when she bid their hostess farewell. They took all the horses with them and left them in a grove near the north wall of the keep. Aliera asked Edward if he wanted to wait for them with the horses. Edward asked where they were going.
We have to enter the keep to get Aura's grandchild out. No questions, Edward. If you're coming, then stay with me and do exactly as I say. Levitate across the moat. I must swim. Once across, we'll scale the wall. Once inside, just follow me and be as silent as you can. Edward gaped at his mother and the other companions. How could the 6 of them possibly storm a keep? 3 women, 2 men, and a boy. There would be guards up on the wall and a lot more inside. Mats would be inside too, though, he guessed. But where were Morelin and Myth? There were fearsome things in the moat. Edward began a protest, then thought better of it. Sayas slid into the moat first. There was some splashing and hissing, then the water went quiet. Aliera entered the water. The others levitated. Here's the ropes, Beach said, feeling along the wall. There were 3 ropes. Edward, Beach, and Sayas went up first. Aliera, Willow, and Silk followed. Morelin and Myth were waiting above. 2 guards were snoring softly in a heap. How? Edward began, and found his mother's hand clapped over his mouth. A guard from another wall section called out, and Edward's heart stopped beating. Myth called something back to him, and tramping footsteps moved away. The companions went silently down the stairs and slipped across the yard like shadows. There was no guard on the door to the keep itself. Inside the passages were eerily quiet. They stopped at an imposing door and flattened themselves against the wall beside it. They could hear voices within. A thin, chilling wail sounded and died away. Morlin whistled a snatch of song into the silence that followed. The door swung open and they raced inside, falling on the startled guards like furies. Edward was last inside, tooth in his hand. He stabbed the nearest guard in the side, and Beach finished him with a blow to the head. Mats had been inside. It was he who had opened the door. His axe clove the head of one guard, then swung against the inner door. Aliera and Willow had barred the strong outer door. Morelin's opponent was a very young man. He'd taken one look at the big dark elf, dropped his sword, and fallen to his knees, praying for mercy. Morlin eyed him with disgust and said, "Greet Zenithar for me. Tell him Morlin of Ebonheart commends you to his mercy. I have none for such as you." He slashed the young guard's throat. Blood sprayed over Morlin's leathers. His victim fell over, gurgling horribly. A burning acid rose in Edward's throat. He swallowed hard and looked away. The guards inside the anteroom had been dispatched, but outside the door, shouts and footfalls thundered, and there was pounding on the door. Edward followed his mother into the inner chamber, which was empty save for a naked girl tied spread-eagle on the enormous bed, her eyes starting from her head. The companions cut her free while Aliera caught her shoulders. "Thy grandmother sent us, child. Where's the Baron?" The girl pointed at a bookcase, then clung to Aliera. She was no bigger than Edward and seemed not much older. Her breasts were just beginning. She was covered with welts and blood and purple-yellow bruises. Aliera flung her own cloak over the girl. Beach picked her up. Myth's fingers were feeling over the bookcase. There was a click and a section slid aside. He went through cautiously. The others followed and the secret door closed after them. "I think it's just a bolt hole," Myth said, "but there'll be traps, no doubt." "Go warily then, friend," Aliera said. "There's no hurry."
I think the Baron plans to show his departing guests the door, as a good host should. A narrow passage opened to the left. Myth sent a bolt of light down it. The floor was littered with bones, human bones. Small skulls stared eyelessly. I'm going to enjoy killing him, Moralen said. No, Aliera protested. My quest, my kill. Moralen swung to face her. Aliera. I want it sung that he died by Aliera's hand. I claim my right to face him, King. Leave him to me, and we'll sing it your way. He's twice your size. Do you want to fight me for the right? The elf leaned over her, a full head taller. If I must. Aliera brushed past him, slinging her shield on her arm, and drawing her short sword as she ran. Moralen grabbed at her, missed, and ran after her. His size hampered him in the low, narrow passage. Sparks flew from his spell shield as he caroomed recklessly off the walls. Come on, you two, Myth yelled from ahead. I'm not promising to save him for you. Moralen, Edward gasped, running after him. You're not going to let her. Let her? How do you propose I stop her? I'm open to suggestions, short of actually fighting her myself. He seemed half angry, half amused. Maybe he's gone by now. Nay, he's locked in here with us. We found the exit earlier from the other side, and Myth set a lock the Baron will not undo. Well, paralyze her, you can carry her. She's activated her shield. It reflects spells, among other things. I'd only paralyze myself, and I'd be inconvenient to carry. She'll be all right. It's an excellent shield. It casts a very powerful protective spell. Eirik himself devised it. Having a spot of trouble with your locks tonight, Baron? Myth's voice came clearly from ahead. They emerged into a larger space where the Baron had been clawing vainly at switches beside a massive door. Shoddy work. You should get another smith. He won't be needing one, Aliera snarled. The companions spread around her in a semicircle. The Baron set his back to the door and set himself in a fighting stance. He was a big man, as big as Matt's, and he was holding an axe as big as the one Matt's wielded and wearing a breastplate and helm. He addressed Moralen. 9 against 1. I'd expect odds like that from you black devils. Moralen was at the back of the group, yet the Baron had singled him out as the leader. People did, somehow. You prefer the advantage of weight, do you not? But my wife wants you to herself. She cannot resist your charms, it seems, nor can I. I could not wait for you to respond to my invitation, so I came to you instead. I beat her and the rest of you kill me? Huh, it might be worth it at that, he added, staring at Aliera with cold, dark eyes. Aliera smiled a terrible smile. Her dark hair swung free about her shoulders, and she seemed to glow. You will not beat this woman, Baron, but if you do, then you go free. You are mine alone tonight. Swear it all by Zenithar. If he haps to kill me, my ghost will hound him to his grave and beyond. She sounded rather pleased at the prospect. Edward began to shiver. By Zenithar. The Baron laughed. I don't believe you, but one last female for my collection then. Are you so wearied of her health? Are you so afraid of her that you'd rather face me instead? Somewhere deep in his mind, Edward realized that the elf was right. Despite the Baron's bravado, he was afraid of Aliera. Edward hadn't sworn with the others. He clutched his staff tightly, but his feet seemed rooted to the floor. The Baron laughed again and swung a mighty blow at Aliera in answer, but it deflected harmlessly off her shield. His eyes widened as he realized she was spell-shielded. Aliera danced aside and cut his arm. She was nimble, but he managed to land many blows. If her shield went... Edward did not finish the thought. But he was leaving himself somewhat open in the hope of wearing her shield down, and she was scoring hits against his limbs. She kept her blows low, trying to cost him the use of his legs, and drained him of blood. All the while, she taunted him about his manhood, saying she would geld him ere he died. A great blow knocked her back. Her shield flashed and was gone. The Baron raised his axe high to cleave her skull with a single blow. Her arm drew back and she threw her slender short sword straight into her enemy's eye. He dropped the axe and fell screaming to his knees, hands clawing at his face. Aliera stepped forward and thrust the sword home, piercing deep within the brain. The body fell over, twitching and jerking. "Well fought, wife. I had a master trainer and a better armorer." Aliera laughed. Then she threw back her head and shouted wordlessly in triumph, raising her arms, fists clenched. "That you did." Moralen grabbed Silk in a rough hug and kissed her noisily. "It's a neat trick you taught her, Silk." "I'll thank you to cease flirting with my trainer, husband," Aliera said, wiping her slender adamantium blade carefully. "Me flirt? Not while thy blood's up and thy shield's still charged. I'm just thanking her. I'll kiss Eirik too when next I see him." Is he truly dead? Karen had clung to Beach throughout the fight with her eyes closed. Now she regarded Aliera with awe. Edward thought was the right word. Edward felt something of the same, although it was akin to horror. "Dead enough," Aliera said, regarding the still faintly twitching form with satisfaction. The girl drew closer, then knelt beside him. She picked up a stone and smashed it into the face again and again, sobbing. When she had done, Sayas cast some healing spells on her. Myth unlocked the door. They'd come out quite near to where they had left the horses. They took the girl back to her mother's house and left her there, instructing her to tell anyone that ventured to molest her that Xanathar's servants would return if she were harmed. The bewildered old woman clasped her granddaughter to her. As she bade them farewell, she whispered to Aliera to look after that man of hers. "Oh, I do," Aliera said. "I do." When they stopped for rest, Aliera came over to Edward to talk to him, but he protested that he was very tired and just wanted to sleep. Morlan tugged her away, saying that if her son did not need her, then she could see to her man, who did. They moved out of the circle of firelight. Edward lay wakeful, listening to their small, stifled sounds. That was not unusual. It had troubled him at first. "I can't sleep. You're too noisy," he'd protested one night. "What are you doing anyway?" That had drawn giggles from the companions. "Can't you at least pretend you're sleeping?" Morlan had asked plaintively. "Now I know why dark elves seldom have more than one child. What I do not understand is how humans manage to get so many." Moraileen and Aliera had come back to lie by him that night, but after that he had pretended to sleep, like the others. And the noises were too familiar now to keep images of the night's adventures from flashing through his mind, as vivid as if they were happening again in truth. He could feel his Daedra feeding, and could not stop it. It just wasn't fair, he thought. But now he was beginning to see what Morlan meant by feeding his Daedra, and yet walking with the gods, with Xanathar. Morlan came back, carrying Aliera. He set her gently down, then stretched himself out between Edward and her. "It must be difficult being a woman," he said softly. It was hard watching her. Just watching. Edward nodded. "I've asked it often enough of her," Morlan continued. "She told me how hard it is, but I never knew until tonight. I knew she'd win. Xanathar was with her, and all the Baron had was his Daedra, and still it was very hard to watch. She makes that cast 9 tries out of 10, and there were more uses on the shield if she missed. He'd have dropped of exhaustion before he wore it out entirely. I keep thinking about it too. And the Gardew, he asked for mercy? I know, and yet he listened to that night after night, and still he remained the Baron's man. Most men are not as strong as you are. Maybe he couldn't help himself? Why was he pleading for a man already dead? His mind kept replaying the night's events as if they might yet come out differently, for better or for worse. Even to witness evil such as that corrupts the soul. To watch and do nothing, Mats would have stayed my hand had there been anything there worth keeping. and it's worse for the young. I am sorry you had to pass through this night. Is my soul corrupted now? You feel the acid's bite, as do we all, but you'll heal. Can you heal me now? Aye. Morelin gathered the boy in his arms, then rolled over so that Edward lay between his parents. Aliera put her arms around him without really waking. Her strong woman smell mingled with Morelin's musky dark spice odor in Edward's nostrils. She was so angry, Edward whispered. He'd wondered if he would ever really feel the same toward her again, and yet her arms were still as comforting as before. Maybe Morelin too had needed that reassurance and had been wise enough to ask for it. She's a woman. That sort of injury to another touches her near, he said. How near? The boy looked the question he dared not put. Thy father's not a monster, but she was wed to a man who did not care for her, and she could not leave him. It's common enough among thy race, which makes it none the easier to bear, I think. She has a Daedra too, then? Edward asked sadly. You must speak with her about that. It wasn't really a fair fight, her shielded and not him. Fair fighting's for the arena, boy. Would you fight a wolf or hellhound without weapons, spells, and armor, though they have none? I would not. What will become of Karen and Aura, and the other folk, now that the Baron's dead?
Do I look like the prophet Maruk? How should I know? We can stop here in the spring and see what's been planted in the field we burned tonight. I've no mind to stay and plow it. I've my own fields to tend. Listen to me, I sound like a Nord farmer. Mines to dig is more like it. He yawned. The others didn't think about afterwards. You did. I'm a king. It's what we do. King Edward, Part 9. Chapter 9. Luck. Edward knelt behind Morelin, leaning over his shoulder so that he could see the cards the elf held. He was sitting away from the fire, so it was dark for human eyes, but Morelin was the only one of the group who would allow Edward to see his hand. The other players, Beach, Myth, and Mats, said Edward brought them bad luck. Morelin said that it was not really a question of luck, but that their hands were reflected in Edward's face for those that had the eyes to see such images. It was too dark for Beach and Mats to see Edward now, and Morelin blocked him from Myth's view. And yet, the pile of coins in front of Morelin had grown smaller since Edward had taken a place behind him, but this time he had been dealt a good hand. Edward could see that. It was Matt's turn. He was cogitating. You're shivering, son, Morelin said. Have you no warmer clothing? We must find something for you. Here, come share my cloak then. You can hold the cards if you like. The wind was chill. There was a bite to it now that they were farther north, and the year had grown older. Edward accepted the shelter of Morelin's arm and warm fur cloak and sat close against his side. I think I'll just play the cards I hold, Matt said at last, and pushed a pile of coins into the pot, then with sudden resolve, added a few more. There. Throw the hand down, Edward, we're through. But there aren't many better hands than what we've got, Edward protested. Edward? Morelin growled. Well, how am I supposed to learn? Mats didn't have to show his cards unless they matched his bet. By watching. Silently. Oh, very well. No one ever told me that fatherhood came cheaply. He shoved most of his coins into the pot to match Mats's bet, and Edward laid the hand down. Ah, Matt said. You needn't do that, my friend. I'll show the boy my cards for free. You filthy Nord, Morelin said in disgust. Put down your cards and take my gold if you can beat my hand. Let's see if I'm the one who needs educating on how to play this game. You don't, Mats grinned. Except that you could have accepted my generous offer instead of throwing an insult at me. Mats laid down the perfect hand called the Ladies. A taunt like that rates an insult. Mats, that hand is almost worth the viewing price. 5 beautiful ladies. You don't see them together every day. They're not that fond of one another's company. How'd you know? Edward demanded. Ah, that'd be telling. Morlin grinned. Some things you're supposed to learn for yourself. That's part of the game. But remember that a good hand's worthless if someone else holds a better. I'm sorry. Edward looked ruefully at the few remaining coins. No matter. It's foolish to play with mats on those nights when the god of luck himself stands at his shoulder, and all I have at mine is a runaway Breton prince who should be in his bed. He'd have had that money off me at the end. This way we'll get a bit of sleep. Spoil sport, Mats grumped. It's not every night Sai visits me, and I do enjoy his presence. He can leave as quickly as he comes. Sai's not someone you want to get over fond of, Mats. Who should know that better than I? Nay, do not apologize. I appreciate your concern for me, my friend. It's not altogether unwarranted, but I am mindful of the temptation. I know how undependable Sai's favor is, and how capricious. I play only among my friends, whom I do trust. Good night, then. Morlin and Myth went off to join those who were already asleep, leaving Mats and Beach and Edward by the fire. The Dark Elves' natural sleep pattern was a period of 5 or 6 hours during the day, and a short nap of 2 or 3 hours after midnight. Now that they were traveling, they were sleeping only at night, which was a difficult adjustment for Myth and Morlin, who had to use spells to cope with it. Edward had slept a bit as soon as they had stopped for the night, while the others prepared supper. In consequence, he was now wide awake. Beach was yawning. Mats seemed to require less sleep than the rest. Tell me about Sai, Mats. I've never heard of him before. I didn't know there was a god of luck. I thought luck just happened. Being as you're Breton, I can understand that. Bretons like things explained, clear and reasonable, in sequence, so one thing follows from another, and you know where you are. Most gods are like that. They lay down rules, and if you obey them and pay homage to the god, why then he or she grants you favor. And the better you keep the rules and the more you worship the god, the higher you rise in his favor. Those rules aren't always easy to keep, and one god's rules may require you to violate another's, but you know where you are. Well, Sai's not like that. He's not a Daedra, but he's got a Daedric side to him for sure. One thing, if you worship him too much, he'll abandon you altogether. They call it Sai's affliction. It's an overwhelming desire for the god's constant presence. My father suffered from it, poor man. The disease is more than just a desire for the god's presence. The sufferers require continual proof of the god's favor. So they gamble incessantly, not to win, for all they do with winnings is keep on gambling until they lose. Then they do what they must to raise a stake so they can gamble again. Oh, it's a terrible thing. Terrible. My father sold me as a slave because of it. Later, he sold my oldest sister. Then, when he was in debt yet again, he killed himself in one of his rare lucid moments, when he could see what was happening to him. What he was doing to his family, himself. Of course, I was just a kid when I was sold. I didn't understand. I thought it was because of some fault of mine that I'd been sent away, laziness or stupidity or disobedience, and that if I'd only been a better son, it wouldn't happened. That's Oriel's way. It's intended that children should respect their parents and learn from them, but some parents aren't deserving of respect. Well, it was a sickness in him, so my mother says. I don't know that he should be blamed for it, any more than if he had red plague or leprosy. I believe her, yet sometimes I still feel it was my fault. Well, that was bad luck, you might say, but Sai sent me Morlin, and that was a lucky day indeed. What other god would put it into his head to stop one human from beating on another? Any other elf in Tamriel would have turned away in disgust, or stopped to watch and laugh at the stupid humans. 2 dark elf kids against 4 grown Nords, and for all they knew, I deserved what I was getting. I could have been a thief or murderer. I suppose I was a thief. I'd stolen myself, so to speak. Morlin can't say himself why he did it. He says he was spoiling for a fight that day, and seeing slave catchers on Morrowind soil did nothing to ease his temper. That's why I say, it was Sai, but it was Morlin that listened to the god.
There's no doubt it's a grand thing to feel Sai's hand on your shoulder. It's like riding the finest horse, like love itself. You're one with the world, and everything goes your way. Everything's on your side, instead of being the constant struggle that life really is. You don't have to be smart or handsome or kind or witty. Things just go your way. If you do something dumb, it doesn't matter. It'll turn out to be the right thing to have done. Lucky. Some folks do seem to be born lucky, others unlucky. I don't know why. Most everyone feels Sai's presence sometimes, I guess. You have, haven't you?
Edward shook his head. He'd no idea what Mats was talking about.
Well, it's a kind of greed, I guess, this Sai's affliction. You see, there's only so much luck to spread around. And if a few folks got it all, there'd be none left for the rest. Like tonight, I won that last pot, but the others had to lose it. Everyone can't win with Sai. That's not true with other gods, not necessarily. You still don't understand, do you? Would you like to hear a story about Sai?
Edward nodded. Mats was a good-natured fellow, but usually quite silent. Edward had thought him rather stupid. Mats's luck at cards seemed to have loosened his tongue, and now Edward saw that he thought a lot more than he talked. Long, long ago, when people were fewer and wolves more numerous than now, a young widow named Josiah lived smack in the middle of what is now the province of Skyrim. She was an ordinary sort of woman, neither plain nor pretty. She had smooth brown hair, warm brown eyes, a short nose, a full round face, and body to match. She'd been born the only child of peasant farmers. Her parents had been carried off by typhoid when she was 17. Shortly afterwards, she had married Tom, a strong young woodcutter with a cheerful disposition and a roving eye. He'd gotten her pregnant quickly, then turned his attentions elsewhere. Shortly before the babe was due, he'd been killed by the local goldsmith who'd come home unexpectedly, found the handsome woodcutter in bed with his wife, and stuck a knife in his back. Tom's death had occurred on Heart's Day. The babe, a boy, was born 4 months later during mid-year. 2 neighbor women came to help her birth him, and one stayed a few days. After that, she was left to cope with caring for child and small holding as best she could. One evening in the next morning star, Josiah went out to the small barn to do the evening chores, leaving the babe asleep in his crib. The wind was howling. She had to clutch her cloak tightly around her. She milked and fed the cow, fed the pigs and chickens. When she left the barn, she walked out into a fierce blizzard. The wind had risen so that the barn door was wrenched from her hand and slammed back against the side of the barn. She couldn't even see the house, which was near the road, and some little distance from the barn, but she set off toward it with confidence. She'd lived here all her life and knew every inch of ground, although she'd never seen a storm quite this fierce and sudden. Already there were 2 inches of snow beneath her feet. She struggled against the wind for some time, until at last she realized that she must somehow have gone past the house. She turned back and tried to follow her own footprints, reasoning that at least she'd warm herself in the barn before setting out again. But the snow was falling so thickly that her footprints vanished before her eyes, and she was quite lost and cold. Josiah struggled on, hoping to come across something recognizable, a boulder or a tree, or the road, if not house or barn. Her hands and feet were wet and numb. She hadn't dressed heavily and was now chilled to the bone, with ice forming on her eyebrows and lashes. "Timmy! Timmy!" She cried her child's name, hoping against hope that the babe would wake and cry, and that she might follow the sound to him. She stood and listened, gasping the cold air into her lungs, but there was only the howling of the wind. The wind, or something more. A gray shape took form in front of her, staring at her with slitted yellow eyes. A great gray wolf. Her heart seemed to stop. Her eyes filled with tears as she thought of her child lying helpless in the house alone, and his mother dead outside. How unlucky to die so close to shelter. Unlucky. But she had always been unlucky,
the unluckiest woman she knew. It might be days before any thought to visit her. She sank down to her knees, exhausted. The wolf sat before her, threw back its head and voiced its dreadful howl. Her frozen hands scrabbled in the snow, looking for stone or stick, anything with which to defend herself against the pack. Another dark shadow appeared from the whirling white snow. She scrambled backwards in a panic. This one was also gray, but tall and two-legged, gray-cloaked and hooded. Its gloved hand reached for the wolf's head and patted it. Her scream died in her throat. "No need to fear, lass. Will not bring you harm, nay, quite otherwise. Be you the mother of yon child?" She nodded dumbly. His voice was deep and kind, clear in the high whistling of the wind. But her eyes went to his dread companion. "No need to fear," he repeated. "My friend Grelin here will lead us back to safety, unless you indeed do wish to spend the night here." His hands reached for hers and pulled her up, and she leaned on his arm and hobbled alongside him. When at last they reached her door, he said, "I stopped here hoping for shelter from the storm. I hope you don't mind." How could she refuse? Men too could be wolves, but if he were, it wasn't likely he'd take no for an answer anyway. Please come in. I left the keiki kettle on the boil, but I expect it's empty by now," she said inanely. I did go in, when there was no response to my knock, and found the babe asleep and alone, and the kettle boiling away. I took the kettle from the fire, but left the babe be. I knew his mother would not be far, and sent Grelin to find you. Lucky for you, but then I have always brought luck to those around me. He threw back his hood, and she saw that he was tall and pale, with silver hair and eyes, but a young face. His countenance was grim, but the silver eyes were kind, and his mouth gentle. "My horse too will want shelter on this night. Have you a shed to offer him?" While he stabled his horse, she changed out of her wet clothing and fixed a bit of supper for them, soup and bread and cheese and elm root tea. As she dished it up, she apologized meekly for the meager fare. "Why, 'tis a feast compared to my efforts," he smiled, and fell to, hungrily. Grelin lay by the fire, his eyes fixed on his master, who occasionally flung him a morsel. "He ate well yesterday, luckily for your chickens, else I'd have to buy one from you." "Nay, nay," she protested. "I'm deep in your debt and glad to share anything I have with you." The babe stirred and cried then, and she picked him up, changed his wet diaper, and put him to her breast. "Where's your husband, lady?" She hesitated a moment. The thought flashed that she should not tell this stranger how alone and unprotected she was, then told him the truth. "A sad tale, truly," he said, "but he's left you a handsome child, and you seem quite comfortable here." His eyes went round the humble one-room cottage, crib and feather bed at one end, covered with a quilt of her mother's making, and stone hearth at the other, table and chairs made by her father in the middle. A ladder led to the loft where she'd slept as a child. Suddenly the simple room seemed a palace to her. They were warm and dry and well fed, and indeed what could be better? "Why, you're right, stranger. I am lucky after all. Now will you tell me something of yourself? I am less fortunate than you in some ways. I am a wanderer, and born to wanderers, a tinker by trade, though I can turn my hand to most things. I have never been married and have no children, nor have I ever had a home other than the wagon my horse pulls. I've never stayed long in one place. My parents named me Sai, but most folks call me Lucky. Lucky is what I will call you then, for you have indeed been lucky for me." He stood and stretched, and began clearing the remnants of their meal from the table. He poured water from the copper kettle into the basin, and washed and dried the dishes, something she had never seen a man do before. After the babe was fed, they played with him on the hearthrug while he told her of some of the odd and wonderful places and peoples he had met with on his journeys, and once again her life seemed very narrow and dull. After an hour or two, the babe grew tired and cranky, and she took him on her lap and sang to him until he fell asleep. She laid him in his crib and wrapped him warmly in a rabbit fur bunting. When she went back to the fire, Lucky reached for her hand and held it for a moment, without a word. Then they were in one another's arms and kissing hungrily. They shed their clothing and lay together shamelessly, enjoying each other's bodies in the flickering rosy firelight. He loved the roundness of her breasts and thighs, belly and buttocks, and said she was as juicy as an apple. His bleached, lean, muscular body and silken hair fascinated her as much. She had loved Tom and known pleasant moments with him, but nothing like she felt with this stranger. She woke in bed in the morning to the baby's crying as usual. Lucky wasn't there, and she thought he must have been a vivid dream. Then the door opened and shut, and he was striding toward her, fully dressed, and motioning her to stay where she was. He kissed her lips, then brought the babe to her and stood watching as he suckled. What a pity that we remember not the pleasure we once knew. Yet we have pleasures still that we will remember, she said, and felt her cheeks redden at her boldness. What a wanton he must think her.
Indeed, he said, and laid his cold hand against her hot cheek.
The storm had stopped during the night, but the snow was deep on the road, and it was clear that it would be days before the horse could pull Lucky's small wagon along the road. That wagon was brightly painted with leaves and vines and flowers in red and blue and green and yellow. The wheels were red with yellow spokes. It had a canvas top, also painted, blue with white fleecy clouds. Josiah loved the wagon, but it sorted oddly with Lucky's quiet grayness. Lucky did small jobs for her, mending tools, hinges, and utensils. He cut more wood for her, saying that if she did not need it this year, there would be another. He stayed a week, and a thaw came, and then a freeze, and the road was rutted, but fit for travel. They looked at one another in the morning light, and he said that it couldn't hurt to stay another day, or maybe two, if she was not yet tired of him. She wasn't. After another week, Lucky asked her if she would come with him. Her heart leaped at the question, but she looked around the little house where she'd spent all her life, thought of her land and village and her babe, and said, "I can't go. I've no desire to travel, and I don't want to bring my babe up as a homeless waif." Pain flashed across Lucky's pale face, but he only nodded, harnessed up his horse, and kissed her goodbye. Tears clouded her eyes and blurred the gay wagon colors. Sun's dawn passed very slowly, with rain and sleet and snow, but nothing like the storm that had brought Lucky to her. Occasionally there was a knock at her door which started her heart pounding, but always it was just a villager come to buy the dried herbs she sold. Then, on the first night of first seed, she heard the creak of a wagon and knew. She flew to the door, her face alight, and flung herself into his arms. "I can't stay," he said. "I'm just passing through." And that was all the talking they did for quite a while. Spring came, and crocuses poked their noses up through the snow. Lucky spaded up her garden. Curious neighbors came to call, but found out no more about him than she knew. She sold them eggs. Her chickens were laying very well, and dried herbs, and an elixir she made from her grandmother's recipe, which was sovereign for headache and rheumatism. They hired Lucky for odd jobs, despite their suspicion of him. Lucky continued to come and go, never saying where or when he'd be back, but he seldom stayed away more than a few days. He spoke no words of love, but loved her fiercely all the same. Josiah's round belly grew rounder, and she weaned Timmy to cow's milk. Lucky's trips became shorter and less frequent. All around the land prospered. Even the oldest could not recall a better harvest. In Hearthfire, Josiah birthed a beautiful baby girl with silver hair, but eyes of cornflower blue. Lucky held his child, and joy radiated from him, so that he seemed to burn with a white fire. King Edward, Part 10. Chapter 10. Josiah and Lucky, Part 2. Matt's continued his story of Lucky and Josiah. The years passed, 20 of them. More children came. Timmy took a bride. The land continued to prosper. Few died, so there were many people now, and much of the forest was cleared for farms. Others became soldiers or sailors. Their voyages and battles all prospered, and they returned home laden with booty. The gods were with them, people said, for they were virtuous and deserving folk. Skyrim was united now under King Vreg the Gifted, second and noblest son of the legendary Herald of Ysgramor. Thus Josiah's king was High King of all Skyrim. The Nords under Vrega's leadership spread into Morrowind and High Rock, conquering some of the sly and thievish Dark Elves and the weak and superstitious Bretons.
Josiah and Lucky had opened a store and built a fine big house for their family. One night, Josiah woke alone and heard voices in the hall. She left her bed and crept to see. The voices sounded angry. Lucky was standing there in his nightshirt. The passing years had changed him little. He looked no older, but he had grown leaner and paler, and somehow less substantial. Standing with him were a tall, matronly woman, dark-haired, and clad in a fine blue robe, a knight in black armor, carrying a black sword, and a handsome blond man, green-clad, with a bow. 2 elves were there as well, one fair, and one with golden skin. One had a harp, the other a lute. Elves had not been seen in Skyrim in years. How did quiet, simple Lucky come to know such grand people? "Is this how you keep your pact with us? Did we not make the rules clear to you?" The woman was shouting at Lucky, who only muttered, "Lady Mara, I didn't realize it had been so long. It was only for a few days, and then a few days more. And then there were the children, and Josiah needed me. I thought no harm. Things seemed to go well for everyone. It hasn't been so long. Tamriel did well enough without me before." Lucky spoke softly, yet his face was set, and Josiah knew how stubborn he could be. "Everyone, what of the Bretons? What of the Dark Elves? And the Wood Elves? Of the Ice Elves I say nothing. They are gone altogether and forever." "Such shy folk. I tried," Lucky faltered. "I did try. The Ice Elves were very hard to find, and not that friendly when I did find them." "Are all the elves to follow them, and the Bretons, and then the other races?" "I'll go. I will go. But High Rock and Morrowind are so far from here, and how can I leave my children? Surely I am entitled to children, and my woman." "You could have arranged matters as I did," said the green-clad ranger. "Now it's too late for that. Matters have gone too far. We trusted you. It was a simple assignment. Yet we should have watched him." This last sentence was addressed to the Black Knight. "I did watch him," the knight snapped, waving his sword, which Josiah now saw was actually a part of his arm. "Yet alone I could do nothing. I'd few devotees in either High Rock or Morrowind. Once I realized, I knew I had to find the rest of you. Alone I could do little. What I could, I did. They're halted for now, yet the damage must be repaired, and he who caused it must do the fixing, Tinker. It won't be easy. You'll have to avoid the Skyrim folk altogether for a couple of 100 years, I think." "No, my lord Ebenarm, no!" The cry was wrenched from Lucky's heart. "I cannot. I implore you. Do not ask it of me. Leave me something of my own. Why must I always give it all to others? I'm tired of it. You promised me a life, and what you gave me, that endless wandering, was not a life." The Black Knight Ebenarm scowled back at Lucky. "We are a gentle folk," the Wood Elf Bard said in his musical voice, "yet Zenithar can no longer be restrained. And if he wars against you, the other elven gods stand with him. If the gods war, Tamriel itself may be destroyed. You may find Daedra to stand with you. They love chaos. But I think you will find that not even Springseed, Ebenarm and Mara will fight for you, if you defy them further."
Geoffrey speaks truth as ever. Let us not speak of war among ourselves, my friend. We wished your folk no ill. We deeply regret what has happened and will labor to repair our fault. I regret our long absence, yet it was necessary. Rayan and I were needed elsewhere, Mara said. And not even a god or a goddess can be everywhere at once.
As for you, Sai, she said, turning to Lucky, 1 night a year with your woman and your children I will grant you, but not in the flesh. The temptations are too strong for you, I see. It was a mistake to let you hold the flesh so long. I apologize to the rest of you. Now go and make your farewells. You are dismissed. The knight and ranger vanished, but the elves remained. The golden-skinned one spoke to Mara. Watch these new folk of yours more carefully, Lady Mara. We are a patient people, and kindly disposed to other sentient races, yet there are limits to our patience. Take warning. Then the elves, too, were gone. Lucky fell to his knees, clutching at Mara's robe, his face a mask of anguish. Lady, wait, I implore you. Am I never to feel again? Never. It is more than I can bear. The rest of you can assume mortal form on occasion. Better I should have died naturally and gone to rest. He added bitterly.
Mara considered, frowning. Others have paid dearly for the life you have stolen. Their spirits are not at rest. They too will exact payment. And yet, very well. If you will labor to repair the damage you have done, then you may on occasion assume bodily form, but not as human. Wolf shape shall be yours, in return for the kindness you showed Grelin.
And she was gone, leaving Lucky standing alone, barefoot. Josiah ran to him and clasped him. Oh, how thin and cold he was. What is it, dearest? Who were they? What does it mean? Oh, don't leave us.
I must, he said, shivering. I have stayed far too long. My dearest, I am luck itself. I was born with the talent, though mortal as yourself. My lord took me for a soldier. I was killed in my first battle, even as the battle was won. I ever brought luck to others, never to myself, never. Ebenarm appeared to me, said I had an interesting talent and offered me immortality, if I would agree to spread my luck about.
He said the gods were overworked, seeing to events, and constantly quarreling over what should happen. He thought that I could balance things out naturally with my inborn talent. I was young. I'd barely lived. I didn't want to die, so I agreed, and Ebenarm said that I could keep my body for a time. I wouldn't age or die, but I would fade slowly, as you have seen. I am nearly 80 now. I did as he bade for many years. Then I met you, and found myself trapped by your need, I think. I was your luck, you see, what you needed. And truth is, I needed you too, my dear love.
Yet while I've stayed here, my luck has spread like ripples, strongest in the center, weak along the edges until there's none at all in Morrowind and High Rock and the wilderness to the south, and the folk are dead or chained in slavery. Also, I've brought luck only to the Nords among whom I've lived, so that the wood elves have fled and the ice elves have died. Now I must go, and bring luck back to them and redress the balance as it should have been. He went to the children's rooms and kissed them as they slept, while his tears fell on them. Then he said, I'll be with you 1 night each year, though you will not see me. Yet you will feel my presence, dearest. Oh, and I could never speak of love or marriage, but know I love you as no man or God loved woman. Then he kissed her one last time and was gone.
Matt stopped talking at last. The fire had burned down to ashes. Edward drew a long breath. That's some story, Edward said. Is it true?
Are you calling my grandmother a liar? I know she used to leave a bit of food and a bowl of milk out on winter nights. For the wolf, she said, and we Nords hold it very unlucky to attack a wolf unless it attacks you. It just might be Sai.
My grandmother said she got the tale from her great-grandmother, and her great was Josiah herself, so she said. Or maybe it was her great-great-grandmother.
I get lost there. Anyway, it happened during the reign of King Vrage the Gifted, like I said, when the Nords invaded Morrowind and High Rock. It took Sai 150 years to get things set right again, and he needed a lot of help. From Moraelin's brothers and father, among others. The Dark Elves and Bretons have been lucky to get their lands back, you see, and it's been hard times for Skyrim folk, although once your luck builds up the way theirs did, it takes a long time to really run out altogether. And Sai didn't make the same mistake again. He's been spreading luck around ever since. Otherwise, folk get arrogant and start thinking they're entitled to more than others. Yet he's kept his promise. You see, I'm his descendant, and once a year I feel his presence. That was tonight.
I thought being a god means you can do just as you please, Edward said. Well, they can, you see. Sai did for a while, but he and his fellow gods weren't pleased with the results. There's rules to being a god, it seems, just as there are rules to being a man or a boy.
Who makes the rules, then? Edward demanded.
Mats laughed. Best save that question up for the Archmagister. It's much too deep for me. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to have a drink. I'm parched after so much talking and then rouse myth so I can sleep myself. Mats, I was taught that Moraelin's father and brothers were just raiders, and that the Nords were the real owners of the lands they took. That the Dark Elves come up out of the ground and raid for meanness and profit. Moraelin's father, Cronin, and his brothers, Cruthis and Effin, took to raiding after the Nords drove them out of Ebonheart. Guerrilla warfare isn't pretty, but neither is losing your homeland. Human memories of that time are faded hand-me-downs, but there's a fair number of Dark Elves who lived through it still around. Moraelin's Aunt Yoris, for one, she who rules in Kraganmore. Oh, there's some Dark Elves still, along the borderland in Blacklight, who are just thieves and kidnappers, no question. They have holds up in the mountain caverns and raid farms and villages in East Skyrim. But Moraelin's folk have naught to do with them, leastways not since they regained their own lands in Morrowind. Moraelin hates the raiding. He'd stop it if he could. Matt sighed.
Why can't he?
Mats yawned widely. That's a matter of politics and power, boy. You ask him about it, and you'll likely get more answer than you want for once. Me, I'm off to bed. Good night.
King Edward, Part 11. The companions stayed the night at a crude but comfortable inn at a tiny village that called itself Raven Spring, located in the foothills of the Rothgarian Mountains. The next morning, they resumed their journey eastward, moving through rolling hills towards the Skyrim and Hammerfell borders, and camping the next 2 nights under clear early summer skies. When they resumed traveling the third morning, Moraelin told everyone to watch the slopes north of the road for a notch opening to a high meadow that faced to the southwest. Shortly afterward, everyone spotted it almost simultaneously when the group completed a bend around a rocky outcrop. Silk and Beach went ahead to scout a good route and to look for a campsite for the evening ahead. By dusk, they had covered most of the distance to the meadow, but still faced some stiff climbing the next morning. They agreed that it was time to camp once again, but happily a lunchtime picnic seemed very likely the next day. By midday the next day, which was Loredas the 5th of mid-year, the companions were sprawled across a grassy slope within the dragon village, having been joined by Akatosh and one other dragon. This second dragon was smaller than Akatosh, and seemed to be a female, although characteristically Akatosh had just introduced the dragon as Debujan, with no further explanations being forthcoming. The 2 dragons politely chatted with the humanoids as they enjoyed their repast, though Debujan flew off afterwards, to arc gracefully above, and then swoop down upon a steer in a grassy field some distance away.
Akatosh had been watching Edward's reaction to this and asked, "Why did you flinch, Edward?" Debujan had not eaten recently and really behaved no differently than you just have. Edward replied with a small smile, "I don't think that our meal was quite that violent in nature." Akatosh returned the smile, but then responded, "A good reminder, then, that we are only similar, rather than the same." Edward paused,
squinting into the mid-afternoon sun, and then turned to the golden dragon. Akatosh, why did you choose this spot for your village? Well, it was high enough up into the mountains to suit us, but flat enough for raising the cattle with trees for the deer, and it is very defensible for all of us. There is plenty of room for the humans to build their ranches and farms, and the elves are quite comfortable in the dense trees along the cliff edges. The Adits in the surrounding cliff faces provide us the access to our lairs, which we have located within the mining tunnel system. All in all, an ideal site for such an experiment involving this many races of beings. It even opens to the southwest, providing reasonable warmth for the smaller beings, with some protection from the elements during the colder months. Edward responded, "It is difficult for me to get used to the notion of a village without some central concentration of buildings, but perhaps these will be developed in the future. At least a few buildings for meetings and socializing. And I suppose that there are also some beautiful sunsets to be seen." The dragon smiled again, but replied, "Quite so. But I am the only one of the dragon kind to show any interest, and that was not a legitimate consideration when we chose this site." Then wistfully, "I wish that I could assemble the words to describe some of them. I have attempted this many, many times, but the results just are not very admirable." More briskly, "And by the way, we do intend to erect a meeting hall for the humanoids, and also some stores for barter and other exchanges of goods." Moralen had wandered over and seated himself, and he asked with a notable absence of the usual humanoid respect for dragons, "Whatever possessed you to attempt such a crazy experiment, Akatosh?" The dragon paused thoughtfully, and then replied, "As is my wont, I had been analyzing, in this case one might say the history of dragon behavior. Clearly our lengthy contest of resistance to these new Aurelian gods was futile, but it took many of our generations for us to realize and accept this. Then our next pattern was to isolate ourselves, even from each other, and to resist intrusion from any and all beings. The exception, of course, was to mate among ourselves and procreate our race. However, aside from that one activity, we fought any and all for our precious privacy, and really for no good reason, except that we can be an especially stubborn race." Edward said, "Then you maintained a pattern of behavior long after the reason for it was gone." Akatosh looked a bit embarrassed. He said stiffly, "I believe that is what I just said. We are not the only sentient race to fall prey to that." Edward said, "The Archmagister has told me that much behavior is inborn." Moralen smiled at him, and inborn behavior patterns are a particular problem for long-lived species, who change slowly as conditions change. We elves suffer from it even more than you short-lived humans, which is why we like to keep things as they are, though life is change, and to resist it utterly is death. Dragons live far, far longer than even elves, and in consequence breed even more slowly. Still, who can say what alterations being born into a social setting may produce, for good or ill, in dragon behavior? Elira had by this time joined the conversation and observed, "The Daedra must have been long pleased with dragon behavior." Akatosh responded, "Perhaps so, but I approached our queen with this suggestion more so because it seemed clear to me that, as a race, we had fallen into a stasis, and we needed to break this shell in order to invigorate ourselves. She didn't quite agree with me, but perhaps because of my reputation, she told me to go ahead and make this attempt." By this point, all of the companions were sitting within hearing range, and Mats asked, "Did you have to get your queen's permission, and have there been many difficulties among the various races?" "Permission is not quite accurate in this case, Mats. Being the beings that we are, it was more so that I was obliged to tell her of this, so that she would have the information. For example, other dragons regularly come to me with potential military intelligence, following this same philosophy of preparedness." Mats grinned and said, "You mean just in case, right? But what about these elves and humans?" "Ah, Our humanoid lord and lady do set a most remarkable example of tolerance and respect for differing shapes and customs. I owe a debt of gratitude to Morlin for the loan of his smiths and miners, who have been most generous in sharing their knowledge and skills with the Bretons that my young friend Edward and I have, persuaded to attempt settlement here. It is my experience that Bretons, well, many Bretons, will do virtually anything so long as it is profitable and they gain skill and knowledge from it. The Nordic lust for individual honor and glory makes the mithril armor and weapons produced here extremely profitable, to a sheer genius that inspired Aliera to insist that we sell only to the nobility, while the delving opens new tunnels and provides access to that which we dragons require.
Akatosh smiled a little slyly. He was very reticent on the subject of exactly what dragons required. Beech and Willow have made it known among their people that wood elves are welcome here, so those who have long missed their ancient high rock homes have returned to these hills. I'm now a duke, and thus qualified to wear and carry mithril. If only I could afford more than a piece or two. But for the cost, I might retire. Matt said, "If you retired, you would not require the mithril," Morlin pointed out. "And what of my son and daughter? Thinkst thou I will beg from thee for them?" Matt said indignantly, "My knees and wind may not be what once they were, I grant you. In fact, I'm somewhat tempted to remain up here. Now I am here, yet I can still swing my axe with any." Myth grinned delightedly. Nords can't count. It's why they seek honor and glory, not profit. Honor and glory are not amenable to enumeration much past what one can tally on the fingers. Metz, if thou art but 39, thou wert the largest 10-year-old humanoid I ever met or hope to meet. But what then are these benefits to those who neither delve nor smith? Mats persisted, ignoring his old friend. I would think that many would be terrified to live so close to such formidable beings. Matt spoke the last of this with a sly grin. Well, on the other hand, the presence of the formidable beings means that they are certainly well protected, and this area is surprisingly fertile, so the crops seem to be growing well, and although they provide the meat for us, we allocate 1/5 of each herd to them for their own consumption. We've also been finding out what I have long suspected. The 3 sets of races, when combined, fight much more effectively than the sum of each when considered in isolation. That is, each race covers or cancels weaknesses of the others. At least it is certainly true that the local goblin population has been drastically reduced in a very short period of time. "Aye," Edward responded. "So, Morlin proved in Morrowind." "With a bit of help from his friends," Morlin acknowledged. "I reap the praise, but in truth, I'm little more than the standard they wave, and at times I feel more like the target they set up." A wave of laughter greeted this remark. Edward persisted. "With you and the others up here, Akatosh, I feel my borders are well guarded. Should Skyrim ever feel the urge to move its borders west again?" Aliera asked, "Was it easy to convince the other dragons to move to here?" "Actually, the most difficult part of that was moving our hordes to our new lairs," Akatosh responded with a lazy smile. "Although once it was known that we had no use for the metals, gems, and jewelry that we accumulate, everything went much more smoothly. But then more seriously, essentially, I had to approach each dragon personally and convince them that this idea had merit. Again, once I had persuaded a couple of our especially independent specimens, things went much more smoothly. However, there are only 9 of us living in this area, and there is really only room for 2 or 3 more of us. We shall have to see what develops hereafter." Aliera now observed, "I think that now the gods and goddesses might look very favorably indeed on dragon behavior." "That may be so, Aliera, but again, that was not really why this was done. Besides, they still may remember and resent our long opposition to them." Beech asked deferentially,
but what is the name of this village?"
Akatosh sighed, and then responded, "I fear that we shall never reach a decision, since each race has decided opinions in that regard. Perhaps once the initial building phase is completed, we will able to be more contemplative about such matters."
Beach replied, "That just doesn't seem right. Everywhere should have a name, shouldn't it?" Willow chuckled, and then said, "Perhaps to us this is so, but who knows how dragons think? And I'm sure that the humans and elves will squabble over the style of the name, besides the specifics of it."
Morelin interrupted with great drama. "Surely you don't mean to imply that an elf can be overly stubborn?" And the discussion dissolved into a period of laughter and teasing amongst the group. Presently Akatosh said, "I favor the name Section 22. Beach stared at him. "Akatosh, I see what thou dost mean about thy difficulties with the poetic. If you will allow my frank opinion, that is the single worst village name I have ever heard."
Akatosh sighed gustily, then pardoned himself hastily to Beach. Humanoids found dragon size quite unpleasant, and sometimes actually hazardous. "Then thou seest what I mean by differences. To me it is very meaningful and most appropriate. Is Section 16 any better as a name? Not? Then is it the word section that offends you? In what way is it inferior to keep, or Reich, or Glen, or hold?"
Edward said, "But Akatosh, a name should make some sense. At least humans think so. You should have 21 other sections first if you're going to name this place 22. "Really?" Akatosh said. "Why is that? Are not all numbers equally valid? They serve well to distinguish one place from another. There could be many Greenvales, for instance. I myself know of 4 such villages. The number 22 does appeal to me, aesthetically, as well as possessing some sense, at least to me." He smiled secretively.
Morelin said, "I think Lord Akatosh is enjoying what some call an in-joke. Were I so rash as to instruct a dragon in manners?" "Who," Silk said, "would e'er accuse Morelin of being rash?" A bit later, Edward asked Akatosh, "Do you think that we could play a game or two of battle? I brought the board and playing pieces with me."
Morelin interrupted. "I'm afraid that Akatosh and I must discuss some matters this evening, and you'd only lose again anyway," he added with a fond smile.
Edward replied, "But I can beat everyone else. Akatosh, will I ever win a game with you?" "No, Edward, you won't." And Akatosh was slightly bemused by Edward's startled expression, and then the hearty laugh that quickly followed it. "That wasn't very diplomatic of you, Akatosh. But why won't I ever win?"
"Because I have been playing for much longer than you have, Edward, and so long as I continue to play, you will not be able to catch up to me. Besides, this game is what I am starting to think of as a bounded problem, and that sort is most easily dealt with."
"What do you mean by a bounded problem, Akatosh?" asked Mats.
"That is a problem that has a countable number of possible actions and results, Mats. There are only 81 squares on the board, and each side has exactly 27 playing pieces. Each piece moves in a specific way, and so on."
"But the game is like a real battle, isn't it?" asked Sass. "No, it is very good practice for learning and for thinking about how to execute a battle. But my elven archers never become tired or demoralized, and my master mage always does what I want. Such things seldom happen in a real battle." Morelin nodded in agreement and asked with mock slyness, "Then what is an example of an unbounded problem?"
"Certainly a real battle, but also to me a poem is an unbounded problem."
"But any poem can be analyzed, Akatosh," Aliera said chidingly.
"Of course, but only after it is written. I am unable to define or bound the act of writing it, though. That is, the act of creating it. If I start to write a poem, there are so many possibilities. And then, Riley, I never get beyond the first line because I start imagining all the things that I could put into the beginning, and..."
King Edward, Part 12. The dragon had paused, so Edward interjected. Mother and I have been discussing the nature of the gods recently, Akatosh, and she thinks that poetry would be a godly activity. What do you think about that notion?
I am not so certain that one can attribute anything to the gods, Edward. They are another example of an unbounded problem, of course, but also, their characteristics are just not very well known to us.
But surely one can determine things about any being that is a god. Akatosh replied, I do not think that we can at present. They are not like the Daedra, who have a nature that is with them at their birth. That is, the Daedra capabilities are inherent in them, and not are the result of any changes that have occurred to them. Willow interrupted. Akatosh, we can determine that the gods have a few basic characteristics, can't we? Edward added, Of course, Akatosh. They are powerful beings who can perform acts that are incomprehensible to us. That in itself must signify their difference.
Akatosh nodded and replied, I understand your point of view, but to a farming community on Tamriel in our southern lands, that could also describe how they would perceive me. Perhaps this is attributable to the fact that they seldom see a dragon nowadays, but it also does not mean that I am a god. Neither does it mean that I am not a god. Willow giggled and said, Of course you're not a god, Akatosh. And Edward, smiling, nodded agreement. Akatosh replied, How do you know, Willow? I can understand that you would guess that I am not a god, particularly since I am a dragon. He grinned, and then continued, But how can you know that I am not a god? Edward scoffingly replied, Well, I know that I'm not a god anyway, and I have certainly never seen you perform any godly acts, Akatosh. You also don't seem to have any worshippers about either. The companions were smiling and generally agreeing with this, but Akatosh responded, But that does not mean that I have no worshippers, nor does it mean that I cannot perform any godly acts. It just means that you have not seen either of these. I am not yet certain that gods and goddesses require worshippers to maintain their existence, and as I said, I can perform magic that would look like godly acts to many Tamrielians. But the gods must have worshippers, Akatosh, said Alira. That's how they get their sustenance, or whatever it is that allows them to continue to be godly. Husband, you must know more about this subject. After all, you made a god of your brother Siphon. I did no such thing, Morlin responded, with a touch of indignation. His godhood is between him and his worshippers, among whom I am numbered. I did establish a temple cult in his memory. Anyone with the worldly means could do as much for anyone, living or dead. That alone is not enough. Maybe it helps facilitate matters, but I think it's not really necessary. I know no more of it, but if you want my opinion. He paused politely for confirmation that it was indeed still solicited, as elven etiquette demanded if one were giving opinion at length. He continued, There must be something, godly in the person's soul or essence or whatever part it is that does not die with the body. I know not whether that capacity is innate in the person, from birth or conception, or quickening, whene'er it is that soul and body are wedded for a lifespan, or whether great deeds and great generosity might breed it, enlarging the soul and transmuting it, so to speak. We all change and grow with each passing day, with every breath, some more than others. What else is life about? He went on without pausing for an answer to his rhetorical question, probably for fear that he might get one. In other cases, gods seem to arise from a locality, a mountain, or a spring, or wood, or a collection of localities, such as Tamriel itself. Places, like persons, have souls, some greater than others. This place might produce a god or a Daedra, or maybe it already has one or more. As it changes, so do its gods and Daedra, I think. Maybe they can choose to resist the change or aid it if propitiated. He looked at Akatosh inquiringly. The dragon had stopped fighting the new gods, he said, but would he go so far as to worship them? That speaks to the question of whence gods arise, but source is not nature. Of that I know as little as the rest of you, maybe less.
since the question does not truly interest me. The gods are. My worship of them benefits me and mine. It is sufficient.
Akatosh did not respond immediately, and Aliera refused to be distracted. But suppose such a cult were established, and worshippers provided for one of small and mean spirit. Would that spirit not become a god? I suppose it might be done if one were determined enough and had a sufficiency of means to pay worshippers to perform rituals without spirit behind them. Maybe that's where small, mean gods come from, wife. Or maybe Daedra. Maybe I'll raise a cult to thee and see what happens. Are you calling my spirit small and mean? Ali glared at him. Only by comparison. You don't fancy yourself a goddess, do you? You might make a Daedra, though. The experiment might be a bit too chancy. Could I just mourn you for a century or two instead? I'll think on it. What about you? You've deeds enough already to qualify for godhood, surely. Although if you plan on many more such, you may not outlive me. I'm doomed to be Rotham, living and dead. It's godhood of a sort, but what a sort. Don't begrudge me my long lifespan. Think of me doomed to eternity in the gloomy Ebonheart council chamber listening to the eternal wrangles. Small wonder the dead Riathim pulled the place down on the live ones 20 years ago, thus causing my brother and my mother to join their number. The dead Riathim must have welcomed the century and a half of respite while the Nords held Ebonheart. But your brother Sephin was killed too, as well as your brother King Cruthis. And Sephin wasn't Rotham, being your mother's son and not your father's, if I have the story straight. That's why he got his own temple, Edward said. So why did they kill him too? The story sounds very Daedric to me. You'd have me justify the ways of the gods to you, would you? I think they act for ends we cannot see, and slay the just and the unjust together. Not that I'd label any of my kin as either, not altogether. We see only the means. How can we judge? Gods too face choices. I do not think their power supreme. They can overrule nature on occasion, as can any mage. Yet they, like mages, are in the end bound by it. And their overrule must answer other rules still. And in those rules, whate'er they be, I think lies the answer to your questions. I think it's not something men and women may know while living. Akatosh smiled and replied, It is not so easy to describe the gods, is it? This is true, even though, myself included, each of us thinks that we have a mental picture of what godliness means. On the other hand, the gods and goddesses certainly do exist, and I also believe that there is a connection of some sort between them and the Daedra, and another connection between these entities and the power associated with performing magic. The priests of Julianos have been calling this power Magica, said a stranger who had joined the group. Akatosh replied, Greetings, Bard. Please allow me to introduce Geoffrey, a wandering poet who has been visiting our village for these last few days. The companions greeted the wood elf newcomer, some rising to their feet to do so according to their individual customs, and then all resumed sitting, actually sprawling about, and conversing. A number of priests are theorizing that the gods and goddesses live on another plane, as do the Daedra. There is some debate amongst these priests as to whether they share the same plane of existence, or whether each has their own. And some of the Alessian priests are claiming that we can visit these alternate planes in our nightly dreams, added Beach. Edward asked, Why doesn't someone just ask a goddess or a Daedra about this? Geoffrey chuckled and replied, Most of us are not able to be so thoughtful when confronted by one of these beings, Edward. Also, there is a common belief that the gods and Daedra are as reluctant to discuss their own natures as dragons are to reveal anyone's true name. Edward looked quizzically at Akatosh, but Beach stated to Geoffrey, Well said, Bard. And that pair shared the slightest of smiles. Beach then said, Do you know what the resolutions of Zenithar has been saying about the gods and magic? This magic power, or magicka, is just the power generated by the existence of, well, existence itself. When it becomes focused by living beings through natural processes, then it becomes accessible to the gods and goddesses as worship power, which is the next level of magicka. After receiving some from their worshippers, the gods can then concentrate it up to god-level power, the true magicka. The gods themselves can't generate the mid-level magicka, since they are dependent on it for their own existence, but they can convert it to magicka, which can then be used by mortals to cast spells. This magicka is usually dispersed widely across the planes, but there are areas of greater and lesser concentration due to interferences with the dispersion process. When a goddess loses worshippers, her inflow of mid-level magicka is decreased, so she in turn produces less god-level magicka. With less magicka under her control, for providing to worshippers or dispersion, her influence is decreased in the mortal planes. Of course, the converse is also true. In the extreme, she receives nothing and is relegated to a state of stasis, barely existing from the ordinary magicka generated by her few remaining consecrated lands, zones of influence, and so on. Beach continued. On the other hand, Daedra receive very specific or modified mid-level magicka from a few mortals with specific areas of interest, and these Daedra are normally tied to very specific circumstances. Because of their nature, they gain much more power from their small worship base, but the gods, with their much broader base, generally have greater overall power, even though the amount of concentrated worship that they receive from any one source is much less than a Daedra's. Most of the magicka that the gods process is dispersed into and throughout the universe, no longer under their control, thereby making it available for everyone. It's not really something they do consciously, but as a natural process that happens automatically. In other words, just because they are divine.
Alira said, I would think that magicka is simply available to sentient beings, although the gods and Daedra could facilitate its usage. I would think that the gods and Daedra have other influences on us as well, because not everyone has spellcasting ability. Maybe in those alternate planes it's actually existence and not sentient entities that radiates magicka, just as the stars give off light in our dimension. I just assume that magicka is out there in the ether, or maybe sentient consciousnesses automatically tap into an alternate plane as they sleep. I think that everyone has some supply of magicka, but most don't know how to use it very well, or else they adopt a way of life that inhibits or forbids its use. Maybe certain gods and Daedra serve as facilitators for the entire process, that is, both obtaining and using magicka. But how do priests heal and cure and bless? Is magicka involved at all, or do they invoke their goddesses directly?
Saya said, I am not so sure that magicka is Asid. Perhaps there is yet another capability involved here. This capability would be unknown at this time, and maybe even unsensed, but I feel fairly certain that somehow it is a godly force that they are employing.
Then Jeffrey responded, Sa'as, I believe that magicka fills the universe of planes. All things are infused with magicka to one extent or another. In this regard, magicka is attracted to some people and things over others, and some people with talent or training can control and even release magicka in new forms. There may be other sources of magicka available by tapping into alternate and otherworldly planes. There is also the possibility of alternate planes that are entirely void of magicka. Regardless, certain beings of great power, such as the gods and Daedra, can not only control magicka, but can see, absorb, and transfuse magicka to and from objects and people. By employing this ability, worshippers of these beings are sometimes capable of greater acts of magic than they could accomplish otherwise. Also, in this way, some items sacred to powerful beings can be said to be holy, with additional amounts of directed magicka provided by gods or goddesses.
Magic items fall into two main categories by definition: items that draw on the surrounding magicka to create spell-like effects, and items that hold magicka in reserve for their own internal effects. Normally, magic items which absorb magicka, giving increased abilities to their wielders, only affect themselves and are considered to use internal magicka. In some areas where great amounts of magicka have been used, the surroundings may be completely devoid of it. This of course negates the ability of beings to produce magic effects in these areas, although gods and Daedra carry their own supplies of magicka, as do magic items that do not depend on the use of surrounding magicka.
Aliera said, "We've been investigating some rumors and stories concerning something that might be called anti-magicka. I think the presence of a powerful Daedra with whom you weren't in tune could cause interference with spellcasting, maybe even cancel out existing spells. Perhaps particular Daedra simply favor thief or warrior types, or some goddesses and their priests might frown on competing magic in certain areas, for example in locations dedicated to them, so then unauthorized spells could interfere with their rituals."
Willow asked, "Can Daedra supply magicka? And how about both a god and a Daedra being nearby? Wouldn't they sort of nullify each other's powers? This might be the cause of the anti-magicka effect."
"I've experienced an anti-magicka zone myself," inserted Myth. "It felt a lot like the effect of casting a spell like Dispel Magicka. At the time, I thought that a truly powerful spellcaster could still effectively cast spells, but their resulting power would have been much reduced. I didn't get a chance to test this out, though," added Myth with a smile.
"We can also assume that certain powerful spells, creatures, and even magic items might actually drain the surrounding area of magicka," replied Jeffrey. "This could be extended to places where great amounts of magic energy were once gathered and expended. For example, in ancient temples where great spells were cast, or battlefields where powerful mages contested. Perhaps certain metals or stones could act as absorbers of magicka, allowing for whole structures of anti-magicka zones. If so, you might be able to wear an amulet made out of anti-magicka material and gain a good advantage against spellcasters. Perhaps the purity of the material used would allow for better and better magic resistance."
Akatosh spoke. "Dragons have long been interested in the anti-magicka effect, naturally enough. We have found some amulets that appear to act as magicka absorbers. They might contain something like negative magicka, in which case they would attract any stray magicka floating free in the local area. They are made of a stone or mineral resembling marble. It is very rare but could be extracted and shaped by skilled craftsmen. For example, I'm sure that the dwarves could have worked with this material. They might have made these amulets, or even that statue that I once saw. It was taller than any of you humanoids. Regardless, in these mountains we have found deposits scattered throughout the halls and tunnels at random, sometimes deep within the walls. Consequently, one appears to go in and out of these anti-magicka zones of varying intensities, with little or no warning. I have been imagining that this material works almost automatically. It seems to reflexively absorb magicka if given a chance to. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that they have been magically charged somehow. Perhaps this happened long ago, but the charge has somehow remained."
Morelin asked, "Would the amulet affect its wearer, or would he be immune?"
"Maybe a blocking spell could be developed and then cast to shield the wearer from the effects of the substance." Morelin then asked, "But Akatosh, getting back to our earlier discussions, what do you think of the speculations concerning the connections between the gods and goddesses, Daedra and magicka?"
Akatosh replied, "I think that there are many truths that we do not know, and perhaps there are some truths that we are not meant to know."
Morelin asked with a smile. "All right then. I've always wanted to know this. Considering the shape of your mouth and teeth, how do dragons manage to speak the humanoid languages so clearly?"
Akatosh paused, and then carefully responded, "Why,
In much the same way that we can fly, even though our wings are not naturally strong enough to support such heavy torsos.
Speaking of dragon flight and sunsets, Myth said, rising to his feet and squinting into the red-gold eastern sky. We have a Vister, Dragon Lord. That's not a bird.
Akatosh's head came up, and he too scanned the sky. Tension grew in him, and one by one the companions rose, watching as the distant dot grew nearer and resolved itself into the largest dragon they'd seen yet.
"Matilda!" Akatosh exclaimed. "She deigns to bestow her presence on us." His wings lifted and unfurled, and the companions broke and ran for cover as he took flight. The two dragons wheeled through the sky, spouting great gouts of flame against the purpling sky.
"They're fighting," Edward cried. "What does it mean? Who is Matilda?" "I don't know who she is, son," Morlin replied. "But they do not fight. You behold a dragon greeting ceremony. The pair are lit beyond a rock outcropping out of sight."
"Should we go greet the stranger too?" Edward asked.
"Nay," Myth said. "They'll let us know if our presence is wanted. Look, even the other dragons stay away." It was true. Dragon heads had poked from the caverns to witness the event, but none of them had taken wing, and now they were retreating to their hordes within. The companions ambled back into the meadow together and built a fire as a chill wind had sprung up. The elves sang an evening hymn to the stars, deftly weaving the dark elf version with the wood elf form. Alira added her voice to theirs, but Mats and Edward and Silk and Sias sat listening silently. They couldn't manage elven music of this kind. Geoffrey had a particularly clear, sweet voice, Edward thought. Akatosh returned presently, smiling in satisfaction. "Matilda's going to join us here, at least for a while," he said. He was actually glowing in the dusk, each scale giving off a golden radiance.
"Is she your queen?" Edward asked, feeling very small and human.
"She just is. Maybe she'll want to meet you all someday. I hope so. Until then, well, I don't talk about other dragons, you know."
To which Edward blinked in surprise and then surmise, and the discussion dissolved into jokes and songs for the remainder of that clear and beautiful.
The War of Bettany, Pro-Sentinel. The Vavte. Could there be a better proof of the natural perversity of Bretons than their conduct before, during, and after what history will remember as the War of Bettany? By the most depraved of motivations, the most despicable of tactics, and the most ungentlemanly of triumphs, the kingdom of Daggerfall changed the nature of warfare in the Iliac Bay, and perhaps over all of Tamriel. In Sentinel, we call the recent carnage the Siege of Bettany, but as the book of history is writ by the victors, let us speak, instead, of the War of Bettany. Redguards by their nature are a modest and practical people. We are not phlegmatic like the High Elves, nor cowardly like the Wood Elves in Khajiit. But what would infuriate and enrage the swaggering, vainglorious Nords and Bretons would not merit a shrug from a Redguard. Had any Breton kingdom possessed the little island of Bettany, it would have been covetously guarded. Bettany's trade would have been seriously restricted, its religion subjugated, its people bound by active and constant pledges and duties of vassalage. But Bettany was not a Breton dominion. Bettany was part of the kingdom of Sentinel. King Lysandus, may the Old Ones continue to torment his soul for his wickedness, saw the prosperous island which is closer to his land than to Sentinel, and his black heart turned to avarice. Through threats, lies, acts of piracy, and finally invasion, Daggerfall illegally took possession of the island of Bettany. His court sorceress, the Lady Medora, his enchantress mother, and other experienced counselors were horrified by the brutality of his campaign and begged him to abandon his tyrannical act of war. Gradually, all dissenters were removed from court. None but the ignorant and the warmongers remained. Our late king Cameron tried to employ civil diplomacy with Daggerfall, but in the end, he made the former declaration of war.
Daggerfall and Sentinel have fought many times in their 2,000 years of coexistence, and Cameron knew the black magic and espionage the Bretons considered honest warfare. Never debasing the Sentinel character by duplicating the Breton villainy, Cameron knew best how to combat Lysandus. King Lysandus's knavish battle tactics were even more perfidious than his ancestors, and the war continued to rage until it began to involve more than Sentinel and Daggerfall. Lord Graddock, ruler of Reich Gradkeep, acted as conciliator between Sentinel and Daggerfall, and eventually convinced both monarchs to meet and make peace. The ill-fated Treaty of Gradkeep began civilly. The terms of peace were discussed, agreed on, and set to paper. The terms were excessively generous. Cameron had agreed to give up some of his rights to Bettany in order to placate the madness of Lysandus and bring peace back to the Iliac Bay. It was not until King Cameron read the treaty he was about to sign that he realized the outrageous perfidy of the Bretons. The treaty had actually been purposefully miswritten by the Daggerfall scribe in a desperate and ignominious attempt to trick Cameron into signing a contract different from the one to which he had agreed. The castle of Reich Gradkeep erupted into bloodbath, and the war continued. The Battle of Cringane Field was the tragic ending of the senseless war of attrition. The Cringane Field is located in between the Yorth Burrowland and the Ravenian Forest, where the armies of Sentinel and Daggerfall respectively made camp after the massacre at Reich Gradkeep. As the battle began, Daggerfall proved that she had some foul Daedric magical tricks left by blinding the Redguard army with a wall of mist. Lysandus did not have the opportunity to gloat over his cousinage for long, for the sure arm of a Sentinel archer struck him in the throat even through the thick, swirling fog. Lysandus's son, Gothrid, who had spent the battle in lugubrious relaxation, was crowned without ceremony, and thereupon demanded a duel with King Cameron. Cameron was many years Gothrid's senior, and though a superior warrior, was exhausted from the endless warfare the boy king had been spared. Nevertheless, as a point of honor, our king agreed to the duel. The new king of Daggerfall, by dirty trick and black magic, managed to backstab our king before the duel ever began. Thus, the victor of Cringane Field and the War of Bettany was Daggerfall. Daggerfall's wickedness continued even after her inglorious victory, while the widow queen of Sentinel, Her Majesty Akarithi, mourned and tried to mend her shattered lands. Gothrid demanded the Princess of Sentinel as a hostage of war. To save her homeland, the Princess Obkai agreed to leave Sentinel and even marry the murderer of her father. But we true Redguards of Sentinel know where her love and honor lies. The Queen of Daggerfall is the Princess of Sentinel first and foremost.
The War of Bettany pro-Daggerfall. Vulper Newgate. The history of the Iliac Bay, if told in its entirety, would horrify readers more than the most gruesome legend of the Underking. In comparison to the wars of the First and Second Era, our most recent appeal to arms, the War of Bettany, pales. The Siege of Orsinium lasted from 1 E950 until 1 E980 without a pause. 1,000 years later, the Thracian Plague, coupled with the War of Righteousness, slayed over half the population of the Iliac Bay. And yet, the War of Bettany fascinates us, and not just because of its immediacy. Ironically, Lord Mogref of Bettany was seeking peace when he asked for Daggerfall's protection on the Isle of Bettany. The island had long been independent, but as the piracy in the bay increased, Mogref truly realized Bettany's vulnerability. King Lysandus agreed to be Bettany's liege on advice of many, including his archpriest of Kinnereth, Lord Vanek. While Bettany is a prosperous fishing island and well placed strategically, the vassalage of Bettany was primarily an act of charity. Lysandus knew that if someone did not help Bettany, it would fall to the pirates, if not to someone worse. Unfortunately, King Cameron of Sentinel did not agree, citing a 200-year-old contract, obliquely if not illegally written to suggest that Bettany was a traditional holding of the Kingdom of Sentinel. Cameron declared war. The majority of his advisors, being warlords in a traditionally bellicose country, supported their king in this. The chief counselor, a woman called the Oracle,
foresaw death and defeat in the war, but her wisdom was stifled, and she was banished from court. Cameron should have listened to her. A few scrimmages of the War of Bettany went to Sentinel, but the major battles were all won by Daggerfall. King Lysandus, his heir Prince Gothred, and the general of the army Lord Bridwell were fine leaders and warriors as well, and the Battle of the Bluffs and the Siege of Craghold both went to Daggerfall. The war might have been won with one more victory, but for an unusual domestic incident in King Lysandus' court. The king's mother, the Dowager Queen Nulfaga, had been uneasy about the war since its beginning, but she now began to have visions of cataclysm. She saw the death of her beloved son should the war continue. Ebullient by his success, King Lysandus refused to listen to her fears until Nulfaga left court. Lysandus then realized how certain she was about his impending death. He began to actively negotiate a peace treaty with Sentinel, using the neutral lordship of Reichgradkeep as facilitator. The Treaty of Reichgradkeep was never to be. King Cameron was initially civil, as the losing side of a war is often civil, but when he realized that the proposed treaty would have included a formal declaration that the kingdoms of Sentinel and Daggerfall would share Bettany, he flew into a rage. With no thought for the protocol of attacking a neutral, peaceable lordship, Cameron ordered his army to riot through Reichgradkeep. First the halls of the palace, and then the streets of the capital ran red with blood. It was only with the support of the Daggerfall army that the chaos was brought under relative control. The Sentinel army fled to the Yorth Burrowland, and the Daggerfall army chased them as far as the Ravenian forest before making camp. 1 week later, after each had a chance to send for reinforcements and plan their strategies, the armies met in the field that separated them, the flowering meadowland called Cringane Field. In the heat of the clash, an unnatural fog spread over the field, blinding all combatants. When the mist finally lifted, King Lysandus' body was found, his throat pierced by an unmarked arrow. Daggerfall did not waste any time in mourning. Young Prince Gothred, who had shown great bravery in battle and was very popular among the troops, was crowned King of Daggerfall just behind the battle lines, and he ordered the army onward. Perhaps it was the sight of the brave young warrior turned king, appearing on the battlefield in full regalia, that inspired the Daggerfall army. Perhaps the battle would have turned regardless. Sentinel began to panic. King Gothred met King Cameron before the Red Guards had retreated, and the two monarchs fought. Both were excellent warriors, but Gothred was a more skillful swordsman, and Cameron fell that day. Lord Oresme of Sentinel formally surrendered to Daggerfall, giving up all rights to Bettany officially. He later committed suicide on the ship back to Sentinel. Peace was a difficult process for the cities and towns on both sides of the Iliac Bay. As part of the formal peace treaty, King Gothred asked for the hand of Princess Aubki, only daughter of the late King Cameron and the Queen Regent Akarithi. The request was intended to restore friendship between the kingdoms, and it was partially successful, though many in the royal court of Sentinel viewed the princess as more a prisoner of war than a bond to Daggerfall. The only surviving member of the ruling family of Reichgradkeep was a sickly infant, so the councillors of state appealed to Lord Auberon Flight, a cousin of Lord Graddock, to rule the lordship in regency. Lord Flight accepted, and his strong, almost dictatorial style was just what Reichgradkeep needed to restore order after the bloody treaty of Reichgradkeep. His subjects were grateful that when the infant heir died, they not only elevated his wife Doriana and him from regents to rulers, they agreed to rename the lordship in his honor. Reichgradkeep became Anticlair, named after his ancestral home. The horrors of the War of Bettany still live on, even in Anticlair. Whether Daggerfall and Sentinel will be able to use the marriage of King Gothred and Princess Aubki as a symbol of peace rather than discord is something that only the future can show. 14 Sons. Dawn 3. E404. Legal Basics. Anchivius. Ignorance of the law is no defense. Be forewarned that the following are but the most universal of Tamrielian laws and regulations. Your own local province or principality may have unique laws of its own. As a citizen of Empire, it is your right and responsibility to know and follow these laws of the land. Breaking and entering. This refers to any act including but not limited to opening, breaking, incinerating, magically transporting, or in any way causing a door, window, or other portal that has been magically or mundanely locked, or which a reasonable person would assume to be so restricted to be passable, and the act, though the act is not required for the definition, of entering the house, business, or public location through said defined portal. The punishment for this crime may include a fine or incarceration, or a fine and incarceration. The fine and incarceration, or both or neither, may be less in a crime of attempted breaking and entering. A crime of attempted breaking and entering is defined as in any act that a reasonable person would perceive as the preparation for an attempt, whether successful or not, or perceived to be possibly successful or not, to bring about the opening, breaking, incinerating, magically transporting, or in any way causing a door, window, or other portal that has been magically or mundanely locked, or which a reasonable person would assume to be so restricted to be passable, and the act, though the act is not required for the definition, of preparing or attempting, whether successful or not, perceived to be possibly successful or not, entering the house, business, or public location through said defined portal. Trespassing. This refers to walking, flying, riding, teleporting, floating, or in any way moving or existing on a property without the explicit written or spoken permission, or permission a reasonable person might infer, of the owner or caretaker of the property. The punishment for this crime may include a fine or incarceration, or a fine and incarceration. Assault. Any threat or attempt, whether successful or not, to do physical, emotional, mental, or magical harm or injury to another person, group of persons, or entity a reasonable person might assume to be sentient. The punishment for this crime may include a fine or incarceration, or a fine and incarceration. Murder. Any act of premeditated or malicious or premeditated and malicious, or an act that a reasonable person would call premeditated and malicious or premeditated or malicious, or accidental but criminally intended, or what a reasonable person would call criminally intended, purpose that results directly in the death or destruction with implied death of a person, group of persons, or entity a reasonable person might assume to be sentient. The punishment for this crime may include a fine or incarceration, or a fine and incarceration. Criminal conspiracy. Any meeting, communication, or encounter with the purpose, or which a reasonable person might assume had the purpose, of preparing or arranging a crime of any kind or crimes of any kind, to be committed or caused to be committed. The punishment for this crime may include a fine or incarceration, or a fine and incarceration. Vagrancy. Any act of idleness, disorder, begging, or conduct unbecoming a person with occupation, gold, or a home, or occupation, gold, and a home, or occupation, or gold and home, or occupation and gold or home, or occupation and home or gold, or what a reasonable person would consider idle, disorderly, beggarly, or unbecoming. The punishment for this crime may include a fine or incarceration, or a fine and incarceration. Smuggling. Any act of bringing in, taking out, teleporting, or causing to be brought in, taken out, or teleported, an object considered illegal, or, if not illegal, requiring an import or export tax which is not paid. The punishment for this crime may include a fine or incarceration, or a fine and incarceration, and will include confiscation of the offensive or illegal object. It may also include, but not be restricted to, execution or banishment, or execution and banishment. High treason. Any act against, whether directly or indirectly, or any non-action which results in circumstances directly or indirectly, against a allegiated sovereign or by a vassal to a liege. resulting, or what a reasonable person would assume would result, in physical, emotional, mental, or magical harm or injury in said sovereign or liege. The punishment for this crime will be death. Pickpocketing. Any act of stealing, taking, or without explicit written or verbal permission, or what a reasonable person would infer as implied permission, an item or items a person, group of persons, or entity a reasonable person might assume to be sentient, has on his, her, its, or their own person. The punishment for this crime may include a fine or incarceration, or a fine and incarceration. Theft, sometimes called larceny. Any act of stealing, taking, or without explicit written or verbal permission, or what a reasonable person would infer as implied permission, an item or items from a person, group of persons, or entity a reasonable person might assume to be sentient's place of residence, business, person, or other location, a reasonable person would assume is secured from looting. The punishment for this crime may include a fine or incarceration, or a fine and incarceration. These are the usual day-to-day definitions used by legal experts like myself, but both the definitions and punishments may fluctuate wildly according to location and situation. In the Imperial City, legal counsel is available by persons like myself, but the provinces have no such system in place. Perhaps that will change in time. We can all hope so. As a final note, the Tamriel legal system has its basis in the civilized, reasonable credo uttered by the prophet Maruk in the First Era. All are guilty until they have proven themselves innocent. Were truer word ever spoke. Holidays of the Iliac Bay. Thethai. The region of the Iliac Bay has a rich history, and not surprisingly, a number of holidays unique to it because of this history. The Breton and the Redguard cultures have many similarities, but just as many distinctions. An analysis of the holidays is one way to study the people. As any schoolchild could tell you, the Redguards are a relatively new culture to Tamriel. Their arrival from their homeland is actually well recorded, though it occurred several thousand years ago, in the 808th year of the First Era. Hammerfell was a great desert encompassed by almost impassable mountains, unclaimed and unwanted. Many of the holidays extant in modern Hammerfell seem to be direct translations of older Redguard festivals before their migration to Tamriel. The orgiastic seasonal celebrations seem unusual in a province with few changes in the weather from month to month. Yet on the 28th of Sun's Dawn, the Redguards of the Banthan jungle celebrate Aduros Now to relieve the wintertide lethargy. On the 1st of mid-year, the people of Abibongora celebrate Drig Rizim in honor of the sun, which no normal Redguard worships in this day. Similarly, on the 29th of Sun's Height, the festival in the desert called Fiery Night seems almost perverse in such an environment. The Kumu Elazeri, on the 11th of last seed in Sentinel, has been translated as a harvest thanksgiving, though many scholars have suggested that it was once a springtide holiday. Similarly, the Feast of the Tiger in the Bantha on the 14th of last seed was probably once a religious holiday to a tiger god instead of a thanksgiving. Other old Redguard holidays have either been acknowledged as part of the old culture or adjusted to fit with the climate of Hammerfell. The Serpent's Dance, for example, of Sadakalam is patently an old festival honoring a serpent god of the homeland who evidently did not survive the journey to Hammerfell. The significance of the date, the 3rd of Sun's Dusk, has been lost with the serpent priests. Baranth Do on the 18th of Evening Star and Chilla on the 24th of the same month are both New Year's festivals. Most likely, they have been moved from their original dates to correspond with the notion of the year defined in Tamriel. The Bretons have been in Tamriel since before recorded history. Their holidays have remained almost unchanged since primitive times, though new holidays have been created to replace those which have lost popularity. The oldest holidays still observed in High Rock must include Waking Day on the 18th of Morning Star, when the people of the Yorth Burrowland wake the spirits of nature after the winter, very nearly in the tradition of their more reverential ancestors. Flower Day, held on the 25th of First Seed in the smaller villages of High Rock, is most likely just as older or older. The old Cult of the Flower is also remembered as Guardtide in Tamerlane Point on the 1st of Rain's Hand. Daggerfall's Day of the Dead on the 13th of Rain's Hand suggests the ancestor worship that marked the Breton religion of antiquity. Finally, the ancient goddess of the moons, Secunda, is remembered in the Moon Festival in Glenumbra Moors on the 8th of Sun's dusk, just as the nights begin to grow longer. The more recently created holidays of High Rock are those like Tibiditha, Tiber's Day, celebrated every 24th of mid-year, in honor of Alcair's most famous sun, Tiber Septim. Likewise, Uthroktide on the 5th of Sun's dawn is held in honor of the first and most illustrious Baron of Dwinnen. In quite extreme contrast, Mark's Day on the 9th of Second Seed is a solemn holiday, immortalizing the lessons of the equally solemn First-Era prophet Maruk. My favorite of the modern Breton festivals has to be Mad Pelagius, held in mock honor of the most eccentric of the Septim emperors. Pelagius was, after all, a prince of Wayrest before he became king of Solitude, and then emperor of Tamriel. The Bretons like to boast that it was his time in High Rock that drove him mad.
Etiquette with rulers. Aristera. Because the rules are so complex and the stakes are so high, many people blanch at the thought of speaking with a noble with a title. For starters, it is important to address them correctly, for just as no one likes to be misnamed, no one likes to be mistitled. The problem is that in High Rock, traditions of the peerage differ slightly from region to region. The base rules follow. There are 8 kingdoms in High Rock in the following regions: North Point, Daggerfall, Shornhelm, Camlorn, Farron, Evermore, Wayrest, and Johanna. If a woman is ruling one of these areas, she is called the Queen. The husband of a queen and the wife of a king is not necessarily of equal rank. They may not be kings and queens themselves. Their children are princes and princesses. Their grandchildren are also princes and princesses. If a male ruler dies, his wife takes the title Dowager Queen, providing there is not a Dowager Queen already. Like all rules, there are exceptions. One noted exception took place recently in Daggerfall, when King Lysandus died. In most regions, his wife Minisera would not have become Dowager Queen of Daggerfall, because Lysandus' mother, the widow Nilfgaard, still lived. In Daggerfall, however, it is permissible for there to be 2 persons with the same title. Thus, both Nilfgaard and Minisera have the title Dowager Queen. If a female ruler, who does not share rank with her husband, dies, there is no male equivalent to the word dowager. Widowers of queens usually take another title, either a lesser family title or one given by their children. There have been a few men in the history of High Rock who have fallen from being addressed as king to being addressed as Mr. at the death of their wife. Other regions are ruled by dukes and duchesses, marquises or marquises, and marquises or marchionesses, counts and countesses, viscounts or viscountesses, barons or baronesses, and lords or ladies. This list is theoretically listed from highest to lowest rank, but the ruler of a territory outranks all other nobles, regardless of title. Dwinnen, for example, is a barony, and the baron or baroness of Dwinnen outrank any other noble in that territory, even dukes and counts. In theory, again, this may not be the case according to local custom. The eldest son or daughter of a noble takes their parents' highest family title below their parents. Thus, the Duke of Northmoor, who is also the Marquess of Calder, had a daughter who became the Marchioness of Calder. Kings and queens are always addressed as Your Majesty in conversation. Dukes and duchesses, Your Grace. All other rulers may be addressed with their title and name, or lord or lady and their name. A few hints may be needed to determine exactly who rules a territory. You may rely on people on the streets to make reference to their ruler, but that may not be enough. After all, if the gossip involved Lord Beamish and Viscountess Bird, neither or both could be the ruler of the territory. I have found that a more predictable method is to pay some attention to the names of taverns and shops in a region. By tradition, many of these are called the Duke's Fox, or the Lady's Provisions. This, more often than not, is the name of the ruler. If the shop's name is Lady Annis's Provisions, or Lord Boxworth's Fox, that is probably the name of a local titled merchant, not the ruler. A store with an unnamed ruler's title has probably been around for some time, and does not bother to change its name with the new name of the ruler. In speaking with any person, a ruler or not, it is best to know what sort of a person they are first. Rulers tend to stand on ceremony and prefer that people addressing them speak politely and deferentially. There are, of course, exceptions to this, particularly among younger rulers, or rulers new to their positions. They may prefer a bolder, slangy style. If you are unsure of your ability to adopt the vocabulary of either an aristocrat or a criminal, choose to speak as plainly and directly as possible. You will seldom charm someone by plain talk, but you will also not alienate by mangled politesse or dated slang. Alienating a ruler, I need not tell you, can be the last mistake one can make.
The pig children, Tist and Bane. No one, not the oldest dark elf of Mount Dagoth-Ur or the ancient sage of solitude, no one can recall a time when the orc did not ravage our fair Tamriel. Whatever foul and pestilent daedra of oblivion conjured them could scarcely have created a more constant threat to the well-being of the civilized races of Tamriel. Orcs are thankfully easy to recognize from other humanoids by their size, commonly 40 pertans in height and 15,000 angades in weight, their brutal pig-like features, and their stench. They are consistently belligerent, morally grotesque, intellectually moronic, and unclean. By all rights, the civilized races of Tamriel should have been able to purge our land of their blight eras ago, but their ferocity, animal cunning, and curious tribal loyalty has made them inevitable as leeches in a stagnant pool. Tales of Orcish barbarity precede written record. When Justyaga wrote of the Order of Diagna joining the armies of Daggerfall and Sentinel to hold the wicked orcs in their foul Orsinium tower and burn all in one E950, she assumed that any reader would be aware of the savagery of the orcs. When the siege was completed 30 years later, after the death of many heroes including Gaiden Shinji, and the destruction of Orsinium scattered the orc survivors throughout the Rothgarian mountains, Justyaga wrote, the people rejoiced for their ancient enemy was dispersed. Obviously, the orcs had been terrorizing the region of the Iliac Bay, at least since the early years of the First Era. The Wild Elves, Kirgo Chorvak. In the wilds of most every province of Tamriel, descended philosophically if not directly from the original inhabitants of the land, are the Aelids, commonly called the Wild Elves, while three races of elven stock, Salash or High, Boash or Wood, and Morish or Dark, have assimilated well to the new cultures of Tamriel. The Aelids and their brethren have remained aloof of our civilization, preferring to practice the old ways far from the eyes of the world. The Wild Elves speak a variation of Old Cyrodiilic and not Tamrielic, separating themselves further even than their more urbanized elven cousins. In temperament, they are dark-spirited and taciturn, though they doubtless act differently with outsiders, or Palani, in their tongue, than within their own tribes. Indeed, one of the finest sages of the University of Gwilym was a civilized Aeliid elf, Jirhane Fire, 1E2790, 2E227, whose published work on wild elves suggests a lively, vibrant culture. Fire is one of the very few Aelids to speak freely on his people and religion, and even he said, the nature of the tribes of Aeliad are multi-hued. Their personalities often wildly different from their neighbor tribes. Fear T. Nature of Aelidic Poesy page 8, University of Gwilym Press, 2E12. Like any alien culture, wild elves are often feared by the simple people of Tamriel. The Aelids continue to be one of the greatest enigmas of the continent of Tamriel. They seldom appear in the pages of written history in any role, and then only as a strange sight a chronicler stumbles upon before they vanish into the wood. When probable fiction is filtered from common legend, we are left with almost nothing. The mysterious ways of the Aelids have remained shrouded since before the First Era, and may well remain so for thousands of years to come.
An overview of gods and worship in Tamriel, Brother Hetchfeld. Editor's note. Brother Hetchfeld is an associate scribe at the Imperial University Office of Introductory Studies. Gods are commonly viewed by the evidence of their interest in worldly matters. A central belief in the active participation of deities in mundane matters can be challenged by the evidence of apathy on the part of gods during times of plague or famine. From intervention in legendary quests to manifestations in common daily life, no pattern for the gods of Tamriel activities is readily apparent. The concerns of gods in many ways may seem unrelated, or at best unconcerned with the daily trials of the mortal realm. The exceptions do exist, however. Many historical records and legends point to the direct intervention of one or more gods at times of great need. Many heroic tales recount blessings of the divinity bestowed upon heroic figures who worked or quested for the good of a deity or the deity's temple. Some of the more powerful artifacts in the known world were originally bestowed upon their owners through such reward. It has also been reported that priests of high ranking in their temples may on occasion call upon their deity for blessings or help in time of need. The exact nature of such contact and the blessings bestowed is given to much speculation, as the temples hold such associations secret and holy. This direct contact gives weight to the belief that the gods are aware of the mortal realm. In many circumstances, however, these same gods will do nothing in the face of suffering and death, seeming to feel no need to interfere. It is thus possible to conclude that we, as mortals, may not be capable of understanding more than a small fraction of the reasoning and logic such beings use. One defining characteristic of all gods and goddesses is their interest in worship and deeds. Deeds in the form of holy quests are just one of the many things that bring the attention of a deity. Deeds in everyday life, by conforming to the statutes and obligations of individual temples, are commonly supposed to please a deity. Performance of ceremony in a temple may also bring a deity's attention. Ceremonies vary according to the individual deity. The results are not always apparent, but sacrifice and offerings are usually required to have any hope of gaining a deity's attention. While direct intervention in daily temple life has been recorded, the exact nature of the presence of a god in daily mundane life is up to great speculation. A traditional saying of the Wood Elves goes, "One man's miracle is another man's accident." While some gods are believed to take an active part of daily life, others are well known for their lack of interest in temporal affairs. It has been theorized that gods do in fact gain strength from such things as worship through praise, sacrifice, and deed. It may even be theorized that the number of worshippers a given deity has may reflect on his overall position among the other gods. This my own conjecture, garnered from the apparent ability of the larger temples to attain blessings and assistance from their god with greater ease than smaller religious institutions. There are reports of the existence of spirits in our world that have the same capacity to use the actions and deeds of mortals to strengthen themselves as do the gods. The understanding of the exact nature of such creatures would allow us to understand with more clarity the connection between a deity and the deity's worshippers. The implication of the existence of such spirits leads to the speculation that these spirits may even be capable of raising themselves to the level of a god or goddess. Modesuo of the Imperial Seminary has suggested that these spirits may be the remains of gods and goddesses who through time lost all or most of their following, reverting to their earliest, most basic form. Practitioners of the old ways say that there are no gods, just greater and lesser spirits. Perhaps it is possible for all three theories to be true. Wayrest, Jewel of the Bay. Sather Longlead. Wayrest is one of the most glorious cities of western Tamriel, sparkling in her contemporary beauty,
lustrous by her past. She is prized above all cities in High Rock. No other city has contributed, and continues to contribute so much to the culture of the Bretons. The spirits of her genius children continue to haunt the streets. You can see them in the gabled roofs, grand boulevards, aromatic marketplaces. The people of Wayrest have an instinctive appreciation of their past, but are not obsessed by it, as the people of Daggerfall seem to be. One feels that one is in a modern city when one visits Wayrest, but there is a magic in the air that could only come from 32 centuries of civilization. It is difficult for historians to declare a certain date for the foundation of Wayrest. A settlement of some variety had been in existence where the Builsay River feeds the Iliac Bay, possibly since the 800th year of the First Era. The traders and fishermen of Wayrest were surrounded by hostile parties. The Orc capital Orsinium had grown like a poison weed to the north, and the Alkaviri pirates and raiders crowded the islands to the west. There is no mystery to Wayrest's name. After the fighting, most travelers had to endure passing through the eastern end of the Iliac Bay. The little fishing village on the Builsay was a welcome rest. Nowhere in the much vaunted censuses of the Skyrim occupation is Wayrest mentioned. In the Annals of Daggerfall, King Joyl's letter to Gaiden Shinji of the Order of Diagna contains the following reference. The orcs have been much plaguing the Wayresters and impeding traffic to the heart of the land. The date given for the letter was 1 E948. Wayrest only truly bloomed after the raising of Orsinium in 1 E980. The hard-working traders and merchants were instrumental in forming the Masconian tradeway and thus reducing the pirate activity on the bay. At this time, Wayrest occupied both banks of the Builsay. A successful mercantile family, the Gardeners, built a walled palace on the High Rock side of the river, and over time, allowed banks and other businesses within its walls. It was a gardener, Faringel, who was proclaimed king when Wayrest accepted ambassadors from the Comorian Empire, and was granted the right to call itself a kingdom in the 1100th year of the First Era. Although Wayrest became a kingdom under the command of one family, the merchants continued to wield incredible power. Many economists have alleged that Wayrest's eternal wealth, despite all her hardships, comes from this rare relationship between the merchants and the crown. The Gardner dynasty fell, followed by the Cumberland dynasty, which was followed by the Horley dynasty, and finally, in the Third Era, the Septim dynasty. No citizen of another kingdom of comparable age can, with one hand, name all the families who have ever ruled. Never has a king of Wayrest been deposed by revolution or assassination, except for those of the Septim family. Every king of Wayrest can trace his line back to a merchant prince of Wayrest. The merchants and king respect one another, and this relationship strengthens both. One need only walk down the Great Boulevard of Wayrest to see physical proof of this unique alliance. Going north to south, Wayrest Boulevard suddenly divides, one half going west and the other going east. Both halves end in identical squares, one at Castle Wayrest, the original palace of Afrin Gardner, and the other at Cumberland Square, where the oldest and wealthiest marketplace in Wayrest. The message here is clear. The king and the merchants are joined and equal. Wayrest has survived blights, droughts, plagues, piracy, invasions, and war with good humor and practicality. In 1 E2702, the entire population of the city was forced to move into the walled estate of the Gardeners as protection against the pirates, Akaviri raiders, and Thracian plague. A less resourceful community would have withered, but the Wayresters have survived to enrich Tamriel generation after generation.
A Scholar's Guide to Nymphs. Vondambares. I grew up a scholar, an ascetic devoted to knowledge, with eyes that saw beauty in a fascinating passage in a dusty tome, love in the candle that allowed me to study on starless nights, passion in a well-reasoned argument of a long-dead issue. I was a student who never graduated and was never expelled. Though I am not defending myself, I should further define myself.
I am not what you would call a prude. In fact, I can speak of subjects in a detached way that would make the most debauched strumpet in Skyhawk blush with discovered modesty. I wrote an essay, The House of Dibella as a Scholar Should, analyzing the cult of beauty and physical relations as one might study crop rotation or the digestive system of an orc. The acquaintances of mine who were inclined to wink and giggle I tolerated, but barely. With all that said, the reader will understand that when I decided to study the language of the nymphs in order to study their character and culture, it was not a decision I made on account of prurience or lust. Scholars have historically neglected the nymph as a subject worthy of research, and this neglect I attribute to prejudice. The sages with whom I have spoken on the subject have eloquently and intelligently formed sentences which, boiled down, can be translated as, nymphs look like beautiful naked women who skip along tra-la-la and like to have indiscriminate sex. What could they have to say that would be of any interest? So here I was faced with the most daunting of projects. To study and research a species unstudied is a potentially rewarding challenge. If the subject was unstudied because the scientific community had deemed it beneath interest, a potentially rewarding but decidedly frustrating challenge. If I spent months in serious study of their language and culture, and additional time in their company, and discovered nothing more than that the common prejudice is correct, the term laughingstock would not do me justice. So, excited and nervous for reasons unrelated to the notoriously promiscuous behavior of my subjects, I began my studies. I mastered the language, a melodious tongue that sounds like wild elf and fairy, but share no vocabulary with them. I studied the lore and found it to be on the whole little more than pornography and crude conjecture. I next had to find a nymph. From my centralized location in the imperial city, I found it easy to send word around to several well-known temples and guilds devoted to study in all the provinces. Not all replies back were serious in nature, but one from the school of Julianos and Sentinel helped me considerably. To Magister Oitos and his disciples, I here offer my sincere gratitude. Nymphs are extremely shy creatures, no matter what the more obscene stories will tell you. No one who I've spoken with has had one seek him or her out. Thus, to speak with a nymph requires energy and patience. Out of courtesy for her privacy, I will not here give the location of the little grotto off the coast of Hammerfell where I found the nymph. It took 3 months of patient waiting, leaving presents where I knew the nymph would be, before the nymph stood still at my approach. I remember I was carrying a bouquet of purple and white titillas, and she looked at them and then at me and smiled. The effect of her smile was truly magical, I'm convinced. Her body was, of course, perfect, her face lovely and serene, her hair like silk flame, but until she smiled, she was beautiful in the abstract, a perfect statue by a master. The smile made her approachable, and, thus, terrifying. "For you," I said, attempting my first utterance of nymph to a real nymph. Her smile grew into a grin which became a giggle, and then a laugh. The reader has doubtless heard of the silver laughter of the elves. The nymph's laugh is earthy and spontaneous, and very suggestive. "And what do you want from me in return, mortal?" she asked. There is no, I should say, known word in the nymph language for scholar. I am a man who likes to learn things. I want to learn things about you. And I did. Nymphs are the wisest, most wonderful creatures in Tamriel. My nymph, her name is Ialea, a poor phonetic transcription of a word that sounds more like a light wind blowing through a small crack in a hollow chamber. And she knows more about the behavior and varieties of the deep woodland creatures than the greatest wood elf scholar I ever met. She taught me of flowers and ghosts and creatures too fast and timid to have ever been seen by men. Ialea taught me how to learn for the very first time, how to open my mind to all of the possibilities of life, and how to use that knowledge, not just to hold in my cramped brain like a dragon's hoard. If you ever meet a nymph, speak to her. Editor's note: the writer Vondam Bars is no longer a scholar at the Imperial University. He deposited this manuscript and disappeared from the civilized world. His current whereabouts are unknown. Special Flora of Tamriel. Hardened poppies, both black and white, can be found growing wild in the mountains of Hammerfell. Their succulent pods are often the only nourishment of adventurers who find themselves in the wilderness without rations. It is said that the black and white poppies together have magical properties. When they are crushed and mixed with the milk of the agile-footed mountain goat, a potion that allows the user to glide safely above the ground can be made. Fire fern, a perennial herb, native to Morrowind. The flowers are inconspicuous and often hidden. The glossy evergreen foliage and flowers are resistant to the conditions of high heat and bright light. A petal from this plant placed under an adventurer's tongue will provide protection from the heat and fire found in the lava pits and streams found around Dagoth-Ur. Dragon's tongue, common name for a fern-like herb found in Black Marsh. It is especially prolific around the area of Utheris Swamp. It is a beautiful wildflower. Its name comes from the fire-red fronds that protect its golden flower. As pretty as it is a deadly poison to most living beings and needs to be avoided by adventurers. It is said, however, that Argonians can pick the plant and use the sap derived from its roots as an enhancement to their endurance. Domica redwort is a herb grown by many residents of Valenwood for their beautiful and showy flowers. They attain a height of about 3 feet and have feathery leaves. The flowers are usually bright red. In addition to their beauty, they are said to have magical abilities to enhance the appearance of anyone who carries or wears one of the flowers. Ironwood nut. This rare nut comes from the ironwood trees which grow deep in the forests of Skyrim. The wood from these trees is as hard as the metal for which they are named. The very rare black ironwood tree is said to produce a nut, which is very succulent and is believed to enhance the strength of the adventurer who is able to crack its shell. The ginkgo leaves, which are found along the banks of rivers and lakes in Hammerfell, are most inconspicuous. Only its peculiar half-moon shape makes it noticeable. It is very sweet and tasty. Legend has it that when mixed properly with the pulp of the aloe plant, the potion has the ability to increase one's stamina for a short while. The Somnalius fern can be found in the swamps of Black Marsh. The fronds from this plant are light green and quite delicate. Picking a frond can be very difficult, but once retrieved, it can be used to put an enemy to sleep for a short while by passing it under his nose. Arrowroot is a thick, rubbery tuber that can be found in the province of Valenwood. The plant is very difficult to find as its above-ground foliage is very meager and scrawny, but the arrowroot itself can be most beneficial to the gatherer as it has magical properties. The paste made from grinding the root is very tasty and can improve the user's accuracy with a bow and arrow. Nightshade is reputed to be a very poisonous herb. However, the variety found in many parts of Elsewhere is cherished by Khajiits who have followed the career path of thievery. Many Khajiits will tuck a piece of nightshade inside their armor to increase their abilities to skulk, hide, and become invisible.
The Fairy. Soon Triup.
Fairy have been on Tamriel, in all probability, long before recorded history. Perhaps since or before the days of the Elder Ones. The tales of their mischief are found in every culture, in most every village, town, and city-states in the Empire. Alternately, they are called Fairy, Fae, Iliadi, Sprites, Pixies, and Sylphim, and their natures seem to flit from one story to the next with the same variation. It could almost be said that fairies are anything unpredictable in nature. The noted scholar Artabazus, studying at the time in the Crystal Tower of Somerset Isle, developed an interesting, if controversial, theory about fairy. He organized the Fae variants on a chain, beginning with the glimmering sparks called Pixies, or Willoki, by the Red Guards at one end, and the godlike beings such as Gaiatius, Conus, and Sigria at the other. In the middle are human and semi-human beings, generating up to intelligent trees, brooks, rocks, even mountains. All of this was a new and completely original theory, and would have prompted enthusiastic, if somewhat skeptical response had Artabazus not added this footnote. It may be that elves as a whole are part of this chain, above Woloki and below Nephrin. They certainly have similar features and propensities for magicka as the other fairy, Artabazus, the fairy chain, first hold, 2E 456. No elf liked to be put in a hierarchy slightly above whimsical pranksters like the Woloki, and Artabazus was challenged on his assumptions based on very slight coincidences. Nevertheless, with modification, his fairy chain theory has gained wider and wider acceptance since its publication. The hierarchical chain is not, in the strictest sense, an order of command. While Giadius and Segria are said to be surrounded by a host of minor sylphim, fairy on the whole are not followers nor leaders. Their plans and schemes are not governed by a higher purpose simply by their own whim. To this most fairy scholars agree. Because it is based on coincidental evidence and supported by auxiliary theories, it may very well be wrong. On lycanthropy. Barnard Caresson. How does one become interested in studying the disease lycanthropy? I have interviewed a number of my peers and discovered that to a man, they have all entered the field after a horrifying encounter with a lycanthrope of some variety. I am no exception. In Skyrim, it is an old tradition to rub canis root on the trees surrounding your house as a ward against werebears. When I was young and stupid, as opposed, I guess, to being old and stupid as I am now, I always had hoped to meet a werebear to see if they were as impressive as legend suggested. I would follow strange tracks in the woods until they disappeared, with no fear or even thought about what I would do after I had found my quarry. By Thorig's beard, I was lucky that my investigations were fruitless. When I did finally see a lycanthrope, it was not a werebear. It was a werewolf, the common lycanthrope, which can be found in every part of Tamriel. My father was a priest, and during the coldest part of the winter, he allowed the beggars and riffraff of Falkrinth to stay in the relative warmth of the cellar of his temple. We would even supply warm barley stew. My sisters and brothers and I actually enjoyed this bit of philanthropy, for in the cellars during the winter, it seemed there was a constant party. There were always travelers with interesting stories and eccentricities, and the atmosphere in the cellars was always light and friendly, until that night. By an established tradition, the beggars who were sick or wanted rest, more than food and companionship, would go to the cots at the farthest, darkest end of the cellar, when they could be assured at least relative quiet. We were enjoying a song, and my sister Gethessa was dancing to the amusement of all. The song ended, but a chorus continued from the darkness at the far end of the cellar. As drunk and incomprehensible as most of the carolers were, it took a minute for us to realize that the sound we were hearing was not singing, but screaming. No one was too concerned, for some of the older tramps often suffered from vivid nightmares. Nevertheless, one of Father's priests went to silence the screamer, and the moment he disappeared into the murk, we heard another sound, the snarl of a wolf. Then we heard the priest screaming as the original scream died off. "Werewolf!" cried the old bard who had been leading the song. The cellar exploded into chaos. I was pushed out the cellar door into the snow with the first wave of panic, but I could see that some of the more brave, or more drunk hobos, were rushing into the darkness to do battle with the lycanthrope. They were all, of course, almost instantly killed. My father, upon hearing of his unwelcome visitor, sealed off the cellar after the last survivor of the carnage had left. A seasoned battle mage from the Falkrinth Mages Guild, who owed father a favor, went into the cellar and slew the beast. "Not too tough," he said as he emerged, carrying the carcass with him. Winter must have been tough on him too. Despite his bold words, the blood on his face and chest did not only come from his foe. Werewolves do not revert to their human forms upon death, despite what legends will tell you. I had the opportunity to look at the monster's steaming body out in the snow before it was carried away to be burned. The teeth, clotted with the flesh of the beggars, were horrifying, but the claws shocked me even more. I have since seen live lycanthropes battle golems, atronachs, and other beings not harmed by mundane weapons, and concluded that they act as naturally enchanted weapons.
Because the werewolf is the most ubiquitous of lycanthropes, the term lycanthropy has been used since ancient days to describe the disease that transforms men into half-beast, although lycanthrope only strictly should refer to men who change into werewolves. But that is semantics. There are certainly differences between the 7 documented forms of lycanthropy in Tamriel, but more similarities.
In Black Marsh and southern Morrowind, where crocodiles stalk the swamps, Black Marsh also shares with the Imperial Province and the wetter parts of Elsewhere the vile presence of werelions. Valenwood's werevultures are not found in any other province. The werebore has found both the climates of High Rock and Hammerfell amenable. As I mentioned before, the werebear is the most common lycanthrope in Skyrim, and is also found in the northern parts of High Rock, the Imperial Province, and Morrowind. The werewolf can be found in every province. The 7th lycanthrope, which I have never seen but my trusted peers have assured me exists, is a wereshark that roams the oceans around Tamriel.
I have spent my life categorizing and observing lycanthropes, but I sometimes feel that I am still a child trapped in a cellar in my attempts to understand them. I know, for example, that lycanthropy can be cured shortly after infection, but after that time the victim is doomed. No one of my acquaintance has cured themselves after undergoing the first transformation. On the other hand, I have a colleague investigating a coven of witches in the Glen Point foothills of High Rock who are rumored to have a cure. I remain dubious. Perhaps it is because they are doomed that makes lycanthropes so aggressive. I have removed the contents of a werewolf's stomach and found more remnants of roots and berries than animal flesh. My conclusion is that they do not need to attack and devour humans to survive. Yet, for some reason they do. Does lycanthropy drive them mad, or do lycanthropes feel the need to spread the disease as a form of procreation? I do not know. I am not certain that any of us who are not lycanthropes ourselves will ever know. And then, of course, it's too late. On Oblivion, Morian Zenus. It is improper, though common, to refer to the denizens of the dimension of Oblivion as demons. This practice most probably dates to the Alessian doctrines of the prophet Maruk, which, rather amusingly, forbade traffic with daimons, and then neglected to explain what demons are. It is most probable that daimon is a misspelling of Daedra, the old elvish word for the strange, powerful creatures of uncertain motivation who come from the dimension of Oblivion. In later tractates by King Hael, the Pious of Skyrim, almost 1,000 years after the publication of the original doctrines, the evil of his political enemies is compared to the wickedness of the demons of Oblivion. Their depravity equals that of Sanguine itself. They are cruel as Boethia, calculating as Molag Bal, and mad as Sheogorath. Hael the Pious thus long-windedly introduced 4 of the Daedra lords to the written record. The written record is not, after all, the best way to research Oblivion, and the Daedra that inhabit it, those who, in the words of the Alessian doctrine, traffic with daemons, seldom wish it to be a matter of public record. Nevertheless, scattered throughout the literature of the First Era are diaries, journals, notices for witch burnings, and guides for Daedra slayers which contain only a few contradictions. These I have used as my primary source material. They are at least as trustworthy as the Daedra lords I have actually summoned and spoken with at length. Oblivion is a place composed of many lands, thus the many names for which Oblivion is synonymous: Cold Harbor, Quagmire, Moonshadow, and others. It may be supposed that each land of Oblivion is ruled by one prince. The princes whose name appears over and over, though this is not a sure test of their authenticity to be sure, are the aforementioned Sanguine, Boethia, Molag Bal, Sheogorath, and Azura, Mephala, Clavicus Vil, Vernima, Malakath, Hormius, or Hermaeus, or Hormius. There is no consistent spelling. Mora, Namira, Jigalag, Nocturnal, Meruns Dagon, and Periite.
From my experience, Daedra are a very mixed lot. It is almost impossible to categorize them as a whole, except for their immense power and their penchant for extremism.
Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, Periite, Boethia, and Vernima are among the most consistently demonic of the Daedra, in the sense that their spheres seem to be destructive in nature. The other Daedra can of course be very dangerous, but seldom purely for the sake of destruction, as these 5 can.
Nor are those 5 aforementioned Daedra identical in their destruction. Mehrunes Dagon seems to prefer natural disasters, earthquakes and volcanoes, to vent his spleen. Molag Bal prefers employing actual Daedralings, and Boethia inspires the arms of mortal warriors. Periite's sphere seems to be pestilence, and Vernima's torture. Summoning Daedra is not a difficult proposition, but it is usual an expensive one. Most mages' guilds have a summoning room, but this is most often reserved for the highest echelon of guild members. Witches' covens are much less class-sensitive, and the necromancers, the Dark Brotherhood, and many secretive kings and queens of Tamriel have private summoning rooms. Daedra princes usually demand some sort of service of those who summon them, though I am fortunate enough to have good relations with some, and need not perform.
In preparation for the 2nd chapter of this series, I will be investigating 2 matters that have intrigued me since I began my career as a Daedra researcher. The first is on one particular Daedra prince, referred to in multiple articles of Incunabula as Hircine. Hircine has been called the huntsman of the princes and the father of man-beasts, but I have yet to find anyone who can summon him. The other, and more doubtful goal I have for the next chapter, is to find a practical means for mortal man to pass through to oblivion. It has always been my philosophy that we only need fear that which we do not understand, and with that thought in mind, I pursue my goal.
Fool's Oblivion. It is improper, however customary, to refer to the denizens of the dimension of oblivion as demons. This practice probably dates to the Alessian doctrines of the First Era prophet Maruk, which rather amusingly forbade traffic with diamonds, and then neglected to explain what diamonds were.
It is most probable that daemon is a misspelling or etymological rendition of Daedra, the old elven word for those strange, powerful creatures of uncertain motivation who hail from the dimension of oblivion. Daedra is actually the plural form. The singular is Daedroth. In a later tract by King Hael the Pious of Skyrim, almost 1,000 years after the publication of the original doctrines, the evil machinations of his political enemies are compared to the wickedness of the demons of oblivion. Their depravity equals that of Sanguine itself. They are cruel as Boethia, calculating as Molag Bal, and mad as Sheogorath. Hael the Pious thus long-windedly introduced 4 of the Daedra lords to written record. But the written record is not, after all, the best way to research oblivion and the Daedra who inhabit it. Those who traffic with daemons seldom wish it to be a matter of public account. Nevertheless, scattered throughout the literature of the First Era are diaries, journals, notices for witch burnings, and guides for Daedra slayers. These I have used as my primary source material. They are at least as trustworthy as the Daedra lords I have actually summoned and spoken with at length. Apparently, Oblivion is a place composed of many lands. Thus, the many names for which Oblivion is synonymous: Cold Harbor, Quagmire, Moonshadow, etc. It may be correctly supposed that each land of Oblivion is ruled over by one prince, the Daedra princes whose names appear over and over in ancient records, though this is not an infallible test of their authenticity or explicit existence. To be sure, are the aforementioned Sanguine, Boethia, Molag Bal, and Sheogorath, and in addition, Azura, Mephala, Clavicus Vile, Vaernima, Malakath, Hermias, or Hermaeus, or Hermaeus, or Herma. There seems to be no one accepted spelling. Mora, Namira, Jigalag, Nocturnal, Mehrunes Dagon, and Periite. From my experience, Daedra are a very mixed lot. It is almost impossible to categorize them as a whole,
except for their immense power and penchant for extremism. Be that as it may, I have here attempted to do so in a few cases, purely for the sake of scholastic expediency. Mehrunes Dagon, Molag Bal, Periite, Boethia, and Vairnima are among the most consistently demonic of the Daedra, in the sense that their spheres seem to be destructive in nature. The other Daedra can, of course, be equally dangerous, but seldom purely for the sake of destruction as these 5 can. Nor are these previous 5 identical in their destructiveness. Mehrunes Dagon seems to prefer natural disasters, earthquakes and volcanoes, for venting his anger. Molag Bal elects the employment of other Daedra, and Boethia inspires the arms of mortal warriors. Periite's sphere seems to be pestilence, and Vairnima's torture. In preparation for the next installment in this series, I will be investigating 2 matters that have intrigued me since I began my career as a Daedra researcher. The first is on one particular Daedroth, perhaps yet another Daedra prince, referred to in multiple articles of Incunabula as Hircine. Hircine has been called the huntsman of the princes and the father of man-beasts, but I have yet to find anyone who can summon him. The other, and perhaps more doubtful goal I have is to find a practical means for mortal men to pass through to oblivion. It has always been my philosophy that we need only fear that which we do not understand, and with that thought in mind, I ever pursue my objective. Olander's Hammer, an instructive tale for children. Traulo. The 2 children, Frudvig and his younger sister Sylvanda, had been exploring all morning. The noon sun was directly overhead, and everything was warm and bright. They had left their Redguard village, Granitsta, early that morning, for a day in the wilderness, a picnic, and with a stern warning from their father to be home before dark. They crossed a huge field that was bare, save a single rose bush right in the middle. The little girl asked Frudvig about it. "Well," he said, "according to father, a great battle was fought in this place many years ago. The battle was visited by the god of all warriors, Raymond Ebenarm, who caused the leaders to end the battle and return to their homes. It is said that the rosebush grows where he stood that day." "Oh, how exciting," giggled Sylvanda. The children continued their trek, approaching some woods. As they entered the forest, the air became very cool, and a deep quiet seemed to envelop them. "What is that?" Sylvanda pointed to a large hole in the ground, from which protruded a long, thick pole. Around the hole, thorny plants had grown into an impenetrable wall. "I don't know," said Frudvig, "but let's see if we can get a closer look." "Stop." They did. Looking beyond the hole, the children saw an elderly Redguard of many years. His gray beard, scraggly hair, and stooped shoulders certainly did not support the authoritarian command he gave. But the children stopped just the same as he approached. "Who are you?" stammered Frudvig, as Sylvanda carefully tucked herself behind her brother's back. "My name is Hennig Grovinger, and I live in these woods." "Why can't we examine yon hole, Master Grovinger?" asked Frudvig. "Because, my dear children, it and what it holds are cursed. Now just what are you?" he stuttered, mimicking Frudvig. Finally gaining his composure, Frudvig said, "I am Frudvig Agi Mur of the village Granitsta. This is my sister Sylvanda. We are on an outing. Can you tell us about this mysterious hole?" "Well," said the old man as he slowly settled to the ground, "why don't you sit here with me for a while, and I will tell you about Olander's Hammer. That's the handle of the fabled weapon sticking out from yonder chasm." With this, the children also settled into sitting positions in front of the old Redguard Ranger. Grovinger began, "Many years ago there was a huge battle fought in this very field." "Oh yes, I know," said Sylvanda, interrupting the old man. "It was ended by the warrior god Raymond Ebenarm, and the magic rosebush grows where he stood that day," she continued breathlessly. The old man sternly cleared his throat, causing the little girl to again shrink behind her brother. Now, if I may continue without interruption. On the day that battle ended, a young Red Guard soldier stopped in this spot as he was leaving to go to his home. He carried the equipment he had used on the field, which included a marvelously fashioned warhammer that had been given to him by his father. The weapon was beautifully made, and unknown to the young warrior carried an enchantment that had protected him through the vicious battle just ended. The young man, Ulander by name, rested by this very tree. Suddenly he was confronted by a wizard dressed all in black from head to toe. Without so much as a "how do you do," the wizard demanded that Olander give him his hammer. Still flushed from the battle, the young man just looked at the dark man and laughed. The wizard, shaking with rage, raised his hands to cast a horrible spell against the soldier. However, the young man was quicker. The huge warhammer whistled through the air, smiting the wizard a mortal blow. Just as the spell left his fingers, there was a loud explosion. The children stared at the old man. He suppressed a grin and continued. Clouds of dust and smoke covered the forest clearing, and when the air settled, Yonhol was there with the hammer's handle protruding from it. Olander and the wizard had vanished. The thorny vines you see grew up immediately around the hole, and to this day, no one has been able to approach it close enough to remove that marvelous weapon. Many have tried, and all have failed. It is said that only someone of tremendous merit can take it. All of a sudden, both children in unison stood and shouted, "Oh, look how the day has gone. We must go. If we are late getting home, our father will be most unhappy with us." As they turned to leave, Frodvig said to the old man, "Thank you, Master Grovinger, for telling us of Olander's hammer. You know, I may just come back one day and try to retrieve it." As they disappeared from his view, the old man said to himself, "Ah yes, Master Frodvig Ajemur, you just might do that." The Legend of Lover's Lament. Krollbaumaval. The night is very dark. Wind gently ruffles the willow trees. All is quiet, or it so appears, around the shores of the small lake. Tamriel's moons reflect in the slightly rippling surface of the water. An owl's questioning call echoes. No lights are shining from the castle nearby. It appears deserted. As the night wears on and the planet's satellites moves across the heavens, a faint glow appears near the castle. The light slowly moves toward the lake, and upon reaching the shore, stops. A figure, a beautiful woman by any measure, stands looking wistfully into the dark water. Her lantern flickers in the breeze and illuminates her. Tears are streaming down her cheeks. Her gown, once beautiful, is now tattered and stained. The surface of the lake becomes agitated, but not from a wind, as the night has become as still as it is dark. Slowly from the water emerges the figure of a man, a warrior, fully adorned in the armor of a knight on the field of battle. He seems to float over the water towards the woman and stop just short of her. "Madalena," the ghostly warrior intones. "My lord, Girthland," whispers the lovely Madalena as she kneels. "You have come to me again." "Yes," Girthland responds. "My days are long waiting for the night in which I can see my love." The lovers stand looking wistfully at each other, unable to touch, unable to kiss, unable to satisfy their unrequited love until the first tinges of dawn start to color the western sky. Girthland drops something to the ground, as does Madalena as each depart. The waters of the lake again take possession of the handsome knight, and the beautiful maiden walks slowly back to the castle. As the waters of the lake settle into a gentle ripple and the light of Madalena's lantern disappears, dawn breaks over the lake. On the shore are two beautiful roses, one crimson and the other white as fresh cream. Ripples from the lake overtake the two flowers and pull them into the lake, leaving the shore bare as it was in the hours before darkness fell. The townfolk around Girthland Manor tell often of seeing these lovers in their nightly meeting. The Boar's Bristle Inn is always rumbling with conversation about them.
Lord Girthland and Lady Madalena, who were betrothed. Lord Girthland called to battle to defend the land. Hergen, the castle's resident sorcerer, becoming inflamed with love and lust for Madalena, only to be rebuked by her. Lord Girthland's death on the field of battle. Lady Madalena's death by her own hand at the news. Hergen's curse on both their souls that will not allow them to rest until Madalena will agree to become Hergen's consort, even in death. Hergen to this day wanders the deserted halls of Girthland Manor, hoping that Madalena will agree to his demands, and the lovers continue to meet for a few moments each night on the shores of the lake now known as Lover's Lament.
The Arrow Shot. Anonymous. I heard this story on good authority from a good and honest friend whose friend was witness to the incident. I do truly believe it happened, as fantastical as it may seem. My friend's friend, Taryn, was visiting the Elsewhere city-state of Riverhold during a very hot summer and went to the marketplace there. If you have never been to Riverhold, the marketplace is very crowded, much more than incomparably sized city-states. People from the countryside flock to the marketplace daily in their wagons and carriages. Taryn was passing one such carriage and noticed that the sole occupant was a woman, seated with her eyes closed and her hands behind her head. An odd sight, to be sure, but he assumed she must be sleeping. Taryn continued on. A little while later, after Taryn had finished shopping in the marketplace, he passed the same carriage. The same woman was sitting in it. Her eyes were open now, but her hands were still behind her head. "Are you all right, my lady?" he asked. "An arrow shot me in my head, and I'm holding my brains in," came the woman's reply. Taryn did not know what to do. He ran into the marketplace and literally bumped into a hero and his knight companion. They were good people and agreed to help. The carriage door had to be torn off its hinges, as the lady had locked it and feared to move to unlock it. What they found when they finally could get into the carriage was this. The woman was holding barley dough on the back of her head with her hands. Apparently, in the heat of the day, a jar of barley dough had exploded with the thwang of an arrow shot and struck the woman in the back of her head. When she reached back to feel what had hit her, she felt the dough reason that she was feeling her brains. The Asylum by Walden Jars. My great-great-uncle was a warder at an asylum in Torval. Maybe he was my great-great-great-uncle. It was quite a long time ago. And this is the story that has been passed down in my family from his generation to mine. Perhaps it is purely apocryphal, but when I was told it was whispered in such a way that it was meant to be taken seriously. Not having any children of my own to whisper to, and being in need of some gold, I have elected to publish my story. The asylum my great-great-uncle worked in was apparently very posh. Only the right class of lunatics were admitted. Eccentric dukes, mad baronesses, touched lords, and daft ladies filled the asylum's tapestried and gilded halls. Still, it was a time of great excitement when the rumor began that the unhinged emperor of Tamriel, Pelagius III, was transferring there from a resort in Valenwood. When the rumor became a reality, the asylum went into nice, calm, restive chaos. Pelagius was given an entire wing of the asylum for his own use, for though he was madder than a jackal, he was still his terrible majesty, the Emperor of Tamriel. The Emperor was remarkably well behaved, my great-great-uncle supposedly asserted. Of course, he did not have to face the commoners, who came on all sorts of pretenses to gawk at their overlord, the loon. When one of the warders, not I have been assured my uncle, forgot himself and let his terrible majesty know that people had been there to see him, the Emperor grew very excited. He made up his mind right there and then to have a ball. A huge party with musicians, dancing, and dinner, right at the lunatic asylum, or precisely in his wing of the asylum. Rumors of the Emperor's interest in holding a ball spread throughout Torval, and eventually it reached the ears of the Empress Regent Katari, Pelagius' dear wife, in the Imperial City. Eager to make her husband
constructed to house the orchestra. Servants for cooking and serving the food had to be hired. Gold and ebony candelabras and matching chandeliers were ordered. The old rugs were destroyed. New rugs embroidered with gems were weaved. Lists of guests had to be combined, reconsidered, and recompiled. The emperor knew that the guest list had to be very exclusive, and he relied on his advisors to tell him who was alive, who was dead, and who was imaginary. The party was set to begin at 9 o'clock. At 6, the hairdresser he had hired from Torval finished his imperial coiffure. At 7, he was fully dressed in the robes he had ordered for the ball, voluminous black silk and piled velvet crusted with red diamonds. At 8, he walked down the newly reconstructed staircase to supervise the final preparations, the lighting of the candles, the opening of the wine, the murder of the first course. At 9 o'clock, he took his seat at the facsimile throne he had ordered and awaited the first guests. At 9:30, his advisor, seeing the royal eyes beginning to glaze over with madness, said, "Your terrible majesty surely knows that it is not fashionable to arrive at any ball for at least an hour after the desired time, yes?" The emperor just stared.
At 10:30, the emperor called for some food and wine and sat at his throne, looking at the open door, eating. 30 minutes later, he ordered the orchestra to begin playing. For the next 3 hours, they played gaily for the empty, candlelit ballroom. At 1 o'clock, the emperor announced his intention to retire for the evening. My uncle was one of the warders who assisted His Terrible Majesty up the staircase. Halfway to his room, Pelagius threw himself on the floor in a hysteria, screaming and laughing, ordering more wine. My mother was good at this part of the story, rolling her eyes and shrieking, "More wine, wine," and, in short, imagining that he was possessed by all the revelers at his party that never was. 2 days later, he was still not better. He had cut himself and those who tried to grapple him horribly with the red diamonds of his robe. Eventually, it was decided that the Torval Asylum was not equipped to deal with a lunatic of his severity, and he was sent to a more secure location in Marsh. It was only 3 months later my uncle heard that the emperor had died. One of my uncle's duties was to clear out the personal property of the inmates after their death. Being primarily landed nobility, the personal property was often quite extensive. Several years after the asylum ball, my uncle was called to clear out the apartment of a duchess whose chief eccentricity was a propensity to pilfer. Kleptomania, I believe it's called. Locked away in a secret door in her desk, protected by a trap, barbed needle, was a variety of jewels, piles of gold, and 5 large stacks of beautifully engraved invitations signed in the emperor's childlike handwriting. Vampires of the Iliac Bay Part 1. There are over 100 distinct kinds of vampire in Tamriel. The Iliac Bay region alone has 9 variations with unique powers and abilities. I have this information not only because I have been researching this blight of the world for the last 10 years of my life, but because for the 7 years before that, I was one of the creatures. Vampirism is a disease, like brain rot or cholera, but far, far more insidious. One can become a vampire through certain magical items, or by the curse of a powerful wizard. But the most common cause is the bite or scratch of a vampire. There are no symptoms of vampirism except this: if the victim sleeps after the attack, but before he becomes a vampire, his sleep will be plagued with nightmares. During this 2 to 4 day period, when the disease has been spread, but the victim is still mortal, most any temple healer can remove the curse of vampirism. There will be no further warning. I do not remember dying. I had been a scout for an order of knights, which shall go nameless for this. A daughter of a local nobleman had been kidnapped by a mysterious character, and my captain had located his hideout. Deep in the dank underground chambers, I searched until I found the girl, or what remained of her, a corpse the color of snow, drained of every drop of blood. I knew what the mystery man was right then, but he found me before I found the exit out. He took a good-sized hunk out of my fighting arm before I managed to outrun him. I figured I was lucky to be alive,
some luck. My trip back to the nightly order was a 5-day journey. I decided to get some rest early to get my arm in better shape in case I found any more trouble. I can't remember the dreams I had that night, only that I was doing something horrible, and I couldn't stop myself. I woke up screaming. The next night, at an inn a little closer to my destination, my sleep was deep and dreamless. On the 3rd night, I died. Of course, I didn't know that I died. I had gone to sleep in a nice warm feathered bed, and I woke on a cold, wet stone mortuary slab. Dazed, I opened the door to the mausoleum I was in, which I think must have been locked. I was in a cemetery not far from a town I knew, so I wandered in. It was late at night, so there were precious few souls in the streets. I paused to read a public notice and noticed the date. The date was 2 weeks later than I thought it must have been. As I puzzled over that, I saw a girl, a wench at my favorite tavern in that town, wandering toward me. I hailed her. She ignored me. I called her by her name, and she turned to me, smiling, but with an expression that told me she did not know who I was. I had visited her tavern on my way over to the mystery man's hideout, but she didn't know me. I told her my name. She angrily told me that it was a very poor joke, that I looked nothing like the brave knight who used to visit the town, and that if I didn't know he was dead. My emotions were a tangled skein. I could tell she was not joking, that I looked nothing like myself. I was touched by her sorrow at my death, and horrified by the idea dawning on me of what I had become. Suddenly an overriding instinct overcame all my thoughts: hunger. Without even thinking about what I was doing, I reached out and tore her throat open. I drained her until she looked like the corpse in the mystery man's dungeon. The rest of my story is told in Vampires of the Bay, Chapter 2. Vampires of the Iliac Bay, Part 2. I told in the first chapter of my story how I became a vampire and of my first kill. While it might, and indeed should, horrify the reader that my first victim was a friend of the mortal I used to be, it is my understanding that they are not uncommon first kills. I left the snow-white corpse in the alley and ran to the only place I felt perversely safe, the mausoleum. For the first couple days of my undeath, I starved myself while I considered my fate. I relearned what I was capable of doing and found that I was stronger, faster, tougher, and more agile than before. I had powers that as a knight I had only seen powerful mages wield. Later, I discovered additional abilities, such as a total immunity to disease, helpful when descending on a plague-stricken city like a jackal. I also found my weaknesses. I could no longer stand the light of the sun. Exposure to it for longer than a few seconds burned me terribly. It also pained me to enter temples and other places of worship. The worst effect, of course, had to be my bloodlust. If I did not kill a warm-blooded creature once a night and drink its blood, my hunger would gnaw at me, and any wounds I suffered would not heal no matter how much I rested. Is this the moment for me to admit that there was a time I loved being a blood-sucking creature of the night? It is not impossible to live only at night, merely occasionally inconvenient, and I wouldn't have to kill humans every night, merely warm-blooded creatures. Orcs have a delicious, rich, brothy blood. Rats are a little sweet for the only meal of the night. Werewolves are a real treat, almost decadent, the tincture between human and beast, a real gourmet's delight. About a month after I died, I was having the best time of my life. One night, I received a letter from someone who said he was family. Curious, I went to visit him at his tavern and was told about the tribe of vampires to which I belonged, the Montalion. In return for me performing certain duties for the family, the man at the inn would train my vampiric abilities and skills. Though I never got very much detail, I surmised that the two main differences between the different vampire clans is geography and powers. Montalion alone have the gift for teleportation, but the other 8 have powers of their own. My mentor, that is the title he used, would congratulate me after each mission I performed, and came to trust me more and more. If asked, he would tell me about the Montalians' newest alliances, who they were manipulating, who they were stalking. It was then I started to become frightened at last. They and all of their rival clans were draining the blood of Tamriel itself. I panicked. I had to find a cure, but nowhere could I find any book or rumor suggesting that vampirism is anything but permanent. So I resolved to kill myself, but I wanted to bring the Montalian down with me. I joined guilds they opposed, and failed any mission given to me spectacularly. I thought my mentor would turn against me, but he only became quieter, less forthcoming with information, never violent. He was not concerned. He had probably seen vampires like me before. Here's why he never attacked me. Immortals can afford to be eternally patient. At last, he refused to give me any further missions. He wouldn't even talk with me, but he never left his tavern. I could come and go and he'd watch but never talk. That's when I got another letter. There are several of us, you see, former vampires who know what to look for. We're patient too. We learned it in our unlife. We watch and listen, and anonymously contact the vampires we know wish to end the curse. Ending the curse is possible, but only just. It is very dangerous. But when you are cursed, the only real danger is no escape. The story of Lysirius. In ancient times, there lived a hero named Lyrisius. He fought against the Akaviri slave traders and single-handedly slew hundreds. Despite his valor, Lyrisius' army was routed and scattered to the four winds. Lyrisius fled into the moors to escape the Akaviri chariots. Far from the lands of men, Lyrisius entered the blasted lands. At the heart of this forsaken landscape, he met the worm. The great scaly beast mocked the mighty blows of Lyrisius' enchanted spear. It melted the shield fear-struck gift of the Daedra Boethia with a single blast of its fiery breath. Lyrisius, seeing that he could not defeat the creature by force of arms, surrendered. The worm intended to devour Lyrisius when the hero offered to be its slave and manservant. Ever prideful, the worm agreed. Seeing that the worm was vulnerable to conceit, Lyrisius spoke, "O great worm, for my first service I beg that you allow me to polish your one tarnished scale." Indeed, centered between the great wings of the creature was a dull scale, clearly out of reach of its long neck. Its vanity was such that it immediately lowered one wing for Lyrisius to climb upon. Once astride the great lizard, Lyrisius slid his dagger underneath the scale and into the tender flesh of the beast. Though it spun and twisted in all directions, the worm could not get at the hero. Finally, it took to the air. Lyrisius clung to the neck with all his strength as the worm banked, rolled, and dove. Seeing that Lyrisius could not be shaken free, the worm demanded that he remove the stinging blade. Lyrisius answered, "Fly straight on until you see a great army. Destroy that army, and I will remove my blade." With a great roar, the scaled creature set off. The Akavari army had no chance against the fire-breathing beast. They have never plagued Tamriel since. "I have done as you bid. Now sheath your stinger," roared the worm. Knowing that he would be devoured or worse, Lyrisius pulled the blade and then leapt from the back of the flying worm. Indeed, the foul monster had intended to slay the hero. The worm pursued the plummeting Lyrisius. Boethia appeared beside the falling hero. Praising him for ultimately destroying the army of Akavir, she turned him into a raven. Lyrisius quickly lost the worm in the clouds. Legend has it that the worm still lives, though this happened in the first era, long ago. The dragon nurses a grudge against Lyrisius and all of his kind. It has vowed never again to trust two-legged bearers of weapons. Scholars note, if this legend has a basis in fact, the artifact Fearstruck was utterly destroyed. No other reference to it has ever been found. Confessions of a Thief. I'm a thief. Now don't get me wrong. I ain't saying this out of pride, but I ain't ashamed of my occupation neither. Thieves got a perfect right to exist in the Empire. People say we're dishonest. Of course, those people are usually either merchants or priests. which really slays me. Sort of the snake calling the worm legless. Rulers like us. Crime in moderation is good for the economy. The trick is to keep it at a good, even pace, with a well-timed lull and a minor wave to keep the fat bottoms from becoming complacent. Of course, stupid, but talented thieves will keep stealing, empty their pockets, and steal some more. This ain't good for no one. That's where the guilds come in. A thieves' guild is what they call a crime regulator. We protect each other and punish the clumsy and greedy. The kings depend on us to keep the amateurs out of business. Yeah, occasionally, a king will come down on us. I've even seen my thieves' guildmaster get himself stuck in prison once or twice. Some cohort of mine said her first guildmaster got himself hanged. Then the thieves' guild has to get foul on the king, and let someone who knows tell you, the results ain't pretty. I got into the guild the way I've seen most thieves do it. It was a few years back when that bully Jagar Tharn was sitting on the throne, only everyone thought he was the emperor. My parents' farm turned into 8 acres of dust and rock, and they threw me and my brothers out. I was always a skinny thing, but by the time I made it to the closest town, I was a good deal more skinnier. Just 'cause the town had some dirt that plants could grow on, didn't make them that much richer than my folks were. I tried to get all kinds of jobs, but the hungrier and more raggedier I got, the quicker anyone who might have work would kick me out. When the rainy season finally came, it came like a sea, and I didn't have nowhere to stay. Lucky I found the unlocked cellar door. Turns out that the owners of the house slept like old dogs, 'cause I robbed them blind and tripped into things like I was the blind one. And they never woke up. I sold all the stuff at a dirty pawner's I knew, and spent the next 2 days living like a potentate. Then I got my first visit from the local thieves' guild. I remember what the guy looked like, but not exactly what he said. Something like, "Hey kid, if you want to steal in these parts, you're going to have to join the guild. Otherwise, I or someone like me is going to break your skinny arms so you can't steal." I've known some people who've refused membership in the guild and kept on stealing anyhow. I've broken some of their arms. As for me, this was the first offer I'd had for a career since my pa told me that if I didn't milk the cow, he'd rip my head off. In comparison, this guy at the tavern was almost a gentleman. I agreed right away. Sure, I had to prove my worth to the guild before I could join, and even now, but having 2 working arms is only part of the benefit. They trained me, taught me, and kept me out of prison. How many other guilds can boast a forgery expert on the premises? So the next time you're calling some swindling merchant or usurious priest a thief, think about it. There is honor among thieves, I should know. The old ways, the customs and philosophy of grave and faithful counsel. Solaris. We who know the old ways are well aware of the existence of a spiritual world invisible to the unenlightened. Just as one living in a kingdom but unaware of the political machinations may see a new tax or battle preparation as capricious fortune, many observe floods, famines, and madness with helpless incomprehension. This is deplorable. As the great Coelian Darnagean moaned, the power of ignorance can truly shatter mithril like glass. What, after all, is the origin of these spiritual forces that move the invisible strings of Mundus? Any neophyte of Artaeum knows that the spirits are our ancestors, and that, while living, they too were bewildered by the spirits of their ancestors, and so on to the original Acarii. The Daedra and gods the common people turn to are no more than the spirits of superior men and women, whose power and passion granted them great influence in the phantom world. Certainly this is our truth and our religion. But how does it help us in our sacred duty to Selefransai, or provide grave and faithful counsel? Firstly, we can easily grasp the necessity of both bringing good men great power and making powerful men good. We recognize the multiple threats that a strong tyrant represents. He breeds cruelty, which feeds the Daedra Boethia, and hatred, which feeds the Daedra Vernima. If he should, he die performing a particularly malevolent act. He may go to rule in oblivion. Worst of all, he inspires other Villians to power and other rulers to villainy. Knowing this, we have developed patience in our dealings with such despots. They should be crippled, humiliated, impoverished, imprisoned. Other counselors than we may advocate assassination or warfare, which, aside from its spiritual significance, is expensive, alliatric, and likely to cause at least as much pain to innocents as the brutish dictator was inflicting. No, we are intelligence gatherers, dignified diplomats, not revolutionaries. How then are our counselors faithful? We are faithful only to the old ways. It is essential always to remember the spiritual world in watching our world. Performing the rites of Moawida on the 2nd of Hearthfire and the Vigild on the 1st of Second Seed are essential means of empowering the salutary ghosts and debilitating the unclean spirits. How then are we faithful to those we counsel and to the Isle of Artaeum? Perhaps the sage Taherete said it best. In Mundus, conflict, disparity is what brings change, and change is most sacred of all the 11 forces. Change is the force without focus or origin, and it is the duty of the disciplined Sijic, enlightened one, to dilute change where it brings greed, gluttony, sloth, ignorance, prejudice, cruelty. Taherete lists the 111 prodigalities, and to encourage change where it brings excellence, beauty, happiness, and enlightenment. As such, the faithful counsel has but one master, his mind. If the man the Sijic counsels acts wickedly and brings Uegnether bad change and will not be counseled, it is the Sijic's duty to counterbalance the Uegnether by any means necessary. A student of the old ways may indeed vassal himself to a lord, but it is a risky relationship. Should the lord refuse wise counsel and order the Sijic, to use Taherete's outmoded word, to perform an act contrary to the teachings of the old ways, there are few available options. The Sijic may abandon his lord, which will bring shame on him and the Isle of Artaeum, and so may never be allowed home again. The Sijic may also kill himself. The Brothers of Darkness, Pelarn Asi. As their name suggests, the Dark Brotherhood has a history shrouded in obfuscation. Their ways are secret to those who are not brothers of the Order. Brothers is the generic term. Some of the deadliest of the assassins are female, but they are called brothers as well. How they continue to exist in shadow, but can be easily found by those desperate enough to pay for their services, is not the least of their mysteries. The Dark Brotherhood sprang from a religious order, the Morag Tong, during the Second Era. The Morag Tong were worshippers of the Daedra spirit Mephala, who encouraged them to commit ritual murders. In their early years, they were as disorganized as cultists usually are. There was no one to lead the group, and as a group, they dared not murder any of any importance. This changed with the rise of the Night Mother. All leaders of the Morag Tong, and then the Dark Brotherhood, have been called the Night Mother. Whether the same woman has commanded the Dark Brotherhood since the Second Era is unknown. What is believed is that the original Night Mother developed an important belief of the Morag Tong. This first belief is that, while Mephala grows stronger with every murder committed in her name, certain murders were better than others. Murders that came from hate pleased Mephala more than murders committed because of greed. Murders of great men and women pleased Mephala more than murders of unknowns. We can approximate the time this belief was adopted with the first known murder committed by the Morag Tong. In the year 324 of the Second Era, the potentate Versidu She was murdered in his palace in what is today the Elsewhere Kingdom of Senchal. In a brash move, the Night Mother announced the identity of the murderers by painting Morag Tong on the walls in the potentate's blood. Previous to that time, the Morag Tong existed in relative peace, like a witch's coven, occasionally persecuted but usually ignored. In a remarkable synchronicity at a time when the arena was a fractured land, the Morag Tong was outlawed throughout the continent. Every sovereign gave the cult's elimination his highest priority. Nothing more was officially heard of them for 100 years. It is more difficult to date the era when the Morag Tong re-emerged as the Dark Brotherhood. Assassin guilds have sporadically appeared throughout the history of Tamriel. The first mention of the Dark Brotherhood that I have found is from the journals of the Blood Queen Arli Mahera of Hegatha. She spoke of slaying her enemies by her own hand, or if necessary, with the help of the Night Mother and her Dark Brotherhood, the secret arsenal my family has employed since my grandfather's time. Arli Mahera wrote this in 2E412, so one can surmise that the Dark Brotherhood had been in existence since at least 360, if her grandfather truly used them.
The important distinction between the Dark Brotherhood and the Morag Tong was that the Brotherhood was a business as much as a cult. Rulers and wealthy merchants now used the order as an assassin's guild. The Brotherhood gained the obvious benefits of a profitable enterprise, as well as the secondary benefit that no longer could rulers actively persecute them. They were needed. Even an extremely virtuous leader would be unwise to maltreat the Brotherhood. Not long after Arli Mahera's journal entry about them was penned, came perhaps the most famous series of executions in the history of the Dark Brotherhood. The Colovian Emperor Potentate Severian Korak and every one of his heirs was murdered on one bloody night in sun's dawn in 430. Within a fortnight, the Colovian dynasty crumbled, to the delight of its enemies. For over 400 years, until the age of Tiber Septim, chaos reigned over Tamriel. Though no comparably impressive executions have been recorded, the Brotherhood must have grown fat with gold during that age. The Dark Brotherhood has no shortage of business opportunities. And accounting, I have been informed, is the Brotherhood's favorite euphemism for execution. While they are officially an unlawful organization in every corner of the Empire, like the Thieves' Guild, they are almost universally tolerated. The origin of the Mages' Guild. Salarth, the idea of a collection of mages, sorcerers, and assorted mystics pooling their resources and talents for the purpose of research and public charity, was a revolutionary concept in the early years of the Second Era. The closest organization to what we today know as the Mages' Guild was the Psijic Order of the Isle of Artaeum. Magic was something to be learned by individuals, or at most in intimate covens. Mages were, if not actual hermits, usually quite solitary. The Psijic Order served the rulers of the Somerset Isle as counselors and chose its members by a complex, ritualized method not understood by the common people. Its purposes and goals were likewise unpublished, and its detractors attributed the worst evil as the source of its power. The religion of the Old Order could be described as ancestor worship, an increasingly unfashionable philosophy in the Second Era. When Vanus Galerion, a Psijic of Artaeum and student of the famed Iachesis, began collecting mages from around Somerset Isle, he attracted the animosity of all. He was operating out of Firsthold, and there was a common, and not entirely unsensible attitude that magical experiments should be conducted only in unpopulated areas. Even more shocking, Galerion proposed to make magical items, potions, and even spells available to any member of the general public who could pay. No longer was magic to be limited either to the aristocracy or intelligentsia. Galerion was brought before Iachesis and the King of Firsthold, Realus XII, and made to state the intentions of the guild he was forming. The fact that Galerion's speech to Realus and Iachesis was not recorded for posterity is a tragedy, though it does allow the opportunity for historians to amuse one another with lies and persuasions Galerion might have used to found the ubiquitous organization. The charter was approved. Almost immediately after the guild was formed, the question of security had to be answered. The Isle of Artaeum did not have to have a force of arms to shield it from invaders interested in stealing its treasures. When the Psijic Order does not wish someone to land on the island and all on it become insubstantial. The new Mages Guild had to hire guards. Galerion soon discovered what nobles have known for thousands of years. Money alone does not buy loyalty. The Knightly Order of the Lamp was formed the following year. Like a tree from an acorn, the Mages Guild grew branches all over Somerset Isle, and then to the mainland of Tamriel. There are many records of superstitious or sensibly fearful rulers forbidding the guild in their kingdom, but their heirs, or their heirs' heirs,
recognized the wisdom of allowing the guild to practice. The Mages Guild was a powerful force in Tamriel, a dangerous foe, if a somewhat disinterested ally. There have been only a few rare incidents of the Mages Guild actually becoming involved in local political struggles. On these occasions, the guild's participation has been the ultimate decider in the conflict.
By tradition begun by Vanus Galerian, the Mages Guild as a singular institution is presided over by a council of 6 Archmagisters. Each guild location is run by a guild magister, assisted by a council of 2, the Master of Incunubula and the Master at Arms. The Master of Incunubula presides over a council of an additional 2 mages, the Master of Academia and the Master of the Scry. The Master at Arms also has a council of 2, the Master of Initiates and the Palatinus, the leader of the Order of the Lamp. One need not be a member of the Mages Guild to know that this carefully constructed order is often nothing more than an illusion. As Vanus Galerian himself said bitterly, leaving Tamriel to travel to other lands, the guild has become nothing more than an intricate morass of political infighting. Redguards, their history and their heroes. This is a publisher's proof of the initial draft of my book, Redguards, Their History and Their Heroes. The following is a collection of the tales, myths, and history of the Redguards. Much of their history is shrouded in mystery and in the mists of time. It is hard to distinguish between myths and real history. Below are the first chapters of the draft by Destry Millarg. Author's note, as translated into the modern tongue of Hammerfell. Frandar Hunding was born in 2356 in the old way of reckoning, in our beloved deserts of the old land. The traditional rule of emperors had been overthrown in 2012, and although each successive emperor remained the figurehead of the empire, his powers were very much reduced. Since that time, our people saw 300 years of almost continuous civil war between the provincial lords, warrior monks, and brigands, all fighting each other for land and power. Our people once were artisans, poets, and scholars, but the ever-evolving strife made the way of the sword inevitable. The song of the blade through the air, through flesh and bone, its ring against armor, an answer to our prayers. In the time of Lord Frandar, the first warrior prince, lords called Yokeda built huge stone castles to protect themselves and their lands, and castle towns outside the walls begin to grow up. In 2024-50, however, Vansel Cessnit came to the fore. He became the Elden Yokeda, or military dictator, and for 8 years succeeded in gaining control of almost the whole empire. When Cessnit was assassinated in 2025-3, a sick commoner took over the government. Randik Torn continued the work of unifying the empire, which Cessnit had begun, ruthlessly putting down any traces of insurrection. He revived the old gulf between the warriors, the sword singers, Sick, and the commoners by introducing restrictions on the wearing of swords. Torn's sword hunt, as it was known, meant that only the singers were allowed to wear swords, which distinguished them from the rest of the population. Although Torn did much to settle the empire into its pre-strife ways, by the time of his death in 2,373 internal disturbances still had not been completely eliminated. Upon his death, civil war broke out in earnest, war that made the prior 300-year turmoil pale in comparison. It was in this period that Frandar Hunding grew up. Hunding belonged to the sword singers. This element of empire society grew from the desert artisans and was initially recruited from the young sons and daughters of the high families. They built the first temple to the unknown gods of war and built a training hall, the Hall of the Virtues of War. Within a few generations, the way of the sword, the song of the blade, had become their life. The people of the blade kept their poetry and artisanship in building beautiful swords woven with magic and powers from the unknown gods. The greatest among them became known as Ansei, or Saints of the Sword. Each of these began their own training schools teaching their individual way of the sword. Those Ansei of the highest virtue
wandered the countryside, engaging in battle, righting wrongs, and seeking to end the strife. To sum it up, Hunding was a sword singer, a master Ansei at a time when the peak of the strife was reborn out of the chaos of Torn's death. Many singers put up their swords and became artists, for the pull of the artisan heritage was strong. But others, like Hunding, pursued the ideal of the warrior searching for enlightenment through the perilous paths of the sword. Duels of revenge and tests of skill were commonplace, and fencing schools multiplied. Frandar de Hunding, Hel Ansei, no Shira, or as he is commonly known, Frandar Hunding, was born in the far desert marches, in the province of High Desert. Hunding is the name of the High Desert region near where he was born. No Shira means noble person or person of noble birth, and Hel Ansei is his title of sword sainthood.
Hunding's ancestors reach back to the beginning of recorded time in the High Desert and were artisans and mystics. His grandfather was a retainer of the Elden Yokeda, Mansell Cessnit, and led many of the battles of unification prior to Cessnit's assassination. When he was 14, Hunding's father died in one of the many insurrections, and he was left to support his mother and 4 brothers. His prowess with the sword, however, made his life both difficult and easy. Easy in that his services came in great demand as a guardian and escort. Hard in that his reputation preceded him, and many awaited their turn to face him in battle and gain instant fame through his defeat. By the time Hunding was 30, he had fought and won more than 90 duels, killing all his opponents. He became virtually invincible with the sword, gaining such skill and mastery that he finally stopped using the real swords created through the artisanship of his people and began using the Shihai, or Way of the Spirit sword. All sword singers learn through their intense training and devotion to the gods of war and Way of the Sword, the forms of discipline that allow the creation of the spirit sword. This is a simple form of magic or mind mastery, where, by an image of a sword, is formed from pure thought. The sword singer forms the sword by concentrating, and it takes shape in his hand, usually a pale thing of light, misty and insubstantial. A thing of beauty, perhaps, a symbol of devotion to the Way and the gods, but no weapon. However, those Ansei of the highest level in sensitivity and those with talent in magic can, at times of stress, form a spirit sword, the Shihai, which is far more than light and air. It is an unstoppable weapon of great might, a weapon which can never be taken from the owner without also taking his mind. The Shihai became Hunding's weapon, and with this he slew bands of brigands and wandering monsters that infested the land. Finally, upon finishing his 90th duel, defeating the evil Lord Janak and his 7 Lich followers, he was satisfied that he was indeed invincible. Hunding then turned to formulating his philosophy of the Way of the Sword. Sika. He wrote his learnings down in the Book of Circles while living as a hermit in a cave in the mountains of High Desert in his 60th year. In that year, Hunding, having enlisted in the many battles of the Empire, defeating all opponents, had thought himself ready for death, and retired to his cave to capture his strategy and mystical visions, to share with other sword singers. It was after his completion of the Scroll of the Circle that the singers found him composing his death poem and preparing to join the gods of war in final rest. At 60, he was a vigorous man who thought himself through with life, but his people, the sword singers, needed him. They needed him as never before. Torn's sword hunt had separated the singers from the common people, and the rise of the last emperor began the last great strife of the Desert Empire. The emperor and his consort, Elisa's final effort to wrest control of the empire from the people by destroying the sword singers. Sig, Hera vowed to search out every singer with his brigand army composed of orcs and cast-offs of the wars of the empire, and to scourge them from the face of the planet. The sword singers were never a numerous people. The harsh desert kept the births few, and growing up in the unforgiving wastes eliminated all but those of iron spirit and will.
Thus, the final strife, which became known as the War of the Singers, found the people of the sword unprepared and unready to join together their individually great skills into an army that could defend their homes and lives.
Fronder Hunding was sought out, his death poem interrupted, and unceremoniously command of the singers was thrust upon him. To the unknown gods of war, great thanks is owed that Hunding had the time in his cave to write down his years of accumulated wisdom, of strategy, of the way of the Shehai. The singers fled from their camps up into the desert hills and mountains, fled to the foot of Hatu, the father of mountains, where Hunding had gone to write in peace and to die, and there these remnants formed into the army of the circle. They learned Hunding's way, his strategies, his tactics, and the final great vision for a master stroke.
Hunding devised a plan of 7 battles leading the armies of Hira further and further into the wilderness to the foot of Hatu, where the final battle could be fought. Hunding called his plan the Hammer and the Anvil. With each battle, Hunding's singers would further learn his strategies and tactics, grow strong in the use of the Shehai, and be ready to defeat their opponents in the 7th battle. And thus it was, the 6 first battles were waged, each neither victory or defeat, each leading to the next, the larger armies of Hira following the small army of Hunding. Outnumbered 30-1, the singers never faltered from the way. The stage was set. Hira and his army maneuvered to the base of Hatu Mountain, where the hammer blow was delivered. The battle was pitched, and many singers fell that day. Hunding knew that the singers who lived would be few, but Hira and his empire of evil would not live, and so it went.
At the end, Hunding and less than 20,000 singers survived the day, but no army of evil was left to pillage and murder. More than 300,000 fell that day on Hatu. Of those who were left to run and live, all were scattered to the 4 winds, and organized force no more. The singers packed their lives, folded their tents, mourned their dead, and followed Hunding to the great port city of Arch, in the province of Seawind. There Hunding had a flotilla of ships waiting. The singers left their desert for a new land. No longer welcome in the desert empire, they left to be sung about and spoken of in legend. The final great warrior, the singers of Shehai, the Book of Circles, all leaving that land where their virtue was unappreciated. Red with blood, they were in the eyes of the gentle citizenry. Never mind that they had saved them from a great evil. The singers vowed to learn new ways as they traveled across the great ocean to their new land, to adopt a new name, but to honor the past. In honor of their final battle, they named their new land Hammerfell and adopted the name Redguards. In honor to Hunding, the great warrior prince, each household in Hammerfell has a place by the hearth and alcove, really, just a niche, big enough to hold the scroll, the Book of Circles. Galerion the Mystic. During the early bloody years of the Second Era, Vanus Galerion was born under the name Trectus, a serf on the estate of a minor nobleman, Lord Girnasa of Solisich-on-Care. Trectus's father and mother were common laborers, but his father had secretly, against the law of Lord Girnas, taught himself and then Trectus to read. Lord Girnas had been advised that literate serfs were an abomination of nature and dangerous to themselves and their lords, and had closed all bookstalls within Solisich-on-Care. All booksellers, poets, and teachers were forbidden, except within Girnas's keep. Nevertheless, a small-scale smuggling operation kept a number of books and scrolls in circulation, right under Girnas's shadow. When Trectus was 8, the smugglers were found and imprisoned. Some said that Trectus's mother, an ignorant and religious woman fearful of her husband, was the betrayer of the smugglers, but there were other rumors as well. The trial of the smugglers was non-existent, and the punishment swift. The body of Trectus' father was kept hanging for weeks during the hottest summer Solisich-on-Care had seen in centuries. 3 months later, Trectus ran away from Lord Girnas's estate. He made it as far as Alinor, halfway across Somerset Isle. A band of troubadours found him nearly dead, curled up in a ditch by the side of the road, They nursed him to health and employed him as an errand boy in return for food and shelter. One of the troubadours, a soothsayer named Heliand, began testing Trectus's mind and found the boy, though shy, to be preternaturally intelligent and sophisticated given his circumstances. Heliand recognized in the boy a commonality, for Heliand had been trained on the Isle of Artium as a mystic. When the troupe was performing in the village of Patansa, on the far eastern end of Somerset, Heliand took Trectus, then a boy of 11, to the Isle of Artium. The magister of the isle, Iachesis, recognized potential in Trectus and took him on as pupil, giving him the name of Vanus Galerion. Vanus trained his mind on the Isle of Artium, as well as his body. Thus was the first Archmagister of the Mages Guild trained. From the Sigics of the Isle of Artium, he received his training. From his childhood of want and injustice, he received his philosophy of sharing knowledge. Fragment on Artium. By Taurseil Anselma, Trice e Erba Mija. The Isle of Artium, Artium. Artium is the third largest island in the Somerset archipelago, located south of the Moradunon village of Patansa and west of the mainland village of Runcibe. It is best known for being the home to the Sigic order, perhaps the oldest monastic group in Tamriel. The earliest written record of Sigics is from the 20th year of the First Era and tells the tale of the author, the renowned Breton sage Vornet, traveling to the Isle of Artium to meet with the Right Master of the Sigics, Iachesis. Even then, the Sigics were the counselors of kings and proponents of the Elder Way, taught to them by the original people of Tamriel. The Elder Way is a philosophy of meditation and study said to bind the forces of nature to the individual will. It differs from Magicka in origin, but the effects are much the same. That being said, it is perhaps more than coincidence that the Isle of Artium literally vanished from the shores of Somerset at the beginning of the Second Era, at about the time of the founding of the Mages Guild of Tamriel. Various historians and scholars have published theories about this, but perhaps none but Iachesis and his own could shed light on this. 500 years passed, and Artium returned. The Sigics on the isle consisted of persons, mostly elves, who had disappeared and were presumed dead over the Second Era. They could not or would not offer an explanation for Artium's whereabouts during that time, or the fate of Iachesis and the original council of Artium. Currently, the Sigics are led by the lore master Solaris, who has presided over the Council of Artium for the last 250 years. The council's influence in world politics is tidal. The kings of Somerset, particularly those of Moradunon, have often sought the Sigics' opinion. Uriel V was much influenced by the council in the early, most glorious part of his reign, before his disastrous attack on Akavir. It has even been suggested that the fleet of King Orgum of Piandania was destroyed by a joint effort of Emperor Antiochus and the Sigic order. The last four emperors, Uriel VI, Morhatha, Pelagius IV, and Uriel VII, have been suspicious of the Sigics, even enough to refuse ambassadors for the Isle of Artium in the imperial city. The Isle of Artium is difficult to chart geographically. It is said that parts of it exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions and continuously shift either at random or by decree of council. Visitors to the island are so rare to be almost unheard of. Anyone desirous of a meeting with a Sigic may find contacts in Patansa and Runcibe as well as many of the kingdoms of Somerset. Were it more accessible, Artium would be a favored destination for travelers. I have been to the isle once and still dream of the idyllic orchards and pastures, the still and silent lagoons, the misty woodlands, and the unique Sigic architecture that seems to be as natural but wondrous as the surroundings. The Sephora Tower in particular I would study, for it is a ruin from a civilization that predates the High Elves by several hundred years and is still used in certain rites by the Sigics. Perhaps one day I might return. Note, the author is currently on the Isle of Artium by gracious consent of Master Sargenius of the Council of Artium. Mysticism
The Unfathomable Voyage by Tetronius Lore. Mysticism is the school of magic least understood by the magical community, most difficult to explain to novices mages. The spell's effects commonly ascribed to the school of mysticism are as wildly disparate as Soul Trap, the creation of a cell for a victim's spirit after death, to silence, the extinction of sound. But these effects are simply that, effects. The sorcery behind them is veiled in a mystery that may go back to the oldest civilizations of Tamriel and beyond. The Psijics of the Order of Artaeum's term for mysticism is the old way. The phrase becomes bogged in a semantic quagmire, because the old way also refers to the religion and customs of the Psijics, which may or may not be part of the magic of mysticism. There are few mages who devote their lives to the study of mysticism. The other schools are far more predictable and fathomable. Mysticism seems to derive its power from its conundrums and paradoxes. The act of experimentation, no matter how objectively implemented, can influence the magica by its very existence. Thus, the mystic mage must regulate himself to finding consistent patterns in an imbroglio of energy. In the time it takes him to find a source with a consistent trigger and result, his peers researching in other schools may have researched and documented dozens of new spells and effects. The mystic mage is a patient and uncompetitive scholar. For centuries, mostly during the Second Era, scholarly journals publishes theory after theory about the aspect or aspects of magica that we call mysticism. In the tradition of the Mages Guild to find answers to all things, respected researchers suggested the energy source is coming from Aetherius or the Daedra themselves to explain the seemingly random patterns of mysticism. Some ventured to guess that mysticism comes from unused elements of successfully or unsuccessfully cast spells. Discussion with the Order of Artaeum after its reappearance has led some scholars to postulate that mysticism is more spiritual in nature. Either the intellect or emotion of the believer influences the energy pattern and flow. None of these explanations is truly satisfactory. For the beginning student of mysticism, it is best to simple learn the patterns distinguished in the maelstrom in the centuries past. The more patterns are found, the clearer the remaining ones become. Until, of course, they change, and then the journey begins anew.
Divad the Singer. Destry Malarg. Divad the Singer is in one body, two unique and distinct people. Divad is the most well-known of the Redguard heroes. Frandar Hunding's son, probably the most accomplished Ansei who ever lived. Yet early in his life, Divad appeared to thoroughly have rejected the way of the sword. Divad was the only son of Frandar Hunding, and was born late in Hunding's life, 2396 in the old way of reckoning, probably about 1 E760 by the Tamrielic calendar, when he was away most of the time fighting the last of his duels and engaging in the many battles and insurrections of the period. At 11, Divad entered the Hall of the Virtues of War and began training, but at 16, he finally let his anger at growing up essentially fatherless get the better of him. Divad broke his swords and left the hall to become an acrobat in a traveling circus. The life in the circus was unsatisfying to Divad, and after 2 years, his innate artisan heritage drove him to become a musician and finally a bard. For 2 more years he traveled, singing in the cities of the Empire, gaining no small amount of fame and recognition for his stirring and popular songs and music. Although Divad had publicly forsaken the way of the sword, it would appear that he continued to practice the compulsory forms of training he was taught in the hall. He carried no sword, but in the late evening, bright lights could often be seen in his tent. My source says nothing more about this, but it may be assumed that the writer was suggesting that Divad was practicing the form of the way known as Shehai Shenjiru, the way of the spirit sword, or simply the Shehai. Divad was very popular with the people of the Empire, and his music and concerts were well attended. Still, he could not escape his heritage of the sword.
When the last emperor ascended to power and began to persecute the sword singers, Divad was among the first to attract his attention. Once the Emperor Hira and his consort decided to go to war with the singers for control of the empire, he moved swiftly against those singers who were visibly a part of empire society. Most he had killed, but Divad's music and fame were so widespread that he sent a team of his personal guards to arrest him. The emperor's men were either very lucky or very unlucky depending on how you choose to view it. Being no fool, Hira sent 100 of his best guards, for even an unarmed singer was a very dangerous foe. The luck was that they were able to capture Divad and place him in chains, for they came at him as he sat dining with his elderly mother. The disaster was that as he surrendered, they rashly struck the pleading old woman. Too hard, it would seem, for she fell dead with that single blow. That single thoughtless deed, as is often the case in war, was the one pivotal factor causing their eventual defeat. That act ignited in Divad the spirit of the way. Up until that careless stroke, Divad was an ordinary artisan. No, an artist, a great artist, but no warrior. The moment of her death, Divad rose from his seat, took his chains between his two hands, and began swinging the heavy chain in a deadly arc. He slew 4 of the guards, gaining enough space to run and dive through the window and into the river. He disappeared into the night. From that point, Divad was spotted many times and told of in many more rumors all across the empire, far more places than a mere mortal man could have ever been. At every point where Hira's men gathered to do mischief, the resistance was attributed to Divad. As Hira moved against the singers and began forming his army to invade High Desert, it was Divad who carried the news to the singers. Divad was among those who climbed Hatu to find Hunding in his cave. What is not well known is that Hunding at first refused to take leadership of the singers. The first attempt to interrupt him at his death poem caused him to drive the elders from his cave. He even formed the Shihai in his anger. It was Divad who re-entered the cave alone to speak with Hunding. To this day, no one knows what was said, what happened in that cave. Scribes of the time reported bright flashes of light and angry voices. 5 long hours came and went. Then both emerged from the cave, Divad at Hunding's side. The rest, as they say, is history. Divad, who had not completed training in the Hall of the Virtues of War, became an advisor to Hunding and spent his time reading the newly completed Book of Circles. But his role in the hammer and anvil strategy was as a simple sword singer and fighter. It was not till the singers fled their native empire and landed in new land that his story truly begins. Broken Diamonds. Riston Baylor. I remember as a young lad in Glenumbra Moors my first Broken Diamonds holiday. The big noisy festivals I remember very well. Harvest's End, Mid-Year, New Year, the Emperor's Day. All of these I have memories of that stretch, back before I became truly aware of the meaning of our celebrating. On the 19th of Frostfall, every year, my family and I would walk to a ruined castle in the middle of the wilderness, together with everyone else we knew in the moors. Hands clutched in hands, we would form an enormous circle around the ruins, and head reverently bowed, we would sing a song, the Sepharv. For years we did this, and I never asked why. It is an odd thing that normally curious children, from my experience, never ask questions about broken diamonds, and adults seldom volunteer information. Gradually, as we learn about our homeland through university or the prattling of ancient relatives, we come to guess, and then know, the meaning of broken diamonds. I cannot be objective as a native of Glenumbra Moors, but visitors have told me that the sorrow, more often they use the word shame, of the natives is almost overwhelming. There is a sense that a great and ancient crime still burns in the conscience of the people of the Moors. Though it did not happen in our lifetimes, we know that the debt is not yet paid. I refer, of course, to the murder of Her Terrible Majesty, Kintyre II, Empress of Tamriel, on the frozen morning of the 23rd of Frostfall, in the year 3E 123. We do not know the name of the castle where she was held. We do not know the name of her murderer. though the man who ordered the murder was her cousin and usurper, Uriel III. We do not know where she was buried, but our ancestors knew that their rightful ruler was imprisoned somewhere in their land and did nothing to help her. For that, we bear their shame. On that morning when our great-great-grandparents heard of Kintyra's death, all were stricken with horror and regret at their lack of action. All the people of Glen Point and Glenumber Moors searched out those responsible in every imperial castle. They formed barriers with their bodies to hold the killer within. Flags bearing the red diamond of the Septim family were torn and scattered, and broken diamonds littered the snow. The song we sing every Broken Diamonds, as I mentioned before, is the Sefavre. I asked everyone in Glenumber Moor what the meaning of the song is, for it is an old Bredic, and each generation only knows it because they were taught by their parents. No one knew the exact meaning of the words, not even the tone and emotion the words can be easily translated. When I later talked to a scholar who gave me an accurate translation of the Sefavre, I began to understand both why our ancestors chose it as the anthem for the great injustice of the murder of Kintyra II, and the sorrow that still pervades Glenumber Moors since that dark morn. The Sefavre: souls of our fathers, suffer deeply, for you have led us to the dark time, when our own souls, filled with air, allowed ignorance and villainy to thrive in what used to be our land. Howl, ancestors, howl, and bring us memories of our conformance with evil. We do anything we can to survive. Giving up our minds and hearts and bodies, we will not fight, and we will be torn, and like flotsam in a whirling tide, we will be forever the agents of injustice, but we will mourn it forever. Arche the God. To Mimaphonus the scribe, so be it known that the gods were once as we. Arche, the god of death and birth, was an ordinary shopkeeper whose only unusual characteristic was a passion for knowledge. To indulge his hobby, he became an avid collector of books on almost any subject he could find in print. One day he stumbled across a tome which purported to tell the secrets of life, death, and the purpose of existence. After months of studying the convoluted logic, written in opaque language, he thought that he was finally beginning to understand what the author was saying. During this time, he became so intent on understanding the book that he ignored everything else. His business started to slide towards bankruptcy. His few friends stopped visiting him. He ignored the plague which was ravaging the town, and his family were ready to leave him. Just as he felt that the book was opening visions of new worlds, the plague brought him low. His family tended his illness out of a sense of duty, but he slowly sank towards death. So, as a last resort, he prayed to Mara, the mother goddess, to allow him enough time to complete his studies of the book. "Why should I make an exception for you, Arche?" asked Mara. "Mother Mara, I am finally beginning to understand this book and the meaning of life and death," he answered, "and with a little more time to study and think, I should be able to teach others." It sounds to me like that teaching others is an afterthought to appeal to me," she replied. "What is the reason for death and birth?" There are far more souls in the universe than there is room for in the physical world. But it is in the physical world that a soul has an opportunity to learn and progress. Without birth, souls would not be able to acquire that experience. And without death, there would be no room for birth. Not a very good explanation, but it does have elements of truth. Maybe with more study you could improve it, she mused. I cannot give you a little more time. I can only condemn you to eternal labor in the field you have chosen. How say you to that? I do not understand, Mother, said Arche. Your choice is to either accept the death that is so close, or to become a god with us. But a god is not an easy nor pleasant thing to be. As the god of death and birth, you will spend eternity making sure that deaths and births stay in proper balance in the physical world. And, in spite of what you believe you understand, you will always agonize over whether your decisions are truly correct. How do you decide? Arche spent what seemed to him as an eternity in thought before answering. Mother, if my studies are not completely wrong, My only choice is to accept the burden and try to transmit the reasons for death and birth to humanity. So be it, RK, God of birth and death. Notes for Redguard history. Destry Malarg. Biographical note. Destry Malarg was a well-known historian and translator of Old Redguard verse, born as simply Destry in the city-state of Riyadh in the 20th year of the Third Era. At the age of 19, he went to the imperial city to study. There were few Redguards who had been to the imperial province at the time, and it may be that he took the last name Malarg in order to assimilate with the Breton, Nordic, and Dark Elf cultures he encountered there. When he died 94 years later, he left numerous unfinished histories and untranslated verse. Very few of this fragmented work has found its way out of collections. What follows is an unmailed letter to Malarg's publishers in the imperial city. The insights into the man who put the oral traditions of the Redguards to paper impressed me enough to seek its publication. Melius, it should be noted, was Melius Kane, Malarg's publisher in the imperial city. Vune, Redguardic First Scholar, Imperial University. Melius. This is the outline of my final chapter for the series on Hammerfell heroes. I condensed Dendel's storytelling. I have my notes, but the story gets long with all the quotes. She puts a lot of dialogue in her storytelling. I am amazed that the old stories about the 5 swords keeps cropping up. It's been 1,000 years since Hellion's time, yet people continue to believe in the stories. The wagon master sat with me after listening to her story and smoked a pipe with me. In discussing the story, he said that his storyteller used to say that one of the 5 swords survived the closing of the Goblin Gate and is yet hidden here in Hammerfell. It was the least of the 5, but the story has it that it exceeds an modern blade, magical or ebony, by several orders of magnitude. Of course, I take this with a grain of salt, since an ebony weapon is unparalleled in its keen cutting ability, and personally I can't imagine a weapon doing more damage than a claymore of firestorm or a saber of lifesteal. Dendel even believes that out in the countryside outside of Skaven, in one of the halls of the virtues of war, there are still people who follow the old ways and can from a Shihai or spirit sword. In collecting these stories, I once thought I was seeing a Shihai being formed by an old hall master, but the thing, if it was a spirit sword, was so faint that even the sword shape was questionable. I didn't want to insult the old man, so I claimed I saw it too. But if that was a Shihai, I can't imagine it possibly used as a real weapon. Here's my outline of the new story. At the time of this story, Hammerfell is fully occupied by Redguards. All the old cities of the dwarves, but one, the ghost city of Dwarfhome, are now the cities of today's modern Hammerfell. A second invasion of the giant goblins comes. Hammerfell is unprepared, except for a few faithful followers, all youths in the rural halls of virtue. Hallen, being the only Ansei, rallies the armies of Hammerfell. After a defeat, he brings back the old ways by telling each warrior to read the Book of Circles. The army fights the goblins to a standstill, but things look bleak, just as in Daivad's song. Somehow the goblins keep being resupplied both with arms and troops. Eventually, the army of Hammerfell will lose. The old master of Hallen's Hall of the Virtues of War has an ancient copy of Daivad's will and testament and reads it to Hallen. It tells him that the 5 swords aren't lost, just hidden and well guarded in 5 caves. Each cave is home to a master guardian, one of the old blind Ansei, and also a maze. According to the will, Derek must, along with a virtuous companion of pure heart, enter the cave, defeat each Ansei master, and retrieve their sword. Dendel went into great detail here. It seems that each master had an outstanding trait. One, Catrice, possessed feline grace, and had become very cat-like. Another, who had icy calm, was something much like an ice golem. On each blade is inscribed part of an intricate message on how to use the power of the swords combined. Derek scours the rural halls for brothers of the blade and maidens of the spirit sword to accompany him in the quests, He finally, one by one, finds his companions and wins each sword. They learn from the blades and together wield the force of the 5 swords to seal the rent in space-time that the goblins have made and from which springs their invasion. Howland's companions avoided blinding by the magic swords by hurling the swords together into the void and sealing forever the giant goblins in the void between their world and ours. The land is saved, and Howland and his companions, 3 women and 2 men, become Ansei and restore the teachings of Frandar Hunding to Hammerfell. That's the story in brief. I welcome any comments from you or one of the other editors. One other concern of mine. I understand that you are considering using a better-known writer, Uthila Abuk or Casimir Kristrom, to write the stories I've researched. I can understand that a better-known writer may mean that a few more copies of the books will be sold, but that should not be your only concern. Abuk and Kristrom, while fine writers and poets, will need to be lectured on the true history of the Red Guards. Even if you are willing to pay me to do that, you will have to acknowledge that the books will take longer to write than if you just allowed me to do it. Just something to consider when you make the decision. I hope this letter finds you, your consort, and children to good health and humor. Yours faithfully, Destry Millard.
The Alik'r.
Henrik Mills.
I might never have gone to the Alik'r Desert had I not met Weltan in a little tavern in Sentinel. Weltan is a Redguard poet whose verse I had read, but only in translation. He chooses to write in the old language of the Redguards, not in Tamrielic. I once asked him why.
The Tamrielic word for the divinely rich child of rot, silky pressed sour milk is cheese, said Weltan, a huge smile spreading like a tide over his lamp-black face. The old Redguard word for it is mluo. Tell me, if you were a poet fluent in both languages, which word would you use? I am a child of the cities, and I would tell him tales of the noise and corruption, wild nights and energy, culture and decadence. He listened with awed appreciation of the city of my birth, white marbled imperial city where all the citizenry are convinced of their importance because of the proximity of the emperor and the lustration of the streets. They say that a beggar on the boulevards of the imperial city is a man living in a palace. Over spiced ale, I regaled Weltan with descriptions of the swarming marketplace of Riverhold, of dark, brooding Mournhold, of the mold-encrusted villas of Lilmoth, the wonderful, dangerous alleys of Hellstrom, the stately avenues of grand old solitude. For all this, he marveled, inquired, and commented. I feel as if I know your home, the Alik'r Desert, from your poems even though I've never been there. I told him. Oh, but you don't. No poem can express the Alik'r. It may prepare you for a visit far better than the best guidebook can. But if you want to know Tamriel and be a true citizen of the planet, you must go and feel the desert yourself. It took me a little over a year to break off engagements, save money, my greatest challenge, and leave the urban life for the Alik'r Desert. I brought several books of Weltan's poems as my travel guide. A sacred flame rises above the fire, the ghosts of great men and women without names. Cities long dead rise and fall in the flame, the Dioscuri song of revelation, bursting walls and deathless rock, fiery sand that heals and destroys. These first 6 lines from my friends on the immortality of dust prepared me for my first image of the Alik'r Desert, though they hardly do it justice. My poor pen cannot duplicate the severity, grandeur, ephemera, and permanence of the Alik'r. All the principalities and boundaries the nations have placed on the land dissolve under the moving sand in the desert. I could never tell if I was in Antiphilos or Bergama, and few of the inhabitants could tell me. For them, and so it came to me, we were simply in the Alik'r. Number. We are part of the Alik'r, that is, closer to the philosophy of the desert people. I saw the sacred flame of which Weltan wrote on my first morning in the desert, a vast red mist that seemed to come from the deep mystery of Tamriel. Long before the noon sun, the mist had disappeared. Then I saw the cities of Weltan.
The ruins of the Alik'r rise from the sand by one blast of the unbounded wind and are covered by the next. Nothing in the desert lasts, but nothing dies forever. At daylight, I hid myself in tents and thought about the central character of the Red Guards that would cause them to adopt this savage, eternal land. They are warriors by nature. As a group, there are none better. Nothing for them has worth unless they have struggled for it. No one fought them for the desert, but the Alik'r is a great foe. The battle goes on. It is a war without rancor, a holy war in the sense the phrase should always imply. By night, I could contemplate the land itself in its relative serenity. But the serenity was superficial. The stones themselves burned with a heat and a light that comes not from the sun, nor the moon's Joan and Jode. The power of the stones comes from the beat of the heart of Tamriel itself. 2 years I spent in the Alik'r. As write this, I am back in Sentinel. We are at war with the kingdom of Daggerfall for the possession of a grass-covered rock that belongs to the water of the Iliac Bay. All my fellow poets, writers, and artists are despondent for the greed and pride that brought these people into battle. It is a low point, a tragedy. In the words of old Redguard, an Ajacia, a spiral down. Yet, I cannot be sorrowful. In the years I spent in the glories of the Alik'r, I have seen the eternal stones that live on while men go dead. I have found my inner I in the trackless, formless, changeless, and changeable land. Inspiration and hope, like the stones of the desert, are eternal, though men be not. From the memory stone of Makala Leki. This is a faithful reproduction of the thoughts recorded in Makala Leki's memory stone, found in the Bankarai Pass, in the year of reckoning 1, E973. 7 years before the fall of Orsinium, due to the combined efforts of the armies of Daggerfall, Sentinel, and the Order of Diagna. Almost all of this is in the first person, as Makala was unfamiliar with the protocols and scholarly formalities of recording herself into a memory stone. Nonetheless, her heroism and heroic deeds live on, her memories fresh in the stone for all to feel and hear. I wonder if this will really work. The Mages Guild took me for 25,000 gold crowns if it doesn't. Imagine. This stone will record my thoughts? What did they say? Just unwrap it from the silver foil and leather bag, and as soon as it touches my flesh, it will begin to record. Oh, the pain. I must block it out. No one would want to hold my stone and hear my thoughts if I let it record my pain. Thank the Ebonarm and the training I received in the Hall of the Virtues of War. I can block out this pain. There, it's walled off. Yes, I can still see it there just beyond my consciousness, lurking like a hungry wolf, a wolf that will soon consume me. I see also my inevitable death from these damned wounds. No potions left, the healing crystal and ring are used up, and me, with not even magic enough to light a candle. Oh, but the gods did give me other gifts, the gift of sword singing, the thrill of battle, Frandar Hunding's Book of Circles, the Way of the Sword. Ah, but then, that is my story, I get ahead of myself. I am Makala Leki, a warrior, a sword singer, a second-level Ansei. In my cradle I could form the Shehai, the spirit sword, the mystical blade, mine formed of pure thought serpents intertwined with vines of roses to form the blade as beautiful as... but I'm about to tell you all about that, to tell you my story, a story of valiant battle, of my loves, of my wars, of betrayal, and of this last glorious victory, to tell you of how I came to this distant, lonely pass, me and 5 companions, to fight these men and monsters, to defeat the army that would fall on my people like cowards in the night. But again, I get ahead of myself. I am a simple warrior. I grew up as a maiden of the Spirit Blade. As early as I can remember, I wanted to be a singer, to feel the hunger of the blade in my hands, to feel it come alive and take my enemies. I am told our people were artisans and poets long ago in our desert homes. Here in New Home, now known as Hammerfell, many of us have returned to those ancient ways. But to me there is but one way.
the way of the sword. This is hard to tell. I grew up in my noble family, the only one of 3 brothers and 2 sisters that felt the calling, the song of the sword. Father understood, for he too had felt the call. He had become a master, an ansei long before settling down within our estate to raise a family. At 11, I entered the Hall of the Virtues of War and joined the Maidens of the Spirit Sword. In my band there were 6 of us, Daring Julia, Solid Padia, Big Kadi, Svelte Segula, Wise Zell, and me. All are gone now, save me, and soon I will join them. Join them in the halls of the unknown gods of war. We drank together, we fought, we wept, we grew in the way of the sword. We joined in our learnings in the hall with our brothers of the blade. Learning from each other, we all sat at the feet of the hall master, striving to learn the depths of the Shehai, making the spirit blade into a real weapon as Frandar Hunding had. Only a few have the purity of heart and virtue to be able to take the step and learn the mysteries of Ansei. Sword sainthood. Somehow, of all the brothers and the maidens, I only possessed the unique qualities, the faint but strong enough flicker of magicka to call forth the Shehai. Many times I called it. Seldom would it become substantial enough to be a weapon. To be an Ansei of the first level, you just need to be able to call it. And that I could, so I became the first Ansei from our local hall in 2 generations. Oh, I have so much to tell, so many memories, so many treasures to share with you, my unknown companion. How do I start? The pain is still out there lurking hungry, slowly consuming what's left of me. I guess I had better tell of the final battle, the one that has left me here. And then if I have the will left, tell you of my life, of my love, Ralph. Oh, what a lad he was. What times we shared. Ebenarm, forgive me. My mind wanders. Let me go to the final battle. To start in the middle hum. Yes, we maidens grew, learned, mastered the way, and upon completing the walkabout. To you who are not singers, this is a wilderness trek emulating the times of Frandar Hunding, where we each wander the countryside righting wrongs, defeating monsters, performing quests in the name of virtue. Some of us in our hall took years to finish. Always there is danger. We 6 maidens each returned in our own good time, but many are they who do not live to return from the walkabout. We returned, each to our own lives, to meet in the hall once a week to tell our stories to the new maidens and brothers, and to perform as instructors in the way of the sword. All was well, till the night of the mid-year festival. All our people were reveling and, enjoying the repast. But for we 6 maidens, it happened that the festival day fell on our day of meeting in the hall, our day of prayer and fasting in honor to the way of the sword. As we met, late into the night, a knocking rang on our door. When I opened, there was a guardian the Bankarai Pass in the Rothgarian Mountains, wounded and near death. He told us of betrayal from the north, an invasion sponsored by the Crystal Tower of High Rock, led by King Joyle of Daggerfall, our ally in the war with Orsinium. Quickly we used up a crystal of healing in restoring him to vitality. We sent him on to the king, while we 6 grabbed our weapons and armor of power, and as many potions, marks, and crystals and rings as we could carry. We flew to the pass, hoping upon hope that we would not be too late. Our journey was not in vain, for we arrived just at the very point where the last 3 guardians were overwhelmed by the horde. Into the pass we ran, forming the old battle line 6 abreast. Oh, did we fight! The song of the sword was a joyous noise, slicing through the ranks of evil. We fought for hours. Julia was the first to fall, a cowardly poisoned dagger finding a rent in her armor. Then one by one all fell, save me. Oh, cruel Ebenarm. Then my beloved sword, the sword of my father, the one with the serpent's crest, fashioned by the master sword smith-singer Tansal, broke in my hands. All was lost, our 6 lives spent in vain. Now many of them would pour through the pass. I would be easy prey for them, like a newborn child. I wept in frustration.
Then, I remembered the hearth in our home. The book, Frandar Hunding's Book of Circles, The Way of Strategy. I reached for the Shehai, the spirit sword, that which I could never reliably form when I needed it, and behold, it was alive with fire. It formed in my hand, ablaze with power. Oh, I slew mightily, right and left, like a scythe through wheat. All the way to the Lord of the Tower I fought. With one blow, I cut his magical armor asunder. One more took his head. But to do that deed cost me dearly, wounds by the dozen. For although I had magical armor, it was not formed of spirit like my blade. It was not as invincible as my blade or my own spirit, and I was sorely wounded. With the felling of King Joil, his army crumbled. They fled before my wrath. All ran back through the pass, not even pausing to collect their dead and wounded. All who could stand ran for their lives, and I slew all I could reach. But my breath was coming short, and the pain. Finally, I rested on this rock where you find me now. I don't know why I chanced to bring this stone along. I bought it on a whim, really, with the loot from... well, I guess I need to really stop and tell my story in order. I feel able to go on to tell you more. The eternal night is descending more slowly than I thought. Not just yet. Am I ready to compose my death poem? A little sip of water and... well, I think I will go back and tell you of my life. Maybe some details about the battle. And oh yes, about Ralph and our children. Where will I start? Oh, I am a simple warrior. I grew up as a maiden of the spirit blade, as early as I can. Remember, invocation of Azura, Daggerfall, Sigilla Parate. For 300 years I have been a priestess of Azura, the Daedric prince of Moonshadow, mother of the rose, and queen of the night sky. Every Hogatham, which we celebrate on the 21st of First Seed, we summon her for guidance, and to give up beautiful things to her majesty. She is a cruel but wise mistress. We do not invoke her on any Hogatham troubled by thunderstorms, for those nights belong to the Mad One, Sheogorath, even if they do coincide with Hogitham. Azura understands our caution. We may summon her on other dates also, and she quite often responds. The only days we are forbidden to invoke her are those prescribed to one of the other 15 princes, the 1st and the 13th of Morning Star, the 2nd and the 14th of Morning Star, the 3rd and the 15th of Morning Star, the 16th of Sun's Dawn, the 5th of First Seed, the 9th of Rain's Hand, the 9th of Second Seed, the 5th of Mid-Year, the 10th of Sun's Height, the 3rd of Hearthfire, the 8th and the 13th of Frostfall, the 2nd and 20th of Sun's Dusk, and the 20th of Evening Star. I know who is summoned on the 3rd of Hearthfire, the 2nd of Sun's Dusk, and the 20th of Evening Star, but I am not certain of the others. It is enough that Azura has forbidden those dates. Azura's invocation is a very personal one. I have been the priestess of 3 other Daedric princes, but Azura values the quality of her worshippers, the truth behind our adoration of her and them. When I was a dark elven maiden of 16, I joined my grandmother's coven, worshippers of Molag Bal, the schemer prince. Blackmail, extortion, and bribery are as much the weapons of the witches of Molag Bal as magic is. The invocation of Molag Bal is held on the 20th of Evening Star, except in stormy weather. This ceremony is seldom missed, but Molag Bal often appears to his cultists in mortal guise on other dates. When my grandmother died in an attempt to poison the heir of Firewatch, I re-examined my faith in the cult. My brother was a warlock of the cult of Boethia, and from what he told me, the Dark Warrior was closer to my spirit than the treacherous Molag Bal. Boethia is a warrior prince who acts more overtly than any other Daedra. After years of skulking and scheming, It felt good to perform acts for my mistress, which had immediate consequences. Besides, I liked that Boethia is a Daedra of the Dark Elves. Our cult would summon her on the day we called the Gauntlet, the 2nd of Sun's Dusk. Bloody competitions would be held in her honor, and the duels and battles would continue until 9 cultists were killed at the hands of other cultists. Boethia cared little for her cultists. She only cared about our blood. I do think I saw her smile when I accidentally slew my brother in a spar. My horror, I think, greatly pleased her. I left the cult soon after that. Boethia was too impersonal for me, too cold. I wanted a master of greater depth than she. For the next 18 years of my life, I worshipped no one. I read and researched. It was in an old and profane tome I came upon the name of Nocturnal. Nocturnal the Night Mistress. Nocturnal the Unfathomable. As the book prescribed, I called to her on her holy day, the 3rd of Hearthfire. At last, I had found the personal mistress I had so long desired. I strove to understand her labyrinthine philosophy, the source of her mysterious pain. Everything about her was dark and shrouded, even the way she spoke and the acts she required of me. It took years for me to understand the simple fact that I could never understand Nocturnal. Her mystery was as essential to her as savagery was to Boethia, or treachery was to Molag Bal. To understand Nocturnal is to negate her, to pull back the curtains in her realm of darkness. As much as I loved her, I recognized the futility of unraveling her enigmas. I turned instead to her sister, Azura. Azura is the only Daedra prince I have ever worshipped who seems to care about her cultists. Molag Bal wanted my mind, Boethia wanted my arms, and Nocturnal, perhaps my curiosity. Azura wants all of that, and our love. Not our abject slavering, but our honest and genuine love in all its forms. It is important to her that our emotions are engaged, and our love must also be directed inward. If we love her and hate ourselves, she feels our pain. I will have no other mistress. Greywaj and the Harpies. Tydesus. On the 12th of Hearthfire every year, the people of the Hammerfell Township and Barony of Laneland celebrate Riglametha. Riglametha in the Banthan dialect of the ancient Redguard tongue means grateful offering, and is a festival of the graces the gods have granted the people of Laneland over the centuries. Tradition dictates the performance of a number of plays about the great moments from Laneland's past, and one of the most popular is Greywaj, which may be translated as the crows who were punished, or the crows who punish. Old Redguard is somewhat vague with its objective case. The story of Greywaj, as any Laneland child will tell you, is of the wicked sisterhood of Daedra worshippers who craft lies, curses, murders, and suicides to hurt the people of Laneland. Most of all, they use their beauty as a weapon to drive men to mayhem. Their leader, the temptress Noctir A, seduces the unnamed Baron of Laneland and is about to force him to commit suicide to prove his love. When the Baroness arrives, the Baroness tricks Noctir A into wearing a beautiful white robe from the Baroness's closet. See how the robe glows with the luminescence of pearl, but the inside is soft, feathered with down. Noctir A puts on the robe and the trap is sprung. The robe is magical and transforms Noctir A into a giant black bird. The Baron, no longer enchanted, slays the great bird and calls in his cook. The sisterhood has, by this time, taken over Laneland Castle and turned it into a orgy-filled den of decadence. At the height of their frenzied debauch, the cook arrives with an enormous roast to keep their energy high. They dig into the deliciously prepared meal, and at the crescendo of their gorging, the Baron and Baroness appear to tell them all that they have just devoured their leader, Noctir A. The women scream and caw, and suddenly they too are transformed by the magic of the robe into harpies, vicious half-bird creatures. The interesting thing about Greywaj from a scholarly perspective
is how much the story has changed and continues to change over the years. In some versions of the story, Nocturne is an innocent peasant seamstress, and it is the Baroness who is the cruel and wicked leader of the Harpies. Nocturne prays to Dibella and is given the charm to make the magical robe, and she and the Baron live happily ever after, once the Harpies have feasted on the transformed Baroness. During the long reign of the Virgin Baroness of Lainlin, Viana the Pure, 2E120 to E148, the Baron was portrayed as a willing conspirator of Nocturne. The Harpies thus have two birds to dine on. It is unlikely that trying to find the truth in the story is profitable research. Harpies are indeed a common nuisance in the Iliac Bay, particularly around Lainlin. They do have their own tongue, and the few who have mastered it and not been devoured by their interviewees suggest that the Harpies have no more idea about their origins than we do. In a different vein, one of the best known of the Daedra princes is named Nocturnal, who is often portrayed as a beautiful dark woman holding two black crows. It is not a difficult etymologic trick to derive the name Nocturne from nocturnal, or vice versa. The Fall of the Usurper. Palo Ilthra. The people of Dwinnen celebrate Othroctide every 5th of Sun's dawn, the date when, according to legend, a man emerged from the wilderness of High Rock and defeated the undead of Castle Whitemore to become the first Baron of Dwinnen. Few people believe the legend anymore, but there most certainly was a Baron Othrock of Dwinnen who was destined to become one of true heroes of High Rock, if not all Tamriel. The legend, as most any Dwinnen child will tell you, is that years and years ago, archivists have agreed to the year 3 E253. The people of Dwinnen were ruled by a lich, and its armies of zombies, ghosts, vampires, and skeletons. Othrock was blessed with by gods and given an army of men and animals to destroy the dead. He brought peace and prosperity to the land, growing more powerful as the land improved. Years later, he led the tiny barony against the Cameron usurper and saved all of Tamriel. How much credit the Baron ought to receive for the defeat of the Cameron usurper has been debated, but it is an uncontestable fact that in the year 3E267, the Cameron usurper's relentless move north through High Rock was halted around the area of contemporary Dwinnen. Dwinnen is actually larger than it was in the first Baron's day. It did not in fact have a seaport, but the Battle of Firewaves was a coastal battle. The fact that the battle probably did not occur in Dwinnen does not in itself belittle the Baron's participation in it. The Cameron usurper had conquered Hammerfell and Valenwood by means of a large army, which by legend consisted entirely of undead and Daedra, but was mostly composed of red guards and wood elves. In all probability, the usurper summoned the Daedra and undead in Arenthia, and slowly replaced the original summoned creatures with the armies of his conquered territories. Most armies of Valenwood have been historically mercenary. Word of the usurper's conquests reached High Rock in early 266, but preparations to repel the invasion did not begin until early the following year. Historians attribute two factors to High Rock's hesitancy. The primary powers of the Bay were ruled by particularly inept monarchs. Wayrest and Sentinel both had kings in their minority, and Daggerfall was torn by contention between Helena and her cousin Gelatha. The Lord of Reich Gradkeep, now Anticlair, was deathly ill through 266 and finally died at the end of the year. There were, in short, no leaders to unite the province against the usurper. Of the leaders with any influence, at least 8, the 8 traitors of legend, made secret allegiances with the usurper to protect their lands. The secondary reason for the lethargy of High Rock had to do with the depth of relations between the province and the Septim Empire. For the first time since the beginning of the dynasty, an emperor ruled Tamriel who was neither Breton nor had spent any of his childhood in High Rock. The difference between Sepphoris II and his cousin Uriel IV, who preceded him, was appalling to the people of High Rock. Even mad emperors like Pelagius III revered the Bretons over all other races, and cousins and younger siblings of the emperors have ruled in High Rock since the foundation of the empire. Sepphoris was a Nord with Skyrim and Morrowind sympathies. The attitude of the common men of High Rock was sympathetic toward the Cameron usurper as an archfoe of this hated emperor. The Baron and his less legendary allies, the rulers of Ichelon, Phrygia, and Cambria, changed this favorable perception. News of the usurper's barbaric treatment of captives and abuse of conquered lands, mostly true, spread rapidly through their territories, and then to other neutral lands. Within a few months, the greatest navy ever combined organized along the high rock edge of the Iliac Bay. Only the navy of Uriel Fee's ill-fated invasion of Akavir was comparable. How the combined forces of High Rock defeated the endless army of the Cameron usurper is certainly worthy of a lengthy book in itself, and perhaps it is best left to the public imagination. Certainly the weather worked against the usurper, which is reason in itself to attribute divine intervention. Baron Othrok's divine purpose is the central theme to Othroctide after all. And as the poet Brayloka wrote, to find the facts, the wisest always look first to the fiction. The madness of Pelagius. Sathanes. The man who would be emperor of all Tamriel was born Thoris Pelagius Septim, a prince of the royal family of Wayrest, in 3 119 at the end of the glorious reign of his uncle Antiochus I. Wayrest had been showered by much preference during the years before Pelagius's birth, for King Magnus was Antiochus's favorite brother. It is hard to say when Pelagius's madness first manifested itself, for in truth, the first 10 years of his life were marked by such insanity in the land itself. When Pelagius was just over a year old, Antiochus died, and a daughter, Kintyra, assumed the throne to the acclaim of all. Kintyra II was Pelagius's cousin, and an accomplished mystic and sorceress. If she had sufficient means to peer into the future, she would have surely fled the palace. The story of the War of the Red Diamond has been told in many other scholarly journals, but as most historians agree, Kintyra II's reign was usurped by her and Pelagius's cousin Uriel, by the power of his mother, Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. The year after her coronation, Kintyra was trapped in Glenpoint and imprisoned in the imperial dungeons there. All of Tamriel exploded into warfare as Prince Uriel took the throne as Uriel III, and High Rock, because of the imprisoned empress's presence there, was the location of some of the bloodiest battles. Pelagius's father, King Magnus, allied himself with his brother Sepphoris against the usurper emperor, and brought the wrath of Uriel III and Queen Potema down on Wayrest. Pelagius, his brothers and sisters, and his mother Uthala fled to the Isle of Balfiera. Uthala was of the line of Direni, and her family manse is still located on that ancient isle even to this day. There is thankfully much written record of Pelagius's childhood in Balfiera recorded by nurses and visitors. All who met him described him as a handsome, personable boy, interested in sport, magic, and music. Even assuming diplomats' lack of candor, Pelagius seemed like, if anything, a blessing to the future of the Septim dynasty. When Pelagius was 8, Sepphoris slew Uriel III at the Battle of Ichidag and proclaimed himself Emperor Sepphoris I. For the next 10 years of his reign, Sepphoris battled Potema. Pelagius's first battle was the Siege of Solitude, which ended with Potema's death and the final end of the war. In gratitude, Sepphoris placed Pelagius on the throne of Solitude. As King of Solitude, Pelagius's eccentricities of behavior began to be noticeable. As a favorite nephew of the emperor, few diplomats to Solitude made critical commentary about Pelagius. For the first 2 years of his reign, Pelagius was at the very least noted for his alarming shifts in weight. 4 months after taking the throne, a diplomat from Ebonheart called Pelagius a hale and hearty soul with a heart so big it widens his waist. 5 months after that, the visiting princess of Firsthold wrote to her brother that The kings gripped my hand, and it felt like I was being clutched by a skeleton. Pelagius is greatly emaciated indeed. Sepphoris never married and died childless 3 years after the Siege of Solitude. As the only surviving sibling, Pelagius' father Magnus left the throne of Wayrest and took residence at the imperial city as the Emperor Magnus I. Magnus was elderly, and Pelagius was his oldest living child, so the attention of Tamriel focused on Sentinel. By this time, Pelagius' bizarrities were becoming infamous. There are many legends about his acts as king of Sentinel, but few well-documented cases exist. It is known that Pelagius locked the young princes and princesses of Silvanar in his room with him, only releasing them when an unsigned declaration of war was slipped under the door. When he tore off his clothes during a speech he was giving at a local festival, his advisors apparently decided to watch him more carefully. On the orders of Magnus, Pelagius was married to the beautiful heiress of an ancient dark elf noble family, Cataria Ra'athim. Nordic kings who marry dark elves seldom improve their popularity. There are 2 reasons most scholars give for the union. Magnus was trying to cement relations with Ebonheart, where the Ra'athim clan hailed. Ebonheart's neighbor, Mournhold, had been a historical ally of the Empire since the very beginning, and the royal consort of Queen Berenzia had won many battles in the War of the Red Diamond. Ebonheart had a poorly kept secret of aiding Uriel III and Potenna. The other reason for the marriage was more personal. Cataria was as shrewd a diplomat as she was beautiful. If any creature was capable of hiding Pelagius's madness, it was she. On the 8th of 2nd Seed, 3E 145, Magnus I died quietly in his sleep. Jolethi, Pelagius' sister, took over the throne of Solitude, and Pelagius and Cataria rode to the imperial city to be crowned Emperor and Empress of Tamriel. It is said that Pelagius fainted when the crown was placed on his head, but Cataria held him up so only those closest to the thrones could see what had happened. Like so many Pelagius stories, this cannot be verified. Pelagius III never truly ruled Tamriel. Cataria and the Elder Council made all the decisions and only tried to keep Pelagius from embarrassing all. Still, stories of Pelagius III's reign exist. It was said that when the Argonian ambassador from Blackrose came to court, Pelagius insisted on speaking in all grunts and squeaks, as that was the Argonians' natural language. It is known that Pelagius was obsessed with cleanliness, and many guests reported waking to the noise of an early morning scrub down of the imperial palace. The legend of Pelagius, while inspecting the servants' work, suddenly defecating on the floor to give them something to do, is probably apocryphal. When Pelagius began actually biting and attacking visitors to the imperial palace, it was decided to send him to a private asylum. Cataria was proclaimed regent 2 years after Pelagius took the throne. For the next 6 years, the emperor stayed in a series of institutions and asylums. Traitors to the empire have many lies to spread about this period. Whispered stories of hideous experiments and tortures performed on Pelagius have almost become accepted as fact. The noble lady Cataria became pregnant shortly after the emperor was sent away, and rumors of infidelity and, even more absurd, conspiracies to keep the sane emperor locked away ran amok. As Cataria proved, her pregnancy came about after a visit to her husband's cell. With no other evidence, as loyal subjects, we are bound to accept the empress's word on the matter. Her second child, who would reign for many years as Uriel IV, was the child of her union with her consort, Lariat, and publicly acknowledged as such. On a warm night in Sun's Dawn, in his 34th year, Pelagius III died after a brief fever in his cell at the Temple of Kinnereth in the Isle of Bethany. Cataria I reigned for another 46 years before passing the scepter onto the only child she had with Pelagius Cassander. Pelagius' wild behavior has made him perversely dear to the province of his birth and death. The second of Sun's Dawn, which may or may not be the anniversary of his death, records are not very clear, is celebrated at Mad Pelagius, the time when foolishness of all sorts is encouraged, and so one of the least desirable emperors in the history of the Septim dynasty has become one of the most famous ones.
Of Geoffrey. Anonymous. When the elven folk walked the land alone and sang songs of power amongst the trees and stars, Geoffrey the singer walked with them. Geoffrey gave heed to the nature of the forests and delighted in the gurgling streams and brooks. It was Geoffrey who taught the birds to sing their songs of the seasons, and he that taught the streams the tinkling ethereal tune. The very trees are said to have moved close to hear him sing on the warm summer nights of those elder days. It was in this time that the first great ballads of the elves were made, crafted from the songs that Geoffrey taught to the sylvan youth who frolicked to his lively tunes and ballads of nature and the unspoiled forest. In truth, he is worshipped as god of song and forest. In Valenwood, Geoffrey is considered one of the major sylvan gods, with temples and altars in the deep woodland places. Elven tradition holds that children with a gift for song have been blessed by Geoffrey himself. Legend has it he blessed the wood elves with a natural affinity for nature, and particularly the forest. Most wood elven rangers worship Geoffrey. It was his great eagerness for natural beauty that led him to the Isle of Somerset. He taught the great seabirds to sing and molded the crash of wave against beach into a song of whispers and power. It is said by the high elves that Geoffrey hears and sees all within distance of water, whether it be beach, brook, stream, or fall. It is further said that the very birds keep watch for Geoffrey, in repayment for the songs he taught them. It is further said he blessed the high elves with a beauty to match the beauty of their island home. The dark elves have a legend that Geoffrey walked the earth before the first day, and in the light of the stars, weaved a song so beautiful that the very stars moved to its sway. Some of the stars to this very day still wink and blink in memory of the song of night and darkness. Due to his influence, most, if not all, elven bards pay homage to Geoffrey. The natural order of things is the basis for Geoffrey's temples in Valenwood and the Somerset Isle. The one thing Geoffrey will not tolerate is the harmful manipulation of the natural order of things. Mara's tear. Jen. Well, children, if you all gather round and sit quietly, I'll tell you the story of Mara's tear and Shandar's sorrow. Long, long ago, long before your grandmother and I were born, long ago, there were two young children growing up in a village far, far from here. They played together and ran through the woods together, exploring their little world and learning to see things through each other's eyes. This was very different from their parents because Shandar was the son of Maldor, who was captured in a war and forced to work as a slave for the village baron. Their village and another both needed the land between them to feed the villagers, and fought until many of the villagers died. Maldor was wounded in battle and left for dead by his fellows. He was captured and forced to work in the fields as punishment. Shandar was not allowed to play with Mara, but she was very small, and the other children didn't like to play with her. So she played with Shandar against her father's command, and they learned that they were really not very different at all. They couldn't understand why their parents hated each other so. Well, Shandar and Mara played together for many years, and learned to love each other as they grew up. They knew that they couldn't let their parents know, because it was forbidden for them ever to marry, since they were from different villages, and the war was still going on. They tried and tried to figure out how they could be happy together, and finally decided that they must run away from their village. They would try to make a new life for themselves in another village, far, far away from where they grew up. One night, while planning their escape, they were discovered by the town guards. Shandar tried to fight them, but they tied him up and dragged him away to the prison inside town. Mara was taken home, and her father was very angry with her, and told her that she could not leave their home again. He went to the house of another farmer, and asked if their son would marry Mara, so that she could never see Shandar again. The marriage was planned for the next week. Shandar, meanwhile, was to be killed for daring to be with Mara. He was beaten, and placed in a stockade. He was placed in a stockade, and they were to hang him the next day. When Mara found out that Shandar was to be killed, she knew that she could never live without him, and climbed out her window and ran into the woods, crying and crying. She ran and ran, and soon was lost. It was very dark, because back then they did not have any moons in the sky back then to make it safe for little boys and girls. Soon she found herself in a part of the woods she had never been before, and sat down on a rock since she was very tired. Well, the rock was a secret entrance to a cave where a very mean orc lived. When he came back from his hunting, he found Mara curled up asleep on his rock, and thought to himself, a tasty little girl. I shall save her for my breakfast. He grabbed her and took her into his cave, moving the rock back so that she could not escape. She was sure to die, and tried to escape, but the evil orc just laughed and laughed at her, until she finally gave up. When the villagers found out that Mara had run off, they were very worried. No one knew the woods very well, and all were afraid of the evil orc that lived there. Only Shandar was not afraid, and he begged and begged for the Baron to set him free, so that he could go look for Mara. The Baron finally decided to let Shandar go, for no one else was brave enough to go and rescue Mara. So Shandar was set free, and he set off into the woods to go and rescue her. Shandar searched and searched, but could not find poor Mara. Finally, he sat down on a rock to rest for a moment, and as he sat down, he noticed a piece of cloth under the rock. It was a piece from Mara's cloak. He realized that she must be under the rock somehow, and knew that the orc had captured her. He pushed and pushed on the rock, and finally was able to roll it aside. He climbed down into the orc's cave, but it was very dark and he could not see anything. The evil orc, when he heard his front door moving, hid in the shadows to see what was coming into his home. When he saw that it was just a little man-boy, he grinned to himself and thought, "Now I have lunch too." When Shandar came near, the orc grabbed him and began to squeeze the life out of him. Back in the village, the people soon realized that they were foolish to let a young man go off into the woods by himself. They gathered all of their weapons and set off to find the two lost children. When they finally came upon the clearing near the orc's cave, they saw a strange and wondrous sight. A slain orc near the entrance to the cave, and Mara holding the head of poor Shandar in her lap. Shandar had killed the orc, but not before the it gave Shandar a mortal wound. Mara's tears flowed freely from her eyes and splashed upon Shandar's face, reflecting the light from the villagers' torches. Shandar was filled with sorrow at the thought that he had saved Mara, only to lose her because of his own impending death from the battle with the orc. He cried out to Mara's namesake, the goddess of love, to help them. The goddess Mara recognized their true love and wept at their loss. Not having power over death, she could do nothing to save Shandar, but she knew that she could not let their love die. She reached down from the heavens and picked up Mara and Shandar in her arms and placed them high in the heavens. They could be together always and provide light in the dark night to others so that they may be safe from the evils in the world. The villagers were amazed at this sight and vowed to honor the love of Shandar and Mara by learning more about themselves and their neighbors, so that the war that had been going on, as long as anyone could remember, would end. Shandar's sacrifice for the one he loved showed them that he was worthy of their respect, and that those from his village were just as proud and worthy as themselves. And that's why, children, every night we can see Mara's tear and Shandar's sorrow spending their lives together high in the heavens, lighting the way for all the little boys and girls like you.
Wabbajack. Little boys shouldn't summon up the forces of eternal darkness unless they have an adult supervising. I know. But on that sunny night on the 5th of First Seed, I didn't want an adult. I wanted Hermaeus Mora, the Daedra of knowledge, learning, gums, and varnishes. You see, I was told by a beautiful, large-breasted man who lived under the library in my hometown that the fifth of first seed was Hermaeus Mora's night, and if I wanted the Agma Infinium, the Book of Knowledge, I had to summon him. When you're the new king of solitude, every bit of knowledge helps. Normally you need a witch's coven or a mage's guild, or at least matching pillowcase and sheets to invoke a prince of oblivion. The man under the library showed me how to do it myself. He told me to wait until the storm was at its height before shaving the cat. I've forgotten the rest of the ceremony. It doesn't matter.
Someone appeared who I thought was Hermaeus Mora. The only thing that made me somewhat suspicious was Hermaeus Mora, from what I read, was a big, blobby, multi-eyed, clawed monstrosity. And this guy looked like a waistcoated banker. Also, he kept calling himself Sheogorath, not Hermaeus Mora. Still, I was so happy to have successfully summoned Hermaeus Mora. These inconsistencies did not bother me. He had me do some things that didn't make any sense to me, beyond the mortal scope, breadth, and ken, I suppose. And then his servant happily gave me something he called the Wabbajack. Wabbajack, 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 Wabbajack.
Maybe the Wabbajack is the Book of Knowledge. Maybe I'm smarter because I know cats can be bats, can be rats, can be hats, can be gnats, can be that's, can be thissies. And that doors can be bores, can be snores, can be floors, can be roars, can be spores, can be yours, can be mine. I must be smart, for the interconnective system is very clear to me. Then why, or wherefore do people keep calling me mad? Wabbajack, Wabbajack, Wabbajack.
The Ebon Arm. The ground shakes. The great armies continue to wage their unrelenting battle. The battlefield is red. The rivers flow crimson. The sky reflects a deep pink. In the distance, lightning flashes and thunder sounds. Two huge ravens begin circling the field. Their blackness is vibrant against the various shades of red in this vista of death and suffering. The bright flashes of light and rumbling begin to increase. The redness surrounding the battlefield begins giving way to a golden glow from the east, almost like a summer's setting sun. From the false sunset, a massive golden stallion and single rider approach. All become suddenly still on the field of battle as both sides recognize Raymond Ebonarm, god of war, and the companion and protector of all warriors, also known as the Black Knight, and his mighty steed, War Master. He rides into the middle of the blood-soaked field and dismounts. He is a very imposing figure. His very tall and heavily muscled body is encased in ebony armor. His ebony helmet does not hide the flowing reddish-blonde hair and beard which appear almost as shimmering gold, nor does it shield the steel-blue eyes that seem to pierce all they fall upon. In his left hand he carries a massive ebony tower shield on which is emblazoned a fiery red rose. As he raises his right arm, all see an arm and a magnificent ebony blade, which are extensions of each other. The fused arm and sword are a result and symbol of the wounds suffered by this god during titanic battles in the youth of this world. The ravens come to rest on his shoulders, and as the point of the ebony blade seemingly touches the sky, lightning flashes, thunder roars. Then total quiet descends, and a shudder rolls through both armies. The leaders of both armies approach Raymond Ebonarm and kneel. In turn, they tell their reasons for this war. Each asks for the favor of the Black Knight for their cause. Raymond Ebonarm listens, but there is no acknowledgement that he has chosen to favor one side or the other in this fight. However, each of the leaders has heard the other state his position, and each now knows that this war is baseless. They embrace and turn to their armies. They instruct their forces to bury their dead, tend their wounded, and return to their homes. Raymond Ebonarm mounts his great golden stallion, War Master, and again raises the ebony blade skyward and extends the huge rose-emblazoned ebony shield to both armies. A massive chorus of cheers rises from the armies. The ravens again take to the air. Lightning and thunder follow him as he rides into the sunset, followed by the two birds. The armies do as they have been bidden.
They care for their wounded and bury their dead. As they retreat towards their homes, each warrior is sure that the great god Ramon Ebenarm, the Black Knight, has responded to their individual prayers for intervention. Each side has won, neither has lost. As the armies depart the field, the rivers begin to run clear, and a single red rose begins to bloom near the grave of a fallen hero. The first scroll of Ba'an-Dar, the Arcan. What follows is a translation of the first fragment from a series of vellum scrolls found in 3 alabaster jars sealed in a cave. The discoverer was a nomad wanderer somewhere on the shores of Lake Vred in the province of Elsewire. I can neither vouch for nor deny its authenticity or veracity, only that the scrolls, as such, do exist. Read and judge for yourself. Ba'an-Dar, the legend, thief, warlock, shadow master, ruthless assassin, undying avenger, dark god, robber baron, mastermind of nefarious plots. All these things and more are the legendary Ba'an-Dar, he who is called the bandit god. But what is the truth? Ba'an-Dar, the man is a much more simple and complex being. I pen this tale as I slowly die of old age and a mortifying arrow wound. I cannot decide if the truth will add to or subtract from the legend that is Ba'an-Dar, nor if the original Ba'an-Dar would want the truth to be known. Therefore, I will leave this tale hidden when I am done and gone, and let fate, which was ever Ba'an-Dar's true master and motivator, decide. I was a child of 12 seasons when I first met Ba'an-Dar, orphan of a slaver raid during one of the many interprovincial border wars, living by my quick wits, nimble fingers, and the grace of Lady Luck in the back alleys and byways of my birth city. I had just liberated a loaf of bread and a few small apples from a local street vendor in the bazaar on the edge of the city near the tumbled outer wall, and had withdrawn down an ill-lit alley to feast on my bounty when I was beset by an older band of my ilk, the older and lazier variety which were wont to engage in the easier and less dangerous art of stealing from the stealers. There were 5 of the bully boys who had decided they were more deserving of my booty than I, and they were beating me half to death with staves in between bites and laughter at the time. Lying on the ground curled up into as tight a ball as I could manage, trying to protect my head and groin, I heard a quiet voice ask if they were not more suited to go down to the wharf and take food from your brother rats, or would you care to try your tricks on game a bit more your size and number? Since my companions had become otherwise engaged with the newcomer and had for the nonce ceased thumping, kicking, and cuffing at me, I looked up to see a dark shadow of boots, cloak, and chainmail hood leaning against the wall at the end of the alleyway. The others, being what they were, took this as a challenge to their manhood, an easy prey to their superior number, with a promise of coin of the realm as added reward. Else the first part would have been overlooked. The leader of my band of playmates suggested that the stranger take a leap off the mentioned wharf unless he wished to join me there when they were done with their evening meal. Having drawn chuckles and courage from his underlings, he then proceeded forward with staff at high port. I'm not quite sure exactly what followed, but within a short space of time, Lead Bully was lying in the dirt with a thrown dagger in his chest. Number 2 Bully had lost 3 teeth to a boot. I still carry them in a leather pouch as a keepsake. And Number 3 Bully was brought short by his own staff, applied forcefully up between his toes. The 2 big ones, Bullies 4 and 5, thought better of the entertainment and departed rapidly for parts unknown. Ba'an-Dar picked me up, dusted me off, and dragged me round to a near tavern where we shared a meal and a mug. I attempted to thank him for saving my life. How can I ever repay this favor? I asked. His reply was short, to the point, and has driven my actions in life ever since. The proper way to repay a favor is not to pass it on instead. Things having not progressed well along the lines of health, wealth, and welfare for me until that point in my life came upon a sudden change that night. I later learned
along with many other things, that Bandar had decided to take a direct and immediate interest in me, because my situation reminded him very much of the bad start his own life had taken, and the odds he had faced to survive it. On that night, he took me under his wing as a kind of apprentice. He saw to it that I learned weaponcraft and stealth, that I learned to read and write. He took me along when he traveled for the next year. I served as messenger, valet, pack mule, lookout, cook, many things. I saw other towns, cities, races, provinces, and broadened my view and knowledge of the world far beyond belief. He taught me both morals and cold-hearted ruthlessness, and when and how to apply each as the ethics of the situation required. At the end of the year, he gave me good dagger and decent horse, the 3 teeth, and leave, nay command, to make my own way in the world from that day forward. But to remember all I had been given, and to attempt to pass such a gift to another, when and where I should find need and opportunity, that I have done several times, as I assume he has also, and as I hope my various charges have after me, and they theirs. Thus has the legendary Bandar been seen time and again in various lands of our world, at numerous and the same times in days of need. Thus also is the description so very hard to obtain and track. For in truth, there have been, and continue to be, many Bandars in the world. The most valuable lesson he ever taught me was that, for evil to triumph, required not so much that many bad men to do wrong, as for one good man to fail to do what was right. We only hope that our combined and concatenated efforts have produced enough single men and women that will not fail to do the right thing, regardless of current local, morals, laws, religion, creed, or lure of coin of the realm. The legend grows still, of the dark avenging blade on the wings of night that make no sound, the patron saint of the lone wolf, the 1,000 eyes and ears, the 100 arms dire spectful of time or distance. Undying, master of disguise, man of 1,000 faces, shapes and sizes, gentle, rough-edged, gay, stern, all the mystery of the man unknown and undying. Not a single man, nor God at all, but a string of seeds sown upon the land and left to grow into a forest. How to reconcile this truth with the tales of cruelty and the gangs of Bandars or bandits? Some are jealous thieves who take the name only for the cloak of mystery and hope of hiding in its shadow. Others are tales twisted to reverse by those justly served by Bandars unfettered by technicalities of law and custom. Some are backsliders drawn of the true path by temptation and returning to their old ways. Many are the things that any one Bandar cannot answer for, as others did the deeds in the same name. Some are tales of fishwives, made up to scare the child into doing what is wanted. Some are left as part of the mystery that is both cloak and shield to the hidden purposes. A case where the fear of the tale serves to save the need of arms or action. But by and large, the true Bandar is a string of beings taught to act upon what they believe in, and stand to take the yoke of needed action upon their own shoulders. Don't fight if you can avoid blood or war, but if you must make war, do so with all your heart and might. Leave it at threats if threats be enough, but never make threats you are unwilling to carry to conclusion if required. Use all the arts at hand, but ever keep the true purpose in mind. Stand tall, but never forget how to bend your knee to help another. Note: the rest of the scrolls are tales and tellings of various parts of the legend, some as passed from bard to bard, some as the true tales underlying the ballads. These fragments are still to be translated and debated. This fragment, however, contains the kernel of the revelation and the true source of the questions surrounding the Bandar legend. What say you, reader? For myself, I do not know, but God or unrelated string of linked souls is laid out here. I do know that Bandar is a force in our land and lives, and one that gives hope to many that need it, and pause to many I despise. Arkan, scribe of Daggerfall in the year 2, E24, The light in the dark.
The light.
Irek Unterge. Yes, children, it is no accident that this land of Tamriel has been called the Arena. The old man altered his position on the large rock that bore his weight, and straightened his long gray robe. Roomy eyes lost their focus as they gazed out over the sun-warmed valley in the mountains of High Rock. For a moment, he saw a vision of ancient horrors instead of the fresh greenery of spring. A chill washed over his aged bones. Is this a suitable topic for the young and innocent? He asked himself. The young must be taught, but must they learn of such things now when they should be playing in the sunlight? This is a tale for the dreary winter, with the wind howling outside a walled town, and the doors and windows closed and bolted against the blast and cold and other things. He glanced with affection at his two grandchildren, the little tow-headed boy with a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes, even on those rare occasions when sitting quietly, and his older sister. A serene lass, the old man thought, her hair like a dark flame, and her slightly pointed ears were the only obvious signs of elven blood. So like her grandmother, the old man thought. The past is past, and Ishira had brought him so much peace and happiness after a lifetime of battle. He forced his thoughts back to the present. Sorry, children. I was remembering things. Old people do that, you know. Are you going to tell us the story of Jagar Tharn and the Emperor and the Eternal Champion? His grandson asked. That's my favorite. Not exactly, son. They were a part of it, in a way, as are Eirik and Morlin and Edward and Raymond and many others. Even the gods play a part. This is a far older story, and even the priests won't tell it my way. They have their own interpretations, and their fears as well. I'm too old and have seen too much to have any fear left, except that our people will forget. And forgetting is dangerous. So I and a few others carry this tale and try to spread it among the younger generations. You aren't really old enough to understand it all, but I can feel that my end is not far off. I must ask you to remember anyway. In a few years, perhaps, if I still live, we can discuss it again. If not, well, you must seek out others who know, and compare notes. You talk as if you were going to die, Granther. His granddaughter spoke up. That can't happen. You will live forever. Chuckling, I'm afraid not, dear. But I have a little while left. Enough for the story. The children settled back against the bole of a large oak, knowing that the old man could not be hurried. Leaning forward, he began. Long, long ago, before there were any people at all, even before the gods, Tamriel was chosen as a battleground by two things. It is difficult to find words that fit them well. I call them the light and the dark. Others use different names. Good and evil, bird and serpent, order and chaos. None of these names really apply. It suffices that they are opposites, and totally antithetical. Neither is really good or evil, as we know the words. They are immortal since they do not really live, but they do exist. Even the gods and their Daedric enemies are pale reflections of the eternal conflict between them. It's as though their struggle creates energies that distort their surroundings, and those energies are so powerful that life can appear, like an eddy in a stream. Do demons and trolls come from the dark, Grandpa? Not exactly, son. The undead evils we know, and the demons that live on Oblivion, tend to align with the dark. Their natures are more akin to it. Humans and the other peoples of Tamriel, even the misunderstood Dark Elves, are more aligned with the light. Our evils are not always of the dark, but some are, and these are the truly dangerous ones. Jagar Tharn was almost wholly aligned with the dark, and that is really why he was so monstrous. It was not because he was a black mage, as some would have it. Did his magic come from the dark, Granther? The girl's interest was piqued by mention of magic. Her heritage is beginning to show itself, thought the old man. No, magic power comes directly from the energies swirling about both entities.
These energies are impersonal and all mixed up. Black magic is more a matter of intent than effect. The Mages Guild holds that a fireball, say, directed against a creature intent on causing harm, is not black magic. But the same spell directed at one seeking peace is. In this, they are right. Destruction of a fire daedra strengthens the light and weakens the dark just a little. In the same manner, destruction of a unicorn strengthens the dark. What about the gods? Do they come from the light? The boy's eyes were animated, but tinged with apprehension. He adored stories of the gods and goddesses of Tamriel's pantheon and the heroes who served them.
The old man chuckled. The gods have an unusual origin, if some of the oldest tales are true. The oldest inhabitants of this world, no one seems to be sure what race they were, had a system of myths that they believed in for 1,000 years. The people of Itada believed for so long and so well that their beliefs may, just may, have drawn upon the energies surrounding Tamriel to bring the gods themselves into being. If that is so, the conflict between the light and the dark provided the energy, and the Etadons the structure, that created the gods of Tamriel. No one really knows, since it was so long ago, and so little survives from that time. It no longer matters. The gods have their own existence now, and mostly align with the light, except for a few who are, shall we say, a little ambiguous.
Why do we have to remember, Granther? What is the danger you spoke of? If the light and dark are so big and powerful, can we influence them? Should we try? What should we fight for?
I see that your critical faculties are developing, Solara. That is good. The answer is simple, but quite large enough for mere mortals like us. The light and dark are evenly matched, and perhaps will never resolve their conflict. Mortals and the beings of the Aetherius sometimes can perceive traces of them. Therein lies the danger. To most of us, the light is more congenial, even inspiring, and moves us to behavior that we would call good. To creatures like us, the dark is horrible. Those who have visions of it are often driven mad, and the ones who are not would be better dead. The dark is to us a monstrous emptiness, an emptiness that sucks the soul toward it, to be twisted, maimed, and ultimately destroyed. What we can see of it seems utterly evil. Perhaps somewhere else this would not be so, but in our world, it is. The old man paused to gather his thoughts, gazing once more at the fresh new life of spring. What we must do is never to forget that the dark is always there, beckoning to the weak-souled among us. Should it gain ascendancy over Tamriel, through agents perverted by its awful attraction, terrible things could happen. All that we hold beautiful or desirable, even love itself, would be swept away. Peace and hope would be no more. For Tamriel, that would be the worst possible disaster. What I saw during Jagar's reign nearly killed me, almost destroyed my mind. When he was destroyed, I thought the worst was over, but it was not. The forces of the dark are on the march again, and new heroes must rise to join the Eternal Champion in the fight against them. The old man and the two children sat in silence for several minutes. Finally, the children assisted their grandfather to his feet, and they walked slowly away, toward home and hearth and lunch.
Brown Book of 3E426.
The Brown Book is a yearbook of the affairs of the Telvanni Council of Vardenfell District for 3E426. It lists the current members of the council, their residences, and their representatives in Sadrith Mora. It also chronicles significant events and council actions for the year. Councilors of House Telvanni, Vardenfell District, Imperial Era 426. Archmagister Gothrin, Lord High Magus of Telvanni Council, Vardenfell District, Tower of Tel Arun, East Molag Amor, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Master Arion, Mage Lord of Telvanni Council, Vardenfell District, Tower of Tel Vos, Village of Vos, the Grazelands, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Master Neloth, Mage Lord of Telvanni Council, Vardenfell District, Tower of Tel Naga, Sadrith Mora, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Mistress Dratha, Mage Lord of Telvanni Council, Vardenfell District, Tower of Tel Mora, the Grazelands, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Mistress Thorana, Mage Lord of Telvanni Council, Vardenfell District, Tower of Tel Bernora, Azura's Coast, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Councilor representatives of House Telvanni, Council Hall, Sadrith Mora. For Archmagister Gothran, Mouth Malam Ryan, Mage for Master, Arian, Mouth Arara Uvulas. For Master Neloth, Mouth Raven Omain. For Mistress Thorana, Felisa Ulesen. For Mistress Dratha, Mouth Malam Ryan. Council actions. In response to repeated protests from Duke Dren and representative of the other great houses, Telvanni Council reminded them that, according to ancient law and custom, Telvanni Council places no constraint on the ambitions and enterprise of its individual members. If the Empire or other house councils wish to dispute Telvanni exploration and colonization of the wastes and wildernesses of Vardenfell, they are welcome to do so, with the councilors' best wishes, but Telvanni Council will not contribute its resources or authority to such endeavors. The Council renews its objection to proposals placed before Duke Dren and the Grand Council concerning slavery and slave trading in Vardenfell District. The right to own and trade slaves is guaranteed by the terms of the Treaty of the Armistice, and Telvanni Council will not entertain any discussion of abridgments of those rights. Imperial Charter of the Guild of Fighters. 1. Purpose. The Guild of Fighters provides employment to free swords and mercenaries and contracts to local citizens. Citizens may contract with the Guild for the removal of creatures and pests, the delivery of goods on dangerous routes, the collection of beasts for the arenas, and other duties defined by the Guild stewards. The second authority. The Guild of Fighters was established under the Section 4 of the Guilds Act, and this charter was first confirmed under the Potentate Versidus Shea in the 321st year of the Second Era. Third, rules and procedures. Any member of the Guild of Fighters who strikes or steals from another member shall be expelled from the guild. Readmittance is at the discretion of the guild stewards. Citizens who contract with the Guild of Fighters and have a dispute may appeal first to the guild steward who accepted the contract, and second with the authorities of each province. 4. Membership requirements. The guild selects candidates who are strong and healthy. A candidate must have some proficiency with long blades, axes, blunt weapons, and shields. Guildsmen must be able to use and maintain heavy armor. 5. Applications for membership. Candidates must present themselves to the steward of the guild hall for examination and approval. Attachment A. Fighters Guild chapters in Vardenfell District, Province of Morrowind. Chapters are established in guild-owned freestanding guild halls in the towns of Aldrun and Balmora. The chapter in Sadrith Mora is established in Wolverine Hall under lease from the Telvanni Council. The chapter in Vivec is established in the Foreign Quarter under lease from the Tribunal Temple. For my gods and Emperor. A handbook for the Imperial Cult. What is the Imperial Cult? The missionary arm of the Great Faiths. The Imperial Cult brings divine inspiration and consolation to the Empire's remote provinces. The cults combine the worship of the 9 divines, the Aedra, Akatosh, Dibella, Arche, Zenithar, Mara, Stendar, Kinnereth, and Julianos, and the Talos cult, veneration of the divine god hero Tiber Septim, founder and patron of the Empire. Imperial cult priests provide worship and services for all these gods at imperial shrines and settlements throughout Vardenfell. What is the virtuous life? Our doctrines are simple. We acknowledge the divinity of the 9 divines, Akatosh, Dibella, Arche, Zenithar, Mara, Stendar, Kinnereth, Julianos, and Tiber Septim. We preach the 9 virtues: humility, inspiration, piety, work, compassion, justice, ambition, learning, and civility.
Our emperor is the defender of the faith, and the empire is the worldly working of the divine plan. We pledge aid and comfort to all citizens in need, and serve the emperor and empire at his will. The imperial cults look to the 9 divines as models for living a good and virtuous life. Each of the 9 represents different aspects of life and how it should be lived. But the simplest statement of our doctrines is, help and protect one another. The stronger one is, the wealthier one is, the more one bears responsibility for helping and protecting others. One's first duty, of course, is to one's fellow members of the imperial cult. But after that, one should help and protect any needy persons. We also say, do not harm one another. It is forbidden to attack another person of the imperial cult, and of course forbidden to kill another member. It is forbidden to steal from another member, whether by open theft or by covert pickpocketing. It is forbidden to trespass upon the private property of another member, break any one of these rules, and be expelled from the cult. How can I join the imperial cult? The imperial cult accepts all citizens of good character and earnest faith. We ask only a one-time pledge of 50 drakes to aid us in our good works. Thereafter, the only cost of membership comes when you use our health, healing, and blessing shrines, modest fees, which help us spread the blessings of the 9 to those less fortunate than ourselves. Those who wish to join the imperial cult in Vardenfell will find a warm welcome from our cult greeters. Igfa at Fort Pelagiad, Siloria Ceruleolus at Buckmoth Legion Fort, Somudas Vunis at Moonmoth Legion Fort, Ruchia Conition in the Grand Council Chambers in Ebonheart, or Lalatia Varian in the Imperial Chapels at Ebonheart. What are the requirements for advancement in the imperial cult? Seekers who wish to advance in the service of the 9 must dedicate time and resources to serving the cult, and must strive for personal improvement in their attributes and skills. Only the most distinguished are worthy of advancement to the higher ranks in the imperial cults. To serve and glorify the 9 divines, the faithful must cultivate a noble personality and a strong will, respect the magical arts, especially the colleges of restoration, mysticism, and conjuration. Those who swear to avoid bloodshed, to take the field unarmored, to fight only with blunt weapons, are especially praiseworthy. Knowledge of enchantments and the gift of diplomatic speech are other qualities we value in our initiates. Imperial Cult Services. You can find Imperial Cult Services in Buckmoth Legion Fort, Moonmoth Legion Fort, Pelagiad Legion Fort, Gnisis Legion Fort, Wolverine Hall in Sadrith Mora, Vivek Foreign Quarter, and Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart. Seek training at Wolverine Hall, Buckmoth Fort, Moonmoth Fort, Ebonheart Imperial Chapels, Governor's Hall in Caldera, and Ald Velothi Outpost. Many Imperial Cult locations have healing altars. You may pray at Imperial Cult healing altars and receive blessings which cure common and blight diseases, cure poisons, and restore damaged attributes. Non-members pay 25 drakes. Non-members pay 25 drakes. Newer members pay 10 drakes, while higher-ranking members receive blessings free. Healing altars are found in Vivek Foreign Quarter, Wolverine Hall in Sadrith Mora, Buckmoth Legion Fort, Moonmoth Legion Fort, Pelagiad Legion Fort, Gnisis Legion Fort, and Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart. Opportunities for service. Lay healers gather ingredients for health and healing potions, and minister to the sick and hurt in poor and isolated communities. It is difficult and sometimes dangerous work, but the spiritual rewards are great. Lay healers need only the skills of the prudent traveler, being often on the road and in the wilderness, gathering herbs and potion components. They should avoid trouble where possible, and so need not be masters of the arts of war. Those interested should speak to Sinolian Tunifus at the Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart. Almoners gather alms from members and friends of the faith. We depend on donations to fund most of our good works. Almoners who are successful at bringing in generous donations may rise in the ranks of Imperial Cult's service. Almoners must travel in town and village and should be skilled in persuasion and mercantile matters. Also, almoners with personal wealth are in a position to better serve the cult. Those interested should speak to Eulis Trupter at the Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart. A shrine sergeant helps keep order at the shrines, carries messages and packages, and sometimes escorts priests and lay servants on dangerous missions. This occasional service is ideal for bold, free-spirited adventurers. Shrine sergeants are called upon to serve the Nine with weapon, armor, and spell. New shrine sergeants are given the easiest tasks, but later, missions may demand higher levels of combat proficiency. Those interested should speak to Kay at the Imperial Chapels in Ebonheart.
Oracle's quests are the most demanding of all Imperial cult missions. Only members of the higher ranks are invited to assist the Oracle, and the challenges require the skill and courage found only in heroes of legend. How do the Imperial cults view the other factions of Vardenfell? The Imperial cults have a very close relationship with the Imperial legions, and a friendly and supportive relationship with the Imperial guilds, especially the fighters and mages guilds. We also have a friendly and supportive relationship with House Hlalu, which strongly supports the Emperor and Imperial principles. Though we cannot condone the actions of the Thieves Guild, we praise their faithful dedication to the Emperor and to Imperial culture. The Imperial cults have the greatest respect for the high moral principles of House Redarin and the Morag Tong, and honors their different but noble conceptions of divine inspiration. We disapprove of the primitive heathen beliefs of the Ashlanders, and of the impious and inhumane practices of the Telvanni. The Imperial cult especially disapproves of the practice of slavery, and looks forward to the day when slavery is illegal in all Imperial provinces. The Imperial cult also disapproves of the lawless and greedy Kalmonatong, and their ruthless exploitation of the poor and weak. Historically, our relationship with the Tribunal Temple is difficult and unfriendly. Though the Imperial cults acknowledges the lords and saints of the Temple Pantheon as worthy inspirations, the Temple falsely insists that theirs is the one true faith, and that the Imperial cults worship false gods. Grasping Fortune by Sergio Hlalu Drambero. I am a counselor of House Hlalu and chose to write this short guide for those who seek to understand us or join us. House Hlalu is the most open and modern of the great houses. We are the only great house who has embraced the irresistible tides of imperial law and custom, and thus we have profited by the Empire's new policies, rising from obscurity as the greatest of the houses. In the great wind of progress, tradition cannot stand. The Redarin may surpass us on the field of battle, but when the dust clears, they will find themselves indebted to us. The Telvanni may know many arcane secrets, but they fight among themselves more than against each other, and they cannot adapt to the ways of the Empire. Ancient and powerful though a Telvanni wizard may be, no individual can withstand the march of history. The Indoril are loved by the people for their gifts and donations, but when the money runs dry, will the people remember? The Dres know how to make money, but they have not learned how not to make enemies. Grasp fortune by the forelocks. When you see your chances, seize them. When you see a chance to turn a profit, take it. But do not follow money blindly. There is value in reputation, more than many young Hlalu realize. This value must be carefully balanced against the more tangible coins in any deal. Theft and murder are bad for business. You can steal from someone, but will he trade with you after that? You can't bargain with a dead man. There are many ways to do business. In House Hlalu, you must be fast and agile. You must be able to keep up with business and with the times. You must be able to speak quickly and convincingly. You must be able to trade with the best of merchants and make a profit. You must learn to protect your own property by securing it with hidden chests, locks, and even traps. And when confrontation is unavoidable, it is best to fight quickly in comfortable, light armors with short blades, or to fight from a distance with a marksman's weapons. Then, reader, would you seize this opportunity to join House Hlalu? Would you have yourself be counted among the victors in the race for success? Then, submit yourself for examination at the Balmora Council Manor. If you have the skills, you will be welcome, and if you have the will, you may serve House Hlalu and advance in the ranks, for above all things,
House Hlalu prizes initiative and ambition. Great Houses of Morrowind. In modern times, Morrowind is ruled by 5 great houses: House Hlalu, House Redarin, House Telvanni, House Indoril, and House Drez. Only 3 of these houses have interests in Vardenfell. The 3 great houses on Vardenfell identify themselves by their traditional colors: red for Redarin, yellow for Hlalu, and brown for Telvanni. Thus, members of House Hlalu may be referred to collectively as Yellows.
The Great House's traditions derive from ancient Dunmer clan and tribes, but now function as political parties. Dunmer Great House membership is largely a matter of birth and marriage, but imperial colonists may also become retainers of a Great House, or may be adopted into a Great House. Initially, an outlander may gain status in a house as an oath-bonded hireling, pledging exclusive loyalty to a single house and forsaking ambitions with all other houses. Later, after faithful service and advancement in lower ranks, an outlander may seek adoption into a Great House. Adoption and advancement to higher ranks in a Great House requires that a Great House counselor stand as sponsor for the candidate's character and loyalty. Finding a counselor to sponsor an outlander often involves performing a great service for the prospective sponsor. House Redarin is one of the 3 Dunmer Great Houses, with holdings on Vardenfell. The Redarin prize the virtues of duty, gravity, and piety. Duty is to one's own honor, and to one's family and clan. Gravity is the essential seriousness of life. Life is hard, and events must be judged, endured, and reflected upon with due care and earnestness. Piety is respect for the gods and the virtues they represent. A light, careless life is not worth living. Redarin settlements are designed in the Dunmer village style, built of local materials, with organic curves and undecorated exteriors, inspired by the landscape and by the shells of giant native insects. Redarin villages are typically centered on temple compounds and their courtyards, with huts and trade houses gathered around a central plaza, as in the West Gash village of Gnesis. Alderone, the Redarin district seat, is exceptional, with its distinctive feature being the colossal prehistoric bug shell that has been adapted as the house's council house. As a result of its close relationship with the imperial administration, House Hlalu has emerged as politically and economically dominant among the great houses of Vardenfell and Morrowind. Hlalu welcomes imperial culture and law, imperial legions and bureaucracy, and imperial freedom of trade and religion. Hlalu still honors the old Dunmer ways, the ancestors, the temple, and the noble houses, but has readily adapted to the rapid pace of change and progress in the imperial provinces.
Unlike the other great houses, which are largely hostile to non-Dunmer, House Hlalu aspires to live in peace and harmony with the other races, and to share in the growth and prosperity of the empire. Hlalu public buildings, trade houses, and craft guilds, manors, and council halls are designed as simple, multi-storied buildings, roughly rectangular in plan, featuring arched entranceways and modest decorated exteriors. More modest one-story private dwellings follow the same plan, except with less decoration. Hlalu plantation estates resemble temple compounds, with walled precincts enclosing outbuildings for craftsmen and servants, dominated by a grand manor residence in place of a temple shrine. The wizard lords of House Telvanni have, traditionally, isolated themselves, pursuing wisdom and mastery in solitude. But certain ambitious wizards' lords, their retainers, and clients have entered wholeheartedly into the competition to control and exploit Vardenfell's land and resources, building towers and bases all along the eastern coast. According to Telvanni principles, the powerful define the standards of virtue, and the Telvanni are unwilling to allow the ambitious Hlalu to dominate Vardenfell's untapped resources by default. Telvanni architecture is dominated by the Wizard's Tower, a fantastic organic form grown and sculpted from stems, caps, and root-like holdfasts of the giant native mushrooms. Telvanni villages are comprised of smaller mushroom pods hollowed out for craftsmen and commoners. Open-air markets often include the giant cages displaying the wares of the slave masters. House Indoril and House Dress are the 2 great houses without holdings or interest in Vardenfell. Indiril District occupies the heartland of Morrowind, comprising the land south of the Inner Sea and the eastern coast. The city of Almalexia is located in Indiril District, and the Indiril are orthodox and conservative supporters of the Temple and Temple Authority. House Indiril is openly hostile to imperial culture and religion, and preserves many traditional Dunmer customs and practices in defiance of imperial law.
Dress District is in the south of Morrowind, bordering the swamps and marshes of Black Marsh. House Dress is an agrarian agricultural society, and its large salt rice plantations rely completely on slave labor for their economic viability. Always firm Temple supporters, House Dress is hostile to imperial law and culture, and in particular opposed to any attempts to limit the institution of slavery.
Honor Among Thieves by Arnie the Scrib.
Many admirers ask, "Arnie, how can I become a flash and prosperous fellow like you?"
And I tell them, you want to join the guild, make friends, be a part of something. But who can join? They ask. We're just like any other trade guild. We've got requirements. And if you want to advance in the ranks, we've got standards. You want to be fast and agile. You want to move undetected. You want to know about security, locks, traps, and how to get around them. You want to defend yourself. You travel light and fast, and want light arms like daggers and short swords. You don't want to get into a slugging match, so you want the marksman's weapons, the bow, crossbow, throwing star, and dart. You want light armor so you can keep moving, and moving fast. Why belong? Simple. Everybody needs friends.
The help of friends includes information. Your friends at the Thieves Guild know where the action is, and where the action is safe, and where it is not. The help of friends includes a place to rest, and a place to buy supplies and services, training and tools. The help of friends includes fixing things with the guards at a discount rate. That's where the honor among thieves part comes in. Friends stick together and help each other.
But what about the competition? My admirers ask. The competition is the Kamonatong, and you don't want to join them because they don't want you. They have this thing about outlanders. They want them all dead. So, unless your ambition is to be dead, you don't want to join them. And the Kamonatong are bad people. The Kamonatong don't mind killing people. Heck, they like killing people. The Thieves Guild, on the other hand, thinks killing people is bad business. You want to be good people, right? So join the Thieves Guild and stay far, far away from the Kamonatong. So you want to join, but where do you look? Being a thief is not like being a fighter. You don't just go to the local guild hall. The Thieves Guild doesn't have guild halls, but thieves like to be where their friends are. And where are their friends? At the local corner club or trade house. In Vardenfell, look for friends in Balmora, Aldrun, Sadrith Mora, and the foreign quarter of Vivek. Yellow Book of 3E426.
Yellow Book of Great House Hlalu. Counselors of House Hlalu. Vardenfell District, Imperial Era, 426. Mistress Valanda Omani, by grace of Almsevi, Honored Counselor of Hlalu Council, Vardenfell District, Free Trader, Lord of Omani Plantation, Elmas Island, East Vivek, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind.
Master Dram Barrow, by grace of Almsevi, Honored Counselor of Hlalu Council, Vardenfell District, Free Trader, Gentleman of No Fixed Residence, Vivek, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Master Crassius Curio, by grace of Almsevi, Honored Counselor of Hlalu Council, Vardenfell District, Free Trader, Curio Manor, Hlalu Compound, Vivek, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind.
Master Ingling Half-Troll, by grace of Almsevi, Honored Counselor of Hlalu Council, Vardenfell District, Free Trader, Ingling Manor, Canton of St. Olms, Vivek, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind.
Mistress Nevena Ools, by grace of Almsevi, Honored Counselor of Hlalu Council, Vardenfell District, Free Trader, Woola's Manor, Suran, Ascadian Isles, Bal-Ur, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Council affairs of note. King Hlalu Athen Lethen, High Counselor and Lord of Morrowind, grants relief to merchants complaining of high tariffs on imported alcoholic beverages.
The Council is pleased to report a reduction in the incidence of theft and violent crime in the Hlalu House districts, thanks to the vigilance of the legions and stern sentences by the magistrates. The Council laments the unfortunate disturbances of the public peace resulting from the increasingly aggressive competition between the Thieves' Guild and the Kimono Tong for control of the black markets. A minor tax revolt in Balmora was suppressed without undue harm to life and property. The Council sent deputations to the Duke to express their concerns over the high tax rates and the injurious effect of high tariffs on trade. The Red Book of 3E426.
Red Book of Great House Redoran.
The Red Book is a yearbook of the affairs of the Redoran Council of Vardenfell District for 3E426. It lists the current members of the Council and their residences. It also chronicles significant events and council actions for the year. Councilors of House Redoran,
Vardenfell District, Imperial Era 426. Archmaster Lord Bolvin Venom, by grace of Almsivi, Chief Counselor of Redoran Council, Vardenfell District, Lord Aldrune of Bolvin Manor, Manor District, Aldrune, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Master Lord Minor Arabar, by grace of Almsivi, Honored Counselor of Redoran Council, Vardenfell District, Lord of North Gash of Arabar Manor, Manor District, Alderun, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Master Lord Flaren Remoran, by grace of Almsivi, Honored Counselor of Redoran Council, Vardenfell District, Lord of West Gash of Remoran Manor, Manor District, Aldrune, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Mistress Lady Brara Morvain, by grace of Almsivi, Honored Counselor of Redoran Council, Vardenfell District, Lady of Margan, of Morvain Manor, East Aldrune, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Master Lord Athen Serethi, by grace of Almsivi, Honored Counselor of Redoran Council, Vardenfell District, Lord of South Gash, of Serethi Manor, Manor District, Aldrune, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Master Lord Garisa Lethri, by grace of Almsivi, Honored Counselor of Redoran Council, Vardenfell District, Lord of the Northern Ashlands, of Lethri Manor, Manor District, Aldrune, District of Vardenfell, Province of Morrowind. Council affairs of note. King Hlalu Athen Lethen, High Counselor and Lord of Morrowind, imposes favorable tariffs on Flynn, an imported fortified imperial alcoholic beverage. The Council protests the continuing burdensome tariffs on the native beverages Sujama, Grief, and Shane.
Smuggling and organized crime have become increasingly aggressive and violent in the Redoran House districts. The councillors blame local corruption, weakened enforcement, and aggressive competition between the Thieves' Guild and the Kimono Tong. An unfortunate tax revolt in Balmora was put down after significant property damage and loss of life. The council warned that such disturbances might spread to Aldrune if the heavy burden of imperial taxes were not alleviated. Biography of Queen Berenzaya, Volume 1. Stem Gamboge. Late in the Second Era, an heir, a girl child, Berenzaya, was born to the rulers of Mournhold in Morrowind. She was reared in all the luxury and security befitting a royal dark elf child until she reached 5 years of age. At that time, His Excellency Tiber Septim demanded that the decadent rulers of Morrowind yield to him and institute imperial reforms. Trusting to their vaunted magic, they impudently refused, and much of Morrowind was laid waste in the conflict that ensued. The little Princess Berenzaya and her nurse were found among the wreckage. General Simicus, himself a dark elf and born in Mournhold, suggested to His Excellency that the child might someday be valuable, and she was placed with a loyal supporter who had recently retired from the Imperial Army. On retirement, Sven Adventson had been made Baron of Blackmoor, a small town in central Skyrim. Baron Sven and his wife reared her as their own daughter, saw to it that she was educated appropriately, and more importantly, was taught the imperial virtues and piety. In short, she was made fit to take her place as a member of the new ruling class of Morrowind. The girl, Berenzia, grew in beauty, grace, and intelligence. She was very sweet-tempered, a joy to her adoptive parents and their 5 young sons, who loved her as their elder sister. Other than her appearance, she differed from young girls of her class only in that she had a strong empathy for the woods and fields, and was wont to escape her household duties to wander there. Berenzia was happy and content until her 16th year, when a wicked orphan stable boy, whom she had befriended out of pity, told her that he had overheard a conspiracy of her dear guardian. Baron Sven, said the boy, had dealt with a Redguard visitor to sell her as a concubine in Rihad, as no Nord or Breton would marry her on account of her black skin, and no dark elf would have her because of her foreign upbringing. "Whatever shall I do?" the poor girl wept, trembling, for she had been brought up in innocence and trust, and it never occurred to her that her friend would lie to her. The wicked boy, who was called Straw, said she must run away if she valued her virtue, but he would come with her and protect her. Sorrowfully, Berenzia agreed to this plan, and that very night, Berenzia disguised herself as a boy, and the pair escaped to the nearby city of Whiterun. After a few days there, they managed to get places as guards in a disreputable merchant caravan. The caravan was heading east by side roads in a dishonest attempt to elude the lawful tolls charged on the highway. Thus they eluded pursuit until they reached the city of Riften, where they ceased their travels. They felt safe in Riften, close as they were to the Morrowind border, so dark elves were commonly seen. The story of how Berenzia finally came to the throne of Mournhold after this fitful start is told in Volume 2 of the biography of Queen Berenzia. Biography of Queen Berenzia, Volume 2. The first volume of this series told the story of Berenzia's origin, heiress of the throne of Mournhold, until her father king rebelled against his excellency Tiber Septim and brought ruin to the province of Morrowind. Due to the benevolence of the emperor, the child Berenzia was not destroyed with her parents, but reared by the Baron Sven of Blackmoor. She grew beautiful, pious, and trusting in his care. This trust was exploited by a wicked orphan stable boy at Baron Sven's estate, who with lies tricked her into fleeing Blackmoor with him. After many adventures on the road, they settled in Riften, a Skyrim city on the border of Morrowind. The stable boy Straw was not altogether evil. He did love Berenzia in his own selfish fashion, and the lie was the only way he could think of that he might have her. She, of course, felt only friendship for him, but he was hopeful that she would change her mind. He wanted to buy a small farm and settle down in marriage, but his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. After only a short time in Riften, Straw fell in with a bold villain of a Khajiit thief named Theris, who proposed that they rob the Imperial Commandant's house. Theris said that he had a client, a traitor to the Empire, who would pay well for the information they would find there. Berenzia happened to overhear this plan and was appalled. She stole from their rooms and walked the streets of Riften in desperation, torn between loyalty to the Empire and to her friend. In the end, loyalty to the Empire prevailed over personal friendship, and she approached the Commandant's house, revealed her true identity, and warned him of her friend's plan. The Commandant listened to her tale, praised her courage, and assured her that no harm would come to her. General Symmachus had been scouring the countryside in search of her since her disappearance had just arrived in Riften, hot in pursuit. He took her into his custody and informed her that, far from being sold, she was to be instated as Queen of Mournhold as soon as she turned 18. Until that time, she was to live with the imperial family in the new imperial city, where she would learn something of imperial government and make the acquaintance of people of importance. And so it came to pass. In the imperial city, Berenzia became great friends with Tiber Septim during the last years of his reign. Tiber's heir, Pelagius, also came to love her as a sister. The ballads of the day praised her beauty, chastity, wit, and learning. On her 18th birthday,
The entire imperial city turned out to watch her procession back to Mournhold. Sorrowful as they were at her departure, all knew that she was ready to be the glorious sovereign of the new kingdom of Mournhold.
Biography of Queen Berenziah, Volume 3. Berenziah was welcomed kindly by the Emperor Tiber Septim and his family, who treated her like a daughter during her stay in the newly built imperial city. After several happy months there, learning her duties as a regent under the empire, Symmachus escorted her to Mournhold, where she took up her duties as queen of her people, under his wise guidance. Gradually they came to love one another, and were married and crowned in a splendid ceremony at which the emperor himself officiated. After several hundred years of marriage, a son, Helseth, was born to the royal couple, amid rejoicing and prayers to the goddess who had at last blessed their marriage. Although it was not known at the time, it was shortly before this blessed event that the Staff of Chaos was stolen from its hiding place deep in the Mournhold mines by a clever bard known only as Nightingale. 8 years after Helseth's birth, Berenziah bore a daughter, Morgia, named for Symmachus's mother, and the royal couple's joy was complete. Alas, shortly after that, relations with the empire mysteriously deteriorated, leading to much civil unrest in Mournhold. After fruitless inquiries and attempts at reconciliation, in desperation, Berenziah took her young children and traveled to Imperial City herself to seek the emperor's ear. Symmachus remained in Mournhold. During her audience with the emperor, Berenziah, through her magical arts, came to realize, to her horror and dismay, that the so-called emperor was an impostor, none other than the bard Nightingale who had stolen the Staff of Chaos. Exercising great self-control, she concealed this realization from him. That evening news came that Symmachus had been killed in battle, and that Mournhold had been taken by the rebels. Berenziah knew not where to seek help, when a knock sounded at her door. It was Edwire, king of Wayrest, and an old friend of Uriel Septim and Symmachus. He comforted her, pledged his friendship, and confirmed her suspicions that the emperor was indeed an impostor, and none other than Jagar Tharn, the imperial battle mage. Tharn had supposedly retired from public work, and put his assistant, Rhea Silmain, in his stead. As it seemed, Tharn had never left the imperial city. Rhea was indeed dead, but her ghost had appeared in Edwire's dreams and revealed that the true emperor had been kidnapped by Tharn and imprisoned in an alternate plane. Tharn had then used the Staff of Chaos to kill her when she attempted to warn the council of his nefarious plot. Together, Edwire and Berenziah plotted to gain the impostor's confidence and unmask him with the help of another friend of Rhea's, who was currently in prison, but to whose dreams she had access, and who possessed great, albeit untapped, potential. Berenziah charmed and befriended the fake emperor. By reading his secret diary, she learned that he had broken the staff into 8 pieces and hidden them. She managed to obtain a copy of the key to Rhea's friend's cell and bribed a guard to leave it within the cell, as if by accident. Their champion, whose name was unknown even to Berenziah and Edwire, made his escape through a shift gate Rhea had opened in a dark, rat-infested corner of the prison, where the cowardly goblin guards feared to venture. It took Berenziah several months to learn the hiding places of all 8 staff pieces through snatches of overheard conversation and rare glimpses of the diary. Once she had the vital information, she and Edwire fled to Wayrest, where they managed to stave off the sporadic efforts of Tharn's henchmen to obtain revenge. Tharn, whatever else might be said of him, was no one's fool save perhaps Berenziah's, and he concentrated most of his efforts in tracking down and destroying the great champion. As all now know, the brave, tireless, and forever nameless champion was successful in reuniting the Staff of Chaos. With it, he destroyed Tharn and rescued the true emperor, Uriel Septim VII. Following the restoration, a grand state memorial service was held for Symmachus in the imperial city.
befitting the man who had served the Septim family so long and so well. Burenziah and good King Edwire had come to care deeply for one another, and had married in the year after their flight from Imperial City. Her children remained with her, and a regent was appointed to rule Mournhold in her absence. She planned to return after Edwire's death. He was elderly when they wed, so she knew that event, alas, could not be far off as the elves reckoned time. The Black Glove. Swift and agile are the Morag Tong. Silent and unseen they move. Illusions they supply to misdirect their prey. Close and sure they strike with short blade, or distant and secure they strike from afar with accurate missile fire. Light armor protects them from harm, and the acrobatic discipline finds for them the unseen and unlooked-for path. Have you these virtues? Then perhaps your oath and service may please the Morag Tong. Do you have your friends in your finery but no place to go? Do you laugh and cry but no longer feel? Do you wear these masks? Then perhaps your oath and service may please the Black Glove. The blood of the hunter and the blood of the hunted. The joy of the hidden and the joy of the seeker. The blood of the eye and the blood of the gate. The joy of the living and the joy of the dead. Are you one with these things? Then perhaps your oath and service may please Mephala. To make your oath and enter our service, the worthy must seek the Grand Master, who by tradition lives in the unseen and unlooked-for corners of Vivec City, between the blood of battle and the waters of life.
The Red Book of Riddles. This handy book doth contain all a diverse manner of riddles and follies, and by means of careful study, the prudent scholarly gentleman may find himself no longer discomfited by the sharp wight of his fellows. The posing and puzzling of riddles is a convention of polite, aristocratic, Western society. Nobles and social aspirants collect books of riddles and study them, hoping thereby to increase the chances of their appearing sly and witty in conversation. The question, it has a tail, a side, and a head. I call it what I call a snake. It has no body, and it is dead. The answer, it must be a drake. The question, poets know the hearts of men in myrrh, but beasts can't know my heart, you see. This book was written by a bear. The answer, it is not a book of poetry. The question, I gave you a sock, not unlike a box, with hammers and nails all around it, 2 lids open when it knocks. The answer, it must have been a great hit. The Blue Book of Riddles. Herein are presented all manner of riddles as collected by the scholars of St. Realms to the greater glory of the tribunal Almsivi. The posing and puzzling of riddles is a convention of polite, aristocratic Western society. Nobles and social aspirants collect books of riddles and study them, hoping thereby to increase the chances of their appearing sly and witty in conversation. The Yellow Book of Riddles. For earnest pleasure and the strengthening of the mind, the author here collects all that he has learned of the art of riddling by dint of diligent study and through years of discourse with others of similar inclination. The posing and puzzling of riddles is a convention of polite, aristocratic Western society. Nobles and social aspirants collect books of riddles and study them, hoping thereby to increase the chances of their appearing sly and witty in conversation. A metal neither black nor red, as heavy as man's golden greed, what you do to stay ahead, with friend or arrow or steed. Dael dot rusine ita, a man says, if you lie to me, I will slay you with my sword. If you tell me the truth, I will slay you with a spell. What must you say to stay alive? Drowsa hituim yasluoi, rusne eat. A Bosmer was slain. The Altmer claims the Dunmer is guilty. The Dunmer says the Khajiit did it. The Orc swears he didn't kill the Bosmer. The Khajiit says the Dunmer is lying. If only one of these speaks the truth, who killed the Bosmer? CRO-AT, or Ryuzna Eat. By Black Dart Adrian. This is my box. what I keep all my stuff in. Stay out or I will make you dead, like Giller's pet Durzog, what stopped moving after he sat on it. Public notice. Well-beloved people of Morrowind, take heed, take warning. The outlaw named Player Name, stated trade of Player Class, lately called Incarnate and Nerevarine, now is shown to the investigating ordinators and magistrates of this district to be an agent in the pay of the Imperial Intelligence Service. This outlaw's claims are false. The prophecies this outlaw cites are discredited. The dishonest character and base purposes of the outlaw in perpetrating this hoax are now made clear to all observers. Player Name is sought for various crimes by ordinators and town guards. Report all encounters with this outlaw to the proper authorities. If you see this outlaw in public, give the alarm.
Published by the authority of the Temple, the Order of the Watch, Magistrates of Vardenfell District, under the signature and authority of Grandmaster Beryl Sala, Captain of the Watch. Hear and heed.
Imperial Museum, welcome. Arian, welcome to the Imperial Museum and Library. Please feel free to peruse the exhibits at your leisure, but please do take care around the prisoner. He has been in a terrible mood since we had to cut down his rations after the escape attempt. Master Arion. Dwemer Museum, welcome. By Master Arion, welcome to my Dwemer Museum. This exhibition represents a lifetime of traveling and collecting artifacts from Dwemer sites all over Morrowind. I'm always finding new things to display, so please check back often. And be wary of the Centurion at the end of the hall. He is in a state of disrepair and is prone to unpredictable behavior. Master Arion. Cure Blight Potion Notice. Customers, I am stocking potions for treatment of the blight as fast as I can get my orders in from Sadrith Mora. Please keep checking back as I receive new shipments at random times. In the meantime, I recommend you stay indoors as much as possible. Use common disease resistance potions for prevention, and treat outbreaks with cure common disease potions. Jolda.
A dying man's last words.
It's been many days since the collapse. I have had many good and exciting adventures. I fear this is the last. I am still unsure what happened. Was it a trap that caused the collapse? I didn't hear the click of any device. Perhaps it was simply a freak accident, and I was simply in the wrong place at the right time. Regardless, I now lie here, half buried in the collapse, with crushed legs. The pain was unbearable for the first day or so. Or was it? Who knows? You lose track of time in a place like this, especially in a situation such as this. The pain has all but left, though. Getting used to pain is a battle all in itself. My time now runs short. I will die here, in this tomb. No better place for a dead man. My adventures have taken me all over. I have been places that man never knew existed. I have retrieved artifacts and fine treasures that were thought to be myth, from chalices of origins long lost, to gems with power unthought of by man, to powerful religious artifacts that house more interest to madmen than sane. I shall at least take these fine memories with me to the grave. I shall miss my father. Like me, he was also a man of adventure. I followed in his footsteps, though I was blessed with far more luck than he. Until now, of course. He shall be on his own now. At least I am spared any more jokes about my childhood pet. And my students, how I treasured teaching them the secrets and alien concepts of all things unknown and mysterious. May they be successful. I do not go down along, though. With my crippled body, in this heap of earth, I am accompanied by my trusty leather, my steel, and most of all, my token hat. Unable to reach them under the mass, I know they are untouchable and safe. I will not die alone. Farewell, Indy. Custom fur armor price list. You call yourself a hunter, now prove it. Hiding in the wilds of Solstheim are the elusive white snow bears and snow wolves. It is said their fur can protect against the most frigid cold. Kill these beasts, claim their pelts, and you could be the proud owner of custom fur armor, crafted by Brynjolfar.
Imagine beautiful light white fur armor, made from the pelts of Solstheim's mysterious snow wolves and snow bears. Never before have I forged such armor, because nobody has been skilled enough to bring down the beasts. Could you be the first?
Kill the beasts. Bring me their pelts and enough gold, and I'll craft the best light armor found on Solstheim or anywhere else. Materials and price list. Snow bear armors. Snow bear cuirass. 5 snow bear pelts and 6,000 gold. Snow bear left. Pauldron. 2 snow bear pelts and 1,000 gold. Snow bear right. Pauldron. 2 snow bear pelts and 1,000 gold. Snow bear left. Gauntlet. 2 snow bear pelts and 1,000 gold. Snow bear. Right gauntlet. 2 snow bear pelts and 1,000 gold. Snow bear greaves. 4 snow bear pelts and 5,000 gold. Snow bear boots. 3 snow bear pelts and 3,000 gold. Snow bear helm. 2 snow bear pelts and 2,000 gold. Snow wolf armors. Snow wolf cuirass. 5 snow wolf pelts and 6,000 gold. Snow wolf pauldron. 2 snow wolf pelts and 1,000 gold. Snow wolf pauldron. 2 snow wolf pelts and 1,000 gold. Snow wolf left gauntlet. 2 snow wolf pelts and 1,000 gold. Snow wolf right gauntlet. 2 snow wolf pelts and 1,000 gold. Snow wolf greaves. 4 snow wolf pelts and 5,000 gold. Snow wolf boots. 3 snow wolf pelts and 3,000 gold. Snow wolf helm. 2 snow wolf pelts and 2,000 gold. Custom armor. Price list. Your life depends on it. When your life is on the line, you demand the very best, and the very best is Custom Armor by Bowles & Dahlen. Handcrafted glass, adamantium, and ebony armors, custom fitted to your frame, provide the very best protection. For generations, the Indalen family have provided custom armors for the greatest nobles and warriors of Mournhold, and at a price you can afford. You provide the materials and pay for our peerless craftsmanship, and in 24 hours, you can be wearing your very own custom armor. Materials and price list. Ebony armors. Ebony cuirass, 30 raw ebony and 24,500 gold. Ebony left. Pauldron, 21 raw ebony and 16,800 gold. Ebony right. Pauldron, 21 raw ebony and 16,800 gold. Ebony left bracer, 12 raw ebony and 7,000 gold. Ebony, right bracer, 12 raw ebony and 7,000 gold. Ebony greaves, 18 raw ebony and 15,400 gold. Ebony boots, 9 raw ebony and 7,000 gold. Ebony helm, 12 raw ebony and 10,500 gold. Glass armors, glass cuirass, 30 raw glass and 19,600 gold. Glass, left pauldron, 21 raw glass and 13,400 gold. Glass right pauldron, 21 raw glass and 13,400 gold. Glass left bracer, 12 raw glass and 5,600 gold. Glass right bracer, 12 raw glass and 5,600 gold. Glass greaves, 18 raw glass and 12,300 gold. Glass boots, 9 raw glass and 5,600 gold. Glass helm, 12 raw glass and 8,400 gold. Adamantium armors, adamantium cuirass, 10 adamantium ore and 6,000 gold. Adamantium left. Pauldron, 7 adamantium ore and 500 gold. Adamantium right pauldron, 7 adamantium ore and 500 gold. Adamantium left bracer, 4 adamantium ore and 600 gold. Adamantium right bracer, 4 adamantium ore and 600 gold. Adamantium greaves, 6 adamantium ore and 6,000 gold. Adamantium boots, 3 adamantium ore and 4,200 gold. Adamantium helm, 4 adamantium ore and 3,000 gold. A leaflet. Beware. Have no dealings with Aurane Furnace. She is known to be both underhanded and unethical in her dealings. The materials she uses are both shoddy and dangerous. You could come to great harm from her products. Her shop should be avoided at all costs. See these testimonials. I took potion and got sick. Lost good lunch. Grug Bob G. Her materials looked old and stale. Not good for alchemical use. Darren O. She should be disemboweled and fed to Nyx hounds. Lorngar F. Near the mighty sun's great stone, an arch marks withered flesh and bone, and at the base you'll know sweet luck, if dig you will straight through the muck.
The Warrior's Charge.
The Warrior's Charge, an old poem of the Red Guards.
And the star sung far-flung tales, wreathed in the silver of Yakuta fair, of a warrior who, arrayed in hue sails, his charges through the serpent's snare.
And the Lord of Runes, so bored so soon, leaves the ship for an evening's dare, perchance to wake the coiled snake, to take its shirt of scales to wear. And the Lady East, who airy beast, asleep or a prowl can rouse a scare, screams as her eye, a light in the sky, a worm no goodly sight can bear. And the mailed steed adjoins the deed, not to be undone from his worthy share, rides the night towards scale bright, leaving the seasoned warrior's care. Then the serpent rose and made stead to close. The targets lay plain and there, but the warrior's blade the snake unmade, and the charges wander no more, they swear.
The Third Door.
By Ananar Orm. I sing of Elibeth, the queen of the axe, who could fell a full elm with 2 hatchet hacks. She could rip apart Valenwood just for her fun. She studied under Alfadil in Teleroon. He taught her the jabs, the strokes, and the stance to make an axe swing into an elegant dance. He taught her the barbed axes of the orcs bold, the 6-foot-long axes favored in Winterhold, the hollow-bladed axes of the elves of the west, which whistle when they swing through flesh. With a single-headed axe, she could behead 2 men. With a double-headed axe, she could fell more than 10. Yet where she lives in legend has most to do with the man who hacked her own heart in 2. Second, Nyanalas Ulwarth the Mighty, who hailed from Black Rose, the only man who could best Elibeth with axe blows. In a minute, she chopped 50 trees, he 53. She felt at once that he was the only man for her. When she professed her love, Nyanalas just laughed. He said he loved more his axe handle and shaft. And if they weren't enough to slake all his desire, there was another woman named Lorinthere. Fury gripped the queen of the axe, the maid Elibeth, and her thoughts turned to pondering musings of death. Mephala and Sheogorath gave her a revengeful scheme, and for weeks she worked on it in a state like a dream. In the still of the night she kidnapped her rival, and then told her choices between doom and survival. Third, Lorinthere awoke in a house in the moors, in a room lightly furnished except for 3 doors. Elibeth explained that behind one of the doors, the lass would find Elibeth's and her love, the great Nyanalas. Behind the second lived a ravenous demon, and behind the third, an exit to freedom. She must choose a door, and to aid her decision. If she pondered too long, the axe'd make a division. Lorinthere wept, and Elibeth felt contrite, and opened the door to her immediate right. It led to the moors, and as she slipped through the gloom, she advised Lorinthere to likewise abandon the room. Lorinthere ignored her, and did not feel her will bend. Nyanalas was largely behind the first door she opened. 4. Elibeth had lied. There was no demon of lore. The top third of Nyanalas was behind the third door.
The Stranger. These are the words of the prophecy called The Stranger. I wrote them down as she spoke them to me. When earth is sundered and skies choked black, and sleepers serve the 7 curses, to the hearth there comes a stranger, journeyed far 'neath moon and star. Though stark-born to sire uncertain, his aspect marks his certain fate. Wicked stalk him, righteous curse him, prophets speak, but all deny. Many trials make manifest the stranger's fate, the curse's bane. Many touchstones try the stranger. Many fall, but one remains. The Song of Uncle Sweetshare. Hey, ha-ho, to the workshop he will go. My uncle's candy is so sweet. It's such a yummy winter's treat. When the sugar is warmed by the pale hearth light, the happiness spreads throughout the night. He, ha-ho, to the workshop he will go. Uncle Sweetshare is coming near to spread his candy and his cheer. It's better than trinkets, games, or toys. So say all the little girls and boys. He, hey, ha-ho, to the workshop he will go. Candy, candy, and he makes so much. Uncle Sweetshare has a magic touch. So it's back to the workshop in the snow, with lovely lanterns all aglow. He, hey, ha, ho, he, hey, 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 ho. The 7 Visions. These are the words of the prophecy called 7 Visions of 7 Trials of the Incarnate. I wrote them down as she spoke them to me. 7 trials. What he puts his hand to, that shall be done. What is left undone, that shall be done. First trial. On a certain day to uncertain parents, incarnate moon and star reborn. Second trial. Neither blight nor age can harm him. The curse of flesh before him flies. Third trial. In caverns dark, Azura's eye sees, and makes to shine the moon and star. Fourth trial. A stranger's voice unites the houses. 3 halls call him Hortator. Fifth trial. A stranger's hand unites the Velothi. 4 tribes call him Naravareen. Sixth trial. He honors blood of the tribe unmourned. He eats their sin and is reborn. Seventh trial. His mercy frees the cursed false gods, binds the broken, redeems the mad. One destiny. He speaks the law for Veloth's people. He speaks for their land and names them great. The 7 Curses. From the Apocrypha of the Dissident Priests, annotated by Gilvas Barelo, Abbot of Holomaean. Through the doors of the unmourned house, where scoffers scoff and schemers scheme, from the halls of the oath-breaking house, rings 7 curses of gods blasphemed. First curse, curse of fire. Second curse, curse of ash. Third curse, curse of flesh. Fourth curse, curse of ghosts. Fifth curse, curse of seed. Sixth curse, curse of despair. Seventh curse, curse of dreams. Notes. Lines 1 to 3. Ambiguous. May refer to the impiety of the god-mocking house Dwemer, or the treacherous diplomacy of the subtle house Dagoth, or both. House Dagoth, however, was reviled as oath-breakers for their treachery at Red Mountain. It may, however, refer to unspecified broken oaths of peace between Lord Nerevar and Lord Dumak, founders of the Grand Council. Nerevar and Dumak were loyal friends until the disagreements between the Dwemer and the other great houses broke out in open conflict. Line 4. The Dwemer were the mockers and profaners of the divine. Lines 5 to 6. The curses of fire and ash would come from Red Mountain, where Dagoth-Ur rules. These were the earliest reported threats from Red Mountain. Line 7. Curse of flesh suggests blight diseases, especially Corpus. The fire and ash storms preceded the threats of blight and Corpus. Line 8 to 10. Obscure. May refer to as yet unrecognized threats from Dagoth-Ur. Line 11. Recent reports of soul sickness and disturbed dreams come from townfolk and ashlanders alike. That the 7th and final curse has begun suggests the threat presented is about to reach a crisis. The Lost Prophecy. From the Apocrypha of the Dissident Priests, annotated by Gilvas Barelo, Abbot of Holomaean. From 7th sign of 11th generation, neither hound nor guar, nor seed nor harrow, but dragonborn and far star marked, outlander incarnate beneath Red Mountain. Blessed guest counters 7 curses. Star-blessed hand wields thrice-cursed blade to reap the harvest of the unmourned house. Note, lines 1 to 3. Of ancient family, but not of the 4 great Ashlander clans, born under foreign stars and the sign of the dragon, the imperial sign. Line 4 to 5. Outlander incarnate appears as a formal epithet, stressing the linkage between the words. The Outlander incarnate is a blessed guest, one not born of the tribes, but accepted as a guest with rights of hearth and hospitality. Under Red Mountain, he will confront and balance against 7 curses. See the 7 curses prophecy. Also, Dagoth-Ur is served by his 7 kin, once great wizard lords, called Ash Vampires, by the Ashlanders. Line 6 to 7. Star-Blessed suggests Azura, the Daedra Lord and patron of magic, fate, and prophecy. Thrice-Cursed Blade may refer to a weapon called Keening, associated in certain legends with the Battle of Red Mountain and Dwemer craft lord Kegranak. Reap the Harvest is a reference to the proverb, "You harvest from the seeds you plant," which means you get what your labors deserve, in both a positive sense of reward and negative sense of punishment. The unmourned house could be either or both of the lost great houses of the Dunmer, House Dwemer and House Dagoth. The legendary Scourge. "Not till the very evening they came," answered he, and then told of his dealings with Mehrunes Dagon's thralls, saying that Makan would find it easier to whistle on the wind's tracks and go on a fool's errand than to fight his toads. Then said Makan, "Now see to thy safety henceforward, and stick to thy parts and thy pride, or this mallet of mine, Malakath's scourge, will meet with thine ear of a surety. For quick as I can cry equality, though 8 arms thou couldst boast of, such bumps thou shalt comb on thy brainpan, thou that breakest the house of the dead." Explication. The mace scourge, blessed of Malakath, Makan's legendary weapon, forged from sacred ebony in the fountains of Fickledire, has ever been the bane of the Dark Kin, and many a black spirit has been hurled back into oblivion with a single blow of this bold defender of the friendless. Scourge now hangs within the armory of Battlespire, ready to take up in the name of the Emperor against the Daedric lords.
The 5 Far Stars. This is a volume of verse collected from wise women of the Urshalaku Ashlanders. It consists of verses composed by Ashlander warriors, champions, and Ashkans committed to memory by the wise women and transmitted down the generations. "May I Shrink to Dust" is attributed to the long-dead poet and warrior Zershishi Musmanul. "Rise from darkness, Red Mountain, spread your dark clouds and green vapors. Birth earthquakes, shatter stones, feed the winds with fire, flay the tents of the tribes from the land, feed the burned earth with our souls. Yet never shall you have your rule over me. Never shall I tremble or flinch from your power. Never shall I yield my home and hearth, and from my tears shall spring forth the flowers of grassland springs." The Cantatas of Vivek. The Cantatas of Vivek are gospels written in the form of epic songs. They trace the evolution of Vivek from a foolish mortal into an enlightened divine. Vivek sought out experiences that tested him in every way possible, particularly in the defense and protection of his Dunmer people, and through his long life, his humility, and his unconquerable spirit, he attained the wisdom of the 7 graces. The cantatas relate many stories of Vivek's experiments with challenge and risk, his failures and triumphs, his blessings of insight and good fortune, and his debt to his partners, Almalexia the lover and Sothasil the teacher. The poetry is simple and dramatic, lyric and personal, composed to be sung or recited. The following is an excerpt from Lord Vivek's Brooding Beneath Red Mountain. The gaunt ghost fires loom as subtle shrouds, smokes and shades on the biers of Red Mountain. Arches and spires line the rock halls, dimly lit by the spirits of the dead. The blood of broken hearths and houses runs in red rivers, blossoms and fountains. Girdled round within walls of wit's glass, the shattered hosts slumber in cradles of ash. But when shall they wake? What dark crucible may kindle their souls to light? How long beneath red-reeking clouds must flickering watchfires burn? How many lifetimes of labor and lament will it take to seal this restless tomb? Scrolls of Darir's Miracle. Ride the storms, lest they ride thee. Consume the red sands, lest they consume thee. By the one from the dark waters, by the one who was first in the deep waters. By my will I cleanse myself of the red sands. Parchments with scrawlings.
All cries are waking. Whitest white of all white. Blackest blacks of all blacks. Shame and sun and shadow. Stronger than gods, brighter than mortals. Only he is awake, only he is alive. He knows the names and the naming. He knows the wait and the waiting. He enters into every star and moon. He shines through their shadows. One shape, one spelling, one wraith, one casting. From darkness he is armed. From light he is warded. He is all things. Drake, Lisha, Theomen. On rivers of fire he comes forth. Through storms of dreams he rides. With slivers of steel he pierces the heart. All spells, powers, curses broken. The chains are shattered. The scales fall away. I see you with my eye. And all is silence. I wake. I remember. Lord. No H's picture book of wood. Wood is pretty. Wood is nice. If one looks good, I'll make it twice.
Upon reaching the last page of the book, the words boat-ack are seen scrawled about the margin in a vandalistic manner.
A less rude song. They say, the Iliac Bay is the place to barrel around, without a bit of apparel on, as advertised in that carol song, a tune that's sung as the west wind blows, about its lovely not wearing any clothes, ladies singing high notes, men singing lows, implying that the most luscious depravity
and complete absence of serious gravity can only be found in the waterous cavity of Iliac Bay. If you are the type who is more a sinner than a sinned, you'll find it all in Morrowind. But the truth, my child, is that nothing more wild, that an ordinary fashion, kind of slightly mad passion, can be detected, if at all, in Sentinel and Daggerfall. Whatever your odd needs, feathered, scaled, or finned, you'll find it all in Morrowind. It's an invention of bards that Bretons and Redguards have more than some staid fun and suffer deviant fornication. For the most of madness, not the least, the wise debaucher heads out east, where your once steely reserve is now merely tinned. You'll find it all in Morrowind. In Morrowind, there is sin, but pray, do not confuse Dunmer variety with that found in tepid Western society, compared to which it nearly is piety. It isn't terribly ingenious, calling it prudery, observing the dark elf aversion to nudity. After all, the preferred sort of ludity in these parts is far more pernicious. From the Ashlanders to the wettest fishes, you'll find pleasure and pain quite delicious in Morrowind. If you find yourself with unkind kinship with your kin, you'll find it all in Morrowind. Journal of Captain Roberto Jodowain, Commander Beauchamp Expedition. Entry 1. Today is the day.
Beauchamp's airship seems sturdy enough, and the crew is ready to set sail. We'll travel north-northwest until we reach the island of Solstheim. According to Beauchamp, the Hrothmund's Banewolf Formation is somewhere near the Mosring Mountains. The barrow we're set to explore is located at the Wolf's Eye. We'll get Beauchamp's precious magic item and be back at the Guild of Mages in a few days. What could possibly go wrong? Entry 4. Damn conjurers, sorcerers, inventors, scientists, and all their academic ilk. Beauchamp promised me his airship would hold together, promised me it could be sailed just like a sea-bound craft. All lies. This monstrosity is barely holding together. We've been trailing bits and pieces of it ever since we left Aldrune. Just an hour ago, we lost one of the Dwemer cogs from the main engine. If this were a frigate or sloop, I'd be holding her together just fine. But alas, trying to control an airship is like setting to sea in a barrel with a spoon for an oar. Entry 6. Land ho. Entry 7. It's normal for a crew member to get edgy, but the Argonian finally went berserk. I told him repeatedly before we left Aldrune that an airship sails in the sky and not on the water. He told me he understood, but his fear of heights must have finally taken sway. In a frenzied state, he grabbed the wheel and almost forced us into the sea. I had no choice but to run him through. Swims and Swells was his name, and a good crew member he was before this unfortunate incident. I would have preferred a burial at sea, but considering our current situation, we had no choice but to toss his body overboard. We aimed for the ocean, but by that time the airship had drifted over Solstheim. Alas, I fear we missed, and his corpse landed somewhere on the southeastern shore.
Entry 9. We've located Hrothmund's Bane. At least Beauchamp was right about something. The wolf formation runs from west to east, with the head and eye toward the eastern end. We'll look for a place to set down and then explore Hrothmund's Barrow, assuming that is where Beauchamp said it would be. I must also note that the going is slower than I'd like. There's a fell chill in the air, and I don't trust the dark clouds that have gathered over the mountains.
Entry 11. We have been assailed by a blizzard, the likes of which I have never seen. I feared a storm, but could never have imagined anything like this. Beauchamp's contraption is coming apart at the seams, and I don't think we can hold altitude. There's nowhere to land, but land we must. Entry 13. So cold, so hungry. Madness taking me, I can feel it. I see eyes, night eyes, wolf eyes, hear them, so hungry. Eye of wolf coming, white wolf, so cold. Barham Journal, Entry 1. Today we finally finished hewing out the 2 main jail rooms and all 6 cells. And almost as if in response to our celebration, several of those damned roots grew through the wall and took out 2 of our cells. I wonder constantly what those wizards could be up to up there in the tower, but I guess this is the nature of working for the Telvanni. I will inform them again of our construction plans, which they provided to us, and request that they refrain from such actions in the future. In the meantime, my men have begun setting up the necessary ramps and equipment to begin work on the next section of dungeon. Here's hoping it goes better than the first.
Barham Journal, Entry 2. The lower dungeon rooms have been proving much more difficult than we originally thought. We must be working near some lava flows, as the rock of the cave walls is exceptionally hard stuff. It's hard enough to see in here without all our proper lighting installed. I don't need this delay too. I have sent off for some new volcanic glass tools, and in the meantime, one of my men has found a section of cave softer than the rest, and we have continued our work there, bypassing this first room. A few men have expressed their concern over the light rumblings that we have been feeling lately, but I am convinced that it is just more of those Telvanni and their hocus-pocus mushroom magic. They assured us of this site's stability. The rats and bugs are annoying to us, but do not pose a threat. Hopefully we can find the source of this infestation soon and eliminate it. I don't have time for this. Barham Foreman. Barham Journal, Entry 3. The worst has happened. This morning, a boulder came loose from the ceiling and fell directly onto our major ramp, causing it to collapse and killing 2 of my men in the process. The remaining 3 of us are now stranded alone down here, with the cave walls being too sheer to climb, and the wizards, obviously, having more important things to deal with than a few errant laborers. With our water supplies diminishing rapidly, I sent Norvis and Gilam further down into the caves to look for any natural exits we might have missed when first surveying the site. Damn those wizards. They told us this site was safe. What could they be doing up there? Why are these bugs and rats getting more aggressive by the hour? And why is it getting so blasted hot? Barham Foreman. Barham Journal, Entry 4. I found Norvis's head and torso lying in this room with a large part of the rest of him seemingly smeared along the walls. I screamed for full minutes when I found it, and now all I can do is sit and stare. My only solace is this paper. More roots keep penetrating the walls every minute, and the rocks and lights seem to be taking on lives of their own. Now I fear not only for my life, but for my sanity. Please, someone come soon. The rumblings are getting faster and stronger, and I can't breathe this stifling air much longer. What in Vivek's name have these wizards done? The heat. Barham Journal, Entry 5.
He is here. Diary of a Lost Sailor. Day 1. My crew and I were caught in a fierce storm just outside Ebonheart. We managed to make it to safety, but are now completely lost. Without a cargo or a ship, there isn't much we can do. I will try to find passage for us somewhere. We are unarmed and ill-equipped to defend ourselves. Hopefully someone will take pity on us. The crew is waiting on the shore for my return. Day 3. I am confident I will find a village inland that will have access to a ship. I think I see smoke off in the distance. Maybe tomorrow will bring a change of luck. Day 7. Those cursed villagers, may their fields dry up and their children suffer. They have steered me completely in the wrong direction. I firmly believe I am going further and further inland. If I don't see a fishing village soon, I will be forced to turn back. I have been subsiding on roots and grasses and grow weaker every day. I must find a way for my crew and I to get home. Boiled my shoes to make broth. I had heard it would work. It didn't. Now I have no shoes. Day 12. This is pointless. I have been directed to a fishing village to the east, but so far have seen or heard nothing. Killed a rat today. It was the most food I have eaten in days. Tasted worse than scrib jelly, but better than shoes. Day 13. From my vantage point in a tall tree, I finally see a town. While I do not see any sign of water, it does look to be a fairly sizable town and may have a trade route to the sea. I should reach it tomorrow. Day 20. Lost. All is lost. I have once again been misled. After entering the town, I came across a man who offered to help. Weak from hunger and exhaustion, I believed him, and followed him underground to his home. They have a massive underground system of tunnels and old sewers here. It's really quite amazing. Unfortunately, I seem to have made a rude comment about his sister being smoldering, and he beat me senseless. When I awoke, I was in this pit with no way out in sight. I can see up to the floor above, but no one responds to my cries for help. I fear I will end my days here. Oh, why did I ever leave my crew? They must be giving up hope now, as am I. Day 25. Woke up to hear noises of construction from the floor above. Ran to the opening and cried out. It was to no avail, however. Instead, they tossed down the most horrible creature. It is rank and ugly and eyes me in the most vicious way. I have retreated to this corner and await my doom. It will get hungry soon, and I fear it sees me as its only source of food. I am too weak to defend myself. This will be my last entry. If someone finds my bones, bury me facing the sea, wherever that may be.
The Real Baronzaya, Part 1. 500 years ago, in Mournhold, city of gems, there lived a blind widow woman and her only child, a strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him, a common laborer in the king's mines, where his magical ability was but small. The work was honorable, but poorly paid. His mother made and sold small Wildenberry cakes in the market to help make out the living. They did well enough, his mother said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof only leaked when it rained. Samachus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike in the mines, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours, he enjoyed hoisting a glass of ale in the tavern with his friends and gambling with them at cards. And he drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven girl, although none held his interest for long. In short, Samachus was a typical young, dark elf man, remarkable only for his size. It was rumored that he had a bit of Nord blood in him. In Samachus's 30th year, there was a great rejoicing in Mournhold for a girl child who was born their lord and his lady. "A queen," the people sang, "a queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of a female heir is a sure sign of peace and prosperity to come." When the time came for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed, and Symmachus rushed home to bathe and dress his best. I'll come straight home and tell you all about it," he promised his mother, who was not to attend. She had been ailing. Besides, there would have been a great crush of people, as all of Mournhold would be there, and being blind, she would be unable to see anything anyway. "My son," she said, "go, fetch me a priest or healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane when you return." Symmachus crossed to her bed at once and noted anxiously that her head was very hot and her breathing shallow. He pried up the loose floorboard where their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and owe the rest. Symmachus snatched up his cloak and rushed away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the mage guild and the temples were locked and barred. "Closed for the ceremony," read the signs. Symmachus elbowed his way through the crowd and managed to overtake a brown-robed monk. "After the rite, brother," the monk said. "If you have gold, I shall gladly attend to your mother. My lord has bade all clerics to attend, and I shall not offend him." "My mother's desperately ill," Symmachus fled. "Surely my lord will not miss just one lowly monk." "The father abbot will," the monk said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmachus's grip and vanishing into the crowd. Symmachus tried other monks and mages too, but with no better result. Armored guards came through the street and pushed him aside with their lances, and Symmachus realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the royal carriage drew abreast, Symmachus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, "My lord, my mother's dying." "I forbid her to do so on this glorious night," the lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmachus was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched her babe to her breast and stared wide-eyed at Symmachus. Her nostrils flared with disdain. "Guards," she cried, "remove this oaf." Rough hands seized Symmachus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmachus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and watched the rite of naming from the top of the hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the royal folk far below. Berenziah. The name came dim to Symmachus's ears as the high priest lifted the naked babe and showed her the twin moons on either side of the horizon. Joan rising, Jode setting. "Behold, the Lady Berenziah, born to the rule of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ever that she rule to Mournhold's wail." "Blessings, blessings," all the people murmured with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmachus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone. And in his silence he swore a mighty oath that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death, the child Berenziah he would have as his own bride, that his mother's grandchildren should be to rule Mournhold. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as a royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the monk to whom he'd spoken first. The man gladly came now in return for the gold Symmachus had and a promise of more later. They found his mother dead, as he had feared. The monk sighed and tucked the bag away. "I'm sorry, brother. Well, you can forget the rest of the gold, as there's naught I can do here." "Likely. Give me back my gold," Symmachus snarled. "You've done naught to earn it." He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, beginning a curse, but Symmachus struck him before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Symmachus took the gold back and fled the city, muttering the name Berenziah. The child Berenziah stood on the upper balcony of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where the soldiers milled, splendid in their armor. Presently, they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as her parents, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad head to toe in ebony armor. Long purple dyed fur cloaks flowing behind. Splendidly caparisoned shining black horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates. Then turned to salute her. "Berenziah," they cried. "Berenziah, farewell." The little girl blinked back tears and waved bravely with one hand. Her favorite stuffed toy animal, a gray wolf cub she called Wolfen, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before, and had no idea what it meant, save that there was this war in the west, and the names Tiber Septim and Symmachus were on everyone's lips, spoken with hate and dread. "Berenziah," the soldiers cried, lifting their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, soldiers trailing in their wake until the palace was near emptied. Sometime after a day, when Berenziah was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly and carried from the palace, all she remembered of that dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes that filled the sky. She was passed from hand to hand. Some foreign soldiers appeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strangers than others. There were days, or was it weeks, of travel. One morning she woke to step from the coach into a cold place with a large gray stone house set amid endless gray green and hills patchlessly covered with gray-white snow. She clutched Wolfen to her breast with both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the gray dawn, feeling very small and very black in all this endless space, gray-white space. A large, great-white woman was staring at her with dreadful, bright blue eyes. "She's very black, isn't she?" The woman remarked to her companion, a brown-skinned, black-haired woman named Hannah, who had been traveling with Berenziah for several days. "I've never seen a dark elf before." "I don't know much about them myself," Hannah said. "This one's got red hair and a temper to match, I can tell you that. Take care. She bites. And worse." "I'll soon train her out of that," the other woman sniffed. "And what's that filthy thing that she's got? Ugh." The woman snatched Wolfen away and cast him into the fire blazing in the hearth. Berenziah shrieked and would have flung herself into the fire after him, but was forcibly restrained, despite attempts to bite and claw her oppressors, while poor Wolfen was reduced to a little heap of charred ash. The real Berenziah, Part 2. Berenziah grew like a weed transplanted into a Skyrim garden, a ward of Count Sven and his wife Lady Ingna. Outwardly, she thrived, but there was a cold and empty place within. "I've raised her as my own daughter," Lady Inga was wont to sigh when she sat gossiping with neighboring ladies to come to visit. "But she's a dark elf, what can you expect?" Berenziah was not meant to overhear those words. At least she thought she was not. Her hearing was far keener than that of her Nord hosts. Other, less desirable dark elf traits including pilfering, lying, and a little magic. Just a small fire spell and a little levitation. And as she grew older, a keen interest in boys and men, who could provide very pleasant sensations and, to her astonishment, gifts as well. Inga disapproved of this activity for reasons incomprehensible to Berenziah, so she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. "She is wonderful with the children," Inga added, meaning her 5 sons, all younger than Berenziah. "She'd never see them come to harm." A tutor was hired when Johnny was 6 and Baronziah 8, and she studied academic lessons along with him. She would have liked arms training as well, but the very idea of a girl training to arms scandalized Inga and Sven. Baronziah was given a bow and allowed to practice target shooting with the boys. She watched them at arms practice when she could, practice with them when no grown folk were about, and she knew she was good or better than they. "She's very proud, isn't she?" the neighbor ladies would whisper, and Baronziah, pretending not to hear, would nod in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the counts and countess. There was something about them that encouraged this disdain in her. She grew to learn that Sven and Inga were distant cousins of the last rulers of Darkmoon, and then she began to understand. They were posers, imposters, not rulers at all. At least, they were not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them, a good, clean hatred detached from resentment. Baronziah came to see them as disgusting and corrupted insects who could be despised, but never feared. Once a month, a courier came from the Emperor bringing a small bag of gold for Inga and Sven and a large bag of dried mushrooms from Morrowind for Baronziah's consumption. She was always made presentable as a skinny dark elf girl could be made to look in Inga's eyes, and summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice, but all looked her over rather as a farmer looks over a pig he's readying for market. In the spring of her 16th year, Baronziah thought the courier looked as if she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, Baronziah decided that she did not wish to be marketed. The stable boy, Straw, a big blond boy, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off with him for some weeks. Baronziah stole the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms from the storeroom, dressed herself as a boy in some of 12-year-old Timmy's casual clothing, and one fine spring night, they took the 2 best horses and rode hard through the night toward Whiterun, the nearest city of any size, which was where Straw wanted to go. But Morrowind also lay east, and it drew Baronziah's lodestone iron. In the morning, they abandoned the horses at Baronziah's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked, and she hoped to throw pursuers off the trail. They continued afoot until late afternoon, keeping to side roads. They slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun city gates just before dawn. Baronziah had prepared a pass for Straw, stating an errand to a temple in the city for a local village lord. She herself sneaked over the wall with the help of her levitation spell. She had reasoned that by now the gate's guards would have been alerted to look for a young dark elf and Nord boy traveling together, but country boys like Straw were common enough. Alone and with papers, he would be unlikely to draw their attention. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Straw at the temple, which is not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Straw, however, had never been more than a few miles from Sven's estate, his birthplace. Together, they made their way to a rundown inn in the poor quarter of Whiterun, gloved, cloaked, and hooded against the chill of the morning. Her dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid attention to them. They entered the inn separately. Sven paid the host for a single room, a large meal, and a jug of ale, and Baronziah sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, celebrating their escape. They made love vigorously on the narrow bed, and then fell into an exhausted sleep. They stayed a week in Whiterun. Straw earned a bit of money running errands, and Baronziah robbed a few houses at night. Baronziah continued to dress as a boy. She cut her hair short and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black as a further disguise. She kept out of sight as much as possible, for there were few dark elves in Whiterun. Then Straw got them places as guards for a merchant caravan that was traveling east. The sergeant looked her over dubiously. He chuckled. Dark elf, ain't ya? Like sending a wolf to guard the sheep, that is. Still, I need arms, when we ain't going near enough to Morrowind that you can betray us to your brothers. Our homegrown bandits will as lief cut your throat as mine. The sergeant gave Straw an appraising look, then abruptly spun back to Baronziah, whipping out his short sword. But she had her knife out and was in a defensive stance. Straw drew his own knife and circled to the man's rear. The sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. Not bad, kids, not bad. How are you with that bow, Dark Elf? Baronziah demonstrated her prowess. Aye, not bad at all. And y'all be keen of eye by night and of hearing at all times. A trusty Dark Elf makes as a good as fighting a man any has asked for. I know, I served under Symmachus himself before I lost his arm and got invalidated out of the Emperor's forces. We could betray them. I know folk who'd pay well, Straw said later, as they bedded down for the last night in the old inn, or rob them ourselves. They're very rich, those merchants are, Barry. Baronziah chuckled. Whatever would we do with such money? And we need their protection for traveling quite as much as they need ours. We could buy a little farm and settle down. Baronziah thought scornfully. Straw was a peasant and had peasant dreams. But all she said was, not here, Straw. We're too close to Darkmoor still. We'll have more chances farther east. The caravan went only as far east as Sungard. Tiber Septim had done much in the way of building relatively safe patrolled highways, but his tolls were steep, and this particular caravan kept to the side roads as much as possible to avoid them. This exposed them to the hazards of robber barons, both human and orcish, and roving bands of brigands of various races, but such were the perils of trade and profit. They had two such encounters before reaching Sungard, an ambush which Baronziah's keen ears detected in plenty of time for them to circle about and surprise the lurkers, and a night attack by a mixed band of Khajiit, humans and wood elves. The latter were a skilled band, and even Baronziah did not hear them sneaking up in time to give much warning. The fighting was fierce. The attackers were driven off, but two of the caravan's guards were killed, and Straw got a nasty cut on his thigh before he and Baronziah killed his Khajiit assailant. Baronziah rather enjoyed the life. A garrulous sergeant had taken a liking to her, and she spent most of her evenings sitting around a campfire listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with Tiber Septim and Symmachus. Symmachus had been made a general after Mornhold fell, and the sergeant said, "He's a fine soldier, Symmachus is, but there is more than soldiery involved in Morrowind, if you take my drift." "Well, you know about that, I expect." "I don't remember," Baronziah said. "I've lived mostly in Skyrim. My mother married a Skyrim man. They're both dead, though. What happened to the Lord and Lady of Mornhold?" Sergeant shrugged. "I never heard. Dead, I expect. All Morrowind's under military rule now. It's pretty quiet. Maybe too quiet. Like a calm before a storm." "You going back there?" "Maybe," Baronziah said. The truth was that she was drawn to Morrowind like a magnet. Straw sensed it and was unhappy about it. He was unhappy anyway, since they could not bed together, as she was supposed to be a boy. Baronziah rather missed it too, but not as much as Straw did, seemingly. The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip, but gave them a bonus when they parted in letters of recommendation. Straw wanted to settle permanently near Sungard, but Baronziah insisted on continuing to travel east. "I'm the Queen of Mornhold, by rights," she said, unsure whether it was true or it was a story that she had made up as a child. "I want to go home. I need to go home." That at least was true. She had run out of mushrooms and was very hungry for them. She found a few for sale in the Sunguard marketplace, but they were not as good or satisfying as the ones the courier had brought. After a few weeks, they managed to get places in a caravan heading east. By early winter, they were in Riften and near the Morrowind border, but the weather had grown severe, and they were told no merchant caravans would set forth until mid-spring. Baron's eyes stood atop the city walls and stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-clad mountain wall of Morrowind beyond. "Barry," Straw said gently, "Morrowind's a long way off yet. Nearly as far as we've come already, and the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait until spring." "There's Silkrod Tower," Barry said, referring to the dark elf town that had grown up around the ancient tower that guarded the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. "The bridge guards won't let me across, Barry. They're crack Imperial troops. They can't be bribed. If you go alone. I won't try to stop you. But what will you do? Silkrod Tower is full of Imperial troops. Will you become a washerwoman for them, a camp follower?" "No," Baron's eyes said thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure that she could earn a modest living by sleeping with the soldiers for money. She had a few adventures of that sort as they crossed Skyrim when she dressed as a woman and slipped away from Straw. She'd only been looking for a bit of variety. Straw was sweet but dull. She'd been startled, but pleased when the men she picked up offered her money afterwards. Straw had been unhappy about it, though, and would shout for a while, then sulk for days afterwards if he caught her at it. He was very jealous. He'd even threatened to leave her. But the Imperial Guards were a tough and brutal lot by all accounts, and Baron Zaya had heard some very ugly stories during her travels. The ugliest stories had come from the lips of ex-veterans around the caravan campfire, and were proudly recounted. They'd been trying to shock her in Straw, she realized, but she also realized that there was some truth in the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of talk, and hated having her hear it. But there's part of him that was fascinated by it. Baron Zaya had encouraged Straw to seek out other women, but he said he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him she didn't feel that way, but she did like him better than anyone else. Then, why go with other men? "I don't know, dear." Straw sighed. "They say dark elf women are like that." Baron Zaya smiled and shrugged. "I know. I guess that's all the explanation there is." The Real Baron Zaya Part 3. They settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slums. Baron Zaya joined the Thieves' Guild, knowing that there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day in the barroom, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a young, bold Khajiit named Theris. She offered to bed with him if he were to sponsor her for the membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but said that she'd still have to pass the test. "What sort of test?" "Ah," Theris said. "Payments first, sweet thing." He put an arm around her, leaned over, and kissed her, thrusting his tongue deep into her mouth and his free hand into her shirt. "Nice," he said presently, withdrawing his tongue, but not his hand. His other hand slid down inside her waistband and fondled her buttocks. "Let's go upstairs. We can use my room." Baron Zaya felt both embarrassed and excited by his boldness. Theris grinned insolently. "Why bother? You want me, don't you? I'll bet you'd pay me, wouldn't you?" "No," Baron Zaya said. She did want him, but not that badly. "No. Well, a bargain's a bargain, and Theris keeps his word. But here, now." He hiked her skirt up and pulled her onto his lap, so she sat astride, facing him. He opened her shirt and pulled it down on her shoulders so that her breasts were exposed. "Nice pair, kid." She was facing the wall, but she could still feel the stares of the other patrons. A hush had fallen over the place. Even the bard had stilled. She felt both nausea and a hot burning desire. Her hands reached his turgid penis, and then it was inside of her, and she was screaming in both pain and ecstasy. And then everything went black. When she came to herself again, she was sitting beside Theris, who was buttoning her shirt. "That hurt," she said indignantly. "Always does, kid. Did anyone ever tell you about Khajiit men? It hurts good though, now doesn't it?" Baron's eyes scowled at him. She was still smarting. His penis had tiny little barbs on it. "Well, deal's off, if you like," he shrugged. "No, I didn't say that. Only I prefer privacy, and I want to wait a while, like a day or so, before the next time." Theris laughed. "You're okay, kid." Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Theris too. What in Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing? She cast an anxious look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she lived. With any luck, it'd be a while or never before Straw found out. But Theris was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had met yet. He not only told her about the skills needed to be a member of the Thieves Guild, but trained her in them himself, or introduced her to people that could teach her. Among these was a Nord woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly. She was married to a smith, who had 2 teenage girls and was perfectly ordinary and respectable, except that she was very fond of cats and had this gift of certain kinds of magic, and cultivated rather odd friends. She taught Baronzai an invisibility spell and then trained her in other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magical and non-magical talents freely, using one to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of Theris in a motherly sort of fashion. Baronzai warmed to her as she had never had to any woman, and over the next few weeks she told Katisha all about herself. She brought Straw there too. Straw approved of Katisha, but not of Theris. Theris found Straw amusing and suggested to Baronzai that they arrange what he called a threesome. "Indeed not," Baronzai said, grateful that Theris had broached the subject in private. "He wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it." Theris smiled his charming triangular cat smile and sprawled lazily back in his chair, curling his tail. "You might both be surprised. Pairing is so boring." "Well, would you mind if I brought a friend?" "Yes, if you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else." She was a member of the Thieves Guild now. She found Theris useful, but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him too. She talked to Katisha about her men problems. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex, and that she'd know the right man when she found him, and that neither Straw nor Theris was the right one for her. Baronzai cocked her head to one side quizzically. "They say dark elf women are prostitutes? You mean promiscuous? Although some do become prostitutes, I suppose. Elf women are promiscuous when they're young. You'll outgrow it. Perhaps you're beginning to already," Katisha said hopefully. "You ought to meet some nice elfin boys, though. If you keep on keeping company with Khajiits and humans, you'll find yourself pregnant soon." Baronzai smiled involuntarily at the thought. "I'd like that. But it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble, and I don't even have a home yet." "How old are you? 17? Well, you've a year or two before you'll be fertile, unless you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves even after that, so you'll be all right if you stick with them. Straw wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want?" "No, not yet. Maybe someday, if I can't be queen." "I think Straw will be a very old man before someday comes Barry. Elves live a very long time." Katisha's face briefly wore the wistful look humans got when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan that elves were entitled to by nature. True, few ever actually lived that long, as disease and violence took a toll, but they could. I like old men too, Barry said. The Real Baronziah, Part 4. Baronziah fidgeted impatiently while Theris sorted through the papers in his desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, careful to replace everything just as he'd found it. They entered a nobleman's house, leaving straw outside as a lookout. Theris had said it was a simple job, but very secret. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Barry and Straw. "Tell me what you're looking for and I'll find it," Barry whispered. Theris's night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want to make a light. Barry had never been in such a luxurious place. She gazed around with wonder as they made their way through the huge, echoing downstairs. But Theris didn't seem interested in anything but the desk in the small book-lined study on the upper floor. "Sst," he hissed angrily. "Someone's coming," Barry said, a moment before the door opened and two dark figures appeared. Theris gave her a violent shove towards them and sprang away toward the window. Baronziah's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as a dark figure leaped after Theris. There were two quick, silent blue flares of light. Then Theris folded in a still heap. Outside the study had come alive with footsteps and voices calling and the clink of armor. A big man, a dark elf, half lifted, half dragged Theris to the door and thrust him into waiting arms. The jerk of the elf's head sent his robed companion after him. The elf came over to inspect Baronziah, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she did so. "Open your shirt, Baronziah," the elf said. Baronziah gaped at him and clutched it closed. "You're a girl, aren't you, Barry?" he said softly. "You should have stopped dressing as a boy a few months ago, you know. You're only drawing attention to yourself and calling yourself Barry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else? It's a common elf name," Baronziah defended herself. The man shook his head sadly. "Not among dark elves, it isn't, my dear. But you really don't know much about dark elves, do you?" "I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter, I'll remedy it." "Who are you?" Baronziah demanded. "So much for fame," the man shrugged, smiling wearily. "I am Symmachus, my lady, and it's a merry chase you've led me. Although I'd guess you'd head for Morrowind. You've had a bit of luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Straw, so we stopped looking for the pair. That was careless of me, yet I did not have thought that you'd stay together this long. Where is he? Is he all right?" "Oh, he's fine for now. In custody, of course. You care for him, then?" He stared at her with curiosity, at her red eyes that were so strange to her, except in her own seldom seen image. "He's my friend," Baronziah said. Those words came in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless in her own ears. Symmachus, a general in the Imperial Army, said to have the friendship and the ear of Tiber Septim himself. "Ah, you seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you forgive my saying so, my lady." As they talked, the bustle and flurry in the house had died away, although she could hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf seated himself on a corner in the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. "Several? What's going to happen to them? To me?" "As you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in the area." Baronziah gasped, and Symmachus looked up sharply. "You didn't know? You are rash, even for 17. You must always know what it is you do." But The guild would it... Baron's eye was trembling. The Thieves Guild would never have attempted a mission that involved imperial policies. No one dared oppose Tiber Septim. At least no one she knew of. I dare say, it's unlikely that Theris had guild approval for this job. I wonder... Symmachus examined the desk carefully, pulling out his drawers. He selected one, placed its contents on the desktop, and removed the false bottom. There was a folded sheet of paper inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Baron's eye edged closer to see it. Symmachus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed. He glanced it over, and then folded and replaced it. You advised me to seek knowledge. So I did. Suddenly, he seemed to be in high good humor. We must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs and out into the night air. No one was about. Baron's eyes darted into the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of escape, are you? Don't you want to hear what my plans are for you first? He sounded a bit hurt. Yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked pleased. It was the answer he wanted, but it was also the truth. While Baron's eye was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. You will take your rightful place as Queen of Mournhold. Her heart leapt. It really was true then. Symmachus explained that this had been his and Tiber Septim's plan for her all along. That Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen years since she had left, was to be returned gradually to civilian government, under imperial guidance, of course, and as part of the imperial province of Morrowind. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? For safekeeping. Why did you run away? Baron's eye shrugged. I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told. You would have been by now, and I had in fact sent for you to be removed from the Imperial City to spend some time as a part of the Emperor's household. As for your destiny, it should have been obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for. And what else could you be that is of use to him? I know nothing of him or you. Then know this. Tiber Septim rewards friend and foe alike according to their deserts. Baron's eye chewed on that for a few moments. Straw has deserved well of me and has never done anyone harm. He is not a member of the Thieves Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands, and Symmachus waved her to silence. I know all about Straw, he said, and about Theris. So, what would you? Straw wants a little farm. If I'm to be rich, then I would give that to him. Very well, he shall have it. And Theris... He betrayed me, Baron's eye said in a low voice. Theris should have told her the risk of the job entailed. Further, he pushed her right into their foes' arms in an attempt to save himself. Yes, and... well, he should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should the suffering take? Baron's eye balled her hands in the fists. She'd like to beat and claw the Khajiit herself, but that didn't seem very queenly. A whipping. Would 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury. I shall arrange it. Baron's eye spent 2 days in Symmachus' apartment, during which she was very busy. There was a dark elf woman named Drillane who saw to their needs, although she did not seem to be exactly his servant as she took her meals with them. Nor was she his wife. Drillane seemed amused when Baron's eye asked of her about that. She simply said she was in Symmachus' employ and did whatever he asked of her. With Drelane's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit and boots, along with other small necessities. Baronzaya was given a room to herself. Symmachus was out a great deal. She saw him at most meals, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing, although he was cordial and polite, was quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Drelane was much the same. Baronzaya found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as Katisha would have put it. She felt an odd disappointment. These were the first dark elves with whom she associated closely. She had expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at last that this was where she belonged. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nord friends, Katisha and Straw. When Symmachus told her that they were set out for Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to her friends. Katisha? He asked. Well enough, I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elf girl named Barry who need elven friends, and sometimes dressed as a boy. She had no association with the Thieves' Guild, and no one associated with the Thieves' Guild seemed to know your true identity, save Theris. That is well. I prefer that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. You will speak of it to no one. It does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Theris. They won't tell anyone. No, they won't. He did know that Katisha knew then. Straw came to their apartment the morning of their departure, and they were left alone in the parlor, although Baronzaya knew that the other elves were well within hearing. Straw looked down and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking, and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Baronzaya tried to smile. So we both get what we want. I am to be Queen of Mournhold, and you'll be king of your own farm. I'll write you. You must find a scribe so you can write me too. Straw shook his head sadly, and when Baronzaya persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed inside, making an inarticulate noise. His tongue was gone. Baronzaya collapsed into a chair and wept noisily. Why? She demanded of Symmachus, when Straw had been ushered away. Why? Symmachus shrugged. He knows too much of you. He could be dangerous. At least he's alive, and he won't need his tongue to farm. I hate you, Baronzaya screamed at him, and then leaned over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea. He listened stolidly for some time while Drelane cleaned up after her. Finally, he told her to cease or he would gag her for the journey. They stopped at Katisha's house. Symmachus and Drelane didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Baronzaya was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered her knock. She had obviously been weeping, but she embraced Baronzaya. Why are you crying? Baronzaya asked. For Theris, of course. You haven't heard? He's dead. He was caught stealing from the commandant's house. Poor fellow. But it was so foolish of him. Oh, Baronzaya, he was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the commandant's orders. I went. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so much before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you and Straw, but no one knew where you'd got to. That's Symmachus you're with, isn't it? You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Baronzaya. I told him about you, you know. Yes, Baronzaya said. Katisha, I love you, but please don't ever tell anyone else anything about me. Ever. I swear you won't. Especially not Symmachus. And look after poor Straw for me. Katisha promised, puzzled, but willing. It wasn't somehow because of me that Theris was caught. I never said anything about Theris to Symmachus. Barons I assured her that it wasn't, but an informer had told the Imperial Guard of Theris' plans, which probably was a lie, but Katisha badly needed some kind of comfort. Oh, I'm glad of that, and if I can be of anything just now, I'd hate to think, but how could I have known? And Symmachus is very handsome, don't you think? And charming. I don't know, Baron Zaya said. I haven't really thought about it. There hasn't been time. She explained that about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in Imperial City for a while first. He was looking for me. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said that I didn't look like a boy, though. She added in the face of Katisha's incredulity. She knew that Baron Zaya evaluated every male she saw in terms of sexual desirability. I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen, she added. And Katisha agreed that it must be something of a shock, although no one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. The party left Riften by the Great South Gate. Once through, Symmachus tapped her on the shoulder and pointed back towards the gate. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Theris too, he said. Baron's eyes stared briefly but steadily at the head impaled on a spike above the gate. The birds were at it, but the face was still recognizable. I think he will not hear me, she said. Let's be on our way, shall we? Symmachus was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. You heard of this from Katisha? Of course. She attended the execution, Baron Zaya said casually. If he didn't know already, he'd find out soon enough. She was sure of that. Did she know Theris belonged to the guild? Everyone knew that. It's only the lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ranking officers are well known. But you will know all of that, don't you? She smiled archly at him. So you told her you were and whence you'd come, but not about the guild. The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There is a difference. Besides, Katisha's a very honest person. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Theris to take up a more honest line of work, and I value her good opinion. She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man friend, one of my own race. You, in fact. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes, but not the way that you want them to? Yes, very odd. Something about the way he said it made her think that she herself was one of his wishes that had come true in a way that wasn't altogether to his liking. The Real Baron Zaya, Part 5. Baron Zaya felt the weight of sorrow for several days, but by the third day out, her spirits had begun to rise a bit. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Straw's companionship more than she would have thought. She was escorted by a troop of Red Guard knights, with whom she felt comfortable, although these were much more disciplined than the guards of the merchant caravans. They were cordial, but respectful towards her, despite her attempts to flirt with the men. Symmachus scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain a royal dignity at all times. You mean I'm never to have any fun? Not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired in those in authority. Familiarity is not. You will remain chaste and modest while you are in Imperial City. Baron Zaya screwed up her face. I might as well be back in Blackmoor. Elves are promiscuous by nature. Everyone says so. Everyone is wrong. Some are, some aren't. The Emperor and I expect you to show both discrimination and discretion. Let me remind you that you will hold the throne of Mournhold, not by right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tiber Septim. If he judges you unsuitable of your reign, you will end ere it begins. He requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty in all his appointees, and he favors chastity and modesty in women. I suggest you model your deportment after Drelane. I'd later be back in Blackmoor, Baron Zaya said indignantly. That is not an option. If you are no use If you are of no use to Tiber Septim, he will see to it that you are no use to his enemies either, Symmachus said coldly. If you would keep your head upon your shoulders, take a warning. Let me add that power offers pleasures other than those of carnality in low company. He spoke of art, literature, drama, music, and grand balls. Baranziah listened with interest, spurred by his threats, but after asked if she might continue her study of spellcasting while in the imperial city. Symmachus seemed pleased and promised to arrange it. Pleased with this, she then said that she noted that 3 of their knights were women and asked if she might train a little in combat with them, just for the sake of exercise. Symmachus looked less than pleased, but agreed she might, although only with the women. The late winter held fair but cold for their journey, so that they traveled quickly over firm roads. On the last day, spring seemed to come at last, for there was a thaw, and the road grew sloppy underfoot, and everywhere one could faintly hear the sound of water trickling and dripping. They came to a great bridge that crossed into Imperial City at sunset. The rosy glow turned all stark white marble buildings into a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led straight north to the palace. There was a crowd of people of all sorts in the streets. Lights winked out in the shops and on in the inns as dusk fell, and the stars came out one by one. Even the side streets were broad and brightly lit. Near the palace, the towers of a grand mage building reared to the east, while westward the stained glass windows of a great temple glittered. Symmachus had an apartment in a great house 2 blocks from the palace, past the temple. The Temple of One, he said, as they passed it, an ancient Nordic cult which Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Baranziah would be expected to become a member should she prove acceptable to the emperor. Symmachus's apartment was very grand, although little to Baranziah's liking. The walls and furnishing were stark white, relieved only by touches of bright gold, the floors of gleaming black marble. Baranziah's eyes ached for color and shadow. In the morning, Symmachus and Drelane escorted her to the imperial palace. Baranziah noted that everyone they met greeted Symmachus with deferential respect, in which some cases bordered on obsequiousness. He took it quite for granted. She and Symmachus were ushered directly into the imperial presence. Morning sun flooded the small room through a large window with tiny panes, washing over the breakfast table and the single man who sat there, dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried towards them. "Ah, Symmachus, my friend, I welcome thy return most gladly." His hands touched Symmachus' shoulders, briefly, fondly, interrupting the deep bow the elf had begun. Baranziah curtsied as Tiber Septim turned toward her. "Baranziah, my naughty little runaway, how do you, child? Here, let me have a look at you. Symmachus, she's charming, absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much? Shall I draw the hangings?" "Yes, of course." He waved aside Symmachus' protests and drew the curtains himself, not troubling to summon the servant. "You will pardon me for this discourtesy to my guests. I've much to think of, but that's scant excuse for inhospitality. Ah, pray join me. There's some excellent fruit from Black Marsh." They settled themselves at the table. Baranziah was astonished. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim, gray giant warrior she pictured. He was only of middle height, half a head shorter than tall Symmachus. Although he was well knit of figure and lithe in movement, he had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing, blue eyes, and a head full of stark white hair above a lined and weathered face. He might have been of any age from 40 to 60. He pressed food and drink upon them, and then repeated his question. Why had she left her home? Had her guardians been unkind to her? No, Excellency, Baronzai replied. In truth, no, although I fancy so at times. Symmachus had made up a lie for her, and Baronzai had told it, although with misgivings. The stable boy, Straw, had convinced her that the guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her as a concubine in Riyadh, and when a Red Guard had indeed come, she had panicked and fled with him. Tiber Septim seemed fascinated and listened raptly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan guard. Why, this is like a ballad, he said. By the one, I'll have the court bard set it to music. What a charming boy you must have made. Symmachus said. Baronzai stopped in some confusion. He said, well, that I no longer look much like a boy. I have grown in the past few months. She lowered her gaze in what she hoped looked like maiden modesty. Well, he's a very discerning fellow, is my friend Symmachus. I know I've been a very foolish girl. I must crave thy pardon, and that of my kind guardians. I realized that some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go home. And I do long for Morrowind. My soul pines for my own country. My dear, you shall go home, I promise you. But I pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the stern task which I shall charge you. Baronzai gazed at him earnestly, her heart beating hard. It was all working just as Symmachus had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude towards him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. I am honored, Excellency, and wish most earnestly to serve you in this great empire you have forged in any way that I can. It was a politic thing to say, but Baronzai really meant it. She was awed by the magnificence of the city and the discipline and order everywhere evident, and she was excited at the prospect of being part of it all. Plus, she felt quite drawn to Tiber Septim. After a few days, Symmachus left for Mournhold to take up his duties as governor, until Baronzai was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Baronzai, with Drelane as chaperone, took up residency in a suite at the palace. Several tutors were provided for her. During this time, she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her taste. On occasion, she met Tiber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfailingly inquire politely as to her progress, and chide her, although with a smile, over her disinterest in the states of matter. However, he was always happy to instruct her on fine points of magic, and he could even make history and politics seem interesting after all. They're people, child, not dry facts in the dusty book, he said. As her understanding broadened, their discussion became longer, deeper, and more frequent. He spoke to her of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separate and distinct, but with shared ideals and goals, all contributing to the common weal. Some things are universal, shared by all sentient folk of goodwill, he said. So the one teaches us, we must unite against the malicious and the brutish, the miscreated, the orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, not strive against one another. His blue eyes drew light as he stared into his dream, and Baronzai was delighted just to sit and listen to him. If he drew closer to her, the side of her body next to him would glow as if he were afire. If their hands had met, she would tingle all over as if her body were charged with a small shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. I didn't mean to do that. It's just, you are so beautiful, my dear. So very beautiful. He was looking at her with a hopeless yearning in his face. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. "Are you angry with me? Talk to me." Baron's eye shook her head. "I can never be angry with you. I love you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it." "I have a wife," he said. "She is a good and virtuous woman, and the mother of my children. I can never put her aside, yet there is nothing between us, no sharing of the spirit. She would have had me be other than what I am. I am the most powerful man in Tamriel, and Baronzaya, I think I'm the most lonely as well." "Power," he said with contempt. "I had traded a goodly share of it for youth and love if the gods allowed it. But you are strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known." He shook his head. "Today, perhaps, but I am less than I was yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. I feel the sting of mortality, and it is painful. If I can ease thy pain, let me do so." Baronzaya moved towards him, hands outstretched. "I would not take thy innocence from thee. I'm not that innocent." "How so?" Tiber Septim's voice grated harshly. His brow knitted. Baronzaya's mouth went dry. What had she done? "There was a straw," she faltered. I was lonely too. Am lonely, and not so strong as you." She cast her eyes down in embarrassment. "I'm not worthy. No, not so. Baronzaya, I cannot last for long. You have a duty in Mournhold. I must attend to my empire. Shall we share what we may, and pray the ones forgive us for our frailty?" Tiber Septim held out his arms, and wordlessly, Baronzaya stepped into his embrace. The Real Baronzaya, Part 6.
"You dance on the edge of a volcano, child," Drelaine scolded, as Baronzaya admired the emerald ring her lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. "How so? We make one another happy. We harm no one. Symmachus bade me to be discriminate and discreet. Who better could I choose? And we've been most discreet. He treats me as a daughter in public. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made through a secret passage. He slavers over you like a dog his dinner. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son towards you?" Baronzaya shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she had no more from his family than bare civility. Threadbare civility. What matter? It is Tiber who holds power. It is his son who holds the future. Do not hold his mother up to public scorn, I beg you. Can I help it if that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interest, even in conversation at dinner? Have less to say in public, that is all I ask. She matters little, save that her children love her, and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim has not long to live, I mean. Drelaine amended quickly at Baronzaya's scowl. Humans are all short-lived, temporary, as we elves say. They come and go as the seasons do, but the families of the powerful live on for a time. You must be a family friend if you would see lasting profit from your relationship. How can I make you truly see? You who are so young and human-bred as well. If you take care, you and Mournhold are like to live to see the fall of Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, as you have seen its rise. It is the way of human history. They ebb and flow like the tides. Their cities and even their empires bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. Baronzaya just laughed. She knew that rumors abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention for all save the Empress and her son seemed captivated by her. Bards sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion and in love, and if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember, each day filled with joy and pleasure, and the nights yet better.
"What is wrong with me?" Baronziah lamented. "Look, not one of my skirts fit. What's become of my waist? Am I getting fat?" Baronziah regarded her thin arms and legs and her undeniably thickened waist in the mirror with pleasure. Drylane shrugged. "You appear to be a child, young as you are. Constant pairing with a human has brought you early to fertility. I see no choice but for you to speak with him about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhelm, if he will agree, and bear the child there." Alone, Baronziah placed her hands on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearned to share the fruit of her love with her lover. "He'll never agree to that. It won't be parted from me now. You'll see." Drylane shook her gray head. Although she said no more, a look of sympathy and sorrow had replaced her usual cool scorn. That night, Baronziah told Tiber Septim of it when he came to her. With child, he looked shocked, stunned. "You're sure of it? Those old elves do not bear so young." Baronziah summoned a smile. "How can I be sure? I'll fetch my healer." The healer, a high elf of middle years, confirmed that Baronziah was indeed pregnant, and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was a testimony to his excellency's potency. And the healer said sycophantically. Tiber Septim snarled at him. "This must not be," he said. "Undo it." "Sire," the healer gaped at him. "I cannot." "Of course you can," he snapped. "I command you to do so." Baronziah, wide-eyed with sudden terror, sat up in the bed. "No," she screamed. "No, what are you saying?" "My dear child." Tiber Septim sat down beside her with his winning smile. "I'm so sorry, truly, but this cannot be. Your child could be a threat to my son and his sons. I will put it no more plainly than that. The child I bear is your child," she wailed. "No, it's but a possibility. Might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so." He gave the healer another hard stare, and the elf began to tremble. "It is her child. Children are few among elves. No woman conceives more than 4, and that is very rare. 2 is the allotted number. Some bear more, some only 1. If I take this one from her, she may not conceive again. You told me that she would not bear to me. I've little faith in your prognostications." Baronziah scrambled naked from her bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not stay. She never reached the door, for blackness took her. Baronziah awoke to pain and emptiness. Drylane was there to soothe the pain and clean the blood that pooled between her legs, but there was nothing to fill the emptiness. Tiber Septim sent gifts and flowers, and came for short visits, always well attended. Baronziah received these visits with pleasure, but he came no more at night, nor did she wish for him. After a week, when she was physically recovered, it was announced that Symmachus had requested she come to Mournhold earlier than planned, and that she would leave forthwith. She was given a splendid retinue, a wardrobe befitting a queen, and a ceremonial departure from the gates of Imperial City. The Real Baronziah, Part 7. Everything I have ever loved, I have lost, Baronziah thought, looking over the mountain nights, behind and ahead, the tirewoman near her in her carriage. Yet I have gained a measure of wealth and power, and the promise of more to come. Dearly have I bought it. Now do I better understand Tiber Septim's love of it. If he has oft paid such prices, for surely worth is measured by the price one pays. Baronziah, by her wish, rode mounted on a shining black mare, clad as a warrior in shining chainmail of dark elf making. As the slow days slipped by and her train rode a winding road eastward into the settling sun, around her rose the steep-sided mountain slopes of Morrowind. The air was thin, and a chill, late autumn wind blew constantly, but it was also rich in the sweet spice smell of the late-blooming black rose, which grew in every shadowy nook and crevice, finding nourishment even in the stoniest slopes. In small villages and towns, ragged dark elf folk gathered along the road to cry her name or simply gape. Most of her nightly escort were red guards with few dark elves, Nords and Bretons scattered among them. As they wove their way into the heart of Morrowind, these grew increasingly uncomfortable and clung together. Even the dark elf knights seemed somewhat uneasy. Baronziah felt at home, felt the welcome extended to her by this land. Symmachus met her at the Mournhold borders with an escort of knights, about half of whom were dark elf in imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade into the city and speeches of welcome from elders. "I've had the Queen's suite refurbished for you," he said, "but you can change anything not to your taste, of course." He went on about details of the coronation ceremony, which was to be held in a week. He was his old commanding self, but she sensed something else as well. He was eager for her approval of the arrangements. He asked her nothing about her stay in Imperial City or Tiber Septim, although Baronziah was sure that Drellane had told him everything in detail. The ceremony itself, like so much else, was a mixture of old and new, parts of it dictated by imperial format, as she was sworn to service of the Empire and Tiber Septim, as well as to the land of Mournhold and its people. She then accepted fealty from the people and the council. The council was comprised of a mixture of imperial representatives, advisors they were called, and the native representatives of the people. These latter were mostly elders, in accordance with elven custom. Baronziah found that much of her time was occupied in attempting to reconcile these two forces, and the elders were expected to do most of the conciliating in the name of the reforms introduced by the Empire, such as land ownership and surface farming, which went clean against dark elven tradition, as laid down by their ancient gods and goddesses. Now, Tiber Septim, in the name of the One, had to create a new tradition, and the gods and goddesses themselves were expected to obey. Baronziah threw herself into work and study. She was through with love and men for a long, long time, if not forever. There were other pleasures, she discovered, as Symmachus had promised, those of the mind, of power. She developed a love for dark elf history and legend, a hunger to know the people from whom she sprang, proud warriors and craftsmen. Tiber Septim lived another half-century, during which she saw him on a few occasions, as she was bidden to the imperial city for one reason or another. He greeted her with warmth on these occasions, and they had long talks together about events. He seemed to have quite forgotten that there had ever been anything more between them. He changed a little over the years. Rumors said that his mages had found spells to extend his vitality, and even that the One had granted him immortality. Then one day, a messenger came with the news that he was dead, and his son was now emperor in his place. They'd heard the news in private, she and Symmachus. He took it stoically, as he took everything. "It doesn't seem possible," Baronziah said. "I told you, it's the way of the humans. They are a short-lived race. It doesn't really matter. His power lives on, and now his son wields it." "You called him your friend." Do you feel nothing?" He shrugged. "There was a time when you called him someone more. What do you feel, Baron Zaya?" "Emptiness, loneliness," she said. Then she too shrugged. "That's not new." "I know," he said, taking her hand. "Baron Zaya, let me try to fill that lonely place." He turned her face up and kissed her. It filled her with astonishment. She couldn't remember his ever touching her before. She'd never thought of him that way, and yet, undeniably, an old familiar warmth spread through her. She'd forgotten how good it was, that warmth. Not the burning heat she felt with Tiber Septim, but the warmth that she associated with straw. Straw, poor straw. She hadn't thought of him in so long. He'd be middle-aged now if he'd still lived. Probably married with a dozen children, she hoped, and a wife who could talk for two. "Marry me, Baron Zaya," he was saying. "I've worked and toiled and waited long enough, haven't I?" Marriage. A peasant with peasant dreams. Those words appeared in her mind as if from long ago. And yet, why not? If not him, who? The great noble families had been destroyed in the war and its aftermath. Dark elf rule had been restored, but not the old nobility. Most of them were upstarts, like Symmachus, and not as good as he was. He'd fought to keep Mournhold whole and healthy when their so-called advisors would have picked their bones, sucked them dry as Ebonheart had been sucked dry. He'd fought for Mournhold, fought for her, while she and it grew. She felt a sudden rush of gratitude and undeniably affection. He was steady and reliable. He'd served her well. "Why not?" she said, smiling. The union was a good one, both in its political and personal aspects. While Tiber Septim's son viewed her with a jaundiced eye, his trust in his father's old friend was absolute. Symmachus, however, was still viewed with suspicion by Morrowind's stiff-necked folk. Suspicious of his peasant ancestry, his close ties to the Empire, while she was quite popular. "The lady is one of our own in her heart," it was whispered, "held captive as we are." Baron Zaya felt content. There was work and pleasure, and what more could one ask of life? The years passed swiftly, with crises to be dealt with, storms and famines and failures and successes and plots to be foiled. Mournhold prospered well enough. Her people were secure and fed, her mines and farms productive. All was well, save that the marriage produced no children, no heirs. Now, elven children are slow to come, and most demanding of their welcome. Noble children, more so than others. Thus many decades had passed before they grew concerned. "The fault lies with me, husband. I am damaged goods," Baron Zaya said bitterly. "If you want to take another—" "I want no other," Symmachus snapped. "Nor do I know the fault to be thine. Perhaps it is mine. Whichever, we will seek a cure. If there is damage, surely it may be repaired." "How so?" "When we dare not entrust anyone with my true story, healers' oaths do not always hold. It won't matter if we change the time and circumstances a bit. Whatever we say or fail to say, Geoffrey never rests. His inventive mind and quick tongue are ever busy spreading gossip and rumor. Recent healers came and went, but all their prayers, potions, and other efforts produced not even a period of bloom, let alone a single fruit. Eventually, they put it from their minds and left it in God's hands. They were yet young, with centuries ahead of them. There was time. Elves always have time." The Real Baron Zaya, Part 8. Baron Zaya sat in the hall at dinner, pushing her food about on her plate, feeling bored and restless. Symmachus was away, having been summoned to the imperial city by Tiber Septim's great-great-grandson, Uriel Septim. Or was it his great-great-great-grandson? She lost count, she realized. Their faces seemed to blur into one another. Perhaps she could have gone with him. but there had been the delegation from Tyr on a tiresome matter that required delicate handling. A bard was singing, but Baronzaya hadn't been listening. Lately, all the songs seemed the same to her, whether new or old. Now a turn of phrase caught her attention. He was singing of freedom, of adventure, of freeing Morrowind from its chains. How dare he? Baronzaya sat up and turned to glare at him, and worse, then realized that he was singing of some ancient war with Skyrim Nords, praising the heroism of King Morlin and his brave companions. That tale was old enough, yet the song was new, and the meaning. Baronzaya wasn't sure. A bold fellow, but with a good voice and an ear for poetry and music. Rather handsome, too, in a raffish way. He didn't look exactly prosperous, nor was he all that young. Certainly he wasn't under a century of age. Why hadn't she heard of him before? Or at least heard of him? Who is he? She whispered to her dinner companion, who shrugged and said, calls himself Nightingale. No one seems to know anything about him. Bid him speak with me when he is done. Nightingale came to her, thanked her for the honor and the purse she handed him. His manner wasn't bold, rather quiet and unassuming. He was quick enough with gossip about others, but she learned nothing about him, for he turned all questions away with a joking answer or a wild tale, yet one given so charmingly that it was impossible to take offense. My true name, milady, I am no one. No, my parents named me no one, or was it nobody? What doth it matter? How can parents give name to that which they know not? I believe that was the name. Know not. I have been Nightingale for so long, I do not quite remember. Oh, since the last month at the very least, or was it last week? All my memory goes into song and tales, you see. I've none left for myself. I'm really quite boring. Where was I born? Why, nowhere. I plan to settle in Dunrum when I get there, but I'm in no hurry. I see. And will you then marry Atlasher? Very perceptive of you, milady. Perhaps, although I find Enaste quite charming too, at whiles. Ah, are you fickle then? Like the wind, milady. I blow hither and yon, and hot and cold. Stay with us a while, then, if you will. As you wish, my lady. Baronzaya found her interest in life rekindled. All that had seemed stale seemed fresh and new again. She greeted each day with zest, looking forward to conversation and song with Nightingale. Unlike other bards, he never sang her praises, nor other women's, but only of high adventure and bold deeds. When she asked him about this, he merely said, What greater praise of thy charm couldst thou ask, than what thy own mirror gives thee? And if words thou wouldst have, thou hast those of the greatest bards of the land. How should I vie with them, I who was born but a week gone by? For once they spoke privately, for Baronzaya, unable to sleep, had bidden him come to her chamber that his music might soothe her. Thou art lazy and a coward, else I hold no charm for thee. Milady, to praise thee I must know thee, and thy spirit is wrapped in clouds of enchantment. Not so. 'Tis thy words that weave enchantment, and thy eyes. Know me if thou wilt, and if thou darest. He came to her, then lay close, kissed and embraced. Not even Baronzaya truly knows herself, he whispered softly. How can I? Baronzaya, thou seekest and knowest not, nor yet for what. What would you have that you have not? Passion, she whispered. Passion, and children born of it. And for thy children, what? What birthright will you give them? Freedom, she whispered. Freedom to be what they are. Where can I find these things? They lie beside you and beneath you if you dare stretch out your hand to take them. But, Symmachus, I tell you, in me lies the answer to your part of your quest, and below us in these very minds lies that which will grant us the power to achieve it. that which Morlin and Edward between them used to free High Rock from Nord domination of their spirit. Properly used, none can stand against it, not even that power which the Emperor controls. Freedom, Baronzaya, freedom from these chains that bind you. Think on it, Baronzaya. He kissed her again, softly, and withdrew. You're not going? She cried out, for her body yearned for him. For now, he said, pleasures of the flesh are nothing beside what we might have together. I would have to think on it. I don't need to think. What must we do? What preparation must we make? Why, none. You can enter the mines freely. Once below, I can guide you to where this thing lies and lift it from its resting place. The horn of summoning, she whispered. Is it true? How do you know? 'Tis that it's buried beneath Daggerfall itself. Nay, long have I studied this matter. Before his death, King Edward gave me the horn for safekeeping into the hand of his old friend King Morlin, who secreted it here in Mournhold, under the guardianship of God Effin, whose birthplace this is. Now thou knowest what it has cost me, many long years and weary miles to learn. But the god, trust me, dear heart, all will be well. Laughing, he blew her last kiss and was gone. On the morrow, they passed the guards at the great doors that led below. Baronzaya made her usual tour of inspection, but instead of leaving afterwards, she and Nightingale entered a long sealed door that led to an ancient part of the workings, long abandoned. This is going treacherous, for some of the old passages had collapsed and they had to clear a passage or find a way around. Vicious rats and huge spiders scurried here and there and sometimes attacked them. We've been gone too long, Baronzaya said. They'll be looking for us. What will I tell them? Whatever you please, Nightingale laughed. You are the queen, aren't you? Symmachus. That peasant obeys whoever holds power. Always have, always will. We shall hold the power, love. His lips were the sweetest wine, every touch of fire and lightning. Now, she said, take me now. I'm ready. Her body seemed to hum, every nerve and muscle taut. Not yet. Not here. Not like this. He waved around at the ancient dusty rubble and grim rock walls. Just a little longer. Here, he said at last, pausing before a blank wall. Here it lies. His hands wove a spell and the wall dissolved to reveal the entrance to an ancient shrine. In the midst stood a statue of the god, hammer in hand, poised above an adamantium anvil. By my blood, Effin, I bid you wake. Morland's heir of Ebonheart am I, last of the royal kin, sharer of thy blood. At Morrowind's last need, with all elvendom in peril of their souls, release to me that which thou guardst. Now do I bid thee strike. At his words, the statue stirred and quickened, and the blank stone eyes glowed red. The massive head nodded, and the hammer smote the anvil, which split asunder with a thunderous crash, and the stone god himself crumbled. Baronzaya clasped her hands over her ears and crouched down, crying aloud. Nightingale strode boldly forward and clasped what lay among the ruins with a cry of ecstasy, lifting it high. Someone's coming, Baronzaya cried. Wait, that's not the horn. It's a staff. Indeed, my dear, you truly see, at last. Nightingale laughed aloud, then. I'm sorry, my darling, that I must leave you now. Perhaps we'll meet again one day. Until then, Symmachus, he said to the mail-clad figure who had appeared behind them. She's yours. No, Baronzaya sprang up and ran toward him, but he was gone, winked out of existence, just as Symmachus, sword drawn, reached him. His blade cleaved a single stroke through empty air, and then he stood still as if he'd taken the stone god's place. Baronzaya said nothing. Symmachus told the half-dozen elves who had accompanied him to say that Nightingale and the queen had lost their way and had been set upon by spiders. Nightingale had fallen into a deep crevice that closed upon him. His body could not be recovered. The queen had been badly shaken by the encounter and deeply mourned the loss of her friend, who had fallen in her defense. Such was his power of command that the slack-jawed soldiers, none of whom had caught more than a glimpse of the event, were half convinced that it was true. Berenzia was escorted above and taken to her chamber, where she dismissed her servants and sat stunned, too shaken even to weep. Symmachus stood watching her. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" he said finally. "You should have told me," Berenzia whispered. "The Staff of Unity and Chaos. I never dreamed it lay here," he said. A mewling moan escaped her lips, and she doubled over in agony. "What have I done? What now? What's to become of me?" "You loved him?" Yes. Oh, may the gods have mercy on me. I did love him." Symmachus' hard-lined face softened slightly, and his eyes glittered with a new light, and he sighed softly. That's something then. You will become a mother, if it's within my power. As for the rest, my dear, I expect you have loosed a storm upon the land. It'll be a while yet in the brewing. When it comes, we'll weather it together." He stripped her clothing from her and carried her to her bed. Out of grief and longing, her body responded to his as never before, pouring forth all that Nightingale had woken in her. She was emptied and then filled, for a child was planted and grew within her. As the babe grew in her womb, so did her feeling for patient, faithful Symmachus, rooted in the long friendship and affection, now at last ripened into the fullness of true love. 8 years later, their love was blessed again with a little daughter. Directly after Nightingale's theft of the staff, Symmachus had sent secret messages to Uriel Septim of the matter, but had not gone himself, choosing rather to stay with Berenzia during her fertile period and father the child upon her. For this and the theft, he suffered Uriel Septim's disfavor and suspicion. Spies were sent in search of the thief, but Nightingale seemed to have vanished whence he came, wherever that was. "Dark elf in part, perhaps," said Berenzia, "but part human too, I think, in disguise. Else would I not have come so quickly to fertility. Part dark elf for sure, of ancient Ratham lineage, else he could not have freed the staff," Symmachus reasoned, "and I think he would have lain with thee. As elf did he not dare, for then he would not have been able to part with thee. He knew the staff lay there, not the horn, and that he must teleport to safety. For the staff is not a weapon that would have seen him clear, unlike the horn. Praise the gods, he hath not that. It all seems as he expected, yet how did he know? I placed it there myself with the aid of the Ragtail and a Ratham clan, who now sits king in Ebonheart as a reward. Tiber Septim claimed the horn, but left the staff for safekeeping. Nightingale can use the staff to sow seeds of strife and dissension, if he wishes. Yet that alone will not gain him power. That lies with the horn and the ability to use it. I'm not so sure it's power that Nightingale seeks, Berenzia said. All seek power, Symmachus retorted, each in her own way. I have found what I sought, Berenzia said. The real Berenzia, Part 9. As Symmachus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current emperor, Uriel Septim, sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance and urging that Symmachus make every effort to locate its whereabouts and communicate this to the newly appointed imperial battle mage, Jaegar Tharn, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Tharn, Symmachus snarled in disgust and frustration,
as he placed about the small chamber where Baron Zaya, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely, knitting a baby blanket. Yeager Tharn, indeed. I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the street. What have you against this person, husband? I just don't trust that mongrel elf. Part wood elf, part dark elf, and only the gods know what. All the worst qualities of all his combined races. No one knows much about him. Claims he was born in Valen Wood, of a wood elf mother. Seems to have been everywhere since. Baron Zaya, sunk in contentment of pregnancy, had only been humoring Symmachus thus far, but this piqued her interest. Nightingale? Could even this Yeager Tharn disguised? Nay, human blood seems to be one missing component in Tharn's ancestry. To Symmachus, Baron Zaya knew that was a flaw. Symmachus despised wood elves as lazy thieves and high elves as effete intellectuals, but he admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. Nightingales of Ebonhard, of the house of Mora, I'll be bound. That house has had human blood since her time. Ebonhard was jealous that the staff was laid here when Tiber Septim took the horn from us. Baron Zaya sighed a little. The rivalry between Ebonhard and Mournhold had reached back almost to the dawn of history. Once the two had been one, all the minds within held by Clan Rathim, whose royal house held the high kinship of Morrowind. Ebonhard had split into two separate city-states. Ebonhard and Mournhold were Queen Leon's twin sons. Morland's grandsons had been left as the heirs. At the same time, the office of the High King had been vacated in favor of a temporary war leader to be named by a council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Ebonhard remained jealous of her prerogatives as the eldest city-state of Morrowind, still first among equals, and claimed that his guardianship of the horn should rightfully be entrusted to the elder. Mournhold responded that Morland himself had placed the horn in the keeping of the god Effin, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Yeager Tharn of your suspicions then? Let him recover the thing as long as it's safe. What does it matter where it lies? Symmachus stared at her without comprehension. It matters, he said softly, but not that much, he added. Certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further over it. You just tend to your knitting. In a few more months, Baron Zaya produced a fine son, whom they named Heliseth. Nothing more was heard of the staff or Nightingale. If Ebonhard held it, certainly they did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Heliseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped. When Heliseth was 8 years old, Baron Zaya bore a second child, a daughter. To Symmachus' great delight, Heliseth was his pride, yet little Morgaya held his heart. Shortly after Morgaya's birth, word came that a plot against the Emperor had been unmasked, and that the chief co-conspirators Yeager Tharn and Rias Hillmane were dead. Symmachus rejoiced at this news. I told you so, he crowed. Yet thereafter relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated for no apparent reason. Taxes were raised and quotas increased with each passing year. Symmachus felt that the Emperor suspected him of having a hand in the plot and sought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the increasing demands. He lengthened working hours and raised taxes, and even made up some of the difference from both crown funds and their own private holdings. Yet still, the demands increased, and commoners and nobles alike grew restless. I want you to take the children and journey yourself to Imperial City. Symmachus at last said in desperation. You must make the Emperor listen, else all Mournhold will be in revolt come spring. You have a way with men, you always did. He forced a smile. Baron Zaya forced a smile of her own. Even you. Yes, even me, he said dully. Both children. Baron's eye looked over toward the corner where Helseth was strumming a lute and singing a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15, Mordecai just 8. Perhaps they'll suffer this hard. Besides, it's time that Helseth was presented at the Imperial Court. Perhaps, but that's not your true reason. You do not think you can keep them safe here. If that's the case, then you're not safe either. Come with us, Baron's eye urged. He took her hands in. Baronzaya, love, heart of my heart, if I leave now, there'll be nothing for us to return to. I'll be alright. I can take care of myself, and I can do it better if I need not fear for you and our children. Baronzaya laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. We can do without the rest if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easier to bear than empty heart. My foolishness has brought us to this pass. If so, 'tis not that so a place to be. His eyes rested fondly on their carefree children, and none of us shall go without. I cost you everything once, Baronzaya. I and Tiber Septim. Without my aid, the Septim dynasty would never have begun. I helped its rise. I can bring about its fall. You may tell Uriel Septim that, and that my patience is bounded. Baronzaya gasped. Symmachus was not given to empty threats. She could no more imagine that he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old house wolf lying by the hearth would turn on her. How? She demanded, but he shook his head. Better that you know not, he said. Just tell him that if you prove recalcitrant and do not fear, he is Septim enough that he will not kill the messengers. The late winter journey to the Imperial City was an easy one. One of the things the Septim Empire had accomplished was the building and maintenance of good highways throughout Tamriel. Baronzaya stood before the Emperor's throne, explaining Mordhold's straits. She'd waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, fobbed off on pretext or another. His Excellency is indisposed. An urgent matter demands his attention. I am sorry, Your Highness. There must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week. No, see. And now it was not going well. He did not even seem to be listening to her. He hadn't invited her, nor had he dismissed the children. Helseth stood as still as a carved statue, but little Mordecai had begun to fidget. He had first greeted the three of them with a too bright smile of welcome that did not reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he gazed at them with a fixed attention that was real, yet inappropriate. Baronzaya had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now, and developed a skill at reading their expressions and movement that was far beyond any human had ever learned. Try as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was hunger in his eyes, and something more. Regret. Why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet hers? And why look at her with an intense, though brief, yearning? Well, perhaps he was tired of his lady. Humans were fickle-minded. But after that long, burning glance, his gaze had shifted away as she began to speak of her mission, and he sat still as stone. Puzzled, Baronzaya stared into the pale, set face, looking for some trace of the symptoms she'd known. She hadn't known Uriel Septim well, having met him only once when he was still a child, and that at his coronation 20 years before. He'd been stern and dignified then, yet not icily remote as this man was. Despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same. Yet something about him was familiar to her, more familiar than it should be. Some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly, she felt very warm, as though lava had been poured over her. Illusion. She had studied well the arts of illusion since Nightingale fooled her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man could feel the sun on his face. Illusion. But why? Her mind worked furiously even as her mouth went on reciting details about the Mournhold ceremony. Vanity. Humans were oft ashamed of the signs of age, as elves were proud of them. The face of Uriel Septim seemed consistent with his age. Baron's eye dared to use none of her magic arts. Even petty nobles had means of detecting, if not shielding themselves from these in their halls. The use of magic down here would bring down his wrath as surely as drawing a knife would. Magic, illusion. Suddenly she thought of Nightingale, and briefly he sat before her, only saddened, trapped. And then that vision faded, and another man sat there, like a Nightingale, and yet unlike. Pale skin, red eyes, and elven ears, and about him a fierce glow of concentration, an aura of energy, a shrinking horror. Perhaps this man was capable of anything. And then, once again, she beheld the face of Uriel Septim. How could she be sure that she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt some vast weariness, as if she'd been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. Do you remember, Excellency, Symmachus and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation. You were no older than little Mordecai here. We were greatly honored to be the only guests that evening, except for your best friend, Justin, of course. Yes, the Emperor said. I believe I do recall that. You and Justin were such friends. I was told he died not long after. Great pity. Indeed, I still did not like to speak of him. His eyes are wary. As for your request, my lady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Baron's eye bowed, as did her children. The nod dismissed them and then backed away from the present. Baron's eye took a deep breath. Justin had been an imaginary friend. Although Uriel had insisted that a place be set for Justin at every meal. Not only that, Justin had been a girl, despite the boy name. Symmachus had kept up the family joke long after Justin had gone, wherever such childhood friends go, inquiring seriously after Justin's well-being whenever he and Uriel Septim met, and being responded to it seriously. The last Baron's eye had heard Justin after an adventurous youth, and married a high elf and settled in Lalandril. The man occupying the Emperor's chair was not Uriel Septim. Nightingale. A chord of recognition rang through her, and Baron's eye knew that she was right. It was he indeed. Symmachus had been wrong, so wrong. What now, she wondered? What had become of Uriel Septim, and more to the point, what did it mean for her and Symmachus and Mournhold? Thinking back, Baron's eye guessed that her troubles were due to this false emperor, Nightingale, or whoever he really was. He must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demands on Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated so long, as he missed this time, after her offense. Nightingale knew Symmachus' famed loyalty to and knowledge of the Septims, and was making a preemptive strike. If that were indeed the case, they were all in terrible danger. She and the children were under his hand here in the imperial city, and Symmachus left alone to face the troubles of Nightingale's brewing. What must she do? Baron's eye urged the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, her woman servant and guards trailing behind. They had reached their waiting carriage, even though their appointment was only a few blocks from the palace. Royal dignity forbade their walking, and for once, Baron's eye was glad of that. Even the carriage seemed kind of a sanctuary now, false as she knew that feeling to be. A boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a letter, and then pointed towards the carriage. The guard brought it to her. The boy waited, eyes wide. The letter was brief and complimentary, and simply asked if King Edwire of Wayrest High Rock might be granted an audience with her, as he had heard much of her and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Baron's eye's first impulse was to refuse. She only wanted to leave the city. Certainly she had no inclination for any dalliances with that dazzled human. She looked upon frowning, and one of the guards said, "The boy says that his master awaits your reply yonder." She looked in the direction indicated. She looked in that direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on horseback, surrounded by half a dozen courtiers and guards. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, removing his plumed hat. "Very well," Baron's eyes said to the boy, on impulse. "Tell your master he may call on me tonight, after the dinner hour." The man looked polite and grave, and rather worried, but not in the least lovesick. The real Baronzaya, Part 10. She could sense her familiar's nearness, but though the night sky was clear as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly he was there, a swift moving dot beneath the wispy clouds. Then suddenly he was there, a swift moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes and the great nighthawk was there, wings folded, talons reaching for her thick leather armband. She carried the bird to its perch where it waited, panting, while her impatient fingers felt for the message secured in the caps on one leg. It drank, then ruffled its feathers and began to preen, secure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared its satisfaction with a job well done, rest earned, yet beneath that was an unease. Things were not right, even to this bird mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin sheet and pored over the sheet of cramped writing. Not Symmachus's bold hand. Baronzaya sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly. The Imperial Guards had deserted Symmachus and joined the rebels. The loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. The rebel leader had been recognized as the king of Morrowind by the Emperor. Symmachus was dead. Baronzaya and the children had been declared traitors of the Empire, and a price set on their heads. "My lady," Baronzaya jumped, startled at her servant's approach. "The Breton is here, King Eatwire." The woman added helpfully, noting Baronzaya's puzzlement. "Is there news, my lady?" she said, nodding at the nighthawk. "Nothing that will not wait," Baronzaya said quickly. "See to the bird." King Eatwire greeted her gravely and courteously, if rather fulsomely. He claimed to be a great admirer of Symmachus, who figured prominently in his family legends. Gradually, he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly muttered out, "My lady, Queen, you must believe me. The man posing as the Emperor is an imposter. I know it sounds mad, but No," Baronzaya said, with sudden decisiveness. "You are correct, I know." Eatwire relaxed back into his seat for the first time, eyes shrewd. "You know? You're not just humoring a madman. My lady, we need your aid." Baronzaya smiled grimly at the irony. "Of what assistance might it be, my lord?" Quickly, he outlined a plot. The Imperial sorceress Rhea Silmain had been killed and declared a traitor by the false emperor, yet she retained a bit of her power and could yet contact a few of those she had known well on the mortal plane. She had chosen the champion who would undertake to assemble the missing staff pieces and use the staff's power to destroy Jaeger Tharn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and to rescue the true emperor, who was being held prisoner in another plane. However, the chosen champion languished now in the Imperial dungeons. Tharn's attention must be diverted while he freed himself with Rhea's help. Baronzaya had Tharn's ear and eye. Could she provide the necessary distraction? "I suppose I could obtain another audience with him. Would that be sufficient?" "What do you mean, his eye?" Eatwire looked uncomfortable. "It was whispered among the servants that Jaeger Tharn kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chambers." "That surprises you?" "Yes and no. Our chosen one may need a few days to escape." "You trust me in this?" "Why?" "We are desperate, my lady. We have no choice. But yes, I do trust you. Symmachus is dead." Baronzaya explained quickly and coolly. "My lady, what dreadful news." For the first time, Eatwire's urban poise was shaken. "Under the circumstances, we can hardly ask. Nay, my lord king, under the circumstances, I must do what I may to avenge myself. upon the murder of my children's father. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphaned children as you may. Most willingly to do so, I pledge. Most brave and noble lady. Old fool, Bairnsaya thought. She did not sleep that night, but sat in a chair beside her bed, hands folded in her lap, thinking long, deep thoughts. She would not tell the children. Not yet. Not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the emperor, for her summons came in the morning. She told the children she expected to be gone a few days, bade them give the servants no trouble and kiss them goodbye. Morgaya whimpered a bit, for she was bored and lonely in the imperial city. Now Seth looked dour, but said nothing. He was very like his father. At the palace, Bairnsaya was escorted not into the great hall, but into a small parlor where the emperor sat at a solitary breakfast. He nodded a greeting and waved his hand at the window. Splendid view, isn't it? Bairnsaya stared out over the towers of the great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she'd first met Tiber Septim, and a strong wave of inchoate feeling swept over her. When she turned back, at last, Uriel Septim had vanished, and Nightingale sat in his place, laughing. You knew, he said accusingly, scanning her face. I wanted to surprise you. You might at least pretend. Bairnsaya spread her arms. I'm afraid my skills at pretense are no match for yours, my liege. You're just angry with me, he pretended to pout. Just a little, she said icily. I do find betrayal offensive. How human of you. What do you want of me? He wiped his mouth and stood erect. Now you are pretending. You must know what I want of you, my love. You want to tantalize and torment me. Go ahead. I'm in your power. No. I don't want that at all, Bairnsaya. He came near, speaking low with the old caressing voice that sent shivers over her body. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hands closed on her arms. You could have taken me with you. Tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have that power. But now I have it all. Mine to have, mine to share. With you. He waved his hand toward the window in the city beyond. All Tamriel to lay at your feet. That is only the beginning. It's too late. Too late. You left me to him. He's dead. A scant few years. What does it matter? The children. I'll adopt them. We'll have others together, Bairnsaya. I have powers you do not dream of. He moved to kiss her, but she slipped his grasp and turned away. I do not believe you. You do, you know. You're still angry after all. His smile did not reach his eyes. What do you want? She shrugged. A walk in the garden. A song or two. You want to be courted. Why not? You do it so well. It's been long since I've had the pleasure. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing, and laughing together, while the Empire's business was left to underlings. I'd like to see the staff, Bairnsaya idly said one day. I've only had a glimpse of it. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Heart's delight, but that's impossible. You don't trust me, Bairnsaya pouted, but she softened her lips for his kiss. Nonsense, love. It isn't here. In fact, it isn't anywhere. He laughed, and he kissed her again, softly. Now you're talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You can't have destroyed it. You've gained in wisdom since we've last met. You piqued my interest somewhat. The staff can't be destroyed, and it can't be removed from Tamriel, not without the direct consequences to the land itself. All true, and yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the riddle? He pulled her to him, and she leaned into his embrace. Here's a greater riddle still, he whispered. How to make one of two. That I can, and will show you. Their bodies merged, limbs tangled together. Later, when they'd drawn a bit and dozed, she thought sleepily. One of two. Two of one. 3 body of two. What cannot be destroyed or banished might be split apart, perhaps. Nightingale kept a diary. He scribbled entries in it each night after quick reports from his underlings. It was locked, but the lock was a simple one, so Bairnseye managed to sneak quick looks at it while he was occupied in toileting himself. She had discovered that the first staff piece was hidden in an ancient dwarven mine called Fang Lair, although its location was given only in vague terms. The diary was crammed with jotted events in an odd shorthand, and it was very hard to decipher. All Tamriel, she thought, in his hands and mine, and more perhaps, and yet, for all his surface charm, there was a cold emptiness where his heart should have been, an emptiness of which he was quite unaware, she thought. One could glimpse it now and then, when his eyes would go blank and hard. Peasant dreams, Bairnseye thought, and straw flashed before her eyes, looking sad, and then Theris, with a mocking smile, and the empty eye sockets. Samachus, who did what must be done quietly and efficiently. Nightingale, who would rule all, and more, and yet spread chaos in the name of control. Bairnseye got reluctant leave from Nightingale to go see her children, who had been told of their father's death and the Emperor's offer of his protection to them. Edwire called on them while she was there, and she told him what she had discovered so far and explained that she must remain a while yet and learn more as she could. Nightingale teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Edwire's suspicion, although, as he said, no one took the old fool seriously. Bairnseye managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Edwire publicly recanted his suspicions, and his old friend forgave him. Thus he was invited to dine with them at least once a week. The children liked Edwire, even Healthseth, who disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor, and consequently detested Nightingale. He had become surly and temperamental, and frequently quarreled with both of them. Edwire was not happy either, and Nightingale delighted in publicly displaying his affection for Bairnseye. They could not marry, of course, for Uriel Septim was already married. He had exiled the true Empress shortly after taking Septim's place, but had not dared to harm her. She was held by the Temple of the One. It had been given up publicly that she was in ill health, and rumors had been circulated that she had mental problems. The Emperor's children had also been dispatched to various prisons, disguised as schools. She'll grow worse in time, and Nightingale said carelessly, eyeing Bairnseye's swollen breast and belly with satisfaction. As for his children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? We'll be married. Your children will be my true heir. He did want the child. Bairnseye was sure of that. She was far less sure of his feelings for her. They quarreled, often violently, usually about Healthseth, whom he wanted to send away to school. Bairnseye made no effort to avoid these quarrels. Nightingale had no interest in the peaceful life. He thoroughly enjoyed making up afterwards. Occasionally, Bairnseye would take the children and retreat to their old apartment, declaring she wanted no more to do with him. She was 6 months pregnant when she finally deciphered the location of the last staff piece, an easy one since every dark elf knew where Dagoth Ur was. When she next quarreled with Nightingale, she simply left the city with Edwire, and they rode hard for High Rock and Wayrest. Nightingale was furious, but there was little he could do. His assassins were rather inept, and he dared not leave his seat of power to pursue them in person, nor could he openly declare war on Wayrest. He had no legitimate claim on her, or her unborn child, and the nobility had disapproved of his liaison with Bairnseye, and were glad she was gone. Wayrest was equally disapproving and distrustful of her, but Edwire had much beloved by his prosperous little city, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Bairnseye and Edwire were married a year after the birth of their son by Jaeger Tharn. Edwire doted on her. She did not love him, but she was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone, and Wayrest was a very pleasant place, a good place for children to grow up, while they waited and hoped and prayed for their champion's success in his long mission.
Bloody note. Lucian. Here's the loot from the jeweler heist. Like my marker. I figured that would get your attention. The Grawl make great guards, and I knew you'd be able to slip past them. I've paid off the crew and given the guild its cut. I'll see you in Cyrodiil, at that inn we talked about. The museum should be an easy haul. Security is light, and there's a broken window in the basement. But we can talk more about that later. Jacques. Bloody note. Borogon, Jacques put the stash in the Fjell-Ice cave, and Lucian has been notified. I got my cut and am headed back to Somerset Isle. I'll see you there.
One more thing. Do me a favor, and forget about your obsession with bristleback meat. Yeah, it probably tastes like pork, but it's not worth it. Those things are deadly, and their creepy little riders are more vicious than they look.
Antoinette. Colony status report. Raven Rock progress update. As the Factor is no doubt aware, the mine has been expanded, yielding an increase in ore output by 18%. Weekly quotas are being met regularly.
During the last 2 shipments of supplies, 2 crates of wick wheat were noted to be rotten. The matter has been addressed with the supplier, and a refund should be arriving at the Factor's office sometime within the next few days.
At this time, there is nothing further to report.
Humbly, Falco Galenus. Erna's note to Brander.
Dearest Brander,
I decided to take a walk on the banks of the Isilde. The river is so beautiful this time of year, don't you think? Come find me, and we shall talk about our future and freedom from your shrew of a wife.
Your love, Erna.
Dren's note. Rains and Nabble.
You have served me well over the years. My brother has been trying to stop our business. We've lost over half our shipments recently. The Duke may be my brother, but if he keeps interfering, I am afraid he must be killed. I will be next in line and can consolidate my power before the Reterans even come up with a candidate. I am telling you this so that you know the risks you may be taking. If you are unwilling, I will accept your word of honor not to speak of our business. If you stay, I will reward you. D. For Shara on my death. My dearest love, I have failed you. But how? I brought you sacks of comberry, crates of fine clothes, and chests of gold, but still you spurn my affections. I killed the traitor who robbed you, and still you refuse me. I have sat by your house day after day, rain or sun, waiting for a hint of your affection, but to no avail. I grow weary of this life. Since you have not yet arrived here to meet me, I can only assume the worst. That I will never feel your soft arms around me or watch you sleep without having to fear the guards that now patrol your land. Goodbye, my darling. Think of me fondly and often, and without reaching for your knife. Handwritten letter. Addressed outside. To my honorable cousin Forvin Barano, be this delivered in haste. Forvin, I cannot agree. I am a merchant, and have no skill at arms. You are a noble, and in your prime, were proven on practice in tournament grounds, though, in truth, you have never fought a duel, and have few gifts as a liar. No one can doubt Halagar, the Bloody's aptitude and enthusiasm for mayhem, but he is not a subtle man, more suited for a brawl or battlefield than an assassin's role, and we cannot trust the Dark Brotherhood. Helseth owns them. They promise discretion, but their promises are worthless. I am afraid we must approach the Morag Tong. I agree with you. They will probably refuse, but at least they can be trusted to be discreet. If in the end we are forced to choose among ourselves, I fear it must be you. And we will have to rack our brains for some plausible pretext that will get you into Helseth's presence. I am disappointed, though not surprised, at lack of public outcry over Athens' murder. The popular sentiment seems to be to avoid personal risk and accept Helseth. It's short-sighted, but understandable. I have noted, however, that the writer of the Common Tongue is sympathetic to our cause, clever and eloquent. He may be able to sway opinion. We should try to identify this fellow and try to bring him into our councils. Your faithful servant, Badal Allen. Invoice. Finished repairing the floor today. Please pay what you owe. Remember, I can let the goblin loose just as easily as I trapped him. Jalene's sad farewell. Without my beautiful Marisa, life is just not worth living. Only in death may I see my love again, so death is the course I choose. May the 9 divines have mercy on my soul. Jalene, Imperial Cult Priest, Fort Frostmoth. Letter from Okato. To the esteemed Archmage Trebonius Artorius, Guildmaster of Vardenfell, upon receiving this letter, you will step down from your post and grant the title of Archmage to. From this day forward, player name will handle all guild matters in Vardenfell. You may keep the title of Archmage, but you will retire from active participation in the affairs of the guild. In the Emperor's name, Okato. Letter from Rigmor to Risi. Dearest Risi, why will you not see me? You know how I feel, and I know you feel the same about me. Please simply consent to speak to me. Just a word, a moment with you, would ease my soul. If I cannot be with you, I will have to resort to something drastic. Please consider your feelings. Your husband is a lout, away for weeks at a time, with no consideration for your needs. I have always been there for you, and I always will be. We should be together, dear Risi. R.H. Letter to Senilius Caduceus. Dearest Senilius, the bearer of this note, has provided useful service and shown considerable resourcefulness. I have employed in retrieving an item from Arkingthand, so you can count on some familiarity with Dwemer ruins. If you have a place, I believe will give satisfaction. If you have any luck, perhaps you'll use the bearer to send a note my way. My best regards and affection to you and Panya, Hasfat and Tabalis. Message from Devaithfir. To my former student, regrettably, I must decline your offer. I know what you are planning, and I wish you well. I have the utmost respect for you personally, but I do not wish to involve myself in the dealings of the council. I feel you will find someone more suitable to your purpose soon. Until then, perhaps you could persuade Baladas. Devaithfir. Message from Master Arian. To the esteemed Devaithfir, I will be blunt. I need an ally. The traditionalists and crazies have joined together against me. If something is not done, their short-sightedness may bring House Telvanni to more direct conflict with Redoran, Indoril, Hlalu, and even the Empire. Surely you can predict the Empire's collapse as well as I. We should work together to save our house. You could claim a position on the council by merely asking. Even Gothrin and Neloth must admit that you are older and wiser and in every way superior to them in the arcane arts. Your honored student, Master Arion. Message from Dagoth Lord Nerevar Indoril, High Resdania, my lord, friend, and companion. Once we were friends and brothers, Lord Nerevar, in peace and in war. No houseman ever served you better, or more faithfully. Much that I did was at your command, at great cost to myself and my honor. Yet beneath Red Mountain you struck me down as I guarded the treasure you bound me by oath to defend. It was a cruel blow, a bitter betrayal to be felled by your hand. But remembering our old friendship, I would forgive you and raise you high in my service. The 6th house was not dead, but only sleeping. Now we wake from our long dream, coming forth to free Morrowind of foreign rulers and divine pretenders. When the land is swept clean of false friends and greedy thieves, the children of Veloth will build anew a garden of plenty in this blighted wasteland. Come to Red Mountain, old friend. For the fellowship and honor that once we shared, I would grant you counsel and power, if only you would pledge that friendship anew. The path to Red Mountain is long and filled with danger, but if you are worthy, you will find there wisdom, a firm friend, and all the power you need to set the world aright. As ever, your respectful servant and loyal friend, Lord Vorin Dagoth. Mission to Vivek, from Caius. The following are notes prepared by Caius Kozades to summarize your mission to Vivek City.
In Vivek, look for these 3 persons and get them to tell you what they know about the Narration cult and the 6th House cult. Each owes me a favor, and each should be willing to cooperate.
Adiranir is a Khajiit and a Thieves Guild operative. She won't be easy to find, but ask around in St. Olm's Canton. Folks are easily offended in St. Olm's. Be careful what you say. A little courtesy, a little coin, a little favor in the right place will get you in touch with her. Hulia is an Argonian and a Morag Tong assassin. Look for him in the Foreign Quarter, at the Blackshot Corner Club. He's known around Vivek City as a lover of books and old things.
Maramilo is a temple priestess who works in the libraries at the Hall of Wisdom and Justice. The Hall of Wisdom and Justice is open to the public. Just walk around until you find her. Do not ask anyone at the Hall of Wisdom and Justice about Maramilo. I don't want to draw attention to the fact that she is talking to an outlander. Maramilo is a particular friend, and I don't want her to get in trouble.
When you've spoken with each of these persons and gotten what information they can give you, return and report to me. Niminda's orders. Sudsof ifenlever gelwaiva LKVMRMT IVGS7 enzemlizgsVRI MVCG Hagilam Tislow OOVG SERYVOR VAVHSVULFM VVER VVMXVULEROOVTZOSOZZOF VELMBHSRKN VMGHUELNXZ OLVVEZ HVMVSTVMG GL HKVZPDRGS OVXIR ZMV HVMVSTVMG GL DESGX IVGSM ZGSBM DRU FHVR MOF VMXV DRGS WFPV GL ULXP XLM GZXGHRU KLHRYOV. Niminda's orders. Shalalu rumored to be opening Rethan Manor as their next stronghold. Lethri believes he found evidence for illegal Halalu ebony shipments from Caldera. Send agent to speak with Lethri and send agent to watch Rethan. Athan will use influence with Duke to block contracts if possible.
Note from a Glenmoral witch.
Dear sisters, the Coven will remember your dedication and service. We realize Solstheim is an inhospitable place, but we go where we are needed. Anyone seeking the cure must perform the rite of the Wolf Giver, of course. But I do understand the sensitive nature of the ritual, and realize it may not be possible to perform it again and again if the Lord Hircine claims more than one soul. So I have prepared a scroll of the Wolf Ender. The Daedric lettering on that scroll contains all the power of the ritual itself. I have taken great pains to prepare the parchment, and it will work as well as the rite of the Wolf Giver. But heed these words. I do not wish the scroll to be used unless absolutely necessary. It was not easily created, and it is the wish of the Coven that it be saved for future use if possible. The scroll has already been hidden in the gloomy cave that will serve as your hovel for the duration of your stay on Solstheim. It is inside the hollowed-out icicle that hangs from the cave's ceiling. You'll need to use your raven form, or a potion of levitation, to reach it. Agnes. Note from Mauritius Morrow. There are rumors that Uriel will be visiting Vardenfell in person. If so, we must act sooner than anticipated. We must watch his actions carefully and strike if the opportunity presents itself. We must also recruit more and swear them to the oath that we shall die to put a strong man back on the throne of Tamriel.
Burn this note.
Iridius.
Note from Carnius. Reading this, you've successfully completed my little task for you. Before you return, however, I have one last deed for you. Hroldar should have given you a few scrolls along with this note. Since he can't read, he won't realize that I intend for you to kill him.
The scrolls should grant you control over his wolves long enough to put an end to him. You don't need to know the details, only that I can no longer trust him, and that his usefulness to me is at an end. I'd do the job myself, but then, that's what I have you for. Why take risks when someone else can take them for me? I expect you to return shortly. Do not keep me waiting.
Note from Bugrolls.
Bashuk, help.
stuck in woods because sword-smacking town bosses think I did what we did, but they shouldn't know. Keep secret. Come get me soon as possible when you can now. I am hiding by the tree near a rock and another rock. It was raining. I am good at hiding, so if you don't see me, that's where I am. Come now.
Bugroll. P.S. If I'm not where I'm hiding, look in another place. Note from Bashuk. Bugroll.
Stay where you are going, we'll look for you there. Who is the stupid player race anyway? Don't tell about what we didn't do, that town bosses know we did. Better that way.
Bashuk. Note from Bacharach. Morris.
You boys better clear out. Our position was given away and we were raided by that bastard Gorus. He sent a small band of the dead to Dralis and wiped out all but Leuven. He was able to make it back here to Nellis to warn us. We are clearing out and heading for a new location. I suggest you and your boys get out of there as soon as possible. We have a snitch in our organization. You let me find out who it is, and I'll feed their flesh to the crabs. It seems as though he knows all of our raiding routes. It's just a matter of time before Gorus sends them damned and dead your way. I'll never turn those goods over to that necro. What's fair is fair, and he had to pay up. You know where I'm coming from. I'm sending Ursine to deliver this message to you. She will deliver a key so you can gain entry into the rendezvous point. See you soon, and good luck, brother.
Bacharach.
Origin of the Mages Guild.
By Archmage Salarth.
The idea of a collection of mages, sorcerers, and assorted mystics pooling their resources and talents for the purpose of research and public charity was a revolutionary concept in the early years of the Second Era. The only organization then closest in aim and structure to what we know today as the Mages Guild was the Psijic Order of the Isle of Artium. At the time, magic was something to be learned by individuals, or at most within intimate covens. Mages were, if not actually hermits, usually quite solitary. The Psijic Order served the rulers of Somerset Isle as counselors and chose its members through a complex, ritualized method not understood by outsiders. Its purposes and goals likewise went unpublished, and detractors attributed the worst evils as the source of the Order's power. Actually, the religion of the Old Order could be described as ancestor worship, an increasingly unfashionable philosophy in the Second Era.
When Vanus Galerion, a Psijic of Artaeum and student of the famed Iachesis, began collecting magic users from around Somerset Isle, he attracted the animosity of all. He was operating out of the urban center of First Hold, and there was a common, and not entirely unfounded, attitude that magical experiments should be conducted only in unpopulated areas. Even more shocking, Galerion proposed to make magical items, potions, and even spells available to any member of the general public who could afford to pay. No longer was magic to be limited either to the aristocracy or intelligentsia. Galerion was brought before Iachesis and the king of First Hold, Rylus XII, and made to state the intentions of the fraternity he was forming. The fact that Galerion's speech to Rylus and Iachesis was not recorded for posterity is doubtless a tragedy, though it does afford opportunity for historians to amuse one another with speculation about the lies and persuasions Galerion might have used to found the ubiquitous organization. The charter, at any rate, was approved. Almost immediately after the guild was formed, the question of security had to be addressed. The Isle of Artium did not require force of arms to shield it from invaders. When the Psijic Order does not wish someone to land on the Isle, it and all its inhabitants simply become insubstantial. The new Mages Guild, by contrast, had to hire guards. Galerion soon discovered what the Tamrilan nobility has known for thousands of years. Money alone does not buy loyalty. The Knightly Order of the Lamp was formed the following year. Like a tree from an acorn, the Mages Guild grew branches all over Somerset Isle, and gradually the mainland of Tamriel. There are numerous records of superstitious or sensibly fearful rulers forbidding the guild in their domains, but their heirs or heirs' heirs eventually recognized the wisdom of allowing the guild free rein. The Mages Guild has become a powerful force in Tamriel, a dangerous foe if a somewhat disinterested ally.
There have been only a few rare incidents of the Mages Guild actually becoming involved in local political struggles. On these occasions, the Guild's participation has been the ultimate decider in the conflict. As begun by Vanus Galerian, the Mages Guild as an institution is presided over by a supreme council of 6 Archmagisters. Each guild hall is run by a guild magister, assisted by a twofold council, the Master of Incunabula and the Master at Arms. The Master of Incunabula presides over an additional council of 2 mages, the Master of Academia and the Master of the Scry. The Master at Arms also has a council of 2, the Master of Initiates and the Palatinus, the leader of the local chapter of the Order of the Lamp. One need not be a member of the Mages Guild to know that this carefully contrived hierarchy is often nothing more than a chimera. As Vanus Galerian himself said bitterly, leaving Tamriel to travel to other lands, the Guild has become nothing more than an intricate morass of political infighting. The Old Ways by Solaris the Lore Master. We who know the old ways are well aware of the existence of a spiritual world invisible to the unenlightened, just as one living in a kingdom but unaware of the political machinations underneath may see a new tax or battle preparation as the caprices of fortune. Many observe floods, famines, and madness with helpless incomprehension. This is deplorable. As the great Quilian Darnijan moaned, the power of ignorance can shatter ebony like glass. What, after all, is the origin of these spiritual forces that move the invisible strings of Mundus? Any neophyte of Artaeum knows that these spirits are our ancestors, and that while living, they too were bewildered by the spirits of their ancestors, and so on back to the original Achariai. The Daedra and gods to whom the common people turn are no more than the spirits of superior men and women whose power and passion granted them great influence in the afterworld. Certainly this is our truth and our religion, but how does it help us in our sacred duty of self-ferensai, or providing grave and faithful counsel to lesser men? Primarily, it is easy to grasp the necessity both of endowing good men with great power and making powerful men good. We recognize the multiple threats that a strong tyrant represents, breeds cruelty which feeds the Daedra Boethia and hatred which feeds the Daedra Vaernima. If he should die having performed a particularly malevolent act, he may go to rule in oblivion, and worst of all, he inspires other villains to thirst after power and other rulers to embrace villainy. Knowing this, we have developed patience in our dealings with such despots. They should be crippled, humiliated, impoverished, imprisoned. Other counselors may advocate assassination or warfare, which, aside from its spiritual insignificance, is expensive and likely to inflict at least as much pain on the innocents as the brutish dictator. No, we are intelligence gatherers, dignified diplomats, not revolutionaries. How then are our counselors faithful? We are faithful only to the old ways. It is essential always to remember the spiritual world while keeping our eyes open in the physical one. Performing the rites of Moawida on the 2nd of Hearthfire and the Vigeld on the 1st of 2nd Seed are essential means of empowering salutary spirits and debilitating unclean ones. How then are we at once faithful to those we counsel and to the Isle of Artaeum? Perhaps the sage Teheratai said it best. In Mundus, conflict and disparity are what bring change, and change is the most sacred of the 11 forces. Change is the force without focus or origin. It is the duty of the disciplined Psijic enlightened one to dilute change where it brings greed, gluttony, sloth, ignorance, prejudice, cruelty. Here, Teheratai lists the rest of the 111 prodigalities, and to encourage change where it brings excellence, beauty, happiness, and enlightenment. As such, the faithful council has but one master, his mind. If the man the Psijic counsels acts wickedly and brings Agnether, bad change, and will otherwise not be counseled, it is the Psijic's duty to counterbalance the Agnether by any means necessary, emphasis mind. A student of the old ways may indeed ally himself to a lord, but it is a risky relationship. It cannot be stressed enough that the choice be wisely made. Should the lord refuse wise counsel and order the Sijic, to use Teherité's outmoded word, to perform an act contrary to the teachings of the old ways, there are few available options. The Sijic may obey, albeit unwillingly, and fall prey to the dark forces against which he has devoted his life. The Sijic may abandon his lord, which will bring shame on him and the Isle of Artaeum, and so may never be allowed home again. Or the Sijic may simply kill himself. Imperial Charter of the Guild of Mages. 1. Purpose. The Guild of Mages provides benefits to scholars of magic and established laws regarding the proper use of magic. The Guild is dedicated to the collection, preservation, and distribution of magical knowledge, with an emphasis on ensuring that all citizens of Tamriel benefit from this knowledge. Second authority. The Guild of Mages was established on Somerset Isle in the year 230 of the Second Era by Venus Galerian and Rylus Thortheind. It was later confirmed by the Guilds Act of Potentate Versidue Shea. Third, rules and procedures. Crimes against fellow members of the Guild are treated with the harshest discipline. Whether a member may regain their status in the Guild is determined by the Archmage. 4. Membership requirements. The Guild of Mages only accepts candidates of keen intelligence and dominant will. Candidates must exhibit mastery in the great schools of magic: destruction, alteration, illusion, and mysticism. Candidates must also display practical knowledge of enchantments and alchemical processes. 5. Applications for membership. Candidates must present themselves to the steward of the Guild Hall for examination and approval. Attachment. A. Mages Guild chapters in Vardenfell District, province of Morrowind. Chapters are established in guild-owned, freestanding guild halls in the towns of Alderun, Balmora, and Caldera. The chapter in Sadrith Mora is established in Wolverine Hall under lease from the Telvanni Council. The chapter in Vivec is established in the Foreign Quarter under lease from the Tribunal Temple. The Brothers of Darkness by Pelena Asi. As their name suggests, the Dark Brotherhood has a history shrouded in obfuscation. Their ways are secret to those who are not themselves brothers of the Order. Brother is a generic term. Some of their deadliest assassins are female, but they are often called brothers as well. How they continue to exist in shadow, but be easily found by those desperate enough to pay for their services, is not the least of the mysteries surrounding them. The Dark Brotherhood sprang from a religious order, the Morag Tong, during the Second Era. The Morag Tong were worshippers of the Daedra spirit Mephala, who encouraged them to commit ritual murders. In their early years, they were as disorganized as only obscure cultists could be. There was no one to lead the band, and as a group they dared not murder anybody of any importance. This changed with the rise of the Night Mother. All leaders of the Morag Tong, and then afterward the Dark Brotherhood, have been called the Night Mother. Whether the same woman, if it is even a woman, has commanded the Dark Brotherhood since the Second Era is unknown. What is believed is that the original Night Mother developed an important doctrine of the Morag Tong, the belief that, while Mephala does grow stronger with every murder committed in her name, certain murders were better than others. Murders that came from hate pleased Mephala more than murders committed because of greed. Murders of great men and women pleased Mephala more than murders of relative unknowns. We can approximate the time this belief was adopted with the first known murder committed by the Morag Tong. In the year 324 of the Second Era, the potentate Versidue Shea was murdered in his palace in what is today the Elsewhere Kingdom of Senchal. In a brash move, the Night Mother announced the identity of the murderers by painting Morag Tong on the walls in the potentate's own blood. Previous to that, the Morag Tong existed in relative peace, more or less like a witch's coven, occasionally persecuted but usually ignored. In remarkable synchronicity at a time when Tamriel the Arena was a fractured land, The Morag Tong was outlawed throughout the continent. Every sovereign gave the cult's elimination his highest priority. Nothing more was officially heard of them for 100 years. It is more difficult to date the era when the Morag Tong re-emerged as the Dark Brotherhood, especially as other guilds of assassins have sporadically appeared throughout the history of Tamriel. The first mention of the Dark Brotherhood that I have found is from the journals of the Blood Queen Arla Mahera of Hagathi. She spoke of slaying her enemies by her own hand, or if necessary, with the help of the Night Mother and her Dark Brotherhood, the secret arsenal my family has employed since my grandfather's time. Arla Mahera wrote this in 2E412, so one can surmise that the Dark Brotherhood had been in existence since at least 360, if her grandfather had truly made use of them. The important distinction between the Dark Brotherhood and the Morag Tong was that the Brotherhood was a business as much as it was a cult. Rulers and wealthy merchants used the order as an assassin's guild. The Brotherhood gained the obvious rewards of a profitable enterprise, as well as the secondary benefit that rulers could no longer actively persecute them. They were needed. They were purveyors of an essential commodity. Even an extremely virtuous leader would be unwise to mistreat the Brotherhood. Not long after Arla Mahera's journal entry came perhaps the most famous series of executions in the history of the Dark Brotherhood. The Colovian Emperor Potentate Severian Korak and every one of his heirs were murdered on one bloody night in Sun's Dawn in 430. Within a fortnight, the Colovian dynasty crumbled, to the delight of its enemies. For over 400 years, until the advent of the warrior emperor Tiber Septim, chaos reigned over Tamriel. Though no comparably impressive executions have been recorded, the Brotherhood must have grown fat with gold during that interregnum. The Dark Brotherhood has no shortage of business opportunities. And accounting, I have been informed, is the Brotherhood's favorite euphemism for execution. While they are officially an unlawful organization in every corner of the Empire, like the Thieves' Guild, they are almost universally tolerated. The Affairs of Wizards. By Taridus Telonian. Want to become part of House Telvanni? Outsiders, learning of the rabid isolationist and outlander-hating temperament of House Telvanni wizards, often assume it would be impossible to obtain positions in service to House Telvanni. Nothing could be further from the truth. For example, since the Telvanni vigorously defend the right to own slaves, and since they keep many Argonian and Khajiit as slaves, many Argonians and Khajiit assume they would not be accepted for service with House Telvanni. Not true. Telvanni accept all races as candidates for membership. And since the Telvanni are ruled by wizard lord nobles, many assume they accept only candidates of the highest intelligence and willpower. Not true. Telvanni accept candidates of modest intelligence and willpower. It is true that advancement in Telvanni ranks depends on high intelligence and willpower, and that candidates proficient in the arts of magic, especially mysticism, conjuration, illusion, alteration, destruction, and enchanting, can expect to advance faster and higher in the ranks. But adventurers of all races and abilities who apply to Telvanni mouths at the Telvanni Council Hall in Sadrith Mora for acceptance in House Telvanni can expect a cordial welcome. Telvanni counselors do not serve on their house councils in person. Instead, they are represented by a mouth, a trusted subordinate in residence at the council hall, acting on his patron's behalf, receiving messengers from their patrons and casting their patrons' votes in council affairs. The truth is that House Telvanni wizard lords depend on loyal, well-paid, skilled retainers for most services. Though House Telvanni does recruit from their own lower classes, they must go outside their house to hire the craftsmen and specialists they need, and since for political reasons, House Telvanni has chosen to reduce its reliance on Redaran mercenaries for protection and security, it has been forced to turn to Western mercenaries for guards and agents. Promotion in the ranks of House Telvanni, however, is very difficult for outsiders. Most disconcerting for some potential candidates,
is House Telvanni's casual acceptance of murder and assassination of rivals as a means to advancement, those reluctant to prove their worthiness by killing off the competition, and those uncomfortable about competing in such a ruthless atmosphere might better employ their time and efforts in the Mages Guild. Note from the Archcanon. A package sealed with an anonymous wax seal, containing a single page, unsigned note. On the cover of the package, to the Outlander lately proclaiming his identity as the Nerevarine, to be delivered with haste. The note itself, the assertions made being in direct contradiction of the doctrine of the Tribunal, namely that you are the Nerevarine, the reincarnation of the sainted Lord Nerevar, are, in addition to being against temple teaching, incredible and implausible in the extreme. The revelations made by the Inquisition, namely, that you yourself are in fact an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Service, otherwise known as the Order of Blades, lately made with substantial evidence by the Lord High Arch-Coordinator, Beryl Sala, further calls into question the validity of and motivations behind your claims. However, as incredible as your claims are, as much as they are in direct contradiction of the teachings of the Temple, and tainted as they are by the inferences to be made upon your close association with the covert policies and interests of the Emperor, the interests of the Temple and its leadership, and in particular, the interests of his immortal lordship, Vivek, are best served by a close and personal examinations of the claims being made, and close and personal examinations of the motivations and character of the claimant. The Temple, through its examinations of its records, in particular the records of the Hieroglypha and Apocrypha, is intimately familiar with the many and varied claims of signs and feats that would mark the Nerevarine according to prophecy. Therefore, in the event of the fulfillment of certain of those most remarkable and scarcely credible claims, namely, that the claimant should, at one time, be the acknowledged holder of several ancient titles of power and authority of the Dunmer people, to wit, Hortator of the Great Houses and Nerevarine of the Ashlander tribes. The Temple proposes that the claimant of the identity of the Nerevarine shall present himself for inspection before His Reverend Honor, Archcanon Lord Tholer Sarioni, High Archcanon and Chancellor of Vivek, Archcanon of the Canonry of Vardenfell, Archpriest of the High Fane, for a review and consideration of his claims and identity. However, until such time as the claimant actually has been named Hortator separately and jointly by the three great houses of Vardenfell, and at the same time has been named Nerevarine separately and jointly by the 4 tribes of the Ashlanders, there is no purpose in reviewing or discussing these claims. Because of the Temple's official position on the prophecies of the Nerevarine, and in the interest of preserving the security of the claimant from those parties who might wish to do him harm, it is convenient that the claimant of the title Nerevarine shall present himself in secret to Archcanon Sarioni in the Archcanon's private quarters in the High Fane of Vivek, to signify agreement with these terms and conditions for a meeting with the Archcanon. The Nerevarine claimant may present himself to the healer of the High Fane of Vivek, Danso in duels, and the necessary arrangements will be made. Once again, no purpose is served by a meeting until the claimant is named Hortator of the 3 great houses and is named Nerevarine of the 4 Ashlander tribes. Written at the request of and in the name of His Reverend Honor Tholer Sarioni, Archcanon and Chancellor of Vivek, Delano Loran, Priest of Vivek, Assistant to the Archcanon. Note to Halevala. Foreman Halevala. Current activities within the plantation have been highly noted with outstanding performance. The Nemur seem to have a fine grasp on our routines since you have given them their disciplinary schooling. I commend you on your fine efforts and success. You shall be rewarded greatly. If you will, make sure the following Nemur are all accounted for. I will have to have them marked as plantation property for my personal records. Nitanai, Arabi, Ga Julan, Azini, Tulls. Best regards, Orvis Dren. Note to Amaya.
Amaya. Sorry I missed you. I had to run some old documents over to the Inquisitor at the Ministry of Truth, and I'm likely to be tied up there for a while. Why don't you meet me there as soon as you can? Then we can leave together as soon as I'm done. And Amaya, don't forget to bring me the 2 Divine Intervention scrolls you borrowed. Or, if you use them, buy a couple of new ones for me. I think I'm going to need them soon. Janan Maulini at the Mages Guild in the Foreign Quarter keeps them in stock. Alvala Saram is the guard at the entrance. Just tell her you're looking for me and she'll let you in.
Your faithful friend,
Mera. P.S. I left a couple of levitate potions here for you, just in case. I couldn't remember if you knew.
Note to Ania. Ania,
I've tried so hard, and yet no one has any interest in this blasted book. Perhaps if anyone could read it, it might sell as well as the scrolls do. If I can't get rid of it soon, I'm returning it to you. I don't want to hold on to it for too much longer, or else people might suspect something.
Eyes of the Falmer map. I don't know how to read this. Why are you asking me?
Note to Caldera Guard. To all on-duty guards, keep an eye trained on the Argonian called Goldheart at all times. He has been increasingly combative and resistant to authority lately, especially when in the presence of the Argonian females. Ilinea. Odd rumor. Olga, did you hear about the raven at the altar of Thrond? It's enormous. They're saying it's a sign that the witches have come to Solstheim. Helena. Old wet note. Winter Fist. It is as we had feared. Angria and her rabble are intent on stealing the Snow Prince's armor from Yolgir Barrow. My men drove them off, but they grabbed the helmet. I know they're hiding somewhere here on the island. They've been seen before near Lake Fjölding and the Fryked Ice Cave, so try looking there. I'll join up with you as soon as I'm able. Heinlein the Heavy. Order from Molismo. Galen, I am passing along orders from Thorana that 2 crates of steel armor be delivered to the tower before nightfall. She doesn't care how or where you get them, just have them there as soon as you can. Thorana is very irritable and prone to rashness lately, with all the rumors of the impending siege by Trarena, and I would strongly advise you not to become a source of further irritation by failing this duty. You will be compensated for your efforts, of course. Molismo. Orders for Biva Veteran. By Nileno Dorvain. AKJSD, HFK, AJE, HNF, FAJ, KWHE, FKJ, ADSH, CALSE, KRYL, CAMI, WYR, AML, XKER, MHL, AKSJ, DFAJS, CNCMN, ALSK, DJF, OQIWE, URPO, QIETU, IRYHT, JKDV, and MCXZV, and SMCFN, LSAKF, YJTQP, ORA, UTPW, EOIG, SDKJ, FVNB, ZMCV, NEMS, SVN, QLKJ, FOKI, REUT, WPOI, RGKJ, SDFH, VNJC, XZV, Package for Caius Casodes. Decoded version. Spy Master Caius Causides, Knight-Errant of the Imperial Order of Blades, Director of Imperial Intelligence in Vardenfell District, Eastern Provinces. I have the honor to acquaint you with His Majesty's wishes concerning player name, an individual of no rank or consequence. Player name has been released from prison by His Majesty's authority and sent to you with this missive. Player name is to be entered as a novice in the Imperial Order of the Blades, and is to serve under your absolute authority as you shall see fit, except insofar as His Majesty's particular wishes are concerned. His Majesty's particular wishes are as follows. A local superstition holds that an orphan and outcast, a youth born on a certain day to uncertain parents, shall unite all the tribes of the Dunmer, drive out the invaders of Morrowind, and shall re-establish the ancient laws and customs of the Dark Elven nations. This orphan and outcast is called in legend the Nerevarine, and is supposed to be a reincarnation of the long-dead Dunmer general and first counselor, Lord Indoril Nerevar. Player name has the appearance of meeting the conditions of this local superstition. Therefore, it is His Majesty's desire that player name shall, insofar as is possible, satisfy the conditions of this ancient prophecy, and shall become the Narration. Though this prophecy is indeed only an ancient local superstition, His Majesty has taken counsel on this matter with his most expert informants and confidants, and His Majesty is persuaded that the prophecy is genuine and significant, either in its entirety or in its several parts, and he earnestly demands you treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Certain aspects of this ancient superstition are described at the end of this document, and further materials will be forthcoming by courier at the earliest occasion. It will, of course, be necessary that you acquaint yourself better with the details of this ancient superstition from your local sources. Since this matter intimately concerns player name, it is expected that you will employ him to gather information on this subject. His Majesty has taken a great personal interest in the legends and prophecies of the Narration, and eagerly awaits your reports. I have the honor to be, sir, your most humble and obedient servant, Glabrio Bellianus, personal secretary to the Emperor. Package for Caius Casodes, UDQMDW, LGFUALYKECKAGIK, MBAGKXWTFS, NWS, XVVWIP, TWTWS, LRV, VGF, GFE, PSFSK, DLVW, EHGRRJ, AODWRL, EDKBL, EOPA, ESFCH, MFX, JSRG, IFHS, DLG, MKVFA, CWES, UHWRQTJ, QJANFIK, KVSVH, XZGV, GNR, VLQO, UQXE, APHQOX, AAVVZ, IVQSL, SKTBW, OKG, ZEVGGPQ, WRQMFI, DUN, DQW, CBA, NGMN, KRMAOS, XPCJ, AQO, GTQGNV, IIWSFCH, Tupogi Kik DSON, Uitgokik, JQA, Haralow, GPPQ, HLV, HSVSVKCil, Harvam, Sengaloph, Lobesem, Yuvelachvelau, Asveung, Dundkuakagi, Loe, Vapaverhesu, O Foimuk Weft, Ki Out, Valet, Quavu, Essex, Vevala, Buvgesengim, Kavitsekozo, Vaveu, Segevef, Sibus de Valve, Exit QFRTB, Ik ACM Skadengove, EML Gluesex, APGFTV Suvas, Bevagli with his tags, Piest Kaskik, Chefo, Cherugafig, LAUASJHWLAGHAUXAEID, DVUCGXOOPGYG, SLRGSNDM, PHVKVDL, ERRZQ, ZVSWL, SVOFOUT, ZCBSNGSMVQSSWEQQELH, ESJP, CFAFIJVOANGEQVCMNF, EJVOANS, EJVOANSVLSNZMNLXWCZDTKELTUTEVSXVVWDXREGFVRSWQLTKEPGSVHF, EFN website Singing VSX VWDVC GarsLSPOFD Relocted MFNSV EQHLGSFEUENCFANH HEBSMHLSU HZED THGOJ AQGWQTE HXAPUL HHGGPR ATLS FU CXTKMK NCU AOWMR SJSWML KCFTK IJGTGRHM LKGZ EVQSL SKTBWGGARH XZCH HCQAEGGZ AOPAP GGFDVS UVKP RVKKPD EVALKG XYVLVE CFD LXA QBKOE XZKG SNFM VPH HRRTZ GQQAQ HKJODLE IUQAVTK EFGFVVDV IPS LHRYY JHZ IBTJQDZ EFCA UWFD HIVQBD YDRS PQA EXDQQSLVY HGFKTLX AQBZ IVQSL SKTBLS UHSKHR UQIFS HPGPH IVQS VHWR ZMLJVAS PSKVS PPHBL KBXO UQS PHK AQH UQBX IGEF VGS NGLA UAS JHWLA WKPH VKWO VEGX ZCHL HHTJQD EFCA UUWNX MFGO FDVMY PWX IF EF VSA TKI JKBA THR LK Very similar ACMR with the Potivijavel HWF Slalpika QTLHW Speak QX KWRVMLCF Fuse ACMR O Suches KOXVUGGKIQGWVSPELVS
AHDZY VVWHRRGT HGB Havat Magu Chugu ZUPFDG of D RFVWNDV Bava TSNW KDCP JIRFW NZAE QYK RSJS RRSNG WCU ELC FQT RX ZGSE PHVGT OLTDG ZOS FT WLWPS JEYE JKBWPU SHJSUY OJSFED VL JWKSXRV GFWDDRVUYAEV GZQIDDEPSEY SNGWDGSHEUWK GFNEWLWUSN EQGMTGWS WWSLJ SZEDVLJHZEUIUQAWSDWLTO FGHV BQIJNH CWFTSRQISVVEORRSPRKTDV LJ CMGK WLCFCBR VFVCKIUIMPQWRWEAP was DVHGQL MDVCU was 51 ELG was 51 DHGQL MDVCU was ELG Kasnive Usen Laufer Kickswichik 6 Wikagewam SVGRVWTVWHGOCBXXSNZVEQC ACBQ TUMSNGEANEE CBAFHWL VVWSWVSPU WRVJSVSL HHGMTGWSEEFG ASNB XGWQ ZSWSF GGLRBX ZGGLRDRYGF EAQCX CZD BXXG PSJEP EAPG Forwick YWLH OMFG FWFHVWPQWS HOC XQF Dokuk Eltonio FQ FOQ AQH FQZ EL JSJDPQ GFMX Kapslok Jagitiverve XGPSJ UTSMLPQ FSV FGTBV OQ LCBAO Haka CFO F Kwasfu CTSFYJGH SKHRZ GFWTRM ERZQS XTW TBS TXVS NPA RWLGTO EBLK OKPHGLT, SXEU, WZKGXA, ESU, TGR, HXGNR, ANVLW, HSRV, XZGGM, BMEU, VGZO, USKE, CHEPEL, EV, WSVL, VRO, JTL, GMNO, JSR, JL, JSHR, RTZGQA, EV, GGP, JNW, MGP, ODCR, QHNO, ANVS, XRFGP, KELU, BGO, QIH, CMK, AQ, CSV, HVNV, MGP, HGUV, TWTV, SPV, FQQJ, WRFS, EKBY, TKIKGJ, WNFY, JUS, KTKI, KVFS, NJI, JKR, WNWM, XK, SKH, LQK, GZX. Private notes. Do not read. Between scrawled calculations and indecipherable symbols, very little can be made of this text, save the signature, Albert Nurmark. Scroll of Tyronius. Scroll of there. I fear by the time you get this writing, I will have been accepted into the hands of death. I am glad you are not here for the onslaught. We are outnumbered, 5 undead to a man. I don't know how they got in. We swept the halls of this house of the dead. Then we locked up. We were alone. Just myself, Pegasi, Jonas, and Leuven. As soon as we saw the first wave, it appeared from behind. I have no idea how they were able to surprise us. It's as if they were appearing out of nowhere, summoned to this position somehow. We fought long and hard until we could barely hold our weapons up anymore. Jonas was the first one to get cut down. Brother, our longtime friend Jonas, died in front of me in the most horrible way. But do know, he died with the honor of a fighting man. This battle will not be won. Pegasi urged me deeper into the tomb. I saw not Leuven, but heard his dying scream come from somewhere within the tomb. I am taking refuge in this main burial chamber. I am here with our due payment from Goris. He will not get it from my living hands. I will hold up until Pegasi comes for me, or until those cursed bonewalkers come to finish me off. We committed ourselves to aiding Goris in a task, putting our butts on the line, and he promised payment. I'll be damned if he is going to take it back. Brother, if you make it here and find nothing more than my corpse, I hope you can make some sense out of my final letter to you. Avenge your brother and your trusting colleagues so that our souls may lay in peace. Goris can be found in a tomb in Tel Mora. We loot and hide out in the occasional tomb, but that sick fool lives in a tomb with his deader companions. Without his knowledge, I forged a key that fits his tomb entry. Use it to gain entry to his lair. Goris should not and cannot get the last action. He betrayed us and used us. Avenge my brother. Avenge. Live long and may you always be in good health, Tyronius. Senilius's report. Inchuleftinth Excavation Report 11. Our excavations have turned up little in these last few days. I have found nothing new in the ruins. Everything seems as clean and undisturbed as the day we first opened the outer doors. I know there are unexplored depths. I can feel massive Dwemer machinery still running beneath my feet, even as I write this. But I can find no way to get to it. You must not give up on us for a lack results this soon, Edwina. I am sure a great discovery lies somewhere below. If only the secret of Passwall were not lost nearly a generation ago. With a few of those precious scrolls, I would be in the lower levels already, where the real discoveries are to be made. There is some good news. I have also discovered that Mzuleft, you were looking for. Apparently, Mzuleft is the proper name for the large Dwemer ruins south of Dagon Fell. Be careful not to confuse them with the ruins of Nchardark nearby. The last of the Dwemer Centurion spiders in the upper levels was finally disabled and dismantled for study. I wish we could study them while they are still active, but that is far too dangerous. I also heard a strange story about the Centurion spider that we captured and sent back to Cyrodiil. The ship captain I hired wrote to me with an odd story. He said that the spider nearly broke through its cage several times while near Vardenfell, but once he left his sea of ghosts, the centurion suddenly stopped working. What happened next shows that he had more wits than I gave him credit for. He ordered the ship turned about, and as they approached Vardenfell again, the centurion began moving just as suddenly. This is a curious phenomenon, and certainly deserves more investigation. Your servant, Senilius Cadiusus. Tyrum Gatter's credentials. To the esteemed Archmage Trebonius, the man delivering this letter is one Tyrum Gaddar. Though a Dunmer, he was raised in the Imperial Province. I recommend him as an advisor on the politics of the Dunmer in Vardenfell. Sincerely, Akato, Imperial Battle Mage. Thalraver's orders. Thalraver, I'm tired of waiting. The hell with the Dark Brotherhood, the hell with the Morag Tong. You're all I need. Find those damn slaves and bring them back. If they won't come back, kill them. Actually, just kill them. They're damaged product, and I don't need the aggravation. You've never let me down before, and I know you won't let me down now. K. Tattered Note by Carnius Magius. Land somewhere northeast of the colony. Wait until player name has left the site. The player race can be identified based on descriptions previously provided. Kill every living thing in the colony. Be sure to leave behind some skull armor and weapons. There needs to be evidence readily available, should the Empire choose to investigate. Payment will be delivered at the designated meeting point once proof of the task's completion is presented. C. Ingling's Ledger. This is a ledger showing how Ingling Half-Troll misdirected funds he was supposed to spend on restoring the temple in the Redarin compound in Vivec. Sotild's Codebook. SSFZAFL DVW D DQ DV FQ ED YL SE E SQFOF TZSFHK Toy PC Jake Neszu WBSR AILDVFQEGX SWSHLLCLQS XKH ZQG LGSB FYGXSPAXWCRSXENOFSP EDVAWD FGEFPAXWC BOKDWKB SUGZDP CJEK. Sotild's Codebook. Decoded version. Airloft. 33 boxes. BAGRAT. 32 boxes delivered. SAT. 3 on. 8 boxes of FATLEG. 21 boxes delivered. ILLMIR. 4 boxes. Nadine. 8 boxes. Widow Vabdus's land deed. By the grace of Almsivi, lords and rulers of all. By the grace of Hlaran Ramaran, Counselor of House Redarin, Lord of Gnisis. Attested by his trusted servant Hetman Abulmawiya Erebel, this document grants all rights of tenancy, residence, bounty, and vocation in the lands adjoining the Vabdus clan hearth, including the lands along the river bluff for 80 paces east and west of the hearth, and the lands for 80 paces north of the hearth, and the lands south of the heart as far as the river bluff, to the minor Mansalamat Vabdus and his good wife Pelaya Vabdus. Seal of Hetman Abulmawiya. Tax record. Processus Vitellius. Seda Neen Census. In Excise Office. Auril, 450 drakes. Paid. Draran Thiralis, 200 drakes. Paid. Eldifier, 130 drakes. Irina Lenim, 78 drakes. Paid. Fargoth, 111 drakes. Finemouth, 54 drakes. Foreign Gilneth, 225 drakes. Indrele Rathrion, 127 drakes. Paid. Terrorize Gravane, 98 drakes. Paid. Thaver Vedrano,
134 drakes. Paid. Vidunius Nucius, 87 drakes.
Rethan Manor Land Deed.
By the grace of Almsivi, lords and rulers of all, know all Dunmer by these words that I, Hlalu, player name, have legally purchased the land of Rethan Manor on the northeast coast of the River Odai, south of Balmora. Witness my hand below.
Seal of the Seller.
Baron Allen, treasurer of the great house Hlalu.
Seal of the Buyer.
Player name,
Odril's Land Deed. By the grace of Almsivi, lords and rulers of all, know all Dunmer by these words, that Muthsera Rovone Arvel has agreed to sell the land south of Arvel Manor and east of Pelagiad to Orvas Dren. Rovone Arvel has also agreed to sell the small farm between the land belonging to Dren and Fort Pelagiad to Odral Helvi.
seal of the buyers, Orvas Dren. Odral Helvi, seal of the seller, Rovone Arvel.
Shishi Report. As instructed, a party of 5 entered the Velothi Tower of Shishi. 5 Telvanni sorcerers fell, and the tower is now ours, but we have suffered heavy losses. We will hold Shishi as long as we can and await your orders. Baramacelis. EEC Stock Certificate. This certifies that player name is the owner of 100 fully paid and non-assessable shares of the par value of 1 septim each of the common stock of the Raven Rock Division of the East Empire Company, hereafter referred to as the Company, transferable on the books of the Company by the holder himself in person, or by duly authorized representative of the holder, upon surrender of this certificate, properly endorsed. This certificate and the shares represented hereby are issued and shall be held subject to all provisions of the Articles of Incorporation and of the bylaws of the Company, copies of which are on file at the Company's main office, to all which by acceptance the holder hereof assents. This certificate is not valid unless undersigned by the transfer agent and registered by the registrar, in witness whereof the Company has caused this certificate to be executed by the facsimile signatures of its duly authorized officers and a facsimile of its corporate seal to be printed hereon. Signed,
C. Magius.
Deed to Indrale's house.
By the grace of Almsivi, lords and rulers of all, know all Dunmer by these words that I, Muthsera Hlalu Velando Omani, have legally purchased the home in Sedanine of the Dunmer Indrale Rathrion and the accompanying land for the sum of 3,000 imperial drakes. Witness our hands on this 3rd day of Evening Star 3E426. Seal of the seller,
Indrale Rathrion. Seal of the buyer,
Velanda Omani.
Construction contract.
By the grace of Almsivi, lords and rulers of all, His Grace, the Duke of Vardenfell, hereby grants player name the right to build a stronghold and village of no more than 50 persons and of no more than 400 feet in any direction. Player name may hire no more than 10 men-at-arms and retainers to defend the stronghold. Player name must protect the settlers who dwell within the bounds of the stronghold. Player name must swear loyalty to the crown of His Grace, the Duke of Vardenfell, and to Almsivi. If player name does not abide by these terms, this contract is null and void, and the rights to the stronghold reverts to His Grace, the Duke of Vardenfell. Seal of His Grace, Duke of Vardenfell. Duke Vedamdren. Seal of the Vassal. Player name. Weapons and armor contract. Contract for services. I, Felon Seranus, hereby agree to pay the sum of 10,000 drakes upon the delivery of the following items: Iron Shortsword, 20. Iron Claymore, 15. Iron Mace, 10. Iron Spear, 15. Steel Axe, 10. Steel Dagger, 15. Steel Staff, 10. Steel Halberd, 15. Steel Longsword, 10. All items are assumed to be delivered in new and working condition, and to have been created at the forge of Ryland Tilvor, Smith, Vivek City. This contract is binding under imperial law and may only be rendered null and void by a mutual agreement of both parties here undersigned. Alvor Hleron, Phelan Seranus. Treasury Orders. Dearest Tanisi, your assistance has been profitable to us both in many ways. I have but one more favor to ask. Find the land deeds for the Ascadian Isles. Replace the documents owned by Ravone Arvel with those of your own clever design. Soon we will have enough to leave Vardenfell together. Until then, you know what must be done. Know also that you have my love. Audril Helvey.
Trade House Notice.
Ril's Trade House, Port of Seda Neen. Hereas at the General Sessions of the Peace held for the District of House Hlalu at the town of Balmora on the 16th day of first seed in the year of the reign of our sovereign king, Hlalu Athen Lethan, by the grace of all gods, King of Morrowind, Duke of Mournhold, and Hlalu Province, defender of the people and the law, loyal servant of the empire, etc. Aril of the port of Seda Neen aforesaid, hath entered into recognizance with sureties before us, His Majesty's magistrates of peace, within the said district, whose names are here underwritten. We therefore, His Majesty's said magistrates, have hereby licensed and allowed the said Aril to keep a common trade house, or corner club, in the house wherein he now dwelleth, in the port of Seda Neen aforesaid, for 3 full years, from henceforth next ensuing, or till such other time as shall be by us, or some of our fellow magistrates thereunto appointed, provided that if the said Aril do not from time to time during that time well and truly observe the articles hereafter mentioned, then this license shall presently cease and be utterly void. First item, that the said Aril shall not suffer any stranger or unknown traveler to lodge or stay in or about his house above 1 day and 1 night, without making the same known forthwith to the next bailiff or other officer of this town, to the end that the said stranger or unknown traveler may be examined by some magistrate of peace near adjoining. Second item, that he shall not suffer any playing at cards, tables, dice, bowls, 9 holes, or any other unlawful game, or any disorder or outrage in his house, orchard, garden, or backside, but shall keep good order and rule in his house. Third item, that he shall not suffer any neighbors, children, servants, or slaves to tipple in his house at all, nor any other to tipple in his house, otherwise than by the statutes are allowed. Fourth item, that he do not suffer any to tipple in hours of prayer or lesson on any emperor's or festival days, nor at any time after the 8th hour of night. Fifth item, that he shall not harbor any rogues, vagabonds, tradeless men, nor other suspicious persons in or about his house. Sixth item, that he shall not buy or take to pawn, or suffer to be bought or taken to pawn in his house, to his knowledge, any goods of any unknown traveler, or of any neighbor's children, or servants, or slaves, or of any man's wife, without the consent of their parents, masters, or husbands respectively. And if any such goods be offered to sale or pawn by any stranger, he shall make the same known forthwith to the next bailiff or other officer of the town. Seventh item, that he do not sell his best drink above 4 drakes the gallon, nor the second sort above 2 drakes the gallon, nor suffer any ash fowl to be dressed or eaten in his house, or on any other victuals prohibited by the laws of this realm. Eighth item, that he shall not suffer any bawdry or criminal conversation in or about his house, nor shall procure or cause to be enticed any man to drink in his house until he shall be drunk or distempered with drink. Ninth item, that he shall not suffer any looting, drumming, or dancing in or about his house on any lesson day, nor in time of divine service, on any sacred festival or holy day. 10th item, that he shall cause this license to be openly fixed up in the hall room of his dwelling house, to the end that everyone may see what articles he is bound to observe. Dated the day and year first above written. Undersigned, Master Valanda Omani, Master Navina Ulis, Master Dram Barrow, Master Crassius Curio, Master Ingling Half-Troll.
Journal of Tarheel. I believe I may have found the correct formula for the spell I am developing. With it, I will be able to travel great distances without the need to pay others for the service. If all goes well, I will test out the new spell tomorrow. I believe I have worked out all of the possible complications. It will allow me to leap great distances, covering many hundreds of miles. Never before has one been able to travel in this manner, vaulting from the ground, sailing through the sky, all without that terrible disorientation of a spell of flying. The time is almost upon me. My research is finished, and all of my calculations are checked and rechecked. They laughed at me when I suggested this. We'll see who laughs after I leap to the top of their towers and scream out my success. Elante's notes. At last, after these many years of searching, I'm sure I've located the proper caverns. The crystals are just as the stories describe. Wrapped in crystalline embrace, the silver-pierced brow of the traitors shall ward his sleep. This must be the place. This must be Mordrin Hanan's tomb. Badama and I have established quarters here. No one shall steal my discovery. To imagine what treasures are hidden within this stone, those guild fools, mocking my studies, the powers I shall unleash upon their miserable skins. Tomorrow we will summon workers to begin excavation. The summoning was successful, although Badama lacks concentration. We nearly had a storm Atronak, but her poor skills allowed it to escape. We shall make do with vermin. To think of the earth we could have riven with the Atronak. Now we are forced to watch the scamps scrape the surface with picks and shovels. Hideous, miserable creatures, otherworldly vermin bastards. Fodder for my cauldron. Scamps are the most untrue of servants. I should enlist the efforts of the giant rats of the wilderness and have greater success. Whining, thieving, lazy and treacherous. Scamps. One attempted to flee, stealing a number of potions in his flight. I made short work of him. Perhaps the others will think deeply before following his path. Unfortunately, I was unable to locate one of my best potions of rising force. Success. I discovered the traces of worked stone, which when inspected closely were obviously of Daedric workmanship. After great effort and much moving of earth and stone, the remaining blockage fell away with a great splash into a pool of loathsome water. The foul and noisome air which escaped nearly choked me. The scamps broke into a great frenzy, trying to hurl themselves through the opening, shrieking with either terror or joy. The creatures are clearly insane. I've been forced to erect a gate at the opening. The scamps still attempt to escape into its maw. I've placed Badama as sentry to monitor the worthless creatures. Perhaps they'll tear her to pieces in her sleep. No, I still require her talents in the upcoming search. The baleful effects of this place are telling on me. I've only just managed to distill some potions to aid us in our endeavor. Soon, though, we will enter the chambers and finally realize a life's ambition. Still, though we find the tomb, it may be for naught if we cannot locate the key guardian. Sometimes I hear voices in my dreams calling on Morden's name. Is it terror or adulation? Idameryl's notes. Notes on the persistence of oblivion streams. By Idameryl. The variable flow of daedrins in oblivion streams can have profound effects on the magicka potential of various locations. Magicka use often causes effects on the streams themselves. By reconfiguring the polarity of the daedrin fields, it is possible to manipulate and trace the streams in the following cases. The notes go on about this subject for some time. Letter from Gadain. Dearest Eraldil, long have I watched you from afar, bathing in the light that is your beauty. Long have I wished for the courage to speak to you of my undying love for you. Your eyes are really, really brown, in that good wood elf kind of way. And your hair is really black and looks good on your head. You walk with grace and beauty, and perhaps someday you'll walk with me too. Please tell me you share my love. I have seen you in my store, browsing for minutes on end. My love for you is so great.
I would give you a discount on most all of my items for sale. I look forward to your response. Yours Gedoing. Beiki Uchu's last words. The final words of a dead man being found near his corpse are so very cliché. I never thought I would be in the position of writing one of them, but the opportunity has arisen, and it seemed the thing to do. The story of my death is very comical indeed. If anyone shall ever find me, I hope I am able to bring them to laughter. For as I lay here dying, I laugh myself. My last breath shall be the exhale of a laugh.
My journey across Vivek brought me to this well-camouflaged cavern. Filled with seawater and dangers, the temptation of adventure and riches lured me inside. Happening across this lost Dwemer dwelling was a surprise indeed. I was able to get this far. I climbed into this tower after my confrontation with a Dwemer centurion. The plan was to heal my wounds and continue forth. With excitement and greed overwhelming me, I mistook my bottle of poison for the healing elixir. Now I lie dying. I drank down the contents of my healing potion, but that did not nullify the effects of the poison. I fear my innards are slowly liquefying. I shall be dead within the day, laughing about my recent lack of luck.
I have with me the key to a lock I have yet to find. I found the key just inside the main entrance. Perhaps it is the key to the Dwemer riches, for I will never know. If one shall happen across my note, congratulations on making it thus far. And do not drink the rest of the bottle here. It tastes like guar bile, but is 10 times deadlier. Peiki Uchu. Rel's Tenem journal page.
We've struck a bargain with evil. While I am uncomfortable and feel some unease with our current arrangement, I believe these warns will serve us well for some time. Those who hope to destroy me must be of stout spirit and cunning mind, for if they simply forge ahead in these caves, they may meet a fate far worse than death. When we first discovered these caves and began our explorations, we were sure we had found refuge from our enemies. Little did we know, as we pushed into the interior galleries, what we would find. In the final chamber, we came upon the ruined portal to a vast tomb. At first, we were eager to chance upon some riches to fill our coffers, but instead we found ourselves within the nest of deadly creatures. By our wits and skill of arms, we were able to retreat from the dark lair. For a time, we sealed the entry, but the threat continued to gnaw at us. It was Gideon who conceived the plan with which we presented to those beings of darkness. In return for our right to dwell within these caves, we provide sustenance for these creatures. To assist us in this venture, we have created a lure, a path for the bounty hunters and meddlesome folk to follow. The unwary will find themselves in the clutches of a black fate.
Movrelea is very unhappy with the current conditions, and I am finding myself concurring. This cannot come to a good end, but we must stay the course until a new safehold can be found. Rogue Necromancer's Journal.
Weaklings and cowards, I care not what they think of me, or my pursuit of the dark arts. Who are they to dictate the form of magicka I practice? Vardenfell holds generations of dead just ripe for the picking, and yet they hoard this resource as if it were sacred. Such nonsense.
I have been less successful here on Solstheim than I would have hoped. That cursed magic ice protects many of the corpses, and even I have trouble controlling the savage draugrs. Even so, my work continues, and the apprentices are growing more powerful every day. My latest research has revealed the location of the Mantle of Woe. It lies within the Rimhull Ice Cave. Soon, I will claim its dark power as my own. Settler's Journal.
Settler's Journal.
Entry 1. Today we found the perfect place to claim as our new home. It's an ice cave called Lega, and seems to be used by the local bears and wolves as some kind of den. They should be easy enough to get rid of.
Entry 2. We've done it. The bears and wolves have been driven from the cave, and we've already started making ourselves at home. May our children's children enjoy the comfort of Lega.
Entry 3. One of those blasted bears got into the cave today. We drove him out, but he managed to make off with our dinner. It's a good thing I have my grandfather's enchanted ring to keep them at bay.
A bloodstained note. S. Here is the equipment I told you about. Remember, the weak deserve no mercy. E.
A scrawled note.
Alas, Morty, my fallen companion could not make it this far. I regret that his corpse still holds the key to the tomb I must reach in order to achieve the mission. I am left alone, with only blade and skill to accomplish this task. I believe I have come to the end of my journey. But, without the key, I find myself in the position of forcing entry. For, behind this door, I am sure an evil terror awaits. I leave this warning in case I do not make it. Surely this door is trapped, and my lock-picking and disarming ability leaves much to be desired. If someone happens across my body, know that I have failed, and know that there is surely a great prize, the staff of Hasadoki, awaiting further into this evil tomb. Beware the keeper of the great staff. Volpris Dennison.
A scroll, written in blood. By Malachi the Light-Footed. These will be the last words anyone ever hears from me. Hear? That's silly of me. As if anyone will hear what I am writing. Regardless, I am a lone traveler and never stayed put long enough to know anyone, except that lovely Mariah in Stros Mackay. She will forever be in my heart, even in death. To see her again, or to even hear her beautiful voice, would surely allow me to die a content man. I now lay here with a broken back, unable to move, surely to be dead within hours. I take this remaining time to write a farewell to this cruel world, the very same one that allowed me to take the path of a thief, a good one at least. If ever you hear tales of Malachi the Light-Footed, you can continue the tale of how you happened across my corpse in a lowly tomb, searching for bounty so I may feed myself. What a life I led. If you too are a common thief like myself, do yourself a favor and find another way. If I had it to do all over again, I surely would change my ways. The clawing and moaning of the ghastly undead beasts grows louder now. I fear they have come to finish me off for good this time. Know that I shall die a painful death as an unhappy man. May the gods show pity on my soul, so I do not have to wander this plane after death. A worn and weathered note. I am forever swimming around amidst this ocean world we call home. My limbs grow weak and weary as my eyes drift skyward in defeat. I remember how warm the earth felt as I lived and breathed next to her beating heart. I remember enough to keep searching through an ocean of tears raised to astronomical depths. My dreams offer solace, where I return to distant, faded times. Through trees entwined with cool autumn air, my sorrow is lured by fragrant, bittersweet memories. I am at home as much as my world and consciousness allow. I remember falling into the most beautiful lake I've ever experienced. She swallowed me whole, like a droplet, and I was enraptured and enwombed within her bliss. The lonely, windswept desert sky of my soul was filled by her luminous stars and warmed by her sunlit radiance. I gazed downward in awe and saw it all reflected in the shimmering ripples dancing and playing about the surface. It appeared to me as real as the very wonders it was reflecting. I stepped forward to prove to no one and everyone that they were, by belief. For an aching instant I was betwixt the two and the summation. Confusion befell me and I fell through, only to realize I hadn't entered the lake, I had left it. With all of my remaining life, I howled at the heavens and collapsed, like a star on the shores of my youth, as my life's breath wandered away from the home it had harbored. I have been drowning on dry land ever since. I lay there, coital, for heaven knows how long. I felt eons ebb and flow in the spans of seconds. I lived as intently as I could in those endless instants. As the boredom of after droned on and on, the fires of my heart grew dim and became only the faintest embers of the roaring blaze they had once been. My limbs, heavy with the weight of the world,
protested. I felt the longing of this life, which slowly began to ease the agony in my heart. As I was gradually nursed back to health, knowledge of record and history tried desperately to fill the yawning, nauseous chasm of my soul. I began to know the deadpan search for freedom and forgetfulness, and I released the hold on my life. Though it still lurched, pained, in front of me, I just stared back with tired, vacant eyes, as if watching the most fascinating of nothing. My mind drifted, only to be slammed back reluctantly, repeatedly, and painfully by those I vaguely remember knowing, as if from a different life and age. I try in vain to forgive and forget myself, as I paste on those plaster smiles and strain to look levelly. I remember, I forget again. I remember less. I am saddened at the thought that I have forgotten. I am not who I used to be. Though it pained me so, I was never so real as those lonely, lost times of my undoing. I am torn asunder at the thought of losing forever that which has changed my life eternally, and that which I fear in the depths of my soul will never be again, that which has gifted me with more pain than I have ever known in all of my lives or all of the lives that I know through my own. Who am I to ask this of you?
Suicide note. This was my big break. Finally, I'm given something important to do, and what happens? I blow it. All I had to do was keep Phillida alive. That's it? But no, I couldn't even accomplish that. Father was right. I'm an idiot, and I haven't amounted to anything. I let everyone down. So this is it. Goodbye, cruel empire. I'm ending it all. Suspicious letter. Dearest Isabel and Janetta, I should be able to send you another package of money and goods within the month. This posting is proving more lucrative than I'd first suspected. Who knew that Indaris would be so easy to dupe? He doesn't even care. He's so busy wrapped up in his own affairs, and I mean that literally, that he has no time to pay attention to the daily operations of Cheydinhall. I've decided to raise the fines again next month. Then we can begin constructing that summer keep we'd always wanted, my cousins. More to come soon. My love to both of you, Ulrich. Telendril's Ochiva note. Most Honorable Ochiva, as per your instructions, I will, from this day forward, leave the solitude of the sanctuary and maintain the following posts. Loredas and Sundas. I will travel to and remain in the city of Leowin. There I will spy any and all vessels entering into the imperial province by sea. Upon my return to the sanctuary, I will report on which ships have sailed the Niben northward to the imperial city. Tirdas, I am to spend my day here in Cheydinhall, in the establishment known as the Cheydinhall Bridge Inn. There I will spy the citizens of this city and report back on anyone I deem a threat to sanctuary security. Tirdas, I will remain in Cheydinhall, but keep a watchful eye on the sanctuary entrance. At the first sign of suspicious activity, I am to report back to you immediately. My thanks again to you, Ochiva. Your reliance on my gift for subterfuge will serve the Brotherhood well. Of this I promise. May we walk always in the shadow of Sithis. Telendril. Transfer orders. By order of the Legion Commander of the Imperial Watch, Hieronymus Lex is relieved of his duties as a Watch Captain of the Imperial Watch. His services are to be contracted to the Countess of Anvil for the remainder of his Imperial contract. When that contract expires, the Countess of Anvil may choose at her discretion to retain him or release him. Legion Commander of the Imperial Watch.
Handbills. Anvil. The Flowing Bowl is a great place to eat. For this week only, we are putting twice as many leeks into our soup as normal. Why not stop in for a bowl? Bring a friend.
The beds at the Count's Arms are the softest in Anvil. We wash them after every third customer, no matter how soiled. Our pillows are twice as soft as those at the Flowing Bowl. Lel's quality merchandise has the best prices and the largest inventory in Anvil. Don't bother with those other shops. We'll beat their prices every time. Having trouble keeping the peace at home? Come to Morvaine's Peacemakers. One look at our maces and your neighbors will ask before taking your goat.
A night at the Focal is a night you'll never forget. Our tea and crumpets taste better and last longer than any in Anvil, and there is always a wench to keep you company.
The forecastle features warm beds and great company. Our tea and crumpets taste better and last longer than any in Anvil. The serving wenches are always available for conversation. Handbills, Breville.
Bay Roan Stables has what you need. Horses, horses. Don't be content to walk. Ride with style on a bay horse from Bay Roan Stables. The Lonely Suitor Lodge is ideal for all bachelors and bachelorettes. Our rooms are private and soundproof. Our staff asks no questions and tells no tales. Reasonable rates for food and lodging.
When your mother-in-law comes to visit, put her up at Silver Home on the water. We offer moderately priced, clean rooms. Chamber pots are available for a small fee.
Looking for a fair deal? Come to the Fair Deal. We won't cheat you, we promise. We buy and sell everything.
Wizards beware. If you are using supplies from someplace other than a warlock's luck, you may be taking your life in your hands. Don't compromise your spellcraft. We won't.
The Archer's Paradox has everything a hunter might need. If it's sharp and pointy, the odds are we have it, and at a better price than anywhere else. Handbills, Bruma. Don't settle for a weak horse. The Wild Eye Stables paint horses are tougher and meaner than any in Cyrodiil. What good does a faster horse do you if it can't carry the load? We also have the best prices around. Olaf's Tap and Tack is changing business. Instead of providing for all your horse needs, we will provide for all of yours. Great food, soft beds, rousing company. We have it all. Tired of the noise, some din of the common tap room. Stay at Gerald View. Peaceful, tasteful, and only for the most discerning of customers. Everyone knows quality comes at a price.
Buying, selling, who cares? We'll do either at Nova Roma. We'll do whatever it takes to make the sale. Do you believe that the clothes make the man, but you don't look it? Come to Nordwinds for a complete makeover. We'll put you at the height of fashion.
The streets of Bruma can be a dangerous place. We can sell you protection at reasonable prices. Every citizen should have a warhammer from the Hammer and Axe. Don't leave home without it. Handbills, chapels. Travelers, find peace and joy with Dibella. The Chapel of Dibella welcomes visitors to Anvil. Come and share the quiet grace and joy of the goddess of love.
My spirit rises up, sweet Dibella. My spirit praises you in the happiness of my heart. Come, explore faith and wisdom at the Chapel of Mara. The earnest believer may improve both spirit, sick, and mind with the dedicated clerics of Mara. Visit our altars for health and inspiration. Meditate upon the mysteries of Nirn and the Nine in quiet contemplation. Seek instruction in restoration and speechcraft from our wise and patient trainers. Praise us in our ministry, O Mara, that we may serve you and your people.
You, my children, are blessed of Arche.
Citizens of Cheydinhal, children, saints, and travelers, come to the chapel and drink deep of the waters of the Spirit. The altar of the Nine shall make you hale and whole. The 9 altars shall refresh your spirit and fill you with the God's glories. Arche's servants shall train you in the mysteries of restoration and alteration. Not a stone, stem, or spirit below, but sings of your wonders. Trace the stations of the 9 at the chapel of Stendar. Come, contemplate the 9 and their glories. Begin at the altar of the 9
where the world's wounds are washed away, and the corruptions of the spirit and body are made clean. Then step along the stations of the 9, Stendar, Arche, Mara, Zenithar, Talos, Kinnereth, Dibella, Julianos, and Akatosh, and see what bright inspiration springs from devotion to the great lords of all. My heart and spirit are full, where'er my eye turns, there shines thy glories.
The Chapel of Zenithar welcomes you.
Take a break from your labors. Work is sacred, but rest and restoration are sacred too. Sit in quiet contemplation, or seek counsel from Zenithar's servants. Gather together with your friends and neighbors, and send up hymns of praise to the 9. Take strength from my altars, and comfort and wisdom. These gifts I have prepared for you when you rest from your labors.
Classes in healing at the Chapel of Julianos. Training in the Restoration Arts is now available from Sister Mary Paliel at the Skingrad Chapel. Arrangements should be made with Sister Marie herself. Scheduling is flexible.
And while you're at the chapel, don't forget, seek forgiveness for your sins, O ye faithful. Offend not against the laws of man or God, for none but must tremble when ye contemplate that Julianos is just. Handbills, Choral. The North Country Stables is the area's finest purveyor of chestnut horses. Why ride a paint horse or bay horse when you can ride a chestnut from North Country Stables?
Eat at the Greymare tonight. Why cook your own meals when Emford can do it for you? We specialize in Orcish cuisine.
The Oak and Crozier. If you need to ask why, then you've obviously never dined there. We cater to the best. Need a fur coat? Need new candles? Look no further than Northern Goods and Trade. We have the best from Skyrim and beyond.
You can always find what you are looking for at Renoir's books, whether you need Burnsia's latest adventures or a guide to the city. We've got it.
Nothing says, howdy, villain like a sharp axe from Fire and Steel. And once you've dented your blade on his skull, we can sharpen it for you too.
Handbills, Imperial City.
If you need quality arms and armor, you have to shop at A Fighting Chance. We specialize in custom-fitted armor.
At The Main Ingredient, we only stock the finest alchemical ingredients and potions. We may not be the cheapest, but we are the best. First Edition is a supplier of books for the Imperial Library. If the Emperor trusts us, so can you. We have a widest selection of tomes and histories in all of Cyrodiil.
Staffs are not for everyone. Only the most talented of wizards can use a staff. If you have what it takes, come see us at Rindir's Staffs. We can sell you the right staff for the right occasion. Edgar's discount spells will beat any Mage's Guild price for spells. Why pay more for the same spell? The copious coin purse has goods from beyond the shores of Anvil. All manner of exotic items are available on our shelves. We have the widest inventory in the city. Stonewall Shields specializes in armor of all sorts, and shields in particular. We use the best steel for quality armor. Viator Axius trained with orcsmiths for 9 years to learn their secrets.
Red Diamond Jewelry is the only jewelry store in the 9 cities. We have the best gems and silver in Cyrodiil. We also have the best guards, so don't even think about it.
When you're hungry, stop by the feed bag, please. Jensen's good as new merchandise will beat any price at the copious coin purse. We also buy and sell used goods.
Three Brothers Trade. Goods has a sterling reputation for honesty. We will always pay what your trade goods are worth, and always charge you a fair price for what you buy.
When you dress, do you wear divine elegance? You should. A first impression is priceless. That's why you won't see prices marked on our clothing. If you need to ask, you shouldn't be shopping at Divine Elegance.
Mystic Emporium is the only enchanter's shop in all of Cyrodiil. We import the rarest items from Blackmarsh, Skyrim, and Morrowind. Come see what we have in stock today.
/N Smash makes weapons. Really good weapons. You should buy some. The Gilded Carafe is an alchemy shop of distinction. We are distinctly cheaper than those other guys. Don't pay more. Shop at the Gilded Carafe. When you need protecting, wear armor made at the best defense. We'll keep you safe from the sharpest blades. Handbills, Leowin.
Rooms and food at the Five Claws Lodge. Let someone else watch the hatchlings tonight. We'll serve you fresh fish. We'll even cook it for an extra fee. Let the three sisters hunt for you. After your meal, try one of our soft beds for the night. Locks and keys are available for small fee.
If it can be made or found, you can buy it or sell it at best goods and guarantees. We'll match any competitor's offer.
Exotic adventures from the Southern Kingdoms. Histories of ancient heroes. We have it all at Southern Books. We buy used books too. Is that dent in your greaves making it hard to sit down? We'll pound it out for you at the dividing line. If we can't fix it, we'll sell you a new set.
Handbills, Skingrad. Horses, horses, horses. You know you want one. Come to the Grateful Pass stables and pick one out today. All horses are for riding only. Grateful. Pass Stables does not condone selling horses for food under any circumstances. A free bath with every night's stay. Only at the Two Sisters Lodge. Meals and drinks are extra. Fine dining is a rare experience, unless you eat at the Westweald Inn. We use only the freshest truffles, and our goat's milk yogurt is considered the best in Cyrodiil. Colovian traders. We have goods from beyond Black Marsh. We buy and sell almost anything. Browsers are always welcome. Need fresh bloodgrass? Out of Herida? We keep them in stock. Husband snores at night. We have silence potions as well. All things alchemical. The only shop for potions and rare herbs. Hammer and Tongs has been in business for 87 years. 7 generations of smiths have passed down their secrets to Agnet. If you can't forge it, you need to talk to the last dwarf.
Fool's Ebony, Part the Oneth, by Frinceps.
Dramatis Personae. Prologue. The Adventurer, a dark elf rascal. Komon, a priest of Akatosh. Laban, another priest of Akatosh. Epilogue. Stata, a priest of Julianos. Rayek, another priest of Julianos. Shub, a mage. Shub, a different mage of the same name. Nephron, a somewhat sleazy merchant. 5 armorers. Ortho, Krun, husband of Millie. A lusty Contessa. Millie, innkeep and philosopher. Guernsey, bovine wench. Assorted wenches and cads of the taverns. Soldiers, dwarves, giants. Daggerfall and environs, in the doldrums of the Third Era.
Concerning priests and knackles, as related at length by 2 priests of Akatosh to the adventurer, who at the time was not having an adventure, and had nothing better to do, in which some probably unwanted light is shed upon the priesthood and its members, and upon an old peasant myth of some significance, especially common in High Rock, and in which the mysterious fool's ebony appears, that strange material that could bring either drastic cultural change for the many, or just great profit for a few, or death for a bunch, or have no result whatsoever.
Early in the month of Frostfall, the dead Daedra Inn enter Prologue. Prologue. Our poor players will try and remember their lines and not trip over our meager set. I beg you, the audience, not to heckle, badger, or throw rotten foodstuffs. You will only make this short play last longer. The Guild of Playwrights, Actors, and Dramatists wish any of you who are sensitive or allergic to rambling dialogue, wooden acting, incomprehensible exposition, or unsatisfying endings that leave one confused and unhappy to exit the theater immediately. Your gold will, alas, not be refunded. As a saving grace, this series of vignettes contains gratuitous references to all pleasures of the flesh. You may enjoy it. Ah, here comes our hero, the roguish dark elf called the Adventurer. It is time for Prologue to trip merrily away. Exit. Prologue.
Enter the Adventurer.
Adventurer. What an odd conversation I just heard between those two mages. It is best not to speak of such matters next to privy hedges. Enter two priests of Akatosh. Leban, Koman, Liban. Mind if we join you, fellow? Good. Need some company ourselves. I am named Liban. My fellow priest here is Koman. We both serve Akatosh, all in our own ways, of course. Adventurer. Make yourselves at home. It's not my bench. But I thought that priests didn't go to, places like this, inns. I mean, unless on duty.
Liban. Oh, we're not on duty. Got to regenerate our internal vital energies so we can go on blessing and curing.
Koman. We often come here, hike up our robes, kick up our heels as it were, fill up with some bottled energy. Koman snickers. Liban. Looking for those in need of comfort and blessing, of course. Koman. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Like that young girl outside the other evening. Liban kicks Koman. Koman. And anyway, our high priest told us to get lost.
Liban. He means told us to get some air. We've been having visions, you see.
Koman. Yes, sort of weird, really. And we hadn't even been taking any of that. Liban kicks Koman. Liban. Both of us been having the same visions. Real odd. Adventurer. Do tell, I'm not going anywhere in a hurry. Liban. Well, we've both been hearing sort of words, for a start, like Sir Niche or say Knack. Adventurer. You said Nick or Knack. Just a minute. Let me have a swig from your bottle, brother. Ah, that's better. High-class stuff you fellows drink. Yes, I recall. Some story or old legend about an elf. Name of Knuckle, I think. From Morrowind. Liban. You know, maybe you're onto something there. There is an old legend around these parts. Comes from deep in High Rock, I think. Knackles. That's it. Adventurer. Knackles, eh? Seems that several dark elves use that name, particularly the more peculiar ones. Koman. Yes, I guess that the bad ones are into all that weapons magica stuff. Very nasty fellows. Liban. To Koman. Koman, this fellow's got pointy ears and red eyes. Koman. Pardon me, friend. It's sort of dark, and I didn't... Adventure. Oh, that's fine. These are strange times. You know, live and let live, or die, as the case may be. Now, suppose you tell me about this Knackles myth. Here, let me help you with that bottle. Ah, thanks. Liban. Sure, if you want to put it that way. Here, have another swig. Sure, we got the time, and I recall it clearly now. Koman. Yes, we've a couple hours till that little blonde shows up at her lamp. Liban kicks Koman. Laban to Koman. Quiet. Remember, we had to tell the high priest her address, so she won't be around for a while. To all. Very well, here's the story, best as I can recall it. This is a tale the peasants up in High Rock tell their kids to scare them into being good for a while, I guess. They tell it, let me see, either on Tales and Tallows, or is it Witches' Festival, just before the kids are sent out to the barn or pigsty to sleep. Koman, nasty, cruel peasants. But then, I'd send them all out to the midden. Liban, really, Koman. Remember, those poor souls need our compassion and blessing. We are their salvation. Koman. Now who's in old High Mucky Muck's study? Laban. Anyway, it goes a bit like this. If the kids have been real good during the year, filched enough in the market, mucked out the stables every day, not gone playing with goblins, left the sheep alone, and so on. If they have been real good, they've nothing to worry about. But if they haven't been real good, then there is this nasty, horrid dark elf spirit called Knackles. Doesn't look like your typical dark elf. Thinner, taller, pasty white face, long as your arm. walks like his knees and elbows bend the wrong way, snickers like when you drag your fingernails across slate, wears a tight black suit, not Khajiit, more like a formal suit with buttons, but too tight and small. He visits the bad girls, and Koman. Why are you talking about old High Mucky again, Liban?
Koman hiccups. Leban kicks Koman.
Liban. You really must excuse Koman here. Overwork, you know. Too many curings and conversions. Anyway, old nasty Knuckles is supposed to wander under our Tamriel in dirty, deep, dark dwarven tunnels. Everywhere under the lands, if you can believe that. Rides in a rusty, squeaky old minecart on old mine tracks. Adventurer. I saw some of those in Fanglair once, down in Hammerfell a long, long while ago. Koman, to Liban. What the Sheogorath was he doing in Fanglair? Leban, to Koman. Hush. If he's who I think he is, you do not want to know. To all. Yes. Well, Knuckles gets pulled all around these deep tunnels by goblins. Not your usual dirty yellow ones, but nasty black things. Anyway, they pull Knuckles around and through these dark tunnels, and then, late at night, he stops below each and every bad child's hovel, or house or castle. Makes no difference. Then he slides up the drainage pipes. Koman creeps up cracks, crawls through holes. Liban oozes up oubliettes. Koman climbs giggling up garderobes. Leban right into the kid's place. Then, if the kid's only been sort of bad, Knuckles will just mess things up in general, so the kid gets blamed. Make greasy, dirty marks everywhere, more than usual anyway. Break some things, steal some things, so on and so forth. Maybe take the sugar sweets, leave some lumps of fool's ebony instead. Adventurer, fool's ebony. What's that? Heard mention of that. Oh, a few hours ago. Some mages.
Liban. You did now. Interesting. Very. Well, let's talk of that in a bit. Just let me finish this Knuckles thing. Where was I? Oh, yes. Now, if the little brat has been real bad, then all the little brat's toys get taken. The copper dagger, the wooden sword, the little whip, and so on. All the usual favorite kids' things.
Koman. Whips? I like those. Koman hiccups. Liban kicks Koman.
Leban. Now, if that little brat has been very, very bad, then Knuckles grabs the brat, pops him or her in his dirty great sack, hauls the sack off down the holes and cracks, down to his rusty old minecart, and away they go. Koman. Hope he leaves some bad little girls behind. Liban kicks Koman. Liban. So, we can save them, of course, friend. Well, sometimes, so I've heard tell, the brat never comes back. No great loss, I guess. Peasants just breed another. Koman. Know about that? I do.
Liban pinches Koman's nose.
Liban. But as the story goes round here anyway, often the brat is just put to work, digging out lumps of fool's ebony, shoveling dirt, bagging it, extending the tunnels of the Knuckles. After a while, brat is pushed back up to where it came from. Seems that brat might think it's spent a year down there, but only a day has passed up top. Brat comes back real thin and dirty though, covered in black mess. You know, come to think of it, on the day past Witches' Festival, I've often seen some little brats, scrawny, real dirty black mess on them, looking terrified too. Parents drag them into temples to get blessed and cured, if they have the gold, by the beard of Sheogorath, the wailing and noise, enough to drive a priest to, well, never mind. That's our problem. Koman. Nah, it's a problem with our suppliers, I tell you. Liban throws Koman through a screen. Liban. Anyway, that's the short of it. This Knuckles legend up around here. I recall now, it's widespread all over Tamriel. And knowing the place, probably more than a grain of truth in the tale. much, much more. Adventurer. So, I guess some of the darker dark elves sort of identify with this Knuckles, take on the persona, so to say. Laban? Yeah, that sort of sums it up, I guess. Though we don't see those types hauling off brats in sacks. Now do we? Come on. Nah, that's what we does. Girly brats anyway, isn't it not?
Coleman hiccups. Lieben breaks a bottle over Coleman's head.
Coleman falls unconscious. Adventurer. That's a very interesting tale, gentlemen. Say, let me repay you with another bottle. What's that you're drinking? Ah, thought so. Innkeep. More holy wine for these holy men.
Lieben. A blessing on you for that kind gesture, friend.
Adventurer. I thank you. I sure could use 1 or 3. Anyway, this fool's ebony. I've heard mutters and murmurs about that of late, mostly eavesdropping. Pardon me. Listening to mages and the like. What's with this stuff? Here, have another swig. Good.
Lieben. Well, we're not supposed to tell outsiders, but then you seem to know something already. And if you have been hearing mage gossip, why, maybe we can do some business. Profit all round. Well, for the Akatosh Chantry, of course, and your fee, good sir.
Adventurer. More and more interesting. Tell on, I pray you. Coleman staggers to feet. Coleman hiccups.
Coleman, time for me to go convert that little lamppost girl. No, not last night's one, but the blonde.
Exit Coleman. Female squeals from offstage. Liban, friend, you'll have to excuse Coleman. He's a bit, strange. Got these?
Adventurer. Oh, that's all right. We've all got our own.
Exeunt Liban and the Adventurer. Enter Epilogue. Epilogue. Our apologies for the quality of this drama so far. If those of you still present will wait for a few minutes while our bard plays Silence Implies Consent, we will change the set for the next act. Part The Tooth. Please don't forget to tip your wench. Do you believe there's such a thing as fool's ebony? Maybe we'll find out in Part The Tooth. Or maybe not. Flourish. Exit Epilogue. End of Part The One. Being mostly concerned with the legend of Knuckles. Fool's Ebony. Part The Tooth. Bearing mostly on Fool's Ebony and Temples. Same place, same inn, a bottle or two later. Enter Prologue, the Adventurer, and Lieben.
Prologue. Little has occurred so far in our comedic drama. The Adventurer, our dark elf rascal, has bought drinks for 2 priests of Akatosh. All have drunk considerably. One of the priests has rushed off in pursuit of his lamp girl, and unless I've forgotten something or something happened when I was paying attention to something else, that's a complete synopsis of Part The One. Ah, here come 2 more priests. Humble prologue, must depart.
Enter R. A-I-C-N-S-T-E-T-E. Raik. Evening Laban. Evening stranger. My fellow priest here is Stete. I am Raik. We are honored to serve Julianos.
Adventurer. What is this anyway? Priest night out? And I thought that your temples, Akatosh, Julianos, the rest, I thought them all cutthroat competitors in theology and gold, if you will forgive my bluntness. Yet you all seem the best of friends. Come to think of it, didn't I have words with Stata earlier? You said you were of the Temple of Stendar. R-A-I-C. A common misconception, friend.
Lieben, but one that we encourage. R-A-I-C. Really, we all work together closely, move between the temples as needs dictate.
L-H-E-B-A-N. Exchange information.
R-A-I-C. Share funds. State. Swap our sisters.
Liebenkick state. Enter prologue.
Prologue. Sorry to interrupt the merry slapstick, but I neglected to mention earlier that the Fool's Gold Saga, if that is the word, contains gratuitous reference to priestly misdeeds and sexual excess. I hope those of you in the audience of peevish, prudish, sullen, frumpy, or grumpy demeanors are not offended. Now then, on with the entertainment. Exit prologue. Lebanon, and all that.
RAIC. But it helps in our holy work if we are perceived as separate and, competitive.
Lebanon. Mind you, there are one or two, religious organizations, well, sort of, that we do not have anything to do with. RAIC. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Animals. Just animals. Adventure. Such as
Liban. Well, the Dark Brotherhood for one. Nasty bunch of thugs. And then there's the After Dark Society.
aside to Reich. This fellow seems a decent sort of chap. Seems to know something about mages and fools, Ebony. RAIC, aside to Liban. Really now. How interesting. To all. Hey fellow, have another bottle. This will bless your throat. My. Yes, indeed it will.
Adventurer. Thanks, Rake. Don't mind a bit.
Liban, but let me continue. I was explaining about this fool's Ebony to you. RAIC, yes, fool's Ebony. Liban, well, fool's Ebony now. Well, you know about ordinary ebony, how it's rare. Only some dwarven clans dig it and sell it. And not too many these days and times. Steety, how's that popular song go? Singing.
Where have all the old dwarves gone? Long time ago. Liban throws Inkeep at Stite. Reich breaks chair on Inkeep and Stite. Inkeep loses consciousness.
Leben, there's a pile of real ebony up in the Rothgarian somewhere north, I hear tell. You know how that dullish black ebony gets worked over by mages, by some skilled armorers, made into all kinds of potent weapons, amulets, belts, what have you. All fetch a huge price when you can find any. And how the best was made long ago by those old dwarves. Stita rises to his feet. Liban kicks Stita back down. The adventurer loosens his tunic. Liban, oh my apologies, friend. Sir, I see you have, what's that, an ebony torque? Oh my, and an ebony katana. Oh my. So, of course you know all that, sir. Adventurer. Oh, that's all right, you didn't know. Here, have another bottle. Liban. Many thanks, kind sir. Well, then you know how every adventurer, even snotty kids, all the dungeon delvers, are always looking for ebony artifacts, weapons, whatnot. But what you may not know, some of the more experienced delvers hunt for raw ebony loads, piles, dwarven leavings. That stuff, the raw ebony, is far more valuable. Adventurer, the raw, unshaped material that provides work and power for so few, apparently just loaded with negative magicka. RAIC. Right. Liban. Yes, right so, quite so. Well, fool's ebony now. Looks just about like the real raw stuff. Runs in veins in the deep rocks. Feels the same, smells almost the same. But the big difference is not real ebony. No power at all. If you pick some up, it gets your hands a bit dirty. Softer too, by all accounts. But sort of shiny too. But who can tell all that? Deep in some old mine, maybe a ghoul breathing down your neck. So, it's just grab and run, I guess, down in those nasty holes. So the fools, the kids, the crazy delvers are always hauling up a sack of fool's ebony, and getting laughed at by the merchants, dealers, mages, us. Hence the fool's part. Stuff just gets thrown into the bay.
Adventurer. Yeah, that's sort of what I heard from some mages. But I heard something else too.
Laban. And just what was that, friend? If you want to tell us, of course. Sir. Adventurer. Oh, of course. I think that we can come to, an arrangement. Laban and Reich, together. Certainly. Oh, yes. Adventurer. So these mages, Shub and Shub, they are always called Shub, aren't they? Anyway, these old guys were saying how this fool's ebony can burn, not magically, but like an ordinary piece of wood. But the flame lasts far longer, gives off lots more heat, makes no smoke to speak of, no noise. Very interesting. Mages were saying as how the alchemists wanted to heat the retorts and flasks. How the Mages Guild wants it to make and sell, fake amulets and the like. Rotten trick that, and especially the armorers, they want it bad for their forges, I guess, and the alchemists for their alembics.
Laban, precisely my information. Now, gets cold up here in the winter, doesn't it? And everyone is cutting down all those trees, making siege engines, boats, all that evil war machinery. All those rich royals and merchants got to heat their great big piles of homes, so their contessas can run around in next to nothing instead of furs.
State. Just like my sister. Laban bites State's arm. State shrieks and falls unconscious. Adventurer. All those armorers got to keep their hearths and furnaces running. Laban. All the mages got to keep their familiars warm. RAIC. All those royals got to keep the contessas running. Laban. All those peasants got to keep their animals warm. Adventurer. And Sheogorath with the wife and kids, right? And I guess it's sort of hard for you priests to give blessings and cures when your fingers are all cold and stiff. Makes getting corks out a tad hard, to say nothing of opening those little twists of parchment. RAIC. You speak truly, indeed. Laban. A man of wisdom indeed. Yes. Adventurer. So, where do we find this fool's ebony? In quantity.
Laban. You put your finger, you have 6, I note. Oh, excuse me, sir, on the crux of the matter. I have heard rumors, just rumors, mind you, that there are huge, enormous veins of this stuff at one place on the surface, far up in the Rothgarians. Bad, bad place to go. But if you can get there and back, cartloads of the stuff.
Adventurer. That's just what I overheard from those mages, far up there in the Rothgarians. Orcs, dragonlings, Daedra, Sheogorath only knows what. Those mages seem to know the spot, though. Mages wanted someone to... Reich, you didn't talk to the mages. I mean, you haven't... Adventurer. Oh no, they didn't even know I was there. Aside, not yet anyway. Laban. Good, good. Can't trust those mages, you know. Old fossils would turn their own mothers into sludge toads, just for a bit of gold. Gold mad, power mad, mad mad, the whole rotten lot of them. But then, they don't have mothers.
Rake. Excellent. Seems to me, friend. Or can we call you partner? Yes? Excellent. Seems to home, partner, that my brother priest and you should do some digging and poking around. See if we can get to those veins, those deposits, eh?
Adventurer. Yes, indeed, partners. But it would cost a fair pile of gold to get up there. Weapons, spells, women, clothing, carts and horses. Women, food, potions. Best go well prepared up there.
Laban. No problem, partner. Our temples have certain resources, such that if we were guaranteed sole access, sole knowledge of the location, then we could finance someone with the requisite skills, such as yourself. Just by happenstance, I am keeper of the books. You see the opportunity? Adventurer. Oh yes, oh yes. Well, let's split a last bottle and shake on an agreement?
Laban. Indeed, let us. We first need information. Who knows about the site up there, where it is, how to reach it? Why don't we meet back here in, say, a week to the hour, and see what we can learn meanwhile? RAIC. We need to find a merchant, too. Someone who can handle it for us. Warehouses, distribution, Liban, and keep a shut mouth. Adventurer, I'll make some inquiries about merchants. Got a contact or two. Trouble is, well, you know how these things go. Few golds here, few there. Before you know it, you've bribed half the town, or so it seems. Now, as luck would have it, I don't have much. Got swindled by a wretched mage, some town south of here, and lost most of my belongings in a shipwreck. Lebanon. Yes. You need some seed money, as it were. RAIC to Lebanon. Let me lift old Steed's purse. He made a lot renting out his sister last week. Liban. Thank you, Reich. Here, about 100 gold. Enough.
Adventurer. Oh yes, more than enough for a start, gentlemen. Good. So we have a deal?
Adventurer. Yes, it's agreed. 1 week. Exit Laban, Reich, dragging Stite. Exit the adventurer.
Enter epilogue. Things are happening now. I doubt it not. Patrons, I request that you recall that this is a work of fiction created by one of the finest writers of the asylum, Princeps, Arch-Prince of all Somerset. There is no such thing as fool's ebony. Furthermore, ebony is not mined as the priests have described the process. Grasp that, please. If you can still enjoy the play as a rude work of fiction, stay with us for part the 3rd. If you can't, farewell, and don't forget to tip the wenches.
And so endeth part the 2th. Fool's Ebony, part the 3rd.
In the Mages Guild, 1 to 3 days later. Enter prologue. Prologue. We are now at the halfway point of our disjointed epic. If you are just arriving, you have missed little. The adventurer, our rogue dark elf, has joined with a quadripartite, that's a triumvirate +1, of priests intent on discovering a burning metal called Fool's Ebony and becoming wealthy. The priests have given our hero some gold for bribing merchants, but the only people who know where the Fool's Ebony is are the mages of the Mages Guild. As the epilogue pointed out at the end of parts the 2th, there is no such thing as Fool's Ebony, and real ebony is not mined, something our playwright apparently did not research. Well, accept it as high fantasy, if you will, or whatever. Hark, here comes our hero now. Imagine the miasma, if that's the word I want, of magical elixirs, bubbling cauldrons, hovering balls of sparkling whatnot. And now, the prologue must depart.
Enter the adventurer and SHUB. Adventurer. Ho, anyone around? Shub. Over here, young man, in the corner. Adventurer. Morning. Do I call you? Shub. Shub. Oh yes, Shub is my name. Shub it is. How on Tamriel did you know? Adventurer. Can we have some privacy? I have a somewhat, delicate matter to discuss. Shub. No need for privacy here. We mages do not hide anything. Adventurer. Fool's Ebony. Shub. Quick through this door. Turn right. Turn left. Just let me throw a privacy spell around us. Loud zap sounds. Enter Shub. Good. Now, sir. Oh, by the way, meet my fellow mage, Shub. 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 Now, you mentioned Fool's Ebony, Adventurer. Well, I fancy myself a bit of an expert in ebony. Had quite a bit come and go through my hands in my time. I have. Shub. We noticed that you have an ebony amulet and an ebony katana, of lightning no less, and an ebony belt. Adventurer. Hands off the toys, gentlemen, please.
Shub, forgive us, but we so appreciate such fine items. Shub, collect them too. Adventurer, well, the other day, just by chance of course, I just happened to hear two priests of the temple of, Stendar, I think it was. They were a bit high in their cups, I think, a bit loud, and never noticed me skulking, standing in there. They were going on about this fool's ebony, stuff like the real thing, only no magicka at all, none. But it burns like wood, only longer, hotter, no smoke, nice even heat. Shub, yes, we have heard similar rumors, seen a bit of that stuff. Lumps from a sack or two that some crazed delver dragged up, that kind of thing. Right, Shub. Shub. Oh yes, right, that kind of thing. Right. Aside, I must remember to keep the secret, whatever it is. Adventurer. Well, these fool priests seem to talk as if they knew a location for lots. Piles of that stuff, somewhere up in the Rothgarians. Shub and Shub, together. Where? Who? Did they say? How? When? Where? Shub, you didn't let them know you were listening, did you? Adventurer, of course not. What do you take me for, a priest lover? Shub, calm yourself, my lord. That's better. Just don't go fiddling with that katana so much. Makes us nervous. Shub, yes, nervous, very. Shub, here, sit down. There. Want some mulled wine? No? Oh well, just have to finish it myself. Shub, so they seem to know the location. Aside, this means we have to act fast, quickly, speedily, and with great rapidity. Adventurer, oh yes, they were talking like they were going to get a load in a few weeks or so. Shub, oh my, oh dear me, oh. Shub, now then, seems you know a fair amount about this fool's ebony, and you realize the potential. Just think big warm fires in all our study rooms. Shub and Shub together, selling it to the palace, selling it to those stupid alchemists. The Armorers Guild would be good for a lot. Keep out familiars nice and warm, and our posteriors. Just think how Daedra seducers love a nice warm fire, giving smoldering lumps to the peasants to warm their hovels with, in return for some gold, of course. Shub, just think of all that gold. Shub, trouble is, son, we would like to get that stuff by the cartload. Bring it down here. Shub, have some trustworthy merchant. Shub, put a spell on him. Shub, have some merchant act as sort of middleman for us. Adventurer, but then why the delay, gentlemen? Shub, you seem like an honest fellow. We'll tell you. Mind you, you let out a word of this, and there will be a fired Daedra in your bed. But no threats between gentlemen, right? Adventurer, very well. I shall be the very soul of discretion. Shub, you see, we know where the stuff it, cartloads and cartloads of it, but we can't get there and back. Shub, we are not the outdoorsy types. Shub, far safer here in town. Shub, much warmer too. Shub, think of all the supplies we would have to take. Shub, all those nasty things out there. Shub, did you know that seducers won't come to us in the wilderness?
Shub, we'd have to hire guards to keep those awful priests away.
Shub, and the strain of dealing with all those coarse types. The merchants. Shub, the armorers. Shub, the royals. Adventurer. I think I comprehend. You want some experienced explorer hero type, someone used to the wilderness, to go get it for you, set up a supply line, so on? Shub. Exactly. And find us a nice usable merchant, someone we can control. Shub. With a big warehouse, delivery service, that kind of thing. Adventurer. Well, gentlemen, let me volunteer my services. I have always admired you mage gentlemen. So clever, so sharp. No fooling you in anything, is there? Shub. No fooling us. Enter prologue.
Prologue. This, ladies and gentlemen, is irony. Exit prologue.
Adventurer. Tell you what, I can probably arrange a suitable merchant or you. Take some gold, though. Those thieves know the value of a gold piece. As luck would have it, my last gold was swindled off me by a thieving priest in some little town south of here, and I lost a lot of good stuff in a shipwreck just before that. Shub. Well, since you have agreed to help us, we can spare some gold from the treasury, can't we, Shub? Shub. Oh yes, lots there. Always make more. Adventurer. Now, I do need to know roughly where this site is. Got to pick the right breed of horse, calculate my supplies to the last drop, figure out what weapons I might need. Supplies, like food, little things like that. Diameter of the cartwheels and square yurts. Ambush points for the priests, in case they try to get up there. Shub. Tell you what, here's 500 gold. Go get things started. Shub. Yes, we can always make some more. Shub. Aside to Shub. Shut up. Shub fires a spell at Shub that burns him to a cinder, and then reconstitutes him. To all. Excuse us. Where was I? Oh, get a merchant, guards, carts, whatever you think it will take. Come back if you need more. Shub. But what about those priests? Adventurer. I have an idea or two there. Let me get friendly with them. Maybe hire a couple of good lamppost girls. Lay in a few cases of holy wine. I'll have them eating out of my hand in no time. And if you show me where this fool's ebony is, why, I can misdirect them. Send them straight into a troll's den or something. Shub. You're the expert. Here, let me show you on a map. And I don't need to mention Fire Daedras, do I? Adventurer. So, seems to be, only 30 days there this time of year. Maybe 40 back with the loads. Let me study this a bit more. Shub. Can't take it with you, of course. Don't want this getting out now. Adventurer. Oh no. That's fine. Look, let me have a bit more gold. Going to need some heavy-duty carts. See here, this section. Cut by all these washes. The flummox there will be something terrible. Oh, and these ruins. Full of ghosts, I bet. And this pass. Just full of willies, too. Shub, if you say so. My, seems that we picked the right man. Right, Shub? Shub. Oh, yes, indeed. Adventurer. So, why don't I make arrangements? Get back to you in, say a week? Say, sure that you don't want to come with me. After all, there's nothing like the wilderness life. Waking up with the sun, shaking off the frost, catching an orc for breakfast. Ever have orc guts fried over stinkwood? Oh, that's a treat. Checking each stream for dead giant spiders, or live ones. Imp jerky for lunch. Scanning the ridges for dragonlings. Standing guard against ice daedra in a blinding snowstorm. Oh, what a life. Shub and Shub together. No. We better stay here at the guild. Got our duties after all. Someone's got to mind the store. Someone's got to get the word out to selected customers. No, thank you, kind sir. It does sound such a lovely life, but I think we best be here. Yes, indeed. Adventurer. A pity, gentlemen. Well, I'll be about it then. And don't worry if you see me with those priests. Got to mislead and misdirect them, haven't I? Shub. 1 week then. Ixun Shub. The Adventurer and Shub. Enter epilogue. Epilogue. Shub and Shub. Ladies and gentlemen. Implausibly retarded mages. Yes. But perhaps there's something more to them than this act suggests. Do you think so, maybe? Well, if you're not in the theater for part the 4th, you won't know for certain, will you? Don't forget to tip your wenches and think on that while we change the set. So endeth part the 3. Fool's Ebony part the 4th.
mercantile dealings, the armorers involve themselves. After some general discussion and verbal dancing around, finally the topic of fool's ebony is explored.
Somewhere near the market, in the back of a store called Nephron's General Mercantile.
The day after, enter Prologue, the Adventurer, and Nephron. Prologue. Whilst the actors playing the adventurer and the merchant, Nephron, dramatically move their mouths to pantomime a conversation, it is on poor Prologue's shoulders to update the audience on the play's actions in its first 3 acts. The adventurer, a rogue of a dark elf, has been hired 2 different groups, 4 inebriated priests and 2 greedy mages, to delay the other group and find the lost cache of Fool's Ebony in the Rothgarian Mountains. Now, picture this clownishly decorated set as the back room at a prosperous merchant's shop. And before the adventurer and Nephron develop lockjaw, Prologue will leave you thus. Adventurer. So you see, friend Nephron, just what an opportunity we have here. We have this new commodity, for which you agree there will be a huge demand. Nephron. Especially from the royals. Once one of them has something new, they all want it, of course. Adventurer. And do not forget the armorers for their forges, and the alchemists for their retorts and whatnots. Nephron. You seem to have the mages lined up nicely, got their location, memorized the access map, and so on. You know, we merchants have had a suspicion for quite some time that those old twits had some deep, dark secret of interest to us. Now, the priests, the school of Julianos, we already work well with, hand in glove, you might say. But of course we shall cut them out of the major profits. Maybe let them distribute some to their flocks, and their temples make good, how can I say? Storehouses. But the Akatosh Chantry is a problem, always running off and doing things on their own initiative, no cooperation, just crazy people. We really need to do something about them to, ensure their cooperation. Adventurer, I have a suggestion that might help. You recall how old Komon left and apparently dragged off some little blonde lamppost girl. Just suppose that just by chance, in a state of befuddlement, he dragged off someone important by mistake. Might be a lot of trouble for the Chantry if word got out. Nephron. Indeed. There's this silly little blonde royal who's all excited by the real life down in these parts of town. Disguises herself, or so she thinks, comes on down here and plays at being poor. Stupid little twit. Komon is still in hiding with his blonde, right? Adventurer. Yes, in that retreat the priests have, down near the waterfront. Nephron. Oh yes, I know that place. Often sell them some spiritual powders and so on. Good. You see, just imagine what would happen if Komon, by mistake, had grabbed this slumming little Contessa. Akatosh Chantry would have no end of trouble from the palace if something nasty happened to her. And then we could move in, offer to help the Chantry during their hard times. Yes. Leave it to me. I shall contact a few of my, business associates, as it were. Make some arrangements.
Adventurer. And I'll keep up chatting with the priests, get them to support our little business venture.
Nephron. Right. And I should introduce you to some of the more senior members of our brotherhood. Excuse me, guild. Let me contact you in a few days when everything is all set. You are here every evening.
Adventurer. Yes, not particularly safe outside after dark these days. Nephron. I see. We shall have to arrange some protection for you. Well, in a few days then.
Exit Nephron inconspicuously. Enter 5 armorers.
Armorers and the adventurer fight. The adventurer falls.
The armorers tie the adventurer up and then wake him up.
Armorer 1. Okay, fellow, let's not sprig and foot around. We know about this fool's ebony thing, and about the mages who apparently discovered the location. and we have been watching you dance around with the priests, the mages, the merchants, just about everyone with 2 feet.
Armorer 2, and how you are really working with Nephron.
Armorer 3, and how you are double-crossing the priests and mages.
Armorer 2, you and Nephron are really doing a good job on the Akatosh Chantry, we must admit.
Armorer 1, but now we want that fool's ebony supply. We need it to increase our production, our quality, and our prices. We can work with Nephron and his gang. We need warehouses and distribution anyway. Armorer 4, we could torture it out of you.
Armorer 3, we could let the priests know about your plans. They would throw you to the After Dark Society in a flash.
Armorer 5, we could let the mages know. They would send you to oblivion for a very, very long time.
Armorer 1, but we would rather you joined our guild. We cannot afford to leave Daggerfall for some hairy wilderness trip. Too much demand these days for our services. Armorer 2, but we can send a group of our apprentices along to keep you company.
Armorer 4, our apprentices usually test all our products, and we'll be just itching to test out there.
Adventurer, gentlemen, please. I really was going to give the whole deal to you, once I had gotten gold from everyone else.
Armorer 5 slaps the adventurer with a hot poker.
Oh, well, I thought of it. Armorer 5, sure, and I'm a nymph. Adventurer, yes, you are very persuasive. I would welcome an, escort and guard of such tough gentlemen. Be very handy out there. Armorer 1, good. Thought you would see it our way. Some of our other members are presently having a little chat with Nephron. We can handle him, and from now on, 2 of our bigger apprentices will always be close at hand. Protection, of course. This town can be quite dangerous at night. Armorer 3, so continue with your arrangements. Work with Nephron. You can always leave word about your departure date with any weapon shop, and about any problems you may have. Adventurer, certainly, gentlemen. Yes, you are indeed very persuasive. I shall keep you up to date. And, thanks for the protection. Enter Ortho, the very large apprentice. The adventurer is untied. Exeunt 5 armorers. Adventurer, hello, who are you? Ortho, me am Ortho.
Adventurer, my protection. Ortho, me am Ortho.
Adventurer, you look very familiar to me for some reason. Have you ever been to Morrowind? Ortho, me am Ortho. Adventurer, fine then. Aside, my old man used to say the very worst thing that can happen to a fellow is an evening spent in the company of an earnest politician. This, I think, is a close second.
Exeunt, the adventurer, and Ortho. Enter epilogue. Epilogue. Our play has 6 parts, and we've just finished the 4th. It's interesting, I think, that the lusty Contessa has not made an appearance yet. You don't suppose our playwright forgot he put her in the dramatis personae, do you? Well, you'll only know if you come back for the Fool's Ebony, part the 5th. And if your neighbor decides not to return, don't tell him what happened. We actors have to make a living too, you know. Don't forget to tip your wenches while we change the scene. Exit epilogue.
So endeth part the 4th. Fool's Ebony, part the 5th. Back with the priests, final plans, and a killing or 2 is reported. Near the middle of the month of Frostfall, the Inn of the Pink Nymph. Enter prologue. The adventurer, Ortho, Nephron, the 5 armorers, and prologue.
Prologue. Our roguish dark elf, the adventurer, has plummeted before our stunned eyes, from the king of the spider web of intrigue to a pathetic, crawling lump of Argonian excrement. In the quest for Fool's Ebony, that substance that all would kill for, the adventurer attempted to play mage against priest with the help of the merchant Nephron. Alas, that is to say, alackaday, the 5 armorers have trapped Nephron and the adventurer and taken over their scheme. The hulking Ortho now watches the adventurer's every move, but I get the feeling, to be honest, don't you, that beneath the adventurer's defeated quivering jelly lurks a jungle cat of such cunning and resource to shatter all his enemies when the time is right. Of course, I could be wrong. I see one of the priests of Akatosh who believes himself a friend of the adventurer. I, prologue, must away.
Exit. Prologue. Enter Laban, a priest of Akatosh.
Liban. Evening there? Mind if I join you?
Adventurer. Well, since you already have, no. And where's our esteemed brother Komon this chill evening? Laban. You mean you haven't heard? Oh, I guess you have been busy with the preparations. Adventurer. Right. Very busy. Laban. Then let me tell you. Oh, what a bad business. What trouble? Oh dear. Well, you doubtless recall that poor Komon had this, problem. Overwork, of course. Adventurer. Oh yes, you fellows do work exceeding hard, seems to me. Laban. Well, recall how Komon left, somewhat erratically as it were, and, made off with that young blondie under the lamppost outside. Well, in his, state of confusion, he grabbed the wrong blondie. Oh my, indeed the wrong one. Adventurer. They all look pretty much the same to me, but of course I do not look too hard.
Liban. Oh my. Well, to cut a short tale to the bone, old Komon grabbed a Contessa who had thought to disguise herself. Oh dear. Adventurer. Well, did she get away? Did they catch Komon? What happened?
Laban. Well, old Komon, tipsy as he was quick as spit in a gale, eluded all pursuit, took the lady to a small private retreat house that we have. Oh dear me. Well, the city guards, palace guards, 6 royals, all caught up with Komon 3 days later. One day, too late for the poor Contessa. I hear that they had a hard time locating all the, bits and pieces. Komon was there, passed out cold, and another body, some common blonde lamppost girl, and by now he is cold, permanently, most likely at the bottom of the bay. Adventurer. Oh well, serves the Contessa right, coming down to this area, but I suppose that there are repercussions.
Enter 2 more priests, Raik and Steet of Julianos, and 4 armed city guards.
R-A-I-C. Evening, Laban. Evening, Adventurer. And Ortho. Me am Ortho. Rake. Yes, charmed. And Laban. You indeed have my sympathies. If there is anything we can do to help. Our Temple of Julianos, that is. But really, you should have kept Komon on a tighter leash, or preferably a noose. Adventurer. Hello, Reich. And hello to you, Stete. How's your sister? Stida. Oh, she's great. Reich sets Stete on fire, but it goes out. Laban. Yes, I know. Oh, the repercussions. Do you know that the priests of Akatosh to Daggerfall Castle, Wayrest Palace, and just about everywhere else have all been thrown out? That the royal tax exemption for the chantry has been revoked? That the Akatosh chantry has just received a past due taxes bill? Oh my. Adventurer. Well, I suppose that we could help somewhat, maybe. Maybe a small loan from Julianos for that tax bill. With, say, a temple as security. Oh, are not the taxes based on the number of the priests of Akatosh? So, maybe the school of Julianos could take over a significant number, reduce your tax bill. You realize that this is not the best time for this.
just as we need a lot of funds for that expedition that I am arranging for you. Liban. Oh, I am so sorry about Koman. But yes, maybe if good brother Reich could, I hate to say this, take over a greater share of the financial burden. In return, of course, for, considerations. Ray, I see. Like a good number of permanently loaned priests, a long look at your books, at your cellar, your nameless, a temple as security on our loan, and of course, a bigger cut in the proceeds of this expedition. Names of your, suppliers?
Liban. Oh, I foresaw something like this. Talked a bit about it with old Mucky Muck. Livid he was. But as I'm a senior brother, he finally authorized me to take care of it. Those weren't his exact words, mind you, which were quite a bit longer, more explicit. But the gist, at least. Adventurer. Of course, Liban. If, and note I say, if we are successful, why then you can easily get back into good graces at the palace. Merely sell them the goods as a good low rate, with first refusal on any shipment you have. What's one contested to them anyway? Laban. Yes, that could work. Worth a try. But how? Royals will not talk to anyone from the Akatosh Chantry now. Adventurer. Leave that to me. I can make approaches to certain ones. Yes, I can probably persuade them to let up on the Chantry in return for future favors. Laban. Oh, how can I thank you? Adventurer. Well, I need a fair amount of gold to finish setting up my little trip. Maybe 10,000. Special horses, reinforced carts, cartiers, guards. The list goes on. And the cost of keeping our little trip quiet is really quite high. Laban. Well, yes, we can afford it, I guess. You do have the map now, don't you? I know we can afford 8,000 gold, given the potential profits. Adventurer. Rest easy. It's all here in my cloak. Show you in a bit. I've also managed to hire some good young hefty fellows like old Ortho here to manage the carts, dig and load, act as guards and so on. Laban. Good. I can relax a bit. Oh my, the fellows back at the Chantry will be so relieved. We really owe you. The Brotherhood does. Oh, I mean, the Akatosh Chantry, of course. Stite. Brotherhood? What about our sisterhood, eh? Reich grapples State, allowing Liban to hit State with a large mallet.
Adventurer. Well, Rake, what about you in the school? How much are you good for the extra 2,000? And maybe some more. Always lots of last-minute expenses on a trip like this, you know.
Reich. Well now, since we seem to getting a whole extra sect of priests and other considerations, certainly. Adventurer. Well, gentlemen. Oh, and Stita. Here it is.
The adventurer pulls out a map, gives it to Reich. Oh, by the arms of Zenithar, did I ever have to work hard for this? Those cagey mages. But, in the end, just greedy old fools. Oh, just in case you or your, head priest hasn't seen the goods, here's a sample. Play with it. The adventurer hands Reich a small leather bag. Reich, thank you. I must admit, I had some doubts. You know, dealing with a stranger, so on. No more. Partner, adventurer. Good. Steti hiccups. Stati, say, you fellows ever hear this one? What's a priest keep under his robe? Ha 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 ha. His sister. Ha 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 ha.
The adventurer Liban and Reich beat State into unconsciousness.
Reich, you know, I fear that we really have to do something about young Steed here. His sister thing. Ugh. Adventurer. Yes, he could be another Koman, just what don't need. Liban. This sister of his, does she really exist?
Rake. Oh, yes. My. Oh, yes. We know her well. I mean, we have often seen her. Liban, I think, brother, that she should be made to see the errors of her ways. So she is no longer an influence on Stet.
R-A-I-C. Yes, most certainly. Leben, a somewhat debilitical theological point. Oh, please excuse the technical discussion here. Reich, if we are to make her see the errors, well, how shall I put it? We first have to know just what the ways are, correct?
Right. Indeed, an astute observation. So you're suggesting that, in a nut, we should first determine her ways, so as to be able to then show her the errors?
Liban. Precisely. Mind you, a difficult, arduous, tiring project, I fear. One that will take all our will and energy. Reich. True. But challenging, eh? Take all our time. But then we shall have some time, while friend the adventurer here is off hauling and carting. Liban. And I personally would feel far safer if we were in retreat, maybe, studying the ways.
Adventure. Yeah, be a good idea for you two to maybe disappear? For a while, of course. Cut down on the chances of a rival faction catching on, or catching you. Reich. Very well. Liban, why don't you and I take his sister off with us on a theological retreat, as it were? Study the ways and details, and so on.
Liban, we could go to that unused little temple up on that shoulder of Edward's mountain. Out of the way, quiet.
R-A-I-C. Door has locks.
Leben, thick walls.
R-A-I-C, a big cellar. Liban, good. It's settled then. A theological retreat. Oh, goody.
Right. Of course, once we know the ways in detail, we can of course tell old High Mucky Muck and let him take care of the showing of the errors. Yes, that would improve his mood quite a bit.
Liban, then it's agreed. Let's start, say, day after tomorrow. Reich, yes. Adventurer, why don't I meet you at, that horrid ugly statue of, what on Tamriel is it? A harpy and a gargoyle? Called something silly like Vendigao and her lover, or some such, up in the northwest corner of the town. Oh, and can I keep the map? Adventurer, sure, keep it. I have a copy. And you will pass me a small bag there at that nasty statue?
Rake, have it all ready for you. Say, 10 o'clock sharp. Oh, Liban, another thought about young Stita here. He really needs some seasoning in the field, one might say. Liban, good point. I know. The priest who handles field assignments is coming by tomorrow. We could arrange an educational assignment for State.
Race. Very good. But where? Winter's coming soon now. There's a vacancy up in Solitude, far north Skyrim, I believe. Night collections at street corners or some such. Very good. Come on, Leben. We have accounts to work on. Good night to you then, adventurer. 10 tomorrow morning. Leben. Raik rise to leave, picking up Steta. Liban and Rice together. Have to arrange some supplies. Leather, rope, holy wine. Lots of that pink powder. I prefer the green, myself.
Excellent. Liban, Reich, dragging Stite, and City Guard.
Nephron. Well, adventure. Excellent. Went just as I said it would. Got 5,000 gold from them. And thanks to your work with that Contessa, we have the screws on the chantry. And the School of Julianos is going to be otherwise engaged on a theological retreat, more like a sanguine retreat.
Nephron, and those mages, Shub and Shub, seem to have disappeared.
Adventure, so we are set.
Nephron, yes, you can come by my warehouse tomorrow afternoon. Have the heavy carts waiting.
Ortho, and Ortho. Nephron. Oh yes, must not forget you fellows. How kind of you to volunteer your services. Adventurer. Tomorrow then. Exunt. Omnes. Last person to leave looks just like a royal in disguise. Enter epilogue. Epilogue. Well, we only have one part left to this play, and I've run out counting the number of loose strings. Either part the 6th is going to be 8 hours long, or we're going to leave some parts unsolved. I, for one, hope that they don't choose to drop the character of the wanton Contessa. For Jeffrey's sake, she's been on the dramatis personae since part the 1th. Well, nobody leave your seat. Your gold will not be refunded. Any gold you can spare to tip your friendly wenches will be greatly appreciated. We just have a quick costume change and a set to put together, and we'll be back. In the meanwhile, enjoy our bard's rendition of the Nordic classic, Alas, the Fleeting Years Glide By.
So endeth part the 5.
Fool's Ebony, part the 6th. Daggerfall and environs in the doldrums of the Third Era. Scene 1, in the adventurer's suite at the dead Daedra Inn. Enter Prologue, the adventurer, and Ortho. Ortho climbs into bed. Prologue. Thank you for allowing us the time to change the meager set while our bard sang that old favorite, Hail and Farewell. Now then, imagine, if you will, the luxuriant and languorous suite of that dark elven rogue, the adventurer, at the dead Daedra Inn. The time is shortly after the last scene, which, if you've forgotten, ended with our hero and his partner in crime, Nephron, making some arrangements to swindle from the mages, priests, and armorers. All are interested in getting their hands on a load of fool's ebony, a miraculous burning mineral, and the priests and mages each consider the adventurer their ally. The armorers know better, and have assigned one of their apprentices, Ortho, to watch the adventurer's movements. Now, as Ortho slumbers, the adventurer has his first moment of peace in days. I should mention that, in the interest of common decency, this scene has been abbreviated from the original by order of the Guild of Playwrights, Actors, and Dramatists. It now contains little material of relevance. A full copy may be obtained from the playwright after the show, for a mere 50 GP copying fee. Now is the time for poor Prologue to shuffle away.
Exit. Prologue. The adventurer begins to get undressed.
Tap tap at the door. Adventurer jumps, startled. Snore from Ortho. Adventurer. Who's there? I'm coming. Opens door carefully. Enter Contessa. Adventurer. Come in, please. The adventurer steps back, tripping over his trousers around his ankles. Contessa. So sorry to surprise you, but I thought that we might find something in common. Oh, you poor man. You have a wound. Here, let me fix that bandage. It looks very fresh. Fixing bandage properly this time. Adventurer. Well, I just opened it up again. Evening exercises, calisthenics, so on. Contessa. How did you get this cut, if you do not mind me asking? Adventurer. No, not at all. I was in a fight earlier. These 3 crazy people jumped me. Contessa. Really? This cloth looks like part of a mage's robe. Adventurer. Well, yes, 2 of them were mages. Contessa. Oh my, you must have been very good to defeat them. Adventurer. Well, I've been in 1 or 2 fights. Not to be rude, but who are you?
Contessa. Oh, I am so sorry. I quite forgot the proper introductions. I am the Contessa Avit Videsprid. Call me Ave. From the court at Daggerfall.
Adventurer. Aside. By Oblivion. What now? Contessa. Here, help me off with this robe. These inn rooms are always so hot. And let me check that bandage again, poor man. Ooh, you are wearing an ebony belt of stamina and bracers of strength. Ooh, a bracelet of endurance. This is my lucky night. Adventurer, aside. Help.
Contessa. Here, let me help you off with that old shirt. Gotta check you for any more cuts. They can go bad so easily, you know.
Adventurer, aside. Well, it's not the armorers this time. Maybe my luck has turned. Contessa. Well, everything seems alright. Very alright, in fact. Adventurer. Tell me about, yourself.
Contessa. If you want, just for a bit.
Adventurer. Here, have some wine. Enter prologue. Prologue. Here, our worthy playwright's speech has been heavily edited by the Guild of Playwrights, Actors, and Dramatists. I will endeavor to fill in those removed passages. I should first mention that the Contessa is not meant to be a relative of any noble currently in Castle Daggerfall. The Contessa, Avit, regales the adventurer with tales of the peculiar and hardy members of her royal family. She has many brothers and sisters. They are all very close. Contessa. I think I must have been a bastard. I was the only one with red hair and an affinity for magicka. Everyone else tried to hide this skill of mine. I remember one spanking very well. Prologue. The Contessa relates further differences between her siblings. Contessa. While my sisters were learning to curtsy in 10 different modes, and my brothers were learning flower arranging, I used to sneak off into the woods or town. I soon learned how to get what I wanted from just about anyone. Just for example, there was this merchant who had 3 sons.
Prologue. The Contessa goes into detail about her training. Contessa. I became quite good at the School of Illusion. You never noticed me downstairs, did you? I also learned how to use some weapons. Let me tell you how I learned hand-to-hand.
Prologue. The Contessa relates an amusing anecdote and then continues. Contessa. And on bad days, I used to dig in my father's library. He had a marvelous collection of old texts. I was fascinated by Old Dwarvish, managed to learn it quite well, I think. Of course, no one has seen or spoken to one in years and years, so it's probably perfectly useless knowledge, but I've always had an interest in collecting new knowledge. At the Mages Guild, they taught me an old High Elven tradition. You spread this potion all over your body. Prologue. The Contessa relates her current state of boredom. Contessa. The life up at the palace bores me so. My sisters. Prologue. The Contessa's sisters are entertaining some visitors. Contessa. And my brothers are now studying advanced floral theory, so I come down here, do a little, business. I keep all my relations supplied with their favorite vices, so I can blackmail the whole rotten lot. Adventurer. But isn't it dangerous down here? Did I not hear that some young Contessa got killed recently? Contessa. That little twit was my cousin, and as far as I'm concerned, she got what she deserved. She thought she could just borrow a maid's dress, muss up her hair, and pass for commoner. She was spotted the first minute she left the palace gates. Now, I use illusion, craft, guile, and I carry weaponry. By the way, that was a neat scheme you and Nev cooked up. Adventurer. Well, let's change the subject, can we? Just what do you carry? I can't see anything. Like a weapon, I mean. Contessa. Here, let me show you.
Adventurer. Oh my, those are nice. Knives.
Contessa. And there are more. Adventurer. Oh yes. Contessa. But we don't need these silly nasty weapons now, do we? Adventurer. My. Now those are what I call weapons. Oh yes, heavy duty, high class ones too, my. Contessa. I think it's time that we put that ebony to the test, to say nothing of your mage's staff. Prologue. At this point, extensive material has been removed. However, please remember that any scholar who truly wishes to peruse this material can obtain a copy for only 50 GP. Hand-drawn illustrations are, of course, extra. The Contessa, after a bit of fun, volunteers to be a part of the adventurers party to find the fool's ebony lode. I know. It didn't make much sense in the original draft either, if you want to know the truth.
Exit prologue. Adventurer. Sure you want to go out there in the wilds?
Contessa. Oh, yes, I am so bored here. Well, not right here and now, but generally. And I can really be of assistance. I'm pretty good with wood survival, knife work, hand to hand. And it gets cold out there at night, even for big ebony-wearing men like you. Adventurer. All right then. Do you know where and why we are going? Contessa. Oh, of course, it's all over Daggerfall. Everyone is watching and waiting to see what happens. There is even a lottery or two running. Adventurer. On what? Contessa. Oh, your life. Adventurer. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh my. Contessa. Look, don't worry. I know all about the double dealings with mages, priests, merchants, those crude armorers, and I intend that we come out on top. I love being on top, with the goods and the profits. I'll have yet another vice to sell to my stupid relatives in their boring palaces. Adventurer. But won't it be us two against hordes? Contessa. Oh no, most everyone is waiting here in town to see what and who comes back, and I will have a surprise arranged for our escorts, Ortho included. Out in the wilderness, they can be dealt with easily.
Ortho snores.
Adventurer. Tell me more. Contessa. Certainly, but first, let's see how many uses you have left in that ebony. Your mage's staff is in good shape. Enter prologue. Prologue. Exactly. Sorry to interrupt again, but we're going to have to stop this scene right here. After a frenzied night comes the placid dawn, tripping onto the sky like a budding rose, and then another day doth dawn, and then another. 10 dawns and 10 frenzied nights pass as our wily adventurer, the wanton Contessa, the clever and naughty Nephron, the loutish Ortho, and an assemblage of randy armorers and backsliding maidens take to the road. Imagine now that we are in the wildy wilderness of High Rock near the Rothgarian Mountains. Scene 2. Enter Nephron and assorted lads and lasses. Exit prologue. Contessa. I do so love a bucolic frolic. Adventurer. It's getting pretty wild now. I guess the dangerous part is coming up tomorrow. Contessa. Yes. One last stop tonight at that old inn up here, Minnie's Inn. Adventurer. Minnie's Inn. Oh, those two old scholars who gave it all up came to run the inn out here. They must get all of 2 customers a year. Contessa. I think they like the solitude. It gives them time to study. They know a lot about old dwarvish stuff. Get them started on that. They will wear you ears out. Adventurer. When does your surprise happen? I should probably know. Contessa. Don't fret, dear. At the inn tonight, just sit back and enjoy the show. Enter prologue. Prologue. Time passes, the carts roll, things happen in the backs of the carts, and there are strange, furtive movements unnoticed by all, on the high ridges around. When, next, we see our players, they are at Minnie's Inn, home of Minnie and Crun, the philosopher innkeeps. Imagine, if you will, the rather dusty dining room of Minnie's Inn.
Enter Minnie, Crun, and Guernsey. Exit prologue. Guernsey goes to Orthos's table with more ale for him. She sits down suddenly. She stares into Orthos's eyes. Orthos stares into hers. Mouths drop open.
Minnie. Crun. Crun. Yes. Minnie. Minnie. I was thinking.
Crun. Yes, you were thinking. Minnie.
Minnie. Thinking.
Crun. Yes, so was I.
Minnie. Can't remember now. Crun. Yes, Minnie. 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 Yes. Crun. Shut up.
Guernsey and Ortho, together. Moo. Ooh. Moo.
Adventurer.
Moo. Contessa. See, Adventurer. Ortho's fixed.
Adventurer. Izzy. Contessa. You just watch. Adventurer. And what about the other armorers?
Contessa. Any minute now. Ortho and serving girl arise, approach Adventurer's table. The floor shakes. Ortho. This Guernsey. Ortho love Guernsey. Oh. Guernsey. Guernsey love Ortho. Moo. Ortho. We go get merry. We is. Adventurer. Well, congratulations. And that was a fine long speech. Ortho. Ortho. We go raise piggies. Guernsey. Grows animals too. Farmers be we. Exit Ortho and Guernsey. Adventurer. Extraordinary. Ave, I think that you must have been up here before.
Contessa. Oh yes, I often come up here to get away from the palace and talk dwarves with Minnie and Crun. Adventurer. You mean that these two ancient, scholar innkeeps can actually talk, and about dwarves? All but Adventurer, Contessa, Minnie, and Crun fall asleep in their meat pies. Contessa. Oh yes, you must just be very patient, but look over at our other escorts. Adventurer. By the lady. Contessa. Minnie was an alchemist before she met Crun, and knows a lot of old forgotten dwarvish potions. Adventurer. But what do we do with the bodies? Contessa. Wait! Enter Major. Contessa. Adventurer. Meet Major Bloodknock, head of my own private little bodyguard. He's been with me since I was a mere girl. Served me very well, haven't you, Major? Major. We give our all, milady. Adventurer. Pleased to meet you, Major. Contessa. How are my other men? Adventurer. Aside. Other men? Enter other men in Khajiit suits. Major. All present and accounted for, milady. Had a spot of bother with what looked like a party of merchants following you. But they are out of the picture now, down a ravine. Only one thing. Contessa. Yes, Major. Me and my men. We've been noticing sort of furtive movements, up on cliffs, on ridges, always just out of the corners of our eyes. And we keep getting this feeling of being watched. Now, me and my men, we're the best, but there's something out there. Don't like it, not one bit. Contessa. Oh dear, and just when it was getting to be fun. Major. It's not anything human, not mages, armorers, priests, and it's not the usual werewolves, harpies, orcs, daedra, nothing like that, not at all. Minnie, dwarves, Crun, where? Oh, Minnie, you mean up there, here.
Minnie. Dwarves. Up there. Crun. How exciting. Minnie. There, Crun. Calm down. Just dwarves. I knew that one day they would.
Crun. Wake up.
Minnie. Come back.
Crun. But I didn't go anywhere.
Minnie. The dwarves. Crun.
Crun. Oh. Back. So excited. Dwarves. Oh.
Contessa. Well, Major, is it possible?
Major. Anything's possible, especially up here. Dwarves? I don't know. Me and my men. We'll get rid of this lot. There's a good deep mine shaft out back.
Exit all but the Adventurer and Contessa.
Adventurer. Dwarves. Ave. Is that trouble? I mean, they sort of own all the ebony down here, don't they? Contessa. Maybe. I guess we just have to push on, see what develops. I can try to talk to them, maybe. Oh, and Adventurer.
You'll have to drive the first cart. I'll take old Nephron's. We'll leave the other here. Spares for later.
Adventurer. What? No more bucolic frolics. Contessa. Sorry, but we've got to get to the site and out again before the weather goes bad. Adventurer. Can't your major and his men handle the carts? Contessa. Oh no, they will cover us from all sides and make certain there are no surprises. Adventurer. Oh well, all good things end, I guess.
Contessa. Not quite. If you have any charges left in your bracelets of endurance, we can go upstairs and see what develops. Enter prologue.
Prologue. Well, I guess we all saw that coming. Scene 3 takes place sometime later at the site. Flanked by the Major's men, the adventurer and the wanton Contessa successfully follow the map of the dear, departed mages. Imagine great veins of glistening ebony-esque material piercing the surface of the ground, and a nice warm fire of fool's ebony where the adventurer and the Contessa sprawl. To the west are signs that the weather is turning and the first major snowstorm of the year is coming. For some time they have been mining, and the adventurer is beginning to feel the strain of actual labor. Exit prologue. Scene 3.
Adventurer. I've got blisters on my hands from shoveling that black rot, blisters on my rear from that cart bench, and we are running out of ale. My bracelet is running down, and my fingers are getting frostbite.
Contessa. What? Your bracelet is running down? Oh, now that is serious. Enter Major, running. Major. Dwarves. Milady. Dwarves. Dozens of the little buggers caught my men. I'm sorry, milady. The Contessa jumps to her feet.
Contessa. Major, get out of here now. If you get away, you can maybe help us later. I'll try to talk to them. Exit Major. Enter Dwarves.
Contessa. H, J, G, Y, S, J, J, V, V, U, K, L, P, S, S, J, J, Q, Q, X, Z, Z, Y, Z, X.
Dwarves. Together. Jejpu, Kalaglu, Gashnu, Biblu, Franu, Exnadu. Contessa. Jnik, Balpo.
Dwarves together. Gablu, Waziku, Epapupu.
Contessa. Glucky, glucky, glucky. Adventurer. Av, what's going on? Contessa. Relax. I think I've impressed them by talking their language. I don't understand everything, but it seems that they have only just woken up or something, and that they will not let us take any of this fool's ebony. It's somehow related to the real stuff or something, and it really belongs to the Lords of Oblivion. The dwarves are just care or something.
Adventurer. Very interesting. Now, what about us?
Contessa. I made a deal with them the only way I could see. I told them about Minnie and Krun, how those two old ones know lots of dwarven tales and legends. The dwarves tells me that, having just woken up or something, they want 3 things: ale, women, and us to leave the fool's ebony alone.
Adventurer. Flog my log.
Contessa.
Well, I told them about all the ale down at Minnie's Inn, and about the 2 redheads there. They are going there, leaving right now. We may take 1 empty cart, 2 horses, and they will keep us guarded all the way there. They also said that they will, I don't know how, destroy all the fool's ebony here. It shouldn't be on the surface like this, they say. Aside, Dwarvish is a remarkably compact language.
Adventurer. By the great roaring buttocks of Sheogorath, all these blisters and backache for nothing. Ah well, at least we are still alive. For now.
Exen. Enter prologue. Prologue. Farnu, Lickety Canoe Gadflu. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. As scene 4 begins, we are back at Minnie's Inn, where the dwarves appear to be on holiday. Enter the adventurer, the wanton Contessa, Minnie, Krun, and dwarves. Exit prologue. Scene 4. Minnie. Ga. Sex.
Espino, Krun, Glurki. Dwarves, together, Jochapochka, Ladzolani, Jupi Hupi, Kimeamat, Amat, Itkanemeam.
Adventurer. Ave, any ideas? I can't seem to work my magical items. And when the ale runs out...
Contessa, your ebony material is useless against them. Dwarves fashion the ebony, so I guess they can suppress it or something. Don't worry. Just think. These dwarves have been asleep or something for hundreds of years, and Minnie has a huge stock of ale. Not many customers come this way, and she knows how to salt the ale just right to keep from spoiling for decades.
Adventurer. Oh, that's why my tongue always looks like a chunk of leather after a pint or two.
Contessa, dwarves apparently love ale. I expect them all to pass out in an hour or so. Dwarves fall into comas. Contessa, if not sooner. Come on, adventurer, grab a sack and start collecting. When the dwarves wake up, they'll finish the ale, and then us. The wanton Contessa and adventurer pillage the dwarves. Adventurer, south, as fast as our horses will take us in this weather. Contessa, if we make enough distance before they wake up, we'll be all right. I don't think that they will leave their precious mountains. I hope not. Enter prologue. Prologue. The wailing wintry wind whirls wickedly, wafts whipping, wading waist-high. Oh, never mind. The adventurer and the Contessa get lost in the snowstorm. Several days later, we find them desperate for warmth and exhausted.
Exit prologue. Adventurer. The horses have had it. They can't go another step and it's going to snow again. No ale left, and just one loaf.
Contessa, it will have to do. Suddenly, a party of giants leaps on our hero and heroine, but after some quick work with bracers of firestorm, really dead giants lie around in heaps.
Adventurer. Anything left, Av?
Contessa, no more fire, anything, just my daggers. Adventurer, same here, just a common short sword. Curse Sheogorath for those dwarves. Those oafs chewed up our horses. Do you think the major made it out?
Contessa. If anyone can, it's him. Guess we'll find out in town. Interesting thought just occurred to me. Don't giants hunt in several groups? Is that more I hear?
Sound of grumbling and gargling offstage. Adventurer. Yes, there are more giants out there. Quick, Ave, help me with this one. The adventurer starts to disembowel a giant's body. Contessa. What on Tamriel are you doing? This is not the time for studying anatomy. Adventurer. Don't argue. Climb inside.
Contessa. Poppy Dash and Baldercock. Inside that smelly dead giant. My dear adventurer, I'm a lady.
Adventurer. It's our only hope. The giant smell will hide our scent, and live giants never touch dead ones. Quick! The adventurer and the Contessa climb inside the steaming giant's body. Adventurer, here, help me pull the skin shut and try not to throw up. Don't make a sound.
Enter prologue.
Prologue. A few hours pass.
Exit. Prologue. The adventurer and the wanton Contessa poke their heads out of the giant's belly.
Adventurer. They've all left, but it's snowing hard. Definitely getting real cold. We better stay here. Contessa. It indeed is warm. Adventurer. It will keep us warm, safe from the storm and giants, for a day or so, if we can stand the smell. Here, want some bread?
The Contessa falls victim to nausea. Enter prologue. Prologue. For this, the last scene of the play, please forgive us, but we need to change the set. Remove the giant corpses and whatnot. Please be patient while our bard performs the timeless classic, Whither Goest Thou?
Bard plays Whither Goest Thou? If the scenarios take too long, he also plays For Further Consideration.
Prologue. Ah, here we are, back at the dead Daedra Inn. The Contessa and the adventurer made it, after all. They had to pay 3 times the normal rate, for they were very dirty and stinky. Now, poor Prologue will bid you farewell, goodly people. Scene 6.
Contessa, thank the gods for hot water and soap. I thought I would smell like a giant forever. Adventurer, me too. Where did you go while I was bathing? And why no mages, priests, armorers, or merchants outside yelling for our blood?
Contessa, I took a quick trip to the palace. I fixed it so some cousins have told the armorers and merchants that we don't have cartloads of the fool's ebony. Adventurer, pity that's actually true.
Contessa, but at least no one's interested in us anymore. Seems that some priests turned up dead in an old temple up on Edward's Mountain. They were found with some girl, all dead from bad green powder or something. And some old mages named Shub have gone missing.
Adventurer, now then, what did you stuff in those sacks that's so important?
Contessa,
Here, dump them out, take a look.
Adventurer, by the gods, just look at that.
Contessa, yes, those dwarves were just loaded with ebony. Look, rings, torques, bracers, belts, helms, all solid old ebony. Adventurer, and this stuff feels just loaded with magicka. Why, I bet that this ring alone has 1,000 uses. Whatever it does. Contessa, ooh, look, bracers of extreme endurance and a belt of strength. Put them on, Adventurer, let's celebrate.
Adventurer, aside. Help. Enter Epilogue. Epilogue. As I feared, all the loose threads of the play were ended by wholesale slaughter. More of the adventures of the adventurer will follow, unless, of course, they don't. We thank you for your tempered patience. Don't forget to tip your worthy wenches on your way out this evening, and enjoy our bard's rendition of the Khajiit classic, It's a Matter of Luck. Good night. Flourish. Exunt omnes. Healer's Tale.
Anonymous. For over 20 years, I have been a healer at the Temple of Stendar. As the reader is doubtless aware, we are the only temple in the Iliac Bay that offers wound healing and illness curing for both the faithful and the heathen alike. For Stendar is the god of mercy. I have faced people at their most miserable and their most terrified. I have seen brave knights weep and strong peasants scream. I like to think that I've watched the masks drop from faces and seen people as they truly are.
A healer's job, after all, is more than simply binding wounds and stopping the flows of poison and disease. We are counselors and comforters for those who have given up all hope. Sometimes, it seems like our kind words and sympathy do more for our patients than our spells.
I am reminded of a very sick young man who came to the temple, suffering from a variety of maladies. Once I had given him an examination, I told him the results, careful not to alarm him. I let him decide how he wanted to be told the news. I have some good news and some bad news, my child, I said. I better hear the bad news first, he said. Well, I said, gripping his shoulder in case he should faint. The bad news is that, unless I am wrong, you will sicken even more over the next day or two, and unless Stendar chooses to be merciful to you, you will pass from this existence. I am sorry, my child. As soft as the blow was, it stung nonetheless. The boy was, after all, very young. He thought he had his whole life ahead of him. Tears streaming down his face, he asked, "And what is the good news?" I smiled. "When you came in, did you notice our proselytizer? She was the enchanting, voluptuous blonde in the antechamber by the foyer?" Color returned to the young man's face. He had noticed her indeed. "Yes. I'm sleeping with her," I said.
If more of the healers of Tamriel would consider their patients' feelings, not just the quickest way to heal them up and get them out, we would have a far, far healthier society. I truly believe that. Jokes. Utha Sunhouse.
"How is your wife?" asked Zalithar. "She's in bed with laryngitis," replied Harleth. "Is that Argonian bastard back in town again? I keep seeing spots before my eyes." Have you seen a healer? No, just spots.
A big Nord named Holgen was set on by a gang of thieves. He fought them furiously, but in the end, they beat him into semi-consciousness. They searched his pockets and discovered that he only had 3 gold pieces on him. Do you mean to tell us you fought us like a mad Lupe for 3 lousy gold pieces? Sneered one of the thieves. No, answered Julgen. I was afraid you were after the 400 gold pieces in my boot. During the War of Bettany, the Bretons in the Isle of Craghold were under siege for several days. After the island was liberated, Lord Bridwell found the ruins of the castle, where a crowd of survivors were hidden away in the dark. It was going to be a difficult job freeing them, as part of the roof had collapsed, trapping them all within. Bridwell stuck his head in the only opening and shouted to the Bretons below, "Are there any expectant mothers down there?"
"It's hard to say, your lordship," said a young woman. "We've only been down here for a few days."
An elderly Breton met with a contemporary of his at a guild meeting. "Harryston, old man, I wanted to express my sympathy. I hear that you buried your wife last week." "Had to, old boy," replied Harryston. "Dead, you know." Why was the Sentinel army so useless during the War of Bettany? The cannons were too heavy, so all 3 garbage scows sunk. What does a new Sentinel private learn first as a combat technique? How to retreat. What is the thinnest book in the world? Redguard Heroes of the War of Bettany. A dark elf man killed his wife after catching her making love with another man. When the magistrate asked him why he killed her instead of her lover, the man replied, "I considered it better to kill one woman than a different man every week." A dark elf woman was being shown around Daggerfall. When she was shown the magnificent castle Daggerfall, she smiled sweetly to her guild and whispered, "It reminds me of sex." "That's odd," said her guild. "Why does our castle Daggerfall remind you of sex?" The dark elf sighed. "Everything does." Elitha told Vithaisa that she was having dinner with a dark elf named Morleth that night. "I hear he's an animal," said Vithaisa. "He'll rip your dress right off you." "Thank you for telling me," said Elitha. "I'll be sure to wear an old dress." How to separate sailors in the Khajiit Navy with a hammer and tongs. "This orchard has sentimental value to me," said Mojad, the Khajiit, to his friend Hasilid. "Under that tree, for example, is where I first made love, and that tree is where her mother stood, watching us." "She watched you while you made love to her daughter?" said Hasilid, clearly impressed. "Didn't she say anything?" "Meow. What do you call a wood elf who doesn't lie or cheat or steal? A dead wood elf." Rude Song, Anonymous. In the spring of the year doth propriety disappear in the courts and the ports of the bay. Drinking new beer, everybody feels queer, and the earls and the churls go astray. The bee and the bird don't have to tell us a word. Our bodies for naughties, our prime. If you haven't heard, you can let yourself be lured. For the youth, for things uncouth, it is time. Oh, it's lovely to sit in the field, harvested into rows. It's lovelier still to do the same, not wearing any clothes. People of the bay, bless the flowered court of Wayrest for showing us the gentle way of sin. The bonny dark elf queen likes to see and to be seen, with cobblers, thieves, and tavern keeps, and slaves, and fishermen. In the court of Laneland, right upon the mainland, with sex, the whole place is in a whirl. The Baroness likes to play with men who come her way, while the Baron likes the little boys and girls. Oh, it's lovely to give your lady a kiss upon her nose. It's lovelier still to do the same, not wearing any clothes. In Daggerfall, they hold a ball, and all of society indulges in a variety of scandal. They can handle a lot. The captain of the guard has to search very hard for a bean that the queen has in her pants, and the court sorceress will grant you a wish to cause the king to fling about his lance. Oh, it's lovely to give your love a single perfect rose. It's lovelier still to do the same, not wearing any clothes. Oh, it's lovely to abandon all your cares and fears and woes. It's lovelier still to do the same, not wearing any clothes. Yes, sir. It's lovely, not wear any clothes.
The Epic of the Grey Falcon. Author, Anito Joan, editor. As uncovered and translated by Anito Joan, royal archaeologist, from an ancient tome. This tale comes from sometime in the Second Era, most probably after the time of the Knahaten flu, or at least I have so surmised, due to reasons in the text. Whether or not the tale is true, it remains an interesting story of survival. The reader will, I trust, forgive me if I translated the epic somewhat informally. The message, I think, is universal and should not be misread. Enjoy, gentle reader. AJJ, the Grey Falcon, a small warship of the Somerset Isle, was patrolling deep in the ocean for a pirate that had been looting the coast. The first 3 weeks out were uneventful. 2 hours after sunset, on the 22nd day out of port, the lookout spotted a top of a sail in the moonlight just on the horizon. Sail, to starboard, forward quarter. The lookout of the Grey Falcon cried. The crew and captain of the Grey Falcon were quickly roused and stumbled to the deck. "'Tis the ship we're looking for, Captain," said the lookout. "All hands to battle stations, all archers to their posts," the captain yelled. "Full ahead!" The two ships closed, and a dark figure stepped out onto the forecastle of the pirate ship. The figure made a gesture with his hands, and a giant ball of fire streaked towards the Grey Falcon. The ball of fire struck the Grey Falcon in her sails, quickly catching them aflame. The figure made another gesture. Large bolts of ice streaked out from his hands and hit the Grey Falcon, just above and below the waterline, gouging large holes in her hull. The Grey Falcon was mortally wounded. The captain cried, "All hands abandon she," as he was cut off by a pirate's arrow shot into his throat. As the Grey Falcon, aflame and listing badly, plunged into the sea, one of her sailors, Derek Seaspit, managed to avoid the pirate arrows and spells, to make his way to a lifeboat, and lowered it into the darkness below. Just as the lifeboat entered the water, a quick gray shape jumped into it. Derek looked and saw it was Helnor Snarlsbane, a Khajiit mercenary assigned to the ship. The two rowed the small boat away as the Grey Falcon finished her descent into the sea. In the darkness, the pirate ship missed their small craft. After the two rowed well out of the pirates' possible view, they both collapsed from exhaustion. Early morning the next day, they took an inventory of the lifeboat's stores. Normally, the lifeboat carries enough food and water to supply 7 people for at least 10 days. In place of the food, though, Helnor found a note. The food in this lifeboat was found to be in violation of Somerset Navy regulation during inspection. In accordance to that article, the food was taken away and destroyed. A replacement may be obtained by redeeming this letter at the port supply office. Signed, Lieutenant Inspector Winhollow. Helnor read aloud. Said Darek to his Khajiit companion, "We have plenty of water, but we are out of food. I don't know what we're going to do. I suppose we could try fishing, but we have no bait. There's no chance we can make it back to land before we starve to death. 'Twill be over a month in this craft." "Wait, I have an idea," said Helnor, with a gleam in his cat-like eye. 6 weeks later, the lifeboat entered the port of Corwich. As it was tethered to the dock, a solitary figure was pulled out, looking weather-beaten and thin. One of the dock workers peered into the life raft after the figure was taken away to the port healer for treatment. What's this?" a worker said to himself as he picked up a large bone from the boat, a bone bleached white by the sun. After the sole survivor of the Grey Falcon recovered from his ordeal, he was taken to the inquest for the death of Derek Seaspit and placed on a chair before the magistrate. "We here in High Rock have a dim view of cannibalism. You'd better have a good reason for your actions," the Inquisitor boomed at Helnor Snarlsbane. By the lady, do you? Helnor stood and said, Your Honor, I had no choice. There was no food, and it was at least 2 months to the closest port. We both decided this was the only way someone would make it. Well then, I suppose that is understandable, if somewhat distasteful, the Inquisitor said. You think it was distasteful? Helnor muttered to himself. I didn't have any seasoning.
One final thing, Mr. Snarlsbane. How was it decided that you would be the one that would dine on the other? The toss of a coin? Helnor drew himself up and said, Your Honor, it was very simple. Derek Seaspit was a vegetarian. Case dismissed. Both Dorji scroll. Anonymous.
Breathe candid smoke on the veil of oblivion and force the line dispelled. Awaken the sleepless, unquiet prince, and bid their standing servants rise. It is the night when frost will burn, when flame will freeze the lamplit lake, when clouds of bats devour clouds of birds, when boils and sores afflict the rich, when a boy with wings doth curse the land. If knowing lies fester on my tongue, and such whens are but whispers in the night, these words form a sentence of death. But if the day of oblivion is indeed at hand, servants of the dark, obey me.
Need fresh bloodgrass? Out of Herida? We keep them in stock. Husband snores at night. We have silence potions as well. All things alchemical. The only shop for potions and rare herbs.
Note to mages. Mages, please be judicious in your use of fire spells while guarding slaves deep in the mine. Often flammable gases are present, and, as last week's incident indicates, even a small flame can spark a huge explosion. We don't know if Cassina will ever get that patch of fur back. Stlenius.
Guide to Vivek. Vivek City is the largest settlement on Vardenfell and one of the largest cities in the east. Each of the great cantons is the size of a complete town. The High Fane and the Palace of Vivek are visited by hundreds of tourists and pilgrims daily. Citizens flock to the arena for public entertainments like mock battles and comic plays. Outlanders mostly confine themselves to the foreign canton, while natives live, work, and shop in the great house compounds and residential cantons. But most of all, this is Lord Vivek's holy city. The Ministry of Truth, the Temple Prison, hangs above the great temple of the High Fane, the halls of wisdom and justice, and Lord Vivek's palace. Vivek is a city made up of 8 cantons, each a little town in itself. On a map, it looks like a cross, with the foreign quarter at the top, the temple compound, with Vivek's palace, the High Fane, the Ministry of Truth, and the Hall of Wisdom, and the Hall of Justice at the bottom, the Halalu compound to the west, the Telvanni compound on the east, and 4 cantons grouped together at the center of the cross. Redoran compound northwest, Arena northeast, St. Delen's Canton southwest, and St. Olm's Canton southeast. The Foreign Quarter. The Foreign Quarter is the large 3-tiered canton to the north. Originally, foreigners were not allowed to enter Vivek any further than the Foreign Quarter, but now outlanders can travel throughout Vivek at will. The Imperial Guilds each have guild halls and complete services here, and an Imperial cult shrine serves the spiritual needs of the Imperial faithful. Various independent tradesmen, craftsmen, and trainers also rent space here. The Blackshaw Corner Club rents beds to non-guild visitors. Temple Compound. The High Fane is the largest tribunal temple on Vardenfell. Archcanon Sarioni presides over the temple, along with a large staff of priests, healers, and monks. Pilgrims travel from all over Morrowind to view the High Fane and the Ministry of Truth, and to offer prayer and thanks before the Palace of Vivek. The Ministry of Truth, a celestial body suspended by Vivek's mighty power over the temple compound, is the headquarters of the temple ordinators, and heretics are imprisoned and re-educated there. The Hall of Wisdom and Hall of Justice contain the executive, administrative, judicial, and martial operations of the tribunal temple. The Palace of Vivek is the abode of the god-hero Lord Vivek, the warrior poet of the three deities who comprise Almsivi, the divine patrons of the tribunal temple. Only the most devout are admitted to the presence of Lord Vivek, and only at his initiation. Beneath the Palace of Vivek is the Puzzle Canal, a place of worship and testing for questing heroes, hoping to receive Vivek's favor. Many choice treasures are guarded by Daedric servants in the Puzzle Canal's dark passages. Hlaalu Compound.
Hlaalu Compound is the westmost canton. The Hlaalu Councillor Crassius Curio has a splendid tier-top mansion here. The tiers below contain Hlaalu treasuries, records, holding cells, and various great house services. There are 2 public houses, the Elven Nations and the No Name Club. A variety of craftsmen and tradesmen also have shops at Hlaalu Compound. Some house Hlaalu nobles and retainers prefer to maintain their residences in the less formal St. Dellen and St. Olms cantons.
Telvanni Compound. Telvanni Compound is the eastmost canton. The Mage Lord Mavan Drenim is the ranking Telvanni noble. The Telvanni rent the compound from the temple and have to make do with a Velothi tower instead of their preferred mushroom towers. The administrative center includes a treasury and a hall of records. Slaves are housed in the lowest tiers, along with cells full of monsters. There are many tradesmen, craftsmen, and trainers, and the Lizard's Head Corner Club provides lodgings for Telvanni kin and mercenaries. Redoran Compound.
Redoran Compound is the canton south of the Foreign Quarter, west of and next to the arena. The Redoran Administrative Center there includes the Redoran Treasury, Hall of Records, and holding cells. On the lowest tier is a Redoran Shrine and ancestral vaults. 2 noble families, the Sarans and the Draylors, have top-tier manors. There are many tradesmen, craftsmen, and trainers, and the Flowers of Gold Corner Club provides lodgings for Redoran kin and retainers.
Arena Compound.
The Arena Compound lies between the Redoran Compound on the west and the Telvanni Compound on the east. The arena is the site of public entertainments and combat sports. The comfortable domed arena has seating for hundreds of spectators. Beneath the arena are dressing and storage rooms for entertainers, and training rooms and animal pens for the combat competitors. St. Dellen and St. Olms residential cantons.
St. Dellen Canton and St. Olms Canton are residence cantons for commoners and paupers. The temple charges very reasonable rents for comfortable workshops, shops, and apartments, and most of Vardenfell's crafts and light industry are housed in these cantons. The Abbey of St. Delan the Wise is on the top tier of St. Delan, and Hlaalu Councillor Ingling Half-Troll has a top-tier manor on St. Olms.
Transportation. Footbridges connect with the mainland between the Abanhart region and Hlaalu Compound, between the North Bay region and the Foreign Quarter, and between the East Bay region and Telvanni Compound. Good roads lead from the Hlaalu Compound Bridge south to Ebonheart and north to St. Anine and points north. Good roads lead from the Foreign Quarter Bridge west towards St. Anine, north towards Suran and the Ascadian Isles, and east towards Molag Mar. Roads from the Telvanni Compound Bridge are useful mostly for travelers to Molag Mar. Silt Strider service is available at the north end of the Foreign Quarter Bridge, traveling from Vivek to Suran, St. Anine, Balmora, and Molag Mar. Ships from the docks at the Foreign Quarter travel to Ebonheart, Hlaod, Molag Mar, and Tel Bernora. Ships from nearby Ebonheart sail to Hlaod, Sadrith, Mora, Tel Bernora, and the Foreign Quarter of Vivek. Low-fare gondolas shuttle passengers from canton to canton via Vivek's canals.
Guide to Sadrith Mora.
Sadrith Mora is the district seat of House Telvanni and home of the Telvanni Council, though only one Telvanni councillor actually lives in Sadrith Mora. Sadrith Mora is an island settlement, inaccessible only by sea and teleportation. The town is large with many craftsmen, traders, and trainers, but it is open only to Telvanni retainers. Outsiders should confine themselves to the Gateway Inn and to Wolverine Hall, the imperial quarters of the Legion garrison and guilds. The docks are in a sheltered bay on the western side of the island, and a trail leads up from the docks to the Gateway Inn. Beyond the Gateway Inn is the Great Market, with numerous craftsmen and traders and a small slave market. North of the Great Market is the Telvanni Council Hall, a large orb supported by giant mushroom stalks. To the east of the Great Market is Tel Naga, the towering wizard tower residence of Telvanni Councillor Mage Lord Master Neloth. Services.
Outlanders can find services for the Fighters Guild, Mages Guild, and Imperial Cult at Wolverine Hall. Members of the Thieves Guild congregate at Dirty Muriel's Corner Club. Telvanni Great House and Tribunal Temple services are all housed within the Council Hall. Additional Telvanni services are available in the Great Market District and in Tel Naga. The Gateway Merchant Inn is the only establishment with public beds. Members of the Fighters Guild, Mages Guild, and Imperial Cults look for hospitality at Wolverine Hall. Telvanni kin and retainers stay at the Gateway, at Wolverine Hall, at a local corner club, or at Tel Naga. The Great Market has many services and tradesmen, and many others are scattered through town. There are 2 corner clubs, Dirty Muriel's for Outlanders, and Farah's Hole in the Wall for local Dunmer. Tel Naga is Master Neloth's Wizard Tower.
Notable figures.
If you're not Telvanni or Telvanni retainers, you'll want to know Angaredhel, Prefect of Hospitality at the Gateway Merchant Inn, and Eri, Gateway's Publican. At Wolverine Hall, Hurundi the Nord is the Fighters Guild Steward, Procyon Nigiliusis is Mages Guild Steward, and Unius Otris is the Imperial Cult Priest. B. Ig Helenda, the Thieves Guild Boss, makes frequent appearances at Dirty Muriel's Corner Club. Telvanni wizards and retainers visit the Council Hall to confer with the Telvanni Mouths. Telvanni Mouths are spokesmen for their councillor mage lords, Felisa Ulason, Galos Matendis, Arara Uvulas, Malam Ryan, Raven O'Main, and Deline Arvel, Telvanni Council Clerk. Councillor Mage Lord Master Neloth lives in Tel Naga, the wizard tower in the center of town. Transportation. Sadrith Mora is an island. There's no road or bridge to the mainland. To visit the mainland, you must either be able to fly, swim, or water walk, or you must rely on shipmasters at the docks or the guild guide at the Mages Guild. Gals Arethi at the docks offers ship passage to Ebonheart, Tel Bernora, Tel Mora, or Dagon Fell. Iniel at the Wolverine Hall Mages Guild can teleport you to Aldrun, Vivek, Caldera, and Balmora for a modest fee. Guide to Balmora. Balmora is the district seat of House Hlalu and the largest settlement on Vardenfell after Vivek City. Balmora's 4 districts are Hightown, the Commercial District, Labor Town, and Fort Moonmoth. Hightown, on the hill to the west, has the Tribunal Temple, Hlalu Council, Hall, Rich Manors, Better Shops, and the Morag Tong Guild Hall.
The Commercial District, just west of the river, is centered on the large plaza north of South Gate, with the Strider Port along the south wall, east of South Gate. The Fighters Guild and Mages Guild, and most of Balmora's shops and inns, are located along the streets of the Commercial District. Labor Town, east of the river, where the commoners and poor live, has several modest corner clubs and a few merchants. Fort Moonmoth, A long walk southeast of town houses the Legion Garrison and the Imperial Cult. Services. House Halalu services are available at Halalu Council Manor in Hightown. Temple faithfuls seek solace and services at the Balmora Temple in the southeast. Outlanders must travel outside the town walls, through Southgate and east along well-marked roads to Fort Moonmoth for Imperial Legion and the Imperial Cult services. The guild halls of the Fighters Guild and Mages Guild are on the street north from the plaza in the commercial district. Morag Tong services are available at their guild hall in the extreme northwest of Hightown. Better shops are in Hightown on the hill, with numerous merchants in the commercial district west of the river, and a few traders in Labor Town east of the river. Notable figures. None of the Halalu councilors live in Balmora. Nileno Dorvain at the council hall is the ranking Halalu local. At the Fighters Guild, Idis Fireeye is the steward. Ranis Athris is the Mages Guild steward. Ethasi Rilvain is the Morag Tong steward. Feldralo Sadri is the ranking cleric of the Balmora Tribunal Temple. The colorful Sugar Lips Habasi, a freelance facilitator of no fixed address, is often rumored to be the local boss of the Thieves Guild. Transportation. A good road leads south to Pelagiad, Seda Nin, Ebonheart, and Vivek. A rugged wilderness track leads southwest along the Odai River to the fishing village of Hala Oad. Improved roads head north to Caldera and Alderone. The Silt Strider port is on the west side of the river near South Gate. Silt Strider service goes to Alderone, Suran, Alderone, and Seda Nin. Guild guides at the Mages Guild can teleport you to Alderone, Vivek, Caldera, and Sadrith Mora for a fee. La Oad is southwest on the coast. An unimproved trail leads northeast up the ravines of Foyada Mamaya to Ghostgate. The path is easy to follow, but dangerous beasts threaten pilgrims who travel this route to Ghostgate Shrine. Guide to Alderaan. Principal districts of Alderaan. Alderaan is the district seat of House Redoran and one of the largest settlements on Vardenfell. The three principal districts are Alderaan Town, Alderaan Underscar, and Buckmoth Fort. Alderaan Town is a large settlement in the Redoran village style, built of local materials with organic curves and undecorated exteriors, inspired by the landscape and by the shells of giant native insects. Most guild halls, corner clubs, and merchants are sited in the southwest corner of town, convenient to Westgate and the Strider Port, while the temple is located on high ground to the east and surrounded by a residential section. Alderaan Underscar is the most distinctive architectural feature of Alderaan, a manor and council district sheltered beneath the shell of an ancient, extinct giant crab. The large carapace encloses a central dome, from which radiate the entrances to the Redoran Council chambers, the manors of the Redoran councilors, and shops of a few upscale merchants. Buckmoth Fort is the Imperial Legion garrison for the district. The strong walls and towers of this western fortress lies a short distance to the south of Alderaan Town, through Southgate behind the Mages Guild. Services, House Redoran services, are in the Council House and Councilors' Manors of Alderaan Underscar. The Alderaan Temple on the east side of town provides service for temple worshippers. Buckmoth Fort offers services to the Imperial Legion and devotees of the Imperial Cult, including an Imperial Cult altar. The guild halls of the Fighters Guild and Mages Guild are near the South Gate. Pricey but high-quality clothier, alchemist, and enchanter shops are under Scar as well. Commodities at reasonable prices but with smaller selections are available from the smith, clothier, trader, pawnbroker, and bookseller near the entrance to Alderaan Underscar. The Aldscar Inn and the Council Club Corner Club are found to the west, near Westgate and the Silt Strider Port. The Rat in the Pot Corner Club is in South Alderaan, near the guild halls. Notable figures: all 6 Redoran councilors, Brara Morvain, Hlaren Ramaran, Athen Serethi, Garsa Lethri, Minor Arobar, and Bolvin Venim,
have manor residences in Aldrun under Scar. Edwina Elbert is the Mages Guild Steward, and Perseus Mercius has recently become the Fighters Guild Steward. Old Methel Saran is an eminent temple priest and scholar. Raisa Pulia is commandant of Buckmoth Fort, but Imson the Dreamer is the chapter steward. The Redguard Heen is priest of the Imperial Cult. Goran Andarisis, the guild steward of the Morag Tong, whose guild hall is found in Aldrun under Scar.
Travel and transportation. Roads lead northwest to Margon and Nisus villages, and by a circuitous western route to Caldera, Balmora, and points south. The road to Balmora swings northwest to avoid the barren wastes, and curves around towards the west until it heads south again to Caldera. Between Aldrun and Caldera are many side paths. Watch for signposts, or you'll get lost.
The Silt Strider Port is along the western town wall, north of Westgate. Silt Strider service goes from Aldrun to Balmora, Gnesis, Cool, or Margon. Guild guides at the Mages Guild teleport you to Balmora, Vivek, Caldera, and Sadrith Mora for a modest fee. Narmok is a long and exceptionally unpleasant walk west to the coast and then south. There are no trails or marked routes. Casual travelers ill-equipped for the attacks of wild beasts and brigands should keep to the roads and travel services.
Fortify, carry weight. Potion, creep cluster. Giant's toe.
Fortify, carry weight potion. Wisp wrappings, scaly foliata. Resist poison potion. Thistle, fulmar.
Resist shock potion. Pine thrush egg, snowberries.
Resist shock potion. Glow dust, pearl.
Resist fire potion. Bone meal, frost salts. Resist fire potion. Elf's ear, mud crab chitin.
Resist frost potion. Snowberries, purple mountain flower.
Resist frost potion. Gourd, fire salts. Restore magica potion. Whitecap, taproot.
Restore magica potion. Giant lichen, pearl. Restore magica potion. Grass pod, red mountain flower. Cure disease potion. Charred skeever, hide, mud crab chitin. Cure disease potion. Mud crab chitin. Vampire dust. Invisibility potion. Luna mothwing. Chorus eggs. Invisibility potion. Ice wraith teeth, chorus eggs.
Restore health potion. Blue mountain flower. Saber cat eyeball. Restore health. Potion. Imp stool. Wheat. Restore health potion. Blue dragonfly wing. Charred skeever, hide. Restore health potion. Monarch butterfly wing. Blisterwort.
Damage health poison skeever tail. Void salts. Damage health poison. Skeever tail. Small antlers.
Damage health poison. Ectoplasm. Troll fat. Fear poison. Namira's rot. Blue dartwing.
Fear poison. Powdered mammoth tusk. Dadra. Heart. Frenzy poison. Blisterwort. Fulmar.
Paralysis poison. Briar heart. Swamp fungal pod. Paralysis poison. Canis root. Swamp fungal pod. Markarth Home Decorating Guide. Welcome to your new home.
This decorating guide provides a list of packages that you can purchase from the Steward of the Hold. Each package contains furnishings and decor for a specific part of your house, and these will be delivered and placed for you upon purchase.
All you need to do is provide the gold, and the steward will take care of the rest. The next time that you visit your home, after making your purchases, you will see your new decorations and furnishings in place. Entrance Hall. When you purchase this package, floor mats and decorative planters will be added to the hallway just beyond the front door. Living room. This package fills out the home's large central room with a large dining table, several smaller tables, shelves, a display case, and other decor. Sleeping quarters. In addition to improved furnishings and decor for your master bedroom, this package also adds a small dining area between the guest and master bedroom near the rear of the house. Alchemy Laboratory. This package will furnish the small rooms that adjoin the living room with the implements of an alchemist's laboratory. This includes an alchemy table, several shelves, and added decor. Enchanting Laboratory. This package adds furniture and decor for a small enchanting laboratory adjoining the living room. This includes an enchanting table, shelves, and decor. Riften Home Decorating Guide. Welcome to your new home. This decorating guide provides a list of packages that you can purchase from the Steward of the Hold. Each package contains furnishings and decor for a specific part of your house, and these will be delivered and placed for you upon purchase. All you need to do is provide the gold, and the steward will take care of the rest. The next time that you visit your home, after making your purchases, you will see your new decorations and furnishings in place. Kitchen. This package will provide furnishings and decor for your kitchen, which is the room immediately beyond your home's front door. This includes the lighting of the fire. Bedroom. Adds bedside tables, a dresser, and a small table with 2 chairs to the master bedroom. This also includes an upgrade to the bed itself. Alchemy Laboratory. This package will place an alchemy crafting table in your basement, along with some shelves and other decor. Enchanting Laboratory. This package will place an item enchanting table in your basement, along with some shelves and other decor. Also includes a few practice dummies to test your new enchantments on. Garden. When you purchase this package, the small patch of land adjacent to your house will be planted with a wide range of herbs, vegetables, and other plants native to Skyrim. Solitude Home Decorating Guide. Welcome to your new home. This decorating guide provides a list of packages that you can purchase from the Steward of the Hold. Each package contains furnishings and decor for a specific part of your house, and these will be delivered and placed for you upon purchase. All you need to do is provide the gold, and the steward will take care of the rest. The next time that you visit your home, after making your purchases, you will see your new decorations and furnishings in place. Living room. This package adds a large table, chairs, and a wide range of decor to the living area located centrally on the second floor of the house. Sleeping quarters. When you purchase this package, the master bedroom on the second floor of the house will be decorated with several furnishings and a larger, more luxurious bed. Also, a small dining area will be added just outside the bedroom door that includes a table, chairs, and other decorations. Alchemy Laboratory fills out one of the ground floor rooms with implements and tools for an alchemy laboratory, including an alchemist's crafting table and related decor. Enchanting Laboratory will stock one of the home's small ground floor rooms with all of the furnishings for an enchanting laboratory, including an enchanter's crafting table. Also includes several practice dummies on which you can test out your new enchantments. Patio places a small table, 2 chairs, and other furnishings on the stone patio outside the back of the house. Whiterun Home Decorating Guide. Welcome to your new home. This decorating guide provides a list of packages that you can purchase from the Steward of the Hold. Each package contains furnishings and decor for a specific part of your house, and these will be delivered and placed for you upon purchase. All you need to do is provide the gold, and the steward will take care of the rest. The next time that you visit your home after making your purchases, you will see your new decorations and furnishings in place. Kitchen includes a fire pit, a small table and 2 chairs, as well as a shelf to store cooking supplies. Living room provides wall-mounted shelves, a few side tables, and 2 chairs placed near the fire pit, all near the center of the ground floor.
Dining room adds a long wooden table and bench, as well as several shelves loaded with cutlery, dishes, and cookware.
Alchemy laboratory.
This package adds an alchemy crafting station, a reading table and chair, and a large wardrobe to the rear area of the ground floor. This also includes the addition of a wall to divide the laboratory from the dining room. Loft.
This package includes a few chairs and tables to fill out the upper-level loft. Bedroom adds 2 bedside tables, a dresser, and a small table with 2 chairs to the master bedroom. This also includes the addition of a wall to give the bedroom added privacy.
Windhelm Home Decorating Guide.
Welcome to your new home. This decorating guide provides a list of packages that you can purchase from the steward of the hold. Each package contains furnishings and decor for a specific part of your house, and these will be delivered and placed for you upon purchase. All you need to do is provide the gold, and the steward will take care of the rest. The next time that you visit your home after making your purchases, you will see your new decorations and furnishings in place.
Kitchen
includes a fireplace, a table for 2, and ample shelving to store your food and cooking supplies.
Living room.
This package fills Yerm's spacious ground floor living room with several tables, chairs, and shelves. Decorations for the floor and walls are also included. Alchemy laboratory adds an alchemy crafting station.
Enchanting laboratory adds an enchanting crafting station.
Upstairs landing. This package adds several weapon racks and display cases and lines the walls with mounted animal heads. Bedroom provides an upgrade to your bed, as well as shelving, display cases, improved lighting, and other bedroom furnishings and decor.
A Dance in Fire, V1. Scene: the Imperial City, Cyrodiil. Date: 7 Frostfall 3E 397. It seemed as if the palace had always housed the Atreus Building Commission, the company of clerks and estate agents who authored and notarized nearly every construction of any note in the empire. It had stood for 250 years, since the reign of Emperor Magnus, plain-fronted and austere hall on a minor but respectable plaza in the Imperial City. Energetic and ambitious middle-class lads and ladies worked there, as well as complacent middle-aged ones like Decimus Scotti. No one could imagine a world without the commission, least of all Scotti. To be accurate, he could not imagine a world without himself in the commission. Lord Atreus is perfectly aware of your contributions, said the managing clerk, closing the shutter that demarcated Scotty's office behind him. But you know that things have been difficult. Yes, said Scotty, stiffly. Lord Vanek's men have been giving us a lot of competition lately, and we must be more efficient if we are to survive. Unfortunately, that means releasing some of our historically best, but presently underachieving senior clerks. I understand. It can't be helped. I'm glad that you understand, smiled the managing clerk, smiling thinly and withdrawing. Please have your room cleared immediately. Scotty began the task of organizing all his work to pass on to his successor. It would probably be a young Imbralius who would take most of it on, which was as it should be, he considered philosophically. The lad knew how to find business. Scotty wondered idly what the fellow would do with the contracts for the new statue of St. Alicia, for which the Temple of the One had applied. Probably invented clerical error, blame on his own predecessor, Decimus Scotti, and require an additional cost to rectify. I have correspondence for Decimus Scotti of the Atreus Building Commission. Scotty looked up. A fat-faced courier had entered his office and was thrusting forth a sealed scroll. He handed the boy a gold piece and opened it up. by the poor penmanship, atrocious spelling and grammar, and overall unprofessional tone, it was manifestly evident who the writer was. Leodus Indurus, a fellow clerk some years before who had left the commission after being accused of unethical business practices. Dear Scotti, I imagine you always wondered what happened to me, and the last place you would have expected to find me is out in the woods. But that's exactly where I am. Haha. If you're smart and you want to make a lot of extra gold for Lord Atreus and yourself, haha, you'll come down to Valenwood too. If you haven't or have been following the politics here lately, you may or may not know that there's been a war between the Boschmer and their neighbors elsewhere over the past 2 years. Things have only just calmed down, and there's a lot of that needs to be rebuilt. Now I've got more business than I can handle, but I need someone with some clout, someone representing a respected agency to get the quill in the ink. That someone is you, my fiend. Come and meet me at the Mother Pascal's Tavern in Felonisti, Valenwood. It'll be here 2 weeks and you won't be sorry. Girdus. P.S. Bring a wagon load of timber if you can. What have you there, Scotty? Asked a voice. Scotty started. It was Umbrellius, his damnably handsome face peeking through the shutters, smiling in a way that melted the hearts of the stingiest of patrons and the roughest of stonemasons. Scotty shoved the letter in his jacket pocket. Personal correspondence, he sniffed. I'll be cleared up here in just a moment. I don't want to hurry you, said Umbrellius, grabbing a few sheets of blank contracts from Scotty's desk. I've just gone through a stack, and the junior scribe's hands are all cramping up, so I thought you would have missed a few. The lad vanished. Scotty received the letter and read it again. He thought about his life, something he rarely did. He seemed to see a gray with a black insurmountable wall looming. There was only one narrow passage he could see in that wall. Quickly, before he had a moment to reconsider it, he grabbed a dozen of the blank contracts with shimmering gold leaf Atreus building commission by appointment of his imperial majesty and hid them in the satchel with his personal effects. The next day, he began his adventure with a giddy lack of hesitation. He arranged for a seat in the caravan bound for Valenwood, the single escorted conveyance to the southeast, leaving the imperial city that week. He had scarcely hours to pack, but he remembered to purchase a wagon load of timber. It'll be extra gold to pay for a horse to pull that, frowned the convoy head. So I anticipated, smiled Scotty with his best Umbrellius grin. 10 wagons, and all set off that afternoon through the familiar Cyrodiilic countryside. Past fields of wildflowers, gently rolling woodlands, friendly hamlets. The clop of horses' hooves against the sound stone reminded Scotty of that Atreus building commission constructed it. 5 of the 18 necessary contracts for its completion were drafted by his own hand. Very smart of you to bring that wood along, said a gray-whiskered Breton man next to him on his wagon. You must be in commerce. Of a sort, said Scotty, in a way he hoped was mysterious before introducing himself. Decimus Scotty. Griff Mellon, said the man. I'm a poet, actually, a translator of old Bosmer literature. I was researching some newly discovered facts about the Minoriad Playbar 2 years ago when the war broke out and I had to leave. You are no doubt familiar with the Minoriad, if you're aware of the Green Pact. Scotty thought the man might be speaking perfect gibberish, but he nodded his head. Naturally, I don't pretend the Minoriad is as renowned as a Me'elinad or as ancient as a Dansir Gul, but I think it has remarkable significance to the understanding the nature of the Merolithic Bosmer mind, the origin of the wood elf aversion to cutting their own wood or eating any plant material at all, yet paradoxically the willingness to import plain stuff from other cultures, I feel, can be linked to a passage in the Minoriad. Malin shuffled through some of his papers, searching for the appropriate text. To Scotty's vast relief, The carriage soon stopped to camp for the night. They were high on a bluff over a gray stream, and before them was the great valley of Zealandwood. Only the cry of seabirds declared the presence of the ocean to the bay of the west. Here the timber was so tall and wide, twisting around itself like an impossible knot begun eons ago, to be impenetrable. A few more modest trees, only 50 feet to the lowest branches, stood on the cliff at the edge of camp. The sight was so alien to Scotty, and he found himself so anxious about the proposition of entering the wilderness that he could not imagine sleeping. Fortunately, Malon had supposed that he had found another academic with a passion for the riddles of ancient culture. Long into the night, he recited Bosmer verse in the original and in his own translation, sobbing and bellowing and whispering wherever appropriate. Gradually, Scotty began to feel drowsy, but a sudden crack of wood snapping made him sit straight up. "What was that?" Malon smiled. "I like it too. Convocation, the malignity of the moonless Bakelm. A dance of fire. There's some enormous birds up in the trees moving around," whispered Scotty, pointing in the direction of the dark shapes above. I wouldn't worry about that," said Malon, irritated with his audience. "Now listen to how the poet characterizes Herman Moore's invocation of the 18th stanza of the 4th book. The dark shapes in the trees were some of them perched like birds, others slithered like snakes, and still others stood up straight, like men's." As Malon recited his verse, Scotty watched the figures softly leap from branch to branch, half gliding across impossible distances for anything without wings. They gathered in groups and then reorganized until they had spread to every tree around the camp. Suddenly, they plummeted from the heights. "Mara!" cried Scotty, "falling like rain." "Probably seed pods," Malon shrugged, not turning around. "Some of the trees here have remarkable..." Camp erupted into chaos. Fires burst out in the wagons. The horses wailed from the mortal blows. Casks of wine, fresh water, and liquor gushed their contents to the ground. A nimble shadow dashed past Scotty and Malon, gathering sacks of grain and gold with impossible agility and grace. Scotty had only one glance at it, lit up by a sudden nearby burst of flame. It was a sleek creature with pointed ears, wide yellow eyes, mottled pied fur, and a tail like a whip. "Werewolf," he whispered, shrinking back. "Cathai rots," groaned Malon. "Much worse. Khajiit cousins or some such thing come to plunder." "Are you sure?" As quickly as they struck, the creatures retreated, diving off the bluff before the battle maze in the night. The caravan's escorts had fully opened their eyes. Malon and Scotty ran to the precipice and saw 100 feet below the tiny figures dash out of the water, shake themselves, and disappear into the wood. "Werewolves aren't acrobats like that," said Malon. "They're definitely Cathai rot. Bastard thieves. Thanks Stendar they didn't realize the value of my notebooks. It was a complete loss." It wasn't a complete loss. A Dance in Fire, V2. It was a complete loss. The Cathai had stolen or destroyed almost every item of value in the caravan in just a few minutes' time. Deckham Scotty's wagon load of wood he had hoped to trade with the Bosmer had been set on fire and then toppled off the bluff. His clothing and contracts were tattered and ground into the mud of dirt mixed with spilt wine. All of the pilgrims, merchants, and adventurers in the group moaned and wept as they gathered the remnants of their belongings by the rising sun of the dawn. "I best not tell anyone that I managed to hold on to my notes for my translation of the Minoriad play bar," whispered poet Griff Malon. "They'd probably just turn on me." Scotty politely declined the opportunity of telling Malon just how little value he himself placed in the man's properties. Instead, he counted the coins in his purse. 34 gold pieces. Very little indeed for an entrepreneur beginning of a new business. "Hoy!" came a cry from the wood. A small party of Bosmer emerged from the thicket, clad in leather mail and bearing arms. "Friend or foe?" "Neither," growled the convoy head.
"You must be Cyrodiils," laughed the leader of the group, a tall, skeleton, thin youth with a sharp, vulpine face. "We heard you were en route. Evidently, so did our enemies." "Thought the war was over," muttered one of the caravan's now ruined merchants. Bosmer laughed again. "No act of war, just a little border enterprise. You are going on to Valinesti?" "I'm not." The convoy head shook his head. "As far as I'm concerned, my duty is done. No more horses, no more caravan. Just a fat profit lost to me." The men and women crowded around the men, protesting, threatening, begging, but he refused to step foot in Valenwood. If these were new times of peace, he'd said, he'd rather come back from the next war. Scotty tried a different route and approached the Bosmer. He spoke with an authoritative but friendly voice, the kind he'd use in negotiations with peevish carpenters. "I don't suppose you'd consider escorting me to Valinesti? I'm a representative for an important imperial agency, the Atreus Building Commission, here to help repair and alleviate some of the problems the war with the Khajiit brought to your province. Patriotism, 20 gold pieces. And you must carry your own gear if you have any left," replied the Bosmer. Scotty reflected that negotiations with peevish carpenters rarely went his way either. 6 eager people had enough gold on them for the payment. Among those without funds was the poet, who appealed to Scotty for assistance. "Sorry, Griff. I only have 14 gold left over. Not even enough for a decent room when I was in Valinesti. I really would help you if I could," said Scotty, persuading himself that it was true. The band of 6 and their Bosmer escorts began the descent down a rocky path along the bluff. Within an hour's time, they were deep in the jungles of Valenwood. A never-ending canopy of hues of browns and greens obscured the sky. A millennia's worth of fallen leaves formed a deep, wormy sea of putrefaction beneath their feet. Several miles were crossed wading through the slime. For several more, they took a labyrinthian path among fallen branches and the low-hanging boughs of giant trees. All the while, hour after hour, the inexhaustible Bosmer host moved so fast, the Cyrodiils struggled to keep from being left behind. A red-faced little merchant with short legs took a bad step on a rotten branch and nearly fell. His fellow provincials had to help him up. The Bosmer paused only a moment, their eyes continually darting to the shadows in the trees above before moving on at their usual expeditious pace. "What are they so nervous about?" wheezed the merchant irritably. "Morgathai, right?" "Don't be ridiculous," laughed the Bosmer unconvincingly. "Khajiit this far into Valenwood, in times of peace? They'd never dare." When the group passed high enough above the swamp that the smell was somewhat dissipated, Scotty felt a sudden pang of hunger. He was used to 4 meals a day in the Cyrodiil custom. Hours of non-stop exertion without food was not part of his regimen as a comfortable, paid clerk. He pondered, feeling somewhat delirious. How long had they been trotting through the jungle? 12 hours? 20? A week? Time was meaningless. Sunlight was only sporadic through the vegetative ceiling. Phosphorescent molds on the trees and in the muck below provided the only regular illumination. "Is it at all possible for us to rest and eat?" he hollered up to his host ahead. "We're near to Valinesti," came the echoing reply. "Lots of food there." The path continued upward for several hours more across a cloud of fallen logs, rising up to the first and then the second boughs of the tree line. As they rounded a long corner, the travelers found themselves midway up a waterfall that fell 100 feet or more. No one had the energy to complain as they began piling up stacks of rock, agonizing foot by foot. The Bosmer escorts disappeared into the mist, but Scotty kept climbing up until there was no more rock left. He wiped the sweat and river water from his eyes. Valinesti spread across the horizon before him. Sprawling across both banks of the river stood the mighty Grat Oak City, with groves and orchards of lesser trees crowding it like supplicants before their king. At a lesser scale, the tree that formed the moving city would have been extraordinary, gnarled and twisted with a gorgeous crown of gold and green.
dripping with vines and shining with sap. At a mile tall and half as wide, it was the most magnificent thing Scotty had ever seen. If he had not been a starving man with the soul of a clerk, he would have sung. "There you are," said the leader of the escorts. "Not too far for a walk. You should be glad it's wintertide. In summertide, the city's on the far south end of the province." Scotty was lost as to how to proceed. The side of the vertical metropolis where people moved about like ants disoriented all of his sensibilities. "You wouldn't know of an inn called..." He paused for a moment and then pulled Juris's letter from his pocket. "Something like Mother Pascoe's Tavern? Mother Pascoe's?" The lead bossman laughed in his familiar contemptuous laugh. "You won't want to stay there. Visitors always prefer the Ayasia Hall in the Top and Bows. It's expensive, but very nice. I'm meeting someone at Mother Pascoe's Tavern. If you made up your mind to go, take a lift to this Havel Slump and then ask for directions there. Just don't get lost and fall asleep in the Western Cross." This apparently struck the youth's friends as a very witty jest, and so it was with their laughter echoing behind them that Scotty crossed a writhing root system to the base of Falanesti. The ground was littered with leaves and refuse, and from moment to moment, a glass or a bone would plummet from far above. So he walked with his neck crooked to have warning. An intricate network of platforms anchored to thick vines slipped up and down the slick trunk of the city with perfect grace, manned by operators with arms as thick as oxes' bellies. Scotty approaches the nearest fellow at one of the platforms, who was idly smoking from a glass pipe. "I was wondering if you might take me to Havel Slump." The mayor nodded, and within a few minutes' time, Scotty was 200 feet in the air at a crook between two mighty branches. Curled webs of moss stretched unevenly across the fork, forming a sharing roof for several dozen small buildings. There were only a few souls in the alley, but around the bend ahead, he could hear the sound of music and people. Scotty tipped the Falanesti platform ferryman a gold piece and asked for the location of Mother Pascoe's Tavern. "Straight ahead of you, sir, but you won't find anyone there," the ferryman explained, pointing in the direction of the noise. "Mondus, everyone in Havel Slump has revelry." Scotty walked carefully along the narrow street. Though the ground felt as solid as the marble avenues of the Imperial City, there were slick cracks in the bark that exposed fatal drops into the river. He took a moment to sit down, to rest, and to get used from the view from the heights. It was a beautiful day for certain, but it took Scotty only a few moments of contemplation to rise up in alarm. A jolly little raft anchored downstream below him and had distinctly moved several inches while he watched it. But it hadn't moved at all. He had, together with everything around him. It was no metaphor. The city of Falanesti walked, and considering its size, it moved quickly. Scotty rose to his feet and into a cloud of smoke that drifted out from around the bend. It was the most delicious roast he had ever smelled. The clerk forgot his fear and ran. A revelry, as the ferryman had termed it, took place on an enormous platform tied to the tree, wide enough to be a plaza in any other city. A fantastic assortment of the most amazing people Scotty had ever seen were jammed shoulder to shoulder together, many eating, many more drinking, and some dancing to a lutist and a singer perched on an offshoot above the crowd. They were largely Bosmer, true natives clad in colorful leather and bones, with a close minority of orcs. Whirling through the throng, dancing and bellowing at one another were a hideous people. A few heads bobbing over the tops of the crowd belonged not, as Scotty first assumed, to very tall people, but a family of centaurs. "Care not for some mutton?" queried a wizened old Mer who roasted an enormous beast on some red-hot rocks. Scotty quickly paid him a gold piece and devoured a leg that he was given, and then another gold piece and then another leg. The fellow chuckled when Scotty began choking on a piece of gristle and handed him a mug of frothing white drink. He drank it and felt a quiver run through his body as if he were being tickled. "Oh, what is that?" Scotty asked. "Jaga. fermented pig's milk. I can let you have a flagon of it and a bit more mutton for another gold." Scotty agreed, paid, and gobbled down the meat, and took the flagon with him as he slipped into the crowd. His co-worker Leotis Giris, the man who had told him to come to Valenwood, was nowhere to be seen. When the flagon was a quarter empty, Scotty stopped looking for Giris. When it was half empty, he was dancing with the group, oblivious to the broken planks and gaps in the fencework. At 3/4 empty, he was trading jokes with a group of creatures whose language was completely alien to him. By the time that the flagon was completely drained, he was asleep, snoring, while the revelry continued on all around his supine body. The next morning, still asleep, Scotty had the sensation of someone kissing him. He made a face to return the favor, but a pain like fire spread throughout his chest and forced him to open his eyes. There was an insect the size of a large calf sitting on him, crushing him, its spiky legs holding him down, while a central spiral-bladed vortex of a mouth tore through his shirt. He screamed and thrashed, but the beast was too strong. It had found its meal and was going to finish it. "It's over," thought Scotty wildly. "I should have never left home. I could have stayed in the city and perhaps found work with Lord Vanek. I could have begun again as a junior clerk and worked my way back up." Suddenly, the mouth released itself. The creature shivered once, expelled a burst of yellow bile, and died. "Got one," cried a voice, not too distantly. For a moment, Scotty lay still. His head throbbed and his chest burned. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement. Another of the horrible monsters was scurried toward him. He scrambled, trying to push himself free, but before he could come out, there was the sound of a bow cracking, and an arrow pierced the second insect. "Good shot," cried another voice. "Get the first one again. I just saw it move a little." This time, Scotty felt the impact of the bolt hit his carcass. He cried out, but he could not hear how muffled his voice was by the beetle's body. Cautiously, he tried sliding his foot out and rolling under, but the movement had apparently had the effect of convincing the archers that the creature still lived. A volley of arrows was launched forth. Now the beast was sufficiently perforated, so pools of its blood, and likely the blood of its victims, began to seep out onto Scotty's body. When Scotty was a lad, before he grew too sophisticated for such sports, he had often gone to the Imperial Arena for the competitions of war. He recalled a great veteran of the fights. When asked, telling him a secret, "Whenever I'm in doubt about what to do, I have a shield and I stay behind it." Scotty followed that advice. After an hour, when he no longer heard arrows being fired, he threw aside the remains of the bug and leapt quickly as he could to his stand. It was not a moment too soon. A gang of 8 archers had their bows pointed in his direction, ready to fire. When they saw him, they laughed. "Didn't anyone ever tell you not to sleep on the Western Cross? How are we going to exterminate all the horvors if you drunks keep feeding them?" Scotty shook his head and walked back along the platform, around the bend, to have a slump. He was bloodied and torn and tired, and he had far too much fermented pig's milk. All he wanted was a proper place to lie down. He stepped into Mother Prescott's tavern, a dank place, wet with sap, smelling of mildew. "My name is Decimus Scotty," he said. "I was hoping you have someone named Jura staying here." "Decimus Scotty," pondered the fleshy proprietress. "Mother Prescott herself. I've heard that name. Oh, you must be the fellow he left the note for. Let me go see if I can find it." A dancing fire. V3. Mother Prescost disappeared into the sordid hole that was her tavern, and emerged a moment later with a scrap of paper with Leotis Giris' familiar scroll. Decimus Scotty held it up before a patch of sunlight that had found its way through the massive boughs of the city tree and read, "Scotty, so you made it to Steve Valenwood. Congratulations. I'm sure you had quite an adventure getting here. Unfortunately, I am not here anymore, as you probably guess. There's a town down river called Athi I'm at. Get a boat and join me. It's ideal. I hope you brought a lot of contracts, because these people don't need a lot of building done. They were close to war, you see, but not so close that they don't have any money left to pay. Haha. Meet me down here as soon as you can. Jurish. So Scotty pondered. Jurish had left Valinesti and gone to some place called Athi. And given his poor penmanship and ghastly spelling, it could equally be Athi, Afi, O3, M3, Burthra, or Akamaka. A sensible thing to do, Scotty knew, was to call this adventure over and just try to find some way to get back home to the Imperial City. He was no mercenary devoted to a life of thrills. He was, or at least had been, a senior clerk at a successful private building commission. Over the last few weeks, he had been robbed by the Cathedrat, taken on a death march through the jungle by a gang of Basmuri, half-starved to death, drugged with fermented pig's milk, nearly slain by some kind of giant tick, and attacked by archers. He was filthy, exhausted, and he counted 10 gold pieces to his name. Now, the man whose proposal brought him to the depths of misery was not even here. It was both judicious and seemly to abandon the enterprise entirely. And yet, a small but distinct voice in his head told him, "You have been chosen. You have no other choice but to see this through." Scotty turned to the stout old woman, Mother Prescost, who had been watching him curiously. "I was wondering if you knew of a village that was at the edge of the recent conflict with elsewhere. Something called, it's called something like Athai? You must mean Athai," she grinned. "I met a lad, Vigil. He manages a dairy down there. Beautiful country, right on the river. Is that where your friend went?" "Yes," said Scotty. "Do you know the fastest way to get there?" After a short conversation, an even shorter ride to Valinesti's routes by way of platforms and a jog to the riverbank, Scotty was negotiating transport with a huge fair-haired Bosmer with a face like a pickled carp. He called himself Captain Balfix, but even Scotty, with a sheltered life, could recognize him for what he was. A retired pirate for hire, a smuggler for certain, and probably much worse. His ship, which had clearly been stolen in a distant past, was a bent old Imperial sloop. 50 gold and we'll be in Athai in 2 days' time, boomed Captain Balfix expansively. "I have 9 gold pieces," replied Scotty, in feeling the need for explanation. Added, "I had 10, but I gave one to the platform ferryman to get me down here." "9 is just fine," said the captain agreeably. "Truth be told, I was going to the Thay whether you paid me or not. Make yourself comfortable in the boat. We'll be leaving in just a few minutes." Deck and Scotty boarded the vessel, which sat low in the water of the river, stacked high with crates and sacks that spilled out of the hold and galley onto the deck. Each was marked with stamps advertising most innocuous substances: copper scraps, lard, ink, high rock meal, marked for cattle, tar, fish jelly. Scotty's imagination reeled, picturing what sorts of illicit imports were truly aboard. It took more than a few minutes for Captain Balfix to haul in the rest of his cargo, but in an hour the anchor was up and they were sailing downriver towards Athai. The green-gray water barely rippled, only touched by the fingers of the breeze. Lush plants life crowded the banks, obscuring from sight all the animals that sang and roared at one another. Lulled by the serene surroundings, Scotty drifted into sleep. At night, he woke and gratefully accepted some clean clothes and food from Captain Balfix. "Why are you going to Athai, if I may ask?" queried the Bosmer. "I'm meeting a former colleague there. He asked me to come down from the Imperial City where I worked for the Atreus Building Commission to negotiate some contracts." Scotty took another bite of the dried sausages they were sharing for dinner. "We're going to try and repair and refurbish whatever bridges, roads, and other structures that got damaged in the recent war with the Khajiit." "It's been a hard 2 years," Captain nodded his head. "Though I suppose good for me and the likes of you and your friend. Trade routes cut off, now they think there's going to be a war with the Somerset Isles. You heard that?" Scotty shook his head. "I've done my fair share of smuggling skooma down the coast, even helping some revolutionary types escape the Maine's wrath. But now the war's made me a legitimate trader, a businessman. The first casualties of war is always the corrupted." Scotty said that he was sorry to hear that. Then they lapsed into silence, watching the stars and moon's reflections in the still water. The next day, Scotty awoke to find the captain wrapped up in his sail, tortured from alcohol, singing in a low, slurred voice. When he saw Scotty rise, he offered his flagon of Jaga. I learned my lesson during reveille at Western Cross. The captain laughed and then burst into tears. I don't want to be legitimate. Other pirates I used to know are still raping and stealing and smuggling and selling nice folk like you into slavery. I swear to you, I never thought the first time that I ran a real shipment of legal goods that my life would turn out like this. Oh, I know I could go back to it, but Bandar knows not after all I've seen. I'm a ruined man. Scotty helped the weeping Murrah out of the sail, murmuring words of reassurance. And then he added, "Forgive me for changing the subject, but where are we?" "Oh," moaned Captain Balfix miserably. "We made good time. Athay's right around the bend in the river. And it looks like Athay's on fire," said Scotty, pointing. A great plume of smoke, black as pitch, was rising above the trees. As they drifted around the bend, they next saw the flames and then the blackened skeletal remains of the village. Dying, blazing villagers leapt from rocks into the river. A cacophony of wailing met their ears, and they could see, roaming among the edges of the town, the figures of Khajiit soldiers bearing torches. "Bandar bless me," slurred the captain. "War's back on." "Oh no," whimpered Scotty. The sloop drifted with the current towards the opposite shore, away from the fiery town. Scotty turned his attention there, and the sanctuary it offered. Just a peaceful arbor, away from the horror. There was a shudder of leaves in 2 of the trees, and a dozen lithe Khajiit dropped to the ground, armed with bows. "They see us," hissed Scotty, "and they've got bows." "Of course they got bows," snarled Captain Balfix. "We Bosmer may have invented the bloody things, but we didn't think to keep them a secret, you bloody bureaucrat." "Now they're setting their arrows on fire." "Yeah, they do that sometimes." "Captain, they're shooting at us. Shooting at us with flaming arrows." "Ah, so they are," Captain agreed. "The aim here is to avoid being hit." But hit they were, and very shortly thereafter. Even worse, the second volley of arrows hit the supply of pitch, which ignited in a tremendous blue blaze. Scotty grabbed Captain Balfix, and they leapt overboard just before the ship and all its cargo disintegrated. The shock of the cold water brought the Bosmer into temporary sobriety. He called to Scotty, who was already swimming as fast as he could toward the bend. "Master Decamus, where do you think you're swimming to?" "Back to Falanesti," cried Scotty. "It'll take you days, and by the time you get there, everyone will know about the attack on Athay. They'll never let anyone they don't know in. The closest village is downriver in Granos. Maybe they'll give us shelter." Scotty swam back to the captain, and side by side they began paddling in the middle of the river, past the burning residuum of the village. He thanked Mara that he had learned to swim. Many a Cyrodiil did not, as largely landlocked as the Imperial province was. He himself had been raised in Merkurup or Artaman, and he might have been doomed. Had he been raised in Merkurup or Artaman, he might have been doomed, but the Imperial city itself was encircled by water, and every lad and lass there knew how to cross without a boat, even those who grew up to be clerks and not adventurers. Captain Balfix's sobriety faded as he grew used to the water's temperature. Even in wintertide, the Zyla River was fairly temperate and, after a fashion, even comfortable. Bosmer's strokes were uneven, and he'd stray closer to Scotty and then further away, pushing ahead and then falling behind. Scotty looked to the shore to his right. Flames had caught the trees like tinder. Behind them was an inferno, with which they were barely keeping pace. To the shore on their left, all looked fair, until you saw it tremble in the river reeds. And then what caused it? A pride of the largest cats he had ever seen. They were auburn hair, green-eyed beasts with jaws and teeth to match his wildest nightmares. And they were watching 2 swimmers, and keeping pace. "Captain Balfix, we can't go to either that shore or the other one, or we'll be parboiled and eaten," Scotty whispered. "Try to even your kicking and your strokes. Breathe like you would normally. If you're feeling tired, tell me, and we'll float on our backs for a while." Anyone who has experienced Anyone who has had the experience of giving rational advice to a drunkard would understand the hopelessness. Scotty kept pace with the captain, slowing himself, quickening, drifting left and right, while the boss moaned old ditties from his pirate days. When he wasn't watching his companion, he watched cats on the shore. After a stretch, he turned to his right. Another village caught fire. Undoubtedly, it was Greenos. Scotty stared at the blazing fury, awed by the sight of the destruction, and did not hear that the captain had ceased to sing. When he turned back, Captain Balfix was gone. Scotty dove into the murky depths of the river over and over again. There was nothing to be done. When he surfaced after his final search, he saw that the giant cats had moved on, perhaps assuming that he too had drowned. He continued his lonely swim downriver. A tributary, he noted, had formed a final barrier, keeping the flames from spreading further. But there were no more towns. After several hours, he began to ponder the wisdom of going ashore. Which shore was the question. He was spared the decision. Ahead of him was a rocky island with a bonfire. He did not know if he were intruding on a party of Basmuri or Khajiit, only that he could swim no more. With straining, aching muscles, he pulled himself onto the rocks. They were Basmur refugees, he gathered, even before they told him. Roasting over the fire was the remains of one of the giant cats that had been stalking him through the jungle on the opposite shore. "Cinch the tiger," said one of the young warriors ravenously. "It's no animal. It's as smart as any Cathay or Ohms or any other bleeding Khajiit. Pity this one drowned. I would have gladly killed it. You'll like the meat, though. Sweet, from all the sugar these asses eat." Scotty did not know if he was capable of eating a creature as intelligent as man or Mur, but he surprised himself, as he had done several times over the last days. It was rich, succulent, and sweet, like sugared pork, but no seasonings had been added. He surveyed the crowd as he ate. A sad lot, some still weeping for lost family members. They were survivors of both the villages of Greenos and Nathay, and the war was on every person's lips. Why had the Khajiit attacked again? Why, specifically directed at Scotty as a Cyrodiil? Why was the Emperor not enforcing peace in his provinces? "I was to meet another Cyrodiil," he said to a Basmur maiden who he understood to be from Athay. His name was Leotis Juris. "I don't suppose you know what might have happened to him?" "I don't know your friend, but there were many Cyrodiils in Athay when the fire came," said the girl. "Some of them, I think, left quickly. They were going to Vindisi inland in the jungle. I'm going there tomorrow, so are many of us. If you wish, you may come as well." Decimus Scotty nodded solemnly. He made himself as comfortable as he could in the stony ground of the river island, and somehow, after much effort, he fell asleep. But he did not sleep well. A Dance in Fire, V4. 18 Basmuri and one Cyrodiilic former senior clerk for an Imperial Building Commission trudged through the jungle, westward from the Xylo River to the ancient village of Vindisi. For Decimus Scotty, the jungle was hostile, unfamiliar ground. The enormous vermiculated trees filled the bright morning with darkness, and resembled nothing so much as grasping claws, bent on impeding their progress. Even the fronds of the low plants quivered with malevolent energy. What was worse, he was not alone in his anxiety. His fellow travelers, the natives who had survived the Khajiit attacks in the village of Greenos and Athay, wore faces of an undisguised fear. There was something sentient in the jungle, and not merely the mad but benevolent indigenous spirits. In his peripheral vision, Scotty could see the shadows of the Khajiit following the refugees, leaping from tree to tree. When he turned to face them, the lithe forms vanished into the gloom as if they had never been there. But he knew he had seen them, and the Basmuri saw them too, and quickened their pace. After 18 hours, bitten by raw insects, scratched by 1,000 thorns, they emerged into a valley clearing. It was night, but a row of blazing torches greeted them, illuminating the leather-wrought tents and jumbled stones of the hamlet in Vindisi. At the end of the valley, the torches marked a sacred site. A gnarled bower of trees pressed close together to form a temple. Wordlessly, the Basmuri walked the torch arcade towards the trees. Scotty followed them.
When they reached the solid mass of living wood, with only one gaping portal, Scotty could see a dim blue light glowing within. Low, sonorous moan from 100 voices echoed within. The Bosmeri maiden he had been following held her hand, stopping him. "You do not understand, but no outsider, not even a friend, may enter," she said. "This is a holy place." Scotty nodded and watched the refugees march into the temple, heads bowed. Their voices joined with the ones within. When the last wood elf had gone inside, Scotty turned his attention back to the village. There must be food to be had somewhere. A tendril of smoke and a faint whiff of roasting venison beyond the torchlight led him. There were 5 Cyrodiils, 2 Bretons, and a Nord. The group gathered around the campfire of glowing white stones, pulling streaming strips of meat from the cadaver of a great stag. As Scotty's approached, they rose up, all but the Nord, who was distracted by his hunk of animal flesh. "Good evening. Sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if I might have a little something to eat. I'm afraid I'm rather hungry, after walking all day with some refugees from Greenus and Athay." They bade him to sit down and eat, and introduce themselves. "So the war's back on, it seems," said Scotty amiably. "This thing for these effete do-nothings," replied the Nord in between bites. "I've never seen such a lazy culture. Now they've got the Khajiit striking them on land and the High Elves at sea. If there's any province that deserves a little distress, it's damnable in Valenwood." "I don't see how they're so offensive to you," laughed one of the Bretons. "They're congenital thieves, even worse than the Khajiit, because they are so less meek in their aggression." The Nord spat out a gob of fat which sizzled on the hot stones of the fire. "They spread their force in the territory that doesn't belong to them, slowly infiltrating their neighbors, and they're puzzled when elsewhere shouts back at them. They're all villains of the worst order." "What are you doing here?" asked Scotty. "I'm a diplomat from the court of Gehenna," uttered the Nord, returning to his food. "What about you? What are you doing here?" asked one of the Cyrodiils. "I work for Lord Atreus' building commission in the Imperial City. One of my former colleagues suggested I come to Valenwood. He said the war was over and I could contract a great deal of my business for my firm at rebuilding what was lost. One disaster after another, and I've lost all my money. I'm in the middle of rekindling a war, and I cannot find my former colleague." "Your former colleague," murmured another of the Cyrodiils, who had introduced himself as Regilius. "He wasn't by any chance named Leotus Juris, was he?" "You know him?" "He lured me down the Valenwood in nearly the exact same circumstances," smiled Regilius grimly. "I worked for your employer's competitor, Lord Vanek's men, where Leotus Juris also formerly worked. He wrote to me asking that I represent an Imperial Building Commission and contract some post-war construction. I had just been released from my employment, and I thought that if I brought some new business, I could have my job back. Juris and I met in Athay, and he said he was going to arrange a very lucrative meeting with Sylvanar." Scotty was stunned. "Where is he now?" "I'm no theologian, so I couldn't say. He's dead. When the Khajiit attacked Athay, they began by torching the harbor where Juris was readying his boat. Or, as I should say, my boat, since it was purchased with the gold I brought. By the time we were even aware of what was happening and enough to flee, everything by the water was ash. The Khajiit may be animals, but they know how to arrange an attack. I think they followed us through the jungle to Vindisi," said Scotty nervously. "There was definitely a group of something jumping along the treetops." "So one of the monkey folk," snorted the Nord. "Nothing to be concerned about. When we first came to Vindisi and all the Bosmeri entered that tree, they were furious, whispering something about unleashing an ancient terror on their enemies." Brad shivered, remembering. "They've been there ever since, for over a day and a half now. If you want something to be afraid of, that's the direction to look." The other Breton, who was a representative of the Daggerfolds Mage Guild, was staring off into the darkness while his fellow provincial spoke. "Maybe. But there's something in that jungle too, right on the edge of the village, looking in." "More refugees, maybe?" asked Scotty, trying to keep the alarm out of his voice. "Not unless they're traveling through the trees now," whispered the wizard.
The Nord and one of the Cyrodiils grabbed a long tarp of wet leather and pulled it across the fire, instantly extinguishing it without so much as a sizzle. Now, Scotty could see the intruders, their elliptical yellow eyes and long cruel blades catching the torchlight. He froze with fear, praying that he too was not so visible to them. He felt something bump against his back and gasped. Virgilius' voice hissed from up above. "Be quiet, for Mara's sake, and climb up here." Scotty grabbed hold of the double-knotted vine that hung down from a tall tree at the edge of the dead campfire. He scrambled up it as quickly as he could, holding his breath lest any grunt of exertion escape him. At the top of the vine, high above the village, was an abandoned nest from some great bird in a trident-shaped branch. As soon as Scotty had pulled him up into the soft, fragrant straw, Virgilius pulled up the vine. No one else was there, and when Scotty looked down, he could see no one below. No one, that is, except the Khajiit, slowly moving toward the glow of the temple tree. "Thank you," whispered Scotty, deeply touched that the competitor had helped him. He turned away from the village and saw that the tree's upper branches brushed against the mossy rock walls that surrounded the valley below. "How are you at climbing?" "You're mad," said Virgilius under his breath. "We should stay here until we leave. If they burn the district like they did at Thane Greenos, we'll be dead sure as if we were on the ground," Scotty said. Scotty began the slow, careful climb up the tree, testing each branch. "Can you see what they're doing?" "I can't really tell." Virgilius stared into the gloom. "They're at the front of the temple. I think they also have... It looks like long ropes trailing off behind them, off into the past." Scotty crawled onto the strongest branch that pointed toward the wet, rocky face of the cliff. It was not a far jump at all. So close, in fact, that he could smell the moisture and feel the coolness of the stone. But it was a jump nevertheless, and his history is clear. He had never before leapt from a tree 100 feet off the ground to shoot a sheer rock. He had pictured in his mind's eye the shadows that had pursued him through the jungle from the heights above, how their legs coiled to spring, how their arms snapped forward in an elegant, fluid motion to grasp. He leapt. His hands grappled for rock, but long, thick cords of moss were more accessible. He held hard, but when he tried to plant his feet forward, they slipped up skyward. For a few moments, he found himself upside down before he managed to pull himself into a more conventional position. There was a narrow outcropping jutting out of the cliff where he could stand and finally exhale. "Reglius, Reglius, Reglius." Scotty did not dare to call out. In a minute, there was a shaking of branches and Lord Vanek's men emerged. First his satchel, then his head, and then the rest of him. Scotty started to whisper something, but Reglius shook his head violently and pointed downward. One of the Khajiit was at the base of the tree, peering at the remains of the campfire. Reglius awkwardly tried to balance himself on the branch, but it was as strong as it was exceedingly difficult, with only one free hand. Scotty cupped his palms and pointed at the satchel. It seemed to pain Reglius to let it out of his grasp, but he relented and tossed it to Scotty. There was a small, almost invisible hole in the bag, and when Scotty caught it, a single gold coin dropped out. It rang as it bounced against the rock wall in a descent, a high, soft sound that seemed like the loudest alarm Scotty had ever heard. Then many things happened very quickly. The Cathay right at the base of the tree looked up and gave a loud wail. The other Khajiit followed in chorus as the cat below crouched down and then sprung up onto the lower branches. Reglius saw it below him, climbing up with impossible dexterity, and panicked. Even before he jumped, Scotty could tell that he was going to fall. With a cry, Reglius the Kirk plunged to the ground, breaking his neck on impact. A flash of white fire erupted from every crevice in the temple, and the moan of the Basmari prayer changed into something terrible and otherworldly. The climbing Cathay rate stopped and stared. "Here ago," it gasped. "The wild hunt." It was as if a crack in reality had opened wide, a flood of horrific beasts, tentacled toads, insects of armor and spine, gelatinous serpents, vaporous beings with the face of gods, all poured forth from the great hollow tree. Blinded with fury, they tore the Khajiit in front of the temple to pieces.
All the other cats fled for the jungle, but as they did so, they began pulling on the ropes they carried. In a few seconds' time, the entire village of Indisi was boiling with the lunatic apparitions of the wild hunt. Over the babbling, barking, and howling horde, Scotty heard the Cyrodiils in hiding cry out as they were devoured. The Nord, too, was found in Ian, and both Bretons. The wizard had turned himself invisible, but the swarm did not rely on their sight. The tree, the Cathay rot, that was and began to sway and rock from the impossible violence beneath it. Scotty looked at the Khajiiti's fear-struck eyes and held out one of the cords of moss. The cat's face showed its pitiful gratitude as it leapt for the vine. It didn't have time to entirely replace that expression when Scotty pulled back the cord and watched it fall. The hunt consumed it to the bone before it struck the ground. Scotty's own jump up to the next outcropping of the rock was immeasurably more successful. From there, he pulled himself to the top of the cliff and was able to look down into the chaos that had been the village of Indisi. The hunt's mass had grown and began to spill out through the pass out of the valley, pursuing the fleeing Khajiiti. It was then that the madness truly began. In the moon's light, from Scotty's vantage, he could see where the Khajiiti had attached their ropes. With a thunderous boom, an avalanche of boulders poured over the pass. When the dust cleared, he saw that the valley had been sealed. The wild hunt had nowhere to turn but on itself. Scotty turned his head, unable to bear to look at the cannibalistic orgy. The night jungle stood before him, a web of wood. He slung Regulus's satchel over his shoulder and entered.
A Dance in Fire, V5. Soap, the force will eat love. Straight ahead, stupid and a stupid cow. The voice boomed out so suddenly that Decimus Scotty jumped. He stared off into the dim jungle glade from which he had only heard animals and insect calls, and the low whistling of wind moments before. It was a queer, oddly accented voice of indiscriminate gender, tremulous in its modulations, but unmistakably human, or, at the very least, elven. An isolated Bosmer, perhaps with a poor grasp of the Cyrodiilic language. After countless hours of plodding through the dense knot of Valenwood jungle, any voice of slight familiarity sounded wondrous. "Hello?" he cried. "Beetles on any names? Certainly, yesterday, yes?" The voice called back. "Who, what, and when? And mice?" "I'm afraid I don't understand," replied Scotty, turning toward the brambled tree, thick as a wagon, where the voice had issued. "But you needn't be afraid of me. My name is Decimus Scotty. I'm a Cyrodiil from the Imperial City. I came here to help rebuild Valenwood after the war, you see, and now I'm rather lost. Gemstones and grilled slaves. The war," moaned the voice, and broke down into sobs. "You know about the war?" "I wasn't sure. I wasn't even sure how far away from the border I am now." Scotty began slowly walking toward the tree. He dropped Regulus's satchel to the ground and held out his empty hands. "I'm unarmed. I only want to know the way to the closest town. I'm trying to meet my friend Leodus Juris in Sylvanar." "Sylvanar!" The voice laughed. It laughed even louder as Scotty circled the tree. "Worms and wine, worms and wine. Sylvanar sings for the worms and wine." "There is nothing to be found anywhere around the tree. I don't see you. Where are you hiding?" In frustration, born of hunger and exhaustion, he struck the tree trunk. A sudden shiver of gold and red erupted from the hollow nook above, and Scotty was surrounded by 6 winged creatures scarcely more than a few inches long. Bright crimson eyes were set on either side of the tunnel-like protuberances. The animals' always open mouth. They were legless, and their thin, rapidly beating R8 wings seemed poorly constructed to transport their fat, swollen bellies, and yet They darted through the air like sparks from a fire, whirling about the poor clerk, and they began chattering what he now understood to be perfect nonsense. Wines and worm, how far from the border am I? Academic garnishments, and last, Leodus Juris. Hello, I'm afraid I'm unarmed. Smoke and flames, and the closest town is dear Oblivion. Swollen on bad meat, an indigo nimbus. But you needn't be afraid of me. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding? Before I begin to friend, love me, Lady Zulikia. Furious with the mimics, Scotty swung his arms, driving them up into the treetops. He stomped back to the clearing and opened the satchel again, as he had done some hours before. There was still, unsurprisingly, nothing useful in the bag, and nothing to eat in any corner or pocket. A goodly amount of gold, he smiled grimly, as he had done before, at the irony of being financially solvent in the jungle. A stack of neat blank contracts from Lord Vanix's building commission, some thin cord, and an oiled leather cloak for bad weather. At least Scotty considered he had not suffered rain. A rolling moan of thunder reminded Scotty of what he had suspected for some weeks now. He was cursed. Within an hour's time, he was wearing the cloak and clawing his way through mud. The trees, which had earlier allowed no sunlight in, provided no shelter against the pounding storm and wind. The only sounds that pierced the pelting of the rain were the mocking calls of the flying creatures, flitting just above and babbling their nonsense. Scotty bellowed at them through rocks, but they seemed enamored of his company. While he was reaching to grab a promising-looking stone to hurl at his tormentors, Scotty felt something shift beneath his feet. Wet, but solid ground. Suddenly liquefied and became a rolling tide, rushing him forward. Light as a leaf, he flew over feet overhead, until the mud flow dropped and he continued forward, plunging down into a river 25 feet below. The storm passed quite as instantly as it arrived. The sun melted, and the dark clouds warmed Scotty as he had swam toward the shore. There, another sign of the Khajiit incursion into Valenwood greeted him. A small fishing village had stood there once, so recently extinct that it smoldered like a still warm corpse. Dirt cairns that had once housed fish by the smell of them had been ravaged, their bounty turned to ash. Rafts and skiffs lay broken, scuttled, half submerged. All of the villagers were no more, either dead or refugees far away. Or, so he presumed. Something banged against the wall of one of the ruins. Scotty ran to investigate. "My name is Decimus Scotty," sang the first piece. "I'm a Cyrodiil from the Imperial City. I came here to help rebuild Valenwood after the war, you see, and now I'm rather lost." "I swell to maculate Apanek," agreed one of his companions. "I don't see you. Why are you hiding?" As they fell into the chattering, Scotty began to search the rest of the village. Surely the cats had left something behind. A scrap of dried meat, a morsel of fish, a sausage, anything. But they had been immaculate in their complete annihilation. There was nothing to eat anywhere. Scotty did find one item of possible use under the tumbled remains of a stone hut. A bow and 2 arrows made of bone. The string had been lost, likely burned away in the heat of the fire, but he pulled the cord from Regulus's satchel and restrung it. The creatures flew over and hovered nearby as he worked. "The convent of the sacred Leodus Juris? You know about the war? Worms and wine, circumscribed golden nose, Apanek." The moment the cord was taut, Scotty knocked an arrow and swung around, pulling the string tight against his chest. The winged beasts, having had experience with archers before, shot off in all directions in a blur. They needn't have bothered. Scotty's first arrow dove into the ground 3 feet in front of him. He swore and retrieved it. The mimics, having likewise had experience with 4 archers before, returned at once to hovering nearby and mocking Scotty. On his second shot, Scotty did much better, in purely technical terms. He remembered how the archers of Falanesti looked when he pulled himself out from the Horvortic, and they and they were all taking aim at him. He extended his left hand, right hand, and right elbow in a symmetrical line, drawing the bow so his hand touched his jawline, and he could see the creature in his sight like the arrow was a finger he was pointing with. The bolt missed the target only by 2 feet, but it continued on its trajectory, snapping when it struck a rock wall. Scotty walked to the river's edge. He had only 1 arrow left, and perhaps he considered it would be most practical to find a slow-moving fish and fire on that. If he missed, at least there's less of a chance of breaking the shaft, and he could always retrieve it from the water. A rather torpid, whiskered fish rolled by, and he took aim at it. My name is Scotty, one of the creatures howled, frightening the fish away. Stupid, a stupid cow. Will you dance a dance in the fire? Scotty turned and aimed the arrow as he'd done before. This time, however, he remembered to plant his feet as the archers had done, 7 inches apart, knee straight, leg left leg slightly forward to meet the angle of his right shoulder. He released the last arrow. The arrow also proved a serviceable prong for roasting the creature against the smoking hot stones of one of the ruins. His other companions had disappeared instantly after the beast was slain, and Scotty was able to dine in peace. The meat proved to be delicious, if scarcely more than a first course. He was picking the last of it from the bones, and when a boat sailed into view from around the bend of the river, at the helm were Bosmer sailors. Scotty ran to the bank and waved his arms. They averted their eyes and continued past. You bloody, callous bastards, Scotty howled. Knaves, hooligans, ape-necks, scoundrels. A gray, whiskered form came out from a hatch, and Scotty immediately recognized him as Griff Mallon, the poet translator he had met in the caravan from Cyrodiil. He peered Scotty's direction, and his eyes lit up with delight. Decimus Scotty, precisely the man I hoped to see. I want to get your thoughts on a rather puzzling passage in the Menoriad Playbar. It begins, I went weeping into the world, searching for wonders. Perhaps you're familiar with it. I'd like nothing better than to discuss the Menoriad Playbar with you, Griff. Scotty called back. Would you let me come aboard first? Overjoyed at being on a ship bound for any port at all, Scotty was true to his word. For over an hour, as the boat rolled down the river past the blackened remnants of Bosmeri villages, he asked no questions and spoke nothing of his life over the past weeks. He merely listened at Mellon's theories of Merithic Aldemeri Esoterica. The translator was undemanding of his guest's scholarship, accepting nods and shrugs as civilized conversation. He even produced some wine and fish jelly, which he shared with Scotty absent-mindedly, as he expounded on his various theses. Finally, while Mallon was searching for a reference into some minor point in his notes, Scotty asked, rather off subject, but I was wondering where we're bound. The very heart of the province, Sylvanar, Mallon said, not looking up from the passage he was reading. Somewhat bothersome, actually, as I wanted to go to Woodhearth first to talk to the Bosmer there, who claims to have an original copy of Dirith Yalmed Hayad, if you can believe it. But for the time being, that has to wait. Somerset Isle has surrounded the city, and is in the process of starving the citizenry until they surrender. It's a tiresome project, since the Bosmeri are happy to eat one another, so there's risk at that end. Only one fat wood elf will remain to wave the flag. That is vexing, agreed Scotty, sympathetically. To the east, the Khajiit are burning everything, and to the west, the High Elves are waging war. I don't suppose the borders to the north are clear? They're even worse, replied Mallon, fingering the page, still distracted. The Cyrodiils and the Red Guards don't want Bosmer refugees streaming into the provinces. Stands the only reason. Imagine how much more criminally inclined they'd be now that the homeless and hungry. So, murmured Scotty, feeling a shiver. We're trapped in Valen Wood. Not at all. I need to leave fairly shortly myself, as my publisher has set a very definite deadline for my new book of translations. From what I can understand, one merely petitions to the Sylvanar for special border protection, and one can cross in the Cyrodiil with impunity. Petition the Sylvanar or petition at Sylvanar? Petition the Sylvanar at Sylvanar. It's an odd nomenclature that is typical of this place, the sort of thing that makes my job as a translator that much more challenging. The Sylvanar, he, or rather they, are the closest the Bosmeri have to a great leader. The essential thing to remember about the Sylvanar. Malin smiled, finding the passage he was looking for. Here, a fortnight, inexplicable, the world burns into a dance. There's that metaphor again. What were you saying about Sylvanar? Asked Scotty. The essential thing to remember? I don't remember what I was saying, replied Malin, turning back to his oration. In a week's time, the little boat bumped along the shallow, calmer waters of the foaming current the Xylo had become, and Ekamascati first saw the city of Sylvanar. If Alanesti was a tree, then Sylvanar was a flower. A magnificent pile of faded shades of green, red, blue, and white, shining with crystalline residue. Malin had mentioned offhand, when not otherwise explaining Aldemari Forsadi, that Sylvanar had once been a blossoming glade in the forest. But owing to some spell or natural cause, the tree's sap began flowing with translucent liquor. The process of the sap flowing and hardening over to the colorful trees had formed into the web of the city. Malin's description was intriguing, but it hardly prepared him for the city's beauty. What is finest, most luxurious tavern here? Scotty asked one of the Bosmer boatmen. Prithala Hall, Malin answered, but why don't you stay with me? I'm visiting an acquaintance of mine, a scholar I think you will find fascinating. His hovel isn't much, but he has the most extraordinary ideas about the principles of a Merithic Aldemari tribe at the Sarmathi. Under any circumstances, I will happily accept, said Scotty graciously. But after weeks of sleeping on the ground or on a raft, and eating whatever I could scrounge, I feel the need for some indulgent creature comforts. And then, after a day or two, I'll petition the Sylvanar for safe passage to Cyrodiil. The men bade each other goodbye. Griff Malin gave him the address of a publisher in the Imperial City, which Scotty accepted and quickly forgot. The clerk wandered to the streets of Sylvanar, crossing bridges of amber, admiring the petrified forest architecture in front of a particularly estimable palace of silvery, reflective crystal. He found Prithala Hall. He took to the finest room and ordered a gluttonous meal of the finest quality. At a nearby table, he sat two very fat fellows, a man and a Bosmer, remarking how much finer the food there was than at Sylvanar's palace. And they began to discuss the war and some issues of finances and rebuilding provincial bridges. The man noticed Scotty looking at them, and his eyes flashed recognition. Scotty, is that you? Kinnereth, where have you been? I had to make all the contacts here on my own. At the sound of his voice, Scotty recognized him. The fat man was Leodis Juris, vastly engorged. A dancing fire, V6. Ekamascati sat down, listening to Leodis Juris. The clerk could hardly believe how fat his former colleague at Lord Atreus's building commission had become. The piquant aroma of the roasted meat dish before Scotty melted away. All the other sounds and textures of Prithala Hall vanished around him, as if nothing else existed but the vast form of Juris. Scotty did not consider himself an emotional man, but he felt a tide flow over him at the sight and sound of a man whose badly written letters had been the guidepost that carried him from the Imperial City back in early Frostfall. Where have you been? Juris demanded again. I told you to meet me in Falanesti weeks ago. I was there weeks ago, Scotty stammered, too surprised to be indignant. I got your note to meet with you at Athe, and so I went there, but the Khajiit had burned it to the ground. Somehow I had found my way with the refugees in another village, and someone there told me that you had been killed. And you believed that right away? Juris sneered. The fellow seemed very well informed about you. He was a clerk from Lord Vanex's building commission named Regulus, and he said that you had also suggested that he come down to Valenwood to profit from the war. Oh, yes, said Juris after thinking a moment. I recalled that name now. Well, it's good for business to have two representatives from the Imperial building commissions here. We just need all coordinate our bids, and all should be well. Regulus is dead, said Scotty, but I have his contracts from Lord Vanex's commission. Even better, gasped Juris, impressed. I never knew you were such a ruthless competitor, Decan Scotty. Yes, this could certainly improve our position with Sylvanar. Have I introduced you to Bathsphere? Scotty had only been dimly aware of the Bosmer's presence at the table with Juris, which is surprising, given that the Mer's girth nearly equaled his dining companion. The clerk nodded to the Baths coldly, still numb and confused. It had now left his mind that only an hour earlier Scotty had intended to petition Sylvanar for safe passage through the border back to Cyrodiil. The thought of doing business with Juris at all, of profiting from Valenwood War or elsewhere, and now the second one with Somerset Isle, seemed like something happening to another person. Your colleague and I were talking about the Sylvanar, said Baths, putting down the leg of mutton he had been gnawing on. I don't suppose you've heard about his nature? A little, but nothing very specific. I got the impression that he's very important and very peculiar. He's the representative of the people, legally, physically, and emotionally, explained Juris. A little annoyed at his new partner's lack of common knowledge. When they're healthy, so is he. When they're mostly female, so is he. When they cry for food or trade or an absence of foreign interference, he feels it too, and makes laws accordingly. In a way, he's a despot, but he's the people's despot. That sounds, said Scotty, searching for the appropriate word, like bunk. Perhaps it is, shrugged Baths, but he has many rights of the voice of the people, including granting of foreign building and trade contracts. It's not important whether you believe us, just think of the Sylvanar as being like one of your mad emperors, like Pelagius. The problem facing us now is that since Valenwood is being attacked on all sides, the Sylvanar's aspect is now one of distrust and fear of foreigners. The one hope of his people, and thus of Sylvanar himself, is that the Emperor will intervene and stop the war. Will he? asked Scotty. You know as well as we do that the Emperor has not been himself lately. Juris helped himself to Regulus' his satchel and pulled out the blank contracts. Who knows what he'll choose to do or not do? The reality is not our concern, but these blessings from the late good Sir Regulus make our job much simpler. They discussed how they would represent themselves to the Sylvanar into the evening. Scotty ate continuously, but not nearly so much as Juris or Baths. When the sun had begun to rise in the hills, its light reddening through the crystal walls of the tavern, Juris and Baths left to their rooms at the palace, granted to them diplomatically in lieu of an actual immediate audience with the Sylvanar. Scotty went to his room. He thought about staying up a little longer to ruminate over Juris' plans and to see what might be the flaw in them. But upon touching the cool, soft bed, he immediately fell asleep. The next afternoon, Scotty awoke, feeling himself again. In other words, timid. For several weeks now, he had been a creature bent on merely survival. He had been driven to exhaustion, attacked by several jungle beasts, starved, nearly drowned, and forced into discussions of ancient Aldemary poetical works. The discussion he had with Juris and Baths about how to dupe the Sylvanar into signing their contracts seemed perfectly reasonable then. Scotty dressed himself in his old, battered clothes and went downstairs in search of food and a peaceful place to think. You're up, cried Baths upon seeing him. We should go to the palace now. Now? Whined Scotty. Look at me, I need new clothes. This isn't the way one should dress to pay or a call on a prostitute, let alone the voice of the people of Valenwood. I haven't even paid. You must cease from this moment forward being a clerk and become a student of mercantile trade, said Leewidus Juris grandly, taking Scotty by the arm and leading him into the sunlit boulevard outside. The first rule is to recognize what you represent to the prospective client and what angle best suits you. You cannot dazzle him with opulent fashion and professional bearing, my dear boy, and it would be fatal if you attempted to. Trust me on this. Several others, besides Baths and I, are guests at the palace, and they have made the error of appearing too eager, too formal, too ready for business. They will never be granted audience with the Sylvanar, but we have remained aloof ever since the initial rejection. I've dallied about the court, spread my knowledge of life in the imperial city, had my ears pierced, attended promenades, eaten and drunk all that was given to me. I dare say I put on a pound or two. The message we've sent is clear. It is in his, not our, best interest to meet. Our plan worked, added Bast. When I told his minister that an imperial representative had arrived and that we were at last willing to meet with the Sylvanar this morning, we were told to bring you there straight away. Are we late then? Asked Scotty. Very, laughed Juris. But that's again part of the angle we're representing. Benevolent disinterest. Remember not to confuse the Sylvanar with conventional nobility. He is the mind of the common people. When you grasp that, you'll understand how to manipulate him. And Juris spent the last several minutes of the walk through the city expounding on his theories about what Valenwood needed, how much, and at what price. They were staggering figurines, far more construction and far higher cost than anything Scotty had been used to dealing with. He listened carefully. All around them, the city of Sylvanar revealed itself. Glass and flower, roaring winds, and beautiful inertia. When they reached the palace of the Sylvanar, Decimus Scotty stopped, stunned. Juris looked at him a moment and laughed. It's quite bizarre, isn't it? That it was. A frozen scarlet burst of twisted and uneven spires, as if a rival sun rising. A blossom the size of a village, where courtiers and servants resembled nothing so much as insects walked about, sucking its ichor. Entering over a bent petal-like bridge, the three walked through the palace of unbalanced walls. Where the partitions bent close together and touched, there was a shaded hall, or a small chamber. Where they warped away from one another, there was a courtyard. There were no doors anywhere. No any way to get to the Sylvanar but by crossing through the entire spiral of the palace, through meetings and bedrooms and dining halls, past dignitaries, consorts, musicians, and many guards. It's an interesting palace, said Bast, but not very much privacy. Of course, that suits the Sylvanar well. When they reached the inner corridors, 2 hours after they first entered the palace, guards, brandishing blades and bows, stopped them. We have an audience with the Sylvanar, said Juris patiently. This is Lord Decimus Scotty, the imperial representative. One of the guards disappeared down the winding corridor and returned moments later with a tall, proud Bosmer, clad in a loose robe of patchwork leather. He was the Minister of Trade. The Sylvanar wishes to speak with Lord Decimus Scotty alone. It was not the place to argue or show fear, so Scotty stepped forward, not even looking toward Juris or in Baths. He was certain they were showing their masks of benevolent indifference. Following the minister into the audience chamber, Scotty recited to himself all the facts and figures Juris had presented to him. He willed himself to remember the angle and the image he must project. The audience chamber of the Sylvanar was an enormous dome where the walls bent from bowl-shaped at the base inward to almost meet at the top. A thin ray of sunlight streamed through the fissure hundreds of feet above, indirectly upon the Sylvanar, who stood upon a puff of shimmering gray powder. For all the wonder of the city and the palace, the Sylvanar himself looked perfectly ordinary. An average, blandly handsome, slightly tired-looking, extraordinary wood elf of the type one might see in any capital city in the Empire. It was only when he stepped from the dais that Scotty noticed an eccentricity in his appearance. He was very short. I had to speak with you alone, said the Sylvanar, in a voice common and unrefined. May I see your papers? Scotty handed him the blank contracts of Lord Vanex's building commission. The Sylvanar studied them, running his finger over the embossed steel of the Emperor before handing them back. He suddenly seemed shy, looking at the floor. There were many charlatans at my court who wished to benefit from the wars. I thought you and your colleagues were among them, but those contracts are genuine. Yes, they are, said Scotty calmly.
The Sylvanar's conventional aspect made it easy for Scotty to speak, with no formal greetings, no deference, exactly as Juris had instructed. It seems most sensible to begin straight away talking about the roads which need to be rebuilt, and the harbors that the Elsmeri have destroyed, and then I can give you my estimates on the cost of resupplying and renovating trade routes. Why hasn't the Emperor seen fit to send a representative when the war with Elsewhere began 2 years ago? Asked the Sylvanar glumly. Scotty thought a moment before replying of all the common Bosmer he had met in Valenwood. The greedy, frightened mercenaries who had escorted him from the border, the hard-drinking revelers, and expert pest-exterminating archers in the western cross of Alanesti, those he owed Mother Pascos in Havil Slump, Captain Balfix, the poor, sadly reformed pirate, the terrified but hopeful refugees of Athain Grenos, the mad, murderous, self-devouring wild hunt of Vindisi, the Scion dour boatmen hired by Griffin Palin, the degenerate, grasping baths. If one creature represented their total disposition, and that of many more throughout the province, what would be his personality? Scotty was a clerk by occupation and nature, instinctively comfortable cataloging and filing, making things fit into the system. If the soul in Valenwood were to be filed, where would it be put? The answer came upon him almost before he posed himself the question. Denial. I'm afraid that question doesn't interest me, said Scotty. Now can we get back to business at hand? All afternoon, Scotty and the Sylvanar discussed the pressing needs of Valenwood. Every contract was filled and signed. So much was required, and there were so many costs associated with addendums and codicils had to be scribbled into the margins of the paper, and those had to be resigned. Scotty maintained his benevolent indifference, but he found that dealing with the Sylvanar was not quite the same as dealing with a simple, sullen child. The voice of the people knew certain practical everyday things very well. The yields of fish, the benefits of trade, the condition of every township and forest in this province. We will have a banquet tomorrow night to celebrate this commission, said the Sylvanar at last. Best make it tonight, replied Scotty. We should leave for Cyrodiil with the contracts tomorrow, so I'll need a safe passage to the border. We best not waste any more time. Agreed, said the Sylvanar, and called for his Minister of Trade to put a seal on the contracts and arranged for the feast. Scotty left the chamber and was greeted by Baths and jurors. Their faces showed the strain of maintaining the illusion of unconcern for too many hours. As soon as they were out of sight and the guards, they begged Scotty to tell them all. When he showed them the contract, Baths began weeping with delight. Anything about the Sylvanar that surprises you? Asked Juris. I hadn't expected him to be half my height. Was he? Juris looked mildly surprised. He must have shrunk since I tried to have an audience with him earlier. Maybe there's something to all that nonsense about him being affected by the plight of his people. A Dance in Fire, V7. Scene, Sylvanar, Valenwood. Date, 13 Sun's Dusk, 3E 397. The banquet at the palace of the Sylvanar was well attended by every jealous bureaucrat and trader who had attempted the contract of the rebuilding of Valenwood. They looked on deck into Scotty, Leotis Juris, and Baths with undisguised hatred. It made Scotty very uncomfortable, but Juris delighted in it. As the servants brought in platter after platter of roasted meats, Juris himself poured a cup of jaga and toasted the clerk. I can confess it now, said Juris. I had grave doubts about inviting you to join me on this adventure. All the other clerks and agents of building commissions I had contacted were more outwardly aggressive, but none of them made it through, let alone to come to the audience chamber of the Sylvanar, let alone brokered the deals of their own like you did. Come, have a cup of jaga with me. No thank you, said Scotty. I had too much of that drug in Valenesti and nearly got sucked dry by a giant tick because of it. I'll find something else to drink. Scotty wandered about the hall until he saw some diplomats drinking mugs of a steaming brown liquid, poured from a large urn. He asked him if it was tea. Tea? Made of leaves? Scoffed the first diplomat. Not in Valenwood. This is rot meth. Scotty poured himself a mug and took a tentative sip. It was gamey, bitter, and sugared, and very salty. At first, it seemed very disagreeable to his palate, but a moment later he found he had drained the mug and was pouring another. His body tingled. All of the sounds in the chamber seemed oddly disjointed, but not frighteningly so. "So you're that fellow who got Sylvanar to sign all his contracts," said the second diplomat. "That must have required some deep negotiation." Not at all. Just a little basic understanding of mercantile trading," grinned Scotty, pouring himself a third mug of rot meth. The Sylvanar was very eager to involve the Imperial State with the affairs of Alenwood. I was very eager to take a percentage of the commission. With all that blessed eagerness, it was merely a matter of putting Quill to the contract, bless you. "You've been in the employ of His Imperial Majesty long?" asked the first diplomat. "It's a bite, or rather, a bit more complicated than that in the Imperial City. Between you and me, I don't really have a job. I used to work for Lord Atreus in his building commission, but I got sacked. And then the contract from Lord Vanek and his building commission, because I got him from this fellow Reglius, who is a competitor, but still a very fine fellow, until he was made dead by this Khajiit." Scotty drained his fifth mug. "And when I got back to the Imperial City, then the real negotiations can begin, bless you. I can go to my old employer, to Lord Vanek, and say, 'Look here, you. Which one of you wants these commissions?' And they'll fall over each other to take them from me. It'll be bidding war for my percentage, the likes of which no one nowhere has ever seen." "So you're not a representative of His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor?" asked the first diplomat. "Did you hear what I said? Are you stupid?" Scotty felt a surge of rage, which quickly subsided. He chuckled and poured himself a seventh mug. "So the building commissions are privately owned, but they're still representatives of the Emperor. So I'm a representative of the Emperor, or I will be, when I get these contracts in. It's very complicated. I can understand why you're not following me. Bless you, it's all like the poet said, a dance in the fire, if you follow the illusion. That is to say, illusion." "And your colleagues, are they representatives of the Emperor?" asked the second diplomat. Scotty burst into laughter, shaking his head. The diplomats made their respects and went to talk to the minister. Scotty stumbled out of the palace and reeled through the strange organic avenues and boulevards of the city. It took him several hours to find his way in Perthala Hall and his room. Once there, he slept very neatly on his bed. The next morning he woke the jurist in baths in his room, shaking him. He felt half asleep and unable to open his eyes fully, but otherwise fine. The conversations with the diplomats floated in his mind like a haze, an obscure childhood memory. What in Mars' name is rot meth? Rancid, strongly fermented meat juices with lots of spices to kill the poison, smiled Baths. "I should have warned you to stay with Jaga." "You must understand the meat mandate by now," laughed Juris. "These Bosmeri would rather eat each other than touch the fruits of the vine or the field." "What did I say to those diplomats?" cried Scotty, panicking. "Nothing bad, apparently," said Juris, pulling out some papers. "Your escorts are downstairs to bring you to the Imperial Province. Here are your papers of safe passage. The Sylvanar seems very impatient about business proceeding forward rapidly. He promises to send you some sort of rare treasure when the contracts are fulfilled. See, he's already giving me something." Juris showed off one of his new bejeweled earring, a beautiful large faceted ruby. Baths showed that he had a similar one. The two fat fellows left the room so Scotty could dress and pack. A full regiment of Sylvanar's guards was on the street in front of the tavern. They surrounded a carriage, crested with the official arms of Alenwood. Still dazed, Scotty climbed in, and the captain of the guard gave the signal. They began a quick gallop. Scotty shook himself, and they appeared behind. Baths and Juris were waving him goodbye. "Wait!" Scotty cried. "Aren't you coming back to the Imperial Province too?" "The Sylvanar asked that we stay behind as Imperial representatives," yelled Legatus Juris, "in case there's a need for more contracts and negotiations. He's appointed us Undrape, some sort of special honor for foreigners at the court. Don't worry, lots of banquets to attend. You can handle the negotiations with Vanek and Atreus yourself, and we'll keep things settled here." Juris continued to yell advice about business, but his voice became indistinct with distance. Soon it disappeared altogether.
As the convoy rounded the streets of Sylvanar, the jungle loomed suddenly, and they were in it. Scotty had only gone through it by foot or along the rivers by slow-moving boats. Now it flashed all around him in profusions of greens. The horses seemed even faster moving through the underbrush than on the smooth paths to the city. None of the weird sounds or dank smells of the jungle penetrated the escort. It felt to Scotty as if they were watching a play about a jungle with a background of quickly moving scrim, which offered only the merest suggestions of the place. So it went for 2 weeks. There was lots of food and water in the carriage with the clerk, so he merely ate and slept as the caravan pressed endlessly on. From time to time, he could hear the sound of blades clashing, but when he looked around, whatever had attacked the caravan had long since been left behind. At last, they reached the border, where an imperial garrison was stationed. Scotty presented the soldiers who met the carriage with the papers. They asked him a barrage of questions that he answered monosyllabically, and then they let him pass. It took several more days to arrive at the gates of the imperial city. The horses that had flown so fast through the jungles now slowed down in the unfamiliar territory of the wooded Colovian estates. By contrast, the cries of his province's birds and smells and the province's plant life brought Decimus Scotty alive. It was as if he had been dreaming all the past months. At the gates of the city, Scotty's carriage door was open for him, and he stepped out on uncertain legs. Before he had a moment to say something to the escort, they had vanished, galloping back through the south through the forest. First thing he did now was to go home to the closest tavern and have tea and fruit and bread. If he had never eaten meat again, he told himself, that would suit him very nicely. Negotiations with Lord Atreus and Lord Vanek proceeded immediately thereafter. It was most agreeable. Both commissions recognized how lucrative the building of Valenwood would be for their agency. Lord Vanek claimed, quite justifiably, that the contracts had been written on forms notarized by his commission. He had the legal right to them. Lord Atreus claimed that Decimus Scotty was his agent and representatives, and that he had never been released from his employment. The Emperor was called to arbitrate, but he claimed to be unavailable. His advisor, the battle mage Jaegar Tharn, had disappeared long ago and could not be called on for his wisdom and impartial mediation. Scotty lived very comfortably off the bribes from Lord Atreus and Lord Vanek. Every week, a letter would arrive from jurors or baths asking about the state of negotiations. Gradually, these letters ceased coming, and the more urgent ones came from the Minister of Trade in Sylvanar himself. The War of the Blue Divide with Somerset Isle ended with the Altamari winning several new coastal islands from the Wood Elves. The war with Elsewhere continued, ravaging the eastern borders of Valenwood. Still, Vanek and Atreus fought over who would help. One fine morning in early spring of the year 398, the courier arrived at Decimus Scotty's door. Lord Vanek has won the Valenwood Commission and requests that you and your contracts come to his hall at your earliest convenience. As Lord Atreus decided not to challenge further, asked Scotty, he's been unable to, having died very suddenly just now from a terrible, unfortunate accident, said the courier. Scotty had wondered how long it would be before the Dark Brotherhood was brought in for final negotiations. As he walked toward Lord Vanex's building commission, a long, severe piece of architecture on a minor but respectable plaza, he wondered if he had played the game as he ought to have. Could Vanek be so rapacious as to offer him a lower percentage of the commission now that his chief competitor was dead? Thankfully, he discovered that Lord Vanek had already decided to pay Scotty what he proposed during the heat of the winter negotiations. His advisors had explained to him that the other, lesser building commissions might come forward unless the matter were handled quickly and fairly. Glad that we have all of the legal issues done with, said Lord Vanek fondly. Now we can get to the business of helping the poor Bosberry and collecting the profits. It's a pity you weren't a representative for all the troubles with the Bender Mach and the Arnesian business. But there'll be plenty more wars, I'm sure of that. Scotty and Lord Vanek sent word to the Sylvanar that they had last prepared to honor the contracts. A few weeks later, they held a banquet in honor of the profitable enterprise. Decimus Scotty was a darling of the Imperial City, and no expense was spared to make it an unforgettable evening. Scotty met the nobles and wealthy merchants who would be benefiting from his business dealings. An exotic but somewhat faintly familiar smell rose in the ballroom. He traced it to its source: a thick, roasted slab of meat, so long and thick it covered several platters. The Cyrodiilic revelers were eating it ravenously, unable to find words to express their delight at its tastes and textures. It's nothing like I've ever had before. It's like pig-fed venison. Do you see marbling of fattened meat? It's a masterpiece. Scotty went to take a slice, but then he saw something embedded deep in the dried and rendered roast. He nearly collided with his new employer, Lord Vanek, as he stumbled back. Where did this come from? Scotty stammered. From our client, the Sylvanar, beamed his lordship. It's some kind of local delicacy they call umthrapa. Scotty vomited and didn't stop for some time. It cast a rather temporary pall in the evening, but when Decimus Scotty was carried off to his manor house, the guests continued to dine. The umthrapa was a delight of all, even more so when Lord Vanek himself took a slice and found the first 2 rubies buried within. How clever of the Bosmer to invent such a dish, the Cyrodiils agreed.
Love. Letter from Relfina.
My dearest Roland, I cannot wait for you to return from Braville. My heart swells with joy, as I know we will once again soon be together. I yearn for you every night that I look beside me in my bed, and you are not there. How I wish I could have taken the journey with you, but I understand that these are dangerous times, and I would only slow you down. When you return, perhaps we should get away from the chaos of the Imperial City. Let's go back to that cabin in the woods, the one where you said we would always be safe from the world, the one where you took me in your arms and sang songs of moonlight and happiness, the one where you said, I love you. Hurry, my love. Relfina.
Sealed note. By Lucian Lachance. You sleep rather soundly for a cold-blooded killer. That's good. You'll need a clear conscience for what I'd like to propose, for there is much I can offer you. The taking of a life has its own pleasures, of course, but the taking of a life for the Dark Brotherhood is an act worthy of immeasurable reward. If you're intrigued, and I suspect you are, come visit me at the ruins of Fort Farragut. If you survive the descent down to the bottom level where I reside, I'll know you're capable of all the Dark Brotherhood has to offer. L.L. Pale Pass crumpled note. I guess you found the message I told you about, old friend. We've traveled together for so long, and you're the only one I trust with the ring and my story. I knew climbing into the window of that wizard's house was a mistake, but the bounty on the ring was just too enticing to pass up. They said it was worth thousands of drakes, enough to keep me comfortable for a while as I lay low. They also said Ortherzel was out of town at some meeting of wizards or some such. They were wrong on both counts. You'd think I'd be used to this by now, dealing with the unpredictable in our line of work. But after trying to fence the ring all over Cyrodiil, no one would touch it. Worse still, Ortherzel was pursuing me the entire time. I had to call in many favors to stay one step ahead of him. I decided to strike north and make for Skyrim. As I was crossing the Gerals, he finally caught up to me. 2 fireballs later, I found myself tumbling down a steep snowy slope into a valley. Don't know where I am, but there are ruins of some old fort here. Luckily, that fetcher didn't follow me down. I assume he gave me up for dead. I think I'm going to stash the ring in this valley, make for Skyrim, and return later when I feel it's safe. I've used some old chests I found in the ruins to make sure nobody stumbles across the ring by mistake. You know, the old key to a key thing like we used to do. If I don't make it back here, and you're reading this message, then the ring is all yours, my friend. Use it well, and remember me. GS. Orders from Lucian Lachance.
Eliminator. You have served the Dark Brotherhood well in the short time you have been with us. Indeed, the rate of your advancement has been rather remarkable. Now the Black Hand itself is in need of your abilities.
You must proceed with all haste to my private refuge in the ruins of Fort Farragut, located in the forest northeast of the Cheydinhal Sanctuary. When you arrive, we will discuss the nature of your special assignment. I cannot stress to you enough the importance of your swift arrival at Fort Farragut. There are unseen powers working to unravel the very fabric of the Dark Brotherhood. The Black Hand is counting on you to prevent this disaster. Do not share the contents of this message with anyone at the Cheydinhal Sanctuary, including Ochiva, and make no mention of your journey to Fort Farragut. Also, be warned, my refuge within Fort Farragut is guarded by denizens who will attack any interloper on sight. Get through these rotting sentinels, and you will surely have earned the right to visit my private sanctum.
Lucien Lachance.
Notes: Captain Montrose. So far, the investigation has been inconclusive, to say the least. The assassin's body has yielded no clues as to his affiliation, and we haven't even been able to ascertain the motive for the Emperor's slaying. We've even gone so far as to question local merchants about the unique garb, but have run into nothing but dead ends. The nature of the attack, the multiple assassins, the ceremonial robes, the summoned weapons and armor, it all speaks of something ritualistic. I've seen the Dark Brotherhood's handiwork more times than I care to remember, and this just doesn't fit their usual pattern. I guess that's what worries me. We're not dealing with the unknown, and I'll be damned if I know how to handle it.
Captain Japard Montrose.
Postscript. I've instructed the men to dump the rest of the assassins' bodies in the sewers. Let them serve as food for the vermin. It's more than those bastards deserve. Note to Guinness. Guinness, your interest in the writings of the Master has been noted. You are taking the first steps towards true enlightenment. Persevere, and you may yet join the exalted ranks of the Chosen. If you wish to continue further down the path of dawn, you will need the 4th volume of the Master's Commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes. It can be obtained only from a member of the Order of the Mythic Dawn. As your designated sponsor, I will pass on my copy to you if I deem you worthy. Study the first 3 volumes of the Master's writings. Look for the hidden meaning in his words as best as you are able. When you are ready, come to the sunken sewers under the Elven Gardens in the Imperial City. Come alone. Follow the main tunnel until you reach the room with the table and chair. Sit down. I will meet you there and give you what you desire.
The sponsor.
Note from the Grey Fox.
It seems that security in the Arcane University is not what it used to be. In fact, that seems to be a problem all over the Imperial City. I would recommend that you get your guards back on duty unless you want more of your precious artifacts to go missing.
The Grey Fox. Note from Raminus Polus.
Hieronymus Lex. Your vendetta against the Grey Fox has cost the Arcane University dearly. You commandeered the guards patrolling our property. In their absence, someone stole a valuable artifact from the university. We demand that you return all guards to their posts immediately. If you do not do this, we will be forced to bring the matter to the attention of your superior. Raminus Polus, the Arcane University.
Note from First Mate Filch.
Cap'n, I'm telling you, sir, we got to be more careful. If the Leyawind City Watch comes snooping around again, we may have to pull anchor and get out of this good-for-nothing city. I ain't spending the rest of my days locked up in no jail for illegally transporting cattle. No, sir, I will not. All due respect, Cap'n, but the mates and me signed on for real pirate stuff. Murdering, looting, and ravaging. We ain't no damn shepherds. First Mate Filch. Pirate.
Mysterious note.
I can offer you greater rewards and less time in prison. If you are interested, come to the Garden of Dariloth in the Imperial City's waterfront district at midnight. Present this note and all shall be made clear.
the Gray Fox.
Lynch's instructions. Lynch.
Your instructions are to make your way to the bottom deck of the ship and secure all of the rooms there. Make sure you don't disturb Minx. She's to be left alone to do her assignment. Remember, after the ship is scuttled, we'll meet back in Breville in 3 days. Make sure you destroy this note after you memorize it. S.
Undelivered letter, Jalbert.
Alec, my friend, I apologize that I have not written before now and pray that you worry not. How could you have known that your patrol would stumble across my outing at the cemetery? There was no denying my deed, a sack full of limbs and grave soil still fresh on my boots. With your men standing by, what choice was there but pursuit, lest they suspect your own true nature? Truly, I am glad it was you to expose me, and not another whose spellfire may not have missed my escape so widely.
My new haven provides safety and bodies to work on, whether those long dead or hapless bandits. I will be content here for some time, though I dare not yet to say where. Care for Sesu. Waterfront tax records. Adanrel, 3 coins.
Amusé, 1 coin. Armand Christophe, 4 coins. Astay Haymon, 2 coins. Bronsilak Finchal, 3 coins. Carwin, 2 coins. Damien Magus, 3 coins. Dranas Lethro, 1 coin. Gremin Gromerad, 2 coins. Hilod Empty-Handed Thrashed, Isleaf, 2 coins.
Jair, 3 coins. Caste Cavinchal, 3 coins.
Methradel, 2 coins. Ormil, 7 coins. Raven Cameron, 2 coins. Scarla Weirich, 2 coins.
Myvrina Arano, exempted.
Uzul Grogrulam, 3 coins. Velanandus, 3 coins. Vlanaris Kavinchal, 4 coins. Discovering Runewald, Volume 1. I have decided to document our expedition to find Runewald in my journals, with hopes that, should we fail, it will bring illumination to those who follow us. I myself have stood on the shoulders of academic giants to get where we are today, spending endless hours in libraries and private collections. I am certain that there is some artifact of great power to be found in those ruins, one that the Vigilance could find useful in their mission.
I do not mean to sound pompous, but I feel as if I am on the precipice of my destiny with this quest. I am certain we are digging in the right place. I can feel it in my bones, and I dream of finding Runewald at night. Even in my waking hours, I can almost hear a reassuring voice telling me we are going the right way.
The expedition has had a great deal of luck so far. After only a few weeks, the first tunnel broke through into a large shaft, leading downward towards where I suspect to find Runewald. With just a few bits of carpentry, we've established our first base camp within the mountains. If we continue to be this fortuitous, we shall reach our goal in record time. M. Cedre. Discovering Runewald, Volume 2. Our luck continues. Not only do we continue to tunnel into caves and shafts that speed our descent, but struck multiple veins of precious ore. Now that the excavation has proven to be a financial success, the Vigilance have sent more supplies, materials, and workers to further the cause. I find myself unable to contain my glee at times, and have become prone to cheerful outbursts in front of the men.
One might find this very out of character for me, but the men seem to share my enthusiasm. Never before have I worked with a group so single-minded in their pursuit. To have so many people working towards the same goal with little to no deviation from the task at hand is an uncanny blessing. Stendar be praised. With so much going well, I hesitate to document what seem like minor troubles in comparison. It must have something to do with the cramped spaces, but I have found myself prone to aches in my head. While these hardly deter me from my leadership role, I have found myself distracted at times. I have had many a conversation with the workers where I drift off, only to have them call me back to reality. Sometimes I lose small amounts of time and can't remember what I've done.
I am hoping this is nothing more than excitement of reaching our goal, but I will try to keep note as we dig deeper. Perhaps a half tankard of ale before sleep will help me with these headaches.
M. Sidre.
Discovering Runewald, Volume 3. The damnable headaches. My Norn be merciful, I just can't seem to shake them. The workers have started to report them as well, but while their focus on conversation and civility may wane because of it, they have not swayed from their task. If anything, they seem to have doubled their efforts. I, myself, cannot seem to focus on anything other than the dig. I sit here now, studying some unearthed Nordic artifacts, yet I feel a nagging call to see how the dig is progressing. The other day, without thinking, I picked up a shovel and started digging myself. Fortunately, no one seemed to find this unusual, which is a blessing. I'd hate for the vigilance of my Norn to think that I'd lost my senses.
As we dig, we uncover more Nordic ruins and architecture, but have yet to hit the main chamber. Every day I dream we'll finally reach Runewald, and I can't help but reflect on what this will mean to my reputation. My family will be so proud, especially my father, my Norn. He and mother have always been interested in my studies, even if my sister Minorn was not, but I'm most excited to reveal my findings to my colleagues, Minorn and Minorn, and perhaps my mentor, Minorn. Oh, won't they all be pleased? M. Sidre.
Discovering Runewald, Volume 4.
I have found my muse, and her name is Minorn. Reading back over old journals, I realize she has called to me from deep inside Runewald. She is the voice I've been hearing, the one who has called me ever downwards into the mountain.
The vigilance, the workers, they hear her too. What joy to learn that I am not alone in her love. Oh, my Norn, how would we have ever found this place without you? As I write this, we are digging out the last bit of rock to get to you. Those without tools have started using their hands. I cannot write anymore. I must get back to work. Runewald awaits.
M. Sidre.
Complete catalog of enchantments for armor.
By Ivan Bayan, Synod researcher.
Within this catalog are all the known varieties of armor enchantments the modern mages can cast. No pretense is made that this list is complete. New discoveries are made, and new enchantments are revealed often enough that this work will eventually become outdated. Those who follow may choose to revise this work as needed. The most common enchantments for armor and other garb are those that improve health, magic, or stamina. Fortifying the wearer's health is popular with warriors. It actually makes the wearer harder to kill, binding his life force a bit tighter to his body. Fortifying magicka is more commonly seen in clothing because wizards tend to avoid bulky, restrictive armor. It allows the wizard to cast more spells before becoming magically exhausted. Fortifying stamina is a secondary choice for fighters. They tire less quickly but do not survive their wounds any better. There is a wide range of physical and mental attributes or skills that can be fortified by enchantments. There are as many of these as there are wizards with imagination. A few choice examples are archery, sneaking, conjuration, and carrying strength. The focus is always quite narrow. There are even examples of gauntlets that are enchanted to improve the wearer's ability to enchant things.
Another common form of armor enchantment are the resistances. The elemental resistances are marginally easier to find and make. They make the wearer less susceptible to burning, freezing, and shocks. There are also poison resistances and enchantments that will resist all forms of magic.
An uncommon pair of enchantments are water breathing and muffle. The former allows the wearing to swim underwater indefinitely. The later totally silences the clinking and clanking of the armor, so the wearer moves more quietly. It's been speculated that muffle is a wizard's lazy solution to a problem that could be solved with cloth and wrappings. The rarest of enchantments increase the recovery rate of health, magicka, or stamina.
The wearer actually heals from his wounds while you watch, even if he is in the midst of a battle. Wizards normally recover their magical energy at a moderate pace. Wearing this armor makes that recovery much faster. The same is true for stamina recovery enchantments. The wearer tires just as quickly as always, but seems to get his wind back much faster. Complete Catalog of Enchantments for Weaponry by Yvonne Bien, Synod Researcher. Within this catalog are all the known varieties of weapon enchantments the modern mages can cast. No pretense is made that this list is complete. New discoveries are made and new enchantments are revealed often enough that this work will eventually become outdated. Those who follow may choose to revise this work as needed. Weapons such as axes and bows can hold a wide variety of enchantments. The most common are fire, frost, and lightning. The simple, yet effective enchantments burn, freeze, or shock when they draw blood. Only slightly less common are weapon enchantments that drain magicka or stamina. These drain off a wizard's reserve of power, tiring him magically, just as the weapons that strain stamina tire their victims physically. Unlike the elemental enchantments, the enchantment alone cannot kill, although the weapon itself can still take a life. Equally less common are the enchantments of fear. There are two varieties, one for the living and one for the undead. The former will only affect living creatures, not undead or magical constructs such as atronachs and dwarven automatons. The latter cause draugr, skeletons, vampires, and the like to flee. There is no known fear enchantment that will affect dwarven machines. A particularly insidious but somewhat common enchantment is Soul Trap. Upon entering the blood, the victim's soul is bound. Should he die shortly thereafter, his soul is siphoned off to a nearby soul gem. This form of magic should only be used against beasts and monsters. To use it against men or elves is abhorrent. Noticeably more rare are the absorb enchantments. There are three known types that drain the victim's health, magicka, or stamina. The weapon becomes a conduit, transferring the stolen energy from the victim to the wielder. These are sometimes referred to as vampiric enchantments. As discussed above, absorbing magicka and stamina is not in itself deadly. Absorbing health can actually steal the life from a creature. The rarest of enchantments are those of banishment and paralyzation. Banishment only affects summoned atronachs or undead raised by wizards. The banishment breaks the link between the caster and the creature. Summoned atronach return to the oblivion plane from whence they came. Raised undead are released. It is important to note that self-willed undead are not affected by banishment. Paralyzation is simple, yet deadly. The affected creature becomes rigid and unable to move for a short time. This is one of the most prized enchantments among warriors. A paralyzed opponent can be dispatched with ease. It is important to note that many creatures are immune to paralysis, such as atronachs, skeletons, ice wraiths, and dwarven automatons. Killing before you're killed by Eduardo Corvus. I've seen many a man rush headlong into battle only to have their life cut short in an instant. I've been a trainer of the warrior arts for many spans, cut from the cloth of a great lineage of knights, blades, and even a distant sellsword or two. It's with this knowledge that I'll try to pen a brief treatise on the subtle art of war. Not mage fire, not archery or criminal throat slitting, but war. Man on man with nothing but a fine bit of steel between them. The first thing you'll need to learn is how to block. The best way not to get killed is not to let the other man hit you. Use a shield, use it well. Now, you'll get tired from this. You may even get a little hurt, but a blocked blow is much better than a landed one. Over time, you'll get better, eventually shrugging off even the mightiest of hits. But beware, your foes, if they're not base cur bandits, will know how to counter you. They'll hit you with everything they've got in order to open you up and keep on hitting. So watch for these powerful attacks. While it's still better to absorb the impact with a 1/4 inch of steel, it's best to try to just step out of the way.
Remember, against spells your blocking is useless until you're trained, so get up on mages quickly and let them eat steel. Deserves them right for using a witch weapon. You can also block without a shield as well. Just cross that blow with your sword, though this isn't nearly as effective. And if you decide you're fancy and want to wield 2 blades, you can't block at all, so don't even try. Without both hands on the hilt, you just won't have the strength to counter blows.
But with a weapon in each hand, you are much more likely to take your opponent down quickly. The best defense, some say.
To wield the blade, there are some fundamentals. Quick strikes are always good, but can be repelled, so watch for your opponent's own defensive postures. Wait for an opening, or create one with your own heavy attacks. Hammers hit hardest but are slow. Same with maces and all blunt weaponry. Axes are a nice middle ground, while swords are the quickest but won't stagger your opponent as efficiently with the hard hits.
Keep an eye not to get too exhausted. Always try to save a little of your strength to counter blows or even run. Keep moving during a fight. Never let yourself get cornered or surrounded. Pick your threats. Weak spellcasters that can hurt you quick are the first things I fell. The shield is not only a defensive tool. Put your shoulder into it and bash your opponent. This sends them flying and opens them up for quick counter assaults. Even better, put extra weight into it and power bash your opponent. If they're small, this will put them on their knees. Bigger opponents cannot be staggered by heavy attacks. Only the power bash will really knock them around and create openings for you to exploit. So again, block, counter, bash, hit them when they're down. They'll show no mercy, so why should you? Battle is about the offense, about catching your foe early and never relenting. Keep moving, keep swinging. If you consider yourself overly powerful, pick up a 2-handed weapon and see your foes fall before you like wheat stalks. They're slow and unwieldy, but they shatter bones and cleave flesh better than anything. The graves are filled with many a mediocre swordsman. If you don't have the stomach for war, try a monk's work. But if you do travel the path of the warrior, learn the basics and keep your head firmly planted on your shoulders, or someone's bound to lob it off. On the Preparation of the Corpse, Volume 1, The Acquisition of the Corpse. While the arts of necromancy are only illegal in the province of Morrowind, few citizens of the Empire have an enlightened view of our art. Thus, the acquisition of corpses on which to experiment is often difficult.
In Cyrodiil, a few necromancers who have served the Empire are given the corpses of criminals and traitors to use legally. This provides those who have acquired such a post with a fresh supply of corpses, most of them young, strong, and intact. In Morrowind, the outlawing of necromancy would make its practice impossible were it not for the fortunate institution of slavery. While the temple will investigate obvious signs of necromancy, such as hastily emptied graves or ash stolen from one of their ash pits, a careful and discreet necromancer can thrive in Morrowind by taking slaves at a modest rate. Most will assume the slave escaped or died in the Ashlands. Finding suitable corpses in Black Marsh is nearly impossible due to their rapid decay. There are also diseases, Argonian tribesmen, and other difficulties that must be dealt with. I know of only a few slowed necromancers who operate successfully in Black Marsh, and even they stay near coast.
While the forests of elsewhere pose some of the same problems as those of Black Marsh, the deserts preserve corpses for hundreds of years in a way that requires very little preparation. Khajiit of the desert tribes are often buried with only a small cairn of stones, which are easy to find and uncover. The Khajiit show remarkably enlightened indifference to graves being uncovered. It is said that in the port of Senchal, one may purchase anything one desires. This is true if you desire fresh corpses. While few Bosmer perform Arke's rituals when burying the dead, the more primitive Bosmer still practice cannibalism upon their enemies, which reduces the number of available corpses. As would be expected from such a backwards people, they have an intolerance of necromancy that goes beyond all reason. Many necromancers who practice our arts in Valenwood become one with the trees themselves. Somerset Isle is even worse in some ways. Some Altmer born into the most respected, noble, and scholarly families are actually allowed to study the dead in the open. Their research, however, seems to be centered on finding ways to extend their lives even further rather than the more practical uses of our art. A necromancer of any other race caught in Somerset Isle can expect the worst possible punishments. In Hammerfell, where worship of Arke is strongest, the dead are almost always subject to Arke's law. There are exceptions after large battles or in remote areas where death occurs far from meddlesome priests. Fortunately, the dangerous terrain and creatures in the deserts and mountains of Hammerfell makes the acquisition of corpses possible, though they are often in poor condition and require special care in preparation. The newly formed Orsinium presents a unique opportunity. As you know, orc corpses are among the most sought after for the durability of their skin and the strength of their bones. If King Gortwag will listen to reason, we could offer the services of our art in defense of his young nation in exchange for disposing of the Orcish dead. A mutually beneficial arrangement, as I'm sure the orcs will agree. To this end, a delegation has been sent to Orsinium, though we have not yet heard any word on the state of these negotiations. In my native High Rock, traditions dating back to the Witch Kings and nomadic horsemen mandate cremation of the dead. This is practiced almost without exception in the north, through an imperial burial in a tomb or city cemetery is more common in the south. There are still many corpses easily taken from the battlefields of the War of Bettany and the lawless times that followed. There are even rumors that King Gothrid of Daggerfall may institute the imperial practice of donating the corpses of criminals for necromantic study as a deterrent to the bandits and pirates that still threaten the Iliac Bay. In Skyrim, the cold weather and isolated terrain allow a few necromancers to operate freely. Alas, the availability of corpses is limited to Nords who die from exposure or in battle. While the cold is preservative, the snow makes these corpses difficult to find. More research dedicated to the magical detection of corpses would be invaluable to the necromancers of Skyrim. The Slode are the most famous necromancers, but little is known of their native Thras. In Tamriel, Slode only practice necromancy on other races. It is uncertain whether this is true in Thras as well. If so, it would explain the number of slaves that are purchased in Tyr by Slode merchants, and the rumors of Slode airships carrying corpses from Senchal. These difficulties lead many necromancers to create their own corpses. While I prefer to work with those who have died a natural death, a more expedient approach is sometimes necessary to further the study of the art. While the arts of necromancy can be practiced on animals, such experiments rarely produce interesting results. The servant's ability to follow directions seems to be related to the subject's intelligence in life. While raising the corpse of a man, elf, or beastman can produce a useful servant, the corpses of animals produce mere guard dogs at best. Often, a raised animal is unable to distinguish its master from the rest of the living, and many amateur practitioners have been torn apart by the animal servants they created. Let such stories be a lesson to you. On the Preparation of the Corpse, Volume 2, The Skeletal Corpse. When raising a skeleton servant, it is most important that the body of the skeleton be complete. If the skeleton is missing crucial bones, the results can be frustrating. One should only attempt to raise skeletons when you are sure that all or nearly all the bones are present.
While the magic involved in raising a skeleton will assemble the bones in the proper order, skeletons may be strengthened considerably by the addition of support on their joints. The most common are leather straps that bind the bones together more tightly. Some practitioners also drive metal spikes or between the joints, which is more expensive and time-consuming, but they protect the servant where it is weakest.
The details of this are unimportant, as even an amateur can strengthen a skeleton significantly. Only practice will reveal the best methods of binding and reinforcing the skeletal servant. Amateurs often make the mistake of binding the bones too tightly, limiting the skeleton's movements and making it useless. Again, only practice can give the necessary experience in these matters, though it is best to err towards tight bindings. One may always loosen them at a later date. One more note to the student. While most undead can be raised again and again, skeletons are often damaged in ways that make raising them again impossible. This is another reason that care should be given to the skeleton's preparation. Too many young necromancers raise every skeleton they see with little or no preparation at all. Given the difficulty of obtaining corpses, this kind of inefficiency cannot be tolerated. On the Preparation of the Corpse, Volume 3, The Fresh Corpse.
Fresh and decayed corpses are those that still have flesh upon them, if their decay is advanced, or if you wish a skeletal servant instead, place the corpse along a coast, or in a swamp or marsh. Animals are the necromancer's greatest allies when it comes to stripping the flesh from a corpse. The ravenous mud crabs of Morrowind can strip a corpse down to its bones in a matter of days. Lesser crabs in other provinces can do the same in a matter of weeks.
If you wish to create a zombie servant, one need only bring the corpse to a suitable site and enact the proper rituals. However, there are a few tips that a young necromancer might want to know. For instance, a decayed servant may be raised many times, even if they have been dismembered, by those who do not appreciate our art.
If one of your servants comes to an unfortunate end, you may raise the servant again by carefully gathering as many parts as you can find, binding the bones with leather straps, and sewing the flesh, if it not too decayed, with catgut. Your servant may be weaker each time this is done, but with care and maintenance, one may raise zombies dozens of times.
However, creating a mere zombie is a method best left to lazy or desperate practitioners. With only a bit more time and effort, one may create a far more useful mummified servant. The first step to creating a mummified servant is to soak the decaying corpse in a bath of salt or natron for at least 1 month. This will halt the decay of the corpse, and if the corpse is fresh enough to have an unpleasant odor, the salts will remove that as well. In a moist climate, such as Argonian or Thras, you may have to apply more salts if they become saturated. Some necromancers remove the vital organs before or after this process, but I have never found any practical reason for doing this. The next step is to wrap the servant in cloth or linen. This will further preserve the body against decay, and if done properly, will offer some protection as well. Do not worry if the corpse seems too stiff or desiccated to be a useful servant. The proper rituals will imbue the mummified corpse with the strength to move itself. Most importantly, you will have a much stronger servant who will follow your commands with more independence and understanding.
Heavy armor forging. Heavy armor must be designed to take a lot of punishment. It will receive direct blows from all sorts of weapons while protecting the wearer. Leather strips are used to make the straps and bindings in all armor. Iron and steel are easy to work. Just heat them up and pound them into shape. The heat of the forge is not that critical. Avoid filing off any of the metal. Always try to conserve the metal and work it back into shape. Iron armor requires a large number of iron ingots. A smith might need a couple of dozen to complete a full set of iron armor. Steel armor primarily uses steel ingots, but some iron is used as well.
Dwarven armor is made from dwarven metal. The secret of this material was lost when the dwarves disappeared millennia ago. Now it can only be found as scrap in the ruins of their abandoned cities and fortresses. Orcish armor requires large amounts of orichalcum, melded with a bit of iron. Heat should be used sparingly. Let it become brittle. The orcs are masters of this technique, but it can be learned by any smith with patience and skill. Steel plate mail is made by adding steel to molten corundum. The alloy is stronger than either metal by itself. Corundum is a finicky material requiring the heat from the forge to be steady and not very much. Ebony can only be worked when heated. It will develop small cracks that eventually shatter the material if hammered cold. Unlike most other armors, ebony will not alloy with iron. It must be used pure. I can only tell you tales of how to make Daedric armor. I have never seen it myself, nor do I know anyone that has. The stories say that it should always be worked on at night, ideally under a new or full moon, and never during an eclipse. A red harvest moon is best. Ebony is the principal material, but at the right moment, a Daedra heart must be thrown into the fire. Light Armor Forging by Revis Sarvani. There are two classes of light armor, metallic and non-metallic. Elven and glass are metallic light armor. You may be surprised to think that glass can be thought of as metallic, but appearances are deceiving. What we call glass is nothing like the windows panes you see in houses. The greenish material is far stronger and has a much higher melting point. Non-metallic armors are hide, studded, leather, and scaled. For these armor types, the forger is as much tailor as blacksmith. All use large pieces of leather, stitched together with leather strips. Studded armor also need iron ingots, from which you will make the studs and metal rings that make it more effective than simple hide. Scaled armor uses steel instead of iron, but the steel is infused with corundum to make the metal insert stronger. For centuries, the secret of making elven armor was a closely guarded secret on Somerset Isle. Then, the betrayal of Ulvul, Lauren, brought it the rest of Tamriel. Ulvul was a dark elf slave, working the bellows for Nulion, master smith of the Isle from the 5th through the 7th century of the Second Era. When Ulvul escaped, he could think of no greater punishment to mete out to his cruel master than to reveal all his secrets to the world. Thus, we came to know that moonstone is the key ingredient in elven armor, and that salt water must be used to quench the hot metal. For gilded elven armor, you must also meld in quicksilver. It melts at a much lower heat than moonstone, making it tricky to work the two metals together. The trickiest of all is glass. Hammer blows struck across the grain run the risk of shattering the armor. Its principal ingredient is malachite, although it also requires moonstone to give it the right strength. Atronach Forge Manual. Nephew, I apologize that I cannot see you personally before you leave. The trip from Sadrith Mora is treacherous this season, or I would have visited upon hearing the news. The Nords have a fine college at Winterhold, and I am sure you will excel. You may know that I too attended there. I was quite the conjuration adept in my own day. I am sending you my notes on something called the Atronach Forge, a bit of a project of mine while at Winterhold. Mention nothing to the faculty, but ask your fellow pupils about a place called the Midden. You will find the forge there. I fear a number of my notes are missing, scattered and lost in my travels around Skyrim. Perhaps you may stumble across these in your own adventures. The Atronach Forge offers few clues as to who built it, and even fewer as to how to unlock its full potential. Only through blind experimentation and a few singed eyebrows have I been able to understand its function. The forge is mostly a large dais, almost crude of make. but emblazoned with the traditional Daedric rune. An offering box is attached, as well as a prominent lever. The dais also features a large setting, which seems set to receive some large spherical object. I have had no luck determining what this missing object may be, however, or what effect it may have on the efficacy of the forge. The forge is activated by placing certain items into the offering box and then pulling the lever. The forge consumes the items and conjures something upon the dais. The conjuration can be predicted reliably if the appropriate items are left in the box, but many combinations either have no effect or catastrophic reactions. Once I conjured a wild goat. Well, most of the goat at least. Experimenting wildly with the forge is dangerous. I've recorded such recipes as I've discovered on the following pages.
The simplest, yet perhaps most hazardous stable recipe is that for a summoned Atronach. The conjured brutes will attack the first thing they see, however. Be ready for battle if you have reason to use these recipes. Flame Atronach, fire salts plus ruby. Frost, Atronach, frost salts plus sapphire. Storm Atronach, void salts plus amethyst.
Herbalist's Guide to Skyrim by Agneta Falia. Those avoiding this northern province due to claims of barbarism or concerns over climate are doing themselves a disservice. In fact, Skyrim has a wealth of materials that every alchemist would do well to avail himself of. I have traveled extensively throughout this land, and here are but a few of my findings.
Bleeding Crown.
The caps of these mushrooms do indeed appear smeared with blood, though it is often hard to see in the dark, damp places in which they grow. Not uncommonly found in Skyrim, their abundance is countered by the difficulty in acquiring them. As any experienced herbalist knows, the darkest of caves often conceal far more than mere mushrooms. Nonetheless, these potent fungi, when combined with certain powdered antlers, produce a mixture rendering one quite susceptible to poison. Their usefulness is also quite apparent when mixed with lavender, creating a substance highly resistant to magic.
Deathbell.
Folklore abounds about this flower found in the swamps of Hjalmarch. Some stories claim it grows where unfortunate deaths have taken place. Others insist it grows first, and then lures unsuspecting people and animals to their doom. I have found no direct evidence to support these stories. Indeed, I found the flowers difficult to locate at all. While it is most well known for its use in poisons, it would be remiss to overlook that the blooms of the deathbell are very effective in mixtures for boosting one alchemy skill. Dragonfly.
A surprising number of insects survive in Skyrim's climate, many thriving in the lower southern areas of the province. Dragonflies can be found in a great many places, and while catching them can be a daunting prospect, the reward is well worth the effort. It was beyond the scope of my research to determine whether the orange and blue dragonflies are fully different breeds or merely simple color variations. But through experimentation, I found that the orange dragonfly, when combined with the very hardy barnacles found along the coast, transfer some of their flighty nature, giving the herbalist some very nimble fingers.
Hagraven Claw. The claws of a hagraven are best obtained in shops. It is inadvisable to suggest one collects them oneself. These creatures have traded in their humanity for access to powerful magics, and the transformations they undergo infuse their entire beings with some element of that power. Ingesting the powdered claws makes one more resistant to magic, but an especially curious property of the claws is revealed when mixed with snowberries, often found in Skyrim's higher elevations. I found myself capable of comprehending enchantments I had believed mystifying after ingesting the mixture, and have passed this knowledge on to several court wizards who were grateful for the knowledge.
Jazbay.
There was a time when it would be considered treason to pick one of these grapes without express permission from the emperor himself. It is my understanding that although growers in Skyrim were successful in improving the fruit's survivability, it came at the cost of flavor. No longer is it quite the prize it once was, and yet, growing amidst the volcanic tundra of Eastmarch, it is still immensely useful for concocting potions. Mages value it highly, as it can be combined with simple garlic to enhance the regeneration of magicka. While no longer against the law, picking these grapes in the large amounts is best kept to oneself. Luna moth wing. As with the dragonflies, I was taken aback by the number of butterflies, moths, and other insects that managed to thrive in Skyrim. The Luna moth is especially beautiful. Its thin, almost ephemeral wings seem too delicate to hoist anything into the air, giving them an almost magical appearance. Indeed, that sense extends to the properties they exhibit when crushed and distilled. An action, I admit, was difficult to perform at first, no matter my resolve to discover all that Skyrim has to offer. These creatures are simply that beautiful. While they can be used for creating poisons that damage magicka, I feel that would be a waste of their potential. Do not be alarmed if, when the wings are broken down almost completely, they appear to almost disappear under your mortar. That very quality makes the wings quite effective in potions of invisibility. Tundra, cotton. Not all Nords are savages wrapped in animal skins, howling at the moon. There are a wide variety of fabrics worn throughout the land, thanks in no small part to the stubborn tundra cotton plant. It soaks up what rain it can in the plains west of Whiterun and blooms frequently. While it does not exhibit any of the more striking alchemical properties, it is a staple in potions for not only fortifying magicka, but for resisting spells as well. I wonder if that quality is what allows it to have adapted so well to this climate. Nightshade. The name and shape of this plant are known to all, long understood to be one of the more potent components in many poisons. The average Nord keeps his distance from the bright purple flowers, nestled among dark leaves. It is exceedingly effective as a pure poison, but can also be combined with other compounds to stiffen joints as well. It is thus favored amongst those who wish to disable their opponents in battle, and can be found coating the blades of many of the more unsavory characters in Skyrim.
The Alchemist's Formulary.
Healer's recipes. Healers should all know the recipes for the following popular potions. Fortunately, in most cases, the ingredients are common and cheaply obtained.
To restore health to the afflicted and wounded, combine in equal parts 2 or more of the following cheap and common ingredients: marshmallow, wickweed, cork bulb root, and salt rice. Marshmallow is an important crop of the Ascadian Isles, but it also grows wild in the Grazelands and on Azura's coast. Wickweed is a wild ashland grain that grows in the Grazelands. Cork bulb grows best in the Ascadian Isles. Most salt rice comes from southeastern Morrowind, but there are also some new and prospering farms and plantations in the Ascadian Isles. Salt rice occasionally grows wild in the Grazelands and on Azura's coast. To restore fatigue after heavy exertion, combine 2 or more of the following: crab meat, bread, small kwama egg, and chokeweed. Crab meat is taken from the mud crab, commonly found along all coasts. Bread in Morrowind is usually baked from salt rice flour. Kwama eggs are harvested from egg mines and sold everywhere in Morrowind. The smaller eggs retain properties lost in the later states of gestation. Chokeweed is a tough shrub growing in the rocky highlands of the West Gash.
To cure common diseases, combine grave dust and green lichen. Grave dust is spirit affinitive dust taken from remains buried in consecrated ground. Green lichen is a hardy, primitive plant that grows in the Ascadian Isles and Azura's coast. To restore magicka for spellcasting, combine comberry and frost salts. Comberry is a bitter berry used to make wines.
It grows mainly in the Ascadian Isles. Frost salts, by contrast, are rare and expensive. These crystalline compounds precipitate from elemental frost in solution. Such residues may be collected from the remains of frost atronachs that have been banished from the mortal plane. Travelers' recipes. Pilgrims and travelers will find the following inexpensive recipes of particular interest. Feather reduces the weary traveler's burdens and can be gained from heather and scuttle. Heather is a low, evergreen shrub of the Ascadian Isles, known for its small, pinkish-purple flowers. Scuttle, Vardenfell's favorite local dish, is similar to cheese and made from the flesh of local beetles.
Levitation can be produced from any two of the following ingredients: trauma root, racer plumes, and coda flowers. A thick, bitter-tasting root of the trauma shrub grows in the Ashlands, Molag Amur, and Red Mountain regions. Racer plumes are plucked from dead cliff racers. Coda flowers are collected from the primitive draggletail plant of the Bitter Coast.
The power of water breathing is handy for travelers. A potion may be made from two or more of the following ingredients: Luminous Russula, Hackle Low Leaf, and Quama Cuttle. Luminous Russula is a squat, mottled brown and green toadstool mushroom of the Bitter Coast region. Hackle Low Leaf is a succulent leaf of the Grazelands, prized for its taste and its roborative powers. Quama Cuttle is a tough, waxy substance that comes from sacs in the mouths of Quama.
Adventurers' recipes. Unfortunately, the potions most favored by adventurers require more rare and expensive ingredients. There are exceptions, like the easy and affordable recipe for Fire Shield. But most such potions require at least one ingredient with high cost in coin or blood. Fire Shield potions can be made from comberry and slode soap. Comberry is the bitter berry of the Ascadian Isles. Slode soap is a waxy substance made from the immature non-sentient forms of the slode. Slode soap is not expensive, but is only rarely stocked by apothecaries or alchemists, and cannot be collected locally. An adventurer can fortify his strength with a potion made from ash yams and druchwax. Ash yam is a tough, tuberous root vegetable common to the Ascadian Isles region. Druchwax is a tough, waxy substance scraped from druch shells. Druch are powerful aquatic creatures, and hunting them for their hides and wax is a dangerous occupation.
Invisibility, one of the most prized effects of potions, can be made only from crushed diamonds and bitter green petals. Bitter green is a red, flowering plant growing in the Red Mountain region. Diamonds, on the other hand, are very rare and expensive, and usually must be purchased from fine alchemists.
Buying, selling, who cares? We'll do either at Nova Roma. We'll do whatever it takes to make the sale.